Chapter 1. A Stormy Night, The Arrival at Doloa. In the southwestern region of the Tiendo Empire, within the province of Fasnuo, a vast expanse of wilderness lay before two figures sprinting desperately, as though a terrifying force pursued them relentlessly. The couple bore numerous wounds, blood streaming from their injuries, seemingly on the brink of collapse. Yet the infant cradled in the woman's arms bore a cherubic face, untouched by the chaos surrounding them, sleeping peacefully in its swaddling. Suddenly, the couple halted, sensing an impending danger. The very fabric of their surroundings began to warp, and in an instant, a rift in space was violently torn open. A shadow, exuding an aura of death, emerged from the breach. As it manifested, the flora around it withered instantly. Simultaneously, the fleeing couple's bodies began to disintegrate into motes of light, vanishing entirely. As the shadow extended a tendril towards the infant, the once clear night sky darkened ominously, and a bolt of lightning descended, incinerating the appendage to ashes. In pain, the shadow attempted to retract its remaining tendril, but the lightning offered no respite. With a series of thunderous cracks, it was obliterated into a cloud of ash. Amidst the nocturnal gloom, an elderly figure appeared, lifting the infant with a resigned sigh. So, it has finally come to pass. 6 years later, outside Holy Soul Village. As dawn broke, the village was enveloped in a veil of mist, resembling an ethereal paradise. Despite its name, the majority of the village's inhabitants were ordinary folk, the title deriving from a soul sage who had once emerged from its midst years prior. A small boy clad in simple linen emerged slowly from the fog. He possessed a healthy, sun-kissed complexion, and his bright eyes reflected a maturity beyond his tender years, revealing a disciplined nature. Upon reaching the village entrance, he paused to observe a child of similar age reclining on a chair. This boy, with his silver hair and strikingly handsome features, was quite endearing. Yet at that moment, he appeared lethargic, embodying a profound apathy. "Brother, you up so early again?" The boy called out. It's you, little San. Off to exercise at this hour?" The silver-haired boy replied languidly, finally opening his eyes. "Brother, you awaken so early every day without working or training. What's the point? And could you please refrain from calling me little San?" "Tang," San remarked with an exasperated smile. The boy lounging on the chair, named Lu Yu, had been taken in by the village chief, Grandpa Jack, having been orphaned and raised within his household. From a young age, Lu Yu exhibited remarkable intelligence that a year prior, he penned a narrative that captivated many influential figures, earning him a modest fortune, which alleviated some of Grandpa Jack's burdens. Additionally, Lu Yu had a penchant for inventing small contraptions. For instance, the chair beneath him was a compact, foldable design, convenient for transport. He even revitalized several small workshops in the village, enhancing the villagers' incomes. Consequently, Lu Yu enjoyed a reputation as a beloved figure within the community, and if one were to point out a singular flaw in Lu Yu, it would be his tendency towards lethargy. Each day, he rises at dawn, yet does nothing but recline, justifying his idleness as an opportunity to absorb the essence of nature and the cosmos. To this thought, Tang San found himself at a loss, pondering internally. Could anything rival my Xiantian skill and magnificence? Shall I call you Little 4, or perhaps Little 5, instead of Little 3? Tang San remained speechless. "Brother, you, take care of yourself, I shall go train." Just as Tang San ascended the slope with a graceful demeanor, Lu Yu abruptly sat up from his lounge chair, his eyes alight with uncontainable joy and excitement. Moments ago, a cold, ethereal female voice resonated within his mind. Ding. Host has completed the 365-day task of checking in at the village entrance. Task duration, 365 days. Progress, 100. System activated. The system binding is complete. The beginner's gift package has been dispatched to the system warehouse. Please check. System task. Next check-in location. Sacred Soul Village, Martial Soul Hall. Task completion reward. Random item. No penalties for task failure. System panel. Host, Lu Yu. Soul power. Martial Soul, unawakened. Points, 100. System warehouse, beginner's gift package. With a sudden burst of energy, Lu Yu sprang from his chair. The indispensable golden finger of transmigration system had finally arrived. Without hesitation, Lu Yu opened the beginner's gift package. Ding! Beginner's gift package successfully utilized. Rewards. Divine level random martial soul. Innate full soul power technique. All-encompassing meditation, a celestial grade technique from another realm. Now adapted to the current world technique description. Absorb the essence of heaven and earth, encompassing everything, breaking through all laws. Blueprint for a deck of playing cards, an item that can be synthesized into a deck within the system, Dragon blood beneficial for body tempering external use is recommended. System. What is the purpose of the points? Points can be utilized for lotteries, shopping in a marketplace, and other functionalities. Lottery. Every 300 points allows for a single draw, with a high probability of obtaining a mysterious grand prize upon collecting 10 consecutive draws. Marketplace. Offers techniques, items, materials, etc. Refresh daily at midnight, accessible once the host's martial soul awakens and reaches the level of Soul Master. After utilizing his innate gift to achieve full soul power, Lu Yu exited the system, but he then sought a tranquil spot in the woods outside the village, seated himself cross-legged, and began to practice the all-encompassing meditation he had just acquired. Initially, Lu Yu had desired a mundane existence, living peacefully for a lifetime. However, upon binding with the system, his perspective shifted. With the opportunity to grow stronger presented before him, how could a man of ambition remain stagnant beneath others? The thought of the impending chaotic battles stirred his excitement. The all-encompassing meditation was neither overly complex nor overly simple. After spending 50 points to successfully grasp its fundamentals, Lu Yu could confidently say he had made initial progress. Once focused, Lu Yu felt the abundant soul power within him, secretly reveling in his newfound strength. As night fell, Lu Yu returned to the small grove, retrieving a prepared basin from the system warehouse. He filled it with clean water, then took out a bottle containing a vivid red liquid. Upon uncapping the bottle, he poured the dragon blood into the basin, instantly transforming the clear water into a boiling crimson hue. Disrobing, Lu Yu leapt into the basin. The evening breeze wove through the trees, bringing with it a refreshing and invigorating chill that this moment, Lu Yu felt as though he were engulfed in searing magma, suffocating and boiling. The heat of the dragon's blood surged within him with each breath. As time passed, he sensed his bones beginning to melt away. Soon after, Lu Yu lost consciousness. Not far away, Tang Hao, drawn by the aura of dragon blood, observed the scene in astonishment, the intense heat leaving him in awe. Just as Lu Yu succumbed to unconsciousness, Tang Hao felt a powerful soul force manifesting around him. Above, a dark cloud drifted by, with faint flashes of lightning illuminating the otherwise clear night sky. From within the cloud, an ancient voice resonated, dragon blood mixed with cold water. What a wasteful child. Chapter 2. The Contest, Awakening Part 1. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the forest window, casting a glow on the silver-haired youth's face, making his delicate features appear even more ethereal. The youth's eyelids fluttered momentarily. His long, slightly upward arching eyelashes enhanced his beauty as he slowly opened his eyes, revealing pure silver irises unmarred by any impurities. Lu Yu shook his groggy head, only to be met with a putrid stench assaulting his senses. The once vibrant red liquid in the basin had vanished, replaced by a basin of thick, dark, foul water. With a grimace, Lu Yu nearly retched, hastily scrambling out of the basin and leaping into the nearby river. In the water, Lu Yu felt every droplet flowing over his body, sensing a remarkable increase in his strength. After a graceful leap onto the shore, he donned clean garments and made his way back, pondering, I wonder how much I have improved compared to Tang San. Hey, San, up so early for training? Lu Yu called out to Tang San, who was jogging from the village. Tang San turned to Lu Yu and replied, Yes, brother Yu. Would you like to join me? Something about you feels different today, brother Yu. Tang San thought to himself. Wait, you're actually awake and not lounging in your chair? The sun must be rising in the west. Lu Yu chose to disregard this comment. Leaning closer, he lowered his voice and said mysteriously, San, let me share a secret with you. I was born with divine strength. I am a man chosen by the heavens. Tang San, upon hearing this, adopted a serious expression and reached out to feel Lu Yu's forehead. You're not feverish, and it's daytime, he concluded, still skeptical of Lu Yu's claim. Lu Yu rolled his eyes and swatted Tang San's hand away. Since you doubt me, let's have a contest. The loser must unconditionally fulfill one request of the winner. Seeing Lu Yu's confident demeanor, Tang San felt unable to refuse and agreed, thinking of it as a playful challenge. All right, let's start at the village entrance and see who reaches the mountain peak first. He'll count to 3. 1, 2, 3, go. Ready, 3, 2, 1, go. The two took off simultaneously, nearly in unison. Tang San turned a glance at Lu Yu, who was nimbly leaping along the rugged mountain path, a sense of astonishment swelling within him. However, upon observing the route chosen by Lu Yu, he felt a surge of delight, remarking, This path is the most time-efficient and labor-saving route I have painstakingly discovered over the years. You are bound to lose, brother Yu. Sometimes choice outweighs effort. Yet in the next moment, Tang San's eyes widened in disbelief as Lu Ye's speed accelerated, swiftly catching up to him and surging past towards the summit. Unwilling to lag behind, Tang San exerted all his strength to pursue Lu Yu at full speed. After a brief moment, Tang San gazed in astonishment at Lu Yu, whose complexion was flushed and breath was steady. Though this hill is not particularly high, even an ordinary 6 or 7-year-old child would be breathless and require a moment to recuperate. Yet Lu Yu seems unfazed. How about it, Xiao San? Are you convinced? Convinced. Now tell me, brother Yu, what do you wish for me to do? I haven't quite decided, yet let's hold off on that for now. Just remember, you mustn't try to renege. Do I strike you as that kind of person? Tang San replied, somewhat speechless. You had initially intended to ask Tang San to teach him the Xintian skill, but having already acquired the Wanshang meditation method, he found it unnecessary. Moreover, although Tang San appeared to be a frail 6 or 7-year-old, he was, in fact, a genuine reincarnator with profound intelligence. Inquiring about the Xintian skill could undoubtedly raise suspicions and significantly alter the future narrative. After all, Tang San had kept such matters hidden even from his father, Tang Hao, let alone an outsider like Lu Yu. Thus, Lu Yu resolved to save this opportunity for a later time. Contemplating Tang San's future attitude towards his comrades, Lu Yu mused that while it may be somewhat unspoken, it was certainly preferable to solitary struggles, at least. Providing a semblance of stability in the early stages, with only a month remaining until the awakening of their martial spirits, Lu Yu wondered what supreme martial spirit the system would bestow upon him. The mere thought filled him with excitement. Brother Yu? Brother Yu? What's the matter? Tang San observed Lu Yu, who was grinning foolishly, and questioned, is Brother Yes mind wandering? Snapping back to reality, Lu Yu heartily patted Tang San on the shoulder, declaring, Xiao San, no matter what martial spirit you awaken, even if it is merely a blade of grass, it matters not, for I will always stand by you. Brother Yu, that's not how one encourages someone. Undeterred by Tang San's protest, Lu Yu draped an arm around his shoulders and began to descend the mountain. Come on, let us return home for a meal, but I haven't trained today. You've trained long enough, a brief pause won't hinder your progress. Today, I shall personally prepare the meal with great enthusiasm. Though Tang San contemplated refusing, Lu Yu provided no opportunity for dissent. Grandfather, Xiao San has come to dine with us today, Lu Yu called out as they approached the entrance. Oh, Xiao San has arrived. Come in. The voice of Grandpa Jack echoed from within the dining table. Despite the simplicity of the dishes, Lu Ye's exquisite culinary skills transformed them into a delightful feast. Xiao San, with only a month until the awakening of your martial spirit, you must prepare diligently. I shall come to fetch you when the time arrives, Grandpa Jack advised Tang San. Martial spirit awakening. Indeed, every child on the continent undergoes a martial soul awakening by the age of 6 or 7. If they awaken a formidable martial soul and become a powerful soul master, their future prospects are boundless. Moreover, our village has previously produced a soul sage. Grandfather, has our village truly produced a soul sage? Of course. Little Yu and Little San will surely awaken a remarkable martial soul and bring glory to the village. After dinner, Old Jack emerged from the house, presenting a bundle to Tang San. Little San, take this back with you, it should suffice for you and your grandfather for a while. It's all homegrown fruits and vegetables. Little Yu, you accompany Little San back. Old Jack gazed at the retreating figures and sighed. What a fine child, burdened with such a father, alas. A month later, Old Jack and Lu Yu stood outside Tang San's home. Little Yu, go call for Tang San. The village chief seemed to harbor disdain for Tang Hao, prompting Lu Yu to knock on the door. Little San, it's time to go. Dad? Inside. Tang San turned his gaze towards Tang Hao. Yes, go ahead, Tang Hao replied nonchalantly, resuming his work. Soon, Old Jack led Tang San and Lu Yu to the Martial Soul Hall, which turned out to be a modestly sized wooden house. Outside the hall stood 7 children, all of similar age to Lu Yu. Lu Yu positioned himself at the end of the line, with Tang San just before him. Children, you must listen to the Soul Master's instructions. This is your opportunity to change your destiny. Now, hurry inside. Inside the Martial Soul Hall, a young man had been waiting for some time. Lu looked at the handsome young man in the Martial Soul Hall uniform and instantly recognized him as Su Yuntao, a worker. Chapter 3, Competition, Awakening Part 2. Soul Master, I must trouble you once more. I hope you can help these children awaken excellent martial souls. Enough, enough, you said the same before. How many talented children can there be from the countryside? Su Yuntao waved his hand dismissively and turned to enter the Martial Soul Hall. He retrieved jade stones from a package on the table, arranged them on the ground, then turned to the line of children. My name is Su Yuntao, and I am the sole master responsible for your awakening today. Please approach in order, and remember, do not be afraid or nervous, no matter what happens. Su Yuntao unleashed his martial soul and infused soul power into the array, causing it to illuminate instantly. A golden light enveloped a little girl. Extend your right hand, palm facing up. The girl complied, and in an instant, points of light from the array began to converge in her palm, forming a phantom of a pair of gloves. Su Yuntao mused, gloves, a tool martial soul? However, it likely possesses little combat power. Your martial soul is gloves, a tool martial soul. Now, let us proceed to test your soul power. Place your hand upon the blue crystal ball. Su Yuntao's claw and the girl's hand rested on either side of the crystal ball, which began to flicker. When the crystal ball stabilized, Su Yuntao, with a hint of disappointment, remarked, your soul power is only level 1. The possibility of becoming a soul master is minimal. You may return next. The young girl returned to the line, her heart tinged with disappointment, as the second child stepped forward. Extend your hand, just as before. The luminous particles began to coalesce. Martial spirit, shoes, and equipment. Martial spirit. The assessment of soul power commenced. Innate soul power, level 2, average. You may return. The third child approached. Martial spirit, playing cards, and equipment. Martial spirit, innate soul power, level 2. From the fourth child to the seventh, none possess soul power. Su Yuntao appeared unfazed, his expression remaining serene as if he had anticipated this outcome. Next, Tang Xin stepped forward, having observed the prior demonstration. He did not require Su Yuntao's prompting as the golden light enveloped him. He extended his right hand, and a faint image of a small blade of grass materialized in his palm. The martial soul, blue silver grass, deemed yet another worthless spirit. As Su Yuntao delivered his verdict, Lu Yu noticed Tang Xin's left hand gripping tightly behind him, as if concealing something. Testing the soul power, Tang Xin placed his hand on the opposite side of the crystal ball, and in an instant, it erupted with resplendent light. Innate full soul power. Su Yuntao marveled. Yet, regrettably, it was a useless martial soul, rendering cultivation unnecessary. Tang Xin appeared as though he had been drained of energy. Beads of sweat adorning his forehead. All right, next. Liu stepped forward, buoyed by the encouraging gaze of Tang Xin. Liu stepped into the arena and stood firm. Once enveloped by the golden light, he raised his right hand. Immediately, he felt a surge of soul power coursing through his meridians, gathering continuously in his right hand. Su Yuntao observed the richness of the golden light converging upon Lu Yu, far surpassing that of the other children, his eyes filled with excitement. In the next moment, a phantom of a staff materialized in Lu Yu's hand. The staff was a deep azure black, and at its crescent tip, 7 dull gemstones were embedded, while a lotus flower at the center of the crescent spun slowly. The divine-grade artifact soul weapon had been activated. Congratulations on acquiring the soul weapon, star offering lotus staff. The artifact soul weapon, a staff, seems to lean towards the supportive type, but it is still quite commendable. Before Su Yuntao could finish his sentence, a roar erupted as golden light surged forth once more. Behind Lu Yu, a silver silhouette emerged, shrouded in mist and indistinct, yet faintly revealing a pair of wings sprouting from its back. A twin martial soul, exclaimed Su Yuntao in astonishment. What is a twin martial soul, uncle? Tang Xin inquired. Typically, a soul master possesses only one martial soul. However, some exceptionally gifted individuals may awaken two, which is referred to as a twin martial soul. The probability of manifesting a twin martial soul is exceedingly low, making it a rare phenomenon, and those who awaken such a gift are invariably extraordinary individuals. As Su Yuntao elucidated. Next, we will test your soul power. Relax and do not be tense. As Lu Yu's hand made contact with the crystal ball, he felt the myriad of meditations within himself come to life. It was as if the crystal ball, akin to an unfathomable abyss, began to absorb his soul power simultaneously. It radiated a resplendent light, innate full soul power. At that moment, Su Yuntao felt as though he were dreaming. As a steward of the spirit hall, should he awaken a prodigious talent and bring them into the fold, a promotion and a raise would be assured. Is the child interested in joining the spirit hall? Joining the spirit hall? Yes, the spirit hall is the most powerful and formidable organization on the continent. Once you join, with your innate talent, the spirit hall will undoubtedly nurture you with utmost dedication. Your future prospects are boundless. Su Yuntao gazed at Lu Yu with great anticipation. I need to discuss this with my family first, if that's all right. Ah, yes, that is acceptable. If you are interested. Seek out steward Su Yuntao at the Spirit Hall in Nodding City. With that, Su Yuntao gathered his belongings and made his way outside. Jack, filled with urgency, approached Su Yuntao. Master, how did it go? Congratulations, village head Jack. Your village has produced a genius, Su Yuntao replied, pointing to Lu Yu, who had just emerged. Without waiting for Jack's response, he hurried off to the next village. At village head Jack's home, he asked, Little Yu, may I see your martial soul? Sure. In the next moment, Jack was astonished by the silver figure and staff behind Lu Yu. Twin martial souls. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Old Jack, perhaps overwhelmed by the surprise, exclaimed thrice. However, he soon adopted a serious demeanor and cautioned Lu Yu. Little Yu, until your strength is sufficiently formidable, you must never use your silver figure martial soul. Do you understand? Huh. Why, Grandpa? Little Yu, I must tell you something important. In this continent, everyone awakens their martial soul upon reaching a certain age. And each child's awakening is influenced by their parents. This explains why some powerful factions endure through the ages. They possess their own hereditary martial souls. Although there is a possibility for martial souls to mutate, the probability is quite low. The odds of an ordinary person awakening a powerful martial soul are exceedingly slim. In that moment, Lu Yu appeared composed on the outside, yet his heart was brimming with astonishment. Old man, are you not an ordinary person? How do you know all this? Have I stumbled into the wrong narrative? Suppressing his astonishment, Lu Yu inquired, So, according to your words, my parents must be formidable soul masters as well. Why have they not come to find me? My dear Yu, your current strength is still too feeble. When you become sufficiently powerful, you will naturally reunite with them. This is a legacy left to you by your parents. Old Jack procured a silver token and a simple ring. This ring, which I fortuitously obtained in the past, is a soul guidance artifact capable of storing items. With an interior space of 50 cubic meters, it is now bestowed upon you. Grandfather, Tang Sen also possesses innate full soul power. Yet his martial soul is blue silver grass. It seems our village will be graced with 2 soul masters this year. We still have an opportunity for another student in our village. Let it be for Little San. Our family owns a bookstore, and I have some savings sufficient to cover your tuition. What do you say? I have no objections, Lu Yu replied. Very well, rest early. Tomorrow, I shall speak with Tang Hao, Old Jack remarked, seemingly recalling something, with a hint of disdain in his tone. Chapter 4, The Lottery. Golden Legend Lu Yu leaned against the headboard, lost in thought as he gazed at the ring and token in his hand. The revelations from Village Chief Jack that evening had left him utterly astonished. In the original narrative, references to Grandpa Jack were limited to the beginning and conclusion, providing no evidence of his identity as a formidable soul master. However, it now appeared that Grandpa Jack was undoubtedly concealing something significant. The original work scarcely featured Village Chief Jack, making it impossible to discern any deeper truths. Moreover, the only place on the continent where the angel martial spirit was inherited was the Martial Spirit Hall. Could it be that my parents had some connection to the Martial Spirit Hall? No, that cannot be the case. Who is speaking? The sudden voice startled Lu Yu. But he quickly regained his composure. Is that you, System? Indeed, it is I, the System. Do you know something? You are currently too weak. Revealing anything would be of little benefit to you. Enough of that. Congratulations, host, for completing the Martial Spirit Hall check-in task at Holy Soul Village, earning 200 points. 10 consecutive draws. Your soul power has reached level 10, unlocking the shop. Host, Lu Yu Soul Power, level 10, Soul Scholar, Martial Spirit, Prayer Star Staff. Time Space Angel, incomplete, points, 250 Warehouse, playing card Blueprint. The shop is now open. Lu Yu opened the shopping mall and couldn't help but curse under his breath after casting a glance. The cheapest item required a staggering 1,000 points. System, why don't you go and snatch some? The host can earn substantial rewards by completing tasks. Task, defeat any major soul master from any faction. Task duration, for months. Completion yields 600 points. Obtain the first soul ring. The soul ring's age must not be less than 300 years. Completion grants 500 points. Any major soul master from any faction? Liu pondered for a moment, then suddenly thought of a suitable candidate. The next step was to devise a way to obtain a soul ring. To acquire a soul ring, one must hunt soul beasts, given his current strength. Attempting to hunt a soul beast would be tantamount to self-destruction. He needed to find a way to enhance his physical prowess. Although Lu Yu had undergone a strengthening process with dragon blood, the enhancement was limited, and he lacked combat skills. Particularly, his first martial spirit, the Qixing Lotus Staff, had a significant shortcoming in close combat. System, do I have an opportunity for 10 consecutive draws? I shall use it now. In the next moment, a blue fountain, visible only to Lu Yu, appeared before him. The following second, the water in the fountain began to swirl slowly, and as time passed, the flow became increasingly vigorous. Suddenly, 10 beams of light shot forth from the fountain, and 10 luminous orbs began to dart around the room, leaving behind long trails. Suddenly, Lu Yu's eyes caught a glimmer of gold. It's a gold. In the next instant, the 10 luminous orbs arranged themselves neatly before him. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the soul guiding device, the Putsong crossbow, the Taiji fist martial art, and 8 dumplings have been stored in your inventory. Lu Yu retrieved the Putsong crossbow from the system. The crossbow, adorned in a deep azure black hue, were swirling cloud patterns. Unlike traditional crossbows, the Putsong featured no arms on either side. Instead, it was equipped with 3 slender black tubes, akin to sleeve arrows, designed to be worn on the forearm. Outside the village, in a small grove, a figure darted swiftly through the trees, showcasing remarkable agility. With a powerful thrust of his legs, Lu Yu leapt onto a branch, transitioning from one tree to another in a graceful display of dexterity. Then, with a sudden bound, he soared into the air, his right arm raised. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows flew in succession, each striking the bullseye on a tree with pinpoint accuracy. Lu Yu executed a stylish backflip, landing elegantly on the ground. After several days of practice, Lu Yu had gained a solid understanding of the Putsong's capabilities. By channeling his soul energy, he could launch 3 arrows at once or fire a single shot. Once the arrows were expended, a cooldown period of 5 seconds ensued before he could utilize the crossbow again. Lu Yu concealed the crossbow, discreetly hidden beneath his sleeve, rendering it entirely undetectable. He then shouldered a basket of stones, commencing an array of rigorous training. This basket weighed no less than 100 pounds, imposing a significant burden on his physique. Yet, at this moment, Lu Yu appeared to navigate the challenges with remarkable ease. He engaged in a variety of exercises, jogging, squats, weighted push-ups. Every conceivable form of training he could imagine was executed. Indeed, as his physical prowess enhanced, the challenge of assimilating the dragon's blood intensified, necessitating an increase in training intensity. Previously, Lu Yu's utilization of the dragon's blood had merely involved its conversion into energy by his body, without fully digesting or employing it. Now, this vital essence was stored within his dantian. With each breakthrough in his physical limits, a portion of the dragon's blood would be extracted, fortifying his body. However, Lu Yu had reached a plateau. After completing his regimen, he had merely worked up a light sweat, indicating a need for more strength training. In this moment of reflection, he recalled the chaotic cloak hammer technique described in the original text. The technique's greatest strength lay in its ability to harness the principle of leveraging force, allowing each successive strike to accumulate power. Theoretically, each subsequent blow surpassed the last, with the potential for infinite augmentation, provided one could withstand the toll of exertion. Lu Yu recalls that Tang Hao, bestowed with the title of Dolua, seemed capable of wielding 81 hammers, or was it a different number? To request Tang Hao to impart his knowledge was evidently out of the question. In the original narrative, it was only after Tang San awakened the Haotian hammer, a supreme martial soul, that Tang Hao reluctantly agreed to teach him. Moreover, possessing a staff as my martial soul, I have no need for such overwhelming power. However, one can always leverage strength through cunning. Suddenly, Lu Yu recalled that he had seemingly won a book on Tai Chi during a previous lottery. The principle of using force against force, of employing 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds, was indeed a legacy left by the ancestors. With a newfound purpose, Lu Yu discarded his stone basket and hurried towards Tang Hao's blacksmith shop. Uncle Hao, do you have any larger pieces of iron? Upon arriving at the smithy, Lu Yu was surprised to find village chief Jack engaged in conversation with Tang Hao, while Tang San diligently practiced his forging skills nearby. It appeared that Tang San had already mastered the chaotic hammering technique and was honing his craft. Village chief Jack's heart stirred with astonishment at Lu Yu's unexpected appearance in the blacksmith shop. Little Yu has been absent for several days. What brings him here now? Earlier that morning, Jack had sought out Tang Hao to discuss the possibility of sending Tang San to school. He had anticipated a lengthy negotiation, but to his surprise, Tang Hao acquiesced readily, nearly causing Jack to question his own hearing. What did you say? I said I agree to let Tang San attend the Soul Master Academy in Notting City and become a Soul Master. Excellent. In a few days, I shall come to collect little San. Conveniently, there is a spot available for a work-study student in the village. I've discussed this with little Yu and decided to allocate that spot to San. The village will cover the travel expenses, so you need not worry. With a satisfactory response, the elderly Jack turned to leave. Uncle Hao, do you have any raw iron of a larger size? Indeed, we do. But what do you need it for, young man? Hee, you shall find out in due time. How much do you require? About 50 pounds, preferably a few additional pieces. As he departed, Lu Yu discreetly took a hammer. And Tang Hao, noticing this, chose to remain silent. Lu Yu contemplated crafting a full set of weighted equipment from the iron, thus intensifying his training. Tang San observed Lu Yu's departure and mused, "Brother, you must be seeking to hone his skills, but what purpose does he have for all that iron? He cannot forge." Tang Hao, upon hearing this, expressed his own curiosity. "Little San, you mentioned that Lu Yu has awakened a dual spirit and possesses an angelic spirit as well?" "Indeed. But that spirit remains shrouded in mist, making it difficult to discern clearly," replied Tang San. Tang Hao pondered aloud. What is the true origin of this young man? First, dragon blood, and now this spirit. Could it be? Father, is something the matter? Tang San inquired, noticing his father's prolonged silence. "It's nothing. All right. Cease your hammering for now. I shall demonstrate once more. Pay close attention to my posture and movements." Chapter 5. The journey begins, Notting City days later. Tang San wiped the sweat from his brow and set down the hammer. "The techniques my father taught are truly remarkable. At most, I can manage 8 strikes. I wonder what Brother Yu has been up to these past few days." After completing the task assigned by Tang Hao, Tang San hurried to the village chief's home in search of Lu Yu. Reflecting on Lu Yu's recent requests for iron and hammers from his father, Tang San's curiosity piqued. Could Brother Yu be aspiring to learn the art of forging? Yet, only my father possesses a bellows and furnace. What use is there in merely hammering iron? Upon arriving at the village chief's house, Tang San was informed that Lu Yu was not present. Inquiring about Lu Yu's whereabouts, Village Chief Jack stated that Lu Yu had been venturing into the small woods at dawn and returning home covered in dirt by nightfall. Thus, Tang San made his way to the small woods. As he entered the grove, after only a few steps, he was met with the rhythmic sound of metal striking metal. Following the sound, he was taken aback by the sight before him. What was this? In the distance, Lu Yu was vigorously hammering a piece of raw iron. With each strike, as the hammer rebounded, Lu Yu's upper body would pivot in a graceful arc before descending again. Each blow was more powerful than the last. This technique, using force to generate more force, was reminiscent of the chaotic wind hammer technique. Had his father also imparted this knowledge to Brother Yu? No. Brother Yu hadn't visited the forge these past few days. Could it be that he had discovered this technique on his own? The more Tang San contemplated, the more astonishing it became. He had learned these skills under his father's tutelage, while Lu Yu had independently deciphered them. Moreover, Tang San counted. Lu Yu had unleashed a total of 30 strikes in one go, while his father had only managed 36 during his own demonstration. Brother Yu's talent was indeed formidable. I cannot fall behind. If Brother Yu is working so diligently, I must prioritize my own studies in hidden weapons. And with that, Tang San quietly departed. At that moment, Lu Yu collapsed onto the ground, his body aching profoundly. In the next instant, a warm current surged from his dantian, swiftly alleviating the soreness and fatigue. A portion of the dragon blood had been absorbed once more. Lu Yu stepped aside to don his iron vest, leg guards, and gauntlets. Bearing an imposing weight of nearly 100 kilograms, this ensemble would pose considerable difficulty even for an adult attempting to traverse 100 meters. Yet, upon adorning this gear, Lu Yu felt the pressure coursing through his limbs and leapt a few times in place. For the past month and a half, he had been clad in this weighted attire, removing it only during sleep. Even during meals, he remained encased in his armor. Through this period of adjustment, Lu Yu had grown accustomed to the burden. As the days of the academy's commencement drew near, with less than a month remaining before the deadline imposed by the system, he eagerly anticipated engaging in tasks with Gong Tao. In Lu Yu's eyes, Su Yun Tao had become a veritable point of accumulation. At this moment, within the Spirit Hall branch of Notting City, achoo. What a nuisance this is, sneezing incessantly these past few days. Am I catching a cold? Su Yuntao murmured to himself. Tang San stoked the fire beneath the pot, adding a bit more water to the porridge, ensuring that his father would enjoy a warm meal upon rising. Old Jack and Lu Yu awaited at the entrance. Perhaps due to their venture into the city today, Grandpa Jack had donned a fresh outfit, appearing considerably more spirited. "Let us go, little San, that lazybones won't be waking up anytime soon," called Village Chief Jack. "Shh, Grandpa, keep your voice down. Father doesn't appreciate being disturbed while he sleeps." Tang Sin gestured for silence, shouldering his bundle as they departed. Along the way, Tang Sin occasionally glanced back. "Are you reluctant to part from Uncle Tang Hao?" Liu inquired with curiosity. "A little, perhaps." Village Chief Jack smiled faintly. What good deeds could that drunkard have done in his past life to merit such a sensible child as you? "Grandpa Jack, could you share some tales about the academy?" Tang San redirected the conversation. Village Chief Jack chuckled. "Certainly, the academy is a place of learning." Given the proximity of Holy Soul Village to Nodding City, the trio reached their destination in under half a day. Nodding City may not be considered a large metropolis within the Heaven Do Empire, yet it remained bustling with activity. After escorting the two to the academy gates, Old Jack admonished, "Upon entering the academy, make sure to attend your classes, listen attentively, and strive to emerge as exemplary soul masters. Do you hear me? Grandpa has matters to attend to in the city. You two go in on your own. Little you. Take good care of little San, understood? Avoid trouble, and remember, no fighting." "Yes, Grandpa, we will behave." "You go ahead and take care of your business," Liu replied. Old Jack turned and departed, while Tang San and Liu proceeded toward the school. "Hey, who are these children? This is no place for your foolish antics. Be gone." As they approached the school gates, a voice of disdain rang out. Liu hastily retrieved a certificate from his pocket and presented it to the guard, saying, "Sir, we are the new students for this year, here to enroll." The guard cast a disdainful glance at the certificate, sneering with a mocking tone. "You? Which village's refuse could possibly aspire to be soul masters? Innate full soul power with blue silver grass. Huh, how you amuse me. A worthless martial spirit from such a wretched place." With that, the guard contemptuously tossed the certificate to the ground, deridingly adding, "Even the prominent families in the city struggle to produce an innate full soul power. How could your impoverished backwater yield to? Humph, a pair of unwanted bastards." Upon hearing this, Liu's expression shifted dramatically, a tempest of fury igniting within him as he poised to unleash his wrath upon the guard. Suddenly, a petite hand clasped his arm, revealing Tang Sin shaking his head in a gesture of caution, urging him to refrain from any reckless actions. At that moment, a familiar voice resonated from behind the two. "I can attest to this." As Liu and Tang San turned to look back, a familiar figure approached. "Master Su?" they exclaimed in unison, filled with surprise. Su Yuntao nodded in acknowledgement, his expression turning cold as he addressed the guard. "I am the soul master responsible for the awakening of these two children's martial souls. The certificate you just discarded was issued by me. Over the past few days, Su Yuntao had been plagued by sneezing fits, and the twitching of his right eyelid had left him feeling uneasy. He had hoped that a stroll would clear his mind, only to encounter this scene. Upon realizing that the guard was confronting Liu, Su Yuntao was taken aback. For his promotion and salary increase hinged entirely on this esteemed individual. If this commotion escalated and attracted the attention of other attendants, his aspirations would surely be dashed. The guard, initially ready to berate the approaching youth, suddenly caught sight of the golden badge adorning his chest, two long swords crossed, signifying a grand soul master. He inhaled sharply, his heart racing as he pondered the origins of these two children. How could they possibly attract the attention of a grand soul master? At that moment, he felt an overwhelming desire to slap himself. The guard, realizing he had kicked a hornet's nest, felt an icy chill settle in his heart. What was happening? A figure appeared in the distance. Chapter 6, The Master Appears, Seeking Apprenticeship? What could this mean? A hoarse voice echoed through the air. Liu looked up and saw a lean man of medium build approaching. Clad in black attire, the man appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, with a pragmatic crew cut and an unremarkable face. His hands were clasped behind his back, and there was a hint of languor in his expression, reminiscent of Tang Hao. This was Master Yu Xiaojiang, the teacher of Tang San in the original work and a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Albeit rendered a mere shadow of his former self due to a mutation of his martial spirit, thus representing one facet of the wisdom of the Iron Triangle. Suddenly, Liu recalled the identity of the man before him. "Master," the guard exclaimed, as if seizing a lifeline, and respectfully presented the proof from the spirit hall that he had picked up from the ground to Yu Xiaojiang. "These are two new students sent from the village below." Yu Xiaojiang glanced at the proof before shifting his gaze to Liu and Tang San. As Liu raised his gaze to meet the master's eyes, he suddenly sensed a profound wisdom within them, a sentiment echoed by Tang San beside him. Esteemed sir, on behalf of the Academy, I extend my sincerest apologies for the earlier incident. I shall take responsibility for these two children. Su Yuntao scrutinized the man before him, surmising that he must be a faculty member of the Academy. The ones who require an apology are not I, but these two youngsters. I hope your esteemed institution will consider appointing someone more discerning to oversee the gates, rather than employing individuals of questionable caliber. As he spoke, Su Yuntao cast a glance at the guard, who promptly averted his gaze, his back drenched in cold sweat, too intimidated to respond. The master lowered his gaze towards Lu Yu and Tang San, forcing a smile that was more of a grimace. You two, come with me. After the master departed, Su Yuntao also turned to leave, retrieving a handkerchief from his sleeve as he walked. Inside were several gold coins and a note, which Lu Yu had discreetly slipped into his hand earlier, unnoticed by anyone. Upon reading it, Su Yuntao smiled faintly. This young lad. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the beginner task at the Nodding City Soul Master Academy, earning 200 points. Weapon, black gold staff has been placed in the system warehouse. Please check your inventory. As Liu stepped through the school gates, the system promptly emitted a notification. At that moment, Tang San was engaged in conversation with the master. I apologize for the trouble earlier, Tang San said. The master waved his hand dismissively, replying, I am not a teacher. I am merely a guest who meanders through the halls of this institution. You may call me master, as the others do. If you are not a teacher, then you must be an impressive individual, Tang San remarked. Oh, what leads you to that conclusion? The master inquired. Though you are not a teacher, the two guards earlier treated you with great respect, and your ability to represent the academy surely indicates a high status. Tang San swiftly articulated his deduction. Lu Yu, standing nearby, could not help but exclaim, Indeed, you are the quintessential third party. Your flattery is impeccable. The master erupted into hearty laughter, remarking, The title of master is not one to be bestowed lightly. You too possess innate soul power. And he paused, a glimmer of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. You both are endowed with twin martial souls. As for me, a mere drifter who indulges in leisure, I lack the stature to be your teacher. Upon hearing this, Tang San was momentarily taken aback. The certificate indicating Yu Ji's status as a twin martial soul was unmistakable. Yet the fact that he himself was also a twin martial soul had been disclosed to no one but his father, and he had been careful to keep it concealed even during his awakening. Lu Yu sighed softly, acknowledging the master's brilliance. As a time traveler, he possessed a godlike perspective that revealed Tang San's twin martial souls, yet the master discerned the secret of the young boy with mere theoretical knowledge. It was truly remarkable. No, you possess extraordinary abilities, master. You can perceive my twin martial souls solely from a piece of evidence. I doubt there exists a teacher in the entire Soul Master Academy who can compare to you. Tang San spoke slowly. Could you be my mentor? This was a decision Tang San reached after careful consideration. He had only confided in his father about his twin martial souls. Yet this individual before him had uncovered the truth with astonishing clarity. The master laughed heartily. Very well, since you have taken the initiative to request me as your teacher, I shall oblige. You are Tang San, correct? Do you know how I discern that you possess twin martial souls? Tang San pondered for a moment and shook his head. The master then turned to Lu Yu. I wonder if this young friend is aware. Lu Yu was taken aback for a moment. Me? The master smiled and nodded. I presume it is due to this certificate, Lu Yu said, shaking the document in his hand. The master remained silent, gesturing for him to continue. This certificate clearly states that the blue silvergrass is a worthless martial soul, yet it possesses innate full soul power. However, I am uncertain how this conclusion was drawn. Though Liu typically enjoys indulging in anime and novels, he primarily recalls the exhilarating battle scenes and extraordinary skills, struggling to remember the fragmented theoretical concepts. As for deductions, he had merely caught a glimpse of the master's proof and relied solely on conjecture. However, upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang was taken aback. The child's observational skills were remarkably astute. Having merely glanced a few times, Liu had deduced the reason behind the manifestation of twin martial souls. These two children were indeed extraordinary. Proof? At that moment, Tang San remained perplexed. Indeed, it was proof. The master chuckled, remarking, This young friend is quite astute. I derived my conclusion from your proof. I have investigated over 670 soul masters with the blue silvergrass martial soul, of which only a third possessed soul power, and even then, it was merely at the first level. According to one of the 10 core competencies of martial souls that I have studied, The quality of a martial soul is directly proportional to its soul power, clearly. Blue silver grass does not belong to this category. I understand what you intend to say. There are exceptions to every rule. In the past century, only 2 individuals from the 2 great empires have possessed twin martial souls, while there have been 19 with innate full soul power, all of whom are formidable soul masters. Among them, 2 hailed from humble beginnings, their innate full soul power resulting from martial soul mutations, whereas your blue silver grass has evidently not undergone such a transformation. Therefore, I surmise that you must possess another martial soul to support you. The master concluded his explanation, gazing at Tang San. Tang San was momentarily stunned by the master's words. Meanwhile, Liu remained unconvinced. This theory only applied to the denizens of the Dolua continent, and Tang San was not one of them. Tang San's twin martial souls were inherited from his parents, while his innate full soul power stemmed from his practice of the Xiantian skill. The master then reiterated the theory of martial soul mutation to Tang San. Upon hearing this, Tang San immediately knelt and bowed in reverence, pledging himself as a disciple. Liu Yu quietly observed from the side, showing no intention of seeking a mentor. "Brother Yu, will you not take a master?" Tang San inquired after being assisted to his feet by the master. The master, with a gentle smile, turned his gaze towards Liu Yu. To be candid, he too was intrigued by the origins of this youth's silver angel martial spirit. The aura surrounding the young man did not resemble that of a commoner, nor did it belong to a noble. Furthermore, the martial spirits of the martial spirit hall were not silver. Liu slowly shook his head and said, "The master cannot assist me." Upon hearing this, Tang San furrowed his brow. The master, however, remained unfazed and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "If you do not wish to apprentice, then do not." With a hint of admiration, the master regarded Liu Yu and continued, "I can personally introduce you to a mentor. For you both possess innate full soul power and need to hunt soul beasts to obtain your first soul ring. Of course, should you have any questions regarding soul rings or soul beasts, feel free to approach me at any time." He truly admired this child. Had it been anyone else, he would hardly have bothered to engage. Chapter 7. Establishing authority in the dormitory. The master escorted the 2 students to complete their enrollment formalities, registering their identities as students and distributing their uniforms before proceeding to assigned dormitories. Since Liu Yu was not a work-study student, he and Tang San were placed in separate dormitories. The work-study students resided in Dormitory 7, while Liu Yu was allocated to Dormitory 6. Dormitory 6 was designated for the offspring of nobility. After guiding Liu Yu to Dormitory 6, the supervising teacher departed. "Brother Yu, once you finish arranging your dormitory, let us go to the cafeteria together," Tang San suggested. "All right, see you shortly," Liu Yu replied. The dormitory building comprised 3 stories. Dormitory 7 occupied the ground floor, while Dormitory 6 was situated on the 2nd floor. As Liu Yu approached the entrance, he overheard a conversation within. "Boss, I just heard from the dormitory supervisor that we have a new student in our dorm." "A new student? What of it?" "It seems this lad hails from the countryside, and he has a work-study companion who has been assigned to Dorm 7. "From the countryside, a work-study student? He's merely a rustic, perfect for the tasks we usually handle, serving tea, doing laundry, and cleaning. We can have this rustic fellow toil for us without charge. How delightful that would be. But what if he turns out to be unruly? What then? Let it be. He is just a fresh country lad. How rebellious could he possibly be? If he dares to resist, we'll teach him a lesson he won't forget." "Heh, boss, as I was coming up, I spotted a girl in Dorm 7, absolutely stunning. Tomorrow, let us go have some fun with her." Liu Yu listened to the incessant chattering within the room, his brows furrowing in discontent. Suddenly, he raised his foot and with a forceful kick, struck the door. The steel door resounded with a tremendous clang as it slammed against the wall behind it. In an instant, the children inside the room were rendered speechless, caught off guard by the sudden commotion. Liu Yu stood at the doorway, arms crossed, casting a cold glance around the room. Inside, children of both genders, ranging from 6 to 12 years old, were clad in luxurious robes. At this moment, all eyes were fixed on Liu Yu at the entrance. "I am the country bumpkin you speak of. I hear you intend to leave a trail of teeth scattered on the ground," Liu Yu remarked with a chilling smile. The dazed children within the room quickly regained their composure, one by one seething with anger. "How dare a country bumpkin be so arrogant?" exclaimed the tallest boy, his face brimming with derision and contempt. "You, the newcomer, do you even understand the rules? Do you know who holds sway in this 6th residence? Are you aware of my identity?" Liu Yu gazed coldly at the boy before him, the one they referred to as the leader. "Leader, Do not waste your breath on him. A country bumpkin who dares to kick down the door deserves a lesson to learn the rules. A boy stepped forward. His face contorted in a fierce expression as he stared at Lu Yu. Wang Hu, take it easy. Do not incapacitate him. As we still need him for the menial tasks in our dormitory, one of the others cautioned. The boy known as Wang Hu replied, rest assured, leader. I know my limits. The other children in the dormitory erupted in laughter, as if they could envision Lu Yu begging for mercy on his knees. Boy, state your name. I do not strike without knowing the identity of my opponent. Wang Hu's body quivered, and a yellow glow erupted, summoning his martial spirit, a 2-meter-long staff. What a pathetic display. Lu Yu extended his middle finger. Wang Hu's expression changed dramatically as he brandished his long staff, leaping lightly before striking fiercely towards Lu Yu. The staff seemed poised to land squarely on Lu Yu, promising a painful bruise. The other children in the room erupted in laughter. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Lu Yu sprang into action, his right hand transformed into a claw, fingers resembling an eagle's talons grasping its prey. Wang Hu stood frozen, as if immobilized by an unseen force. Lu Yu's left foot paused momentarily. With a swift motion, he unleashed his strength. Wang Hu felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen, and his face instantly flushed a deep shade of purple. His back arched, resembling a boiled shrimp. At that moment, Lu Yu struck with his stick. With a resounding thud, Wang Hu was propelled backward, crashing onto the floor. The entire sequence was executed with precision and efficiency, devoid of any unnecessary delay. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Before the children could comprehend what had just occurred, Wang Hu was already sent flying. With such feeble prowess, he dared to request me to serve tea? Lu Yu flexed his wrist, casting a cold gaze upon them. Today, unless I leave you all battered and bruised, I shall not bear the surname Lu. The children in the room turned pale at his words. Suddenly, a figure leaped forth from behind several of the children, resembling a hunting eagle in flight. With arms outstretched like talons and legs slightly bent, he charged towards Lu Yu with an astonishing swiftness that surpassed even that of Wang Hu moments ago. It was Ling Fei, whose martial spirit was the Azure Eagle. He was the strongest among us, second only to Boss Xiao. The children exclaimed in surprise. Ling Fei struck with remarkable speed, almost instantaneously after Lu Yu finished his words. Lu Yu let out a cold laugh, slightly turning his body to face the opponent, and in the moment that Ling Fei approached, he swiftly seized him. Immediately following this surge of force, Lu Yu pivoted his body, leveraging the momentum, using his waist as an axis. He transferred the strength from his right shoulder to his left shoulder, and with a fluid motion, his left fist launched forward, delivering a powerful strike directly to Ling Fei's chest. Lu Yu's speed surpassed even that of Ling Fei, who possessed a speed-oriented martial soul. Bang! This punch landed squarely on Ling Fei's chest, sending him hurtling backward in a manner reminiscent of Wang Hu moments earlier. In an instant, the entire 6th dormitory fell silent. All eyes were fixed on Lu Yu, a sense of astonishment etched on their faces. For they had never anticipated that the 3 most formidable warriors of the 6th dormitory would be vanquished by Lu Yu in the blink of an eye. Remarkably, he had not even shifted from his position. Lu Yu moved, lifting his foot and slowly advancing forward. The sound of his steps echoed with a rhythmic thud, reverberating like a heartbeat, causing everyone, with the exception of the imposing Xiao, to instinctively recoil a few steps. At this moment, all eyes turned towards Xiao, the sole soul master among them possessing a soul ring. Wang Hu and Ling Fei, supporting each other, rose to their feet and regarded Lu Yu with a frosty demeanor, thinking to themselves that offending Xiao would surely lead to dire consequences for this boy. Xiao Lai cast a cold gaze upon Lu Yu and spoke. You, young man, should know that I am a genuine soul master. It is not too late to apologize now. Are you certain you wish to oppose me? Yet, Lu Yu remained steadfast, responding, I have no intention of repeating myself, so heed my words well. At this, Xiao Lai's fury ignited. This boy was far too dismissive of him. First, he had injured Wang Hu and Ling Fei, and now he dared to act so arrogantly. A mere country bumpkin, emboldened by a modicum of strength, was growing too brazen. If he did not teach this lesson, how would he maintain authority in the future? Xiao Lai, a 6th-level student with the martial spirit of the Gale Wolf and a 12th-level battle soul master, spoke coldly, state your martial spirit and level. It is the rule. Lu Yu smiled faintly. As a new student, he possessed an innate full soul power but bore no soul rings. With a flick of his wrist, a mysterious black staff engraved with arcane runes materialized in his hand. At the staff's tip, 7 gemstones were embedded, and within a crescent moon, a blue lotus slowly rotated, radiating a vibrant essence of life. The crowd was astonished upon hearing of his innate full soul power, gazing at Lu Yu with immense surprise. Such talent, a rarity in a century, had graced them on this day. Chapter 8. Conquest. Ling Fei observed the staff in Lu Yu's grasp, feeling the warm aura emanating from it, which seemed to alleviate his injuries instantaneously. He scoffed. What of having innate full soul power? A person devoid of soul rings dares to be so arrogant? How formidable can a support-type staff spirit truly be? Without soul rings, what can he possibly use to contend against the boss? The boss is completely unperturbed by him. As he listened to the encouragement from the crowd, Xiao Lai's confidence surged. Indeed, though Lu Yu possessed innate full soul power, he himself was a bona fide soul master. A sinister smile crept across Xiao Lai's face as he let out a low growl, and a white soul ring emerged from beneath his feet, revealing a green wolf silhouette behind him. Soul spirit manifestation. The wolf's shadow gradually merged with Xiao Lai, and his pupils gleamed with a vibrant green light. His hands transformed into sharp claws, becoming incredibly lethal in an instant. Lu Yu cast a glance at the soul ring, disdain evident in his eyes. What a pitiful sight. Merely white. According to Lu Yu's recollection, the color of the soul ring correlates with its age: white for 10 years, yellow for a century, purple for a millennium, black for 10 millennia, and red for 100,000 years. The one before him was merely 10 years old. Lu Yuxuan promptly withdrew his martial soul, deeming it unnecessary to confront a mere novice. Observing this, Xiao Lai misinterpreted Lu Yu's action as a sign of fear, believing that he had realized the futility of his own martial soul. Now, having acknowledged his trepidation, it was too late. He would have to pay the price for today's events. With a fierce shout, Xiao Lai concentrated his power into his claws, charging forward and delivering a powerful punch aimed squarely at Lu Yu. Xiao Lai was confident that this blow would be beyond Lu Yu's capacity to withstand. The onlookers jeered, certain that with Xiao Lai's intervention, the newcomer was destined for defeat. Yet, Lu Yu remained steadfast, employing no techniques, his legs slightly bent in a martial stance. And with an air of nonchalance, he unleashed a punch that seemed almost effortless. Boom! Xiao Lai was sent flying by the force of that single punch, crashing violently into the wall before crumpling to the ground. Gritting through the intense pain in his chest, he struggled to rise, only to see a pair of feet before him. A calm voice echoed, "Are you waiting to be hit again and call me daddy? Or will you willingly comply and call me daddy yourself?" As Xiao Lai felt the searing pain in his chest and recalled that terrifying punch, it dawned on him that he was, indeed, no match for this newcomer. Lu Yu turned around to gaze at the others, and immediately, the other children were seized by fear, their faces flushed, retreating several steps. "From this moment forth, I shall be the new leader of the 6th dormitory. Do any of you have objections?" "No, no objections." The other children, thoroughly intimidated, echoed in agreement. "You shall henceforth be our new leader, and if you command us to go east, we shall not venture west." Wang Hu and Ling Fei, being more astute, promptly began to arrange the bedding for Lu Yu. "You three, come here." Lu Yu pointed at Xiao Lai, Wang Hu, and Ling Fei, summoning the Qixing Lotus staff and channeling his soul power. Instantly, the lotus at the staff's tip burst forth with a dazzling radiance. The three felt themselves enveloped by a warm current, and their injuries miraculously healed in an instant. "How extraordinary!" they exclaimed in unison. "Thank you, boss. A little reward for a good deed." This much Lu Yu understood. "Enough of this nonsense. Quickly make the beds for me. I'm starving after all this fuss." "We'll head to the cafeteria for a meal soon," Lu Yu said, waving his hand dismissively. Wang Hu and Ling Fei hurried off to arrange the bedding, while Xiao Lai, with utmost seriousness, gazed at Lu Yu and declared, "From now on, you shall be my leader, Lu Yu." Lu Yu felt a sense of awkwardness creeping into his heart. He patted the shoulder of the young one and turned to leave, contemplating to himself, "Children will always be children. They follow whoever is stronger." At that moment, the three gathered once more, watching Lu Yu's departing figure. Ling Fei remarked, "The leader is indeed the leader. He can defeat us without even using his martial spirit." Wang Hu added, "Speaking of which, is the leader truly a support-type spirit master? How can he be so fierce in a fight?" Xiao Lai spoke solemnly. "Perhaps this is the innate talent of possessing full soul power." Lu Yu sauntered into the cafeteria and, at the entrance, encountered Tang San along with a charming young girl by his side. The little girl's face was a delicate shade of pink, adorned in simple yet impeccably tidy attire. Her long hair intricately braided into a single plait that cascaded down to her waist. At that moment, they were engrossed in conversation, accompanied by a few individuals from their dormitory. "Brother Yu," Tang San exclaimed, waving at Lu Yu. His call immediately drew the little girl's attention towards Lu Yu. This must be Xiaowu. I never anticipated that San would be fond of this type. Lu Yu sighed, reflecting on the quintessential image of a young girl. So diminutive in stature. Although Xiaowu possessed an innocent and enchanting visage, Lu Yu harbored no inappropriate thoughts. In the original narrative, Xiaowu was the wife of the third brother, and now, as a brother himself, he adhered to the principle of not coveting his brother's spouse. Moreover, given the multitude of enchanting women in the Doloa continent, opportunities abound. Are you Lu Yu? Xiaowu inquired, her large, watery eyes fixed upon him. The third brother mentioned you, claiming there is someone named Lu Yu who surpasses him. I just defeated him, and now I seek to vanquish you. Tang San, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, recognized that although he had perhaps allowed her to win, being bested by a girl was somewhat humiliating. It is indeed me, he replied. Lu Yu nodded slightly. After we finish our meal, I wish to spar with you, Xiaowu said with a cheerful smile. I'm not interested, Lu Yu replied outright. He was aware that Xiaowu's true form was a soft-boned charm rabbit, who enjoyed brawling in the early stages and teasing Tang San. However, Lu Yu genuinely had no interest. He had just finished a battle and felt his stomach grumbling with hunger, yearning for a meal. Why? Xiaowu was taken aback, letting out a huff. Are you afraid of a girl like me? Not at all. Lu Yu shook his head. It's primarily because you cannot defeat me. To be frank, Tang San was also curious about the extent of Lu Yu's strength. Humans are inherently curious. Even though Tang San was a time traveler and possessed the soul of a man in his 30s. Meanwhile, Xiaowu's competitive spirit was completely ignited by Lu Yu's few words. How can you know if we haven't even fought? I don't care. I'm a girl, and I challenge you. Lu Yu, you must accept. Upon realizing he could not evade the request, Lu Yu reluctantly consented, saying, Very well, I shall engage in the contest with you. Lu Yu paused for a moment and said, Do you possess a soul ring? No, I don't. Why? Then let us wait until you acquire a soul ring before we engage in battle. Xiaowu's eyes sparkled with excitement. You promised, no backing out. I am inherently endowed with full soul power. Once I return, let us dine first. Lu Yu gently patted his abdomen. Along the way, the master had visited Tang San, drawing the curious gazes of other work-study students in the 7th dormitory. The master was renowned within the academy as a figure of significant stature. Tang San, have you truly taken the master as your mentor? One of the work-study students could not help but exclaim. You must tread carefully. The master's soul power is merely at the 29th level. He is nearing 50, with little hope of breaking through to the great soul master level. Spending his days idly at the academy. Mind your words, or I shall truly take action against you. Tang San shot him a cold glance before rising and departing on his own. Lu Yu shook his head. These work-study students were merely ordinary individuals, lacking Tang San's foresight. However, Xiaowu gazed at Tang San's receding figure, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Chapter 9. Serendipity after finishing his meal. Lu Yu did not return to his dormitory but instead made his way to the library. He intended to seek out some materials to enhance his understanding of soul beasts and soul rings. Lu Yu had anticipated a bustling library, yet to his astonishment, only a handful of students were present. Reflecting upon it, he realized this was the Doloa continent, a realm where knowledge, albeit significant, was overshadowed by the supremacy of strength. Furthermore, the Junior Soul Master Academy comprised primarily of children around 11 or 12 years old, alongside work-study students, leaving little time for scholarly pursuits. While the library's records might not possess the intricate details of a master's teachings, they sufficed for Lu Yu's needs. He merely sought a fundamental understanding of the Soul Beast catalog and their approximate ages to prepare for acquiring his first soul ring. Soul beasts under 400 years typically resided at the periphery of the soul-hunting forest, and with a bit of caution, he should encounter no issues. Immersing himself in study, he experienced a nostalgic sensation reminiscent of his past life as pre-exam preparations. As the sun gradually descended, it painted the sky with a magnificent sunset. The interplay of dusk's light casting warm hues upon both the heavens and the earth. Ding. Daily reading check-in. Points earned. 100. Lu Yu returned the book to the shelf and turned around, only to find a man clad in black gazing intently at him, a familiar smile gracing his face. Master. What brings him here? The library of Nodding Academy was modest in size, encompassing 2 levels, with the first floor dedicated entirely to the fundamental introductions of soul beasts. With the master's vast knowledge, there should be no need for him to consult such materials. Could it be that he has come in search of me? Just as Lu Yu pondered this, the master nodded in his direction. Follow me, he murmured softly before turning to leave. with Lu Yu closely trailing behind. Throughout their journey, the master remained silent, yet Lu Yu sensed a gaze fixated upon him, unwavering and watchful. Lu Yu followed the master through a winding path and finally stopped before a quaint wooden cabin. "Come in," the master called, opening the door and beckoning Lu Yu to enter. Lu Yu gazed at the numerous books meticulously arranged within the room. It seems that the master possesses a touch of obsessive-compulsive tendencies. "Master, have you summoned me for a particular purpose?" Lu Yu could no longer restrain his curiosity and inquired. "Please, make yourself comfortable." The master approached a desk and seated himself, addressing Lu Yu. "Lu Yu, I previously noticed on the Spirit Hall certification that you possess innate full spirit power and dual spirit souls. Is that correct?" "Indeed," Lu Yu replied with a nod. "Might you demonstrate your spirit for me?" "Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions." Seemingly concerned that Lu Yu might misconstrue his inquiry, he hastily clarified. Although Lu Yu was perplexed, he complied nonetheless. With a mere thought, the Star Prayer Lotus staff materialized in his hand, and a silver figure emerged behind him. The master, upon witnessing the silver angelic martial spirit behind Lu Yu, widened his eyes in astonishment and abruptly rose to his feet, murmuring to himself, "Indeed, if there is no mutation, then it must be true." Lu Yu, observing the master's reaction, couldn't help but inquire, "Master, are you aware of the origin of my martial spirit?" The master replied thoughtfully, I cannot guarantee it, but I possess considerable confidence. The renowned angelic martial spirits on the continent originate from the Spirit Hall. Yet they claim to be descendants of the sun god. However, there exists another place that also harbors the lineage of the angelic martial spirit. Where might that be? Lu Yu retracted his martial spirit. The angelic martial spirit was overwhelmingly powerful, nearly exhausting half of his soul power simply upon summoning. Upon hearing that the master seemed to possess knowledge regarding the origin of his martial spirit, Lu Yu's heart surged with excitement. If this were the case, he might uncover the whereabouts of his parents in this world. In his previous life, Lu Yu's parents worked away from home, and he was raised by his grandfather in the countryside. It was only after his grandfather's passing that Lu Yu was reunited with his parents. However, tragedy struck when his parents faced an accident just as he was about to enroll in university, leaving Lu Yu yearning for a complete family. "In my youth, I traversed the continent," the master continued. "On one occasion, I found myself lost and inadvertently stumbled into a mysterious village. This village is not marked on any map, yet it undeniably exists. The inhabitants of that village awakened their martial spirits independently upon reaching a certain age, and without exception, all awakenings pertain to clockwork-type martial spirits." "And what does this have to do with me?" Lu Yu inquired. "In the heart of the village stands a statue strikingly similar to your martial spirit. From the villagers, I learned that this figure is venerated as their deity throughout generations." "A deity?" Lu Yu echoed, astonished. "Indeed, and there is something even more extraordinary. The local method of obtaining soul rings is quite peculiar. They never hunt soul beasts. Whenever someone seeks to advance, they pray to the deity, and the statue manifests, bestowing upon them a soul ring." "Do you recall the location of that village?" Lu Yu inquired eagerly. Unfortunately, the master shook his head. "When I emerged and retraced my steps in hopes of finding my way back, that village had vanished." "Vanished?" "Indeed, it seemed to have disappeared into thin air." "Is there a connection between my martial soul and that village?" Lu Yu questioned, still somewhat perplexed by the discourse. "I surmise," the master continued, "that the village is linked to a hidden sect, or perhaps it serves as a conduit between the continent and the sect, with your martial soul being the key to their ancestral legacy, the very essence required to locate it." Upon returning from the master, Lu Yu's consciousness lingered within the system space, continually reflecting upon the master's words. "System, is there any truth to what the master said?" "There exists both truth and falsehood. However, given your current capabilities, such knowledge is of little utility. Your immediate priority is to acquire the first soul ring, enhance your strength, and fulfill your tasks. Do not overthink it." The system scoffed, its non-existent lips curling in disdain. Lu Yu cast a glance at the system panel. "Host, Lu Yu Soul Power, Level 10, Soul Master, Points, 550 Warehouse, Playing Card Blueprint Tasks, Defeat any Great Soul Master, Points, 600, Obtain the First Soul Ring. With a lifespan of no less than 300 years, Points, 500, currently he had accumulated 550 points, and upon acquiring the first soul ring, he would be able to engage in 10 consecutive draws. As for the system shop, Lu Yu merely glanced and exited, utterly devoid of the desire to explore further. What appeared were absurdities such as postpartum care for sows, 100 tips on becoming wealthy, and a domineering rich woman falling in love with me. Who knows from where the system unearthed such items, all of which were exorbitantly priced, averaging 2,000 points each. System, what on earth is this? Why has it become increasingly expensive? Wasn't he at 1,000 points last time? You get what you pay for. The stronger you become, the pricier it gets. This is robbery. Indeed, it is robbery. Do you have any objections? The system raised an eyebrow. What? You have the audacity to rob me and still be in the right? Do you believe I will unbind myself? For disobedient little hosts, this system reserves the right to erase you. Oh. Lu Yu was bewildered. Grappling with the bizarre workings of this peculiar system. Chapter 10, The Soul-Hunting Forest, Part 1, in the morning. Lu Yu skipped class and went straight to the library to read. The curriculum at the junior college mainly consisted of rote memorization, which was exceedingly simple for someone like Lu Yu, who possessed the myriad manifestation meditation. Moreover, Lu Yu had consistently ranked at the top of his class. Thus the teachers turned a blind eye to his truancy. After lunch, Lu Yu sought out Tang San, but he was absent. Lu Yu speculated that he was likely with the master in the soul-hunting forest. In the afternoon, Lu Yu ventured out as well. Yet he did not hasten to the soul-hunting forest. Instead, he first made a trip to the spirit hall. The soul-hunting forest was a place where soul beasts were raised by the Empire, and entry required an order from the spirit hall, which Lu Yu, of course, did not possess. Hence, he sought assistance. The spirit hall in Nodding City was far more grand than that in Holy Soul Village, featuring a 3-story structure with a formidable golden giant sword at its entrance. Child, this is the spirit hall, not a playground, a guard remarked as a young boy approached. Hello, I am looking for Master Su Yuntao. Please inform him that Lu Yu is here to see him. Upon hearing this, the guard regarded Lu Yu with uncertainty and frowned. What business does a child have with him? Although the guard was perplexed, he complied. Before long, Su Yuntao emerged, gazing intently at Lu Yu. Young genius, have you decided to join the spirit hall? Come in and let us converse. No, I am here to seek your assistance. Seek my assistance? Su Yuntao questioned, then recalled that Lu Yu possessed innate full soul power and must now require a soul ring. What assistance do you need? You wouldn't be asking me to help you hunt soul beasts, would you? However, I am quite busy. If you choose to join the spirit hall, I can assist you. With a flicker of thought, Lu Yu retrieved a pouch of gold coins from his spatial ring and tossed it onto the table, declaring, I wish to hire you to assist me in hunting soul beasts. This serves as a deposit. Su Yuntao opened the pouch, his eyes instantly reflecting astonishment. Where did you acquire such wealth? He exclaimed. Su Yuntao recalled that Lu Yu was supposedly the grandson of the village chief of Holy Soul Village. But how much could a mere village chief earn? This pouch contained at least 300 gold coins, surpassing his own monthly salary. You need not concern yourself with that. Simply answer whether you will assist me, Lu Yu replied with a smile. The gold on the table was entirely sourced from the ring given to him by Grandpa Jack. Truth be told, Lu Yu was equally astounded upon first witnessing such a plethora of gold coins, akin to the realization of one's family's hidden wealth at the age of 18. In that moment, Lu Yu felt that Grandpa Jack was indeed exceptional. How could a village chief possibly amass such riches? Very well. When shall we set forth? Should we recruit additional companions? It would be foolish to forego profit. Su Yuntao's rapid agreement prompted a sigh of relief from Lu Yu. No need. Just the two of us will suffice. Let us depart at once. In the northeastern part of Nodding City, Su Yuntao and Lu Yu rode a carriage to the bustling market at the edge of the hunting soul forest. What a lively scene! Lu Yu mused, reminiscing about the vibrant fairs of his past life. Professional teams seeking one more for a full squad, recruiting support soul masters. Boarding immediately, priority for healing-type mages. Agile attack soul masters, level 30, with the spirit of a shadow eagle, seeking a team. He wondered if Xiao San and the master were already inside searching for soul beasts. Let us go. The entrance is over there. Su Yuntao's voice broke through Lu Yu's reverie as he led Lu Yu directly toward the grand entrance of the hunting soul forest. Gazing at the towering gate, resembling a city wall, Lu Yu couldn't help but exclaim, how magnificent. Su Yuntao presented a token to the guard, stating, Steward. The guard saluted, inspected the token, and returned it to Su Yuntao. With a rumble, the massive steel doors slowly creaked open, releasing a breeze imbued with the forest's unique essence, revealing towering ancient trees and exotic flora before Lu Yu's eyes. Let us proceed. Su Yuntao boldly stepped ahead of Lu Yu. As Lu Yu's feet crunched upon the fallen leaves, he felt a surge of excitement coursing through his veins. 1,000-year soul beasts, here I come. Indeed, Lu Yu intended to hunt a 1,000-year soul beast, which possessed strength equivalent to a level 40 human, a feat currently beyond his capabilities. Even with Su Yuntao's assistance, success seemed improbable. No prodigy from the prominent families would dare to provoke a 1,000-year soul beast at level 10. Yet, Lu Yu was determined to give it a try, his sole confidence stemming from the dragon blood within him. According to the Master's theory, each stage of Soul Master could only absorb soul rings within a certain age limit. However, in the original story, Tang San managed to absorb them beyond his level due to his superior physical constitution. Dragon blood has the power to enhance and transcend physical limits. Lu Yu wished to experiment with surpassing his physical limits by absorbing dragon blood through the process of advancing beyond his current capabilities. Meanwhile, in a certain part of the soul hunting forest, Tang San listened intently as the master articulated his theories. According to my calculations, the upper limit of soul rings that a 10th level soul master can absorb is approximately 400 years. The master, accompanied by Tang San, traversed the forest in search of soul beasts. Your innate full soul power increases the likelihood of success, so we must seek a soul beast that closely approaches this value. As Tang San listened, he absent-mindedly touched the jade belt at his waist, a rare spatial soul guiding device gifted to him by the master as a token of their first meeting. He couldn't help but reflect on how wise it was to choose the master as his mentor. A thought crossed his mind. If only Yu Ge could also become a disciple of the master. Worry crept in as Tang San pondered, Master, how many years of soul beasts would Yu Ge be able to hunt if he were to pursue it himself? The master replied thoughtfully, if he were to act alone, 100 years would be commendable. Should he hire a team, it could range from 200 to 300 years, although the cost of hiring such a team is substantial. As the sky darkened, the master added, it is getting late, and nighttime expeditions are fraught with danger. We shall rest here tonight, and proceed with our plans tomorrow. At that moment, on the opposite side of the soul hunting forest, a tremendous purple spider crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar, and a yellow soul ring gradually ascended into the air. The dim glow of the shattered crossbow in Lu Yu's hand gradually faded. A green figure leaped down from the tree, for white stripes adorned its body, indicating it was a 400-year-old cloud spider. What do you think? Su Yutao asked as he released his martial soul's embodiment. To his surprise, Lu Yu merely shook his head. Not enough. Let us seek another place. At this moment, Su Yutao was on the verge of frustration. They had already slain at least 4 or 5 century-old soul beasts, yet each time, Lu Yu merely glanced and turned away. Fortunately, Lu Yu's martial soul could restore soul power. Otherwise, Su Yutao would have been utterly drained. What exactly are you searching for in a soul beast? Su Yutao could no longer contain his impatience. Were it not for the generous rewards Lu Yu provided, he would have preferred to return to his duties. Approximately 1,000 years. What? Su Yutao questioned, doubting his own hearing. 1,000 years. In Su Yuntao's understanding, a typical soul master at level 10 possessed white 10-year soul rings, and only those with exceptional talent could manage yellow 100-year soul rings. Yet, Lu Yu aspired to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring. Have you lost your mind? Not to mention whether you can absorb it. The mere prospect of us surviving in front of a 1,000-year soul beast is questionable. I have a plan. Su Yuntao, observing Lu Yu's air of confidence, felt an increasing sense of dread. If you're afraid, you may return, but my joining the spirit hall is not something I can easily discuss. Do not use that to threaten me. Life is more precious than anything. For your safety, it would be wise to abandon this thought. Chapter 11. The Soul Hunting Forest, Part 2. Oh dear, Uncle Tao, I shall offer you more money. Lu Yu suddenly began to plead. That is futile. This is not a matter of finances. Regardless, you must return with me today, Su Yuntao declared with an unyielding expression. Then how about this? Upon realizing that coaxing and persuasion were futile, Lu Yu's small eyes darted about, and he proposed, I shall await here while you venture out to gather others. Once we are united, we can proceed together. What do you think? No, you must return with me. It is far too perilous for you to remain alone in the forest. Su Yuntao gazed at Lu Yu, whose demeanor appeared deceptively obedient, harboring deep suspicions about his willingness to stay put. Very well, Lu Yu conceded with a resigned tone. As Su Yuntao turned to leave, a sudden impact struck. A resounding thud echoed as his head spun violently, causing him to collapse to the ground. Lu Yu retracted his head, awkwardly putting away the black and gold staff in his hand. Uncle Tao, I sincerely apologize. I find myself without an alternative. Once I am outside, I shall make amends and offer you a proper apology. As Lu Yu muttered to himself, he dragged Su Yuntao towards the entrance of the forest. Once he placed Su Yuntao in a secure area, Lu Yu set off once more. A Millennium Soul Beast. I am coming. As he ventured deeper into the soul-hunting forest, the trees around him grew denser, and the presence of soul beasts increased. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After Lu Yu dispatched a black panther with 3 arrows from his crossbow, he gazed at the slowly ascending yellow soul ring and couldn't help but shake his head. Another one that had lived for a century. Lu Yu has already slain nearly 10 soul beasts, all of which are a century old, without even catching a glimpse of the fur from a millennium-old soul beast. I wonder how things are progressing on Xiao San's side. Lu Yu turned away and ventured deeper into the soul-hunting forest. He did not dwell on the matter. With Xiao San being the protagonist of the Doloa continent and possessing the assistance of the master, his progress would undoubtedly be more favorable than his own. After approximately half an hour of walking, the sky began to darken, and as he ventured further into the forest, the foliage thickened, causing the light to diminish and visibility to decrease. Time was of the essence. Once night fell, the depths of the forest would be far more perilous than the outskirts. Suddenly, a roar echoed from a distance. The feeble soul beasts in the vicinity immediately prostrated themselves upon hearing the sound. This roar, Lu Yu's body trembled slightly. For the roar he heard instilled a profound sense of dread within him. 1,000-year soul beast. It was undoubtedly a 1,000-year soul beast. Moreover, this creature was far from ordinary. Just as Lu Yu was about to rush toward it, a piercing wolf howl struck at his vulnerable heart. Another 1,000-year soul beast. Judging by the ferocity of its roar, this one was no less formidable than the previous one. In an instant, Lu Yu felt his blood surging with excitement. 2,000-year soul beasts. Alas, he could only absorb the essence of one soul ring. Lu Yu swiftly sought a secure location, compelling himself to regain his composure. The immediate priority was to devise a strategy to eliminate these 2 soul beasts. Lu Yu ascended to the treetops, peering through the dense foliage with a pair of keen eyes, gazing into the distance. There, in the far expanse, he beheld a snow-white fox spirit beast, measuring approximately 4 meters in length, its 2 tails swaying gracefully behind it. The star-whispering spirit fox. Lu Yu's eyes sparkled with recognition. He had once encountered this particular spirit beast in the library's illustrated compendium of soul beasts. The star-language spirit fox, a millennium-old creature, produces a new tail every 500 years, with a maximum of 8 tails. Its entire body is a pristine white, endowed with remarkable regenerative abilities, and during the night, it can briefly enhance its powers by harnessing starlight. The lotus flower atop the Qixing Lian staff possesses healing properties, aligning perfectly with the abilities of the spirit beast before him. Moreover, this particular spirit fox bore only 2 tails, signifying its millennium of existence, which gave Lu Yu a 60% confidence in his assessment. A howling cry suddenly jolted Lu Yu back to reality as a wolf-like spirit beast gradually approached. Its 4 eyes were particularly striking, and intricate golden cloud patterns adorned its chest and spine, measuring approximately 4 meters in length. The Holy Light Wolf. Yet another millennium-old spirit beast. Lu Yu felt a subtle tingling sensation on his scalp. The records indicate that the Holy Light Wolf possesses an exceedingly aggressive nature, complemented by a regenerative ability that rivals that of the star-language spirit fox. Given the current circumstances, it appears that these 2 soul beasts have just emerged from a fierce battle and are now catching their breath. However, it is evident that the star-language spirit fox stands no chance against the Holy Light Wolf before him. The Holy Light Wolf emanates a profound violet soul power, at least 5,000 years old, while the fox is merely 1,000 years in age. The disparity in their combat capabilities is stark. It would be remarkable if the spirit fox could even manage to escape. Lu Yu's mind raced with unparalleled speed. Currently, his offensive capabilities were limited to the breakthrough crossbow and the black gold staff. The potency of the breakthrough crossbow depended solely on his soul power, resulting in a rather modest damage output. As for the black gold staff, the attributes of this recently acquired weapon left Lu Yu at a loss for words. The black gold staff was a long, jet black rod that could be shortened to the length of an arm. It was remarkably resilient, and infusing it with soul power to strike any part of an enemy's body, except for the head, would induce pain and paralysis. A blow to the head, however, would cause disorientation, the duration of which depended on the amount of soul power infused. The effects would be diminished against targets of significantly higher levels. Yet, this staff inflicted 0 physical damage, meaning that Lu Yu could muster all his strength to strike the glass crafted by Ah San without breaking it. Hence, he affectionately referred to it as the dull stick. A low growl escaped the star fox, its body radiating starlight as it gradually healed its wounds. Allowing the two soul beasts to engage in a fierce struggle while he reaped the benefits of their conflict would be the most advantageous course of action. Just as Lu Yu pondered this, a shockwave shattered the canopy of the tree where he had been concealing himself. Lu Yu was caught off guard and fell awkwardly, landing face down in the mud. Lu Yu was entirely ensnared between two soul beasts. Lu Yu was instantly struck with a chill, his hair standing on end. Cold sweat streaming down his brow, and his mind plunged into a void. In the next moment, another radiant wave surged forth. The Holy Light Wolf launched yet another assault. Although Lu Yu's arrival slightly altered the situation, to the Holy Light Wolf, this bipedal creature was as feeble as that deceased fox. The speed of the light wave was so swift that Lu Yu had no time to evade. Resigned to his fate, he closed his eyes, yet, in the next instant, nothing transpired. Lu Yu opened his eyes, and a figure clad in pure white caught his gaze. Was it the starry fox that had shielded him from the onslaught? The text described the star language spirit fox as intuitive and gentle by nature. It appeared that the most prudent course of action was to ally with it. After a moment of contemplation, Liu summoned the Qixing Lianzhang, its tip adorned with a blooming azure lotus that radiated brilliance. The star fox, sensing the improvement of its wounds, felt a surge of spiritual energy within, casting a grateful glance towards Lu Yu. At that moment, the Holy Light Wolf erupted in a dazzling display, gathering energy within its maw, before unleashing a luminous projectile aimed at both a person and a fox. By the gods! The tailed beast orb. The star fox appeared to have anticipated the attack, leaping high to evade it, its twin tails sweeping to propel Lu Yu aside. In an instant, the figure of the Holy Light Wolf vanished, only for its razor-sharp claws to glimmer ominously in the night. With a sharp sound, 3 deep claw marks appeared on the star fox's abdomen, leaving a gruesome mess of flesh and blood. Recognizing the opportunity, Lu Yu swiftly raised his right arm, channeling a torrent of spiritual energy into a powerful shot from the crossbow of the sky. 3 arrows whistled through the air, aimed directly at the 4 eyes of the Holy Light Wolf. Caught off guard, the massive form of the Holy Light Wolf was struck by the arrows, causing it to lose its balance. Seizing the moment, the star fox twisted its body midair, its tail tip gathering energy to form 2-tailed beast orbs, which it then hurled towards the wolf's face. With a resounding explosion, the earth was blasted into a deep crater. The Holy Light Wolf's entire head was left in a gory state, its 4 eyes reduced to 1. The front half of its body bled profusely, struggling to maintain its footing. In Chapter 12, The Soul Hunting Forest, Part 3, the star language spirit fox lay at the edge of the crater. Its 2 remaining tails reduced to mere stubs, its pupils dimmed and devoid of luster, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. At this moment, Lu Yu was also experiencing considerable distress. He had just been sent flying by the star language spirit fox's tail. Yet he was still affected by the terrifying shockwave of the explosion. Lu Yu felt an excruciating pain in his abdomen. Upon touching it, a wave of warmth and moisture surged through his hand. The intense agony stimulated his mind. Although his ribs were fractured, he was fortunate to be infused with dragon blood, which accelerated the healing of his injuries. Lu Yu struggled to rise, cautiously moving step by step towards the epicenter of the recent explosion. Before him lay a massive wolf-like soul beast, barely clinging to life, its face contorted in agony, revealing a ghastly display of exposed bones, clearly gravely wounded. What a splendid opportunity. The youth lifted his right arm, the broken sky crossbow poised, and ready to unleash its power. Suddenly, a faint whimper in the distance caught Lu Yu's attention. It was the star language spirit fox from earlier. There it lay, feebly collapsed on the ground, its eyes filled with suffering, staring blankly at him as if pleading for an end to its torment. As Lu Yu shifted his gaze, a look of shock crossed his face. The star-whispering spirit fox had vanished, leaving behind a gaping wound in its abdomen, from which blood mingled with fragments of internal organs gushed forth. Witnessing this tragic scene, Lu Yu hastily summoned the Qixing Lotus staff, determined to save its life. For without the star-whispering spirit fox, he would surely have been a lifeless corpse by now. However, just as he invoked his martial spirit and channeled his soul power, an unexpected event occurred. Tiny specks of starlight suddenly appeared around him, growing increasingly radiant with the passage of time, enveloping both the man and the fox. To Lu Yu's astonishment, He felt his soul power uncontrollably surging towards the staff in his hand, as if the staff had transformed into a black hole, voraciously consuming his essence. On the brink of despair, a warm current surged from his dantian. It was dragon blood. With the infusion of this powerful essence, Lu Yu's condition improved. In that moment, he yearned to retract his martial spirit, yet found himself utterly powerless to do so. Meanwhile, a star mark gradually materialized on the forehead of the star-whispering spirit fox, resembling a shooting star streaking across the sky. In an instant, the star mark and the staff erupted in a blinding radiance. By heavens! Lu Yu exclaimed as the brilliance pierced his eyes, rendering him momentarily blinded. Fortunately, the dazzling light was fleeting, quickly dissipating into the ether. Lu Yu slowly opened his eyes, only to discover that the star fox had vanished, leaving behind a pool of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs and a slowly rotating purple soul ring. Gone? In the midst of Lu Yu's bewilderment, he discovered a fluffy white creature nestled within the azure lotus of his staff, resembling the celestial language spirit fox he had encountered earlier, albeit in a somewhat diminished form. Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback, still attempting to comprehend the events unfolding before him. After a brief contemplation, he ceased his hesitation, assumed a cross-legged position, and unleashed his soul power, gently making contact with the soul ring and slowly guiding it. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the soul-hunting forest, Tang San observed the corpse of a mandala snake, which had lived for at least 5 centuries. The master pointed to the lifeless body and remarked, "Observe its wounds. The skull is pierced, and there are fatal injuries at the 7-inch mark. The precision of the attack suggests that it was executed by a level 30 soul master." Tang San nodded in acknowledgement of the corpse. "What a pity," the master lamented. "This mandala snake holds little value for that great soul master. Yet it would have been a suitable soul beast for your blue-silver grass. Alas, the soul ring has already vanished." Just then, a sudden, menacing roar echoed in the distance. Another mandala snake appeared. The master's expression shifted, his gaze sharpening as a green figure swiftly approached from afar. At the entrance of the soul-hunting forest, Su Yuntao was racing towards the depths of the forest. Upon awakening, he found himself lying at the entrance. And before he could grasp the situation, a violent explosion resounded, followed by an intense light that almost illuminated the night. Suddenly, Su Yuntao recalled that Lu Yu seemed to be in that direction, and he realized that he must have been knocked unconscious by him. This is bad, Su Yuntao thought to himself, swiftly summoning his martial soul and dashing towards that location. In contrast, Lu Yu experienced no resistance while absorbing the Millennium Soul Ring of the Star Language Spirit Fox, and the process was remarkably smooth. At the moment he successfully absorbed it, his soul power surged dramatically. Level 10, Level 11, Level 13. In an instant, Lu Yu's soul power reached its pinnacle, and to advance further, he required the absorption of another soul ring. His thoughts then turned to the holy light wolf beside him. The massive wolf's body in the pit stirred slightly. Sensing the unfriendly gaze of the 2-legged creature, the holy light wolf attempted to rise and resist, but its 2 broken forelimbs could not support its enormous frame. Observing the situation, Lu Yu raised his arm without the slightest hesitation. With a resounding cry, he unleashed the breaking song bow. A simultaneous volley. Whoosh. Bang. It appeared that the potency of the breaking song bow had significantly increased following the enhancement of his soul power. The massive wolf's head shattered into fragments with a thunderous explosion. Lu Yu took a deep breath, sitting cross-legged, his mind entirely focused on the staff spirit within his sea of consciousness. Simultaneously, he channeled his soul power, gently guiding the radiant purple soul ring to rest upon his head. As the soul ring drew near, a formidable pressure akin to that of a towering mountain enveloped Lu Yu. The weight of the 5,000-year soul ring bore down upon him like a tempestuous storm, crashing against his spirit and body even before he could absorb it. It is crucial to understand that this ancient soul beast had already awakened a fragment of sentience. The Holy Light Wolf was aware that Lu Yu had been its slayer and harbored a deep-seated hatred towards him. The soul ring was imbued with an intense malevolence. Lu Yu let out a muffled grunt, a sweetness mingled with the taste of rust filling his mouth as he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. How terrifying. A 5,000-year soul ring could only be absorbed by a soul master of at least level 40. Even this mere contact was so overwhelming that if he attempted to absorb it, he would surely perish in an explosion of his own body. Even with his physique enhanced twofold, the absorption of such a 5,000-year soul ring remained an insurmountable challenge. Lu Yu murmured to himself. Even with the blood of dragons coursing through his veins, he could not guarantee success with absolute certainty. Come on. Lu Yu forcibly suppressed the boiling blood within him. He unleashed the Qixing Lotus Staff, drawing down the purple soul ring from above his head, which gradually merged into his being. In that fleeting moment, it felt as if a torrent of power surged into his body. At this moment, Lu Yu's body resembled a diminutive dam. As the energy surging into him flowed like a torrential flood, violently battering against the fragile structure, Lu Yu's skin and flesh first fissured with numerous cracks, followed by the rapid tearing of blood vessels and cellular tissues by this violent energy. Even the bones could not withstand the strain, producing a sharp sound of fracture. In that moment, Lu Yu resembled a figure drenched in blood. Lu Yu's consciousness was instantly engulfed by excruciating pain. Within the depths of his mind, a diminutive figure crouched in silence. The Star Fox's eyes reflected an intensely human-like expression of pity. Although this human possessed formidable strength, his intellect appeared somewhat lacking. To forcibly absorb a 5,000-year soul ring with a mere level 20 soul power was akin to courting death. After the overwhelming energy surged through Lu Yu's body, it directed itself towards the Qixing Lian staff, causing the azure lotus at its tip to gradually rotate. On the lotus platform, the smallest golden seed began to unfurl, giving birth to a resplendent golden lotus. The raging energies seemed to breach a threshold, forming a violet vortex that flowed into the golden lotus. In an instant, the golden lotus radiated with brilliant light, its once budding petals fully blossoming, while the lotus leaves became plump and vibrant. Simultaneously, a silver figure materialized at Lu Yu's heart, absorbing the remaining energy entirely. Chapter 13. Soul Hunting Forest, Part 4. The silver figure raised its hand, and with a delicate grip, the spatial barrier shattered. As it lifted its hand, a dreamlike river slowly manifested, its light shimmering and ethereal. Threads of energy appeared to transcend time, emerging from the void. This energy invigorated the dormant power within Lu Yu, coursing throughout his entire being. Every damaged area rapidly restored itself, yet Lu Yu's physique emerged even more formidable. The Divine Light Wolf's 5,000-year soul ring, despite having ravaged Lu Yu's body, granted him the opportunity for rebirth. With the aid of dragon blood and the silver figure, Lu Yu's form swiftly healed, becoming even more powerful. His bones, once fractured, were reforged as if fashioned from steel. Each muscle became intricately defined, brimming with explosive strength. His skin, smooth and delicate, resembled the finest white jade. Upon his reformation, he even seemed to have grown several centimeters taller. At merely 6 years of age, his robust physique could rival that of a 10-year-old child. Observing Lu Yu's renewed form, the star language spirit fox in his mind marveled at the immense power contained within this body, incredulously pondering the strength of this foolish human. In its perception, at this moment, Lu Yu was enveloped in a radiant cocoon of light, the enigmatic power contained within evoking an illusion so profound that even the star language spirit fox bowed in reverence. As Lu Yu's consciousness gradually returned to his corporeal form, the resentment of the sacred light wolf materialized within Lu Yu's sea of consciousness, transforming into a wolf shape that howled furiously at him. At that instant, Lu Yu's awareness jolted in astonishment as an overwhelming surge of silver energy erupted forth, coalescing around him into the ethereal silhouettes of silver wings. In the next moment, these silver figures began to divide, morphing into two angelic beings, each possessing a half-formed wing. Yet, they were shrouded in an endless black mist, emanating a sinister and lifeless energy, rendering these winged angels akin to demons emerging from the depths of hell, spectral and malevolent. Upon closer inspection, their visages bore an uncanny resemblance to Lu Yu himself. The soul of the sacred light wolf, upon witnessing these forms, trembled in terror, prostrating on the ground. Too frightened to utter a sound, the two winged angels simultaneously raised their right hands, gently clasping them. In an instant, the consciousness of the sacred light wolf was ensnared by a formidable force, and the next moment, like a bubble in water, it popped and vanished. Meanwhile, Lu Yu suddenly opened his eyes, and his pupils instantaneously transformed into a strange dark red hue. A terrifying aura erupted from him in an instant. A pair of silver wings adorned with eyes slowly unfurled from his body. The eyeballs on the wings shimmered with an unusual radiance, exuding an eerie presence. His once robust physique, reshaped anew, now bore intertwining patterns of dark red and silvery white. Gradually, a vertical pupil began to form upon Lu Yu's forehead. Unconsciously, Lu Yu let out a low growl, and his vertical pupils snapped open as if animated, with a single eyeball spinning incessantly. In an instant, a terrifying aura surged forth, tangible and overwhelming, radiating in all directions. Even the soul beasts within the soul-hunting forest, including those engaged in battle, suddenly ceased their movements, cowering and trembling in fear. All the soul masters in the forest felt the chilling presence of this menacing force, as though they had plunged into a thousand-year ice cavern, their bodies involuntarily shivering. Tang San, who had just absorbed a soul ring and achieved a breakthrough, felt a sudden chill envelop him, instinctively gazing towards a particular direction. "Teacher, do you sense this?" he whispered to the master beside him. "This ominous aura is peculiar. Is it from a soul beast?" The master furrowed his brow but remained silent, uncertain of the circumstances. In the extreme northern lands, beneath an icy lake, a dark altar was illuminated by a pulsating crimson flame, casting an eerie red glow across the lakebed. Strangely, the flame contracted and expanded rhythmically, as if it were breathing. Suddenly, the flame flickered violently, as if sensing something, yet quickly settled down. Simultaneously, in a magnificent hall within the distant void, an elder sat cross-legged, seemingly in meditation. Abruptly, he opened his eyes, a mysterious silver light flickering within. Behind him, an angel with silver wings materialized. "It is the essence of the divine sun," the elder exclaimed in astonishment. "But why is it intertwined with such a strange energy?" The elder murmured to himself. He withdrew his martial soul, a fleeting, enigmatic glimmer passing through his gaze. Then, a commanding voice echoed, resonating throughout the entire sacred domain. "The 12 offerings of the 4 symbols pavilion, heed my command. Immediately proceed to the mainland, ensure the divine sun's safety, and guarantee his secure return to the sacred domain." In an instant, the space warped as 12 figures cloaked in black appeared from thin air. "Yes," they responded in unison. And the space twisted again as they stepped into it, vanishing from sight. In the empire of Tiando, within the royal palace, a boy of approximately 15 years, clad in resplendent robes, appeared to be in deep meditation. A 6-winged angelic seal adorned his forehead. Meanwhile, in the spirit hall, an elderly man suddenly opened his eyes wide. And the two spoke in unison, "Angel Martial Soul." At this moment, Liu remained oblivious to the unfolding events in the outside world. He could only perceive his angelic martial soul splitting in two before losing consciousness entirely. The intricate patterns upon Lu Yu's body and the wings upon his back had vanished, and his eyes had returned to their original silver hue. By the time Lu Yu awoke, it was already the afternoon of the following day. As he opened his eyes, he found himself in a spacious room, reclining upon a soft bed. Beside him sat a woman with cascading black waves of hair, a striking presence. Lu Yu instinctively murmured to himself, "How magnificent." Upon noticing Lu Yu's awakening, the woman gasped, "You're awake," and promptly hurried out of the room. Shortly thereafter, a young man rushed in, his urgency palpable as he approached the bedside. He seized Lu Yu's arm, shaking it gently while inquiring incessantly, "You're awake. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort?" Lu Yu quickly freed himself from his grasp. "I am fine, feeling well," he reassured. Then, observing the unfamiliar room, Lu Yu inquired, "Where is this? How did I end up here?" Siyu Tao, relieved to see him well, took a seat beside him and explained. "This is the healing facility of the Spirit Hall, responsible for providing medical services to the soul masters under its jurisdiction." He continued, "When I found you in the soul hunting forest, you had already fainted, so I brought you here. However," he then shifted his tone, "Young man, you must recount everything that transpired in the forest." "All right," Liu replied. Liu nodded in agreement and subsequently recounted his experiences in the soul hunting forest to Siyu Tao. He merely mentioned the encounter with 2 soul beasts engaged in a fierce battle, resulting in mutual destruction, from which he seized the opportunity to absorb a soul ring. However, when he was about to exit, a powerful force rendered him unconscious. He refrained from disclosing the mutation of his martial soul or the fact that he was the orchestrator behind the extraordinary event. Chapter 14. The Mutation of the Martial Soul, Part 1. Upon hearing Lu Yu's account, Siyu Tao noted that it aligned closely with his own observations and thus refrained from further inquiries. Instead, he turned to Lu Yu and said, "Since you are unharmed, let us proceed. I shall take you to register as a soul master." Lu Yu suddenly recalled that all soul masters on the continent must register at the Spirit Hall to obtain their titles. Having just acquired his soul ring, he could be considered an official soul master and should proceed with his registration. Moreover, Su Yuntao had previously extended an invitation for him to join the Spirit Hall. Lu Yu followed Su Yuntao to the Grand Hall of the Spirit Hall, traversing a lengthy corridor, which culminated in a halt at its end. Before Lu Yu stood an imposing pair of towering doors, intricately carved with the image of a long sword at their center. As the two approached, the doors swung open of their own accord. Beyond lay an opulent chamber, at the heart of which was a magical array, reminiscent of the one set up by Su Yuntao in Holy Soul Village, yet this one appeared even more magnificent. To the side, a figure had been awaiting their arrival for quite some time. This individual was none other than the esteemed Bishop Matthew of the Spirit Hall in Nodding City, a 33rd level Soul Master. Su Yuntao began his introduction, saying, "Bishop, this is Lu Yu, the one I mentioned to you, possessing innate full soul power and dual martial spirits." Bishop Matthew exuded a warm demeanor, devoid of any airs of superiority typical of his rank. "All right, I shall dispense with any unnecessary formalities. Let us commence directly," he declared, gesturing for Lu Yu to step forward. "Stand at the center of the array, just as you did when awakening your martial spirit, and summon forth your spirit." Lu Yu concentrated his attention, summoning his martial spirit. In the next moment, a staff materialized in his hand, encircled by a rotating golden lotus. Two silvery figures flashed past behind Lu Yu. Matthew, catching a glimpse of the fleeting shadows, momentarily thought he was imagining things. Though brief, he undeniably beheld the angelic martial soul, and what puzzled him further was the presence of two figures. Beside him, Su Yuntao was equally bewildered. How had Lu Yu's martial soul changed from before? In the next moment, an even more astonishing sight unfolded. Two purple soul rings gradually materialized beneath Lu Yu's feet. A Millennium Soul Ring. Matthew was utterly astounded. How could a 6-year-old child, who had only awakened his martial soul a few months prior, possess not one but two Millennium Soul Rings? Setting aside the formidable challenge of absorbing such rings, how had he survived encounters with Millennium Soul beasts? The confusion on Su Yuntao's face swiftly transformed into shock. Indeed, this young lad had triumphed. "Now, please place your hand upon the crystal ball to assess your soul power," Matthew urged, struggling to suppress his inner astonishment and forcing himself to remain composed. As a slender hand made contact, the crystal ball emitted a faint glimmer of light. Level 1. As the radiance dimmed, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Matthew was left utterly perplexed. Everything that had transpired today was beyond belief. A soul master with a Millennium Soul Ring at the tender age of 6 possessed merely level 1 soul power. A voice shattered the stillness. "I will grant you the medal. Do not be too disheartened. Level 1 is not insurmountable for training." Matthew reassured Lu Yu, then turned to Su Yuntao. "Please escort him back." Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy. Upon returning to the academy, Lu Yu sought a secluded and tranquil spot to unravel the mysteries surrounding his soul power. Having recently absorbed 2 Millennium Soul Rings, he believed he should possess at least a level 21 soul power within him. Yet, inexplicably, he felt not a trace of it. Could it be that the reconstruction of his body had completely drained it? That seemed unlikely, for he had distinctly sensed a flicker of soul power moments ago. Something was amiss. There was an anomaly within his being. Lu Yu furrowed his brow, sensing the vitality coursing through his body. Powerful, far more formidable than before. Lu Yu glanced at the towering tree beside him. With a swift motion, he executed a horizontal kick, and in an instant, the entire tree was severed at its base. The force of his kick must have been around 5,000 pounds, at the very least. Lu Yu gazed at the towering tree before him, contemplating. If Xiaosan were to receive this kick, it would likely render him incapacitated. Although his soul power had dissipated, his physical prowess had undergone a remarkable transformation. Lu Yu opened his eyes and attuned himself to the surrounding environment. He could hear the recitations of the students within the distant teaching building, the explanations of the teacher at the podium, and even the distinct buzzing of bees 1,000 meters away. Lu Yu understood that his body had truly undergone a process of destruction and rebirth, having completely exhausted the dragon blood within his dantian. And after enduring the purification of 2 millennia-old soul rings, coupled with the assistance of his silver martial spirit and his previous endeavors to transcend his physical limits, he had attained his current physique. Ha ha ha, now I can contend with soul masters of the 40th rank using merely my physical prowess. A smile graced Lu Yu's face. As for soul power, Lu Yu sat cross-legged, embarking on his meditation. In an instant, the soul energy of the entire academy surged violently, converging towards a singular direction. The next moment, A vortex of soul energy materialized above the academy, rendering countless teachers and students speechless in astonishment at the sight before them. Somewhere within the academy, Tang San, who was sweeping fallen leaves, was equally taken aback by the spectacle. Was there a formidable being cultivating? He promptly abandoned his broom and hurried towards the center of the vortex. Upon his arrival, he observed a considerable crowd had gathered, including the master himself. "Master, do you know what is happening?" Tang San inquired. The master remained silent, gesturing for him to look ahead. Tang San shifted his gaze to the center of the vortex, where he beheld a familiar figure seated in meditation. "Brother Yu." Upon noticing the two purple soul rings beneath Lu Yu's feet, Tang San's astonishment deepened. Meanwhile, Lu Yu remained oblivious to the external circumstances, fervently absorbing the surrounding energy. Level 1, Level 2, Level 4, Level 5, Level 10, Level 11, Level 20, Level 21, Level 29. In less than 2 hours, Lu Yu's soul power skyrocketed from 0 to an astonishing 29. Lu Yu estimated that his current soul power was approximately at the 29th level. However, at that moment, he felt an immense suction emanating from his heart, as if the soul power he had just absorbed from the outside world was instantly swept away. Gazing at the celestial angel appearing at the center of his heart, Lu Yu instantly comprehended the whereabouts of his soul power. However, he sensed that the silver silhouette seemed unyielding, with its pull intensifying incessantly. Within Lu Yu's being, a vortex of soul energy began to form. At that moment, as the energy surged uncontrollably, a familiar sensation of impending rupture arose. Again, just as Lu Yu feared that he might perish from the overwhelming force, a golden lotus quietly emerged at the center of the vortex. As the lotus slowly rotated, Lu Yu's soul energy surged once more, reaching the pinnacle of the 19th level. Just when he believed that this tumultuous experience had finally come to an end, the golden lotus unexpectedly guided the flow of soul energy. Moments later, the energy re-emerged, yet it had transformed into a more refined essence. Each extraction imposed varying degrees of pressure on both body and spirit, yet it remained far from the limits of what Lu Yu could endure. Lu Yu seemed to have discovered a new world. Chapter 15. The Mutation of Martial Soul. Part 2. Since the Golden Lotus can refine soul power, can it also compress soul power? Lu Yu's primary offensive weapon is the breakthrough crossbow. As for the Black Gold Club, it may serve well for ambushes, yet it holds little advantage in direct confrontations, consuming soul power akin to the breakthrough crossbow. The potency of the breakthrough crossbow escalates with an increase in soul power. Thus its demand is considerable. Furthermore, his first martial spirit, the Azure Lotus, possesses a healing effect that is unparalleled among support-type soul masters, albeit at a substantial cost. Previously, he could rely on dragon blood to sustain himself, as excessive strain on soul power burdens the body. However, the dragon blood has been entirely expended in the process of bodily refinement, leaving no reserve energy. Consequently, Lu Yu contemplates the compression of soul power. This endeavor requires exceptional physical prowess from the soul master. Thus, ordinary soul masters are utterly incapable of bearing the burdens imposed by soul power compression and would not even consider such a measure. This elucidates why, upon reaching certain thresholds, one must hunt soul beasts to acquire soul rings in order to ascend to the next level. Lu Yu recalled the protagonists from the fantastical novels he had read in his previous life, where compressing spiritual energy and wielding power were as commonplace as daily rituals. Challenging foes beyond 1's level often relied on explosive force or the terrifying depletion of their energy reserves. At this moment, Lu Yu's physique perfectly remedied that shortcoming. Without hesitation, he decided to take action. The compression of soul power marked a profound transformation. While others utilized a level of soul power as if it were merely 1 unit of currency, he could wield it as 2 or even 3 units. Consequently, a single soul skill could be employed multiple times: soul breathing, form 1, triple strike. The growth of soul power was indeed incremental, with the disparity between levels becoming increasingly pronounced in later stages. In the realm of soul masters, even a single rank difference at the title Dolua level could determine the outcome of a battle, illustrating the vast chasm between them. As a transmigrator, it would be remiss not to leave a slight tremor in this world. To merely survive in the later stages through a mundane approach seemed utterly bleak. Lu Yu opened his eyes and observed that the day had grown late. Wait a moment. Why are there so many people here? Lu Yu discovered that he was surrounded by a throng of people, all of whom were faculty and students of the academy. with the esteemed figure of the master prominently among them. Everyone regarded him with the gaze typically reserved for a curiosity, sending a shiver down Lu Yu's spine. During this time, several students were dismissed by their teachers under the pretext of disrupting their studies. However, a handful remained, including Xiao Wu and Tang San. "Ah, look, Lu Yu has awakened." A melodious voice shattered the surrounding silence as Xiao Wu exclaimed in delight upon seeing Lu Yu open his eyes. The scene unfolded at the No. 6 dormitory of the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy. Upon awakening, Lu Yu found himself surrounded by a circle of people, nearly succumbing to a profound embarrassment. Fortunately, his strong psychological resilience allowed him to nonchalantly depart as if nothing were amiss. Earlier, he had been summoned by the master, yet curiously, the master inquired nothing. He merely requested Lu Yu to display his soul ring and then promptly dismissed him. Lu Yu recalled the master's expression of utter disbelief upon witnessing the 2 Millennium Soul Rings, murmuring "impossible, impossible," and the silence that enveloped him as he departed. He could not help but feel a twinge of astonishment at the impact brought forth by a time traveler. Indeed, the master's innate talent for martial soul mutation was constrained, leaving little hope for his cultivation journey. Thus, he devoted all his energy to the study of martial soul rings. Having just taken in Tang San, a disciple of remarkable perfection, he was on the brink of realizing his theories, only to be confronted by Lu Yu, an extraordinary anomaly, which dealt a staggering blow to his convictions with the revelation of 2 Millennium Soul Rings. How could he not be affected? Lu Yu shook his head, dismissing his thoughts. He turned over, tucked himself in, and appeared to drift into a peaceful slumber. In truth, his consciousness had entered the system space. Host, Lu Yu Soul Power, Level 21, Soul Master, Martial Soul, Prayer Star Lotus Staff, Variant, Time and Space Angel, Variant, Points, 2,100 Inventory, Playing Cards, Blueprint. Black Gold Staff Tasks, Check-in at the Rose Hotel, Points, 300, Check-in at Flandre's Grocery Store, Points, 300, Lu Yu gazed at the unexpectedly abundant points with great perplexity. System, how did I accumulate so many points? Is this even possible after striking Su Yuntao with a blunt weapon? Lu Yu was taken aback. If similar tasks were to arise in the future, wouldn't it be a surefire way to gain experience points with a subtle strike? The system noted, understood. I shall be cautious in the future. Oblivious to the system's exasperated demeanor, Lu Yu declared, I wish to draw a lottery. No sooner had he spoken than a familiar prize pool materialized before him. 10 beams of light emerged, neatly arranged in front of Lu Yu. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Basic Elemental Magic, Fundamentals of Magical Circles, and a bag of Building Cement 8. The system, glancing at the 2 black leather-bound books in Lu Yu's hands, exclaimed, How fortunate you are. You always manage to draw something valuable. Valuable? Upon hearing this, Lu Yu was perplexed. Just these 2 books? Indeed, to others, these tomes might hold little value. However, the system remarked, they are precisely what you need to unlock the potential of your martial soul. Martial soul? Potential? Indeed, your primary martial soul, the star-invoking lotus staff, is a genuine staff of remarkable prowess. Yet, is it not an auxiliary-type martial soul? Lu Yu was increasingly perplexed. No. The Star Prayer Lotus staff is one of the supreme staves from another world, a fusion with the chaotic blue lotus. Another world? Supreme? Staff? Chaotic blue lotus? Indeed. This implies that even without obtaining a soul ring, I could strengthen myself merely through the study of magic. Not at all. Your body possesses no elemental attributes. Even if you were to learn, you would be incapable of utilizing it. Then what am I to do? Hunt soul beasts, acquire soul rings, and gain the corresponding elemental attributes. And what of my martial soul being divided into 2? The time-space angel is inherently composed of the powers of time and space, which your current physique cannot endure. The present configuration is merely to accommodate your existing body. As for the Star Prayer Lotus Staff and the Chaotic Blue Lotus, they are indeed 2 separate entities. To prevent overwhelming your body, this system has temporarily sealed and compressed their powers. The Chaotic Blue Lotus, one of the 3 great primordial treasures of the Hongwang world, and you conceal it? What exactly is your origin, system? The origins of this system. Just as the system began to speak, Lu Yu suddenly found himself engulfed in darkness, the interface vanishing in an instant. Moments later, it returned to normal. What just happened? It seemed as though the system was forcibly logged off. Did I inadvertently reveal something I shouldn't have? At this moment, Lu Yu was utterly perplexed. System? "Are you still there?" Liu cautiously inquired. "System?" There was no response. Exiting the system, his consciousness returned to the realm of reality. Hum, the intermittent sound of Wang Hu's snoring drifted from beside him. At this moment, Lu Yu was devoid of sleep, not solely due to the sound of snoring, but also because of the recent performance of the system. Never mind. Since the system is powerless to resist, it is beyond the reach of my current realm. Let it go. Let me ponder the matter of soul power compression for now. With this thought, Lu Yu settled into a cross-legged position and began to meditate. Chapter 16. Millennium Soul Technique. The following day, at dawn in the soul-hunting forest, a thick mist enveloped the forest, draping this verdant world in an air of mystery. The silhouettes of trees emerged and faded within the fog, as if stepping into another realm. In the distance, the cries of soul beasts echoed through the air. A silver-haired figure deftly maneuvered through the woods, sprinting forward. With a powerful thrust of his left foot against the ground, he leaped gracefully into the air, twisting his body mid-flight. He swiftly raised his hand, and with a whoosh, 3 arrows shot forth with incredible speed. Thud! One of the soul beasts was struck and fell to the ground, as a yellow soul ring slowly materialized around it. The young man executed a backflip in midair, landing softly and silently on his feet, as agile as a soaring bird. Sunlight filtered through the trees, illuminating the youth's face. Liu sheathed his tattered crossbow and sought a tranquil spot to sit cross-legged. Early in the morning, he arrived at the soul-hunting forest. Upon entering with his badge, he chose a location near the heart of the forest. Generally, soul masters would not venture too close to this area, and Liu took the precaution of clearing the surrounding soul beasts to ensure that he would not be disturbed. Liu closed his eyes and summoned his soul power to wander, subsequently merging it into the golden lotus within his sea of consciousness. The soul power surged into the lotus, and after a brief moment, it flowed out again, appearing even more refined. As the exquisite soul power continued to emanate, Liu began to attempt the compression of this energy. It was feasible. With the continuous compression of the soul power, a vortex of energy formed once more, centered around the golden lotus. At that moment, the small fox, nestled within Liu's sea of consciousness, was abruptly roused. What was happening? What had transpired? In the next instant, the small fox's gaze was captivated by the vortex of soul power before it. Such pure soul energy. Meanwhile, Liu absorbed the energy while compressing it, until the morning mist dissipated. By noon, the blazing sun stood high in the sky. Liu opened his eyes. A glimmer of azure light flickering within. He spread his palm, and a staff quietly materialized, atop which a blue lotus blossomed delicately, channeling his martial spirit. The lotus seed transformed into a golden lotus. The petals of the golden lotus gradually unfurled, each one remarkably plump. Double the soul power, compression complete. Liu felt the essence of the soul power within him, which had diminished in size, yet grown exceedingly pure, and a smile of delight graced his face. Although this orb of soul power appeared to be at the level of 20, it could undoubtedly function as if it were at the level of 40. Based on current experience, the further one compresses soul power, the more formidable it becomes. By the time one reaches the tidal Dolua level, the power contained within each rank becomes increasingly terrifying. If compressed 4 to 5 times, even facing a deity on the Dolua continent, I would still be able to make contact. At that moment, Liu suddenly sensed that his soul power was gradually dissipating. What is happening? Not again. He hurriedly entered his spiritual sea, only to behold a snow-white little fox climbing beside the soul power vortex, absorbing the overflowing energy. With 3 tails gently swaying behind its pristine form, it appeared to be the star language spirit fox, now possessing its 3rd tail. After a considerable time, the little fox seemed to have had its fill, resting its head on its front paws and drifting into a deep slumber. Upon witnessing this scene, Liu couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. First, it was his martial soul, and now it was the little fox. Was he merely being utilized as a soul power purifier? Nonetheless, it mattered little. After all, the diminutive creature could hardly absorb a significant amount, and he could always recompress it. In truth, Liu had another purpose for compressing soul power. It served to catalyze the evolution of the Chaos Green Lotus into various other forms. In the primordial era, the 3 small leaves of the Chaos Green Lotus transformed into the 3 supreme treasures: the map of mountains and rivers, the book of river and Luo, and the Qingping sword. The map of mountains and rivers vividly depicted the landscapes, cityscapes, and myriad living beings, as if capturing an entire world within its confines. Furthermore, it possessed the formidable power to seal the deities of mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas, rendering it a treasured artifact of sealing. The Book of River and Luo, a product of the very fabric of heaven and earth, was forged not by human hands, but inscribed with the essence of countless living beings from the vast universe. After being acquired by the Emperor Tuo, it was further studied to develop the Grand Celestial Star Array. As for the Qingping Sword, it was the companion sword of the Celestial Master of Heaven, a weapon that, alongside the Tai brush and the three treasures of the Jade Rui, constituted the three paramount treasures of the Supreme Old Lord, the primordial Heavenly Venerable, and the Celestial Master of Heaven. In that moment, he envisioned himself with a treasured sword at his waist, clad in white robes, traversing the world with his sword in hand, seeking out the sword Dolua to engage in a duel to refine his swordsmanship. The mere thought was undeniably dashing. However, these were merely figments of Lu Yu's imagination. It was crucial at this juncture to ascertain the specifics of his soul skills. Now, let us explore the soul skills that these two Millennium Soul Rings have bestowed upon him. Lu Yu murmured softly as he summoned the freshly compressed soul power. The azure lotus gradually unfurled, and a lotus seed floated forth, transforming into a resplendent golden lotus that blossomed slowly. Two violet soul rings emerged gently from beneath Lu Yu's feet, with the 1,000-year soul ring shimmering brilliantly. The first soul skill. Immediately, the golden lotus radiated an intense brilliance, and countless stars began to twinkle around him. Subsequently, the celestial starlight converged into Lu Yu's body in an instant. Within Lu Yu surged an overwhelming power. The records indicate that the star language Spirit Fox possesses the ability to amplify the essence of the stars. Indeed, the Millennium Soul Ring has inherited this remarkable ability. On a clear night, the amplification effect could potentially double. Moreover, this enhancement applies to all areas, suggesting an amplification nearly reaching a full twofold. Under the night sky, it could double again, and with the presence of stars, it may increase yet again. Lu Yu was enveloped in a gentle veil of starlight, as if meteors were streaking across the surroundings. Lu Yu recalls that in the original work, there exists a sect known as the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, whose ancestral martial soul, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, is an enhancement type support martial soul. Each of their soul skills corresponds to a specific amplification effect. However, his own soul skill offers a comprehensive enhancement. Depending on the circumstances, this amplification effect is likely to endure for approximately 1 hour. It is indeed a soul skill bestowed by a Millennium Soul Ring. What would be an appropriate name for the first soul skill? Lu Yu pondered softly, contemplating that the effect of inheriting the star language Spirit Fox's celestial amplification could be aptly named Celestial Ode. Immediately thereafter, he summoned his soul power. The second soul ring radiated with brilliance. The golden lotus erupted with renewed splendor. Whoosh! The golden light swiftly coalesced into beams, shooting forth in rapid succession. Whoosh! 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 Laser-like beams erupted, severing the surrounding trees with ease. The trunks crashed to the ground with a thunderous sound. What a spectacle! Lu Yu was astounded by the scene before him. The destructive force was no less formidable than the radiance unleashed by the Holy Light Wolf during its assault on Lu Yu. Wait a moment. Lu Yu appeared to have an epiphany, prompting him to once again channel his soul energy. The golden lotus blossomed anew, radiating brilliance. Yet this time it did not converge into a singular beam of light, but rather transformed into 3 luminous orbs. Subsequently, these orbs surged forth towards a towering tree in the distance. Just as they were about to collide with the trunk, the 3 luminous spheres abruptly veered off, darting in 3 distinct directions. Boom, boom, boom. The surrounding trees were instantly obliterated. Indeed, he could manipulate their trajectory, although the velocity was somewhat lacking in comparison to the precision of their direction. Lu Yu murmured to himself, "The second soul ring inherits the destructive power of the Holy Light Wolf. Henceforth, it shall be named the Light of the Sacred Domain." The only drawback of these 2 soul abilities is their substantial soul power consumption. However, Lu Yu is capable of compressing his soul power, rendering this concern moot. Just as Lu Yu was lost in thought, a snow-white figure suddenly appeared beside him. Chapter 17. The Soul Ring Delivered to His Door. A little fox? Lu Yu was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the star language Spirit Fox. Soon after, he noticed that the little fox appeared somewhat on edge. The star language Spirit Fox vigilantly scanned its surroundings, crouching low, ready for combat at any moment. Could it be that danger lurked nearby? Before he could finish his thought, a streak of azure light crashed down onto the spot where Lu Yu had just been standing. Fortunately, Lu Yu reacted swiftly and evaded the attack in time. Not far away, a wolf-like spirit beast, entirely clad in azure, was menacingly observing both the man and the fox. A striking emerald-green wind pattern was prominently displayed on its forehead. Lu Yu vaguely recalled having encountered this soul beast in the Soul Beast Encyclopedia. It was the wind demon wolf, a creature of pure wind attribute, seemingly around 3,000 years old. The system had indicated that the more singular the attributes of the hunted soul beasts, the more refined the corresponding powers bestowed by the soul rings, resulting in an amplification of the magical prowess displayed. It felt as though sleep was beckoning, and just then, a pillow was offered. Truly, the heavens conspire in my favor. Within Lu Yu's heart, a sense of joy blossomed. However, he suddenly noticed that the little fox's gaze towards the wind demon wolf was rather unsettling. The starry language spirit fox fixed its glare on the foe before it, seemingly wishing to rend it to shreds at that very moment. Had it not been for this bothersome foul wolf, it would not have lost its territory. Had it not lost its territory, it would not be wandering in the forest, and thus would not have encountered the holy light wolf, leading to the loss of its physical form and a mere existence in a spectral state. Meanwhile, the wind demon wolf surveyed the pair with a mocking glint in its eyes, its disdain palpable, as if to say, "What does it matter if you found a human ally? You are still bound for doom. Does it harbor a grudge against you?" Lu Yu turned to the little fox. The starry language spirit fox, exhibiting a remarkable understanding, nodded affirmatively. "Very well, then, this beast is as good as doomed." As Lu Yu pondered, a blade of wind flew towards him with astonishing speed, arriving before him in the blink of an eye. "Damn!" Lu Yu silently cursed and swiftly evaded. "Do you? Wolves of the soul beast realm have such an affinity for ambushes?" Before the words could fully escape his lips, several blades of wind surged towards him. The purple soul ring beneath his feet gradually materialized, shimmering with violet radiance. First soul skill, Starlit Tribute. The lotus seed transformed into a golden lotus, which unfurled gracefully, radiating splendid starlight. The starlit spirit fox appeared to be enveloped in a flow of celestial light alongside Lu Yu. To his astonishment, a phantom of a fourth tail emerged beside the third tail of the starlit spirit fox. With a low growl, the fox raised its four tails high, the tips gathering starlight. With a flick of its tail, 4 orbs of tail beast essence shot forth. Bang, 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 bang. The wind demon wolf transformed into a streak of azure light, its forepaws barely touching the ground when several beams of light erupted forth, leaving its massive form no room to evade. Instantly, multiple gaping wounds appeared upon the wind demon wolf, blood gushing forth profusely. Lu Yu made his move. The second soul skill, Radiant Beam of the Sacred Domain. With pinpoint accuracy, Lu Yu remained utterly vigilant. The soul ring beneath his feet shimmered with a violet glow. Activating his second soul skill, Orb of Sacred Light. Boom. The ground erupted, creating a massive crater. It was a complete miss. Suddenly, a claw shimmering with a slick green light lunged at Lu Yu. Faced with the menacing claw, Lu Yu remained unfazed. "Little fox," he called out. Hearing this, the wind demon wolf's pupils expanded rapidly, revealing 4 glowing orbs. Bang! 4-tailed beast balls struck simultaneously. The wind demon wolf was sent hurtling backward, crashing through several large trees before landing heavily on the ground. Realizing it was outmatched, the wind demon wolf unleashed a flurry of wind blades. Instantly, its body was enveloped in a layer of azure light, and a fierce wind began to swirl around it. Then, it turned and dashed in another direction. This is bad. It intends to flee. Upon perceiving the precarious situation, Lu Yu once again summoned the Golden Lotus. With a flourish, he unleashed his second soul skill, Radiant Sphere of the Holy Domain. 4 luminous orbs darted forth, swiftly positioning themselves before the wind demon wolf, obstructing its path. Bang! The spheres erupted with a tremendous force. The wind demon wolf, caught unawares, found its visage utterly disfigured in an instant. Just then, the starlit spirit fox, bearing Lu Yu upon its back, arrived just in time. Lu Yu exerted force through his legs, leaping gracefully into the air. He retrieved a heavy club from his spatial ring, channeling his soul energy into it, and delivered a formidable blow to the nape of the wind demon wolf's neck. Bang! The bewildered creature, still reeling from the recent explosion, had no time to evade the strike and was knocked down by the forceful swing. Aside from the marks left by the explosion, its head bore no other wounds. The power behind my strike was sufficient to rupture its brain, yet astonishingly, no scars were evident. Liu gazed at the black and gold staff in his hands, murmuring to himself, "Truly, it is an artifact with remarkably low physical damage." Liu initially intended to hand over the Wind Demon Wolf to the little fox. However, to his surprise, the little fox returned the Wind Demon Wolf to him. "Are you suggesting that I should absorb its soul ring?" Liu, filled with curiosity, inquired, while the Star Language Spirit Fox nodded once more. Subsequently, it turned and moved aside, standing guard as if to protect Liu during the absorption of the soul ring. Upon witnessing this situation, Liu ceased to be polite. He first unleashed the previously compressed soul power, elevating it to the 30th level, as the Wind Demon Wolf would not awaken anytime soon. He then raised the broken Song crossbow, aiming at the most vulnerable spot of the Wind Demon Wolf, gathering strength. Whoosh! A single strike delivered a fatal blow. Subsequently, a purple soul ring gradually materialized. Liu sat cross-legged, summoning the Star Prayer Staff, channeling his soul power as he gradually guided the soul ring to hover above him. With each soul ring absorbed, Liu felt a remarkable ease compared to his previous attempts, without the overwhelming surge of soul power threatening to rupture his body. After all, at the 30th level, the longevity for absorbing soul rings had increased, and the age of this Wind Demon Wolf conveniently fell within that range, rendering the entire process exceptionally smooth. After a brief moment, Liu opened his eyes, his right palm facing upwards, and the Qixing Lian staff materialized before him. At that moment, the Azure Gem, one of the 7 precious stones at the staff's tip, began to radiate a brilliant light. It appeared that each gem corresponded to a specific attribute, and acquiring the corresponding soul ring would illuminate it. As Liu's heart stirred, 3 soul rings gradually emerged from beneath his feet. However, as he gazed at the soul rings at his feet, a look of confusion washed over his face. A verdant soul ring? The 3rd soul ring of Liu gleamed with a resplendent azure light. Liu recalled that the colors of soul rings on the Doloa continent were only white, yellow, purple, black, and red. Yet, his soul ring was a vibrant emerald green. Could it be due to his status as a traveler from another realm? At that moment, the Star Language Spirit Fox, who had just approached, gazed at the azure soul ring beneath Liu's feet with a look of perplexity. In all the years she had encountered soul masters, she had never seen such a hue. Even the ancestral memories inherited from the previous Star Language Spirit Fox did not mention an emerald soul ring. Indeed, this human was extraordinary, and she felt a sense of discernment. Subsequently, Liu looked up to see the little fox bowing slightly. "Are you indicating that I should ride upon you?" The Star Language Spirit Fox nodded. Liu turned over and sat up, and immediately the Star Whispering Spirit Fox rose, surveying the surroundings before swiftly darting off in a chosen direction. Alas, Liu nearly stumbled, swiftly grasping the soft white fur on the back of the little fox to lower his center of gravity and stabilize his form. Chapter 18. The Mysterious Book. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind whistled past Liu's ears, while the surrounding trees seemed to recede rapidly in his vision. "Little fox, where are we headed?" Liu expressed his confusion. Having posed no less than 10 questions along the journey, yet the Starry Language Spirit Fox beneath him seemed oblivious, solely focused on the path ahead, offering no response whatsoever. As twilight descended, the evening glow drifted away, and a luminous moon gradually ascended. At last, the Starry Language Spirit Fox halted before a cave. Yet it did not enter immediately. Instead, it led Liu in a semicircle, ultimately pausing before a cluster of wild grass. "What is this place? Why does the little fox seem so familiar with it? What purpose has it brought me here for?" Just as Liu pondered these questions, the spirit fox used its front paw to part the grass, lowering its body, and then, astonishingly, half of it vanished from view, illuminated by the bright moonlight. Liu discerned that behind the grass lay an opening, slightly smaller than the fox itself, necessitating its crouched posture. Observing the half-visible spirit fox peering back at him, Liu comprehended that it beckoned him to follow. The initial part of the cave was oppressively damp, yet as they ventured deeper, it opened up into a spacious area, where the roots of an unknown plant on the stone walls emitted a faint glow, preventing the tunnel from being overly dark. Suddenly, the fox halted, and Liu, caught off guard, collided with its back. "What is the matter?" With a heart full of uncertainty, Liu stepped forward, only to behold a vast cavern that unfolded before him. At its center stood a colossal stone pedestal, upon which rested a milky white crystal, roughly the size of a human head. This exquisite gem continuously exuded droplets of crystalline liquid, which flowed through the fissures of the pedestal, gradually converging into a slender stream that pooled into a small basin at the low point beneath the stone, directly in front of the water's edge. A magnificent soul beast resembling a gigantic gorilla loomed, its arms, chest, and back encased in obsidian armor that shimmered with a chilling radiance. Behind it, a smaller gorilla-like creature stood, flanked by two wind magic wolves, whose appearance mirrored that of the ones Liu had slain during the day. Save for the distinctive scars that marred the right eyes of both wolves, stretching from their foreheads to the corners of their mouths. Among the beasts, two earth-splitting apes could be found, with the largest boasting an impressive age of at least 8,000 years, while the other three were no less than 6,000 years old. Liu couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath, realizing that this formidable assembly was far beyond what he could contend with at present. At this moment, Lu Yu and his companions found themselves positioned in the upper right corner of the cavern, overlooking the scene. The four soul beasts appeared to be in a deep slumber, rendering the situation relatively secure. Could it be that the little fox brought me here with the intention of seizing that white crystal? Lu Yu turned to the side, casting a puzzled glance at the little fox beside him. The star-language spirit fox, sensing Lu Yu's bewilderment, gestured for him to look at the crystal at the center of the stone pedestal. Indeed, those four soul beasts were not something he could confront at his current level. A direct encounter would surely leave him severely injured. Immediately, Liu shook his head at the little fox, pointed towards the tunnel behind them, and made a gesture with his right index finger to indicate silence, signaling to exit quietly. Having returned from the soul-hunting forest late at night, everyone else was fast asleep. Liu stealthily pushed open the dormitory door, and familiar sounds of snoring greeted his ears. He climbed onto his bed, his consciousness entering the system space. System? Lu Yu inquired tentatively. Is there something you need? Upon hearing the system respond normally, Liu felt a wave of relief wash over him. Do you recognize that white crystal from earlier? I'm not sure. I haven't seen it before. All right then. System, how many points do I have left? After hearing the system's reply, Liu felt a tinge of disappointment and then asked, after deducting the last 10 consecutive draws. How many points remain? You have 100 points left. Would you like to draw? Looking at the remaining points, he unhesitatingly chose to proceed with the draw. In the familiar lottery pool, 10 luminous orbs soared forth. Suddenly, Lu Yu's eyes brightened. Among the 10 orbs, 2 were golden. What extraordinary luck! Since he began drawing, he had consistently received gold, leaving even the system astonished. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained 6 units of construction cement in the Merlin's magical diary. The items have been placed in the system warehouse. Please check. Remaining points, 100. Warehouse. Blueprint for playing cards. Construction cement. This is remarkable. Lu Yu gazed at the system repository, a flicker of excitement igniting in his eyes. If only he could acquire this object to effortlessly procure the white crystal for the little fox. As his consciousness returned to the present, he found himself holding a peculiar tome. The book was crafted from what appeared to be some form of animal hide, its surface adorned with an intricate tapestry of interwoven runes, at the center of which lay a metallic carving of a magical eye. Upon opening the cover, the pages revealed a subtle yellowing, exuding an aura of antiquity. Strangely, not a single word was inscribed within. As he closed the book, a sudden occurrence startled him. The metallic eye on the cover abruptly opened. What on earth? Lu Yu felt a shiver run through him. The runes on the cover erupted in a brilliant light, and he sensed something new awakening within his mind. A soul from another realm, favored by the divine. In the name of the great sorcerer Merlin, who is it that has awakened my dormant self? The most illustrious grimoire, Mahalik, Andahal, has begun to speak. Lu Yu was utterly astonished by the scene before him. This book could actually speak. As Mahalik noticed the prolonged silence, it couldn't help but mutter to itself, pondering the boy's lack of responsiveness. Clearing its throat awkwardly, it said, "Young man, do you wish to study magic with me? To become a great sorcerer and ascend to the pinnacle of the world?" Who's there? Why are you talking at such a late hour? Came a drowsy voice in response. Seeing that Wang Hu was about to awaken, Liu thought to himself, oh no. With swift reflexes, he brandished the black gold staff and struck Wang Hu on the head. Thud. Wang Hu fell back into a deep slumber. Fortunately, he hadn't seen anything. Liu quickly tucked the astonished spellbook into his embrace and quietly fled the dormitory. In the academy's small grove, Mahalik was released from Lu Yu's grasp, floating in midair while reflecting on Lu Yu's adept use of the staff. Then, it gracefully leapt out of the window from the second floor, executing the movement with fluidity and precision. Is this boy truly a good person? At this moment, Liu gazed intently at the enigmatic book, which had just claimed to possess the ability to teach him magic. He inquired, "Did you just say you can teach me magic?" Upon hearing this, The magic book regained its composure and coughed discreetly. I am Merhalik Andahal, created by the hands of the greatest wizard in history, Merlin. If you are willing to dedicate yourself to learning with me, you shall undoubtedly become a formidable force renowned across the continent of Austin. Austin continent? Where is that? Liu replied, this is Doloa continent, not some Austin continent of yours. Merhalik was momentarily taken aback, questioning whether he had misheard. Which place did you say this is? Doloa continent, Liu affirmed. Observing Liu's calm demeanor, Merhalik was thoroughly perplexed. He recalled what his last master had told him before his slumber. When someone could awaken him, that individual would be his new master. However, it had never been mentioned that he would traverse worlds. Young man, tell me everything about this Doloa continent. Quickly, Merhalik's large eyes fixated on Liu Yu with intense focus. Chapter 19. The Magic Apprentice. My name is Merhalik Andahal, a wise magic book, or more precisely, a magical diary. My creator and former master was the greatest wizard of the Austin continent, Merlin. I began as an ordinary diary for Merlin, but as time passed, I gradually developed consciousness and, under my master's tutelage, came to master various forms of magic. However, as my master's life approached its end, fearing that I might be exploited by malicious individuals to harm the continent, he placed a seal upon me, allowing only those with a righteous and benevolent heart to awaken me. Thus, I fell into an endless slumber, believing it would be eternal. To my astonishment, I have awakened once more, and in a different world no less. Even more surprising is the fact that the one who has awakened me is a mere child. Reflecting on his adeptness with stealth techniques, I cannot help but question whether he truly embodies the righteous and kind-hearted spirit my master spoke of. Through these past few days of interaction, I have gradually come to understand that I am situated in a world known as Doloa. Observing this world, I have discovered that its inhabitants lack magical attributes and cannot practice magic. Instead, they awaken a phenomenon known as martial spirits, enabling them to cultivate soul power, which can be acquired through the hunt for soul beasts, yielding a substance called soul rings. The most powerful individuals are referred to as Tidal Doloa, akin to the 9th-tier forbidden spellcasters of the Austin continent. Yet, the child who awakened me possesses a unique soul ring, along with an innate wind magic attribute. Although it is a singular attribute, his talent and mental prowess are astonishing. At merely 6 years of age, he wields the strength of a 3rd-tier magician, with mental acuity surpassing that of a 4th-tier magician, nearing the limits of a 5th-tier magician. In the distance, a figure soared swiftly above the treetops, only to be confronted by a massive boulder ahead, seemingly destined for an imminent collision. Liu Yu, however, remained unperturbed, murmuring, "The fierce wind and sharp blade shall cleave." Immediately, the emerald gem atop his staff radiated brilliance as he deftly waved his wrist, unleashing a flurry of wind blades in an instant. Bang! The massive boulder was instantly reduced to mere rubble. Liu executed a stylish drift, momentarily suspended in midair. Through diligent effort over the past few days, he had adeptly mastered wind attribute magic, exemplified by his recent use of the wind blade for cutting, the wind control technique for flight, and the gale step for increased speed. The casting of spells necessitated incantations. The higher the tier of magic, the longer the chant required, along with an extended preparatory phase. However, Liu's mental fortitude surpassed that of the average mage, enabling him to cast lower-tier spells virtually without incantation. The system has proven trustworthy. This magical soul ring indeed possesses remarkable capabilities. This grimoire certainly holds considerable power. Liu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Yet, in the next moment, a sycophantic smile instantly adorned his face. Hee, esteemed Master Merhalik, look at how proficiently I have mastered these few spells. When will you teach me some more powerful ones? Desire to learn magic, is it? Very well. However, the levitating Merhalik gazed down at Liu Yu, whose face bore a blend of flattery and reverence, his small vertical pupils gleaming with pride. You possess only one wind attribute. Any spells from other attributes would be beyond your grasp, not to mention their application. Merhalik deliberately paused at the turning point, feigning a casual glance. Observing Liu Yu's face fall in disappointment, he couldn't help but smile triumphantly, thinking to himself, it is child's play to manipulate this little rascal. Nevertheless, I can impart to you a few spells that solely utilize mental energy, considering you possess a modicum of talent. Otherwise, Liu gazed at the self-satisfied Merhalik, a derisive smile playing upon his lips. Were it not for the lack of other spell books in the system's shop, I would not have to grapple with the incomprehensible text of elemental magic fundamentals. For now, this insufferably arrogant tome is my only recourse. and though its character leaves much to be desired, it does impart knowledge effectively. One day, I shall undoubtedly pour chili pepper water into its insufferable eyes. How dare it control my body to enter the ladies' restroom in the dead of night? Fortunately, the darkness concealed my face, or else my illustrious reputation would have been irreparably tarnished. How could I possibly maintain my status in the dormitory or present myself as a figure of authority before the third party? Lu Yu has already envisioned the scene where Tang Xin mocks him upon learning of this matter. Is it true? What kind of magic is it? Something truly extraordinary? While harboring such thoughts, Lu Yu maintained an outward demeanor of eager anticipation, his expression deserving of an Oscar nomination for its artistry. Mo Holic, clearly delighted by this reaction, found his gaze wandering unpredictably. Hee, the magic I am about to teach you is called mental piercing. Mo Holic, relishing the moment, observed Lu Yu's bewildered yet admiring countenance, feeling a surge of satisfaction within. Though the name may sound unremarkable, it is indeed a formidable magic capable of transcending levels. Transcending levels? Indeed, to master this spell, one must possess formidable mental strength as a foundation. Moreover, the casting time is virtually non-existent. What is more impressive is that mental energy is intangible and imperceptible to foes, allowing one to catch stronger opponents off guard or to strike from the shadows, eliminating enemies without a trace. I humbly beseech you, esteemed senior, to impart your wisdom. Since you have earnestly sought my guidance, I shall generously share my knowledge. Now, lend me your ears closely. This is the essence of mental piercing. Evening descends. Lu Yu is nearly exhausted, sprawled on the ground. The mental strain from the psychic piercing had drained him significantly. Despite his mastery of the myriad meditations, it could not offset the toll incurred. Fortunately, after an afternoon of diligent practice, Lu Yu had become adept at this skill, capable of rendering anyone within 100 meters unconscious at his command, unless their mental fortitude vastly surpassed his, leaving them no chance of resistance. Just as Lu Yu closed his eyes to recuperate, a small, snow-white figure unexpectedly emerged from the shadows, extending its delicate pink tongue to incessantly lick Lu Yu's chin. Lu Yu felt a sudden itch at his chin, unable to suppress a laugh. A celestial star fox. Beside him, Mo Holic was astonished, letting out a peculiar cry upon seeing the star-language spirit fox. You little rascal, you actually possess a celestial star fox? Lu Yu was utterly perplexed by Ma Horic's reaction. What is the matter? The little fox is my first spirit ring. Is there an issue? What? You claim it is your first spirit ring? Ma Horic's astonishment grew. The illusionary star fox is a cherished creature of the night, and to harm them would invoke a curse from the stars. How is it that you remain unscathed? Lu Yu appeared equally perplexed. Is the little fox truly of such significance? Yet, why is it that I remain unscathed? Chapter 20? Equal contract? Unequal treaty? Hey, kid. This illusory star fox is among the most exalted of summoned beasts. Forming a contract with it will bestow upon you the blessings of the stars, Mayor Holic elaborated thoughtfully. I strongly advise you to establish a contract with it now. Once the agreement is made, your fates will be intertwined. It seems this little creature has already recognized you, which will spare you a great deal of trouble. Lu Yu cast a glance at the fluffy white creature in his arms, and in the next moment, his gaze met the shimmering, expectant eyes of the little fox. What should I do? Lu Yu turned his gaze towards Mo Holic and inquired. This is quite simple. Relax your mind. Regardless of what transpires in a moment, do not resist or feel anxious. I shall guide you. In the next instant, the grimoire unfurled, unleashing a blinding radiance, and the pages rustled vigorously. Two contracts gradually materialized between the individual and the fox. You shall each offer a drop of your essence. As Mo Holic's words fell, a crimson droplet emerged from the center of each of their foreheads, merging into the two contracts. Now, it is time for you to bestow names upon one another. Lu Yu pondered. Since you have become my contracted beast, why not take my surname, Lu? Xingyu the spirit fox. How about Lu Xingxing? No, that sounds too kitsch. How about just Star? Or perhaps Moon? Lu 6. Lu Yu's little mind sparked with inspiration. Why not call it June? The star language spirit fox nodded joyfully, seemingly quite pleased with the name. All right. Now it is your turn to bestow a name upon him. Wait a moment. What did you just say? Upon hearing this, Lu Yu found himself questioning whether he had misheard. Could you please repeat that? Who is bestowing a name upon whom? Of course, it is it that shall bestow a name upon you, Mayor Holic replied with an air of certainty. Although the illusory star fox is a high-ranking contract-summoned beast, the celestial pet is far from mere fantasy, possessing intelligence that rivals that of humanity. Thus, A contract of equality must be established. Moreover, this is a unique contract, one that cannot be signed by others. A contract of equality? Lu Yu exclaimed, his expression one of bewilderment. Indeed, Merholik affirmed. A contract of equality signifies that both parties hold equal status, rendering the notions of master and summon irrelevant. In times of need, each may summon the other. Mutual summoning? Lu Yu murmured, and then a spark of realization illuminated his face. This could be incredibly advantageous. It may even save one's life in critical moments. I have struck gold. He laughed heartily. Hey, have you lost your wits? Merholik remarked, observing Lu Yu's foolish grin with disdain. Haha, ahem, it's nothing. Please, continue. Very well, proceed with naming him. Merholik instructed the little fox. You may choose any name you fancy, be it Zhang San, Li Si, Wang Wu, or Zhao Liamatzi. Step aside. Do not cause any more trouble. Liu pushed aside Merholik with a bemused expression. Little fox, no, June, do not heed his nonsense. I believe in you. He said, gazing at June with a warm smile. June furrowed her brows slightly, her ears twitching adorably. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated June's face, and a constellation of shimmering starlight coalesced before her, forming 3 elegant characters. Lu, Siyue? Why does it sound so much like a girl's name? Well, it's already commendable that you didn't choose names like Zhang San, Li Si, or Wang or Matzi, yet you still find something to nitpick. Merholik once again faced Lu Yu with a perplexed expression. The final step involved establishing a mental link, which would complete their contract. As the mental connection gradually formed, Lu Yu felt an influx of knowledge within his mind, and his mental fortitude grew stronger. Suddenly, the sky erupted with starlight, and a beam of light descended from above, enveloping Lu Yu and June, while the surrounding stars danced in a celestial rhythm. In the next moment, Lu Yu felt an exhilarating lightness, and he began to float in midair alongside June. The swirling starlight flowed continuously towards them, ultimately merging into their beings. At that moment, within Lu Yu's sea of consciousness, countless stars began to coalesce into a vortex, comparable in size to the nearby soul power vortex. The swirling vortex emitted a peculiar radiance, with a luminous orb resembling a full moon gracefully pirouetting at its center. The scene was simply breathtaking. As the beam of light dissipated, Lu Yu and June gently descended to the ground. How marvelous! Suddenly, a gentle and sweet voice echoed in Lu Yu's mind. Is that June's voice? How melodious! Oh dear, no. I am a virtuous person. She is merely a little fox. I must maintain my composure. My heart belongs solely to the elegant elder sister. Once a connection is established, you can communicate telepathically, comprehending each other's intentions without the barrier of language. Merholik interjected, moreover, congratulations, young man. You now possess the qualifications to learn night magic. Night magic? Lu Yu inquired, puzzled. Indeed, night magic does not fall under elemental or chaotic magic. It exists as a distinct category. The difficulty of mastering it is quite formidable. To pursue this form of magic, one must either be born with the celestial body of stars or obtain the blessing of the starlit fox through a contract. You are fortunate to belong to the latter. Night magic is further divided into 3 categories: stellar arts, lunar magic, and certain forms of dark magic. It sounds rather impressive, Lu Yu remarked. Impressive indeed. Its practical application is equally formidable. However, the challenge of mastering night magic surpasses that of all other magical disciplines. Even my master and creator, the legendary Grand Mage Merlin, had only a superficial understanding of it. His third girlfriend, who possessed the celestial body of stars and the blessing, barely managed to grasp lunar magic. Merlin's third girlfriend? Lu Yu expressed his astonishment. Hey, is that the crux of the matter? Please refrain from digressing. My apologies. Please continue. What was her prowess like? At that time, she was the youngest 6th-tier mage on the continent of Austin, having achieved the strength of a half-step 7th tier at the tender age of 35. Under a full moon, she could contend with a slightly weaker title de loi from your world. Remarkable. Lu Yu's eyes widened with excitement. I want to learn. I want to learn. Young man, have you truly considered this? The difficulty of cultivating night magic is extraordinary. Even I only possess a rudimentary understanding. Once you delve deeper, guidance will be scarce, and you will have to navigate the complexities on your own, Merholik cautioned earnestly. Furthermore, this path includes dark magic, which can corrupt one's mind, posing a risk of losing oneself to madness. In a more favorable scenario, you may spend your entire life without making any significant progress, wasting precious time. Liu waved his hand, interrupting Merhalik's words. You need not say any more. My mind is made up. I possess more significant reasons that drive me to become stronger. The resoluteness in his gaze even caused Merhalik to flinch. Merlin, I seem to perceive your shadow in this child. Chapter 21. The 12th level Soul Master. Very well. Since your attitude is so resolute, I shall offer you my guidance. As night fell, as Liu walked along the path back to his dormitory, he rubbed his aching head, while Merharik masqueraded as an ordinary book cradled in Liu's arms. The intricacies of astrology proved to be quite challenging. The obscure star maps nearly cost him his life. Just as he reached the foot of the dormitory building, Liu noticed a throng of students encircling the entrance, their voices rising in a cacophony. Hey, I heard your martial spirit is a rabbit. If you lose, how about becoming our boss's pet? Xiaolai boasted with an air of arrogance. If I win, I don't care if you're the boss or not. From now on, I shall be your leader. Xiaowu retorted, her cheeks flushed with anger as she glared at Xiaolai. At her words, a wave of derision erupted from the upperclassmen, led by Xiaolai. Wang Hu and Ling Fei. Xiaolai sneered, you? I never expected a little girl like you to have such a big mouth. A mere freshman dares to openly challenge us upperclassmen. You should inquire about me. I, Xiaolai, stride through Nodding Academy unopposed. Who would dare to defy me? Such nonsense. Xiaowu huffed, hands on her hips. You upperclassmen only know how to chatter. If you have the guts, let's fight. With that, Xiaowu stormed forward, only to be restrained by Wang Sheng, who grasped her arm. Sister Xiaowu, you're strong. Let me go first and gauge their strength. All right, but be careful, she replied. Seeing Wang Sheng step forward, Xiaolai scoffed. Humph, a worthless fool like you doesn't even warrant my brother's intervention. Wang Hu swaggered to stand before Xiaolai. As a defeated foe, allow me to show you the might of my father, the tiger. Today, I shall leave you searching for your teeth. Wang Sheng called out, summoning his martial spirit to attack Wang Hu. Both of their martial spirits manifested as 2-meter-long staffs, and the two engaged in a fierce exchange, their strikes intertwining. For a brief moment, neither could gain the upper hand. Wang Sheng, a work-study student, possessed considerable strength, and his staff technique was relentless, though lacking in discipline, relying solely on instinct. Although Wang Hu was physically weaker, his technique was methodical, clearly honed through practice. His staff danced gracefully in his hands, adopting a strategy of retreat to wear down his opponent. In contrast, Wang Sheng's every strike drained his energy significantly, and as fatigue set in, Wang Hu seized the moment, shifting from defense to offense with a powerful downward strike. Wang Sheng raised his staff in a panic to block, yet felt no impact. With a disdainful smirk, Wang Hu lowered his body and pivoted, the staff reappearing in his grasp. He pushed off the ground, twisting his waist to generate force, and thrust the staff forward, aiming directly at Wang Sheng's chest. Caught off guard, Wang Sheng stumbled back a few steps, nearly losing his balance, before a strong hand steadied him. Thank you, third brother, he said. Wang Sheng clutched his chest, which ached faintly, and turned to express his gratitude to Tang San. Tang San shook his head slightly, replying, no need for thanks. Xiao San, why did you arrive only now? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu glanced over, her face lit with surprise. How can you say that? You rushed here to challenge without waiting for me. Are you confident? Tang San, at a loss for words, remarked that he had just returned from Master S side and was confronted with this scene. What was there to wait for? They were already bullying us, demanding that I become their new leader as pet. Have you heard about this new leader? Tang San seemed puzzled. It was said that Xiaolai had some connection to the Lord of Nodding City, and his strength was commendable. Who in Nodding Academy could possibly become his leader? Hey, are you all still going to fight? Wang Sheng has already lost. If you want to continue, hurry and switch opponents. The boisterous voice of Wang Hu rang out from the center of the arena. Fight. Of course we will. But, Xiao Wu pointed at Xiaolai, glaring fiercely. I want to challenge you. Me? Xiaolai was taken aback, incredulously pointing at himself. Is it really me? Indeed, it is you. What is the matter? Are you afraid? The senior students erupted in derisive laughter. Ha ha ha. Although Brother Xiao was defeated by Old Master Lu in just a few moves, he is still a genuine soul master with the soul ring. Exactly. Has this little girl lost her mind, daring to challenge Brother Xiao? Xiaolai felt a wave of frustration. What did they mean by being defeated in a few moves? Although true, was it necessary to state it so bluntly? Nevertheless, he found some comfort in the latter remarks. Fine, I accept your challenge, Xiaolai said with an air of confidence. Given that you are a girl, I want to use my soul skills. All right, that is what you said. As she spoke, Xiao Wu propelled herself off the ground and lunged forward, throwing a punch aimed directly at his face before he could react. Xiao Lai hastily raised his hands to defend himself. Feeling no pain but realizing instead that his arms were seized, Xiao Wu gripped his forearms and arched her body in the air, delivering a powerful kick to his waist. He stumbled, nearly losing his balance. "You're attacking from behind," Xiao Lai accused, pointing furiously at Xiao Wu. Meanwhile, Tang Xin could only face-bomb in exasperation. "Ugh," Xiao Lai muttered, martial soul manifestation. A green light enveloped him, his eyes transforming to a haunting emerald hue. His hands morphed into claws, launching an immediate assault. The sharp claws glimmered with a chilling brilliance. Xiao Wu, undeterred, shouted defiantly and charged forward again. "Humph, you want to catch me with the same trick twice." Xiao Lai swiftly retracted his claws, halting his movement, and swiftly kicked out with his right foot, aiming directly at Xiao Wu's abdomen. A sudden noise echoed as Xiao Lai's right foot was about to strike, only to be met with a sharp pain radiating from the inner side of his left knee. As if struck by an unseen force, he instantly lost his balance. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Wu employed her cunning again, grabbing Xiao Lai's arm and sending him crashing to the ground. With a resounding thud, Xiao Lai fell awkwardly, sprawled out in the distance. Observing the entire scene, Liu couldn't help but sigh. The Xiao Wu was truly adept at using hidden tactics. It was evident that she had discreetly squeezed a few pebbles and struck Xiao Lai's knee. However, with her remarkable skill, few could discern what had transpired. These children, having been bested by him, still lacked the wisdom to refrain from provoking trouble. After a moment of contemplation, Liu shook his head and approached. The others, witnessing Xiao Lai's ejection, wore grim expressions. Were the work-study students truly this formidable? At that moment, Xiao Lai had just managed to rise from the ground, his heart filled with astonishment. This was the second individual who had defeated him without utilizing soul power. "Well then, since you have lost, you must honor the agreement," Xiao Wu stated. "Agreement? No, I can't." Xiao Lai vehemently shook his head. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's irritation flared. "What? Do you believe I am unworthy of being your leader?" In an instant, a yellow soul ring emerged from beneath her feet. Xiao Wu, a first-year work-study student, was a level 12 One Ring Soul Master. Simultaneously, her ears began to elongate, gradually rising from the sides of her head, resembling an adorable little rabbit. Chapter 22, The Century-Old Soul Ring. Tang San's astonishment at that moment, everyone was taken aback. A century-old soul ring. Tang San gazed at the yellow ring, his own heart filled with astonishment. He had only acquired his century-old soul ring with the help of the master. How could Xiao Wu, a mere work-study student, possess one as well? What's wrong? Are you unhappy upon seeing my century-old soul ring? Xiao Wu glared at Tang San, feigning anger. No, not at all. Tang San replied awkwardly, suddenly realizing that Xiao Wu also possessed innate full soul power, her talents rivaling his own. He had not anticipated her to be so unassuming. "Even if your talent surpasses mine, it still means nothing," Xiao Lai asserted defiantly. "What? Are you truly unwilling to honor the agreement?" No. If you wish to be my leader, you must first defeat our Luda," Xiao Wu insisted eagerly. "Then let your Luda or that arrogant fellow come out so we can have a fair match." Xiao Lai pointed towards the back, saying, "Look, our Luda is right behind us." The crowd turned to look behind them, where a figure gradually approached. "Big brother? Yuge? Luda?" As Lu Yu leisurely approached, Tang San silently acknowledged his earlier conjecture. Indeed, the only new student to enter the 6th dormitory recently was none other than Brother Yu. Having witnessed Brother Yu's prowess firsthand, it was evident that dealing with Xiao Lai should pose no challenge for him. Luda, Lu Yu, how intriguing that they share the same surname. Xiao Wu, observing the newcomer, appeared somewhat perplexed. "Are you truly the esteemed Luda they speak of?" Before Lu Yu could respond, she exclaimed with excitement, "Now you can battle with me, right? Previously, you claimed I lacked a soul ring, but I now possess one. Moreover, I just defeated your little brother, so this time you have no reason to decline." Upon hearing this, Lu Yu felt a wave of speechlessness wash over him. Alas, it seems this hurdle cannot be surmounted. It is endless. "Very well. Shall we establish a wager once more? Just as before, the victor shall be deemed the leader." Upon hearing Lu Yu's agreement, Xiao Wu exclaimed with excitement, fearful that he might retract his words. Upon hearing these words, Lu Yu could not help but chuckle inwardly, recognizing the childishness of the situation. "I shall agree to your request, but what? It is not for the present moment?" Xiao Wu inquired. What do you mean? You are not going to concoct another excuse to dismiss me, are you?" She added. "Not at all. You have just finished a match and must be feeling fatigued. Moreover, the night is advancing. It would be prudent for you to rest well. Let us reconvene here in 3 days at the same hour, shall we? Very well, very well. We shall meet again in 3 days at the same time, and you must not go back on your word. Xiao Wu insisted anxiously, fearing that Lu Yu might change his mind. Indeed, it is settled then. After dispersing the crowd, Lu Yu turned and returned to the dormitory. Boss Lu, why have you scheduled the competition for 3 days from now? Wouldn't it be simpler to defeat that young girl right now? As Lu Yu lay down on his bed, Wang Hu inquired beside him, why do you care so much? Boss Lu surely has his own plans. Hurry up and sleep. Or else we'll have a quiz from the fierce teacher tomorrow. Xiao Lai interjected. Oh, how difficult it is. Such a miserable fate. Wang Hu lamented, recalling the impending quiz from their strict homeroom teacher, which felt like a death sentence for someone like him, who struggled academically. If only the heavens would grant me even half of Boss Lu's intellect. Lu Yu, with a resigned smile, adjusted his blanket and prepared for slumber. It was not that he did not wish to respond. Rather, he was simply drained of energy. Earlier, on the way back to the dormitory, June had suddenly declared her intention to enter seclusion for a breakthrough, utterly depleting the soul power he had painstakingly compressed, leading him to fall into a deep sleep. Unresponsive to any calls, even his mental energy had been affected, leaving him utterly fatigued. The fade he had maintained in front of everyone was entirely forced. Had he lingered any longer, his charade would have been exposed. Thus, he had proposed a duel 3 days hence, as in his current state. Even a gentle slap would render him senseless. In the first-floor dormitory, among the work-study students, Wang Sheng, eager to glean information, rushed to Tang San as soon as he returned. Third brother, based on your reaction earlier, do you know that Boss Lu? Yes, we are from the same village. His grandfather is the village chief and has always looked after my family, Tang San replied. Then Xiao Lai must be incredibly powerful. For him to acknowledge Lu as his boss, it seems clear that Boss Lu possesses formidable strength, Wang Xing remarked. Indeed. Brother Yu is endowed with innate full soul power and wields dual martial souls, Tang San added. Then isn't Sister Xiao Wu's duel in 3 days rather precarious? Hey, you two, what are you whispering about? Are you discussing something unspeakable? Xiao Wu's voice pierced through unexpectedly, sending a chill down Wang Sheng's spine. And no, Sister Xiao Wu, I was merely concerned for your safety the day after tomorrow, Wang Xing stammered. Concerned for my safety? So you doubt my ability to win? Xiao Wu's gaze turned icy. You are merely sowing discord before battle. It seems you seek punishment. She raised her iron fist. As her fist descended towards him, Wang Sheng turned and fled. The next moment, a cry of distress echoed. Tang San shook his head in resignation, a slight smile playing on his lips. They are still just children. Yet, as he reflected on the earlier scene, he found himself deep in thought. Brother Yu's condition seemed off today, his steps unsteady, his eyes vacant. Although his voice sounded normal while speaking to Xiao Wu, it was evident to me, through my training with the purple extreme demon eye, that he was merely putting on a fade. His proposal for a duel with Xiao Wu clearly served as a delay. What could he be concealing? Tang San was engulfed in confusion. 3 days had swiftly slipped away, and in the blink of an eye, the day of the duel had arrived. Beneath the dormitory, the same group of individuals had gathered, yet at this moment, all eyes were fixated on the petite girl at the center. Hey, where is your esteemed leader, Lu? Xiao Wu exclaimed, her impatience palpable. Is it possible that he is too timid to show up? Impossible. Our leader Lu is always true to his word. When he says he will come, he will certainly arrive. Yet, Xiao Lai felt a twinge of uncertainty. It had been nearly half an hour, and he wondered where Lu had vanished to. Tang San's heart was also filled with perplexity. Usually, Yu was quite punctual. What could possibly be amiss today? What had transpired over the last 2 days that seemed so out of sorts? Nearby, a work-study student couldn't help but remark. I believe your so-called leader Lu is simply afraid of losing to Xiao Wu, which is why he hasn't shown up. Exactly. Exactly. Hey, do you have any right to speak here? Xiao Lai retorted angrily. As the crowd murmured, a figure gradually approached. Chapter 23. The Millennium Soul Ring, Tang San's Great Tooth. From a distance, a silhouette could be seen making its way toward them. As Tang San observed Lu Yu's approach, a wave of intrigue washed over him. His purple extreme demon eyes activated instinctively. You seem to have grown significantly taller. Though he was merely a few months older, he appeared nearly half a head taller than Tang San, who was also 6 years old. Had he absorbed a century-old soul ring as well? Tang San's astonishment deepened at the thought. He had barely managed to hunt down the mandala snake with the Master's assistance. Could it be that you had truly hunted a century-old soul beast alone? Despite the turmoil within, Tang San maintained an outward composure. Meanwhile, the two combatants in the arena were already engaged in a fervent exchange. Naturally, this was a result of Lu Yu intentionally holding back. Xiao Wu's movements were swift and agile, her strikes clean and decisive, yet they hardly affected Lu Yu. After all, her strength was limited. What truly posed a challenge to him was her remarkable flexibility. In an instant, two long rabbit ears sprouted from Xiao Wu's head, and a fluffy, spherical tail appeared at her lower back, indicating her transformation into her martial spirit state. A yellow soul ring materialized beside her, shimmering with brilliance. Liu gathered his strength and swung a punch, only to be caught by Xiao Wu. With a powerful push from her calves, she leapt into the air, her body soaring gracefully. Nearby, Xiao Lai observed this familiar scene, a twinge of pain flaring in his ribs, as he recalled being thrown out just the day before by this very move. Oh no, big brother Lu, he thought, worry gnawing at him. On the other side, Tang San watched the unfolding drama, his mind drifting back to a recent battle with Xiao Wu. A flicker of unusual emotion crossed his gaze. This was Xiao Wu's first soul skill, the waist bow. He had nearly fallen victim to it himself. How would brother Yu respond? In the next moment, Xiao Lai's eyes widened in astonishment as Lu Yu executed an impressive maneuver. Truly, he was deserving of his title. At the instant he was captured, Lu Yu deftly grasped Xiao Wu's wrist, pivoting his waist and using his legs to propel her away, sending her flying through the air. Her petite form performed several flips, almost losing balance, but fortunately, a strong hand steadied her. As Xiao Wu turned around, she was met with the sight of a youthful, delicate face. In that fleeting moment, their eyes locked, and a blush crept onto both of their innocent faces. Tang San felt a rush of warmth across his cheeks just then, when an exasperated voice interrupted the moment. Hey, 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 must you two showcase your affection right now? Lu Yu embraced himself with both arms, gazing ahead at the two individuals entwined in an affectionate embrace. How absurd, thought he, that two people, collectively nearing their 30s, were publicly subjected to such overt displays of affection by mere children. Upon hearing this, Tang San instantly turned his head away, retracting his hand from a certain someone's waist, and raised his right fist to his mouth, feigning a cough. On the other hand, Xiao Wu, having transformed into a spirit beast, possessed a limited understanding of the dynamics between human relationships, gleaned only from the gossip exchanged by spirit masters who ventured into the forest to hunt soul beasts. Moreover, her current interests lay solely in fighting and asserting dominance, so she paid little heed to Tang San's peculiar expression. Accepting defeat gracefully, she lamented, "You win. You are the boss." Although somewhat disheartened by the fact that her opponent had not employed any soul skills, and had not even summoned their martial soul, she had already utilized her martial soul's abilities, making her victory seem insufficient. Yet, in the next moment, her sparkling eyes brimmed with renewed determination. Next time, I shall defeat you fairly. Then, with a hint of curiosity, Xiao Wu inquired, "Are you truly just a support-type soul master? May I see your martial soul?" When she first learned from Tang San that Lu Yu was a support-type soul master, she found it utterly hard to believe, especially since Tang San could engage her in a competitive exchange. According to Tang San, Lu Yu's strength was on par with his own. Yet the notion of him being merely a support-type soul master seemed utterly implausible. Hearing this, Lu Yu let out a resigned smile. In the next moment, a surge of formidable soul power erupted from within him, and an exquisite staff embedded with 7 gemstones materialized in his hand, with a blue lotus gracefully revolving around it. Simultaneously, 3 soul rings slowly emerged beneath Lu Yu's feet. Purple, purple, blue. The azure soul ring emitted a faint sound of wind. The onlookers were utterly astonished by the spectacle before them. What? Purple soul rings. The first and second soul rings. Is this truly merely an auxiliary soul master? 3 soul rings. A 30th level soul master, my heavens. Who exactly is Lu Da? Is he really only 6 years old? Is this even human? The crowd's exclamations of astonishment rose and fell. An azure soul ring? Xiao Wu gazed at Lu Yu's peculiar 3rd soul ring. And despite having lived for over 10,000 years, she had never encountered such an unusual soul ring. She even began to suspect whether Lu Yu was, in fact, a million-year-old soul beast that had transformed into human form. Tang San, standing nearby, was so shocked that he found himself at a loss for words. A 1,000-year soul ring. And 2 of them. Is Brother Yu truly this powerful? The term genius scarcely suffices to describe Brother Yu. He is nothing short of a prodigy, an extraordinary being beyond compare. Lu Yu felt somewhat embarrassed under the astonished gazes of those around him, awkwardly rubbing his nose. Indeed, such a highly scrutinized occasion was not suitable for him. Humility was his true forte. He then withdrew his martial spirit and soul rings. To Xiaowu, he remarked, "As you can see, I am merely an auxiliary soul master. As for my soul rings, it was merely a stroke of luck that I stumbled upon them." Just as Xiaowu was about to respond, Lu Yu interrupted her. "I won the previous match, so you need not call me boss anymore. Just refer to me as Brother Yu, like you do with Xiao San." Turning to the onlookers, Lu Yu called out, all right, today's contest concludes here. The day is growing late. Everyone should head back and rest, for we have classes tomorrow. You lot should refrain from causing trouble. Do not constantly challenge others to duels. It is rather unbecoming for a group of grown men to bully a newcomer, especially a young lady, and to lose at that. Are you not concerned about your reputation? Lu Yu chastised Wang Hu and the others who were watching the scene unfold, and after delivering his reprimand, he turned and strode towards the dormitory building. Wang Hu and his companions, taken aback by the sudden scolding, were at a loss. After all, today was supposed to be Lu Yu's big moment. So why were they being implicated? They hadn't even lost. Enough of this nonsense. Let us just head back and rest, Xiao Lai suggested, having been completely won over by Lu Yu. In fact, he had begun to regard Lu Yu as the epitome of his aspirations. As Lu Yu ascended the stairs, he suddenly felt a searing gaze fixed upon him, sending chills down his spine. Yet, having just put on a grand display in front of everyone, Lu Yu reveled in the exhilaration of his performance. It was exhilarating to strut his stuff for the first time. Am I possessed today? He mused. Will turning back now diminish my stature? Lu Yu suppressed the curiosity within him, turning his back without a glance, leaving the crowd with a chilling silhouette. Wow, Boss Lu is so handsome. Several young girls were smitten, captivated not only by his formidable strength, but also by the allure of his retreating figure. The boys present merely curled their lips in disdain, silently asserting, I am the most handsome, you know. Of course, they only dared to voice this contention in the recesses of their minds. Chapter 24. The temptation of returning to the village in the work-study student dormitory. Tang Sen lay on his bed, his mind swirling with thoughts. My 100-year spirit ring was obtained with the help of my teacher. Yet even so, it was fraught with peril. Brother Yu says it was sheer luck, but just the absorption of a 100-year spirit ring nearly cost me my life. Brother Yu's talent is indeed terrifying. I cannot fathom how powerful he has become now. Tang San, why aren't you sleeping? What are you thinking about? Suddenly, Xiaowu's voice broke through Tang San's reverie, pulling his thoughts back to reality. Although Notting Academy permits male and female students to share dormitories, it is generally understood that the space is divided into male and female areas. Only Tang San and Xiaowu are an exception. Their beds are not only adjacent but also share the same blanket. This arrangement arose because Xiaowu lacked a blanket, prompting Tang San to, albeit reluctantly, offer half of his own. However, a pillow serves as a boundary between them. Fortunately, Tang San's blanket is sufficiently large to accommodate both. Nothing much, Tang San responded, only to realize the silence beside him. Xiaowu's breathing had steadied. It appeared she had fallen asleep. Yay, the holidays are finally here. The brief semester had flown by, and the elementary students, having completed their final exams, erupted into jubilant cheers within the dormitory as they busily packed their belongings. As Tang San stepped out of the dormitory building, he spotted Lu Yu already waiting outside. Brother Yu, Tang San called from a distance, only to notice that Lu Yu's hands were empty, prompting a wave of confusion. Brother Yu, where is your luggage? Upon hearing this, Lu Yu raised his left index finger, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, it is all contained within here. The Spatial Soul Guide. Tang San's gaze immediately fell upon the ring adorning Lu Yu's finger. Indeed, it was bequeathed to me by my grandfather. We should hurry. He mentioned he would come to fetch us and should be arriving at the entrance by now. Tang San nodded in acknowledgement. Lu Yu and Tang San walked ahead. And upon noticing Xiaowu trailing behind, Lu Yu playfully draped his arm over Tang San's shoulder, squinting his eyes with a teasing grin. Well, little San. It's only the first semester, and you're already bringing a girl home. Uncle Hao must be overjoyed. A slight cough escaped Tang San, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. Brother Yu, please refrain from your baseless speculations. Xiaowu is merely visiting because her family is away, and I invited her to stay in the village for a couple of days. Just as he was about to further clarify, a sweet voice chimed in from behind. What are you two whispering about? Oh, it's nothing. We were just discussing how to best host you in Saint Sol Village, as you are our esteemed guest. Liu turned back to explain, and then cast a meaningful smile at Tang San at the school gate. After searching for quite some time, Liu Yu and his companions found no trace of village chief Jack. Could it be that the elderly chief misremembered our holiday schedule? It is quite possible. Considering his advanced age, forgetting such details is rather commonplace. Xiao San, Xiao Yu. Just as Tang San and Liu Yu were enveloped in confusion, a gruff voice resonated through the air. Uncle Zhou? Liu Yu was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the arrival of Uncle Zhou. As the sole carpenter in the village, Uncle Zhou was known for his simplicity and kindness. With his craftsmanship, he could have easily led a comfortable life. However, he was burdened by a wayward brother, a gambling addict whose repeated misfortunes often led to Uncle Zhou having to bail him out, leaving his family in dire financial straits. Although their lives were frugal, they managed to get by. Uncle Zhou, what brings you here? Where's my grandfather? Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingping's expression stiffened slightly, and he replied, Xiao San, Xiao Yu. You are both good children, but it would be best for you to return home and see for yourselves. What? Tang San, who was beside him, immediately grew anxious. Uncle Zhou, has something happened at home? What is wrong with my father? Xiao San, do not panic. Uncle Hao is in good health. Surely, nothing grave has occurred. Let us return to the village with Uncle Zhou and ascertain the situation. Liu Yu reached out and gently patted Tang San's shoulder in a comforting gesture. According to the original storyline, at this juncture, Tang Hao should be in disguise, secretly safeguarding Tang San. However, Tang Hao, being a titled Doluot, was a formidable presence capable of navigating the continent with ease. Yet, from Uncle Zhou's words, it seemed that troubles had also befallen my family. Could it be that the old village chief was also a hidden powerhouse? Goodness, this speculation had crossed Liu Yu's mind long ago, particularly when old Jack bestowed upon him the space ring, at which point he had believed it to be a cherished heirloom of the village chief. Now, it appeared that the situation was far more intricate than he had imagined. Moreover, the village chief seemed to recognize the silver-white token in his possession. Just who were his biological parents? Why did this Doluo realm seem so divergent from his understanding? Sitting in the carriage, Liu Yu furrowed his brow, lost in a myriad of thoughts. As the carriage arrived at the village entrance, Tang San hurriedly leaped out and, without a moment's pause, sprinted toward home. With Xiao Wu trailing closely behind him, Liu Yu dismounted with gratitude, offering his thanks to Zhou Qingping, who promptly returned home. Watching the departing figures, Zhou Qingping shook his head and sighed, lamenting the potential of such fine young individuals. Alas! With that, he leisurely drove his horse-drawn carriage towards the workshop. Eek! Grandfather! Liu cautiously pushed open the door and called out. There was no response. The room was unsettlingly quiet. Liu stepped into the room, instantly stirring up a cloud of dust. He couldn't help but let out a puff, raising his hand to fan the air before him. The abundance of dust within the room suggested that his grandfather had been gone for quite some time. Liu Yu pondered, his gaze sweeping around the room. The utensils were arranged neatly, and aside from a layer of dust, everything remained as it was when he had departed. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, Liu caught sight of something on the table. Was it a letter? He stepped forward, took the envelope from the table, scrutinizing it closely, and then swiftly tore it open to reveal a piece of yellowed stationery. Liu carefully examined it before placing it on the table. He then proceeded to fetch water, mop the floor, and wipe the table, just as he always did. After completing these tasks, it was already late at night. After Liu Yu had settled Mo Holik comfortably, he promptly retired to bed. The little fox, since succumbing to a deep slumber last time, showed no signs of awakening. In the stillness of the night, it seemed as though Liu Yu was the sole inhabitant of the world. Outside, the moon hung high amidst a scattering of stars, while a gentle breeze caressed the blades of grass, wafting a coolness through the window. The silver-haired youth on the bed appeared serene, his breathing steady. His sleeping visage resembled a delicate blossom, quietly unfurling in the night, as the breeze stirred the curtains, tenderly brushing against his exquisite features. This scene resembled a pure and beautiful painting, and in the tranquil night, the youth's breath became the most enchanting melody. Another gust of evening wind, reminiscent of a mischievous child, frolicked within the room. Fearing to disturb the peacefully sleeping boy, the playful wind moved silently. Unbeknownst to him, a yellowed letter slipped from the table, landing softly on the floor. Chapter 25. The visitor Xiao Yu. By the time you read this letter, I shall no longer be present. Your grandfather has pressing matters to attend to and must depart for a while. The funds within the ring will suffice for your needs for some time. Should you graduate from the junior academy and I have not returned, proceed to Shrek Academy to report. There lies something your grandfather has left for you. Remember, the existence of that item must remain a secret from everyone. Take heed. As for your origins, that you have never inquired, I know it weighs upon your mind. All the answers lie within that silver token. If you wish to uncover everything, that token is of utmost importance. Outside, the wind howled, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder. At a wooden table, a stooped figure set down his pen, lifting his gaze to the window, swaying precariously in the tempest. He secured the yellowed letter and moved to the window, hand raised, intending to draw it closed. Suddenly, a shadow materialized, and with a swift thrust, a slick tentacle pierced the elder's throat. Crack! A flash of silver lightning illuminated the obsidian night. Grandfather! Liu let out a startled exclamation and suddenly fell from his bed. Thud! Hissa! The unexpected pain in his backside caused the young boy to gasp sharply, and he then reached up to wipe the beads of sweat from his forehead. What is it, you little magical prodigy? At that moment, the ethereal presence of Mohalik was drawn to the sudden noise and floated over. Did you have a nightmare? Liu stood up while rubbing his backside and said, I just dreamed of my grandfather, a rather unsettling dream. Anla comforted him. It's only natural to think of those we care for during the day and dream of them at night. It's evident that you hold your grandfather dear in your heart. Besides, dreams often convey the opposite of reality, suggesting that your grandfather is currently thriving. Do not fret too much. Unexpectedly, you possess quite a talent for offering solace through your words. Upon hearing this, Liu was slightly taken aback. Indeed, this tome is none other than the exclusive diary of the greatest wizard in history, Merlin, the most formidable grimoire of the Austin continent. Where are you off to? Just as Mohalik was rather proudly introducing himself, he realized that Liu had already descended the stairs. I'm preparing breakfast, esteemed grimoire. Would you care for some? Humph. The cycle of grains, a mere mortal endeavor, which this grimoire holds in disdain. Delightful indeed. I did not expect you to possess such culinary skills. If this were to be presented in the Austin continent, you would surely be regarded as a royal chef. Liu gazed in exasperation at the formidable magic tome voraciously devouring its meal before him. This insatiable creature was not only greedy, but had taken on his own appearance. Observing his own graceful visage marred by such gluttonous behavior, Liu felt as if his own image had been irrevocably tarnished. Eat more slowly. No one is competing with you, he muttered. Meanwhile, Tang San received a farewell letter from Tang Hao. Over the past few days, the usually vivacious Xiao Wu had been surprisingly quiet, diligently assisting Tang San in tidying up his disheveled room. At the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy, the master sat quietly in his room, engrossed in a book. With Tang San home for the holidays, he felt an unsettling emptiness within. After a year of companionship, his feelings for this student had deepened significantly. As for the child named Liu, although he was not formally his disciple, the master regarded him with the same affection he held for Tang San. The astonishment this child brought forth was immense. Achieving a 1,000-year soul ring at merely 6 years old and attaining the rank of soul master shattered decades of the master's research theories, an utterly staggering feat. The master's gaze gradually shifted to a dark, enigmatic token on the table, reminiscent of the one he had used to guide Tang San into the soul-hunting forest, with the sole distinction that this token bore a total of 6 distinct symbols. Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupted his thoughts. A flicker of confusion crossed the master's brow. It was peculiar. His secluded abode had seen an unusual influx of visitors lately. Come in, he said, placing down his belongings with a calm demeanor. The wooden door creaked open, revealing a gaunt figure cloaked in black. As the figure moved, the black robe subtly revealed a coarse garment beneath. A pair of emaciated hands slowly removed the hood, unveiling a weathered face etched with the passage of time. With a head of silvery hair meticulously arranged. Greetings, master. It has been a long time, the old man spoke, his voice gravelly. Strangely, as soon as this elder entered the room, Yu Xiaojing felt his soul power instinctively begin to stir, though the elder made no overtly threatening movements. Yu Xiaojing's intuition warned him that the man's aura was as formidable, if not more so, than Tang House. What brings you here, esteemed elder? Yu Xiaojing inquired, rising slowly while a hint of perplexity flickered in his eyes. It has been nearly 50 years. No one remembers this old man anymore, the elder chuckled, stroking his beard with a raspy voice. Do you recall the peculiar individual you encountered 2 decades ago in that strange village? 2 decades ago? Strange village? Peculiar individual? Yu Xiaojing pondered, his mind drifting into contemplation. Suddenly, a wave of memories struck him with overwhelming force, and he vividly recalled the identity of the elder before him. You are. The master's expression changed abruptly, his pupils instantly sharpening as he swiftly approached the elderly man. The old man waved his hand, signaling him to refrain from speaking further. Let bygone matters remain in the past. I am merely an old man with one foot in the grave now. I shall forever remember the life-saving grace bestowed upon me by my esteemed predecessor. It is a debt I dare not forget in this lifetime. Yu Xiaojiang's countenance was filled with fervor. You must have encountered my inadequate grandson, Lu Yu, have you not? Lu Yu? He is your grandson? The master was once again taken aback. I found him, but in my eyes, he is as dear as my own grandson. His parents perished before my eyes, and I was powerless to save them. Now, the very entity that caused their demise has resurfaced, compelling me to embark on a distant journey. I have witnessed the transformation of Xiao Yu this past year, a 6-year-old soul master, an unprecedented occurrence in this realm. Yet, as the tall trees stand out in the forest, they inevitably attract the storm. Thus, I am here today, shamelessly invoking the favor of your past benevolence to request a singular task. The master, sensing the weight of the request, felt a stirring intuition but maintained a solemn demeanor, not daring to be remiss. Please, speak. I shall not falter in my duties. The old man earnestly expressed, I implore you to keep a vigilant watch over my unworthy grandson and ensure his safety to the best of your abilities. His eyes were filled with sincere entreaty. Rest assured, esteemed elder, I would traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire, even at the cost of my own life, to safeguard your grandson. Upon hearing this, the old man's face revealed a look of satisfaction as he retrieved an envelope from his bosom and presented it to Yu Xiaojiang. Inside this envelope lies a token. Should you encounter insurmountable challenges, proceed to the address written within. That old fellow owes me quite a few favors and should not refuse assistance. Yu Xiaojiang respectfully accepted the envelope. I shall not betray your trust, esteemed elder. The old man smiled and nodded before turning to exit the room. The master heard a sudden clash of thunder and lightning. He hastened to the doorway, only to find it empty. He returned to the table, staring blankly at the token and envelope before him. Chapter 26. Siblings? The waning rays of the setting sun painted the sky in a magnificent hue of red. In front of the blacksmith shop in Saint Soul Village, 3 small figures sat together, gazing at the horizon as the sun slowly descended. Li reclined backward with both hands supporting him, a strand of blue silver grass held between his lips, his expression inscrutable as he pondered. Xiaowu sat closely beside Tang San, propping her head on her hands, caught in the throes of indecision about how to articulate her thoughts. Casting a glance at the two with an air of hesitation. Thank you both for these past few days, Tang San suddenly spoke up. It's nothing. It's nothing. What are we to each other? No need for such formality, Lu Yu replied, giving Tang San a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Besides, Uncle Hao is quite robust. It's unlikely anything would happen to him. If something were to happen, it certainly wouldn't be Uncle Hao who would bear the brunt. Brother Yu, are you not concerned about Grandpa Jack? Tang San inquired, turning to look at Lu Yu, who appeared completely at ease. It would be disingenuous to say I'm not concerned, yet I can't shake the feeling that the sudden departures of Uncle Hao and my grandfather are far from ordinary. Lu Yu pinched the blue-silver grass between his fingers and remarked, It seems that Uncle Hao and my grandfather are quite remarkable. Tang San replied, slightly perplexed. Xiao San, did Uncle Hao leave you anything after he departed? Perhaps a note or something of that sort? Yes. My father left a note stating that he was going to reclaim what rightfully belongs to him and urged me to become stronger, yet paradoxically. He also advised against my pursuit of strength. Brother Yu, did Grandpa Jack say anything? Li pondered. My grandfather instructed me to attend Shrek Academy and also mentioned the importance of becoming stronger. Xiao San, do you think it is possible that both Uncle Hao and my grandfather were once unparalleled warriors, only concealing their true selves for some compelling reason? But why did they leave so abruptly? Perhaps they saw hope in you both, reigniting their fighting spirit. Their departure might have been to protect you, allowing you to grow even better, Xiao Wu comforted. What Xiao Wu said makes sense. Xiao San, we must strive to become stronger and not let them down. Indeed. Brother Yu, Xiao Wu, I truly appreciate you both, Tang San said, lowering his gaze, his eyes brimming with tears, his voice slightly hoarse. Xiao Wu gently patted Tang San's shoulder, though her strength was a bit too much, nearly toppling him over. You must believe that your father has merely departed temporarily. You will surely reunite one day. Besides, you still have us as friends. We can be your family too. If you don't mind, I can be your sister, Xiao Wu said with a smile. At school, everyone calls me that, except for you. It doesn't count since I can't defeat you, brother Yu. Come on. Call me Sister Xiao Wu so I can hear it. Lu Yu smiled helplessly at the side, observing the young girl's unwavering determination to assume the role of the big sister. What is the matter? Are you unwilling? Upon hearing Tang San's tone of inquiry, Xiao Wu immediately frowned. No. Tang San quickly clarified, Xiao Wu, I recall that you are a few months younger than I am. Thus you may address me as San Gu. No, you cannot defeat me. What if, in the future, you find yourself bullied? You can call me Xiao Wu Jie, and I shall assist you in retaliating. That is not necessarily the case. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu couldn't help but chuckle. What do you mean, brother Yu? Xiao Wu inquired, her expression perplexed. Brother Yu is right. You may not necessarily be able to defeat me, Tang San replied, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Very well, let us engage in a match. Brother Yu shall be the judge, and the victor's word shall prevail. Xiao Wu's stubborn nature flared up, unwilling to concede. Tang San sighed in resignation, his expression one of mild exasperation. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu eagerly tugged at Tang San's arm. Under the clear night sky, a bright moon cast a silvery glow. Suddenly, Xiao Wu swung a fist toward Tang San's face, only to have it intercepted by the blue-silver grass he summoned. Hey, why is your blue-silver grass so peculiar? Xiao Wu rubbed her reddened knuckles, feeling a tingling sensation in her hand, her brow furrowing in concern. My first soul ring comes from a 400-year-old mandala snake, which has caused the blue-silver grass to mutate with toxicity. However, there's no need for alarm. It merely induces paralysis, which is essentially harmless, Tang San explained. Shaking her numb right hand, Xiao Wu summoned her strength and lunged forward once more, aiming directly at Tang San's face. He leaned back, swiftly retreating low to the ground. Meanwhile, Lu Yu, who was quietly observing the battle, noticed that while Tang San was retreating, his hands were busy with subtle movements, quickly gathering a few small stones from the ground. With a flick of his wrist, 3 pebbles shot forth in an instant. Xiao Wu felt a sharp pain in her ankle, her momentum faltering and nearly losing her balance. Before she could react, Tang San's voice rang out. I'll strike your calf, your wrist, and your abdomen. Xiao Wu winced with each hit, frustrated as she attempted to close the distance to Tang San, only to find him skillfully maintaining space between them with his unusual footwork, aggravating her inner turmoil. At that moment, Lu Yu focused intently, his gaze unwavering as he observed Tang San's movements, which he recognized as the Tang sect's ghost shadow phantom steps. Though Tang San's movements were graceful, Lu Yu perceived them in slow motion, enhanced by his extraordinary mental acuity. The ghost shadow phantom steps were as elusive as a specter, flowing with ethereal grace, allowing him to shift positions multiple times in mere moments. Truly, it was a signature technique of the Tang sect. Lu Yu could not help but sigh inwardly. In the next moment, at the heart of the battle, 2 figures engaged in a fierce exchange, neither yielding an inch. At last, Xiao Wu seized the opportunity to approach Tang San. Instantly, a yellow soul ring shimmered, and Xiao Wu swiftly reached out to grasp Tang San. First soul skill, waist bow. Victory seemed assured, Xiao Wu thought with delight. Unbeknownst to her, Tang San's lips curled slightly in a smirk. Almost at the moment Xiao Wu exerted her strength to seize his wrist, Tang San twisted his waist, channeling his energy to swing Xiao Wu in a circle through the air. It turned out that he had feigned a weakness, deliberately luring Xiao Wu closer, controlling the crane and lifting the dragon. Lu Yu observed Tang San's movements with renewed clarity. He utilized force against force. Although it bore a striking resemblance to Tai Chi techniques, it was not entirely the same. Ultimately, the outcome was inevitable. Xiao Wu fell to Tang San's various tricks. At this moment, Tang San approached Xiao Wu and extended his hand. Xiao Wu stood up from the ground, gazing at him. You won. Unexpectedly, Tang San shook his head. His gaze locked onto her sparkling eyes. Xiao Wu, I am seriously asking you now, would you be willing to be my sister? When my father was alive, he was my only relative. Now, I am left all alone. If you agree, you will become my family. Xiao Wu's face flushed crimson under the intensity of Tang San's gaze, leaving her in a flustered state. Chapter 27. Tang San, Xiao San's playful spirit. The moonlight cascaded down, draping the verdant grass in a silver veil. The silvery light illuminated the youth's clear eyes, reflecting the rosy cheeks of the girl. I am willing. Her delicate voice resonated. 3 brother. Upon hearing this, a beaming smile spread across the boy's face. Ah, sister. At this moment, Lu Yu, leaning against a tree trunk, felt an overwhelming surge of emotions. Cough, cough, cough. He could no longer suppress his coughs. The situation of accepting a sister felt akin to a proposal scene, truly. He was the killer of first kisses in Doloa, inherently gifted with the charm of attracting girls, remarkably impressive. In his past life, Lu Yu had been a solitary individual, with the closest proximity to the opposite sex being merely blocking their path or awkwardly apologizing. "Excuse me, there's someone here." Now, he found himself inundated with an abundance of romantic tension at such close quarters. Cough, cough, cough. The sudden cough shattered the intimate atmosphere, pulling both back to reality. Xiaowu, like a startled bird, felt her previously rosy complexion turn a deep shade of red. Tang San, filled with joy, looked towards Lu Yu. "Brother Yu, I have a sister now." Lu Yu responded with a smile. "All right, I've seen everything. Congratulations to both of you. I shall not linger and spoil the mood. Enjoy your time together." With that, he left behind a meaningful smile. Goodness, who would have thought that I initially came merely to serve as a judge, only to be inundated with a mouthful of love. As Lu Yu turned away, his mind was abuzz with thoughts. What does a two-person world mean? He pondered. Observing Xiaowu's bewildered expression, Tang San cleared his throat twice. Brother San, what's the matter?" "It's nothing," he replied. "Xiaowu, let me show you something." Xiaowu's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "What is it?" Tang San revealed a small object on his arm. "This is called a hidden weapon." Meanwhile, having just finished his meal, Lu Yu did not return home, but instead took a detour to the small woods behind the village. Suddenly, a seemingly inconspicuous bush rustled, and a head emerged from it. "Old Mo, did you really sense suspicious fluctuations of spiritual energy here? We've been lying in wait for quite some time, yet there has been no movement." As Lu Yu pulled the bush leaf lodged in his nostril, he grumbled, "Do you not feel something amiss?" "It is impossible. Absolutely impossible," Morholik asserted with unwavering conviction. "That psychic energy is formidable, yet it conceals itself remarkably well. Even I nearly failed to notice it." Just as Morholik was about to finish his sentence, silence enveloped the air. "Old Mo?" Lu Yu sensed something was amiss and hurriedly called out in a hushed voice, yet there was no response. Turning back, he discovered Morholik quietly suspended among the bushes, resembling an ordinary book. "Old Mo." Lu Yu suddenly sensed a foreboding presence. In an instant, a formidable surge of spiritual energy erupted. Lu Yu felt as though he were ensnared within an endless ocean, adrift on a fragile boat. A surge of spiritual energy surged into his consciousness, overwhelming him. The howling winds whipped around him, conjuring towering waves as the tremulous vessel swayed precariously amidst the tumult, teetering on the brink of capsizing. Suddenly, the vast expanse of spiritual force abruptly fixated upon Lu Yu. Lu Yu felt as if his small boat had been capsized by monstrous waves, plunging him into an endless ocean. He was soon overwhelmed by suffocation, followed by a sense of helplessness, until darkness enveloped him and he lost consciousness. In reality, the boy merely rose, his legs trembling as he swayed unsteadily before collapsing heavily to the ground. Suddenly, the space around the thicket contorted, revealing several figures. "Guanshan, you have been exceedingly reckless," a figure cloaked in black exclaimed. He was merely a 7-year-old child, unable to withstand such turmoil. His voice, though ancient, resonated with authority, clearly indicating he was a master. The one referred to as Guanshan had a voice that was coarse and rugged. Upon closer inspection, he too was draped in black. Yet his stature was notably larger than the others. I was merely testing the waters. Who would have thought he was so fragile?" Guanshan sheepishly scratched the back of his head, then flashed a confident smile. "But don't worry, Uncle Feng, I was careful." The elder, known as Uncle Feng, was indeed the owner of the earlier ancient voice. "You ought to exercise more caution. This child is, after all, the son of God. Your recklessness is a disrespect to the ancestors." Feng Huang admonished sternly. "It's just a matter of knocking the son of God unconscious. Why must it be linked to the ancestors?" Guanshan scratched his head, sensing Feng Huang's raised hand was about to descend upon him. He hastily interjected, "Oh dear, Uncle Feng. I understand my mistake and promise it won't happen again." Feng Huang retracted his hand, his expression serious as he declared, "I shall let you off this time. But should there be a next, it will be documented in the task log for the high priest to adjudicate." He then cast a glance at Guanshan's imposing physique, exclaiming, "With such a reckless build, it's hard to believe you are one who cultivates mental prowess." Enough, the black-cloaked figure beside Lu Yu interjected. "I have just received the latest directive from the sacred domain, instructing us to secretly protect the Son of God, eliminate potential hazards, and ensure his safe growth. The immediate priority is to investigate those surrounding the Son of God. Feng Huang stroked his beard, gazing at the speaker with admiration. The Azure Dragon's words are indeed prudent. He then thought to himself how much better it would be if he were dealing with a member of the Feng family. Only to be reminded of his inept nephew nearby, causing his expression to darken. He glared fiercely at the bewildered Guanshan, as if to say, "Just look at him." Guanshan, utterly confused, exclaimed, What have I done now?" A cough echoed, drawing everyone's attention back. The Azure Dragon spoke again, from my observations over the past few months. This book harbors no malice towards the Son of God. In fact, it appears to assist him in acquiring abilities from another world, and for now, it is safe. Currently, the only potential threat is the missing Tang Hao, Feng Huang added. According to reliable sources, this individual is none other than the Haotian Dolua who disappeared several years ago. Hailing from the Haotian clan, he is the father of Tang San, who shares a close relationship with the Son of God. The girl named Xiao Wu has an obscure background, exuding the aura of a soul beast, yet she has not exhibited any malice thus far, rendering her temporarily safe. The Azure Dragon nodded, affirming, at present, there appears to be no threat from the Holy Soul Village. We shall proceed with a two-pronged approach. Uncle Feng will lead 6 individuals to Shrek Academy, while the rest will remain with me to discreetly protect the Son of God. Be advised that no one is permitted to act independently. Understood. Once more, space contorted, and the figures of the group vanished again. In the clearing of the forest, only Lu Yu and Mo Holik remained, as if the preceding events were merely a fleeting illusion. The following day, sunlight streamed through the forest canopy, creating a mesmerizing Tyndall effect. Chapter 28, Hidden Arrows. The morning sun always shines so brightly, and the air in the forest is subtly infused with the fragrance of fresh grass. Dew cascades down the leaf veins. Liu felt something damp on the tip of his nose and instinctively reached up to touch it. Suddenly, he jolted upright. Wait. Had I not fainted in the woods last night? How could I possibly be at home? Oh, you're awake. A voice emerged, and Liu looked up to see another version of himself sitting at the table, smiling back at him. Lao, what is happening? What on earth transpired last night? Why does my head ache so terribly? Liu reached out and vigorously rubbed his head. The opponent's strength far surpassed his own. Classified by the powers of this world, it could be likened to the esteemed title Dolua level. Furthermore, this individual specialized in spiritual prowess. Surviving this encounter could be considered a stroke of fortune following a great calamity. The white-haired youth crossed his arms, adopting a contemplative stance. Liu, with great difficulty, propped himself up and sat at the table, pouring himself a bowl of water from the teapot. Fenhao, Dolua? When did I provoke such a formidable presence? The silver-haired youth rolled his eyes. How am I supposed to know? Nevertheless, they likely harbor no ill intentions towards you. It is even possible that they are here to protect you. Liu was somewhat bewildered upon hearing these words. Protecting oneself, where did this notion arise? Could it be that they were arranged by his own parents? Yet, why would they attack him? Wait a moment. Liu suddenly had a realization. Them? Old Mo. How do you know it's a group of people? Could it be that you, Mo Holik, are not inclined to deny it? He nodded in acknowledgement. I wasn't dazed at that moment. What about you? It's not that they are numerous and overwhelming. It's just that I couldn't contend with them. Although that burly man's mental fortitude was indeed formidable, it was still rather insufficient when faced with the greatest sorcerer in history. Since you weren't dazed, you must have heard something. Do share. Liu did not afford Mo Holik the opportunity to speak, directly interrupting him mid-incantation to inquire. Well, let me think. There are likely around 12 of them. From their conversation, it seems they mentioned a place called the Holy Realm, and they have come specifically to seek you. The Holy Realm? They have come to find me? Liu could not help but fall into a deep contemplation. He had never heard of a place called the Holy Domain on the Dolua continent. From the novels he had previously perused, the only locations that could be deemed particularly extraordinary were the city of Slaughter and Sea God Island. The former was the residence of Tang San's grandfather and the site where Tang San acquired the god of Slaughter domain, while the latter served as the sanctuary for the Sea God's inheritance. Both places were essential destinations in Liu Yu's original plan, provided that he possessed sufficient strength to ensure his survival. Otherwise, it would be akin to courting death, especially in the city of Slaughter, which was nothing short of a gathering ground for madmen. Hey, what are you thinking about? Mo Holik observed Liu's immobility, his gaze fixated on a certain spot, and tapped his fingers on the table. Oh, it's nothing. Please, continue, Liu replied. Liu suddenly came to his senses. From my observations, this group possesses formidable strength. Imoholik rolled his eyes and continued. They seem to have the ability to traverse through space. Furthermore, it appears they have divided into two factions. One has ventured to Shrek Academy, while the other, well, I didn't quite catch where they went. Shrek Academy? Could it be that they are aware of the treasures left by Grandpa Jack? No, that can't be right. The letter stated that only Grandpa, and I knew the location of those items. Thud, 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 as Luyu was lost in thought once more. Imoholik impatiently rapped on the table. Hey, how much longer are you going to ponder? Hurry up and prepare breakfast. I'm about to starve. Seeing that Luyu remained unmoved, Imoholik took matters into his own hands, pushing Luyu toward the kitchen. Oh, stop pushing. I can walk on my own. Quickly make breakfast. After we eat, you still need to practice magic, and you have to catch up on what you missed yesterday. With a reluctant expression, Luyu was pushed into the kitchen, resembling a small, disgruntled spouse. Once Luyu had completely departed, Imoholik discreetly glanced at the corner before nonchalantly leaving the scene. In the shadows, after Imoholik had gone, a faint sigh seemed to echo, accompanied by a whisper of relief. That was close. I almost got discovered. The task of close protection was undeniably challenging and thrilling. A nearly transparent figure, patting its chest, lamented in discontent. As evening fell, the small hillside outside Shanghan village lay tranquil. Luyu closed his eyes tightly, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, occasionally furrowing his brows as if enduring immense agony. At last, the youth suddenly opened his eyes wide, and with a forceful gasp, a mouthful of fresh blood erupted forth. Luyu steadied himself with one hand on his chest, while wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, murmuring to himself, is it truly impossible? Is this my current physical state, where double the soul power has become my utmost limit? Indeed, Luyu had been striving to compress his soul power further. Yet no matter how he directed its flow, the excess would ultimately spiral out of control. Although he once succeeded in consolidating the surplus soul power into a stable form, the moment it transitioned into a vortex, the previously stable energy erupted unexpectedly, nearly tearing Luyu apart from within. Suddenly, Luyu raised his right hand sharply, and a soul power arrow whizzed through the air, embedding itself in the trunk of a tree. Who goes there? It's me, brother Yu. Luyu, upon hearing that familiar voice, gradually sheathed his broken crossbow. Soon, a slight figure emerged from behind the tree trunk. Xiao San, what mischief are you up to? Lurking back there? The scene shifts to the afternoon of today. The tall chimney of Tang San's blacksmith shop belched smoke into the dreary sky, while the rhythmic sound of hammering echoed, lingering in the air above the forge. Clang! Tang San plunged a glowing iron piece into cold water, instantly vaporizing it and releasing a cloud of white steam. What are you doing, Sangu? Inquired Xiaowu, her curiosity piqued. Quenching. I'm making concealed arrows, Tang San replied, carefully extracting the iron while scrutinizing it. Concealed arrows? Is that the item you showed me yesterday? Indeed, this is a gift for Brother Yu. A gift for Brother Yu? Yes, you are all my family, and I wish to protect you to the best of my ability. Tang San's eyes sparkled with fervor, gleaming like the flames dancing within the furnace. Thanks to the pre-prepared components, he only needed to forge the core part, and within a mere afternoon, he completed the creation of the concealed arrows. Chapter 29, Concealed Arrows. Xiao San, upon hearing the commotion, slowly stepped forward from behind the tree. Tang San gazed at the damaged marks on the tree, a surge of astonishment coursing through him. So Brother Yu has such means as well? Xiao San, why are you still outside at this hour? Where's Xiaowu? Tang San, jolted back to reality, responded, I have come to deliver something to you, Brother Yu. He then presented the finished concealed arrows before Luyu. These are the concealed arrows. Liu instantly recognized the object before him. He then took out his worn crossbow for comparison. The hidden arrow, entirely black and shimmering with a chilling light, bore a striking resemblance to his own battered crossbow. However, the hidden arrow was adorned with various intricate mechanisms, replacing the runic circuits found on his weapon. Tang San gazed at the crossbow in Luyu's hand, a hint of confusion crossing his face. The luminous object that Yu Gu had wielded at the school gate must have been this. But why did Yu Gu possess a hidden arrow? Moreover, while this object bore a strong similarity to the hidden arrow, its structure was considerably more simplistic, accompanied by those peculiar patterns. Luyu seemed to perceive the confusion within Tang San's heart, and thus, with a smile, he elucidated, this is the brocade crossbow. Akin to the jade belt you are about to don, both are soul-guided devices. However, the brocade crossbow is an offensive type of soul-guided apparatus. Yet, my dear San, You have indeed displayed remarkable prowess by crafting such exquisite contrivances. Upon hearing this, Tang San felt a slight swell of pride, scratching his head in modesty. Brother Yu, since you possess a crossbow, using it should be quite similar to employing a sleeve arrow, and you should soon become adept at it. Please, take your time to familiarize yourself. I shall take my leave now. Wait a moment. Just as Tang San was about to turn away, Liu suddenly interjected. It seems we haven't practiced together in quite some time, does it not? Perfect timing. Let me witness the power of your concealed weapon. Tang San looked at Liu Yu, who wore a mischievous grin, and an ominous feeling surged within him. Ah, brother Yu. Tang San hesitated, concerned that the concealed weapon might harm Liu Yu. And after much deliberation, he was reluctant to acquiesce. Unbeknownst to him, his apprehensions were entirely unfounded. Upon observing Tang San's hesitant silence, Liu directly draped an arm over his shoulder. Little San, rest assured, I can allow you to forego your soul skills. However, if you fear a disgraceful defeat, you are entirely free to decline. After all, relying on cunning tricks and petty tactics seldom yields lasting success. Liu Yu wore an expression of earnest gravity. Very well. I shall acquiesce to your request, brother Yu. However, there is no need for restraint. We shall both give our utmost effort. Observing Tang San's prompt acceptance of the challenge, Liu nearly burst into laughter, exclaiming, Indeed, the hidden weapons of the Tang sect are remarkably effective. With that, Liu summoned the Qixing Lianzhang, his azure soul ring shimmering beneath him as he summoned the winds to create distance. Come at me with all your might, little San, he urged, but do exercise caution. Tang San warned, executing a peculiar footwork technique as he swiftly closed the gap between them. In Liu Yu's eyes, the reflection of Tang San shifted unpredictably as the azure gem in his hand shimmered. Windblade. Liu Yu let out a soft exclamation, unleashing several azure wind blades. Remarkably, Tang San evaded them all, rendering each strike futile. Just as Liu Yu was poised to launch a second assault, Tang San's figure mysteriously vanished from sight. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Liu Yu felt a chill run down his spine and hurriedly executed the Gale technique to alter his form. 3 streaks of icy light grazed his cheeks. That was close. He nearly fell into this young man's trap. Liu Yu caught a glimpse of 3 iron needles unexpectedly embedded in a nearby tree trunk. Resorting to concealed weapons right from the start, Xiao San, you are quite impressive. Liu Yu's gaze sharpened momentarily, and then he deftly inverted his staff, unleashing a series of wind blades that veered away from Tang San rather than heading directly towards him. As Tang San sensed the wind blades approaching once more, he executed a series of elusive movements with his feet, only to suddenly realize that these seemingly erratic wind blades had effectively sealed off all avenues of retreat. In the next instant, 2 wind blades surged towards him head-on. Yet, Tang San maintained his composure, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth, entirely unfazed. In the blink of an eye, he extended his hands, from which emanated wisps of chilling air, swiftly solidifying into hands as cold as jade. Remarkably, Tang San caught the wind blades with his bare hands and instantly crushed them. This was the renowned secret technique of the Tang sect, the Xian Yu hand. Witnessing Tang San's jade-like hands intercepting the wind blades, Liu could not help but be astonished. The Xian Yu hand truly lived up to its reputation, as solid as rock and impervious to 100 poisons. Today, he had indeed witnessed its prowess. However, this was merely an appetizer before the main course. The true challenge lay ahead. Tang San, now fully aware of the gravity of the situation, resolved to approach the battle with seriousness. There was no room for laxity. The disparity in their strengths, one at level 30 and the other merely in the teens, was too vast. Though defeat was inevitable, he aimed to make his loss a dignified one. With that thought, he closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, a violet light danced within his gaze. Ah, I shall not grant you your wish. Liu raised his staff high with one hand, murmuring incantations. With each arcane spell, the leaves around him began to swirl gently. Before Tang San could comprehend what was transpiring, a sudden gust of wind swept across the hillside, a tempest carrying dirt, withered branches, and stones, making it nearly impossible for him to open his eyes, let alone utilize the purple extreme magic eye. Second-tier magic, Gale Force. At that moment, he could only cling to a nearby tree trunk to maintain his balance, yet as time passed, the wind intensified, posing a constant risk of being swept away. In the next moment, Tang San unexpectedly released his grip, allowing the fierce wind to carry him aloft. Xiao San, do not hide. This wind inflicts area damage. Besides, with the sandstorm enveloping you, you likely cannot even open your eyes, rendering your hidden weapons useless, a voice rang out from behind. Brother Yu, you are absolutely right. Even in defeat, I wish to do so with grace. Tang San adjusted his posture amidst the tempest, skillfully employing the debris in the wind to execute the ghost shadow mistransformation. He then grasped the tree trunk, leveraging the wind's force to execute the crane catching the dragon, propelling himself toward Lu Yu. As he twisted his body for a swift kick, just when Tang San believed he was on the verge of success, bang! He felt as if he had struck a steel plate, his entire lower leg feeling as though it might shatter. With a thunderous crash, Tang San was sent flying backward. Third-tier magic, Gale Shield. It concentrated the surrounding winds onto a singular plane, dissipating the force through the flow of air, while simultaneously redirecting another current to return the diminished force back to the attacker. Almost simultaneously, Tang San felt his limbs ensnared by 4 powerful forces. Second-tier magic, Wind Ropes. Lu Yu turned around and offered a gentle smile to Tang San, saying, "Little San, you are still a bit too inexperienced and lack sufficient training, young man." However, in an instant, Tang San's previously flustered expression transformed. The howling whirlwind tousled his hair, yet his countenance remained remarkably composed. "Brother Yu, one must not judge solely by appearances." "What?" Liu silently muttered a word of foreboding, a sense of impending doom rising sharply within him. Suddenly, several colossal blue-silver grass vines erupted from the ground. Not only from the earth but from all directions, thick tendrils sprouting instantaneously. In the blink of an eye, they surged toward Lu Yu. Chapter 30. June's return. A few blue-silver grass vines lunged at Lu Yu, yet his expression remained devoid of any panic. With a slight grip of his right hand, a howling whirlwind erupted around him, instantly shattering all the blue-silver grass vines. The sudden burst of the whirlwind caught Tang San off guard, propelling him away. He felt as though his back was about to break from the impact, crashing to the ground with a dull thud, engaging in an intimate encounter with the earth. Liu gracefully descended before Tang San, gently brushing off the dust from his attire. "Shao San, your concealed weapons are truly remarkable. They can be hidden anywhere. When you have a moment, do impart some knowledge to me." Upon hearing this, Tang San lifted his gaze, meeting the cheerful expression of Lu Yu and the 3 iron needles in his hand. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by calmness. As expected of Brother Yu, such trivial tricks are still rather juvenile. You, my friend, are quite adept at playing such cunning games. Lu Yu glanced at the iron needles in his hand, a sense of trepidation still lingering in his heart. Fortunately, he had detected these 3 needles in time. Otherwise, he would have faced dire consequences. These needles had been cunningly concealed by Tang San amidst the vines, all aimed precisely at his vulnerable points. This little trickster had played a most insidious game, leaving Liu now shivering with apprehension. After bidding farewell to Tang San, Liu had just returned home when suddenly a white figure appeared before him. Instinctively, he took a few steps back. Who goes there? Beneath his feet, a faint glimmer of azure light flickered, causing the surrounding grass to sway gently. Before him stood a fox, towering at human height, its fur as delicate and soft as freshly fallen snow. Its 2 sparkling black eyes shone like dark gemstones, and a radiant star mark glimmered on its forehead. Behind it, 5 fluffy tails waved gracefully. A little fox. Liu set down his hand that grasped the wind blade, exclaiming in delight. The return of June, who had been in slumber for nearly a year, filled Liu with immense joy. Merholik, having mysteriously appeared, floated around the little fox, observing it with keen interest and exclaiming in admiration. "Oh my! Just look at this fur. And behold its form, it increasingly resembles a divine beast." Then, noticing the little fox's 5 fluffy tails, he remarked, "Ah, 5 tails now, it's not far from achieving its 6th transformation." At that moment, Lu Yu, whose face was drenched in anticipation, forcefully covered the little fox's mouth to prevent it from bestowing upon him another free salivary therapy. Transformation? ISNT. It said that a soul beast requires at least 100,000 years to achieve such a form. June, having only 2,500 years of age, seems far from attaining the 6th tail transformation. However, perhaps that was the case before, but now? Merholik shook his head, feigning an air of mystery as he spoke. "What is it now? Must you speak in half-truths? Such words invite divine retribution, you know." Liu cast a sidelong glance at Merholik, for he harbored a profound disdain for those who spoke only in half-truths. Each time he encountered such individuals, he would silently wish them a fate of infertility, yet paradoxically surrounded by a multitude of descendants. "Oh, do not be in such a hurry. I have yet to finish my thought," Merholik retorted with another eye roll, continuing. "Do you recall the cave you once took me to? The den from June, now claimed by a towering gorilla leading a cadre of soul beasts that have usurped the nest?" Lu Yu pondered for a moment before responding. Indeed, there lies a milky white mass upon the stone platform at the very center of the cave. So what of it? Does it have any connection to the transformation in June? Lu Yu, puzzled, recalled that he had previously inquired with the system but regrettably received no answer. Subsequently, he had accompanied Immoholic once more. Yet the old man had not divulged any insights either. Initially, Liu intended to wait until he reached level 50 before assisting June in reclaiming the lair. After all, the milky white mass released its liquid at a sluggish pace, and considering the remarkable items he had drawn from the system, eliminating those 4 soul beasts should pose no difficulty. However, now that Immoholic had proactively broached the subject, could it be that the old man harbored some thoughts? Or perhaps he had unraveled the mystery of that peculiar object? Lu Yu, filled with confusion, instinctively loosened his grip, allowing the little fox to break free from its restraints. Humph. Of course. Do you even know who I am? I am Mayor Holic of the Austin continent. He boasted, but before he could continue his self-aggrandizement, Liu interrupted him. Stop. Enough. We all recognize your prowess. Kindly get to the point. Though slightly miffed by the interruption, Mayor Holic proceeded. Based on my extensive knowledge accumulated over the years, it is highly likely that the object in question is undoubtedly Dragon Marrow. Dragon? Marrow? Indeed. Noticing Lu Yu's bewildered expression, Mayor Holic kindly elaborated. This so-called Dragon Marrow is far more complex than merely the bone marrow of a dragon. Lu Yu, this dragon is indeed a treasure from head to tail. Its scales are impervious, suitable for crafting armor. Its claws are extraordinarily sharp, perfect for forging blades. As for the Dragon Marrow, Mayor Holic paused momentarily, and Lu Yu entertained the thought of dismantling it for kindling, yet he still responded. What of the Dragon Marrow? It embodies the essence of a dragon's cultivation, second only to the Dragon Pearl in efficacy. Consuming it can significantly enhance one's strength, or serve to refine bones and wash the marrow, fortifying the physique. And it also aids in boosting mental fortitude. The little fox nearby nodded in agreement, acknowledging that its own transformation from a single tail to 3, and now 5, owes much to that Dragon Marrow. However, there is a drawback. What drawback? It could be said to be a common flaw among treasures that offer rapid enhancement. Consuming too much at once may lead to catastrophic consequences. Liu pondered thoughtfully, realizing that the 4 soul beasts within the cave had been vigilantly guarding the Dragon Marrow, awaiting the extraction of its essence. Therefore, we must set forth promptly. Any delay would allow those soul beasts to absorb a portion of the Dragon Marrow, Mayor Holic remarked. There is no need for haste. Let us rest well this evening. June has just awakened and should take the time to recuperate. We shall prepare ourselves, for the entrance to the soul-hunting forest lies within the city. We shall depart at dawn tomorrow, and we should arrive by noon. Liu pondered deeply. After all, he was about to confront 4,000-year soul beasts, along with one that was 5,000 years old. Given the passage of a year and the uncertainty surrounding the Dragon Marrow essence, he could only speculate on the extent to which the powers of these soul beasts had surged. Therefore, he had to make thorough preparations. Caution is the mother of safety. System, activate the panel. Lu Yu reclined upon his bed, closing his eyes as he entered the realm of the system. Host, Lu Yu, Martial Spirit, Variant Prayer Star Staff. Time Angel, Space Angel, Spirit Power, Level 31, Spirit Master, Points, 100, System Warehouse, Blueprint for playing cards, Construction Cement, 1 punch, Single Use, Incomplete. Silver Guardian 1. Note, this is an experiential item, usable only 3 times. Each usage must last no less than 10 minutes and no more than 20 minutes. Check-in tasks. Check-in at Flanders Grocery Store, 300 points. Check-in at Rose Hotel, 300 points, ding. System update complete. The commission task interface has been unlocked. Tasks can be accepted upon meeting the unlocking conditions, with abundant rewards for completion and penalties for failure, including a risk of death. The host is advised to proceed with caution. Commission task, Shrek 7 Monsters, unlock condition. Engage with members of the Shrek 7 Monsters to unlock character-related tasks, no time limit. Chapter 31, Soul Hunting a commission task? When did the system update again? This system seems to upgrade itself stealthily when I am not present. Meanwhile, the systems next door directly ascend to the heavens, with their hosts nearly attaining divinity, while I remain meandering in the novice village. Liu gazed at the newly added taskbar on the panel. Nevertheless, it was a fortunate turn of events, as it presented more opportunities to earn points and engage with the Shrek 7 Monsters to unlock related commission tasks. Does this imply that by interacting with other characters from the original narrative, I could also unlock tasks? Ding. The host is quite astute indeed. You are correct. Although flattered by the compliment, I couldn't shake the feeling that you were playing a subtle game with me, as if you were prying into my thoughts. Liu expressed his dissatisfaction. What kind of statement is this? How can the matters of the system be labeled as eavesdropping? Your inner thoughts are proclaimed so loudly that it is nearly impossible for me to remain oblivious. The system, crossing its arms, gazed at Lu Yu and retorted. If you diligently practice the 10,000 aspects meditation, would I be able to hear your thoughts so effortlessly? Lu Yu was rendered speechless by a single remark from the system. System, what's wrong? Is there any quick method to cultivate mental strength? With your current reckless and perilous training approach, there is none. What do you mean, system? Lu Yu was utterly bewildered. After dedicating nearly an entire year to meditation in place of sleep, he now gathered from the system that his efforts seemed to bear little fruit. Cough, cough. The system cleared its throat. The so-called myriad manifestations of meditation are diverse in methodology, unconstrained by form. Meditation is also a means of cultivating the spirit, fostering good sleep and recuperation to refine the mind. So, are you implying that merely sleeping can constitute cultivation? What then? Do I make of the countless nights I spent in arduous meditation? Does that count as tenacity? Does it signify diligence? Or merely signify an abundance of time? Damn it! Why didn't you mention this sooner? You never asked in the first place, the system retorted, feeling somewhat exasperated. Is it my fault? You received the techniques and yet practiced without consulting the manual. With a system at your disposal, you did not inquire further. Who do you blame for this? A manual? Such a thing exists? Lu Yu unearthed a time-worn, yellowed tome. As he leafed through its pages, he discovered a hidden compartment at the very end. A sudden rustling of pages ensued, and a blank sheet slipped out. System modification techniques. The universal meditation was originally conceived by an immortal mage from a mystical plane, renowned for its capacity to enhance mental fortitude. By absorbing the scattered magical energies in the cosmos, it refines the soul. Following system modifications, it has been adapted to suit the current realm, with the training method simplified for a harmonious balance between exertion and rest. A good night's sleep can also rejuvenate both body and spirit. Attaining the highest realm allows one to resonate with the environment, potentially transforming it. Lu Yu remained silent after reading. System, why didn't you mention this wonderful thing earlier? Hee. Next time don't hesitate to inquire sooner. Generally, anything extracted and modified by this system will come with an explanation. Do pay attention. Lu Yu shut his eyes and directly exited the system interface, returning to the real world. After all, the items in the marketplace were far beyond the reach of his meager 100 points. Merely glancing at them felt like an extravagance. Lu Yu pulled the quilt over his head, entering a state of slumber, seeking tranquility for his body and spirit. The following day, as the sun ascended the eastern horizon, Tang San opened his eyes, a fleeting violet glimmer dissipating in an instant. He gazed towards the distance, observing a carriage gradually receding, murmuring to himself. Is that the direction of Notting City? The school has yet to commence. What could brother you possibly be doing in the city so early? Within the carriage, Liu sat upright, leaning against the side, immersed in the nourishing and surging spiritual energy within his consciousness. He could scarcely fathom that this was the result of merely one night's rest. All those countless nights spent in arduous meditation seemed trivial in comparison. What a profound irony it was to realize that his efforts had been so fruitless. Who could have anticipated that such vibrant methods of cultivation existed? What's wrong? You appear rather pallid. Did you perhaps struggle with a dog for food at the village last night? Merholik, noticing Lu Yu's unusual demeanor, offered his heartfelt consolation. Get lost. You're the one who should be fighting with dogs for scraps. Upon hearing the heartfelt consolation from Merholik, Li retorted, how much longer until we reach Nottingham? Lu Yu drew back the carriage curtain, and as the vehicle progressed, the trees outside swiftly receded. It should not be long now. Once we pass this grove, the city gate will be visible, Merholik remarked. Esteemed Soul Master, please enter. Here is your token. The guard respectfully returned the token to Lu Yu. With a resounding boom, the colossal black gate slowly swung open, releasing a fragrant breeze unique to the forest. The silver-haired youth strolled within, savoring the essence of nature. Come on. Stop pretending to be profound, Merholik's voice suddenly interjected. Hurry up. The longer we delay, the less time we have for Dragon's essence. Time is money. Let us move swiftly. Ignoring Merholik's attempt to dampen the mood, Liu executed a graceful leap onto the small fox. With one arm pointed forward, he declared, onward. Our destination is the stars and the sea. The small fox raised its head and let out a piercing howl. It then propelled itself into motion, transforming into a white streak that sped away. Hurry up, old mare. Aren't you supposed to be in a rush? If we delay, we might miss everything. Mirholik shook his head helplessly, smiling. After all, they're just two children. With that, a flash of silver light zipped past, and in an instant, the figure vanished. The one person and one fox who were racing ahead were startled by the sudden appearance of a figure pursuing them. A cheerful voice then reached their ears. Hurry up. You two slowpokes. Whoever arrives first is the strongest. Meanwhile, in a forbidden area of Dolua continent, two figures cloaked in black were advancing slowly. A desolate marsh occasionally released puffs of green smoke. With a pop, a small green bubble suddenly burst, and a nearby unfortunate frog, touched by the fumes, instantly transformed into a puddle of ichor, leaving no trace behind. One of the cloaked individuals glanced over and spoke. I never expected such a malevolent place existed on the continent. Elder, are you certain that mysterious village will manifest here? The leading figure in black replied. Such a place cannot be birthed from the Dolua continent's environment, but it exists now, likely the work of an extraterrestrial visitor. Moreover, it is not the mysterious village that appears in such locales, but rather the emergence of a sinister ground that gives rise to villages. The toxins here are far too potent, even a tidal Dolua might struggle to endure. We will not rest today. Let us swiftly traverse this marsh before nightfall. For who knows what malevolent entities may emerge after dark. Extraterrestrial visitors? The cloaked figure inquired, puzzled. Humph. The leading figure scoffed, just a pack of lost dogs returning. Considering the time, the Holy Domain should also be making moves. We must locate the village before they retreat. Otherwise, pinpointing their location will become exceedingly difficult. Having spoken, the elder tapped the silver token in his hand. Alas, this antiquated relic seems incapable of providing anything useful, and it remained unresponsive. He shook it vigorously once more. Predecessor. Suddenly, a colossal shadow loomed over the two individuals. Chapter 32. The Graveyard Operation, Part 1, Predecessor. The figure cloaked in black abruptly halted. Before them lay an immense shadow stretching across their path, obstructing their way. Hiss, the great serpent arched its body, lowering its head to scrutinize the two figures. Its crimson tongue flickering in and out, accompanied by a foul stench that assaulted their senses. The serpent's body quivered slightly, and upon closer inspection, one could discern two prominent protrusions atop its head. This was the venomous serpent dragon, the soul-hunting forest. As Lu Yu and his companions arrived at the entrance of the cave, they were taken aback by the unusual silence that enveloped the area. It struck them as peculiar. After all, it was broad daylight. Could it be that the spirit beast had a penchant for afternoon slumber? Lu Yu expressed his confusion. This is not right. Mirholik suddenly interjected. There is only the aura of a soul beast here. Where are the other three? Without further ado, Lu Yu took the lead and ventured into the cave. As the group stepped inside, their nostrils were immediately assailed by an overwhelming stench of blood. Such a rich scent of blood. Indeed, we had not encountered this before during our last visit. Lu Yu stroked his chin and remarked. It appears that a significant event has transpired within. Enough with the pretense of profundity. Let us venture inside and investigate, interrupted Mirholik, who promptly floated to the front to lead the way. Instantly, the group was taken aback by the scene before them. The cave was strewn with bloodstains, some of which had already dried and turned dark, while the ground was littered with ominous white bones. At the center of the cavern stood a small tower constructed entirely of skeletons. The air was heavy with the stench of decay from the corpses that lay scattered throughout. Of the original 4 spirit beasts, 3 were now absent, leaving only a massive black ape atop the bone tower, which lay on its back, its mouth still smeared with remnants of flesh and blood. Lu Yu was startled, exclaiming in surprise. What on earth is happening here? What has become of the 3 wind demon wolves? Mirholik was equally astonished by the scene before him. It appears they have fallen prey to that colossal ape. Consumed by the giant ape? Indeed, look over there. Lu Yu followed Mirholik's gaze and observed a disarray of white bones in the corner. 3 skulls were severely damaged, yet one could still faintly discern that they belonged to wolves. Old Imo, what is your perspective on this? What course of action should we take? Lu Yu inquired. Do you recall when I previously mentioned the abundance of energy contained within dragon marrow? Mirholik replied, I do remember. But what is the connection between the two? Lu Yu pondered, expressing his doubts. It is indeed true that dragon marrow harbors an abundance of energy, however. Without the appropriate methods, this very energy can be exceedingly volatile. Countless individuals have perished from forcibly absorbing it. Furthermore, the transformation of that giant ape indicates that it has forcibly absorbed dragon marrow, which likely means that this particular piece has been damaged. You must contemplate this matter thoroughly. Morholic paused momentarily before continuing. This Riftland ape appears to be among the fortunate ones, merely driven mad by the overwhelming energy, losing its rationality in the process. So, what course of action shall we pursue now? Liu lowered his voice and inquired, shall we sneak past? Emoholic replied, indeed. Let us seize the dragon's essence before that earth-splitting ape awakens. Little June, could you possibly diminish your size? Emoholic turned to ask. The little fox nodded slightly. And in a gentle shimmer of starlight, its form gradually shrank until it resembled 2 watermelons in size. Let us proceed separately. Old Emo shall head to the right, near the Junestone platform, while I will search beneath the White Bone Tower. Move out. With a command from Luyu, the 3 swiftly sprang into action. After approximately the time it takes to burn an incense stick and a half, Luyu, who was rummaging through a pile of bones, suddenly felt something soft beneath his foot. A sharp pain surged from his foot, eliciting a muffled gasp. Just as Luyu was about to utter a sound, a hand firmly covered his mouth. He noticed a silver-haired youth signaling him to be silent with his other hand. Luyu nodded slightly, and in a fleeting moment of silvery light, Emoholic transformed back into his original form. Luyu swiftly turned around, only to find a small fox dangling from his foot, beneath which lay a snow-white, plush tail. Luyu swiftly lifted his foot, and just as Xiao Junyu had loosened his grip, he instantly withdrew it. Hiss, my goodness, this little creature has such formidable teeth. Liu gazed at the 2 small punctures on his shoe, stained with blood, and couldn't help but gasp in shock. It was evident that he had been bitten. He pondered whether he should receive the rabies vaccine. Is it available in the system's marketplace? As Luyu's thoughts spiraled, the little fox beside him gently stroked its own tail with its tiny paw. So, have you 2 discovered anything? Morholic inquired in a hushed tone. At his words, both Luyu and the little fox simultaneously shook their heads, then turned their gazes towards Morholic, who hovered in the air. Morholic similarly shook his head in disappointment. It seemed they were left with no choice but to focus their attention on a singular location. The 3 of them raised their eyes to the shadow looming over the bone tower. Gulp. Liu swallowed hard, scanning the surroundings in vain. It could only be lurking in the most perilous of places. In his moment of trepidation, he remained oblivious to the cold sweat that had already drenched his back, and he could scarcely feel the pain in his feet. Moments ago, the trio resorted to the most primitive methods of searching, keen to avoid disturbing the colossal creature. The Fisher ape had grown to more than double its original size, its power exceeding 10,000 years. Morholic continued, there is no other way. You must minimize your movements to avoid alarming it, or we shall all meet our demise. Upon hearing these words, Luyu felt a sense of dissonance. Then what is it that you intend to do? In response, Wenyin Emoholic nonchalantly replied, I am but a mere book, devoid of hands. Little June's paws are rather cumbersome, so it must be you. Hurry now, do not dawdle. Are you truly not interested in the treasure? Liu found himself rendered speechless by Morholic's words. Nevertheless, he resolved to pursue fortune amidst peril. Encouraging himself, he cautiously began to ascend the Tower of Bones. The rancid stench of decay and the foul odor of excrement swiftly inundated Lu Yu's senses, making it difficult for him to breathe. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble echoed as the immense figure stirred, its mere shift dislodging countless fragments of bone. Lu Yu's balance faltered, and he nearly tumbled down, but fortunately, he managed to grasp a protruding bone beside him just in time. He then began to ascend cautiously. Along the way, countless sharp fragments of bone lacerated his skin, leaving behind crimson trails of blood. Liu furrowed his brow, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, yet he dared not make a sound. Suddenly, a white figure appeared before his eyes. He had found it, Liu exclaimed with delight. That day, the white substance was unmistakably dragon marrow. Yet now it lay beneath the immense form of the earth-rending ape. However, with a swift turn of the colossal creature, the white dragon marrow vanished once again from Lu Yu's sight. Liu swiftly turned around to signal to the eager readers, Old Mo, I've found it. It's right beneath us. Liu called out in a low voice with great urgency. Just as his voice faded, a thunderous roar erupted. Bang! Before Liu could react, a tremendous force struck his back, propelling him away in an instant. Chapter 33, The Graveyard Operation, Part 2. Lu Yu had not yet reacted when he was suddenly struck and sent flying. Bang! Thud! He collided violently with the cave wall and then fell heavily to the ground. Liu strained to prop himself up with his arms, feeling the tumultuous surge of blood and energy within him, as well as a stormy tumult in his stomach. Fortunately, he was not gravely harmed. Roar! The earth-splitting ape let out another furious roar. Lu Yu, what have you done to make it seek you out? Emoholic shouted while dodging the flying bones. How did you awaken it? How would I know? As Liu deftly evaded, he responded without realizing that in a corner unnoticed by the crowd. A pitch-black tentacle quietly vanished into the shadows, utterly silent. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, the earth-shattering ape leaped from the bony tower, causing the ground to tremble violently upon landing. The cave's ceiling instantaneously cracked open, unleashing a cascade of debris. Forget about everything else for now. The priority is to think of a way to escape, Merholik shouted while dodging. The earth-shattering ape, brandishing two enormous bones drawn from an unknown source, swung them wildly. Abruptly, as if compelled by some unseen force, it charged directly towards Lu Yu, its bloodshot eyes fixated menacingly upon him. Roar! The earth-shattering ape let out another furious bellow. Lu Yu's vision was abruptly dominated by two colossal bone clubs. With a resounding crash, dust and debris erupted into the air. These enormous bones did not belong to any known spirit beast, and astonishingly, there was not a single crack from such a violent impact. As the dust settled, a vast pit was revealed, yet it lay utterly empty. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 beams of azure light struck the back of the giant ape with remarkable speed. To Lu Yu's astonishment, not even a scratch was left behind. Goodness, this creature's hide is remarkably thick. Be cautious. Suddenly, Immoholik shouted from afar. Beneath Lu Yu's feet, a cerulean soul ring shimmered with brilliance. With the wind control technique coupled with the gale steps, he swiftly widened the distance. In an instant, Lu Yu hurled a silver orb with fervor from his right hand. Go forth, Silver Pikachu. The earth-shattering ape once more brandished its bone club. Strangely, at the moment of contact between the bone club and the orb, a sound reminiscent of droplets falling into water resonated. In the next heartbeat, the silver orb adhered to the bone club as if they were symbiotic entities. Gradually, the silver liquid spread backward, coalescing into a humanoid form that shimmered with a metallic luster. The liquid that clung to the bone club morphed into a powerful hand, firmly grasping a portion of the club. Suddenly, the silver silhouette raised its hand with force, and the earth-shattering ape was flung away, along with its club. As if it were a mere toy, a dull thud echoed through the air. The earth-shattering ape was left dazed and disoriented. Beside them, Immoholik and the little fox were rendered speechless by the spectacle before them. Who could this be? That even the frenzied earth-shattering ape appeared as a mere plaything in its grasp? Goodness gracious, truly a sight to behold, the silver guardian from devouring the starry sky. How magnificent this is! Liu was rendered speechless by the spectacle before him. The towering figure of the flowing silver guardian, crafted from liquid silver metal, was said to require at least a ton of this precious material for its creation, due to the inherent fluidity of the flowing silver guardian. Every strike from the earth-shattering ape felt akin to striking the surface of water. The bone club struck the guardian's form as if it were merely air, passing through effortlessly. This bewildering encounter drove the already dim-witted earth-shattering ape into a frenzy. With a roar, the colossal ape bent its legs slightly and then leaped high into the air with a thunderous crash. Its fists slammed into the ground. Boom! The entire cavern trembled violently, and the ground instantaneously fissured with massive cracks. Not good. Get out of the way. In his haste, Liu failed to notice a massive rock plummeting from above. By the time he turned around, it was already too late. Miholik and the little fox found their path obstructed by the falling debris, helplessly watching as the rock buried Liu. Boom! As the dust settled, Liu opened his eyes and touched his face, only to discover that, apart from a coating of dust, he was entirely unscathed. Slowly lifting his gaze, he noticed that the flowing silver guardian, who had previously battled the earth-splitting ape, had somehow appeared beside him. Its broad form shielded him from the brunt of the damage. Thud! The flowing silver guardian released a wave of force, causing the massive boulder pressing down upon it to shatter into countless fragments. Immoholik and the little fox heard a muffled sound, followed by an explosive eruption from the pile of stones. A silver figure appeared before them, effortlessly lifting a person. Lu Yu, are you all right? Immoholik inquired anxiously. I'm fine. It was the guardian that saved me. After safely lowering Lu Yu, the flowing silver guardian gestured towards the cave's entrance, indicating they should leave. Before vanishing once more, the little fox leaped directly in front of Lu Yu, urgently assessing his condition to ensure he had suffered no injuries. What should we do next? Immoholik floated before Lu Yu and asked. Also, what is that silver warrior? Is it one of your trump cards? Let us leave first and discuss it later. Lu Yu responded, Can your silver warrior handle it? Are you certain you will not stay to assist? Lu Yu contemplated, You may leave first. I shall follow shortly. Subsequently, he turned back without a glance and retraced his steps. The little fox, witnessing this, hurried after him, only to be lifted by Morhalik's telekinetic grasp. Let us depart. This is a battle beyond our involvement, and our presence would only complicate matters. We shall exit first. With that, he turned to leave, taking the little fox along. The little fox struggled a couple of times, realizing it could not escape Morhalik's control, and resigned itself to being led away. Meanwhile, the Earth-splitter ape was swinging its massive club, venting its pent-up fury. Bang! A powerful fist struck its rear, yet to everyone's astonishment, the enormous creature adeptly dodged the attack. Soon after, a silver figure appeared in the ape's line of sight. It is said that enemies, upon meeting, bear an intense animosity. The Earth-splitter ape, with its fury seeking an outlet, found its target. With a mighty roar, it pounded its robust chest, seemingly declaring war. Tension mounted between the two adversaries. The atmosphere thick with anticipation, as if the very air had solidified. Suddenly, points of starlight flickered above in the dark cavern. The starlight coalesced, and the Silver Guardian's metallic form was adorned with a suit of glimmering starlight armor, shining brilliantly in the dimness of the cave. The Silver Guardian turned to look back. At the cave's entrance, a purple soul ring slowly revolved, emanating a radiant glow as it burst forth with dazzling brilliance. Then, the soul ring withdrew. Lu Yu. The Silver Guardian raised his thumb in approval. Subsequently, the azure soul ring shimmered, and the sound of rushing wind echoed beneath his feet as he soared from the cave. The Silver Guardian, feeling the power bestowed by the celestial battle armor, nodded slightly at the cave entrance. With a fierce roar, he turned, his mechanical eyes gleaming with a cold light, as if he had already pronounced the demise of the earth-shattering ape. His icy iron fist clenched suddenly. With a resounding crack, the bone club shattered instantly. Chapter 34, The Tombstone Operation, Part 3. With a thunderous roar, the dark cave entrance began to collapse. The little fox looked anxiously at the crumbling area. Suddenly, a white figure dashed out, only to collide with an invisible barrier and fall unceremoniously to the ground. Do not panic, Morhalik reassured, gazing at the cave entrance. With that Silver Guardian, Lu Yu, there should be no cause for concern. Besides, our presence would not be of assistance at this moment. Given that lad's temperament, he would not undertake an endeavor without certainty. We must have faith in him. Just as Morhalik was comforting the little fox, a streak of azure light suddenly burst forth from within the cave. It was none other than Lu Yu, who had just returned. Upon seeing him, June hurriedly approached, inspecting him closely, and breathed a sigh of relief upon noticing he bore no injuries. At that moment, Morhalik floated before Lu Yu and inquired, "Are you certain you are unharmed?" Lu Yu nodded, with the Silver Guardian inside supporting. "I merely cast a spell and returned without incident. What could possibly go wrong?" Upon hearing this, Morhalik felt relieved, yet his tone shifted, tinged with a hint of disappointment. As he remarked, "At this moment, acquiring the dragon marrow seems quite implausible. Can your Silver Guardian truly handle that ground-splitting ape? Although it has lost its reason, it has been empowered by the dragon marrow, and its strength should not be underestimated. Should we not devise a way to assist it?" Upon hearing this, Liu pondered and remarked, "There is no cause for concern. The flowing Silver Guards possess unique physiques and require no intervention from us." Liu was aware that his actions were somewhat unscrupulous, yet his words bore a semblance of truth. The flowing Silver Guardians, crafted entirely from liquid silver metal, possessed the ability to alter their forms at will. Although these guardians were not specifically designed for combat, they were undeniably created for the purpose of defense. In the realm of devouring the starry sky, they could confront the formidable golden-horned behemoths directly. Thus, their accomplishments should suffice when facing a frenzied rending earth ape. Liu suddenly exclaimed, What is it?" "Take a look at this," he said, as he retrieved a mass of milky white substance from his spatial ring. "Dragon's essence!" Morhalik exclaimed in delight. "You brought it out?" The scene shifts back to when Liu was still atop the mountain. At that moment, having just returned to the cave, Lu discovered that the Silver Flow Guards were locked in a standoff with the earth-splitting ape, and the air was thick with tension. With a mere thought, Liu summoned his martial spirit, which underwent a transformation. The Azure Lotus spirit separated, and immediately the first soul ring gleamed. First soul skill: Starry Benediction. Amplification target: Silver Flow Guardian. Comprehensive enhancement at maximum power. The peculiar occurrence within the cave instantaneously captured the attention of both factions on the battlefield. The enmity of the earth-shattering ape was swiftly redirected towards Lu Yu. The bone staff in his hand was swung with breathtaking speed. Bang! Liu instinctively summoned a powerful wind shield for protection, yet he felt no impending attack as anticipated. Slowly, he opened his eyes. A silver figure stood before him, grasping the wild giant club with a formidable hand. With a resounding crack, the bone club shattered instantly. Fortunately, the previously conjured wind shield shielded him from the oncoming shards. The earth-splitting ape seemed to regain a modicum of rationality, cautiously creating distance, its eyes still consumed by a blood-red haze. The earth-splitting ape, empowered by the essence of dragon marrow, possessed nearly 100,000 years of strength, rendering this battle one in which he could not partake. Thus, after signaling the Silver Guardian, Liu unleashed the speed-enhancing spells he had mastered, fleeing the battlefield with utmost swiftness. The resounding echoes of the battle behind him reverberated throughout the cavern, as debris cascaded from above like a torrential downpour. Liu could only simultaneously uphold the shield above his head while desperately accelerating beneath his feet. Suddenly, a powerful shockwave surged through the cavern. Liu Yu felt as though he had been struck by a truck, his body uncontrollably propelled forward, and then darkness enveloped him. Fortunately, he merely lost consciousness for a brief moment. Liu propped his head up with great difficulty, managing to rise to his feet. Just as he took a step forward, his gaze was drawn to a milky white lump on the ground. Dragon marrow. The dragon marrow, which had just moments ago been crushed beneath the weight of the fisher ape, now lay quietly at Liu Yu's feet. Liu Yu swiftly regained his composure, without a trace of hesitation. He bent down to collect the dragon marrow and once again employed the wind sprint technique beneath his feet, desperately racing towards the cave entrance. At last, just before the entrance was buried, he managed to escape. Liu presented the dragon marrow before Immoholic. Old Immo, please take a look at this dragon marrow. Is it still usable? How much energy remains? A mysterious magic circle flickered in Immoholic's singular eye as he stepped forward to examine it closely. What is amiss? Is this dragon marrow no longer viable? Upon hearing this, Liu was suddenly struck by an ominous premonition. No. Quite the opposite. The quality of this dragon marrow is of the finest grade, and the extent of damage falls well within the normal parameters, showing no signs of having been forcibly absorbed or harmed. Truly, this is exceptionally good news. Liu suddenly realized something was amiss. Old Immo, you mentioned that this piece of dragon marrow shows no signs of having been forcibly absorbed. Does that not imply that another entity is responsible for driving the earth-rending ape into madness? Immoholic did not respond. The three of them stiffly raised their heads, slowly gazing towards the collapsed cave behind them. At this moment, their sense of unease intensified. Boom! The battle within the cave raged on, with the clashes between the Silverflow guards and the earth-rending ape sending tremors through the ground, causing soul beasts within several miles to flee in terror from the horrifying conflict. Suddenly, the earth-rending ape hurled its remaining bone club with great force, seizing the opportunity while the Silverflow guards were occupied. It pounded its chest with both fists. Thud, thud, thud. The sound echoed deafeningly in the confined cave. In an instant, the earth-rending ape let out a furious roar. The next moment, its form visibly expanded at an alarming rate. While Liu Yu and the others were momentarily stunned, the ground suddenly shook violently. Meanwhile, on the other side of the soul-hunting forest, a man clad in armor drove his bloodied greatsword forcefully into the ground. Miss, I believe it is best for us to return. Encountering a soul beast riot on your first hunt is far too dangerous. Furthermore, we are short-handed. It would be wise to retreat. Behind him stood a knightly order composed of 10 heavily armored warriors, currently in formation, poised to slay any rampaging soul beasts. At the center of the formation stood a young girl, grasping a knight's sword and adorned in silver armor. Unlike the guards, her armor was tailored to fit her perfectly, accentuating her youthful figure. Despite her tender age of merely 6 or 7, her beauty was evident, a charming oval face framed by sparkling, expressive eyes. No. I awakened my martial soul a year later than my peers. I must find a suitable soul ring on this expedition, otherwise, I refuse to return. Chapter 35, The Graveyard Operation, Part 4. The girl's resolve was unyielding, leaving no room for dissent. The man wielding the great sword, despite facing his lady, maintained his stance. Miss, this soul beast riot is anything but ordinary. For your safety, retreating is the wisest course of action. Besides, our family possesses tamed soul beasts. There is no need for you to hunt personally. After contemplating for a moment, the girl replied, Sir Duran is correct. Suddenly, the girl exclaimed, Oh no. What is it? Miss. Duran rushed over. Heighten our vigilance. Sir Duran, I just saw a shadow flash by over there. It was terrifying. Please take some men to investigate. A wave of fear washed over the girl, as if she had glimpsed something dreadful. Very well, come with me, You few. As Durand observed the dwindling number of rampaging soul beasts around him, he decided to venture forth with several guards to assess the situation. Ah, Sir Knight Durand. Might you also clear a path for our departure? The lady's suggestion was indeed prudent. The remaining individuals shall safeguard the lady, while the rest of you follow me to forge a route. Durand commanded without hesitation. Once Durand and his entourage had distanced themselves, the young girl cleared her throat and addressed the 5 remaining knights. Ahem, I must excuse myself to the restroom. Please keep a vigilant watch. Do not let anything go amiss, or else beware of Sir Knight Durand's wrath. Yes, the knights chorused in unison, pleased with their response. The girl nodded and turned toward a nearby thicket. Little did they know, as she stepped into the underbrush, a sly grin crept upon her lips. Heh, a bunch of simpletons, so easily deceived. With that, she boldly ventured deeper into the soul-hunting forest without a glance back. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the soul-hunting forest, a resounding crash echoed as a headless black bear soul beast collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from its neck like a fountain. Durand wielded his sword with both hands, swinging it with graceful precision. The massive blade, towering in size, appeared almost weightless in his grip, dancing like a silver butterfly as each stroke heralded the demise of yet another life. With merely his great sword, Durand carved a vacuum of safety amidst the relentless onslaught of soul beasts. Sir Knight Durand, we have nearly cleared this area of soul beasts, a squire knight reported as he rushed over. Very well, you shall remain to dispatch the remaining soul beasts. I shall rendezvous with the lady. Understood. The knights replied in unison. Simultaneously, outside the cave within the soul-hunting forest, Lu Yu and his companions stood transfixed, rendered speechless by the spectacle before them. A colossal shadow loomed over the remnants of the cave. With a thunderous roar, the gigantic ape pounded its chest, producing a sound so deafening that it momentarily disoriented Lu Yu. This was a mental shock, a sensation he was all too familiar with. Yet, wasn't he the earth-shattering ape a creature of the soil? Why then did it possess the capability for a mental assault? Moreover, according to Old Amo, the energy normally produced by the dragon's essence should be insufficient to drive the earth-shattering ape into a frenzy, indicating that it must possess other treasures. Lu Yu, look. The gorilla seems different from before. Emoholic suddenly interjected as Lu Yu pondered. As Lu Yu followed the words, he observed that the earth-splitting ape was adorned with scales resembling those of a serpent, particularly its chest, which was entirely veiled in these scaly formations. To his astonishment, 2 protrusions akin to dragon horns sprouted from the apex of the colossal ape's head. This earth-splitting ape, in the midst of Lu Yu's bewilderment, Mihualike suddenly spoke up, saying, Lu Yu, quickly look at the gorilla's head. Lu Yu turned his gaze as instructed and indeed discovered a blood-red protrusion nestled in the center of his brow. Upon closer inspection, this crimson protrusion appeared to be composed of a crystalline substance, strikingly out of place upon this head. This object was likely the very source of this transformation. Lu Yu remarked, if my observations are correct, Lu Yu, it seems we may have stumbled upon a treasure. Emoholic exclaimed with delight. A treasure? That crystal? Indeed. Emoholic replied, if my observations are correct, it should be the dragon pearl. It is a treasure of a higher grade than dragon essence. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu's eyes instantly brightened. However, they soon dimmed once more. The current situation is exceedingly unfavorable for us. That colossal gorilla is in a frenzy, and approaching it would be akin to seeking our own demise. Thunderous roars echoed in the air. As Lu Yu's voice faded, a resounding roar echoed through the ruins once more. A colossal figure emerged, and upon its appearance, Lu Yu's eyes lit up with joy. This second silhouette was none other than the Silver Guardian, yet significantly larger, towering over the already massive earth-splitting ape by an astonishing 30 meters. However, this height was merely trivial for the Silver Guardian, as its metallic properties allowed it to expand from 2 meters to an impressive 200 meters. With a thunderous roar, the Silver Guardian drew the entirety of the earth-splitting ape's ire, as it was this very iron behemoth that had previously pounded it within the cave. The crystalline structure on its forehead emitted countless filaments, incessantly stimulating the ape's nerves. The giant primate furiously battered its own head, as if it were a stranger to itself. Ultimately, blood red consumed the creature's eyes, and in that moment, it had succumbed, leaving behind only a vessel occupied by a long-forgotten essence of time. With a ferocious roar, the beast unleashed a cry that seemed to pierce the heavens, its lantern-like eyes appearing to tear through the clouds, threatening to obliterate whatever lay in hiding behind them. Simultaneously, to Lu Yu and his companions, the earth-splitting ape had undergone a dramatic transformation. The once sparse scales now enveloped its entire form. with dragon-like horns fully developed atop its head and a long, scaly tail trailing behind. Its blood-red eyes had morphed into eerie vertical slits, and menacing fangs protruded from its jaws, while its coarse hands had been replaced by sharp claws. In that moment, the beast resembled a haphazard amalgamation crafted by a creator, piecing together two entirely unrelated entities. Yet, in the next instant, the giant creature turned and began to depart, exhibiting no intention of engaging in battle with the Silver Guardian. Witnessing this, Merholik turned to Lu Yu and remarked, "Lu Yu, this creature is brimming with resentment. Should it escape, the consequences would be dire." Lu Yu nodded in agreement and promptly issued an order to the Silver Flow Guards to intercept. In truth, even if Merholik had not spoken, Lu Yu harbored the intent to vanquish the colossal beast before him. Just moments ago, a chilling electronic voice resonated within his mind. Ding! The system has announced an urgent bounty task. Hunt the frenzied Rift Ape, half-dragon transformation. Task difficulty, 5 stars. Completion time, 3 days. Bounty reward, Demon Blade, Qianren. A complete set of Black God armor. Task failure, deduction of half the host's cultivation. Chapter 36, Tombstone Operation, V, an urgent bounty task? This must be a new scheme devised by the system. The lavish rewards offered by the system are a testament to the quintessence of a 5-star task. While generous rewards are one matter, the formidable appearance of this gorilla suggests it is not to be trifled with. This challenge indeed presents considerable difficulty, Liu murmured. With a roar, the earth-splitting ape confronted the Silver Flow Guardian, blocking its path, unleashing another furious bellow. Observing that the Silver Flow Guardian showed no intention of yielding, the ape tilted its head back, gathering strength. Its abdomen rapidly transformed into a fiery red hue. Suddenly, the colossal creature exhaled a searing breath, which surged towards the Silver Flow Guardian with astonishing swiftness. The immense silver figure displayed no inclination to evade. Boom! At last, the scorching beam collided violently with the Silver Flow Guardian. The shockwave from the impact ignited the surrounding trees, incinerating several soul beasts that were unable to flee from the terrifying heat, turning them into charred remains. The air itself warped under the oppressive temperature. Lu Yu felt as though within the span of each breath, flames were igniting in his nasal passages and lungs. His forehead was drenched with beads of sweat. Suddenly, he sensed himself enveloped by a refreshing coolness. Liu turned around and beheld a single eye radiating a gentle blue light. "Old Emo?" Liu exclaimed in delight. A 4th-tier defensive magic, the Water Cube Barrier. The gorilla seemed somewhat amiss, as Merholik remarked. Upon hearing this, Liu felt a tinge of confusion. You see, the gorilla's current offensive capabilities are rather singular, possessing only a singular ranged attack through its breath. Moreover, one cannot help but notice the disjointedness of its limbs, appearing as if they were newly affixed. Lu Yu gazed into the distance, where 2 colossal figures were engrossed in a fierce battle. The earth-shattering ape delivered punches with such tremendous force that they seemed capable of shattering mountains. Yet, despite the immense power behind each strike, its movements were peculiar, marked by a rigidity that rendered them awkward. The Silver Guard effortlessly evaded the incoming blows with mere sidesteps. This presented us with a golden opportunity. Boom! The Silver Guard deftly dodged a punch from the earth-shattering ape and, taking advantage of the creature's momentary lapse, delivered a powerful blow to its abdomen. Roar! Ugh! The earth-shattering ape, in pain, attempted to unleash its searing breath once more, only to be silenced by a formidable hand that clamped over its mouth. The Silver Guard seized the opportunity, grasping the ape's horn with his left hand, and then, with a sudden burst of strength, he heaved. Crash! The colossal figure of the earth-shattering ape was slammed to the ground as if it were a mere toy. Lu Yu, now is your chance, roared Merholik, as a brilliant golden light flashed from his singular eye. Suddenly, several enigmatic magical arrays manifested upon Lu Yu, enveloping his limbs and torso. Subsequently, as the radiant light swirled, the arrays transformed into a robe of runes that adorned Lu Yu's form. The magical energy upon the robe traversed like shooting stars. Lu Yu felt the abundant magical energy coursing through his robe, a wave of astonishment washing over him. Indeed, old Emo, you possess such remarkable abilities. Humph. I have many more impressive techniques up my sleeve, and I shall teach you all of them in due time. But let us focus on the matter at hand. We must not tarry, declared Merholik with pride. Very well. At this moment, Lu Yu was filled with a fervent fighting spirit. With a mere thought, the starry lotus staff materialized in his grasp. The chaotic azure lotus stirred without wind, its petals slowly unfurling. Beneath his feet, 3 soul rings gradually ascended. The first soul ring shimmered brilliantly. The first soul skill, Starry Tribute, was activated. Amplification target, Self, Star Whispering Spirit Fox, Silver Flow Guardian. A comprehensive enhancement ensued. The Azure Soul Ring gleamed, invoking second-tier magic, Gale Step. Second-tier magic, Wind Control. Third-tier magic, Mighty Gale. Unlike his previous duel with Tang San, this time the whirlwind's coverage had expanded to over 5 times its former extent. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wild winds howled. Lu Yu soared with the aid of the wind, his staff adorned with a shimmering azure gem. Several blades of wind were unleashed, striking the face of the earth-shattering ape. At that moment, the ape, held down by the silver stream guards, had no chance of evasion. With a sudden burst, one of its blood-red eyes shattered. Despite the excruciating pain, the earth-shattering ape could only emit a muffled groan as its mouth was firmly restrained. Frustration overwhelmed it. After a century of slumber, it had finally discovered a barely adequate body, only to be confronted by a group of lunatics. Without a word, they had assaulted it mercilessly. Yet, still unfamiliar with its newly claimed form, it found itself utterly incapable of resistance. The towering figure before it, though as solid as steel, moved with a liquid grace, rendering each of its punches as ineffective as striking cotton. Moments ago, an irksome insect had been persistently harassing it. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the soul-hunting forest, a young girl wielded her sword, adopting a defensive stance as she vigilantly scanned her surroundings. The atmosphere here was eerily devoid of any soul beasts. Judging by the bloodstains on her battle armor, it was evident that she had recently survived a fierce confrontation, her hands trembling slightly around the hilt of her sword. Beads of sweat dotted her pale forehead. This was far removed from her expectations. She had envisioned that hunting soul beasts would mirror her training within her family, merely requiring an understanding of their characteristics and weaknesses. However, her recent encounter with a wind demon wolf shattered that illusion. Although she had studied such creatures in her family's library and was aware of their vulnerabilities, each swing of her sword had elicited a wave of anxiety. She had made numerous blunders that should not have occurred. Despite her swordsmanship being unparalleled among her peers, even her usually stern father had praised her skill. She could not comprehend why, despite her utmost efforts, she was failing against these soul beasts, which seemed akin to those nurtured in her family. Had it not been for the sudden whirlwind that had swept her and the wind demon wolf apart, she might have perished then and there. When she regained consciousness, she found herself in an unfamiliar locale, devoid of any soul beasts, yet permeated by an unsettling atmosphere, accompanied by distant roars echoing in the background. It was then that she realized she was lost. Her heart was heavy with regret and despair. Why had she disregarded her father's counsel and insisted on hunting soul beasts? Why had she attempted to outsmart Captain Durant and the others? Why had she acted so impulsively? Why does one insist on showcasing their strength before their father, proving themselves superior to their siblings? Suddenly, an immense sound reverberated from afar, causing the young girl to flinch. She lifted her gaze, witnessing a dark shadow rapidly magnifying in her vision. With a crash, her hands weakened, and she could no longer grip the sword she held. The weapon clattered to the ground. In despair, she shut her eyes, her mind a blank canvas. Instinct urged her to evade. Yet her legs felt as though they were rooted to the earth, immobile. Chapter 37. The graveyard rave. In her desperation, the girl closed her eyes, bracing herself for the impending arrival of death. However, after what felt like an eternity, the anticipated pain did not assail her. Slowly, she opened her eyes to find a figure cloaked in black robes standing before her. The silver-haired youth, with a face that resembled her own age, exuded a maturity that belied his years. "Hey, are you all right?" Liu turned around and inquired, noticing that the girl before him remained silent for an extended period. He couldn't help but wonder if she had been rendered speechless by fear. "Hey, are you alone?" he asked. The girl finally snapped back to reality, just as she was about to respond when suddenly she felt a strong arm encircle her waist. "Ah," she exclaimed in surprise. The rush of wind whistled past her ears, and when she regained her senses, she found herself standing atop a nearby treetop. Looking back, she realized the spot where she had stood moments ago had transformed into a large pit. Suddenly, it dawned on her that she seemed to be leaning against someone. Instinctively, she took a step back, only to realize too late that she had stepped into thin air. "Ah," she cried out as she lost her balance, nearly plummeting down. Fortunately, a powerful hand reached out just in time to catch her. Lu Yu seized the opportunity, and, with a gentle tug, a fragrance unique to the maiden wafted into his embrace. In an instant, their gazes locked, and an ambiguous atmosphere quietly enveloped them. A rosy hue subtly crept upon the youthful faces of both boy and girl. Just then, an untimely voice broke the moment. "Luyu, what time is it? Do you still have the leisure to engage in such flirtation?" Immoholic hurriedly approached from a distance. Moments before, Luyu had unleashed a few blades of wind at the cracked earth ape, only to be struck by the debris it had recklessly flung in retaliation, leaving him out of sight. In his haste to find Luyu, he had scarcely considered his own safety, only to discover that this fellow was engrossed in courting Oldemo. Luyu was pleasantly surprised to see Immoholic rushing over. "Stay here and don't wander off. It's dangerous over there." After giving the girl a few cautions, he was soon enveloped by a whirlwind, swiftly soaring toward the heart of the battlefield. Completely oblivious to the fact that the gust had caused the girl to lose her balance, the girl swayed back and forth, desperately trying to regain her stability, but ultimately fell with a thud, sitting on the ground. While rubbing her backside, she struggled to stand, muttering to herself, "Really? He has no sense of cherishing a delicate lady at all." Meanwhile, Luyu, hurrying to the battlefield, remained unaware of the recent events. At the center of the battlefield, two colossal figures were engaged in a fierce struggle. Although the earth-splitting ape had initially been subdued by the Silver Flow Guardian, each punch it threw was evaded by the Guardian's liquid form, while the hands pressing down on its head remained unyieldingly hard. Seizing the opportunity, it managed to tear open a fissure in the ground and escape. At this moment, one of its eyes was streaming blood, while the other appeared ready to burst, giving its face a terrifying aspect. White smoke billowed from its massive nostrils, and its abdomen glowed a fierce red, signaling another searing breath attack. The Silver Flow Guardian, standing his ground, showed no intention of evading. He crossed his arms and raised them. Boom! At the instant of their collision, a wave of terrifying heat surged forth. Witnessing this scene, Liu inwardly cursed. "Damn it, just when I returned, this happens. Can I not enjoy myself for once?" Despite his inner turmoil, the inevitable confrontation was upon him. In an instant, the familiar sensations of burning and suffocation washed over him once again. Suddenly, the earth-splitting ape ceased its fiery breath. A tremendous energy coalesced within its mouth, gradually forming a sphere resembling a black hole. In an instant, the surrounding trees, flowers, stones, and soul beasts were drawn uncontrollably towards the sphere as if gravity had ceased to exist. Slowly, the sphere detached from the ape's mouth, ascending into the sky. As it reached a certain altitude, the sphere abruptly halted, yet the pull remained, intensifying further. In that moment, the once clear sky darkened ominously, as if heralding the approach of an apocalypse. Seeing the situation, Luyu couldn't help but exclaim, "Goodness, is this not the celestial disturbance? My dear brother, have you mixed up the scenes?" This resembles the technique used by Pain's Deva Path to obliterate the village in Naruto. At that moment, Immoholic suddenly approached him. "Our immediate priority is to remove the crystal from the gorilla's head. However, the gravitational pull of that black hole is exceedingly formidable, making it quite a challenge," he inquired. At this moment, Liu was firmly grasping the outer armor of the flowing silver guard, striving to prevent himself from being drawn in. Upon hearing Immoholic's inquiry, he endeavored to respond as loudly as possible. "Old Immo, every skill has its vulnerabilities. The black hole in the sky is the singularity of this technique. If we can shatter it, it should suffice. Come closer, Old Immo. I need to share something with you." Immoholic floated to Lu Yu's side, and Lu Yu whispered something in his ear. A look of astonishment crossed Immoholic's single eye. "Are you certain this will be effective?" Lu Yu nodded solemnly. Immediately, he instructed the Silver Guard to prepare to launch him into the fray. After receiving the signal from Immoholic and June, both began to gather their strength. Surrounding Immoholic, several magnificent magic formations gradually coalesced. Unlike before, these formations aligned in a single straight line. They emanated an alarming heat, as if poised to incinerate everything in their vicinity at any moment. Simultaneously, June had already reverted to her true form, her 5 tails fully unfurled, radiating a dazzling brilliance even in the daylight. A massive-tailed beast ball gradually formed in her mouth. Now was the moment. Liu shouted while standing atop a colossal metallic hand. In an instant, a crimson beam of intense heat emerged. 6th-tier magic, Flame God Pillar. The tailed beast ball shot forth in a flash. The two forces intertwined in the air, ultimately striking the black hole above. Bang! A tremendous explosion erupted instantly. Concurrently, the Silver Guard forcefully thrust forward with one hand. Upon reaching its maximum distance, a figure shot forth from its palm with incredible speed. This figure was none other than Lu Yu. As Liu surged forth, the Silver Guard's massive form abruptly vanished, converging along the contact point of Liu's palm, transforming into a striking silver armor that adorned him. The thunderous sound from above and the sudden absence of the pulling force indicated that Mo Holik and Jun's assault had been successful, confirming the viability of Liu's strategy. Now, only his part remained to subdue the formidable gorilla before him. In midair, Liu positioned his left hand forward and his right hand back, channeling energy. At that moment, his right hand was adorned with a red glove. This was Liu's plan, with Mo Holik and Jun dismantling the black hole. He would use the Silver Guard to approach the earth-rending ape and ultimately deliver a decisive blow. Come on, Liu cried out in his heart. With all his might, he thrust his right fist forward. At that moment, the earth-shattering ape, with its legs slightly bent, instinctively sought to evade. However, the previous strike had drained nearly all of its soul energy. Chapter 38. The graveyard action. The ant-like figure gradually came into focus in the eyes of the earth-shattering ape. Strangely, although the silver-haired ant possessed limited strength, the crimson glove emanated a chilling aura of power. The soul hidden within the colossal form of the earth-shattering ape seemed to tremble in response. With a roar, the earth-shattering ape unleashed its fury once more. In the next moment, countless boulders hurtled towards the giant ape. Its massive form was swiftly enveloped in a suit of rocky armor, intricate patterns emerging and intertwining to form a complex array of designs in an instant. In but a heartbeat, the earth-shattering ape had established a defense akin to a fortress. At that moment, Liu felt his soul energy dissipating rapidly. Within his sea of consciousness, two whirlpools of soul energy revolved at an astonishing speed, nearly all of the released energy being absorbed by his fist. In a brief span, an overwhelming surge of soul energy coursed through his limbs and bones, leaving him oscillating between the sensations of being drained and replenished. At that moment, he could only curse inwardly, lamenting that no one had ever warned him of the immense soul energy consumption associated with such a punch. At this moment, Liu's face flushed crimson. Yet, he felt as though his right hand was an insatiable abyss, voraciously absorbing his soul power. Within the depths of his spiritual sea, all the vortices of soul energy were whirling at an astonishing speed, and even the surrounding soul crystals were not spared, being crushed and released anew as soul power. Perhaps having absorbed a sufficient amount of this energy, the gauntlet on Liu's right hand suddenly erupted in a brilliant crimson light, rendering his figure akin to a meteor blazing through the atmosphere. Boom! At last, the searing red meteor collided with the formidable barrier. The sturdy rock wall initially managed to withstand the impact, but in an instant, it cracked like fragile glass, revealing numerous fissures. The next moment, those cracks swiftly spread, enveloping the entire barrier. With a crisp sound akin to that of crystal shattering, the thick rock barrier splintered apart. Suddenly, an invisible wave radiated from the epicenter of the collision. The surrounding environment appeared to come to a standstill, as if everything had been paused in time. In the following moment, trees within a radius of several miles disintegrated into dust. Even the colossal figure of the earth-splitting ape was not spared, dissipating into nothingness. What remained was a vast pit, 100 meters in diameter. In the distance, a young girl stood beneath a tree, watching the unfolding spectacle with wide-eyed astonishment. The events before her left Wang Qiqi utterly dumbfounded. How could a boy, seemingly of her own age, possess such formidable power, while she herself felt so powerless? Miss. Just then, a familiar voice echoed from afar. Sir Duran, the knight commander, rushed breathlessly to the young girl's side. He immediately knelt on one knee, saying, "I beg your forgiveness, Mississippi. It is my failure that has placed you in such peril. Please, punish me." He had seen the immense pit upon his arrival, and given the desolation surrounding it, he surmised that a fierce battle had taken place. However, he found it strange that he had sensed nothing in the vicinity moments before. Yet, such thoughts were quickly cast aside as he prepared to return and report to the lord of the house. The most pressing concern was to ensure the safe return of his young mistress. "It's all right, let us return," the girl replied calmly, her pale face betraying no emotion, as if she were entirely unconcerned by the recent events, unaware that a seed had quietly taken root within her heart. As Duran and his companions departed, the very fabric of space began to warp. 6 shadowy figures appeared silently. They gazed at the direction in which the group had vanished, and one of them spoke. "All right, they have gone far enough. Let us withdraw the barrier. The spirit hall should have heard the commotion by now and will arrive shortly." A gentle breeze wafted through the air, causing the black cloak to flutter slightly, revealing a familiar visage. This face belonged to the Azure Dragon, one of the 12 guardians. who had appeared after Lu Yu was rendered unconscious by Feng Guanshan. As he spoke, another sweet and charming voice suddenly chimed in. Oh my. I never expected our divine son to possess such talent. Although merely a remnant of a soul, it managed to escape from the celestial prison of the Holy Domain, only to meet its demise here. I wonder what expression the old warden will wear upon learning this. Another female voice echoed in agreement. Indeed, after all, it was during his tenure that this demon dragon managed to flee. At that moment, the Azure Dragon interjected. All right, you two. Cease this idle chatter and let us assess the condition of the divine son. Just then, a figure in a black robe approached from the distance. Upon removing his hood, he revealed a head of peculiar green hair and remarked, I have just examined him. The divine son is not in grave danger, merely drained of soul energy and fatigued. The green-haired youth paused before continuing, I have discovered this. As he spoke, he produced an ancient tome bound in sheepskin from behind him, alongside a charred soul beast, which could barely be identified as a fox. Xuanwu, you shall tend to these two first. By who? You and your companion are responsible for escorting the divine son back. Remember, do not act recklessly. The one referred to as Bai Hu was the owner of the earlier sweet and charming voice. Very well, leave it to me, Bai Hu replied enthusiastically, seemingly oblivious to the latter warning from the Azure Dragon. The Azure Dragon sighed in exasperation, as if accustomed to such scenarios. He then waved his hand, causing an invisible barrier to dissolve instantly. In the distance, several figures were faintly visible, hastening towards their location. All right, the people from the Spirit Hall have arrived. It is time for us to depart. The spatial distortion occurred once more, causing the figures of 6 individuals to vanish instantaneously, as if they had never existed. The only alteration in this place compared to before was the absence of Lu Yu and his companions. Barely had the 7 departed when several elegantly attired figures arrived. Among them a familiar presence, Su Yuntao, the branch master of the Wuhuan Hall in Notting City, accompanied by a steward. These two were prominent figures of high standing in Notting City. However, at this moment, they respectfully followed behind an even more extravagantly dressed elder. Upon their arrival, they were taken aback by the scene before them. The soul-hunting forest lay in close proximity to Notting City, practically under their noses. Such a significant commotion had occurred. Yet they had only learned of it from an envoy dispatched from the headquarters. The envoy's words echoed in the mind of the city lord, who hastily spoke up. This is entirely my oversight. I failed to notice such a battle of this magnitude transpiring within my territory. However, he was interrupted before he could finish. This matter does not concern you. A powerful being has established a barrier here. It would be unusual for you to have sensed it, the envoy replied. I have come for 2 matters. One pertains to this place. As for the second, meanwhile, in a forbidden area of the Dolua continent, Tang Hao was poised to summon his martial soul to confront the suddenly appearing poisoned serpent dragon. To his astonishment, a flash of silver light swept through, and the once formidable serpent was instantly reduced to a pile of bones. Chapter 39. The Mysterious Village. At this moment, Tang Hao stared in disbelief at the bones on the ground, unable to fathom that mere moments ago, it had been a colossal soul beast. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze to see a group of figures swiftly passing by. Indeed, they seemed to glide, though they walked as ordinary people do. Each step propelled them to an instant appearance several paces ahead. In the blink of an eye, they stood before Tang Hao and his companion. As he scrutinized the newcomers, he quickly discerned that there were only 4 of them. To Tang Hao's astonishment, all 4 were children, the leader appearing no older than 11 or 12. Esteemed guest from afar, my grandfather has been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. Please follow me, the leading child said respectfully, a silver-white dial in his left eye slowly rotating. Tang Hao was astounded. Could it be that the earlier flash of light had emanated from this boy? His curiosity about the village intensified. The figure clad in black beside Tang Hao chuckled, revealing himself to be an elderly man. You bear a striking resemblance to that old rascal. I never expected that the old thief Mo would have such a notable grandson. Child, what is your name? Hearing the elder's reference to his grandfather, the boy did not take offense, responding with continued respect. My name is Mo Ran. You must be Grandpa Jack. As I often hear my grandfather speak of you. Ha ha ha, speak of me? I dare say there have been quite a few whispered remarks about me. Jack chuckled heartily. The young man, feeling somewhat embarrassed, was at a loss for words. All right, I shan't press you further. Lead the way. It's been quite some time since I last visited the village, Jack remarked with a smile. Come, prepare yourselves. We shall enter the village. He beckoned to Tang Hao, who had been standing quietly to the side. just as Tang Hao was ready to take a step forward. The boy who introduced himself as Mo Ran wore a subtle smile. Suddenly, the dial of his left eye erupted with a dazzling silver light, almost blinding those nearby. In an instant, the ground beneath them felt soft, and their bodies swayed as if losing balance. Once they regained their footing, Tang Hao slowly opened his eyes, only to find himself far removed from the toxic wasteland they had just been in. A serene village unfolded before him, with neat houses and crisscrossing paths. The moss-covered steps were lush green, and the grass peeked through the curtains with a vivid hue. The villagers, dressed simply, carried farming tools on their shoulders, while women by the river pounded clothes and washed vegetables. Everything exuded an air of tranquility. Children at the village entrance chased and played, seemingly untouched by the dangers of the outside world. The arrival of the few seemed to stir not a ripple in this idyllic haven. As Tang Hao surveyed his surroundings, he noticed a mist enveloping the outskirts of the village. It appeared as though an invisible barrier prevented the fog from encroaching any closer, halting at 100 meters from the village. Observing Tang Hao's fixation on the mist, Mo Ran smiled and explained, "The village is under the protection of our ancestral deity. Their blessing keeps us safe from all harm." As they spoke, the group had reached the village center. Tang Hao noticed a crowd gathering ahead and curiously inquired, "What are they doing?" Mo Ran replied with a smile, "That is the village altar, where we honor our ancestral deity. This year, 3 children have come of age, and they are undergoing their martial soul awakening, praying for their soul rings." Praying for soul rings? Tang Hao was momentarily taken aback. In his understanding, it was customary for children of age on the continent to have spirit masters dispatched by the spirit hall for their martial soul awakening, and some secluded families conducted the awakening internally. However, regardless of whether it was the spirit hall or hidden families, the only method of obtaining a soul ring post-awakening was through the hunting of soul beasts. This notion of praying for soul rings left him perplexed. As he pondered, he lifted his gaze toward the statue at the altar's center, only to discover that the statue's face was entirely blank. "Why does this statue lack a face?" he asked. "The deity has yet to descend. It shall reveal itself once the deity returns to its rightful place," came an elderly voice from behind. An old man, leaning on a cane, approached leisurely. "Grandfather, village elder." Mo Ran and the others greeted politely. The elder nodded kindly. "Esteemed guests, please follow me." Subsequently, the group arrived at a wooden cabin, where through the window, they could glimpse the altar adorned with a faceless statue, as well as the individuals conducting the rites. "Ha! I never expected you, old fellow, to still be alive," suddenly bellowed Old Jack with laughter. "Old Jack, after all these years, your tongue remains as sharp as ever." "Cursing me to death upon our first meeting," mocked Mo Shuyuan in jest. "And who might this be?" he inquired, gesturing towards Tang Hao. "A wayward young man who has resided in my village for a few years. I thought to bring him out for a stroll," replied Old Jack. "You rascal. Look at you. Your grandson has grown so big and yet retains such charm," he continued. "I have come to seek your assistance with a matter." Mo Shuyuan replied while preparing tea. "I knew you wouldn't come without a purpose. Speak. What do you require of me?" "Here, have some tea," he said, pouring a cup and presenting it to Tang Hao. With both hands, Tang Hao accepted it gratefully and took a sip. Suddenly, a warm current surged through his entire being, and he felt his mental acuity sharpen remarkably. His eyes widened in astonishment. "This tea possesses such remarkable effects. If only I could take some back for Xiao-san." Meanwhile, the 2 elderly men with white hair continued their conversation. "2 matters," Old Jack said, raising 2 fingers. "First, retrieve the item I left with you previously." "Ah, that is easily managed. I shall have Ranner fetch it for you," Mo Shuyuan readily replied. "And what is the second matter?" "I wish to visit the sacred domain." Upon hearing this, Mo Shuyuan's hand paused mid-pour, and he quietly refilled the cups for Old Jack and Tang Hao without uttering a word. "What is it?" "This is the only passage to the sacred domain. Surely they haven't closed it off too?" Old Jack sensed something awry in his old friend's demeanor and inquired urgently. "Well, I fear I may not be able to assist you with this. The road from our village to the sacred domain has been closed for a year now." "What? It was closed a year ago?" Old Jack felt a sense of foreboding arise. "Has something happened in the sacred domain?" "I do not know. Old Lu did not inform me. Since the 12 offerings emerged a year ago, the passage has remained sealed, and I am in the dark regarding the current situation within." Old Jack exclaimed in astonishment. "What? All 12 offerings have been mobilized? It appears we are facing a grave crisis." Mo Shuyuan shook his head. "Old Lu refuses to disclose anything. The passage was sealed from within, and there is no way to open it from the outside, leaving me powerless. As the two conversed, Tang Hao turned his gaze towards the window. Suddenly, the faceless statue at the center of the altar erupted in a burst of silver light. Following this, the three children participating in the ritual vanished as if taken away by that very light. Chapter 40. The Seed of Inheritance. Mo Shou Yuan followed Tang Hao's gaze to the outside. The soul summoning ritual was nearing its conclusion. Soon, the village would welcome 3 new soul masters. A day? Tang Hao exclaimed in astonishment. One must hunt soul beasts to obtain soul rings after awakening their martial soul to officially become a soul master. However, typically, individuals lack the experience to confront soul beast post-awakening, necessitating assistance in the hunt. Yet, those 3 children hardly appear capable of hunting soul beasts alone. How can you be so certain they will become soul masters within a day? To Tang Hao's surprise, Mo Shou Yuan stroked his beard and chuckled. Young man, do you know the origin of our village? Tang Hao shook his head. I do not. Do you know why we worship our ancestral deity? Mo Shou Yuan continued his inquiry. I do not. Tang Hao replied once more. After sipping his tea, Mo Shou Yuan began to elaborate. Let us first discuss that statue. It is more aptly described as a door. A door? Tang Hao echoed, bewildered. Indeed. This door connects 2 realms. One is the sacred domain I mentioned earlier with Old Jack. What about the other? Tang Hao pressed for clarification. The other realm is where we awaken our martial souls and obtain soul rings. Every child in the village who reaches the appropriate age is sent to the place of inheritance to receive the blessings of the ancestral deity. The so-called blessing involves planting the seed of inheritance within them. This process takes a day. Once the seed is planted, those who cultivate their soul power to a certain level will see the seed take root and flourish, giving rise to soul rings. To plant the seed of inheritance within oneself and nurture the soul ring, Tang Hao was utterly astonished by this method of cultivation. However, once the villagers pass away, the seed of inheritance within them returns to its original state, reverting to the place of inheritance. Does this not, in a sense, transform a person into a soul beast? Tang Hao questioned, incredulous. Mo Shou Yuan, undeterred by the inquiry, patiently explained, indeed, it bears resemblance to soul beasts, but humans and soul beasts are both living beings. The divine created both humanity and soul beasts. The most harmonious relationship between the two is one of peaceful coexistence. The Stardow Forest and the Soul Hunting Forest are the consequences of rampant hunting of soul beasts. If this continues, in a few hundred years, there will be no soul beasts left to hunt. With that, he extended his right hand, revealing a silver plant in the palm. Tang Hao fell into deep contemplation and gradually nodded. Thank you, Senior, for your invaluable teachings. I am profoundly grateful. Mo Shou Yuan smiled kindly. It is a trivial matter. You are recognized as a guardian of the barrier, so it is only reasonable for you to be informed of such matters. Guardian of the barrier? Tang Hao was once again taken aback. Indeed, it refers to the invisible barrier that protects the Mo family village from harm, a legacy left by the ancestral deity. If one is not acknowledged by it, even if Miyano employs her soul technique on you, you would be cast into the poisonous forest outside. By the time Tang Hao and Old Jack departed from Mo family village, the night had already deepened. The nighttime poisonous forest is far more perilous than during the day, as countless venomous creatures begin their nocturnal hunt. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying with it a pungent gas. After bidding farewell to their esteemed guests, Mo Rant's left eye flashed with silver light, and in the blink of an eye, the youth vanished without a trace. Senior, why don't we stay in the village for a night before leaving? Tang Hao adjusted his hood. The sacred domain is closed. We must go, Old Jack replied slowly. Senior, what exactly is the sacred domain? Tang Hao inquired. Do you recall the ancestral deity mentioned by the old ghost of Mo? Tang Hao nodded. The so-called ancestral deity could be regarded as one divine entity or perhaps 2. Tang Hao was perplexed again. Did the older generation always speak in such a convoluted manner? Do you remember the soul technique released by Mo Ran? Tang Hao nodded once more. The youth's left eye merely flashed with silver light, and he instantly changed his position. A quintessential example of a spatial soul technique. Could it be a deity of space? Indeed, you are correct, but only partially. There is also a deity of time. Dual deities. Tang Hao was even more astonished. The divine domain was created by these dual deities, with a history that can be traced back to the very inception of the continent. The sacred domain generally exists in a fluid and unique space, where the 2 deities utilize their divine power to create several anchors to stabilize its position. These anchors serve as vital conduits for the passage between the sacred domain and the continent. Mo family village is one of them, and indeed the most critical one. Since a great battle 90 years ago, all other anchors have been destroyed, leaving only Mo family village remaining. Hearing this, Tang Hao could not help but ask, if the sacred domain has existed for such a long time, why has there never been any record of it on the continent? Old Jack responded, the sacred domain has always conducted itself discreetly, reluctant to engage in extensive interactions with the continent. It is known that they have been monitoring every move on the continent, seemingly wary of something. The sudden seclusion of the sacred domain is indeed peculiar. Although they operate in secrecy, they have always maintained a connection with the continent. Senior, where are we headed this time? Tang Hao caught up with Old Jack. Although Old Jack appeared to be an elderly man in the twilight of his years, his agility was such that even a robust figure like Tang Hao had to quicken his pace to keep up. Upon hearing Tang Hao, Old Jack paused, retrieving two yellowed old envelopes from his pocket, which he handed to Tang Hao. These contain items I have left for Xiao San and Xiao Yu. They are both good children, and the path of a soul master is fraught with challenges. This is a small token of my affection for them. You must not keep what is meant for Xiao San for yourself. We shall part ways here. Please deliver them to the children when you next see them. With that, before Tang Hao could refuse, Old Jack pressed the envelopes into his hands. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. In the blink of an eye, Old Jack's figure vanished, leaving Tang Hao standing alone, dazed, clutching the two envelopes. His weathered face bore an inscrutable expression, seemingly calm, yet deep within. He harbored a suspicion about Old Jack's true identity. Could it be that the village chief Jack was indeed that legendary master who had once shaken the continent decades ago? The thought startled him. It was impossible. The forces of the continent had nearly deployed all their elite warriors to eliminate that being, leaving no chance for survival. Yet, his hand trembled slightly as it held the envelopes. Then, it suddenly dawned on him that Old Jack had not informed him how to return. He had arrived in this toxic forest solely through the silver token in Old Jack's possession, and now that Old Jack had departed, he was left disoriented. Realizing he was lost, abruptly, Tang Hao felt something in his embrace. He reached in and discovered the silver token that Old Jack had previously wielded. Without hesitation, he attempted to channel his soul power into the token. With a swish and a flash of silver light, Tang Hao's figure vanished from the toxic forest. Chapter 41. Rebirth in the Heavendo Empire. In the village of Xinghan, within a modest wooden house, Liu slowly opened his eyes. As the morning sunlight streamed through the window, casting a dance of light and shadow upon the floor, weaving a unique tapestry that is distinctly characteristic of the dawn, Liu instinctively raised his hand to shield himself from the blinding sunlight. Suddenly, an excruciating pain coursed through his body, compelling him to let out a painful groan. What on earth? Why does it hurt so much? Liu immediately gasped in astonishment, gritting his teeth. Brother Yu, you have awakened. At that moment, a melodious voice resonated from beside him. Before Liu had the chance to speak, Xiao Wu, noticing that Liu had awakened, immediately dashed outside. Third brother. Brother Yu is awake, she called out as she ran. At that moment, Tang San, who was approaching with an armful of items, caught sight of her rushing figure. Suddenly, a stone appeared beneath Xiao Wu's feet. Observing this, Tang San decisively halted, sidestepped, and gracefully evaded the impending mishap. Bang! As anticipated, Xiao Wu stumbled over the stone and fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Tang San, still clutching the items in his arms, remained unscathed. Fortunately, I managed to get the medicine to Brother Yu, Xiao Wu remarked with a mischievous smile. Third brother, she exclaimed, feeling aggrieved as she rubbed her head and stood back up, her pouting eyes resembling that of a slighted maiden. Xiao Wu, are you all right? What is the rush? Tang San inquired, concern evident in his voice. Initially, Xiao Wu felt a pang of frustration due to the fall caused by someone else's negligence. But she suppressed her discontent. Brother Yu has awakened, and I came to inform you. Upon hearing this, Tang San's face brightened. Really? He replied, quickening his pace towards the wooden hut while calling back without looking, Xiao Wu, please fetch a bowl of water. All right. Xiao Wu responded eagerly. Brother Yu, are you feeling well? As Liu was about to rise, he suddenly heard an urgent voice calling out. Ahem, came the sound from Xiao San. As soon as Liu opened his mouth, he was beset by a piercing pain in his throat. What is happening to me? Brother Yu, you have been unconscious for nearly 5 days. First, take a sip of water to soothe your throat. Xiao Wu offered a bowl of water to Liu. He reached out to take it, but was suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of weakness. Fortunately, Tang San was quick to react and caught the bowl just in time, sparing Liu from a damp misfortune. Lu Yu gazed into the water's surface and beheld his own visage at that moment. It was a countenance devoid of color, with pale lips marred by numerous fissures, speckled with traces of blood. "Brother Yu, what occupies your thoughts?" Tang Sen inquired, unable to restrain himself as he noticed Lu Yu lost in contemplation. "Oh, it's nothing. I was merely startled by my own reflection." "Xiao-san, what transpired during the days of my unconsciousness?" As Lu Yu finished his sentence, a surge of sweetness flooded his throat, and blood suddenly gushed forth. "Brother Yu." The two were immediately taken aback by this outburst of blood. Tang San hurriedly stepped forward to gently pat Lu Yu's back. "Brother Yu, after such an extended period of unconsciousness, it's only natural that your vitality is low. You should rest more and avoid any sudden movements." He paused before continuing. "5 days ago, I heard a knock on the door. Upon opening it, I found you collapsed on the floor, drenched in blood and unresponsive." "Yes. It nearly frightened us to death," Xiao Wu interjected. "Next to you, there was a bundle and a note containing a prescription for restoring your health." Tang San gestured to the various packages nearby. "Those medicines were prepared according to the prescription on the note." "Wait a moment." At this moment, Liu suddenly interjected, "You dare to prepare a medicine based on that prescription of unknown origin for me?" To speak candidly, we were initially hesitant as well. The initial doses were all personally verified by Third Brother, until, upon hearing these words, Liu could not help but jest. "Xiao-san, you are quite impressive. Even knowledgeable in pharmacology." Tang San felt a bit embarrassed by the praise. "Brother Yu, you nearly scared both me and Tang San to death last night." Fortunately, a mysterious figure in black suddenly appeared and administered a golden elixir to you, allowing you to return to life. Lu Yu was instantly intrigued. "Are you suggesting that I suddenly died last night, only to be revived by a man in black? Did you manage to discern the features of this dark-clad figure, or note any distinctive traits?" After posing the question, Liu felt somewhat foolish. Truth be told, he had already formed a few suspicions regarding the identity of the mysterious figure. Xiao Wu shook her head, striving to recollect. The individual wore a hood that was drawn low, concealing their face entirely, yet their strength was undeniable. Xiao Wu's tone was resolute with her final words. Tang San nodded in agreement. "Now, let us return to last night." Tang San was preparing a medicinal concoction for Lu Yu when a sudden scream pierced the air. "Ah!" He swiftly rose, employing his ghostly movements to flash into the room. "What happened?" Xiao Wu trembled as she pointed at Lu Yu, who lay on the bed. "Brother Yu has no breath." While wiping Lu Yu's face moments ago, she noticed his pallor was alarming. Realizing something was amiss, she leaned in to check for his breath. Tang San, upon hearing her exclamation, hurried to feel Lu Yu's pulse. As a disciple of the Tang sect in his past life, he was not only skilled in hidden weapons and agile movements but also possessed a modest proficiency in medicine. Taking a pulse was child's play. However, the moment he touched Lu Yu's wrist, a sense of foreboding enveloped him. Indeed, as Xiao Wu had indicated, Lu Yu's pulse had ceased. Just as their minds went blank, the surrounding space suddenly warped. A figure cloaked in black appeared abruptly in the room. Upon arriving, the figure swiftly approached and grasped Lu Yu's other hand. The unexpected turn of events jolted Xiao Wu and Tang San back to reality. Seeing the newcomer making a move towards Lu Yu, Tang San instinctively attempted to intervene. However, in the next instant, the figure merely raised 2 fingers and waved them gently. Both were instantaneously pinned against the wall by a powerful force, unable to move. Fortunately, the figure harbored no malice, and the pressure applied was gentle, causing them no harm. After securing Tang San and Xiao Wu against the wall, the figure turned their full attention to Lu Yu. They first checked Lu Yu's pulse, just as Tang San had done, and then proceeded to press several points on his body. The sight startled Tang San. The figure's technique was clearly acupoint sealing, targeting lethal points. Yet, at that moment, he was immobilized against the wall, unable even to speak, and could only watch helplessly as the figure attended to Lu Yu. From seemingly nowhere, the cloaked individual produced a pitch-black wooden box. Upon opening it, the unique fragrance of the medicinal pills immediately filled the room. After placing a golden pill into Lu Yu's mouth, the figure turned to address the 2 pinned against the wall. "Rest assured, I mean no harm. He should awaken by tomorrow morning." Subsequently, she directed her gaze towards Tang San. Chapter 42, The Vanished Soul Ring. Although the features of the newcomer remained hidden, Tang San felt an unsettling chill course through him, as though the shadowy figure's penetrating stare had stripped him of his composure. "Young man, do you possess medical knowledge?" Tang San turned his head aside, replying coldly, "What business is it of yours?" "Oh, a stubborn one, are we? In the past, I would have enjoyed a delightful game with you, but alas, my time is limited," the figure in black remarked, their voice hoarse, rendering it impossible to discern their gender. Evidently altered by some vocal modulation. If you wish to save the life of the little one on the bed, follow the instructions on this note. With that, they pressed a slip of paper into Tang San's embrace. I shall return in 3 days. Who are you? Tang San shouted. Without another word, the figure turned and departed. The space around them warping before their form vanished entirely. Thud. Once the cloaked figure had left, the two individuals, released from their confinement, fell heavily to the ground, beads of sweat dotting their foreheads. As a 10,000-year soul beast, Xiao Wu, alongside Tang San, who had lived 2 lives and fought countless battles as a disciple of the Tang sect in his previous existence, possessed an innate intuition for danger. The force unleashed at the moment the black-clad figure had turned and distorted the space was far beyond their ability to withstand. Before such overwhelming might, the notion of escape was rendered futile. Yet, they set aside their fears, quickly forcing themselves to regain their composure. Tang San hastened forward to check Lu Yu's pulse. Fortunately, a wave of relief washed over him. Now, back to the present. By the way, Brother Yu, I went to Notting City the day before yesterday to procure medicine and unexpectedly discovered that the soul-hunting forest has been sealed off. The soul-hunting forest has been sealed? Lu Yu exclaimed, then quickly realized that given the commotion within, such a measure was entirely reasonable. Indeed. All soul masters have been cleared from the forest. Only the troops of the Heaven Do Empire and members of the Spirit Hall remain inside, Tang San continued. Brother Yu, this matter does not concern you, does it? Lu Yu sat weakly on the bed, coughing softly. Xiao San, before he could utter much more, another fit of cough overtook him. Xiao Wu, who had taken a step forward, retreated upon Lu Yu's subtle gesture. Lu Yu took a deep breath and said, Xiao San, where is the package you mentioned earlier? Could you bring it to me for a moment? All right, Tang San replied, rising to his feet. In no time, he returned, holding a black package in his hand. Now, you all may leave. I wish to rest alone for a while. Lu Yu took the package and spoke. However, Xiao Wu, who was beside him, was about to say something when a hand pulled her back. Brother Yu is still severely injured and needs to rest. Let us step outside for now. All right, I will call for you if anything arises. Once the footsteps faded away, Lu Yu eagerly opened the package before him. Inside, there were only 2 items, an irregularly shaped dark red crystal, about the size of a fist, and an ancient book with a parchment cover. Old Imo. Old Imo. No matter how Lu Yu called out, the single eye on the parchment cover remained tightly shut, unresponsive. After realizing his calls bore no fruit, Lu Yu turned his attention to the crystal. The crystal exhibited a hue reminiscent of dried blood, its irregular surface riddled with countless cracks. Through the sunlight, he could faintly discern what appeared to be a dragon-like creature coiled within. Above it, a purple ring floated serenely. This is the Millennium Soul Ring of the Earth-Splitting Ape. According to common knowledge, a soul beast would reveal its soul ring upon death, but such a ring would not last long. Given that he had been in a coma for many days, Lu Yu assumed this object had long since vanished. To his surprise, it had now materialized before him. However, he was uncertain how to extract the soul ring. With that thought, Li began to channel his soul power, attempting to establish a connection with the soul ring within the crystal. Something's amiss. Let me try again. As he repeatedly channeled his soul power, Lu Yu was astonished to discover that his soul power had already been completely depleted. He hastily plunged his consciousness into his sea of consciousness, only to find it utterly barren. The once vibrant vortex of soul power and the soul power crystals were nowhere to be seen. Even his mental strength had dwindled to a mere few scattered wisps lingering in the sea of consciousness. Lu Yu's consciousness wandered aimlessly within the sea of awareness when suddenly, a burst of white caught his eye. June. Lu Yu was filled with overwhelming joy. He hastened forward, only to find June curled up in a ball, her eyes tightly shut. No matter how fervently Lu Yu called out, there was no response from her. Subsequently, Lu Yu relinquished his efforts and withdrew from the sea of consciousness, summoning the system. Host. Lu Yu, status, abnormal, martial soul, prayer star staff. Temporal angel, variant, soul power, 0 points, minus 25,000. Inventory, playing card blueprint, building cement, silver guard. Note, 2 uses remaining. System reward task package X1. Skill, all-encompassing meditation. Wait a moment. Lu Yu gazed at the system panel and suddenly sensed an unsettling discrepancy. The system could actually owe him points? When had he accrued a debt of over 2,000 points to the system? System, what is the meaning of this? He inquired, but no response came forth, leaving only a triangular symbol to materialize before him. What could this possibly signify? Lu Yu, filled with curiosity, gently tapped the screen. In an instant, a virtual three-dimensional display materialized before him. Accompanied by the sound of flowing electricity, a familiar electronic voice resonated, announcing, "System log initiated." Loading visuals, it continued. As the numbers counted up, 1, 10, 50, 100. Loading complete. As the final digit reached 100, the screen gradually revealed its content. Lu Yu suddenly realized that he was lying on a desolate patch of ground, having just struck the Earth Splitter ape with a formidable punch. Blood streamed from his 7 orifices, and his right arm had completely vanished, signaling an unmistakable demise. The colossal form of the Earth Splitter ape had long since disappeared. Immoholic and the little fox had been affected by the residual waves of battle, rendered unconscious not far away. At that moment, Lu Yu found himself enveloped by a gentle blue light, detecting rapid loss of host life. Warning, host has succumbed to death. A cacophony of erratic electrical sounds ensued, and the familiar electronic voice echoed once more. Host has lost vital signs. Consciousness is being detached. Preparing to assume control of host's body. Body control permissions successfully acquired. Warning, severe damage detected in the host's body. Points will be consumed for repairs. Remaining points, 0. Warning, insufficient remaining points. Activating contingency plan. Points deduction completed. Host body is undergoing repair. Body repair completed. Basic functions restored. Martial soul status, functional. Soul power, diminished. Mental power, depleted. Time-space angel martial soul activation in progress. Activation complete. In an instant, a silver angelic martial soul manifested above Lu Yu. Subsequently, the silvery figure raised its right hand and gently waved, causing a spatial rift to materialize. Chapter 43. System points lone a rift in space appeared, revealing an abyss of profound void. Threads of energy traversed the emptiness, gradually merging into Lu Yu's being. Body repair completed. This repair incurred a substantial points cost. Points, minus 25,000, system energy depleted. Entering standby mode, retaining only basic functions, shop refresh feature suspended. Mission system shut down. Shut down countdown. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown concluded, the scene plunged into utter darkness. Lu Yu now has a rough understanding of the situation. In a bid for self-preservation, the system has entered a state of dormancy. June has once again succumbed to slumber. And old Emo remains unresponsive. He is left all alone. Tang San mentioned that the man in black would return in 3 days. If his conjecture is correct, that individual must be one of the 12 offerings who attacked him that day. What could those who proclaim themselves as the holy domain possibly want from him? However, at least for now, they have not exhibited any malice. Never mind, he decides to set those thoughts aside and first open the gift package. Ding, bounty task gift package successfully used. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Demon Blade Shinrin, a random item package, and Black God armor. Rewards have been dispatched to the system warehouse. Please check. Lu Yu was taken aback. No, opening a gift pack and getting a card draw. Even the system is offline, yet they still engage in this game of chance. Never mind, let us just store it in the warehouse for now. At this moment, Lu Yu suddenly recalled that the system had previously updated and appeared to have assigned a commission task. It seemed that by merely encountering characters from the original work of Dolo Continent, one could unlock related tasks. Given his extended interaction with Xiao Wu and Tang San, he should have triggered some relevant tasks by now. With a flick of his wrist, Lu Yu summoned the system panel once more. To his surprise, he found a branch in the task section, clearly marked with the words commission task in a shimmering, yet dim state. Alas, it was locked. He owed the system over 20,000 points, a dire situation indeed. Awakening to such a heavy debt felt as if the sky had partially collapsed upon him. Fortunately, the system had yet to specify a repayment deadline, allowing for some leeway. The immediate priority was to devise a means to restore a portion of his strength. Gazing at the panel displaying physical function 1, Lu Yu felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Was the side effect of a single punch so severe? No one had warned him prior. The system lacked even a manual for guidance. Shaking his head, Lu Yu tossed aside the covers, slipped on his shoes, and strolled outside. At that moment, Tang San, who was preparing medicine outside, heard footsteps behind him. Turning around, he was taken aback to see Lu Yu standing at the door. His complexion as pale as a ghost. The morning sunlight illuminated the boy's haggard face, and his frail body swayed in the breeze, as if he might topple over at any moment. Brother Yu, what are you doing out here? The wind is strong. Hurry back inside, Tang San exclaimed. Hastily setting down his fan and rushing to support Lu Yu. However, Lu Yu waved his hand, signaling Tang San to slow down. No need for that. I've been cooped up indoors all day and feel like I'm about to mold. I just want to bask in the sun for a bit. Then let me accompany you for a stroll, Tang San replied, calling out to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, keep an eye on the stove. I'll take brother Yu out for a little walk. Oh, came a sweet voice in response, followed by the sight of a petite figure dashing towards them. The morning woods exuded a refreshing fragrance, and the gentle rain from the previous night added an air of misty beauty to the leaves. The occasional chirping of birds could be heard from the treetops. Lu Yu approached a stone and slowly sat down. Xiao San, come sit with me for a moment and rest, he said. All right, Tang San replied, joining Lu Yu at his side. Brother Yu, Tang San suddenly spoke. The matters concerning the soul-hunting forest are related to you, aren't they? Oh, how did you come to that conclusion? Upon hearing these words, Lu Yu became intrigued. 5 days prior, during my morning ascent for training, I happened to notice you, brother Yu, departing the village in a horse-drawn carriage. That very evening, a calamity befell you. And the following day, the soul-hunting forest was sealed off. Moreover, upon your awakening, you inquired about the significant events of recent days, presumably seeking information regarding the happenings in the soul-hunting forest. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Lu Yu could not help but feel a wave of admiration. Truly, one who has traversed 2 lifetimes possesses a remarkable intellect, nearly rivaling his own. Indeed, the disturbances within the soul-hunting forest were instigated by me. Lu Yu did not conceal this fact, readily acknowledging his involvement. It is indeed you, brother Yu. What transpired within the forest that led to the sealing of the soul-hunting forest? Although Tang San had long suspected this matter. Hearing Lu Yu's confession still left him somewhat astonished. This is a tale that requires some time to unfold. With that, Lu Yu tilted his head towards the heavens. Closing his eyes, do not inquire, for the brightness is blinding, and feigned the demeanor of a transcendent sage. In my former days, I was a carefree immortal in the celestial realm. Who would have thought that I would fall victim to treachery? Forced to relinquish my divine form and descend into the mortal realm, fortunate enough to be reborn as a human. Beside him, Tang San could only listen in exasperation as Lu Yu began to weave yet another fanciful narrative. Brother Yu, are these not merely tales you concoct to amuse children? He chuckled heartily. Lu Yu burst into laughter when Tang San exposed him. However, upon seeing Tang San's expressionless face, he felt a sense of futility in his amusement and quickly regained his composure. In truth, I didn't do much. I merely assisted a friend who had lost something in the soul-hunting forest. While searching for his belongings, I unexpectedly encountered a formidable soul beast. Fortunately, I crossed paths with a powerful senior, and with their undeniable strength, coupled with my flawless support, we swiftly vanquished the soul beast. Alas, what does that expression on your face signify? Lu Yu, noticing that Tang San remained skeptical, feigned dissatisfaction. Still doubting your brother Yu, are you? Tang San understood that he could extract no further information from Lu Yu and chose not to dwell on the topic. Of course I believe you, brother Yu. We should hurry back. Xiao Wu is preparing the medicine, and that potion is quite valuable. If we do not consume it, it would be a waste. So, are you concerned about the cost of the medicine or about my well-being? Upon hearing this, Lu Yu spoke. Tang San found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Naturally, he was concerned for your health, brother Yu. After all, in terms of talent and wisdom, there is no one across the entire continent who can rival you. Thus, your well-being can be deemed the most crucial matter on the continent. Therefore, brother Yu, for the sake of your swift recovery, we should return and take the medicine without delay. Of course, Tang San deliberately paused and added, if you fear the bitterness of the medicine and truly cannot bear to drink it, then we need not consume it, no matter how costly it may be. Lu Yu remarked, indeed, the preceding words were commendable, but what follows is utterly absurd. Me, Lu Yu, afraid of hardship? That is nothing short of alarmist rhetoric. Come, let us return and partake in our medicinal draught. With that declaration, Lu Yu rose and began to retrace his steps. Observing this, Tang San could not help but chuckle inwardly, thinking, in the end, he is still a child. Such a simplistic taunt has truly struck home. Hey, Xiao San, why are you dawdling there? Hurry up. Lu Yu called back to Tang San, who was lingering behind. Oh, coming, brother Yu. Do take your time, Tang San replied. Chapter 44. The Moonlit Ruins as Night Fell. Lu Yu rose and approached the door, pressing his ear against it to attentively listen to the sounds beyond. After a moment, he gently pushed the door open, and, upon discovering Tang San and Xiao Wu peacefully asleep, he cautiously took his first step outside. Noticing their continued lack of response, He let out a slight sigh of relief and tiptoed away. In the days following Lu Yu's injury, Tang San, in a bid to better care for him, took the extraordinary step of moving in with Xiao Wu at Lu Yu's residence. After all, Tang Hao and village chief Jack had departed for an extended period, leaving their return uncertain. Ever since Tang Hao's departure, the blacksmith shop had closed. Yet the three of them received sufficient support from their sole master stipends to comfortably cover their daily expenses, eliminating the immediate necessity for employment. Moreover, the ring bequeathed to Lu Yu by grandfather Jack contained at least 200,000 gold coins, a conservative estimate on Lu Yu's part, ensuring he had no financial worries for the time being. The forest at night was enveloped in silence. Although it was summer, the evening breeze brushed against the youthful skin, eliciting a slight chill. Achoo! Lu Yu shivered, his hands instinctively brushing against his shoulders. Goodness, why is it so cold at night? The young man murmured to himself as he quickened his pace. Before long, Lu Yu arrived at his intended destination, the grove behind the village. Lu Yu retrieved a crumpled ball of paper from his spatial ring. At that moment, he found himself in a clearing within a small grove. Strangely, although he had frequented this place before, he had no recollection of the scene before him. The towering boulders in the woods behind the village seemed to indicate that the address on the paper must indeed refer to this location. Lu Yu came to a halt, confronted by a colossal boulder. The stone was adorned with a lush carpet of moss, while one side boasted a remarkably smooth surface, as if hewn by a master craftsman. Rising nearly 10 meters high, the boulder gleamed with a sheen imparted by its verdant covering. The parchment he held was discovered within the spatial ring left behind by Grandpa Jack. According to the script, this stone was purported to be the entrance to a site known as the Moonshadow Ruins. However, this entrance would only manifest on a night of a full moon and required a key for access. Lu Yu circled the enormous rock, yet could discern nothing particularly remarkable about it. Suddenly, he raised his gaze towards the summit of the colossal stone. Lu Yu suddenly realized that he seemed to have overlooked two areas. The reason for not digging deeper was quite straightforward. Ascending was far easier. Although the boulders towered dozens of meters high, this minor challenge posed no difficulty for him. He then noticed the ancient ring on his hand glimmering with brilliance. And in an instant, a glove materialized in his grasp. The glove was entirely black, adorned with intricate golden patterns, and curiously, it was designed solely for the right hand. Lu Yu picked up the glove and examined it closely. This was the coveted Black Divine Armor, a reward from the system's bounty task. Renowned in the original work of Swallowing Stars as the most formidable defensive armor on Earth, discovered within the 9th relic of the Amazon rainforest. This suit of armor could adapt to the user's will, forming a protective attire. He then donned it on his right hand. The once oversized glove began to flow like liquid, actively conforming to the contours of his arm. Soon, Lu Yu felt a sharp pain in his right hand, followed by a tingling sensation, as if countless ants were crawling across it. In the next moment, the black glove melded seamlessly into Lu Yu's body, revealing his fair arm. With a mere thought, an entire suit of armor enveloped him in an instant. Gold and red patterns twisted and intertwined, imbuing the armor with an air of majesty and mystery. Lu Yu lifted his right hand, and with a swift motion, his armored arm elongated like rubber, reaching the summit of a massive boulder. The young man searched the top of the stone, finally locating a suitable grip. Then, with a forceful pull and a flicker of intent, his body was effortlessly drawn upward along the direction of his extended arm. Splash! As Lu Yu ascended, his foot suddenly slipped, and he found himself sprawled awkwardly upon the colossal stone. In that moment, his gaze was drawn to a circular, dark crimson emblem, meticulously embedded within a circular recess, a clear testament to human craftsmanship. He then retrieved the crumpled parchment once more, laying it out flat upon the stone surface. Suddenly, a cool breeze swept through, parting the clouds to unveil the concealed full moon. The silvery light cascaded onto the parchment. In the next instant, the characters inscribed upon the paper began to gradually fade away. Subsequently, a design identical to that of the moon on the stone sprang forth vividly on the parchment. He found it. A joyful smile illuminated the boy's face. Without hesitation, Lu Yu produced a circular jade stone from his spatial ring and pressed it into the recess. Instantly, a dazzling red light surged forth from the jade, soaring skyward. When Lu Yu finally reopened his eyes, he was startled to discover that he had departed from the stone. He now stood atop a fragment of floating rock, surrounded by an infinite void, where even a lingering glance seemed to invite oblivion. Lu Yu gazed around and found himself seemingly enveloped within an asteroid belt. At the heart of this celestial expanse stood a majestic palace, resplendent in deep crimson hues. Its spire-like arches soared vertically, a stark contrast to the architectural styles found on the mainland, representing two entirely distinct realms. Lu Yu raised his right hand, extending it to the utmost limit, utilizing the unique properties of the black divine armor to grasp a slightly larger fragment of rock, subsequently pulling himself back. He then reached out with his other hand to seize a stone that lay even farther away. Thus, he alternated between his hands, progressing closer to the palace. Before long, Liu made a grand leap, landing soundly before the main entrance of the palace. Liu approached the grand entrance of the palace, lifting his gaze to meticulously examine the magnificent edifice that stood majestically in the void. Suddenly, a peculiar sound emanated from the palace door. As he drew nearer, the noise intensified. "Who is there? Who resides within?" Lu Yu shouted loudly, yet all that responded to him was the sound of the wind. Liu cautiously placed his hand upon the dark crimson door, intending to push it open. However, he was abruptly struck by the realization that no matter how forcefully he exerted himself, the door remained utterly immovable. Just as Lu Yu was prepared to abandon his effort and depart, a sudden, tremendous suction emanated from the door, slamming him against it with a resounding thud. Despite his desperate struggles, all was in vain. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful shockwave erupted from behind the door. In the blink of an eye, before Lu Yu could even register a response, he was violently propelled backward, feeling as though his very insides were being shattered. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. And when Lu Yu regained his senses, the once majestic palace had been reduced to mere ruins. A terrifying creature, entirely covered in writhing tentacles, loomed in the void. Strangely, each of its numerous appendages was adorned with an abundance of eyes. In the next instant, Lu Yu felt as though he were being scrutinized by countless gazes, sending a shiver down his spine. He then beheld innumerable tentacles reaching out toward him, and he found himself powerless against these grotesque manifestations. Chapter 45, The Moonshadow Ruins, Part 2. Suddenly, a mouth filled with jagged teeth loomed larger and larger in Lu Yu's vision. At this moment, Lu Yu found himself ensnared by the relentless grasp of the tentacles, helplessly witnessing his own impending demise. He could even feel the viscous droplets falling upon his face. Suddenly, the young man jolted awake. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Lu Yu reached out to touch his face, feeling a slight chill at his fingertips, accompanied by a hint of moisture. Is it raining? Am I still outside? Lu Yu surveyed his surroundings, still sprawled atop the massive rock, his garments thoroughly soaked by the fine drizzle. Countless droplets adorned his forehead, leaving him uncertain whether they were beads of sweat or raindrops. Lu Yu raised his right hand, and a flash of light revealed a black glove adorning his hand. The dark armor had yet to activate, indicating that everything he had just experienced was but an illusion. Yet, Lu Yu slowly rose to his feet and looked down. Since the black god armor had not activated, how had he managed to ascend? Suddenly, a shadow darted past Lu Yu's eyes. Who could it be? Lu Yu swiftly donned the gloves, and after a brief sting, a familiar tingling sensation enveloped him once more. With each breath, a suit of black and gold armor enveloped his entire being. His soul energy had yet to be restored, should any peril arise at this moment. Lu Yu felt utterly unprepared. The only source of reliance lay in this set of black divine armor. The young man clenched his fists. Suddenly, a shadow materialized unexpectedly beside Lu Yu. Lu Yu suddenly lost his balance and fell to the ground with a thud. "Brother Yu." At that moment, a familiar voice echoed. As Lu Yu turned around, he spotted Tang Sen dashing towards him with an umbrella in hand. "Brother Yu, are you all right?" Tang Sen inquired with genuine concern. At that moment, the expression concealed beneath Lu Yu's mask appeared somewhat unsettling. "Xiao San, why have you come out? Where is Xiao Wu?" "I came out, of course, to find you, Brother Yu." No sooner had the words escaped his lips than Tang San's demeanor shifted, becoming grotesque. Suddenly, a hand pierced through Lu Yu's chest. Blood trickled down the fingertips, gradually merging with the rainwater beneath the youth's feet, forming a crimson puddle. At this moment, Lu Yu felt his consciousness becoming increasingly blurred. As a sudden chill enveloped his entire body, Tang San withdrew his hand, and Lu Yu's body fell weakly backward. He saw that Tang San's right hand was stained with bright crimson blood, and his lips moved slightly, yet Lu Yu could hear nothing at this moment. "I, Xiao San. Holy Soul Village." Lu Yu suddenly rose to his feet, beads of sweat densely dotting his forehead. Instinctively, he touched his chest and found it unscathed. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized he was seated upon his own bed. The bright moonlight streamed through the window, casting a blanket of white frost across the floor. Suddenly, he felt a chill brush against his fingertips. Lu Yu lowered his head and discovered, to his astonishment, a circular jade stone had mysteriously appeared in his hand. With a mere thought, he plunged his consciousness into the system space. Ding! At the very moment his consciousness entered the system space, a crisp, chilling electronic voice resonated. Warning! Warning! Unknown domain detected. Connection between system and host has been severed. Warning! Unknown force intervening. Warning! Host has been drawn into an unknown illusion. System consciousness isolation has been activated. The system space was now inundated with alarm sounds, and even the system panel was overtaken by the warning alerts. In the next instant, darkness enveloped Lu Yu's vision, and his consciousness was forcibly returned to reality by the system. At this moment, Lu Yu could not afford to be flustered. He sat on the bed, forcing himself to regain his composure and organize his thoughts. Everything he had encountered seemed to have begun with his contact with the so-called Moonshadow Ruins. Moonshadow Ruins? Suddenly, a word sprang to Lu Yu's mind. He then took out the note left by Grandpa Jack and placed it alongside the round jade stone. The note was still crumpled and worn. Abruptly, Lu Yu perceived that the characters on the note seemed to have transformed. As if they had become a few lines of poetry. In the dark night with a black moon and fierce winds, when I depart, may I ride the crane. Accidentally entering the hall of reincarnation, in life, seeking the path of death. What is genuine is also illusory. Right and wrong are turned upside down. Through the long, endless night, the moon goddess bestows her grace upon all beings. A dark night with a black moon? Riding a crane? Where would the Sacred Soul Village find a crane? The youth felt somewhat bewildered by these lines. Wait, these creases seem oddly familiar. Lu Yu seemed to notice something. He spread the note flat upon the jade stone and then attempted to fold it along the creases. In no time, the paper was transformed into the shape of a paper crane. He placed the crane on the jade stone and carefully cradled it in his hands, bringing it into the moonlight. In the next moment, the paper crane appeared to come to life, slowly flapping its wings and soaring into the air. After circling around Lu Yu, it flew straight towards the door. The wooden door could not hinder the crane's path, for it was capable of passing through walls. Observing this, Lu Yu quickly stowed away the jade stone and closely followed the crane. Upon exiting, he found the crane hovering at the entrance. Before it flew towards a small grove behind the village, nothing peculiar occurred along the way. Ultimately, the crane came to a halt before a massive rock. Unlike before, there now appeared a black hole-like formation above the stone, seemingly awaiting something. As Lu Yu approached, the crane's form suddenly expanded in the moonlight, growing large enough to carry an adult. Gradually, it came to rest before Lu Yu, as if beckoning him to ascend. After Lu Yu ascended, the 1,000 origami cranes soared once more, heading directly towards the black hole above the colossal rock. At the moment of entering the black hole, Lu Yu instinctively shut his eyes. Moments later, he gradually opened them, revealing a surrounding scene filled with floating debris. Lu Yu found himself once again in the void where the Gothic structure once stood. However, the palace now remained unscathed. At that moment, the paper crane was carrying him toward it. After a while, approximately the time it takes to burn an incense stick, the paper crane finally descended before the grand entrance of the palace. Once Lu Yu disembarked, it reverted to its original size. This palace appeared exactly as it had during his previous visit, characterized by its Gothic architectural style, deep crimson hues, and the imposing grandeur of its entrance. To ensure his safety, Lu Yu once more donned the black divine armor, feeling the familiar sting and numbness wash over him. Once prepared, he cautiously approached the doorway. Just then, the paper crane began to drift towards him. As Lu Yu was about to raise his hand to push the door, it suddenly swung open with a resounding thud, creating an opening just large enough for a single person to enter. Lu Yu turned around alertly, only to discover that the paper crane had inexplicably appeared behind him. However, in the next moment, the crane circled around Lu Yu and flew independently towards the palace. Observing this, Lu Yu decided to follow it into the palace. Before entering, he ventured into the system space, only to find the screen filled with warnings. Realizing he was still ensnared in the illusion, Lu Yu cautiously matched the pace of the paper crane. Boom! The moment Lu Yu stepped into the palace, the great door behind him slammed shut with a resounding bang. Chapter 46, The Moonshadow Ruins, Part 3. Hearing a thunderous sound, Lu Yu turned to look back, only to find that the once open door had long since shut. It seemed that there was no way to exit through that door. Perhaps it would be wise to follow the paper crane and see if there might be another route to escape. Lu Yu pondered and quickened his pace to catch up with the paper crane. Lu Yu discovered that the exterior of the palace appeared grand. Yet he was unprepared for the vastness that lay within. Despite the absence of any illuminating fixtures, the interior exuded a resplendent aura. It felt as though time itself was forgotten in this place. Although opulent and magnificent, An overwhelming silence enveloped everything, rendering the atmosphere lifeless and somber. Lu Yu, following the paper crane, wandered for an indeterminate duration until he arrived at an interminably long corridor. At first glance, the corridor seemed to stretch into infinity. On either side, a series of impeccably aligned and tightly shut doors stood in perfect order. At this moment, the paper crane paused before one of the doors. As Liu stepped forward, the wooden door creaked open slowly and unexpectedly. Outside, the light was bright, yet behind the door lay an abyss of darkness, profound and seemingly poised to engulf anyone who dared venture within. As Liu gazed intently, a nearby paper crane leisurely floated inside. At the very moment the crane crossed the threshold, it suddenly ignited with a whoosh, its flames casting a warm glow that illuminated a small area. Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback by the sudden actions of the paper crane. Is this what it means to burn oneself to illuminate others? This fellow is indeed capable. He truly sets himself ablaze. Lu Yu wandered through the room, following the paper crane for an indeterminate length of time, only to discover that the room was surprisingly spacious. This paper crane, composed of an unknown material, had been burning for an extended period yet had not turned to ash. Lu Yu gazed at the floating flame ahead, unable to suppress his murmurs. Of course, at this moment, he fervently wished for the crane not to be reduced to ashes. Otherwise, he would truly become blind. At last, the paper crane came to a halt before a mirror. Lu Yu glanced ahead. The room was enveloped in darkness, with the sole source of light being the flickering paper crane. The reflection in the mirror was likewise indistinct. Lu Yu stepped forward once more, his body cloaked in the obsidian armor, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Strangely, the mirror reflected nothingness. Even Lu Yu, standing before it, was absent from its surface. Suddenly, the mirror's surface rippled as if a stone had been cast into a tranquil lake, creating a series of undulating waves. Before long, an ethereal figure emerged, seemingly materializing from the depths of the mirror. As the figure drew nearer, Liu was astounded to discover that the visage bore an uncanny resemblance to his own. How many years had it been? This accursed place had finally seen another soul. The figure within the mirror spoke, its voice a perfect echo of Lu Yu's own. Who are you? What is this place? Lu Yu cautiously inquired. To his surprise, the figure in the mirror couldn't help but chuckle. Young man, you possess the guiding fire crane, yet question my identity. How amusing. Senior, I have unwittingly wandered into this place. I humbly request your guidance to find a way out. The guiding fire crane? Lu Yu raised his gaze to glance at the burning paper crane beside him, then respectfully replied, Young man, do you truly not know where this place is? The figure in the mirror found this quite peculiar. The key to this palace had always been guarded by the apostles, making it virtually impossible for outsiders to even be aware of its existence. Those who managed to enter were invariably meticulously chosen by the apostles. How could one not be informed of the circumstances here? Upon hearing this, Lu Yu sincerely shook his head in uncertainty. He truly did not comprehend the nature of this place. All he possessed was a name that had inexplicably emerged from the recesses of his mind. At that moment, his heart brimmed with confusion. What was this place, and why did his grandfather possess a key to it? Suddenly, a bold conjecture took shape within the mind of the figure in the mirror. Could it be that something had transpired with this generation of apostles? Or had the continent undergone another cataclysmic transformation? If so, would this not render the Millennium Plan of the Moon God Temple utterly futile, akin to drawing water with a basket? Contemplating this, the expression of the figure in the mirror instantly morphed into one of sorrow. Yet, he managed to restrain himself just in time. Young man, he began with feigned tranquility, I shall first inform you that this is the Moon God Temple, and the creature beside you is the guiding fire crane. If my conjecture holds true, you should possess a circular jade stone. Am I correct? The figure in the mirror spoke, his perceptive gaze revealing an astuteness that could discern the presence of hidden treasures upon the youth, evoking profound admiration from the latter. Liu showered a few flattering remarks before the figure in the mirror, which greatly pleased him. Ahem, in truth, I am not as formidable as you might think. The figure in the mirror replied, I am merely a spirit of the mirror, tasked with selecting apostles to guard the Moon Goddess Temple. A spirit of the mirror? Apostles? Lu Yu inquired curiously. Indeed, the apostles have always been chosen from among the youth of the continent, their primary duty being to safeguard the Moon God Temple from external disturbances. The figure in the mirror paused briefly before continuing. I was created by the Moon God, tasked with upholding the temple's will and selecting the apostles. The circular jade stone you hold is the token for entering the Moon God Temple. and the fire crane will only guide those who have been chosen. Furthermore, each cohort of apostles establishes a covenant with the temple to prevent betrayal. And upon the resignation of the previous apostle, the token will return to the temple on its own, awaiting the arrival of the next appointed one. Therefore, young one, how did you come by the jade stone in your possession? From whom did you acquire it? It was left to me by my grandfather, who is currently missing. Lu Yu replied, Your grandfather? The figure in the mirror retorted, Is your grandfather named Jack? His martial spirit is a thundercloud? Let me think. The last time I saw him was 20 years ago, and even then he possessed the strength of a tidal Dolua. I imagine he has not changed much since then. A thundercloud? A tidal Dolua? Could it be that my grandfather is truly a formidable figure? Lu Yu nodded and said, My grandfather is indeed named Jack. But I have never witnessed him manifesting his martial soul. I always believed him to be an ordinary person. Moreover, he disappeared several months ago, and I have been searching for him. Ah, indeed. Possessing great strength, yet choosing to masquerade as an ordinary individual, a classic case of the tiger hiding among the sheep. It is most likely him. The figure in the mirror continued, Young man, since you have managed to find your way here, guided by the fire crane, it indicates that you have gained the temple's acknowledgement. Although your situation is unique, as the previous apostle has not formally resigned, you have still arrived bearing the token. However, this does not affect anything. What do you think? Would you consider becoming an apostle? The figure in the mirror inquired. Senior, there is something I wish to ask. You mentioned that the next apostle only assumes their position once the previous one has vacated it. My grandfather has not come to resign. Will my direct ascension have any repercussions for him? The figure in the mirror pondered for a moment before responding, You need not worry about this. Apostles who retire typically opt to enjoy their twilight years within the temple. Furthermore, when you first arrived here, you must have noticed that each door outside connects to a small world. Chapter 47. The Moonshadow Ruins, Part 4, A Small World? Lu Yu whispered softly indeed. This place is precisely the domain crafted by the moon goddess herself countless millennia ago. As time flowed, this land has been divided into innumerable realms within realms. The portal you observed outside serves as the entrance to this domain. However, it is essential to understand that this magnificent moon temple is meticulously divided into a total of 10 levels. At this very moment, we find ourselves in the lowest tier. Namely the first level, the illusory moon palace. The figure in the mirror spoke with evident pride. Every newcomer to the illusory moon palace must undergo a trial of illusion, the content of which varies from person to person. Moreover, this environment serves as the first test for the apostles. Suddenly, the figure paused. In that dreamlike and surreal realm, it is nothing short of astonishing that you have managed to achieve absolute concealment of your own consciousness. This is a feat beyond the imagination of ordinary beings. One must realize that in such a world filled with illusion and ambiguity, maintaining clarity of mind is already a considerable challenge, let alone completely hiding one's most acute and vital consciousness. Yet, you have accomplished this seemingly insurmountable task in an unfathomable manner. It is as if you possess some mysterious and formidable power, enabling you to effortlessly command your mental domain, rendering it impenetrable and flawless. This extraordinary ability is truly remarkable, leaving one in awe. Upon hearing these words, Lu Yu's heart was suddenly filled with speculation. This was undoubtedly the influence of the system's consciousness isolation. What do you say? Are you willing to embark on the path of becoming an apostle? Trust me, this will undoubtedly bring immeasurable benefits to your future cultivation. Just imagine. Once you become an apostle, you will possess extraordinary abilities and powers, even transcending conventional limitations to explore higher realms of practice. Such an opportunity is not something one encounters casually. Moreover, as an apostle, you will gain access to mysterious and formidable knowledge and skills, which will become invaluable treasures on your journey of growth. Therefore, do not hesitate any longer. Seize this rare opportunity to become an apostle. It will completely alter your destiny and lead you to the pinnacle of glory. The figure in the mirror believed that the impassioned speech would certainly resonate with the young man before him. However, when Lu Yu finally spoke, he nearly cast doubt upon himself. I beg your pardon, senior, he said, taking a deep breath. Please allow me to decline the offer to become an apostle. Although, as you mentioned, the prospects of being an apostle are indeed boundless and may even earn renown across the continent, I feel this path is not suited for me. Lu Yu's tone was unremarkable, seemingly dismissing what was merely a trivial matter. Young man, you must ponder carefully. What you are rejecting is not just the identity of an apostle, but a shortcut to cultivation, even a pathway that transcends the constraints of established rules, leading to a higher realm. Are you truly willing to forgo this? The figure in the mirror spoke with a hint of surprise. To be candid, Lu Yu's earlier demonstration of perfectly masking his spiritual energy within the illusion had already stirred a sense of admiration for his talent. He had spent countless years guarding the Moon God Palace, and the last time he had encountered such a gifted individual was centuries ago. Moreover, that individual had been considerably older than Lu Yu is now. Senior, at that moment, Lu Yu abruptly spoke. As for the position of apostle, I am indeed unworthy to assume such a role, yet I dare to recommend someone to you. Oh? The figure in the mirror instantly became intrigued. Pray tell, whom do you wish to recommend? Lu Yu continued, I beg your pardon, esteemed elder. The being I recommend is not of human origin. Not human? Could it possibly be a spirit beast? The figure in the mirror expressed a flicker of interest upon hearing this. Throughout the illustrious history of our Moon God Palace, there have indeed been precedents where spirit beasts have served as apostles. In fact, it is quite common for spirit beasts to hold their positions for durations surpassing those of their human counterparts. However, the spirit beasts that have ascended to the role of apostle in our palace are invariably those that have existed for no less than 100,000 years, with some nearing the impressive age of 1,000,000 years. Suddenly, the figure's tone shifted as they posed a question. Pray tell, what rank does the spirit beast you recommend hold, and where might it currently reside? In response to your inquiry, venerable elder, Lu Yu respectfully stated, not less than 10,000 years. Not less than 10,000 years. The figure within the mirror was both amused and enraged by Lu Yu's response. Indeed, it was not less than 10,000 years, and yet, in the near future, the esteemed elder would likely not encounter my soul beast companion. Most soul beasts under 10,000 years lack intelligence. Even if they possess a modicum of humanity, their innate instincts for slaughter and hunting prevail. How audacious of this young lad to jest with a 1,000-year soul beast. Child, you possess great boldness. The figure in the mirror suddenly changed countenance, bellowing. I recognized your extraordinary talent and thus felt a desire to nurture it, offering you the honorable position of an apostle of the Moon God Temple. Yet, not only do you fail to appreciate this opportunity and reject my offer, but even if your ambitions lie elsewhere, it would not be of great consequence. I am not one to impose my will upon others. However, you dare to deceive me with a non-existent soul beast. In an instant, the once tranquil surroundings seemed to be stirred by an invisible force, causing the very air to tremble violently. That mysterious and formidable soul power surged forth like a tumultuous wave, manifesting without warning, gathering and expanding at an astonishing pace. It resembled a herd of untamed wild horses, galloping freely, bearing an overwhelming aura and sense of oppression as it swept toward Lu Yu. This sudden turn of events caught Lu Yu off guard. He felt as though he were ensnared in a tempest, his body trembling involuntarily. The violent soul power bore down upon him like a heavy mountain, rendering him breathless. Each inhalation a monumental effort. Sweat cascaded down his forehead, soaking his garments, yet he had no time to dwell on such matters, gritting his teeth to endure. Under the suffocating pressure akin to a mountain pressing upon an egg, Lu Yu felt as if he were trapped beneath a towering peak that pierced the heavens. So heavy that breathing became nearly impossible. He clenched his teeth, summoning all his strength, and finally managed to force out a few words. However, merely uttering this single syllable drained him immensely, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead and soaking his clothes. He understood that if he did not speak now, he might never have another chance. Thus, he took a deep breath, enduring the dual agony of body and spirit, and continued with great difficulty. What I recommend is the star language spirit fox. Each word seemed to be wrested from the depths of his throat, imbued with a resolute determination. After uttering this declaration, Lu Yu felt as if he had been utterly drained. Chapter 48, Moonshadow Ruins, Part 5, Under the pressure akin to a towering mountain. Lu Yu gritted his teeth and managed to squeeze out a few words. What I recommend is the star language spirit fox. The seemingly simple few words appeared to drain all of Lu Yu's strength. With a thud, the youth collapsed onto the ground. At that moment, as Lu Yu uttered his final words, the expression of the figure within the mirror, previously as tranquil as a still lake, underwent a sudden and dramatic transformation. It was as if an invisible force had instantaneously pierced through the mirror's surface, causing the entire space to tremble. Soon after, the overwhelming pressure, akin to a mountain crushing an egg, receded like a tidal wave, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Lu Yu felt as if all his vigor had been siphoned away, leaving him weak and limp upon the floor. He gasped for the thin air surrounding him, his chest heaving violently, each breath a strenuous and arduous endeavor. Beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead, soaking the thin fabric of his clothing. What is that soul beast? The voice of the figure in the mirror, once calm and serene, now trembled slightly, revealing the tumultuous emotions stirring within. It was as if an unseen force surged within him, causing every word to emerge with an uncontrollable quiver and resonance. This slight tremor resembled ripples on a lake stirred by a gentle breeze, subtle yet distinctly felt, drawing one's gaze involuntarily. Star Language Spirit Fox. It was indeed the legendary Star Language Spirit Fox. How vividly I recall the past, when the master first unleashed his powers, crafting this exquisite being. And beside him stood a mysterious and enchanting Star Language Spirit Fox. With a live form and fur that shimmered like the stars, it radiated an intoxicating allure. From that moment on, each time the figure in the mirror was fortunate enough to behold the master's countenance, the Star Language Spirit Fox was ever present, a loyal companion. It shone like a brilliant gem, complementing its master, creating a breathtaking tableau. Its vibrant eyes seemed to hold boundless wisdom and profound affection, sometimes gazing at its master, other times scanning the surroundings vigilantly, ever safeguarding the master's safety and dignity. This spirit fox was not only striking in appearance but also possessed extraordinary abilities. It could comprehend its master's thoughts and respond to calls with a melodious and soothing voice. It could sense subtle changes in the environment, providing early warnings of potential dangers. Throughout the long passage of time, the figure in the mirror bore witness to the deep emotional bond between the master and the Star Language Spirit Fox. They trusted one another, depended on one another, and endured countless trials together. This remarkable fate became an indelible memory in the figure's heart. Yet, all of this faded into the currents of time following the cataclysmic battle between gods and demons of yore. The past transformed into memories preserved within the depths of the figure's mind. After that heart-stopping, earth-shattering war, the master expended his final reserves of strength and wisdom, ultimately succeeding in creating the resplendent Moon God Palace, a realm reminiscent of a fairyland. Yet, as this magnificent palace reached completion, its master fell silently, akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky, leaving behind a sense of profound lament. Simultaneously, the enigmatic and supremely noble Star Language Spirit Fox, which had been the steadfast companion of its master, seemed to vanish without a trace after the master's departure, enveloped in an air of mystery. This sudden turn of events cast a pall of sorrow over the entire continent. Once, the Star Language Spirit Fox clan, as the most loyal companions and guardians of their master, had weathered countless storms together. However, with the disappearance of that singular spirit fox, the clan began its gradual descent into decline. As time flowed by and the years spun on, many began to doubt whether the Star Language Spirit Fox had truly become extinct on this land. Nevertheless, fate is often replete with boundless surprises and miracles. The one gazing into the mirror could scarcely have anticipated that remnants of the Spirit Fox lineage still existed in this world. And even more astonishing was the fact that it appeared right before their very eyes. This revelation struck like a thunderclap on a clear day, shattering the long-held tranquility within. Where, one might ponder, is that Spirit Fox now? The tone of the mirror gazer suddenly grew urgent, as if the news of the Spirit Fox held greater significance than their own life. Lu Yu, with great effort, propped up his weary body and rose from the ground. At this moment, his clothes, drenched in sweat, clung closely to his skin, creating an unbearable discomfort. To speak candidly, the Star Language Spirit Fox had long since entered into a covenant with me, and during our recent battle, it unfortunately sustained injuries. It is currently outside, quietly recuperating. I fear that it will be some time before I can meet with my esteemed senior again. Liu cautiously replied, his heart swelling with joy. Fortunately, his gamble had paid off. June indeed bore a connection to this place. Moreover, judging by the reaction of the figure in the mirror, it seemed that the Star Language Spirit Fox held a position of considerable esteem within the Moon Goddess Temple. The basis for Lu Yu's audacious speculation lay in the flaming crane beside him, which provided illumination. More specifically, it was the folded note that had emerged from the crane. While examining the creases on the note, Liu had unexpectedly discovered a fox emblem on its reverse side. This emblem not only depicted 8 lengthy tails but also featured a star mark etched between the brows. The moment Liu laid eyes upon the mark, a sense of familiarity washed over him. Suddenly, he recalled that this was nothing less than a replica of the star scar insignia upon June's forehead. Although the design on the note appeared somewhat indistinct, Liu was certain that it depicted June. No, more precisely, the ethereal Star Language Spirit Fox of June's race. Furthermore, Considering the multitude of star-language spirit fox insignias he had observed upon entering the Moon God Palace, even the grand entrance bore the likeness of this mystical creature. This place, known as the Moon God Palace, and the ruins referred to as the Moon Shadow Ruins, intertwined with the essence of the star-language spirit fox, the moon. And the stars, such connections were inescapably evocative. Thus, Liu resolutely mentioned June before the figure in the mirror, proposing that she be appointed as an apostle. At this moment, the system had gone offline, and old Mo lay in a state of unconsciousness with no indication of when he might awaken. June, too, remained in a deep slumber. Grandfather Jack was nowhere to be found, and according to the original narrative, Tang Hao would be by Tang San's side, though that was a matter for the future. After all, Tang San was the biological son. At present, Liu Yu could rely solely on himself. Coincidentally, the Moon God Palace had now manifested. Thus Liu Yu sought to leverage his connection with June to secure a measure of protection for himself and his companions. Chapter 49, Moon Shadow Ruins 6, Young Man. Were your words just now sincere? In the midst of Liu Yu's contemplation, the figure in the mirror suddenly spoke, the tone shifting from its previous coldness. Should there be even the slightest inaccuracy in what I have stated, I, as a junior, would willingly face the wrath of heaven, suffering the torment of a shattered body. Unable to find peace in death, recognizing the unwavering conviction in Liu Yu's voice and the absence of any unusual expression, the figure in the mirror waved a hand. Before him, a burning paper crane emerged, identical in appearance to the one beside Liu Yu. Whether it was merely Liu Yu's imagination. The fiery crane seemed to gradually approach the surface of the mirror. In the next moment, as the flaming crane made contact, ripples cascaded across the mirror's surface, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake. Subsequently, the fire crane flew forth from the mirror, gently drifting before Liu Yu. This fire crane will allow me to be reached at any time, and it is no ordinary paper crane. It bears a special mark capable of carrying my will. In critical moments, it can summon my presence. You possess the key to the Moon God Palace, granting you unrestricted access. The first level of the palace is open to you at all times. Feel free to explore and utilize any valuable soul-guiding artifacts you may discover. Though this privilege extends solely to the first level. Upon hearing these words, Liu pondered for a moment and immediately sensed an underlying discord. The remuneration offered by the figure in the mirror appeared exceedingly generous at first glance, yet it was confined solely to the first layer and useful treasures, which was rather intriguing. The existence of useful treasures implies the presence of useless ones, and the balance between the two remains unknown to him. Thus, it is ultimately at the discretion of the figure in the mirror. Furthermore, the option to access the first layer, seemingly a privilege bestowed upon him, was orchestrated by the guardian of the Moon Temple, who had spent countless ages within its confines. The ability to command the first layer of the Moon Temple undoubtedly lay well within the capabilities of this enigmatic guardian. If there were indeed places beyond even its authority, Liu would have no reason to speculate further. Therefore, the determination of where he could enter within the first layer, as well as the nature of the treasures, was still subject to the whims of the figure in the mirror, who might very well alter their positions unbeknownst to him. Moreover, the unique fire phoenix designated for him, while accessible at his beck and call, could also be perceived as a means of surveillance. The figure's reaction when mentioning that June belonged to the star-language spirit fox clan suggested that its standing in the guardian's esteem was undoubtedly significant. Coupled with the lavish decor of the Moon Temple that Liu Yu had observed during his journey, it became evident that the star-language spirit foxes occupied a substantial portion of its grandeur. One might even dare to speculate that the elusive and captivating star-language spirit fox held a prestigious status intricately intertwined with the enigmatic master of the Moon Temple, involving a myriad of complex and elusive connections. This relationship could be as tightly woven as the stars in the cosmos or as tumultuous and unfathomable as the currents of the deep sea. Even more astonishing was the realization that this spirited and sagacious fox likely surpassed the formidable figure trapped within the mirror, who proclaimed itself a guardian. Therefore, the inadvertent assistance Liu provided in locating the star-language spirit fox and presenting a living specimen before it must have constituted a considerable favor. In exchange for such a monumental service, the guardian merely granted him access to the first layer and the right to utilize treasures without full ownership. Setting aside these considerations, he found himself under the vigilant scrutiny of the guardian. The thought of this imbalance stirred a sense of discontent within Liu Yu. Nevertheless, he swiftly composed himself, maintaining an air of utmost respect. I am deeply grateful for your generosity, esteemed elder. My heart brims with endless appreciation, rendering me nearly incapable of articulating the tumultuous emotions I feel at this moment. Your assistance today is akin to the nourishing spring rain that revitalizes my parched soul. It shines like a beacon in the dark night, illuminating my path ahead. The profound kindness and virtue you have bestowed upon me shall remain etched in my memory forever." He bowed deeply, his eyes shimmering with unwavering determination, and continued, "The drop of water bestowed upon me by you today, esteemed senior, is akin to a seed of hope, firmly rooted in the depths of my heart. In the days to come, regardless of the storms and adversities I may encounter, I shall forever cherish your grace and strive to cultivate my growth and strength. When the time is ripe, I shall wholeheartedly repay your benevolence with a torrent of gratitude, akin to a surging spring. Rest assured, esteemed senior, I shall never betray your expectations." Having spoken, he once again bowed respectfully to the elder, signifying his resolve and sincerity. The figure in the mirror was thoroughly pleased with the youth's response and erupted into laughter. "You are quite perceptive, young one," it remarked, only to shift its tone abruptly. "However, the benefits I offer are not easily obtained. If you desire treasures, do you dare to presume that my words pertain to the celestial spirit fox?" Before the figure could finish, Liu interrupted boldly. Remarkably, the figure in the mirror showed no sign of anger at the interruption. Instead, it regarded the silver-haired youth with keen interest. "You are quite impressive indeed. No wonder you possess the ability to perfectly shield your mental prowess. Yet it is a pity." The figure feigned regret that such talent cannot be utilized for my moon god palace. "Very well, since your aspirations lie elsewhere, I shall not impose further." It continued. "Simply follow the fire crane to depart from the first layer of the moon god palace's illusion." "Thank you, esteemed senior." Liu replied, "I bid farewell." No sooner had the words left his lips than the flames enveloping the paper crane surged violently. Liu instinctively shut his eyes, yet he felt no pain. When he opened his eyes once more, he beheld two firmly closed gates, adorned with lifelike images of starry spirit foxes. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed floating debris all around, realizing he had unexpectedly arrived outside the moon god palace. However, he pondered how he might escape, as he found no apparent exit. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful force drawing him upward, and before he could react, he was swiftly engulfed by a dark vortex above. In the small grove behind Sacred Soul Village, a black spherical portal materialized abruptly. With a resounding thud, a silver-haired figure tumbled forth from within. Liu instinctively raised his hand to rub his posterior, which had suffered a painful impact as he stood up. How frustrating it was to find oneself laboring like a beast of burden, only to be treated in such a manner without any consideration for a moment of respite. Chapter 50, The Path to Wealth and Prosperity, the small grove behind Shahan Village. Liu reached into his bosom and retrieved two slips of paper. At first glance, these two slips appeared identical. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that the slip in Liu's left hand bore significantly more inscriptions than the other. The inscriptions were faintly etched, rendering them nearly imperceptible. The slip adorned with inscriptions was none other than the specially crafted paper crane from the mirror spirit in the moon god temple. Yet, as they passed through the portal, both slips had unfurled back to their original forms. Liu placed two notes in the circular jade stone into the system's space. Given that the system can shield its own mental energy, it stands to reason that the system space should also be able to obscure the surveillance of the figure in the mirror. If Liu's conjecture is correct, the figure in the mirror currently requires this specially crafted paper crane as a medium to monitor him. Otherwise, there would be no need to go to such lengths to create an identical paper crane. After completing these actions, Liu concentrated his thoughts, and a set of black and gold interwoven armor instantly enveloped his entire body. In the next moment, a cold electronic voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding, detection of illusion. Host is currently in a safe state. Alarm. Detecting host's physical condition. Host's physical functions have recovered 5. Liu turned back and discovered that the massive stone was gradually becoming ethereal, ultimately vanishing as if it had never existed. With even the grass beneath his feet blending seamlessly with its surroundings, the dark armor and system remained intact. It seemed he had truly escaped the illusions of the moon god temple and returned to the realm of reality. A cool breeze swept by, and as it brushed against his skin, Liu could not help but shiver. The young man adjusted his clothing and set off towards the village. Little did he know, at that moment, within a mirror in the void of the moon god temple, a figure softly uttered a sound of surprise. The person in the mirror then raised their head and murmured, "Strange, the connection with the eye of the moon has been severed?" That face bore an uncanny resemblance to Liu, as if molded from the same likeness. Indeed, he was quite an intriguing young man, possessing such peculiar abilities. It seemed he had underestimated him. As the moonlight faded away, One could only wonder if it was observing all things from the shadows. With the dawn breaking, the warmth unique to the morning returned to the earth once more. Liu opened his eyes, sat up, and pushed aside the quilt to rise from the bed. Making his way to the window, as he basked in the warm sunlight that poured over him, a profound sense of comfort enveloped his heart. Unable to resist, he stretched his arms wide and indulged in a leisurely yawn. "Brother Yu, up so early," came a voice from behind, as a figure with flowing black hair entered. Holding a basin of water, Liu Yu closed his eyes, basking in the warmth of the sun, and without turning back, said, "Ah, my dear, you have truly worked hard this early in the morning." "It's no trouble at all," she replied. "I rise early for my morning exercises every day, so I'm quite accustomed to it. Brother Yu, hurry and wash your face. Let us go out for breakfast. The wealthy brothers next door just delivered breakfast, lovingly prepared by Aunt Zhou, and it's still warm." Upon hearing this, Liu Yu turned his head. "Zhou Fatsai and Zhou Fugui? What about them?" Tang Xin responded. "I recall that both of them awakened their martial souls and possess soul power." "Indeed, but the circumstances of their family are known throughout the village. They simply cannot afford the expenses for their education." Tang Xin seemed to anticipate what Liu Yu was about to say. "Xiao-san, after we finish our meal, accompany me to Uncle Zhou's house." What shall we do there?" Tang Xin inquired with curiosity. Liu dipped his hand into the basin and, taking advantage of Tang San's momentary distraction, playfully ruffled his hair with a mischievous grin. "You'll understand once we go. Come, let us dine first." Tang Xin found himself at a loss for words, exasperated by Liu Yu's childlike antics. "Get lost. If you dare to gamble again, I shall disown you as my brother." After their meal, Tang San and Xiao Wu, under Liu Yu's guidance, arrived at the village carpenter's shop. As they approached the entrance, a furious shout erupted, followed by the sight of a disheveled figure tumbling out of the workshop. A pristine sign hung outside, inscribed with the words "Carpenter's Shop," skillfully carved by Zhou Qingping himself. Renowned as the village's finest carpenter, Zhou Qingping's craftsmanship was exceptional, earning him the admiration of the residents of Nodding City. With such talent, one would expect Zhou Qingping to thrive and live comfortably in the village. Interestingly, after Liu Yu shared several lucrative ideas with the villagers a few years prior, the living standards of nearly every household improved significantly. Yet, the Zhou family's carpenter shop continued to languish in poverty, with brothers Zhou Fatsai and Zhou Fugui donning tattered garments patched together in desperation. The root of their troubles lay in Zhou Qingping's younger brother, Zhou Qingyan. Once a craftsman himself, Zhou Qingyan had learned the trade alongside his brother under their father's tutelage. However, during a furniture commission, he was ensnared by the allure of gambling, leading to his inevitable downfall. His addiction spiraled out of control, resulting in the loss of the family fortune and the abandonment of his craft, ultimately causing their elderly father to succumb to grief. Fortunately, Zhou Qingyan had a benevolent brother. Were it not for Zhou Qingping's unwavering support, Zhou Qingyan would have long succumbed to hunger. Over the years, Zhou Qingping had employed every conceivable method to help his brother, be it harsh discipline or starvation, but Zhou Qingyan remained unable to break free from his gambling vice. His actions even dragged his brother's family into a life of hardship, with Zhou Qingping bearing the brunt of the creditor's demands. The figure that had just stumbled out was indeed Zhou Qingyan. At that moment, Zhou Qingping spotted the trio. "Little Yu and Little San have arrived. Come in quickly. Take a seat. Wealth and prosperity shall return shortly. Please enjoy some water while you wait." Once inside, Liu surveyed the modest wooden house and settled onto a bench. Zhou Qingping poured 3 cups of water and placed them before his guests. At this juncture, Liu spoke up. "Uncle Zhou, I have come today to discuss matters concerning wealth and prosperity." Zhou Qingping replied with a smile. "I am aware. This shall return shortly." "Oh, no, Uncle Zhou. There is something specific I wish to discuss with you today." Liu understood that Zhou Qingping had misunderstood his intentions. He waved his hand and said, "Discuss with me?" Zhou Qingping, hearing this, replied with confusion. "What do you wish to speak about?" "We would like to discuss the matter of Fa Wei and Fu Gui attending school," Liu responded. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingping's hand, which was lifting the teacup, froze momentarily before he set it down with a sigh. "Aunt Xiaoyu, I fear you may find my situation laughable. The entire village is aware of it. With a brother like him and his mother in poor health, our family's finances rely solely on my meager earnings from the carpentry shop. We have barely managed to survive, let alone afford an education. Even if they were to attend as working students, we simply cannot support that. Moreover, the martial spirits and talents of those 2 children are far inferior to yours and Xiao San's. Instead of becoming soul masters, it would be wiser for them to learn a trade, much like myself, and pursue a career as carpenters. Chapter 51. The Return of the Man in Black After Speaking. Zhou Qingping took a large sip of tea. Uncle Zhou, what I meant to say is that I can help cover Fa Wei and Fu Gui's tuition. However, Zhou Qingping shook his head and smiled. Uncle Zhou knows you're a good child with a kind heart, but there is truly no need. Uncle, I am not jesting. Just have Fa Wei and Fu Gui come to me tomorrow. This pouch contains their tuition for the entire academic year. With that, Liu placed a pouch on the table and stood up, leading the two out. As they exited, Liu caught sight of a figure who had just been driven out by Zhou Qingping, eavesdropping by the window. The person noticed Liu but said nothing and stealthily returned inside. On the way home, Tang San appeared to be hesitant to speak, remaining silent until they arrived. Brother Yu, what troubles you? Liu looked up at Tang San. Tonight is the night that the mysterious figure returns. Aren't you worried, Brother Yu? Upon hearing this, Liu chuckled softly and remarked, it's best to wash up and retire early. Are you not already familiar with the other party's capabilities? Preparation seems futile. It is wiser to let things unfold naturally. Tang San found himself momentarily at a loss for words. There was some merit to Brother Yu's words, leading him to contemplate a more laid-back approach. He gazed up at the enormous sun in the sky, its brilliance so intense that it rendered him unable to open his eyes. Yet, it was still not noon, and it was too early for an afternoon nap. The youth in front wore a faint smile, softly humming a tune, exuding an air of tranquility. Oh, my little beloved, do not fret. This life is solely for you to hold my crimson sleeve. Time, as always, flowed swiftly, and before long, the night enveloped the world. At this moment, Liu lay on the bed with his eyes tightly shut, appearing to be in a deep slumber. Tang San and Xiao Wu stood at the door, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Although Liu had previously asserted that resisting with their current strength would be futile, a lingering unease still gripped him. As time passed, however, the cloaked figure showed no signs of making an appearance. Soon, the night reached its zenith, yet still, there was no indication of movement. Xiao Wu, having grown exceedingly weary, stifled yawns and had already succumbed to sleep at the edge of the bed. Meanwhile, Tang San's eyelids began to droop heavily, and before long, he too leaned against the doorframe and dozed off. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the space twisted, and a figure clad in black robes materialized within the room. Strangely, upon their arrival, the figure merely stood still, making no further movements. Well then, since you are not asleep, rise and cease your pretense, a voice, both masculine and feminine in timbre, resonated. At that moment, Liu, who had been in a deep slumber, opened his eyes, threw aside the covers, and approached the cloaked figure, bowing respectfully. I, Liu, am deeply grateful for your life-saving assistance, esteemed elder. The cloaked figure moved to a nearby chair, seated themselves, and poured a glass of water. Subsequently, they produced a small jade vial and dispensed a single drop of liquid, consuming it. Then, they presented a bowl of green liquid before Liu. Liu took the bowl without the slightest hesitation and downed it in one gulp. The bowl of green water was drained to the bottom, and after smacking his lips, he found the liquid to be refreshingly cool, with no peculiar taste. However, at that moment, the man in black suddenly spoke. Boy, are you not afraid that what I offered you is poison? Liu spoke calmly. If you, esteemed senior, sought my life, there would have been no need to go through such elaborate measures to pull me back from the gates of the underworld. Furthermore, with your prowess, there would be no necessity to resort to such underhanded and laborious methods as poisoning. The man in black suddenly burst into laughter upon hearing this. Indeed, you are truly the one chosen by the ancestral deity, daring to confront the mutated earth-splitting ape alone. Quite impressive. He then produced a jade vial, stating, a single drop of this elixir, mixed with cold water, consumed daily, and within 5 days, your injuries will be fully healed. Your two companions are merely under the influence of a specialized fragrant mist. They shall awaken by morning, so there is no need for concern. For the next few days, refrain from venturing out and focus on your recovery. With that, the man in black turned to leave. May I inquire, esteemed senior, what exactly is the sanctum? Liu suddenly questioned. This is not a concern for you, came the reply. When the time is ripe, you shall come to know. With those words, the space around him distorted, and the figure of the man in black vanished without a trace. Liu picked up the jade bottle left by the man in black. As he opened it, a fragrant aroma instantly filled the air. Just a single whiff rejuvenated Liu, and he felt as though his mental acuity had been nourished as well. Liu turned his gaze back to the two unconscious figures, shaking his head in resignation. After carefully lifting them onto the bed, he settled down beside them, attempting to cultivate his soul power. Suddenly, a remarkable sensation surged within him, as if a warm flame had ignited in his dantian. This wave of warmth, akin to a flood breaching its dam, spread with astonishing speed, enveloping his entire being in the blink of an eye. His eyes widened in disbelief as he murmured to himself, filled with confusion and astonishment. Could this be the miraculous effect of the elixir he had just consumed? This thought flickered through his mind, prompting him to plunge into deep contemplation. As the warmth flowed through his body, he could distinctly sense each cell awakening, his previously exhausted physique gradually regaining vitality. This unprecedented experience filled him with both exhilaration and apprehension, leaving him uncertain about what unexpected transformations might unfold next. Lu Yu immediately entered a state of cultivation, beginning to absorb the soul energy from the heavens and the earth. With a mere thought, he swiftly plunged into his own sea of consciousness. Lu Yu tightly closed his eyes, concentrating his mind, and immersed his consciousness into the sea of awareness. After a meticulous exploration, he was elated to discover that at the heart of that vast and boundless ocean of consciousness, a vortex of soul power was slowly forming. Although the current scale of this soul power vortex appeared trivial in comparison to its former magnitude, it was undoubtedly exhilarating news for Lu Yu. It is worth noting that since suffering a grievous blow, his path of cultivation had become exceedingly arduous, nearly reaching a standstill. The emergence of this soul power vortex now seemed like a glimmer of dawn in the darkness, rekindling his hope and courage to resume his cultivation. Lu Yu was acutely aware that restoring the past glory would not be an easy feat, however. He believed that as long as he could embark on the path of cultivation once more, anything was possible. At that moment, his heart brimmed with anticipation and determination, silently vowing to seize this opportunity and diligently enhance his strength. As time progressed, the vortex of soul power gradually stabilized, beginning to rotate slowly. Each rotation seemed to carry a mysterious force, captivating Lu Yu's attention. He observed the vortex with unwavering focus. It represented his hope of stepping back onto the path of a soul master. Despite the challenges that lay ahead, Lu Yu firmly believed that with perseverance and courage, he would one day overcome the obstacles and reclaim his peak. Chapter 52. The open diary. The sun rose high in the sky, and the golden carpet of morning once again graced the earth. In the room, the silver-haired youth slowly opened his eyes. His silver gaze sparkled with uncontainable excitement. After consuming the potion given by the cloaked figure, he could finally reconstitute the vortex of soul power. After a night of relentless effort, the small vortex of soul power had finally stabilized, although it was far from the magnitude it once possessed. Nevertheless, Lu Yu was confident that in 5 days, he would surely return to his zenith and create new brilliance. Lu Yu rose and ambled towards the window, noting that it was still early. It appeared that Tang San and Xiao Wu would take a while to awaken. Perhaps it was best for him to prepare breakfast first. After Lu Yu departed, not long after, the youth on the bed stirred slightly, slowly opening his eyes. Before him lay a rosy-cheeked visage, with a plump cherry-like mouth slightly ajar, inciting an irresistible urge to take a bite. Suddenly, Xiao Wu's lashes fluttered, and her sparkling eyes gradually opened. In that moment, their gazes intertwined. Senku? Xiao Wu rubbed her eyes, still in a daze, exhibiting the remnants of sleep. Wait, where's you go? Why are we sharing the same bed? Tang San, rising alongside Xiao Wu, soon sensed something amiss. It seemed that someone had been rather restless in their slumber. Xiao Wu's hair was in disarray, her garments askew, revealing a glimpse of her snowy shoulder. Last night, after Xiao Wu had drifted off, he had stood vigil at the door, attentively observing the surroundings. Yet, he distinctly remembered Lu Yu had been sleeping on the bed. Suddenly, an overwhelming drowsiness had overtaken him, and now, upon awakening, he found himself beside Xiao Wu. Where had you gone? Sengu, where's you go? Weren't we on watch last night? How did we fall asleep? At this moment, Xiao Wu, too, realized the situation, brushing her disheveled hair with her hands. Just then, the door creaked open, revealing a voice from outside. Xiao Wu, San, you're awake. Hurry up and get ready for breakfast, or it will get cold and unappetizing. Lu Yu stood at the entrance, gazing at the two bewildered individuals. Brother Yu, where's the man in black? Has he arrived? Tang San hurriedly stepped forward to assess Lu Yu's condition. How are you? He didn't harm you, did he? Are you injured? I'm fine. You need not worry. Lu Yu found himself both amused and perplexed by Tang San's anxious demeanor. The individual harbored no ill intentions. In fact, he had assisted me in my healing process. Rest assured, your brother Yu is quite well. Upon hearing this, Tang San finally relaxed. However, the next moment, Lu Yu noticed Xiao Wu's disheveled appearance and teasingly remarked to Tang San, You rascal, not only did you bring this young girl home during the holidays, but you also shared a bed with her last night, leaving her in this state. You must take responsibility for her. Tang San's face immediately flushed crimson upon hearing this, and he hurriedly defended himself. No, brother, you misunderstand. Nothing happened between us last night. Huh? What are you two discussing? What do you mean by sharing a bed? I've been covering with San Gu at school, Xiao Wu innocently interjected, approaching them with a naive expression. Upon hearing her words, Lu Yu shot Tang San a knowing smile. Oh, so you shared a blanket, little San. Indeed, I didn't bring a blanket. And San Ji's was ample enough for both of us, so we combined our beds, Tang San explained, clearing his throat to divert the conversation. All right, let us head to dinner. Brother, didn't you mention that cold food isn't enjoyable? Let us not waste time here. Eating is of utmost importance. After breakfast, Tang San and Xiao Wu stayed behind to wash the dishes. Lu Yu arrived alone at the small hillside in front of the village. Sitting cross-legged, the young man felt the gentle breeze caressing his face. Lu Yu extracted an ancient tome of magic from within his robes. Since awakening, both Merholik and the little fox, June, had remained ensconced in a deep slumber, showing no signs of stirring. However, of late, Lu Yu had unearthed a wondrous phenomenon. Ever since Merholik succumbed to slumber, the previously blank pages of the tome had become densely inscribed with characters. He recalled that upon their initial encounter, Merholik had claimed to be the diary of the greatest wizard from some unknown continent. This revelation piqued Lu Yu's curiosity. Naturally, as a modern socialist successor and a social worker imbued with progressive ideals, he disapproved of prying into the private affairs of others. Yet, at that moment, his intent in opening the diary was not driven by mere curiosity, but rather by a quest to uncover a means to facilitate Merholik's prompt recovery. After all, the esteemed archmage had not expressed any objections, so one might reasonably assume tacit consent, although the script inscribed within the tome originated from another realm. Merholik had employed mental magic to impart upon Lu Yu the languages of the Austin continent, thereby rendering any linguistic barriers inconsequential. As the pages gently turned, the words from a different world unfurled before Lu Yu's eyes. Year of the Third Era, September 2nd. The weather is as splendid as my mood. Ha ha, I knew it. As Merlin Clare, the most outstanding genius of my entire lineage, gaining admission to the continent's premier academy of magic was but a mere formality. Of course, this is merely a small step towards becoming the foremost sorcerer of the continent. Today marks the day of enrollment, and the admission policies of the illustrious Klein Academy of Magic are nothing short of impeccable, accepting only the 10 most exceptional talents from each empire. Indeed, only such an institution is worthy of my brilliance. Lu Yu could only exclaim after reading, truly, he is the greatest mage. His youthful audacity made him realize how conservative he had been. He continued to read on. In the first year of the Third Era, on October 10th, he attended his first practical field lesson, finally encountering a class of genuine interest. The notion of confining students within the classroom and incessantly cramming theoretical knowledge into their minds was as foolish as attempting to communicate with a red-haired baboon. Knowledge that could be gleaned from books hardly warranted formal instruction. Magic is an enigmatic discipline. Its mysteries can only be grasped through personal experience. It baffled him why Lady Crow took pleasure in embracing a stack of books to study those utterly impractical theories. Observing those who struggled to cast even a simple fourth-tier defensive spell in the practical class illustrated the flaws of a purely theoretical education. In the heat of battle, such an education would offer no chance of survival. This educational system needed reform. After perusing these two entries, Lu Yu realized that mundane chronicles were ubiquitous. Chapter 53. Visitors from the Spirit Hall. Before he knew it, the day had swiftly passed. That night, Lu Yu lay in bed, closed his eyes, and his consciousness once again entered the system space. Ding! System update complete. This update has refined the system shop, enhancing pricing and introducing new product categories. Host, Lu Yu, Spirit, Praying Star Lotus Staff, Temporal Angel, Variant. Soul Power, Level 30, Great Soul Master. Points, -25. 000, Daily Tasks. Check-in at Flandels General Store, 3,000 points. Check-in at Rose Hotel, 3,000 points. Previously misrecorded, corrected now. Physical function recovery, 30, damn it. Lu Yu grimaced at the negative points displayed on the panel, lamenting the existence of such a flawed system with a debt feature. System, open the random item gift pack. Opening random item gift pack. Congratulations, the host has acquired the 8 Gates of Duanjia. Suddenly, Liu Yu's attention was drawn to a line of small text before him. The 8 Gates of Duanjia. The ultimate technique of the illustrious guy from Naruto, which nearly culminated in the series finale. This was a man acknowledged even by Uchiha Madara. He never anticipated that the system could produce such a remarkable item. His consciousness returned to the realm of reality. Liu Yu produced a scroll in his hand, which contained the cultivation method of the 8 Gates of Duanjia that he had just drawn. After storing it in his spatial ring, Liu Yu fell into a deep slumber, intending to thoroughly study it with renewed vigor the following day. In the early morning, Liu Yu sat cross-legged by the stream. After consuming a bowl of verdant medicinal liquid, a wave of warmth instantly spread throughout his entire being. Liu Yu closed his eyes, gradually guiding his soul power to flow through his limbs and bones. Observing the soul power vortex taking shape within a sea of consciousness, he revealed a satisfied smile. After several days of recuperation, Liu Yu's bodily functions had restored to 60%, and his soul power had already ascended to level 35. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting mottled shadows that danced upon the youth's tightly shut eyelids, as if he had become one with nature itself. Suddenly, the boy opened his eyes wide, a spark of determination and resolve glimmering within. He slowly rose to his feet, his legs slightly bent, gathering strength. With a powerful push against the ground, the muscles in his calves tensed instantly, taut as a bowstring. Fueled by this surge of explosive energy, the youth soared into the air like an arrow released from its bow. In midair, his body was as light and agile as a graceful cheetah. Each leap was imbued with unparalleled speed and strength, eliciting awe from onlookers. He swiftly navigated through the dense forest, his silhouette appearing and vanishing amongst the foliage. His movements flowed seamlessly like water, devoid of any hesitation. At times, he deftly sidestepped robust tree trunks. At others, he nimbly vaulted over interlaced branches. His steps were buoyant and assured, as if the very ground beneath him conjured a breeze, leaving only the gentle whisper of air in his wake. In this tranquil woodland, the boy resembled a liberated, ethereal bird, showcasing his remarkable skills and extraordinary courage as he boldly ventured into the unknown. As wisps of smoke materialized before him, the youth leaped lightly, leveraging the branches as if he were a bird in flight, spreading his arms wide in the air. His body traced a perfect arc in the sky before landing gracefully on the ground. Liu Yu rolled up his pant legs and casually tossed several sandbags onto the ground. Though seemingly unremarkable, they struck the earth with a series of muffled thuds. Clap, clap, clap. A crisp round of applause echoed from behind. 3 figures gradually emerged from the woods. Truly, a genius endowed with innate full soul power. Such diligent cultivation surely promises an illustrious future. Liu Yu turned back and was astonished to find that 2 of the 3 individuals were familiar faces. Those 2 were Su Yuntao and the Lord of Nodding City, Matthew Nua. However, at this moment, they stood on either side, clearly indicating that the person in the middle was of considerable significance. Although Nodding City is a small border town, the presence of the city lord himself as an escort signifies that the individual they accompanied must possess substantial importance. Both Matthew Nua and Su Yuntao are affiliated with the Spirit Hall, suggesting that this person is undoubtedly connected to it. The individual was clad in a striking orange outfit, and his dark eye makeup exuded an aggressive aura, though it appeared somewhat incongruous on a man. Su Yuntao, the steward, and Lord Matthew Nua. It has been a long time. May I inquire about this esteemed individual? Liu Yu greeted. It has been a long time. Allow me to introduce this distinguished guest. Elder Yu, an envoy dispatched from the headquarters of the Spirit Hall. Elder Yu has come here specifically for you. Su Yuntao elaborated. Chrysanthemum Pass. When Liu Yu awakened his dual martial souls, he anticipated that the Martial Soul Hall would send someone, especially since his second martial soul was the Angel Martial Soul. As a heritage martial soul of the Martial Soul Hall, it would undoubtedly not be left to wander freely. However, Liu did not expect that the Martial Soul Hall would dispatch an elder of the title Doluo rank. Zhu Huaguan extended his palm, and an instantaneous surge of suction erupted from his palm, retrieving the weighted object that Liu Yu had previously cast aside. Zhu Huaguan weighed it in his hands, revealing an expression of admiration. This weight would be somewhat burdensome for an adult, yet Zhu Huaguan had observed Liu Yu's agility in the forest at such a tender age. Possessing such awareness, particularly with innate full soul power, he was certainly valued by the Martial Soul Hall. If he were to join the Martial Soul Hall, his future would undoubtedly be limitless. You are Liu Yu, correct? I presume the steward Su Yuntao has conveyed all necessary information to you. And you must have surmised the purpose of my visit, Zhu Huaguan spoke in his uniquely soft voice. Elder Yueguan, I have already registered as a Soul Master at the Nodding City branch. How can I not be considered a member of the Martial Soul Hall? Upon hearing this, Zhu Huaguan suddenly burst into hearty laughter. You little rascal, though still young, you are quite clever. Registering as a Soul Master at the Martial Soul Hall and truly joining it are two entirely different matters. The Martial Soul Hall has always been responsible for awakening martial souls for the various empires and registering Soul Masters. It is merely a procedural formality to allow these Soul Masters to receive the state subsidies. If being registered at a branch of the Martial Soul Hall meant one was part of it, then what purpose would the empires serve? Zhu Huaguan paused briefly before continuing. To become a Soul Master of the Martial Soul Hall, one must fulfill other commitments and participate in missions to potentially become an exclusive Soul Master of the Hall. Of course, these stipulations apply to the general populace. For a prodigy like you, the benefits and treatment from the Martial Soul Hall have always been exceptional. You will be sent to the Hall's exclusive academy for further studies. So, little rascal, are you willing to accompany me to the Martial Soul Hall? Zhu Huaguan slightly bent, seemingly awaiting Lu Yu's response. Little Yu, the Martial Soul Hall is the most formidable and influential force on the continent. Chapter 54, Joining the Martial Soul Hall. Little Yu. Elder Yueguan is correct. The Martial Soul Hall is indeed the most powerful and influential Soul Master organization on the continent, and with the Angel Martial Soul as its heritage, it will greatly benefit your future cultivation. Before Matthew could finish his words, Zhu Huaguan raised his hand to halt him. Liu lowered his head in contemplation for a brief moment, then raised it and declared, I am willing to join the Spirit Hall. Upon hearing this, Zhu Huaguan exhibited a satisfied smile. Meanwhile, both Matthew and Su Yuntao let out a sigh of relief. Young one, you have made an exceedingly wise choice. However, I do have one condition. Lu Yu suddenly remarked. Oh, what conditions? As long as they fall within my realm of authority, I shall grant your request. You just mentioned that joining the Spirit Hall would entail being sent to its exclusive academy for training. Well, that sounds promising. What is it? Zhu Huaguan inquired. I wish to select the school I will attend in the future. Are you certain? Zhu Huaguan responded, somewhat bewildered by the statement. Young one, have you truly considered this? The schools affiliated with the Spirit Hall are none other than the Spirit Hall Academy. The teams from the Spirit Hall Academy have consistently ranked among the top in various competitions over the years. With your talent, the resources for cultivation you would have access to there far exceed what an ordinary person could ever hope for. Are you truly unwilling to go? Liu shook his head resolutely and said, the resources of the Wuhuan Temple Academy may surpass those of other institutions, but I wish to choose my own path for the future. However, Elder Yu, rest assured, since I have promised to join the Wuhuan Temple, I shall not go back on my word. The reason behind Lu Yu's decision to forego the Wuhuan Temple Academy was quite straightforward. The system had issued tasks that required interaction with characters from the original narrative to unlock, and he was currently burdened with substantial debts to the system. Engaging with the original Shrek 7 monsters, Shrek Academy presented itself as the most advantageous choice and the quickest means of accruing points. Furthermore, he still needed to check in at Flanders grocery store and the Rose Hotel. Seeing Lu Yu's unwavering determination, Zhu Huaguan realized that no further persuasion would bear fruit. At least he had secured a promise from Lu Yu to join the Wuhuan Temple, which would suffice for his report upon returning. He produced a golden token and handed it to Lu Yu, stating, this is the exclusive token for Soul Masters of the Wuhuan Temple. Should you encounter any troubles, you may summon a Soul Master at the local branch. Lu Yu respectfully replied, thank you, Elder Yueguan. Zhu Huaguan waved his hand dismissively and said, no need for thanks. We shall be one family from now on. Given your talents, your future standing in the Spirit Hall may well surpass mine. With that, he turned and departed. At that moment, Su Yuntao and Ma Ziyuno stepped forward, clasping their hands in a gesture of respect, saying, congratulations, young brother Lu. Having an elder dispatched by the Spirit Hall speaks volumes of their regard for you. We shall rely on your guidance in the days to come. Lu Yu replied. Steward Su Yuntao, the Lord of Ma Ziyuno, is jesting. It is thanks to both of you that I have come this far, especially you, Steward Su Yuntao. Here, I must extend my apologies. I was too impulsive before, almost putting myself in peril and causing you undue concern. That was my fault. Su Yuntao hurriedly waved his hand and said, no, if it weren't for your insistence back then, I would not have witnessed the miracle of encountering the first 1,000-year soul ring. With that, the two bid farewell, and Lu Yu turned to follow the steps of Jiahua Pass as he departed. after Lu Yu bent down to properly secure the weights on the ground. He slightly flexed his legs and, with a sudden burst of power from his calves, shot forth like an arrow released from its bow. Meanwhile, in a grand hall, the spirit hall stood majestically, resembling an ancient palace that had traversed time itself. Nestled at the core of the border between the heavenly Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire, it loomed like a slumbering giant, exuding an aura that sent shivers down the spine, while simultaneously resembling a radiant pearl embedded in the heart of this vast continent. From a distance, the spirit hall soared into the clouds, its grandeur awe-inspiring. Its architectural style was unique, a harmonious blend of various elements, possessing both an elegant antiquity and a solemn gravitas. Towering stone pillars supported the entire hall, akin to giants standing sentinel over this sacred space. The walls were adorned with exquisite patterns and runes, each a testament to the legacies of formidable beings who had graced the hall, bearing witness to its illustrious history. Upon entering the interior of the spirit hall, one could immediately feel a powerful surge of energy enveloping them. Within this magnificent edifice, there resided a throne exuding an air of authority, as if it could dictate the fates of all living beings. At that moment, seated upon the throne was a woman draped in resplendent attire. Her graceful figure and poise radiated an air of noble elegance in every gesture. Yet, what captured the attention most was the scepter she held, symbolizing the supreme authority of the spirit hall. This scepter shimmered with a mysterious luminescence, encrusted with countless dazzling gemstones, each harboring boundless power and wisdom. Undoubtedly, the woman wielding the scepter was Bibi Dong, the current pope of the spirit hall. Her exquisite visage resembled a masterfully sculpted work of art, captivating all who beheld it. Yet, within her deep, abyss-like eyes lay an unspoken coldness and majesty, deterring any from gazing upon her too boldly. At this moment, Bibi Dong sat upon her throne, seemingly awaiting the arrival of someone. Suddenly, the space within the hall distorted, and a figure cloaked in black emerged. This individual appeared to be the one awaited by Bibi Dong. "You have arrived promptly upon receiving the news. Your intelligence network is indeed astute," Bibi Dong spoke slowly, her voice imbued with a solemn detachment, devoid of any trace of emotion. "He has agreed to join the Spirit Hall. However, he does not wish to enter the Spirit Master Academy." After a brief pause, she continued, "What significance does this young man hold? Even if he possesses innate dual martial spirits, I do not see why he warrants such attention from you. This matter lies beyond the scope of our cooperation. It is not for you to concern yourself with. Your Eminence, the Pope, need only manage your subordinates," the individual responded. In reply, Bibi Dong remarked, "How amusing. The Holy Domain seeks to place its trust in someone while expecting the Spirit Hall to play the role of a mere caretaker. This collaboration is critical to the survival of the continent, and this young man is a pivotal element. We cannot afford any missteps." The figure clad in black let out a cold snort. "I hope His Holiness, the Pope, will take this matter seriously. On behalf of the Holy Domain, I extend my gratitude once again. Rest assured, I have already presented the Pope's decree to him. Across the continent, there are but a handful of individuals qualified to possess such a decree. As long as it is shown in any branch of my spirit hall, no one would dare to lay a hand on him." The black-clad figure leaned slightly forward, bowing respectfully. "Thank you, Your Holiness. I shall take my leave now." With that, the space around him twisted, and in an instant, he vanished without a trace. Chapter 55. The Far North after the departure of the dark-clad man. Bibi Dong remained seated upon her throne, her eyes closed, delicately massaging her temples with her jade-like hands. The thoughts of this pope, as inscrutable as her frigid exterior, were known to no one. Only 4 individuals were privy to the collaboration between the Spirit Hall and the Holy Domain. She could faintly sense shadows gradually spreading across the continent. 3 years later, in the far north, amidst a vast expanse of white snow, a frail figure trudged forward against the howling blizzard. The young man was covered in snowflakes, resembling a little snowman. This silver-haired figure was none other than Lu Yu. He had been journeying across this snowy landscape for nearly 2 months. "Hey, Lao Mo, are you certain that this cursed place harbors ice crystal essence?" A voice emanated from the satchel at Lu Yu's waist. "Only in frigid regions can ice crystal essence be found. It is rare elsewhere. I have researched, and the far north is indeed the coldest place on the Dolua continent. Moreover, as it is rarely trodden by human feet, the chances of encountering ice crystal essence are quite high." Indeed, Lu Yu and Mo Holik had traveled thousands of miles to the far north in search of this ice crystal essence. A year ago, Mo Holik had suddenly awakened from his coma, yet the illusory star Fox, June, who had fallen unconscious alongside him, showed no signs of awakening. After extensive validation, Lu Yu and Mo Holiku concluded that in the initial battle against the Rift Earth ape, Lu Yu had been infected by the mutated blood, which contained a potent toxin. At that time, the urgency of the situation prevented anyone from noticing the anomaly. Furthermore, as a member of the Star Language Spirit Fox clan, Lu Yu was blessed by the stars, which kept the toxin suppressed, leaving him in a state of prolonged unconsciousness. However, as time passed, the poison had already spread throughout his body, necessitating immediate treatment. Fortunately, Lu Yu retained the crystal that had been embedded in the head of the mutated Rift Earth ape. After fully recovering, Lu Yu successfully absorbed the soul ring of the earth-splitting ape within the crystal and officially ascended to the rank of Soul Zone. However, a 10-year-old Soul Zone is an unprecedented phenomenon on the continent, a feat beyond the reach of ordinary mortals, even outshining the innate full soul power of Tang San. Meanwhile, Mo Holiku extracted a substance identical to the toxin that afflicted June from the residual blood within the crystal, successfully developing an antidote. The ice crystal stone marrow is the final ingredient required. This marrow, characterized by its frigid nature and gentle efficacy, can perfectly neutralize the fiery poison within June while ensuring safety. Combined with several other medicinal ingredients, little June will soon awaken. Mo Holiku's voice echoed from the satchel. Trembling slightly due to the intense cold, ahead lay an ice cavern. Perhaps it would yield fruitful discoveries. With a mere thought, Lu Yu activated his black gold mask, which swiftly enveloped his entire head. The defensive characteristics of the Black God armor are adept at adapting to numerous extreme environments. Thus, he donned it throughout his journey. On one hand, it served to ward off the cold. On the other, it was a precaution against the soul beast that could emerge at any moment. The vast expanse of this snow-covered plain is undeniably one of the most magnificent sights on the continent, yet danger often accompanies beauty. Within this snowy realm lurked many formidable hunters, for those who could survive in such a harsh environment were anything but ordinary. The defensive capabilities of the Black God armor were impeccable, yet it bore one critical flaw: the armor over the eyes. If the armor were to cover the face entirely, vision would be obscured. Conversely, if one wished to see, the armor could not fully envelop the eyes, leaving them exposed and vulnerable. However, this was hardly a concern for Lu Yu. The howling winds whipped up a storm of snow, forcing its way into the gaps of his armor, causing him discomfort. Thus, he decided to cover the armor over his eyes as well, achieving a truly flawless protection. He then extended his mental energy outward, compensating for his eyes and allowing him to perceive his surroundings. This method also enabled him to detect hidden fissures beneath the snow and concealed hunters. The icy cavern lay at the base of a towering ice mountain, fortunately not far from Lu Yu's position. He arrived there in merely half an hour. At that moment, Mer Holiku emerged from the book pouch, surveying the environment around them. Confirming that there was no immediate danger, the pair ventured into the cave. The cave's walls were encrusted with a layer of ice crystals, and as they progressed deeper, the passage narrowed considerably. From initially accommodating 3 side by side to ultimately allowing only 1 to pass sideways. Furthermore, the temperature within the cave grew increasingly frigid. Due to the mouth of the cave being perpetually covered in snow, the interior was poorly lit, and the dim, constricted space pressed heavily upon Lu Yu, making it difficult for him to breathe. Yet, retreat was not an option at this moment, for the safety of June was at stake. Lu Yu could only navigate through the enveloping darkness. Suddenly, he felt as if his mental energy had collided with an invisible barrier, rendering him unable to advance even a fraction further. Lu Yu attempted to lift the mask from his eyes, but soon found his vision unbearably dry, prompting him to close them once more. Old Mo, it seems there is no path ahead. In reality, a stone wall obstructed the passage of both man and book. In an instant, a mysterious magic circle was drawn in the air, its runes intertwining and drifting towards Mo Holiku. The next moment, the metallic single eye erupted with a brilliant blue light. Please shift back a bit, Mo Holiku suddenly spoke, and reinforced the stone wall above us. At that moment, Lu Yu found himself wedged between the mountain walls, having navigated this route nearly pressed against the stone. Were it not for the protective black armor, he likely would have been left in a grievous state. Just as Lu Yu struggled to step back a few paces, he suddenly felt a rapid increase in temperature from the other side. He could not help but turn his head. To his astonishment, he discovered Mo Holiku's single eye now emanating a chilling red glow, while a magic circle was gradually taking shape before it. Suddenly, that magic circle unleashed a crimson beam as thick as an arm. To Lu Yu's shock, the stone wall blocking his way began to slowly melt away. As the temperature inside the cave rose, the ice crystals on the walls swiftly melted, cascading down incessantly. Liu swiftly summoned his martial soul, and a brown soul ring began to rotate gently beneath his feet, soon illuminating the surroundings. Second-tier earth magic, rock pillars. Instantly, the walls of the cave materialized into several stone columns, creating a secure area to ensure that the falling ice crystals would not obstruct the pathway. This ability to manipulate earth elements was bestowed upon Lu Yu after he absorbed the soul ring of the land-splitting ape. Under the meticulous guidance of Maharik, Liu mastered nearly all fourth-tier wind magic and earth magic within a mere year. Moreover, his mental prowess had already reached the level of a fifth-tier sorcerer. As Maharik's high-temperature rays incessantly bombarded, the stone wall began to melt slowly. In the next moment, a broad passage appeared before Lu Yu. Let us proceed. Maharik instructed Lu Yu, who followed him into the passage. Chapter 56. The Marvelous Ice Cavern. Maharik led the way into the passage. Liu followed closely behind. Upon entering, he discovered that the cave walls were adorned with a type of vine that emitted a faint luminescence. This was the Arctic Glimmering Vine, a rare and obscure plant that does not yield soul rings and is known to few. However, Lu Yu recognized it at a glance. He had dedicated nearly all his spare time to reading in the library, and with his extraordinary mental acuity, he possessed an almost photographic memory. Consequently, he excelled academically, advancing through the ranks of the academy with remarkable speed, ultimately graduating 2 years ahead of schedule, a precedent at the Nodding City Academy. This achievement earned him the distinction of being a favored student among the faculty, while his peers regarded him as an overachiever. Indeed, it was no surprise that he graduated early, even from a junior academy. Such an accomplishment was impressive. Imo cast an admiring glance in his direction. The Arctic Glimmering Vine thrives only in the subterranean ice caverns of the far north, its surface adorned with peculiar patterns that glow and can temporarily store soul power. It takes 3 years for the vine to mature from seedling to full growth, and it withers away over the course of another 3 years. Yet it does not provide soul rings. Liu continued, Indeed, you are absolutely correct. Imo interjected, however, you have overlooked one crucial aspect. What might that be? Liu pondered. Indeed, this peculiar organism flourishes solely in the subterranean ice caves of the far north, specifically in those that harbor the black ice worm. The secretions of the black ice worm provide vital nourishment for the Arctic luminescent vine, while the vine's remarkable ability to temporarily store soul energy aids the larvae of the black ice worm in surviving the frigid environment. Furthermore, the black ice worm has a penchant for constructing its nests in proximity to the ice crystal mother, which, in turn, has the capacity to nurture the precious ice crystal marrow. Lu Yu continued, saying, In other words, we are not far from the essence of cryolite. Liu exclaimed with excitement. For him, this was an exceptionally auspicious sign. It indicated that his efforts over the past few days had not been in vain, and salvation was imminent in June. However, as he continued to traverse the cave, Lu Yu increasingly sensed something amiss. The cave was unnaturally quiet. Although this was a desolate region of the far north, it stood to reason that the Arctic Glimmering Vine thrived here, and there should be traces of the black ice worm in the vicinity. Yet, upon casually inspecting several vines, he found not even a single egg, let alone any adult insects. This left Lu Yu disheartened, as his hopes of discovering the icy crystal mother through the signs of the black ice worm's existence were dashed. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed behind him. Lu Yu turned back and was astonished to find that the narrow entrance through which he had come was now obstructed by layers of fallen rubble and ice. There was no choice but to venture deeper into the unknown. Old Imo, Lu Yu gently inquired, Do you not find the silence of this cave somewhat unsettling? Imo nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is rather peculiar. Generally, the presence of the ice crystal mother is associated with frigid terrains. Yet as we venture deeper into this cave, it becomes increasingly warm, which is rather abnormal. Could it be that we have come to the wrong place? And that the ice crystal mother does not exist here at all? Liu pondered, suggesting they venture further inside, as there might be unexpected discoveries awaiting them. Additionally, they should search for any alternative exits. If they truly could not find what they were seeking, they would simply retrace their steps. Imo concurred. Liu fell silent, diligently filling the broken crossbow with provisions for unforeseen circumstances. Within the dark cavern, a flickering ethereal light danced, refracted by the crystalline stones below, casting a mesmerizing array of colors. Yet, beneath this enchanting fade often lurked unknown dangers. Indeed, this was the most prudent course of action. Should he advance further without uncovering anything, He would have no choice but to retrace his steps. The dimness of the cave seemed to blur the very concept of time. Accompanied only by a book, he wandered through the cavern for an indeterminate period, until at last, a glimmer of light pierced through the darkness ahead. Following this illumination, a grand stone hall unveiled itself before Lu Yu. Below, houses stood in orderly formation, encircling a solemn altar at the center like stars gathered around the moon. These edifices were arranged in a distinctive and systematic manner, resembling a vast flower in full bloom, exuding an aura of mystery and allure. Each winding path flowed like a meandering stream, artfully navigating through the closely packed houses, sometimes converging with others, and at other times extending independently into the distance. The paths varied in width and shape, yet collectively they wove a complex yet orderly tapestry, binding the entire area together. Lu Yu found the arrangement of these houses somewhat familiar, though he could not recall where he had seen such a layout before. Above the hall, bright crystals embedded in the stone walls illuminated the city, and the light Lu Yu beheld emanated from them. After exchanging a glance with Imo-Holik, Lu Yu leapt from the heights in unison. At that moment, an unexpected surge of energy enveloped Lu Yu, providing a gentle cushion for his descent. As he approached, he realized that these structures were not mere buildings, but rather towering spires. Every window and door was intricately carved, and each tower stood nearly 20 meters tall. Hewn entirely from an unknown black stone, there were no signs of seams. Each tower was sculpted from a single colossal block. Such a monumental endeavor would have demanded immense human and material resources on the blue planet where Lu Yu once resided. Yet here, in the land of Dolua, teeming with spirit masters, assembling a sufficiently large team of spirit masters was indeed a formidable challenge. Thus, the forces behind the construction of these towers must be extraordinarily powerful, especially considering the ornate patterns carved above, which were far beyond the means of ordinary affluent families. In the literature that Lu Yu has perused over the years, it is noted that while the continent of Dolua possesses a custom of erecting tombs, these are typically reserved for noble families, constructed within the confines of their familial territories. In contrast, ordinary folk merely seek a suitable spot to excavate a pit for their final resting place. Yet, it is imperative to recognize that this locale lies within the formidable and foreboding northern expanse. Who could have anticipated that anyone would establish their family dominance upon this barren and desolate land, where not a blade of grass dares to grow? Moreover, this site has steadfastly remained unchanged since the dawn of this continent, making it utterly implausible that a once mighty lineage could have flourished here only to be mercilessly consumed and buried by relentless blizzards. After all, in such inhospitable conditions, mere survival is a luxury, let alone the establishment of a vast and prosperous familial power. Thus, this scenario borders on the fantastical, leaving one incredulous. Who, indeed, could have constructed something here in such a ghastly place? Chapter 57, The Strange Relief. With a mind brimming with questions, Lu Yu summoned a whirlwind to elevate himself steadily. Reaching a height level with the Black Tower, Lu Yu then noticed that the summits of certain towers were entirely hollow, with a stone tablet devoid of inscriptions placed atop each one, without exception. As he continued to soar towards the heart of this architectural complex, the appearance of these unadorned tablets varied sporadically, exhibiting no discernible pattern. As he approached the center of the structure, a towering altar base came into view. This altar, constructed from an enigmatic black stone, bore resemblance to the Black Towers. The entire altar exhibited a tapering design, diminishing in size from bottom to top, reminiscent of the majestic pyramids in the Amazon on Blue Planet. Each tier was adorned with peculiar patterns, and the pyramid-shaped altar towered twice the height of those black stone towers. However, even at such an impressive elevation, it scarcely reached 1/5 of the cavern's height. Old Mo, do you recognize these patterns? Lu Yu gazed intently at the intricate patterns carved upon the altar and inquired. Imo-Holik stepped forward, scrutinizing the designs with great care. These motifs appeared somewhat peculiar, their style not entirely reminiscent of the artifacts native to the Dolua continent. However, observe here, over the past 2 years, Lu Yu had been diligently gathering allies, while Imo-Holik had not been idle either. Apart from instructing Lu Yu in the arcane arts, he had spent nearly all his time immersed in the library, fervently augmenting his knowledge of the Dolua continent. As Imo-Holik's singular eye emitted a beam of crimson light, it gradually converged upon a figure within the stone sculpture. The circles floating beside this individual bore a striking resemblance to soul rings. If my deductions are correct, this person is likely a soul master, and a highly esteemed one at that. Just look at the expressions of those beneath him. Do they not appear to be in reverence of him? Liu gazed at the marked spot indicated by Immoholik, noticing that the figure appeared to be dragging two blazing flames. Upon examining the surrounding soul rings, Liu discovered precisely 18 of them. Could it be a twin martial soul? Or perhaps a fire element soul master? Or was it possible that his martial soul consisted solely of the two flames? Liu Yu pondered for an extended period, but could not recall any soul master on the continent possessing a twin martial soul of flames. As his gaze shifted, he suddenly discovered other figures of veneration etched into the stone sculpture. To the right of the flame-wielding figure stood an imposing silhouette grasping a colossal hammer, surrounded by 9 ethereal soul rings. Further to the right, another figure emerged, adorned with 6 majestic wings, wielding a weapon resembling a grand sword. On the left side of the flame figure, a silhouette extended its arms outward, above which hovered a tower-like emblem, encircled by 9 similar soul rings. Above these figures loomed a celestial being, reminiscent of an angel. Liu Yu, you must see this. At that moment, Morholik also took notice, his single eye directing a beam of crimson light toward the vicinity of the angelic presence. This relief appears to be an exact replica of your second martial soul. Moreover, its placement is rather peculiar. Could this possibly be your ancestral grave? Have you excavated your family's south resting place? Upon hearing this, Liu Yu felt a surge of frustration. Leave at once. It is you who has disturbed your ancestral grave. However, Immoholik responded, I am but a creation of this book. I have no ancestors. Only a creator. Therefore, the notion of disturbing an ancestral grave is utterly non-existent. Upon hearing the words, Liu chose to disregard him. Nevertheless, Morholik's observation was indeed astute. This particular relief bore an uncanny resemblance to his second martial soul, featuring 2 small boy figures and a pair of wings, identical to his own. Beside them stood the ethereal silhouette of an angel, albeit with only 2 wings, positioned alongside the winged angel at the apex of this relief. Additionally, a scratch marred the top of the carving, a riddle that Morholik had pondered over for some time without deciphering its meaning. Just then, as Morholik became lost in contemplation, a voice suddenly emanated from behind. Let us not forget our purpose. We must hasten to locate the ice crystal marrow and return promptly. Morholik acknowledged with a grunt and gradually distanced himself from the relief. Upon finding a suitable position, the one-eyed figure quietly emitted a beam of red light, reminiscent of a scanning device from a science fiction film. Subsequently, Morholik circled the vast pyramid-shaped altar and swiftly returned to Liu Yu's side. Old mare, what are you up to? Liu Yu found himself somewhat perplexed by the maneuver executed by Morholik. He decided to use magic to record the images of this place, intending to study them thoroughly upon his return. Liu Yu was utterly captivated by the remarkable display of magic demonstrated by Immoholik. After completing this astonishing feat, Immoholik soared in a specific direction. Let us proceed and investigate that area, Liu Yu thought, recalling the signs of the dark ice insects' activity observed during their earlier circling. Oh, here we go. At the mention of this, Liu Yu accelerated, swiftly catching up to the ahead Immoholik. After flying for a while, the duo gradually arrived at a conspicuous corner of the stone hall. Under Liu Yu's puzzled gaze, Immoholik led him to a small opening. It would be an exaggeration to refer to this aperture as a hole. Liu Yu estimated that even Immoholik, being a book, would find it difficult to squeeze through. It was at best merely a slightly larger crack. Yet, within this fissure, a flickering blue light persisted. Additionally, the temperature at this crevice was significantly lower than that of the stone hall. Liu Yu approached and meticulously examined the fissure with his mental energy, discovering a vast space concealed behind it. Although it did not rival the stone hall in which they currently resided, it was sufficiently spacious to accommodate 5 or 6 black stone towers. Furthermore, Liu Yu detected a multitude of black ice worms and arctic luminescent vines within, the flickering blue light emanating from the latter. The presence of arctic luminescent vines and black ice worms strongly suggested the likelihood of an ice crystal mother being present. Sure enough, as Liu Yu's mental energy gradually enveloped the interior space, he was suddenly struck by a piercing chill. The source of this frigid sensation was a fist-sized, exquisitely translucent stone, an ice crystal mother. Liu Yu's eyes suddenly ignited with an uncontrollable glimmer of excitement, his entire being trembling slightly from overwhelming exhilaration. He silently marveled at the truth of the saying, diligence indeed pays off. Who could have anticipated that in this desolate expanse, a realm so barren that even birds shun its presence, he would remain for over 2 months? During this period, Liu Yu faced countless hardships, endured the relentless fury of blizzards, and withstood the piercing cold, even perilously teetering on the brink of losing his way and succumbing to despair. Yet, bolstered by unwavering conviction and indomitable will, he never faltered in his quest. At last, the heavens reward the diligent. All his efforts and persistence have culminated in this moment. The coveted object of his dreams lies before him. In this instant, Liu felt as if the entire world rejoiced in unison, his heart brimming with boundless joy and a profound sense of achievement. June would be saved at last. However, a pressing dilemma loomed before Lu Yu: how to extract this crystal mother from the icy wall. As previously mentioned, the fissure was so narrow that even Merholik could not squeeze through, let alone Lu Yu. Chapter 58. The Peril of Extraction and the Insect Menace. Moreover, Liu had discovered that the stone wall was over 2 meters thick during his mental probe. Any forcible intrusion would undoubtedly rouse the dormant swarm of black ice insects within, creatures that even the most seasoned soul emperors would prefer to avoid. Known as the extreme north locusts, these black ice insects present no significant threat as solitary beings, yet they are gregarious soul beasts, capable of swiftly assembling into an imposing swarm. What is more alarming is the razor-sharp mandibles of these creatures, capable of shredding steel. A large enough swarm could easily consume an entire village in a short span. Earlier, as Lu Yu explored the fissured cavern, he was unnerved by the densely packed black ice insects, fortunate that they were currently in a dormant state. As long as there were no strong external stimuli, they would remain undisturbed, but should this horde be provoked, both Lu Yu and Merholik would find themselves in dire peril. What to do? The entrance is too small. I cannot fit through. Yet, any attempt to forcibly breach it would surely agitate the insects within. Merholik inquired from the side. Liu contemplated the notion of utilizing a spatial ring to directly retrieve the ice crystal mother within it. However, the predicament lay in the limited range of the spatial ring's storage capabilities, and the location of the ice crystal mother was regrettably beyond its grasp. It would be absurd to tether a string to the ring and cast it forth, as such an act would undoubtedly alert the black ice insects. A string? Liu suddenly appeared to have an epiphany. He hastily removed the ring from his finger and held it against the crevice for comparison. To his astonishment, the size of the ring was a perfect fit. With unwavering focus, Liu invoked a third-tier psychic magic, Mind's Grasp. The ring, as if tethered by an invisible thread, began to gently drift towards the fissure. Lu Yu cautiously maneuvered the spatial ring, gradually approaching the icy crystal stone marrow. The deeper he ventured, the more numerous the black ice worms became, their distribution increasingly dense. Although the majority of these black ice worms remained in a dormant state, a few were sluggishly writhing, as if attempting to exhibit their feeble vitality to the outside world. The eerie, incessant sound produced by the multitude of black ice worms, reminiscent of sharp little blades, incessantly pricked at Lu Yu's nerves. This sound seemed to possess a peculiar enchantment, causing his heart to race uncontrollably, while beads of perspiration gradually formed on his forehead. Nevertheless, Liu successfully positioned the spatial ring at the location closest to the fissure, where it could conveniently accommodate the icy crystal stone mother. Almost instantly, the spatial ring emitted a flicker of brilliance, and the icy crystal stone mother, along with the scattered icy crystal stone marrow, vanished, absorbed by the ring. Upon completing this task, Lu Yu exhaled in relief. Beside him, Merholik cast an appreciative glance in his direction. Liu then carefully guided the spatial ring back along the original path, returning it to his possession. Liu readjusted the spatial ring on his finger. Let us depart. We have secured the items. However, just as the two were about to leave, they suddenly felt the ground trembling beneath them, the intensity of the tremors growing steadily. Merholik abruptly sensed that something was amiss. This is bad. We must flee, he shouted urgently. Without hesitation, he grasped Lu Yu and swiftly made their escape from the area. Yet, an unforeseen event transpired. At the very moment they turned to depart, the mysterious fissure unexpectedly erupted, unleashing a thick plume of black smoke. This billowing darkness surged forth like a torrential flood, swiftly enveloping the surrounding air in an inky shroud. Lu Yu felt a sudden tightening in his chest, as he keenly sensed that the swirling black smoke was rather peculiar. Thus, he halted his steps and focused intently. As his vision gradually clarified, he could not help but draw in a sharp breath. It turned out that the so-called black smoke was not smoke in the conventional sense, but rather an innumerable swarm of black ice worms. These black ice worms resembled a dense, ominous cloud, congregating tightly together, their minuscule yet compact bodies writhing in the air as if they had formed an impenetrable barrier of darkness. Lu Yu's eyes widened, his heart brimming with astonishment and dread. The simultaneous emergence of such a multitude of black ice insects was exceedingly rare. Moreover, the aura emanating from them unmistakably signaled formidable aggression and peril. Confronted with this terrifying spectacle, Lu Yu found himself at a loss regarding how to respond. What had you done with the stone mother earlier that provoked such a swarm of black ice insects? At that moment, the fleeing Immoholic glanced back, his scalp prickling at the sight of the densely packed swarm before them. The only exit from this cavernous hall was the route they had taken, now completely obstructed. Leaving no alternative escape in sight, particularly in the face of such a colossal horde of insects. Old Immo, look over there, Liu suddenly exclaimed, pointing towards the towering altar. Responding to his words, Immoholic lifted his gaze. To their horror, they beheld a bizarre black smoke swirling above, resembling a colossal black dragon that danced ominously around the altar, refusing to disperse. Even more chilling was the sight of the towering black stone spires surrounding them, now completely enshrouded by countless insects. These creatures surged like a relentless tide, sending shivers down their spines. In stark contrast, however, the mysterious altar stood eerily vacant, devoid of any insect presence. This peculiar phenomenon seemed to suggest that an unknown force was safeguarding the altar, instilling in the swarm a profound sense of reverence and fear. Lu Yu pondered quietly within his heart. Could it be that the altar conceals a secret weapon capable of restraining the swarm? Or perhaps a formidable restriction exists? The more he contemplated, the more he felt the gravity of the situation. Without hesitation, he called out with fervor, "Old Immo, let us charge towards the altar." No sooner had his words left his lips than Lu Yu unleashed his wind-step technique once more. A powerful whirlwind erupted, propelling him forward like an arrow released from a bow, racing towards the altar. The others, witnessing this, mustered their courage and followed closely behind, yearning to reach that place which might offer a glimmer of hope. At that very moment, the obsidian dragon, which had been circling above, suddenly took notice of the two and dove down directly towards them. The black stone tower, shrouded in ominous smoke, instantly crumbled into ruins. Observing this scene, Lu Yu instinctively quickened his pace, while the dark dragon drew ever closer behind him. Lu Yu seemed to perceive the sound of insects colliding with one another and the vibration of their wings. The colossal black dragon behind him drew ever closer, as if it would engulf Lu Yu in the next instant. Chapter 59, The Fire Spirit Pearl. The shadowy dragon loomed nearer, and Lu Yu felt that he would soon be devoured. "Old Immo, can't you devise a way to employ some spatial magic to transport us away?" Lu Yu exclaimed anxiously. "I wish I could. My strength has yet to fully recover, and at present, I can only utilize the teleportation stones to set up the formation for spatial transmission." "Then go ahead and set it up. I will buy you some time." With a mighty shout, Lu Yu exclaimed, "Without the teleportation stone, I cannot set up the formation. I must first head to the altar and devise a plan." At that moment, the colossal black dragon opened its gaping maw. Just as Lu Yu was on the brink of being devoured, an intense crimson light suddenly erupted from the altar, accompanied by a terrifying heat. The swarm of black ice insects emitted a hissing sound upon contact with the red light. Strangely, however, Lu Yu, who passed directly through the crimson barrier, felt no adverse effects. It seemed the radiant barrier bore him no ill will. Yet, at that moment, Lu Yu had no time for contemplation. As he raced towards the pinnacle of the altar, his instincts urging him that it was the only place of safety, Lu Yu stood at the edge of the altar, turning back to behold the immense black dragon, which had long since transformed into a swirling mass of black smoke amidst the terrifying heat. At that moment, it circled the altar incessantly. Lu Yu could sense the overwhelming malevolence emanating from the swarm of black ice insects, as if they were poised to engulf him in the next heartbeat. Yet, the swarm appeared to hesitate, circling the altar with trepidation, unwilling to advance further. Could it be that they feared this luminous barrier? But what force had given rise to such a phenomenon? The apex of the altar was not particularly expansive, easily visible at a glance, and seemed to encompass the dimensions of a modest classroom. "Lu Yu, look over there," came the voice of Mahalik from the side. Lu Yu noticed that at the very center of the altar's summit, there resided a stone platform, which appeared to be the source of the radiant light. "Let us approach and investigate. Perhaps we might discover a way to escape." Lu Yu responded, then swiftly approached the stone platform. There, upon the obsidian surface, lay a fist-sized crimson orb quietly resting. The orb emitted a faint red glow, and from its center, arcane runes radiated outward, adorning the entirety of the altar. Curiosity piqued, Lu Yu extended his hand to touch the object, and in the next moment, a warm sensation coursed through his fingertips and into his mind. At that instant, a crisp, ethereal voice echoed within his consciousness. Ding, abnormal energy fluctuations detected. Fire Spirit Pearl energy fluctuations detected. Triggered hidden task, Eternal Flame. Task description: the unyielding blaze that never withers amidst the icy expanse, a millennia-old spark of hope, awaken in the darkness. This task consists of 4 stages. Completing each stage grants rewards. Please proceed to the designated task location to obtain the token and fulfill the task. Completion reward: Divine Grade Martial Soul 1, 40,000 points. Task progress: 14. Ding, hidden task detected. Successful check-in at the Fire Spirit Pearl altar for Stage 1 of Eternal Flame. Rewarded with a random teleportation scroll 1 for 100 points. Random teleportation scroll: a consumable item used once, obtained by completing hidden tasks or purchasing from the system store. Effect: can randomly teleport specified items or beings to completed check-in locations. Note: the destination cannot be chosen. Use with caution. After reading the system's introduction, Liyu's heart surged with joy. Truly, his thoughts had manifested. This teleportation scroll was the perfect tool for their current predicament. Hey, what are you grinning about? Hurry up and think of a way to get us out of here. Merholik, who stood beside him, admonished Liyu for his foolish smile. It was astonishing that he could still find amusement at such a time. As the radiance of the red pearl dimmed, who could tell how long that crimson barrier would hold? If they did not devise a plan, once the barrier vanished, they would be left to face the voracious black ice insects. Old Emo, don't fret, I have a plan. Liyu suddenly inquired. Have you found the teleportation stone? Merholik responded with surprise. No? Why are you so foolishly cheerful then? Upon hearing Liyu's resolute answer, Merholik's spirits instantly plummeted. However, I still possess this. Liyu brandished a scroll of black parchment before Merholik's eyes. What is this? Wait. Merholik's gaze fixated on the object in Liyu's hand, and his excitement surged. A teleportation scroll. How did you come by such a treasure? You must understand that these scrolls, due to their connection to advanced spatial magic and the stringent requirements for their materials, are exceedingly rare on the continent of Austin. Furthermore, they require almost no preparation time. In critical moments, they can be lifesavers. Thus, the appearance of a single teleportation scroll invariably incites contention. Do not concern yourself with that. Merely know that we can escape this wretched place, Liyu replied. He then approached the stone platform, unfurling the teleportation scroll with one hand while grasping the Fire Spirit Pearl with the other. This pearl, capable of manifesting a formidable barrier even in a state of energy depletion, would undoubtedly unleash remarkable power when fully charged. Such a precious item was not one Liyu intended to overlook. Merholik, discerning Liyu's intentions, swiftly glided to the satchel at his waist. The once resplendent glow of the Fire Spirit Pearl began to fade, as if suppressed by an enigmatic force. Simultaneously, the vibrant red barrier, akin to a protective shield, appeared to have its vitality siphoned away, its hue growing increasingly pale while the intense heat it radiated steadily diminished. The swarm of black ice insects, initially daunted by the formidable heat, suddenly sensed a shift. Emboldened, they spread their wings and charged towards the barrier like a tempest of darkness. These insects, sensing imminent victory, coalesced into a surging tide of black, recklessly assaulting their target. Their incessant screeches pierced Liyu's ears, and the cacophony of their impacts resounded beside him. The barrier trembled, fissures beginning to mar its surface, suggesting it would shatter under the onslaught of the black ice swarm at any moment. In that critical instant, Liyu, standing beside the stone platform, cautiously extended his hand and grasped the Fire Spirit Pearl, which emanated a mysterious light. At the very moment he seized the pearl, the crimson barrier enveloping the entire space seemed to be torn asunder by an unseen force, vanishing without a trace. Almost simultaneously, countless black ice insects surged forth like a tidal wave, crashing in from all directions. They swarmed, overwhelming in number, their claws bared and emitting piercing shrieks, as if intent on devouring everything in their path. Liyu was utterly astonished by the unexpected scene before him, momentarily rendered speechless. Just as peril loomed, the scroll in his hand suddenly erupted with a brilliant white light. Chapter 60, the general store in that critical moment. The scroll in Liyu's grasp blazed with dazzling luminescence. In the next instant, the figure of the young man vanished from his original position. At the Junior Soul Master Academy in Notting City, the bell signaling the end of class rang, heralding the lunchtime rush. Students surged from the classroom like trapped beasts, eagerly racing towards the dining hall. Amidst this chaos, a small boy clad in blue stood up slowly, adorned with 24 glimmering gems on his jade belt. His unhurried demeanor starkly contrasted the frenzy of his peers rushing to secure their meals. "Their brother, aren't you going to eat?" A voice called from the doorway, surprisingly belonging to Wang Hu. Since Xiao Lai's graduation, the students who once followed him had begun to rally around Lu Yu. Though there were dissenters, many were deeply moved by Lu Yu's philosophy of harmony and friendship, especially after witnessing his ability to win hearts through virtue. Go on, go on. Do you think little San is like you, always thinking about food?" At that moment, Xiao Wu's voice rang out from the back of the classroom. Although Tang San had acknowledged Xiao Wu as his sister, she only referred to him as third brother in private. While publicly she still maintained her status as the academy's leader, with Tang San as her second in command. Yet, it was an unspoken understanding among all that Tang San was the man who stood behind the formidable sister. Upon recognizing Xiao Wu, Wang Hu greeted her and discreetly stepped aside, allowing the two to converse in solitude. Just as Tang San was about to speak, a radiant light suddenly erupted within the classroom. Moments later, Tang San heard a thud, and as he slowly opened his eyes, he noticed a figure had mysteriously appeared in the classroom, rising gradually. Gazing upon that familiar face, Tang San couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Brother Yu." Hearing the familiar voice from behind, Liu turned in confusion, only to find Tang San and Xiao Wu staring at him, bewildered. "Little San? Xiao Wu, what are you doing here? Wait, where am I?" Liu surveyed his surroundings, taking in the familiar desk and podium. It suddenly dawned on him that he had been transported to the academy. Relieved to have escaped danger, he plopped down onto the ground with a sigh of relief. 2 years later, within the heart of a city known as Soto, renowned for its granary named Barak, which belonged to the kingdom of Barak. This city held a status second only to the capital, Barak City, both of which were heavily guarded. Soto City even housed a third-tier spirit hall. The kingdom of Barak was a part of the Tiando Empire. More accurately, it was one of the 4 kingdoms and 1 principality that had gained independence from Tiando. Were it not for the Tiando royal family's military strength, the empire might have long since faded into the annals of history. The neighboring Xinglua Empire shared a similar plight, reflecting the internal chaos within the empire. At this moment, a boy and a girl appeared at the gates of Soto City. They appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old. The boy, dressed in simple attire, a blue outfit complemented by a belt adorned with 24 jade stones, exuded an air of cleanliness and neatness. Although he bore a certain handsomeness, he ultimately came across as rather ordinary. In contrast, the girl radiated brilliance. Her long, scorpion braid cascaded down to her calves. She wore a snug pink top that perfectly accentuated her developing figure, and her slender waist evoked envy from many. With sparkling, expressive eyes and delicately curved eyelashes set against her rosy cheeks, she embodied the very essence of cuteness. The girl raised her hand to wipe the beads of sweat from her forehead, complaining, "Master is truly something. There are several Spirit Master Academies that would have accepted us unconditionally, yet he insisted we report to that Shrek Academy, which barely holds any prestige. And the journey is so long." The boy chuckled at her words, replying, "It's Shrek Academy. Master only asked me to report here. You insisted on coming along. Thankfully, Soto City isn't too far. Otherwise, you would have turned into a little grumbler. Let us hurry. Brother, you left a week earlier than us and will likely arrive before us. He mentioned meeting at the Rose Hotel. He may already be waiting for us." Upon hearing this, the girl exhaled dramatically. "You might have followed Master here, but I can't fathom why Brother you, who graduated so long ago, also chose to come here. Before us stand 2 figures, unmistakably Tang San and Xiao Wu, who recently graduated. Following their graduation, several Soul Master Academies extended unconditional offers to them. However, Tang San resolutely adhered to the Master's counsel and chose to report to Shrek Academy. To his surprise, Lu Yu, having graduated early, opted not to pursue immediate enrollment at the Wuhuan Temple Soul Master Academy, but instead decided to cultivate in the soul hunting forest. Remarkably, 2 weeks ago, he sought out Tang San, expressing his intention to accompany him to Soto City and Shrek Academy, agreeing to meet at the Rose Hotel. Meanwhile, in front of a dilapidated grocery store in Soto City, a cloaked figure stood before the entrance, gazing up at the tattered sign that read Flinders Grocery with a faint smile gracing his lips. The youth slowly removed the hood from his head, revealing a visage that appeared meticulously sculpted, clean, and handsome. His silken, silver hair cascaded like a shimmering river of stars in the galaxy, glinting with a subtle yet captivating glow. This hair, unadorned and untamed, was casually tied into a long ponytail, cascading naturally down his broad back. This seemingly simple hairstyle perfectly showcased the youth's carefree and unruly spirit, imparting a unique charm that was both refreshing and alluring. The young man standing at the grocery store's entrance was none other than Lu Yu. 2 years prior, after he returned with the ice crystal essence to heal June, he had remained in the soul-hunting forest to master the 8 gates of Duanjia. Now, he could proficiently unlock the first 4 gates. Just a week ago, sensing that the time was ripe, he bid farewell to Tang San and Xiao Wu, arriving in Suodo City a week ahead of schedule. However, upon his arrival, Flender's grocery store remained closed, prompting him to first check in at the Rose Hotel to fulfill his task. At long last, today, the grocery store has opened its doors. Liu stepped into the grocery store, where the goods were haphazardly arranged, evoking a sense that the establishment might close its doors by tomorrow. Liu waited for a considerable time, yet not a single shadow was in sight. Indeed, was this miserly Flander still in slumber? Thus, he began to wander about the shop, lost in his own thoughts. Chapter 61, Dai Mubai. Liu wandered aimlessly through the grocery store when, in the next moment, a crystal enveloped in a rugged stone caught his eye. If he was not mistaken, this object should be a type of crystal known for its unique properties. In the original narrative, Tang San seemingly crafted a dragon whisker needle from such a crystal, which caused Zhao Wuji some considerable distress. Suddenly, the voice of Imo Helik resonated in Lu Yu's mind. What is the matter? Do you see that iron lump in the corner? Yes, I see it, came Lu Yu's reply. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu turned his gaze and indeed found a dark, unremarkable iron block positioned behind the crystal. It was a fine object. It should be taken down. The grimy iron lump was covered in dust, tucked away in a corner, making it difficult to notice. Furthermore, there was a bracelet on the adjacent shelf. It should be acquired as well. The voice of Imo Helik resonated once more. Old Imo, are you certain there are no issues with these 2 items? They appear to be ordinary iron and a simple bracelet, lacking any distinctive features. Lu Yu expressed his confusion. Trust me, purchasing it will undoubtedly be advantageous for you, Maharik asserted with unwavering conviction. Boss, Lu Yu called out several times without receiving a response. Flander, truly, was exceedingly lazy. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed a silver-haired youth with a ponytail standing before the shelves, clad in simple attire and draped in a tattered cloak. He appeared far removed from the image of affluence. Dear customer, may I inquire what you desire? Flander approached, his greeting perfunctory. His voice, hoarse and languorous, was barely audible to Lu Yu, who might have missed it altogether had it not been for the intimate confines of the small shop. Observing this scene, Lu Yu's lips curled into a faint smile, though he quickly suppressed it. Pointing to a crystal on the table, he inquired, how much for this? Flander glanced at the crystal with an air of indolence and replied, 100 gold soul coins, no negotiations. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu hesitated slightly. What? Is your money insufficient? Lu Yu produced a pouch filled with gold coins from his spatial ring, arriving before Flander. Within it lay precisely 100 gold coins. A spatial ring? Flander was taken aback upon discovering that Lu Yu possessed such a rare soul guide artifact. He secretly speculated that this young man, appearing to be of humble origins and possessing a pleasing countenance, might actually belong to a prominent family. No, it is insufficient, Flander languidly remarked once more. Insufficient? I have exactly 100 gold coins in this pouch. How can that be deemed inadequate? I have no doubt about the 100 coins you possess, but regarding my crystal, 100 gold coins will not suffice. It must be 200 gold coins. Although Lu Yu had mentally prepared himself in advance, he was still taken aback by Flander's audacity. 100 gold coins. Lu Yu negotiated, stating 300 gold coins. If you wish to purchase, do so. If not, do not waste time here. Flander's hoarse voice resonated once more. 200 gold coins. I shall take this crystal along with 2 other items. Flander smirked disdainfully at the response. Young man, is this how you conduct business? I am offering you a piece of information, the information of a master. Upon hearing this, Flander's interest peaked, and a glimmer of life sparked in his otherwise chaotic eyes. How can I trust you? The master's disciple will arrive in Suodo City today, adorned with a soul guide device set with 24 gemstones at his waist. Of course, you may choose not to believe me, Lu Yu said softly, master's disciple? Very well. I believe you. Take the items, 3 pieces for 100 gold coins. Lu Yu felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth, a pang of guilt washing over him. In the original narrative, it seemed that Tang San had directly gifted without seeking any money in return. Exiting the sundry shop, Lu Yu made his way directly to his next destination, the Rose Hotel. Considering the time, Tang San and Xiao Wu should be nearing their rendezvous with Dai Mubai at the hotel. As if on cue, just as Lu Yu arrived at the hotel entrance, he spotted two figures, one clad in blue and the other in pink, stepping into the establishment. Upon entering the Rose Hotel, a delightful fragrance enveloped him, imparting a sense of joy and tranquility. The interior decor was predominantly composed of shades of rose red, white, and silver, creating a warm and elegant atmosphere that was instantly appealing. Tang San approached the front desk, stating, "Hello, we are here to find someone." The attendant behind the counter quickly stood up, glancing at Tang San and then at Xiao Wu with a hint of envy in her gaze. However, upon hearing Tang San's words, her expression shifted slightly. "Good day, sir. I apologize, but our guest registration information is confidential, and I cannot disclose any details about our patrons. However, if you are waiting for your friend, we do have a room available where you can rest while you wait." The attendant cast a suggestive glance at Tang San. "Is there truly no way to check? That person is a very important friend of mine," Tang San implored. "I'm sorry, sir, but we have regulations in place that prevent us from revealing guest information. I hope you understand," the attendant replied, a hint of regret etched on her face. "Brother San, we've been traveling for days and I'm utterly exhausted. Why don't we stay here for the night and wait for Brother Yu? Perhaps we might run into him," Xiao Wu suggested. Tang San found her reasoning somewhat valid. "Then please arrange for us to have 2 rooms. I regret to inform you, sir, that all rooms are fully booked except for one. However, rest assured, our room is quite spacious and can easily accommodate 2 guests," the attendant remarked, her tone laced with an undertone of flirtation. "Very well, let us take that one room then. After all, we've been sharing a bed for 6 years," Xiao Wu said nonchalantly. Just as the attendant was preparing the paperwork, a burst of laughter unexpectedly interrupted her actions. A man, flanked by 2 provocatively dressed women, approached the counter. The 2 women wore black cheongsams with high slits that nearly reached their thighs, revealing their long, fair legs as they moved. The upper portion of their garments was scant, exposing a tantalizing glimpse of their figures. Xiao Wu glanced at them, then at herself, a flicker of envy in her eyes. Remarkably, the 2 statuesque women bore identical features, unmistakably twins. The man between them stood at 6 feet tall, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, his handsome face tempered by a touch of ruggedness, and his tousled golden hair cascading behind him. Upon closer inspection, one would notice his striking heterochromia. He approached the front desk and coldly remarked, "You must be new here. Are you unaware of the rules?" The attendant, cautious, inquired, "May I ask who you are?" "Call your manager out." The man scoffed. "Brother, one must adhere to the principle of first come, first served, and it appears we arrived before you," Tang San replied calmly. "What of it? Do you know who I am?" The man turned to mockingly glance at Tang San. "Brother, you've brought people here, yet you are hardly a virtuous individual. What are you? Say that again if you dare." The man's words instantly provoked Xiao Wu. "What did you say? Have the courage to repeat that." Dai Mubai's words similarly enraged Xiao Wu. Tang San had a gentle disposition, but Xiao Wu's fiery temper could not tolerate such insolence, especially when this scoundrel dared to insult Tang San in her presence. Unexpectedly, Dai Mubai merely cast a cold glance at Xiao Wu. "I can sense the fluctuations of soul power from both of you. Why don't we settle this with a fight? Both of you can come at me. If I lose, this room will be yours. If I win, then you shall leave. What do you say? Are you brave enough to accept?" At that moment, Xiao Wu's fists clenched tightly, unable to suppress her rising fury any longer. Today, she must teach this rogue a lesson. Otherwise, she would not be Xiao Wu. "All right," Xiao Wu began, but her words were interrupted by a voice from outside. "Fine, I accept your challenge." Everyone turned to the entrance, where a cloaked figure approached. The newcomer was clad in black attire beneath the cloak, appearing to be around 13 or 14 years old, with a height of approximately 1.70 meters. His striking silver hair was casually tied into a ponytail, flowing freely behind him. His silver eyes resembled a sharp sword, piercing and resolute. His fair skin was akin to mutton fat, eliciting envy even from the girls present. "Brother Yu!" Tang San and Xiao Wu exclaimed joyfully upon seeing the newcomer. This individual was none other than Lu Yu, who had been waiting outside the hotel for a considerable time, finally entering just as a fight was about to break out. To his delight, the moment he stepped in, a familiar electronic voice resonated in his mind. Detected key storyline character Dai Mubai. Unlocking related tasks. Task 1. First encounter with drawn sword. Defeat Dai Mubai upon first meeting. Reward, 2,000 points. Task 2. Defeat Dai Mubai. Unlocking after completing Task 1. I accept your challenge. And who are you? Dai Mubai retorted disdainfully. Seeing Dai Mubai's demeanor, Lu Yu felt an urge to knock him down. Even without the system's task prompting him. What a detestable expression and tone. No, what I mean is, let us settle this one-on-one. Lu Yu said lightly. One-on-one? Just the two of us? Dai Mubai seemed to find this notion utterly ridiculous. Kid, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. If you regret it now and want to team up, my previous words still stand. Brother Yu, quickly teach this insufferable fool a lesson, so he can never again wreak havoc. Xiao exclaimed furiously, but was abruptly restrained by Tang San. We must trust Brother Yu? Do you still doubt his strength? Dai Mubai cast a cold glance at Lu Yu. The twins beside him exhibited no trace of concern. Instead, they looked on with admiration, discreetly stepping aside. A glint of sharpness flashed in Dai Mubai's eyes as his right fist suddenly lifted, charging forward directly towards Lu Yu's chest. The punch was straightforward, devoid of any ostentation. Lu Yu felt the impact on his arm. Dai Mubai's punch was impeccable in both power and speed, a feat unattainable without extensive combat experience. This is how it should be. Lu Yu propelled himself off the ground, akin to an arrow released from its bow. He raised his right hand, delivering a punch that was both unassuming and powerful. With a resounding thud, Dai Mubai came to an abrupt halt, staggering back 3 or 4 steps before managing to regain his balance. The disdain and indifference that once glimmered in his eyes vanished, replaced by astonishment. He had not anticipated that this seemingly diminutive youth possessed such formidable strength. This time, he had underestimated his opponent. Very well, if you can withstand my punch. It indicates you are worthy of being my adversary, Dai Mubai declared with a sharp tone. However, if you cannot even endure one of my punches, you are still lacking in qualifications to challenge me, Lu Yu replied calmly. This statement struck a nerve with Dai Mubai. In an instant, his demeanor shifted. He no longer charged forward simply, but instead leapt high into the air like a tiger pouncing on its prey, closing the distance to Lu Yu in the blink of an eye. This technique was Dai Mubai's signature move. His outstretched limbs appeared to be openings, yet each second was filled with subtle movements. With his formidable physical capabilities, he could react instantaneously to any action taken by his opponent. To this day, few had been able to counter this maneuver with ease. Facing the incoming adversary, Lu Yu displayed no signs of panic. Instead, he firmly planted his legs, slightly bent his knees, and raised his arms to shoulder width, pressing downward. Observing Lu Yu's stance, Dai Mubai smirked with disdain. His move could transform his limbs into lethal weapons at will, and no matter how his opponent attempted to defend, he had a counter for every scenario. Yet, just as he prepared to attack, he was suddenly ensnared by an invisible force emanating from below. The power was not overwhelmingly forceful, but rather thick and tenacious. With no leverage in the air, Dai Mubai felt as though Lu Yu's peculiar movements had skewed his trajectory. What manner of strength is this? Even the battle-hardened Dai Mubai found himself astonished by the sight before him. Nevertheless, relying on his extensive combat experience, he twisted his waist, executing a complete rotation in mid-air before landing steadily. Is that the crane control and dragon capture technique? Tang San, who was observing the battle, was equally taken aback by Lu Yu's display. Had he been in Lu Yu's position, he would have employed the same technique to counter the airborne assault. No, that's not quite right. Brother Yu's technique only bears a resemblance to the crane control and dragon capture. Yet the fundamental principle is still that of using minimal force to counteract overwhelming strength. Suddenly, Tang San recalled the scene from earlier when Lu Yu was practicing in the grove of Shenhan village. At that time, Lu Yu seemed to be honing a special form of boxing. Each punch appeared languid and light, almost as if the strikes delivered by Grandpa Joe, who basked in the sun at the village entrance, were far more potent. Yet, despite the seemingly feeble nature of these blows, they contained immense power. In the very moment Dai Mubai touched down, Lu Yu sprang into action. Activating the muscles in his legs, he catapulted forward with a sudden burst of force, closing the distance to Dai Mubai in a single stride, and then unleashed a powerful clap with both palms. Taijiyang palm. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Dai Mubai had scarcely touched the ground when he was unable to react. Absorbing the full force of Lu Yu's palm strike, a powerful impact resonated in his chest, propelling his body backward until he staggered and barely regained his footing after several steps. In the next moment, a wicked glint flickered in his eyes, his dual pupils seeming to ignite as he let out a low growl. Clenching his fists tightly, he summoned strength in his legs and surged toward Lu Yu like a cannonball unleashed from its chamber. His punch swung out with tremendous force, generating a series of explosive sounds in the air a testament to the immense power contained within. Chapter 63. The Manifestation of the Martial Spirit. As his fists collided, Dai Mubai's right foot sprang up instantaneously, executing a direct kick aimed at Lu Yu's chin from such a close distance, showcasing extraordinary flexibility. Confident in his counterattack, Dai Mubai believed that both the punch and the kick would render his opponent incapable of resistance. Yet, reality did not unfold as he had anticipated. Lu Yu faced the onslaught of fists and kicks with unwavering resolve, advancing rather than retreating. His hands, moving with remarkable swiftness, intercepted Dai Mubai's incoming strikes. Simultaneously, he swept his hands downward, creating a forceful motion that redirected Dai Mubai's fists, causing them to veer off course and lose their target. As Dai Mubai executed a right kick, Lu Yu swiftly stepped forward, unleashing his momentum to collide with Dai Mubai's chest, causing the latter's kick to miss its mark. At that moment, Dai Mubai found himself precariously balanced on one leg, his stability compromised, and with no space to evade, his offensive efforts completely neutralized, leaving him at a disadvantage with his strength depleted. With a resounding thud, Lu Yu's shoulder crashed into Dai Mubai's chest, sending him soaring backward amidst the astonished gasps of the spectators. Remarkably, Dai Mubai, leveraging his exceptional bodily coordination, executed a backflip in midair. In this exchange, Lu Yu gained little advantage. Upon impact, he felt as though he had collided with a wall forged from steel. Brother Yu is impressive. I thought that golden-haired dog had some real strength, but it seems otherwise, Xiaowu exclaimed, applauding as she witnessed Dai Mubai being propelled away by Lu Yu's forceful strike. However, Tang Xin observed an underlying anomaly. Despite Dai Mubai appearing to be at a disadvantage, he had effortlessly mitigated the force with a mere flip. While Lu Yu's right hand trembled slightly, indicating that the situation might not be as favorable as it seemed, Lu Yu slightly shifted his numbed shoulder. In the fleeting moment of colliding with Dai Mubai, he felt the other's chest suddenly transform into something as solid as steel. Although it appeared that he had the upper hand by propelling him away, his shoulder now tingled with discomfort, suggesting he too had not emerged unscathed. Has he finally tapped into his soul power? Lu Yu silently pondered. At this moment, Dai Mubai's expression was far from pleasant. He realized that he had underestimated his opponent. He had not anticipated that this seemingly youthful lad possessed such formidable strength, compelling him to exert his soul power. In the next instant, Lu Yu raised his right hand, a disdainful smile playing upon his lips. Is this all the strength you have, Dai Mubai? Unable to tolerate such provocation, replied with fervor. Very well, you have succeeded in forcing me to wield my soul power. That is quite commendable. I may have lost the earlier contest, but how could I easily let go of an opponent so well suited to my tastes? Regardless of the outcome of this duel, the room shall be dedicated to your companion. The wicked glint in Dai Mubai's eyes vanished, replaced by a unique brilliance. His gaze akin to that of a mischievous imp encountering women in a secluded village. In Lu Yu's eyes, a glimmer of excitement flickered, at last. He was poised to put into practice the profound techniques he had recently mastered, fortuitously encountering a living target. White Tiger. Possession. In an instant, Dai Mubai's form was enveloped in a pale luminescence. His arms stretched wide, his chest puffed out, and the sound of cracking bones echoed as his muscles swelled. Tautly stretching his garments, his golden locks transformed into a striking blend of black and white, a faint royal symbol emblazoned upon his forehead. His hands enlarged dramatically. Now covered in white fur, with his fingers sharpened into fierce claws, glimmering with an eerie luminescence as he moved, Dai Mubai leaned slightly forward, his eyes transforming into a deep azure, evoking the presence of a ferocious beast rather than a mere human before Lu Yu. Beneath him, 3 spirit rings ascended in succession, 2 yellow and 1 purple. 1,000-year spirit ring. Tang San and Xiaowu gasped in unison. The yellow rings signified a century, while the purple represented a millennium. The golden-haired youth appeared to be merely 3 or 4 years their junior, yet he possessed the strength of a spirit elder, complemented by a 1,000-year spirit ring. However, there was no trace of astonishment in their eyes. Had they been the ones facing off today, perhaps trepidation would have set in. Yet, standing before the golden-haired warrior was Lu Yu, who had acquired his 4th spirit ring several years prior. Moreover, Lu Yu's 1st and 2nd spirit rings were both of the 1,000-year variety, rendering the appearance of such a prodigy as Dai Mubai quite trivial in comparison. Dai Mubai. Wu Huan, White Tiger, 37th level spirit elder, I look forward to your guidance. With a commanding presence, Dai Mubai declared his name, signifying the formal commencement of a battle between spirit masters. As Lu Yu gazed at the 3 soul rings beneath his opponent's feet, A flicker of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Was Dai Mubai truly at the Soul Master level at this moment? Wasn't the task bestowed by the system merely a benevolent gesture? He had intended to test out a new skill, but it seemed prudent to hold back for now. Subsequently, he raised his right hand, and a finely crafted staff materialized in an instant, its top adorned with a lotus that gradually unfurled, while 7 resplendent gemstones glimmered along the shaft. Beneath his feet, 4 soul rings began to ascend slowly, 2 purple, 1 blue, and 1 brown. Luyu, Wuhu and Qixing Lianju. A level 41 support-type battle soul master, at your service. Dai Mubai regarded the 4 luminous soul rings beneath Luyu's feet with a mixture of astonishment, confusion, and sheer bewilderment. 2 purple soul rings, merely the first and second rings, were of the millennium level, and what of the blue and brown rings? Were these the soul rings one would typically expect? Even spirit beast Shuden Ti exhibit such absurdity. This youth, appearing 3 or 4 years younger than himself, was indeed a soul zone. What astonished Dai Mubai even further was that his opponent was merely a support-type soul master. In the next moment, amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Luyu's soul rings and the staff in his hand vanished in an instant. To ensure fairness, I shall refrain from utilizing my Wuhuan soul skills. Luyu raised his right hand and beckoned. Young man, you must think carefully, although your soul power surpasses mine. You are merely a support-type soul master, whereas I am a formidable assault-type battle soul master, renowned for my overwhelming offensive capabilities. Should your 2 companions join, I would stand no chance, but since you are alone, I may not necessarily be defeated. Are you truly intent on continuing this battle? Besides, regardless of the outcome, the room belongs to you. There is no need for such stubbornness. Dai Mubai glanced at the spectators nearby, noticing that Tang San and Xiao Wu remained stationary, showing no inclination to assist. He then turned his gaze back to Luyu. To his surprise, Luyu shook his head, displaying an air of indifference. Very well. This is your own choice, Dai Mubai exclaimed with a fierce tone. Despite Luyu's level 40 soul power, Dai Mubai had participated in battles against opponents of higher ranks before. Although Luyu was merely a support-type soul master, winning would not be a source of pride. Yet Luyu's dismissive demeanor had thoroughly provoked him. The fact that Luyu declared he would not employ soul techniques was a blatant affront to him. How could Dai Mubai swallow this insult? Chapter 64, Body Technique. 8 Gates of Duanjia. Dai Mubai uttered a low growl, his legs surging with power as his arms spread wide, akin to a fierce tiger pouncing on its prey. He charged towards Luyu. His 10 claws, glistening with a chilling luminescence, seemed to slice through the air, tearing apart the very fabric of space, arriving before Luyu in the blink of an eye. Beside them, Tang San's eyes shimmered with a purple glow as the purple extreme demon eye subtly activated, allowing him to finally discern the movements of the 2 combatants. Though he trusted that Luyu would be unharmed, the ferocity of the assault left him apprehensive, prompting him to wipe the sweat from his brow. To be candid, the strongest individuals Tang San had encountered thus far, aside from the 2 before him, were only the Lord of Nodding City, Matthew. He had only glimpsed Matthew's level 42 weapon soul master power by sheer chance. However, Matthew was already in his 40s, while the 2 before him were merely in their teenage years. Excluding Luyu, whose prowess was almost inhuman, Dai Mubai was merely 16. Were Tang San to engage, he doubted he could maintain his composure like Luyu. He might not last more than a few exchanges. Dai Mubai's claws lunged simultaneously towards Luyu, who, without hesitation, swiftly retreated, narrowly evading the attack. In that critical moment, Luyu channeled his soul power in an extraordinary manner, enveloping himself in a white flow of energy. 8 Gates of Duanjia. First gate. Open. With a low growl, Luyu instantaneously unlocked the full potential of his physical capabilities, as if he could sense the activity of every pore and the excitement of each cell within him. Under the astonished gaze of Dai Mubai, Luyu seized his wrist with astonishing speed. This time, however, there was no sensation of resilience. Instead, it felt as though his hands were caught in an unyielding steel grip, leaving no room for struggle, while a fierce whistling echoed in his ears. In the midst of the onlookers' astonishment, Luyu grasped Dai Mubai's arms and, with a sudden surge of strength, lifted the taller man effortlessly above his head. Dai Mubai's body arced through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. A resounding thud reverberated, dust swirling as the earth was dented by the impact. Lying at the bottom of the pit, Dai Mubai was left bewildered and incredulous, unable to fathom that he had just been tossed aside like a mere sack by Luyu. The surrounding spectators were left dumbfounded, eyes wide in disbelief as they beheld Luyu, seemingly transformed into a monstrous figure. They struggled to reconcile the reality before them with their perceptions. The seemingly frail Luyu possessed an extraordinary strength, In the instant Dai Mubai hit the ground, he instinctively rebounded to the side, his wrist slightly reddening. A tingling sensation coursing through him, leading him to question whether this was truly the power of a mere support-type soul master. It felt as if Liu had undergone a complete transformation. As a formidable assault-type battle soul master, Dai Mubai was renowned for his strength and speed. Yet he felt an undeniable pressure while confronting Lu Yu. The seemingly delicate frame of Lu Yu concealed astonishing power, capable not only of withstanding Dai Mubai's assaults but also of retaliating with force. This remarkable transformation piqued Dai Mubai's interest, leading him to realize that this striking youth might harbor undisclosed prowess. Was this sudden change in Lu Yu's state a result of soul power? However, upon closer inspection, he noted the absence of any visible signs of soul power, as both his martial soul and soul rings had been retracted. Yet, astonishingly, an overwhelming surge of soul power enveloped the area around Lu Yu, akin to an infinite reservoir. This formidable energy exuded an oppressive aura that rendered the atmosphere suffocating. Dai Mubai quickly recalibrated his stance. Patience was never his virtue, and his competitive spirit was fervent. A brilliant light erupted, and his dual pupils transformed into a stark white. The luminescence of his first soul ring flared brilliantly, forming a radiant halo that enveloped him, preventing any close approach. Following this, the second soul ring shone intensely, accompanied by a thunderous roar, as a sphere of white light erupted from his mouth. This was Dai Mubai's first soul technique, the White Tiger's Guardian Barrier. Combined with his second soul technique, the White Tiger's Radiant Wave, a slight smirk graced Lu Yu's lips. This was indeed intriguing. Yet he deemed it impossible for such power to inflict harm upon him. In an instant, Lu Yu's figure vanished, and when he reappeared, he had already left his previous position. With a resounding boom, the spot where Lu Yu had stood moments ago was obliterated by a white sphere of light. To the onlookers, it seemed as though Lu Yu had merely taken a step to the side, only to abruptly disappear and re-emerge several meters away. However, under the enhancement of the purple extreme demon eye, Tang San perceived an entirely different scene. After stepping aside, Lu Yu swiftly launched his other foot forward in rapid succession, alternating his movements with such speed that even the purple extreme demon eye could only capture a fleeting afterimage. This was the culmination of Lu Yu's relentless exploration and practice in the soul-hunting forest, a unique understanding and creativity in martial arts that led him to develop an unparalleled movement technique known as the Ghost Step. This technique was as elusive as a specter, making it exceedingly difficult for foes to anticipate his movements. It not only allowed Lu Yu to swiftly traverse the battlefield and evade attacks, but also to launch unexpected counterattacks. The Ghost Step was, without a doubt, the crystallization of Lu Yu's countless trials of life and death, serving as a significant safeguard for his burgeoning power, especially when activating the 8 gates of Duanjia. Even those of equal or higher cultivation levels found it challenging to capture Lu Yu's figure. Having missed his strike, Dai Mubai's muscles tensed, and he propelled himself forward like a bullet leaving a chamber. A series of explosive sounds erupted in the air as 10 razor-sharp claws sliced through the atmosphere, aimed at Lu Yu from cunning angles. With a soft thud, Dai Mubai's tiger claw struck Lu Yu fiercely, piercing through his body. Yet, no blood flowed forth. This left Dai Mubai astonished. Could he have miscalculated? Such a blunder seemed implausible given his prowess and experience. At that moment, he suddenly realized that Lu Yu's form began to dissipate slowly, like an ethereal illusion. In truth, he had only struck a mere afterimage left by Lu Yu. Dai Mubai's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld this spectacle. He could hardly fathom that Lu Yu's speed was so extraordinary, allowing him to leave an afterimage and evade his attack in the blink of an eye. He silently rejoiced, aware that had he not reacted swiftly to the anomaly, Lu Yu might have successfully launched a surprise attack. With this thought, Dai Mubai's gaze sharpened with heightened vigilance, fixating on Lu Yu's figure, preparing to confront the forthcoming assault. "Brother Yu!" Xiao exclaimed in shock as she witnessed the moment Dai Mubai's claws penetrated Lu Yu's body. Yet, in her astonished gaze, Lu Yu's figure began to dissolve into the air. She gazed in astonishment at Tang Sen beside her, only to discover that his eyes had, unbeknownst to her, transformed into a faint shade of purple. Yu Ji's movements were peculiar, elusive, and ethereal as if he were a wraith, his steps both enigmatic and unpredictable, reminiscent of a ghostly shadow, yet distinctly different. The ghost shadow perplexing steps of the Tang sect is a unique and unparalleled skill, aptly named for its light and agile nature, which renders it incomprehensible. Typically, disciples of the Tang sect would pair it with hidden weapons, allowing for more cunning angles of attack, delivering a fatal blow to their foes. However, each step of the ghost shadow perplexing steps embodies profound truths, necessitating a solid foundation in the Tang sect's internal martial arts to fully harness its potency. Yet, Tang Sen observed that every movement of Lu Yu was predominantly executed through his formidable physical prowess. Moreover, the trajectory of his steps was even more inscrutable, with angles shifting in perplexing ways. Even with the enhancement of the purple extreme magic eyes, Tang San could scarcely catch a glimpse of Lu Yu's figure. At that moment, Dai Mubai's patience had been worn thin. Although each of his attacks was imbued with immense power, they always fell just short of grasping the hem of Lu Yu's garment, as if the latter had been toying with him from the very beginning. The malevolent glint in his eyes flickered dangerously. Very well, if it is to be so. Then allow me to unveil the skill of my third soul ring. The third soul ring beneath his feet glimmered instantaneously, and the soul power surrounding Dai Mubai surged violently, warping even the air itself. His ghostly eyes transformed into a blood-red hue, and then, astonishingly, his body underwent a second transformation. Tang San, sensing the tumultuous soul power around him, could not help but draw a sharp breath. Is this the effect of a millennium soul skill? Under Lu Yu's mockery, Dai Mubai finally unleashed his third soul skill, the White Tiger Diamond Transformation. In that instant, his appearance shifted dramatically in the eyes of the onlookers. His muscles swelled exaggeratedly, and his once tightly fitted clothing burst apart, revealing a terrifying musculature. The surface of his exaggerated muscles was adorned with black stripes, making him appear remarkably akin to a true tiger, albeit with less fur. Dai Mubai was enveloped in a radiant glow, a blend of golden and pale white light, and his once sharp claws morphed into silver blades, his heavy eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty ferocity, as if he were the king of all beasts. Beside him, Xiao Wu, sensing the terrifying soul power, summoned her martial spirit, causing her adorable rabbit ears to perk up. In an instant, a blue sprout emerged from Tang San's palm. Each leaf was slender, yet covered with serpent-like patterns, transforming from flat to cylindrical, with dense barbs sprouting beneath the leaves. A surge of white light erupted from Tang San, and suddenly, several thick blue-silver grasses shot up from the ground, coiling around the two like living serpents. This was the mutation of the blue-silver grass resulting from Tang San's absorption of the Mandala Snake Soul Ring, as advised by his master. At this moment, Lu Yu finally revealed his form. What? Are you not planning to continue hiding? Dai Mubai's lips curled into a slight smirk as he disdainfully remarked. Although your soul power far surpasses mine, I am now employing my third soul skill, the White Tiger Transformation. To acquire this skill, I paid a grievous price, slaying a 1,000-year-old diamond tiger. In this form, both my strength and defensive capabilities are significantly enhanced, and I can maintain this state for half an hour. It was this very technique that enabled me to achieve my first victory against a superior opponent, standing amidst the ruins of the hall. His eyes glimmered with a terrifying ferocity. I hope you will take this contest seriously. Suddenly, he let out a deep, resonant roar, a sound reminiscent of the king of beasts in the jungle, imbued with authority and power, leaving one in awe. His robust physique surged forward like a cannonball, aimed directly at the opponent, Lu Yu. In an instant, Dai Mubai unleashed 10 sharp claws, producing a series of thunderous booms. 8 gates of Duanjia. Second gate, Rest Gate. Open. Observing Lu Yu, it appeared he made no overt movements, yet the air around him shifted dramatically. He swiftly clenched his right fist and struck out with remarkable speed. This seemingly ordinary punch generated a similar explosive sound in the air. At that moment, Dai Mubai's white tiger claw was about to strike his chest, and astonishingly, Liu chose to confront Dai Mubai's claws head-on. With a resounding impact, an unexpected turn of events occurred. In the split second of their collision, a figure was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Dai Mubai. He now appeared quite disheveled, his upper garments having been torn apart, leaving only tattered strips clinging to him. His lower attire was equally in tatters, and his once bulging muscles rapidly reverted to their original state. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the strips of cloth to flutter, as if they might fall away at any moment. In stark contrast, Lu Yu stood composed, his black attire merely dusted, his silver hair casually tied in a ponytail swaying in the wind. With one hand in his pocket, he regarded Dai Mubai with a calm gaze. We are here to report to Shrek Academy. We shall meet again. Wait, how did you know I am from Shrek Academy? Dai Mubai struggled to rise from the ground, aware that despite the fierce collision, his opponent had held back. Otherwise, he would not be standing here speaking. But to bring two young ladies to a hotel at merely 15 or 16 years of age, one can only say that your life is rather indulgent. Dai. Aren't you afraid of being taken back? Liu did not respond directly, instead feigning casual banter before handing a bundle wrapped in black cloth to Tang San. Then turning away without a backward glance, leaving Dai Mubai in a state of bewilderment, alongside a disheveled hotel front desk and the tardy hotel manager. At that moment, the manager's heart sank as he recalled receiving news of someone competing with the esteemed Dai for a room at the Rose Hotel. The shock was palpable. Dai was their golden goose, a veritable financial benefactor. Offending him could jeopardize future business, thus he hastened to the lobby upon receiving the news, only to witness an intense scuffle, rendering him powerless to intervene. In his presence, the hotel was subjected to chaos. Chapter 66. Shrek Academy. What truly unsettled him was the realization that one of the combatants was none other than their revered patron, Dai Mubai. Now in such a disheveled state, how could the hotel absolve itself from blame? A call of Manager Wang jolted him back to reality. Alas, Dai, are you all right? Manager Wang, a seasoned veteran of the hospitality industry, quickly regained his composure. Dai, whatever it is, please speak. Dedicated as he was, he remained merely an employee. Everything here is mine. Grant them a room, Dai Mubai declared, appearing quite disheveled yet nonchalantly tossing a substantial sum of money. This demeanor struck Manager Wang as both reckless and stylish. Dai Mubai raised his hand, and the twin sisters observing the scene instinctively approached to support him. Unperturbed by the intimate contact between their bosoms and his arm. You two must be reporting to Shrek Academy as well. We shall meet again soon, he remarked before swiftly departing. As they watched his retreating figure, Xiaowu scoffed. What a perplexing individual. Even after being thrashed by Yugu, he dares to issue threats. A cowardly bully. He seems to be merely 3 or 4 years our senior, yet he brings such a poorly dressed girl to a hotel. He surely cannot be of good character. Third brother, we must avoid any dealings with him at Shrek Academy, she added. Tang San, with a subtle smile, observed the direction in which Dai Mubai had vanished. I find him rather intriguing. Besides, we are the guests here. And it was we who were involved in the earlier confrontation. You witnessed his prowess. Had it not been for you, good, I would have surely been no match for him. His combat skills and instincts are impeccable among his peers, suggesting he harbors other secrets. Intriguing? Xiaowu retorted. At such a young age, bringing girls to a hotel can only imply ill intentions. Regardless of his talent, his character is undoubtedly suspect. Before departing, Liu had entrusted Tang San with a black package, which he had already received under the luminous moonlight of the 24 bridges. Moments ago, he had peered into a corner of the package and was utterly astonished by its contents, never expecting such an item to exist in this world, let alone to be in the possession of Brother Yu. Observing the disarray in the hall, Tang San could not help but smile wryly, pondering how Brother Yu could leave without a care after their confrontation. Manager, how much will it cost to restore this place? He inquired. Manager Wang promptly shook his head. No. Young Master Dai has already stated that all expenses here will be charged to his account. He is our esteemed guest. It can simply be placed on the tab. He continued, I sincerely apologize for the wait. This was a lapse in our hotel service. Not only did it waste your time, but it nearly placed you both in danger. On behalf of the hotel, I shall waive your accommodation fees for these 4 days. Should you dine with us during your stay, all meals will be on the house. With that, he handed Tang San a golden key and instructed a nearby waiter to escort the two esteemed guests to their room. Tang San was taken aback. The recent skirmish involved Liu Yu and Dai Mubai, and their side had certainly incurred losses as well. Now that Liu Yu had departed, it was his responsibility to assist in the aftermath. Yet, Dai Mubai exuded an air of affluence, and it was evident that Manager Wang's waiver of room fees stemmed from a certain trepidation towards Brother Yu. After the tumultuous events, Tang San and Xiaowu felt somewhat fatigued, so they followed the waiter upstairs to rest. As they departed, Manager Wang, still shaken, patted his chest, relieved that they had finally left. The antics of these young patrons had left him quite unnerved. It seemed that the youth of today possessed an exceedingly fiery temperament, quick to resort to violence. The earlier confrontation with the silver-haired individual had cast a long shadow over him, especially since young Master Dai had not only remained unfazed but had also absorbed all the losses himself. This was highly unusual. The young couple seemed inseparably linked to the silver-haired figure. They were not to be trifled with and deserved the finest service. Upon entering their room, Tang San and Xiaowu were immediately captivated by the opulent decor, the air infused with the fragrance of roses, uplifting their spirits. Esteemed guests, this is your room. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call for me, the waiter said respectfully before departing. As they stepped inside, Xiaowu, upon seeing the grand bed, could hardly contain her excitement and leapt onto it, rolling about joyfully. Tang San, observing her exuberance, could not help but smile. After all, she was still a young girl at heart. He closed the door and made his way to the living room, eagerly unwrapping the black package, revealing a golden crystal encased in a stubborn rock before Tang San. However, rather than hastily addressing the crystal, he settled cross-legged and began to cultivate his Xiantian Gong. Days later, today marked a significant occasion. Tang San and Xiaowu packed their belongings early in the morning and departed from the hotel, arriving at a quaint village. The village appeared to house merely a few hundred families, smaller in scale than Holy Spirit Village. A wooden fence encircled the outskirts, seemingly erected to ward off beasts, though it served more as decoration since it offered little resistance against soul beasts. Today, the village seemed particularly lively, with a throng of people gathered at the entrance. Third brother, look, have we arrived? There are so many people ahead, Xiaowu exclaimed, a lollipop in her mouth. Her words accompanied by the droplet of saliva that she promptly, discreetly slurped back. Hearing the sound above his head, Tang San chuckled helplessly. Xiaowu, next time, please remove whatever is in your mouth before speaking. I can almost feel your drool landing on my head. Oh, it's nothing. Xiaowu waved dismissively, playfully nudging Tang San, who was perched beneath her. Third brother, let us hurry over and take a look. Perhaps Shrek Academy is just ahead. Tang San sighed in resignation. She had initially expressed disdain for Shrek Academy, yet on the day of enrollment, she was more eager than he, dragging him out of bed early, insisting they leave promptly, only to complain of foot pain halfway through their journey, lamenting her exhaustion. Reluctantly, he had to carry her all the way to Shrek Academy. Do you think Yugu has gone somewhere? We haven't seen him yet. Should we wait for him? Xiaowu mumbled, still chewing on the lollipop. With so many people in line ahead of us, it will take some time before it's our turn. Let us join the queue. Perhaps Yugu will arrive shortly. Tang San suggested, observing the lengthy line stretching before them. Chapter 67, Shrek Academy, Part 2. Tang San gazed at the serpentine line ahead, shaking his head in uncertainty about when they would reach the front. He wondered where Yugu was and if he might miss the registration today. Time passed swiftly. Yet for those in line, it felt like an eternity, especially under the scorching sun. Xiaowu, having finished her lollipop, leaned against Tang San, burying her face in his sturdy back, her expression one of resignation. At last, they were nearing the front. A wooden table was set up in the village, where an elderly man sat. Strangely, Tang San sensed no fluctuations of soul power emanating from this old man. A mere ordinary person? Tang San pondered, perplexed. Shrek Academy was a prestigious institution for advanced soul masters. Why would they employ someone devoid of any soul power for enrollment? Tang San surveyed his surroundings and found that the reported location was indeed rather shabby, characterized by a dilapidated wooden archway adorned with a worn plaque inscribed with the words Shrek Academy, accompanied by the visage of a green monster. This austere environment blatantly conveyed the message of the institution's financial struggles. Tang San noticed a familiar figure seated alongside the elderly man. With golden hair cascading down his back and clad in a white outfit, he instantly recognized the individual despite the bandages that adorned his face. It was none other than Dai Mubai, who had been recently bested by Lu Yu. At present, he reclined on a lounge chair, his feet propped up on a table. Though appearing to be in a state of feigned slumber, Tang San could sense that his spiritual energy was constantly attuned to the queue of applicants. Next, the elderly man called out loudly, "Senior, I implore you for another chance. My child's martial soul is green, just like the monster on your plaque, and I assure you it meets Shrek Academy standards." At that moment, a middle-aged man, supporting a snotty-nosed boy with a watermelon-shaped head, desperately pleaded. The elder shook his head, and without uttering a word, Dai Mubai suddenly opened his eyes, swiftly appearing before the father and son. "Sir, Shrek is a legendary institution known for its monsters. While it may be green, it is vastly different from a mere toad. Kindly step aside, so as not to delay those behind you." However, the father attempted to retort but was cut off. "Dad, there are so many Soul Master Academies on the main road. Why must we come all the way to this dilapidated place without even a proper entrance? Besides, must one become a Soul Master to find a path forward?" Silence. The father barked suddenly. "What do you know? A Soul Master is the most esteemed profession on the continent. If there were other academies willing to accept you, would I have gone to such lengths to bring you here? You ungrateful child." With that, he angrily grasped the boy's hand and stormed off. "The registration fee is 10 gold coins. Please deposit it in the box beside you," the elder's voice echoed. "If you are not registering, do not impede those who are." At that moment, Dai Bai caught sight of Tang San and Xiao Wu, offering a friendly nod in greeting, which Tang San reciprocated with a nod of acknowledgement. The next young boy approached, placing his gold coins into the box, and subsequently revealed his martial soul, a longbow intricately adorned with mysterious golden patterns. A faint golden aura emanated from him, and a yellow soul ring slowly ascended from beneath his feet. Disqualified, you may leave, the elder remarked with a dispassionate glance, his tone utterly indifferent. What did you say? Observe closely. My child's first soul ring is a century-old one, and his martial soul is a top-tier weapon spirit. How can he be deemed unqualified? The boy's father protested, bewildered. While it is true that the first soul ring is a century old, he is merely an ordinary individual. Though the quality of his martial soul is commendable, the title of top-tier weapon spirit is not one you are entitled to claim. Ordinary individual? What does that mean? The youth's father expressed his bewilderment, questioning how it was possible for his son's first soul ring, derived from a century-old azure feather eagle, to be dismissed as ordinary by this elder. At Shrek Academy, we only accept prodigies. Anyone under the age of 12 with a soul power below level 21 must leave immediately, lest they waste their time here. The youth's father intended to say more, but was silenced by an overwhelming surge of soul power emanating from the elder. The old man, exhibiting impatience, rose from behind the table. The formidable aura had radiated from him. At that moment, Tang San and Xiao Wu, standing behind, could not help but tremble. The elder suddenly exuded a brilliant radiance, and a long staff adorned with intricate patterns appeared in his grasp, 6 soul rings rising slowly beneath his feet, white, yellow, purple, and black. Tang San was astonished. This elder was indeed a soul emperor. At this instant, not just the youth's father, but everyone in line was taken aback, their hearts convinced that this visit to Shrek Academy was worthwhile. The presence of a 6-ring soul emperor overseeing the registration hinted at the strength of the academy's other instructors, suggesting that their children, if admitted, would undoubtedly become powerful soul masters. Yet, contemplating the elder's earlier words, everyone bowed their heads, acutely aware of their children's limitations. They could only lament their offspring's lack of fortune. With a resounding thud, the elder's staff struck the ground, causing everyone nearby to stagger slightly. Following this display of power, the line dissipated rapidly, with most participants choosing to withdraw after an internal struggle. Ultimately, only Tang San, Xiao Wu, and a girl with long black hair remained, alongside a girl clad in a blue elegant dress. At the back, Tang San was astonished to see a familiar figure. You, he exclaimed in surprise, recognizing Lu Yu, who had been missing for several days. However, Lu Yu appeared somewhat disheveled, drenched and with a few strands of hair plastered to his forehead, his face smeared with dirt. Despite having attempted to dry himself, he had hastened his pace to meet the registration deadline, resulting in incomplete drying. Tang San wished to converse with Lu Yu but was interrupted by the elder's voice, urging them to hurry for registration, with a fee of 10 gold coins. Reluctantly, Tang San turned back to deposit their registration fee into the box. The elder first grasped Xiao Wu's wrist, assessing, your age meets the requirement. When he moved to Tang San's hand, he couldn't help but express surprise. The elder seemed skeptical as he pressed Tang San's wrist, inquiring, have you practiced any special soul skills before? Tang San recognized that the elder's wrist squeeze was a method to ascertain the age of the registrants, employing a technique akin to bone reading. However, due to years of forging and wielding a hammer, along with the cultivation of the mystic jade hand, the bone inspection should hold little significance for him. Chapter 68, Shrek Academy, Part 3. The old man let out a soft exclamation before instructing Tang San to reveal his lower leg. The moment he laid hands on it, a look of perplexity returned to his face. Tang San's calf muscles were exceptionally well developed. Even Dai Bai at this age did not possess such a robust musculature. Good. The bone age is suitable, the elder nodded approvingly. Now, reveal your martial spirits. Exchanging a glance with one another, both summoned their soul power simultaneously. A blue and a pink aura erupted forth, and 4 soul rings, each a century old, shimmered into existence, rotating gently. 2 long, adorable rabbit ears materialized. Soft white fur enveloping Xiao Wu as her martial spirit, the soft-boned charm rabbit, manifested. Meanwhile, Tang San merely sprouted a humble blue-silver grass from his palm. As he continuously infused it with soul power, the blue-silver grass rapidly grew, its cylindrical leaves adorned with intricate patterns. Is this the blue-silver grass martial spirit? The elder inquired in astonishment, having never encountered such an extraordinary variant capable of such rapid cultivation. You are qualified. Proceed inside. The elder slowly spoke, signaling the next person. The girl with black hair stepped forward, depositing 10 gold coins into the chest. The bone age is acceptable. Unleash your martial spirit. The elder instructed after the bone age assessment. The girl nodded slightly, indicating her readiness. She inhaled deeply, focused her mind, and then activated the soul power within her. Instantly, a formidable force surged from her, enveloping her in a shimmering silver soul power shield, akin to an impenetrable armor. Simultaneously, a colossal silver figure materialized behind her, resembling a towering mountain. Composed of radiant silver light, it exuded an imposing presence. Upon closer inspection, one could discern remarkable similarities between the figure and the girl. Its features and form mirrored hers, yet imbued with a solemn dignity. This figure was her martial spirit, one of her most powerful weapons. The left hand of the martial spirit clutched a massive shield, intricately engraved with countless runes, radiating a brilliant silver glow. At the center of the shield was embedded a crystal-clear gem, emitting a soft luminescence. In its right hand, the martial spirit wielded an exceptionally sharp spear, its shaft glimmering with a chilling light that sent shivers down the spine. The entire form of the martial spirit was draped in thick silver battle armor, adorned with exquisite patterns, each detail exuding nobility and authority. The surface of the armor shimmered with a mysterious light, enhancing the martial spirit's majestic appearance. The elder, taken aback by the girl's martial spirit, found himself momentarily speechless, as if a dreadful realization had struck him. "May I pass?" the girl inquired, her voice snapping the elder back to reality, his previously languid gaze now sharp with clarity. "You have passed," he affirmed. Next appeared a young girl adorned in a resplendent blue dress, her neat, ear-length hair framing a visage that was slightly shorter than that of the previous girl. At this moment, Lu Yu, standing behind her, noticed an unusual expression on the face of the elderly registrar, who seemed taken aback and filled with bewilderment. Observing the elder's hesitation to extend his hand, the girl retracted her own and inquired, "May I proceed with the registration?" Her voice, in contrast to that of the earlier girl, lacked some of the former's boldness but was nonetheless melodious and soothing to the ear. "Are your family aware of your presence here?" The elder seemed to hesitate. "Education knows no boundaries, since I meet your esteemed institution's admission criteria. There should be no reason for my application to be declined," she asserted confidently. Ultimately, the elder nodded and instructed, "Please, allow her to enter." From his vantage point, Liu grasped the significance of their exchange and confirmed the identity of the girl ahead, Ning Rongrong, the young lady of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. It appeared she had some minor gossip regarding Tang San, though the specifics eluded Lu Yu's memory. Next, the elder's voice resonated once more, pulling Liu back to the present. He stepped forward, placing 10 gold coins into the box. Upon recognizing the familiar visage before him, Dai Mubai's lips involuntarily twitched, though his bandaged face concealed his expression from others. Seeing Lu Yu offer a friendly nod, he could only respond awkwardly with a slight nod of his own. The elder proceeded to examine Lu Yu's wrist, only to discover that the boy's hands were even more delicate and supple than those of the blue-silver grass boy. "Please, unveil your calves," he instructed. Lu Yu, following the elder's instructions, rolled up his trousers, revealing his smooth, fair calves. His calves were as pristine as ivory, with fluid and natural muscle contours that radiated a healthy sheen. These legs were not only a visual delight but also embodied boundless strength and agility. They resembled flawless works of art, with every detail meticulously crafted, showcasing Lu Yu's unique charm and aura. The elder, feeling the exquisite sensation beneath his fingertips, couldn't help but feel a twinge of astonishment. He had initially presumed that Lu Yu's legs would be more robust and powerful, yet the actual sensation was entirely different from his expectations. Though seemingly slender, these legs harbored astonishing strength and resilience. Lu Yu's leg lines were fluid and natural, with skin that was taut and elastic. When the elderly man gently pressed, he could feel the powerful muscle groups concealed within. These muscles were closely arranged, their texture resilient and robust, akin to steel in strength. The elder marveled inwardly at the exceptional density of such leg muscles. Typically, such high muscle density is only found in physically dedicated soul masters who have undergone rigorous training for an extended period. And such soul masters are exceedingly rare on the continent. Yet, this child was so young, even if he had begun training from the womb. Achieving such a state would not be an easy feat clearly. The Lu Yu before him was not of such lineage, leaving the elder perplexed about his identity. Who was this enigmatic young man? How did he possess such remarkable physical prowess? The elder's mind brimmed with questions, and his interest in Lu Yu intensified. Perhaps this youth harbored more undisclosed secrets waiting to be unveiled. Ah, splendid. Please showcase your martial soul, the elder said. Damubai, standing nearby, was taken aback by the elder's words, for he was accustomed to the elder's indifferent demeanor, rarely engaging with others. Yet today, he was surprisingly generous with praise. This was truly extraordinary. Upon hearing the words, Li began to channel his soul power, and the vast expanse of starlight instantly enveloped him. A staff inscribed with profound runes materialized in Lu Yu's hand, adorned with 7 resplendent gemstones, while a green lotus gracefully rotated atop it, emanating an aura of vitality. In the next moment, the onlookers appeared to have witnessed something utterly terrifying, their mouths agape in astonishment. Chapter 69, Shrek Academy, Part 4, Shrek Admissions Office. The crowd was taken aback by the spectacle before them. Apart from Tang San, Xiaowu, and Daimubai, everyone else stood in awe. In the center of the arena, 4 soul rings shimmered beneath Lu Yu's feet, ascending slowly. Purple, blue, and brown. 1,000-year soul ring. The audience exclaimed in unison. The elder was astonished. Having lived for many years and traversed much of the continent in his youth, he had never encountered such peculiar soul rings. Yet, what astonished him even more was the fact that both Lu Yu's first and second soul rings were purple, indicating that the initial 2 soul rings were indeed 1,000 years old, and he was merely a 4-ringed soul master. It was remarkable that even a prodigy like Daimubai had only just reached the status of a 3-ringed soul venerable. Given the child's age, he could not be more than 12, perhaps only 3 or 4 years older than Daimubai, based on the bone age assessment made earlier. Senior, I have heard that your esteemed academy only enrolls prodigies. Might I inquire if my situation qualifies as such? Liu inquired with a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, it certainly qualifies. You, young man, are the very embodiment of a monster among monsters. Proceed, the elder replied, a rare smile illuminating his features once more. To be candid, the elder began to doubt whether this boy was indeed a prodigy released by a reclusive noble family for training. Yet, even if a prominent family aimed to nurture someone with a first soul ring that was a purple 1,000-year soul ring, it was no trivial feat. Such accomplishments were not easily achieved. The age of the soul rings a soul master could absorb was directly correlated to their physical aptitude. A newly minted 10th-level soul master could absorb a soul ring of no more than a century in age. Reflecting on the earlier assessment of the boy's muscular density, the elder shook his head in disbelief, contemplating the sheer terror of such a physique. Lu Yu approached Tang San, aligning himself with them as they awaited the completion of the admissions process for those behind them. Just behind Liu stood a young girl clad in black, her dark hair cascading casually over her shoulders. With her porcelain skin and attire, she appeared to be of a similar age to Xiaowu, comparable to the elegantly clad Ning Rongrong from earlier, yet she emanated an aura of frigid detachment. In stark contrast to her striking figure was the chilling demeanor that enveloped her, as if it flowed from her very marrow, icy and penetrating. This indifference was not a cultivated trait, but rather an intrinsic quality, deeply ingrained in her being, evoking an unsettling sense of coldness. Her gaze resembled a still pond, devoid of ripples, lacking any semblance of vitality or emotional fluctuation. Those profound black eyes seemed to conceal boundless secrets, yet they remained inscrutable to those who dared to look within. At that moment, Lu Yu began to form a conjecture about her identity. Could she be Zhu Zhuqing? Suddenly, he sensed a piercing gaze directed at him. Instinctively following his intuition, he discovered that the source belonged to the dark-haired girl ahead of him. Strangely, within her eyes, he discerned a potent battle intent. If memory served him correctly, this girl was indeed the Valkyrie, yet he could not recall ever having met her before. A mental whirlwind ensued, but no recollection of her surfaced in his mind. Zhu Zhuqing was the last to complete her registration today, and as everything concluded, Lu Yu observed that the number of successful candidates seemed somewhat excessive, although, compared to the throngs that had queued earlier in the day, the remaining individuals were merely a handful. It was notable when juxtaposed with the original narrative, as the count was indeed higher than anticipated. Besides Lu Yu, there was now an additional girl wielding the Valkyrie spirit, whose significance was underscored by the elderly man's intriguing reaction upon witnessing her spirit. Mubai, please lead them inside, the elder said, rising slowly. Of course, Daimubai responded, stepping forward with a smile toward Tang San. However, upon seeing Lu Yu, his smile momentarily faltered, becoming somewhat rigid and awkward. Under Daimubai's guidance, they quickly arrived at the village. Upon entering, they were greeted by a uniform array of wooden structures, reminiscent in style to the Sacred Soul Village, with a few villagers meandering along the dirt paths, engaged in conversation. Yet, the homes here appeared more modest compared to those in Sacred Soul Village. Daimubai halted the group in a clearing, approximately 500 to 600 meters in size, which served as the heart of Shrek Academy. Please wait here. Shortly, a teacher will arrive to conduct your second assessment. Just then, a soft, melodic voice echoed from behind them. Delicious sausages here. Fragrant and large sausages, savory and juicy. If they're not tasty, you don't pay. Upon hearing that captivating call, Lu Yu instantly recognized the identity of the vendor, along with a flurry of amusing memories, a smile involuntarily curving his lips. Brother Yu, what is the matter? Tang San inquired, noticing Lu Yu's peculiar expression. Xiaowu, would you like a sausage? I'll go get you one. Having spoken, he turned and walked towards the cart behind him, prompting Daimubai to hastily follow suit. As they approached the cart, Tang San was astonished to discover that the vendor was a man with a full beard, a rather lean figure, yet capable of producing such a soft and gentle voice. The vendor greeted them warmly. Young man, would you care for a sausage? Oscar's sausages guarantee that after one taste, you will yearn for a second, fair to all, and simply exquisite. Tang San replied with a polite smile. Uncle, could I have 3 sausages, please? Upon hearing Tang San's address, Oscar's expression instantly stiffened in disbelief. You just called me what? Tang San, puzzled, responded, Uncle, what is the matter? Oscar took a deep breath. It's nothing at all. 3 sausages, right? Please hold on. I'll prepare them immediately. He then skillfully skewered 3 sausages onto bamboo sticks and extended them towards Tang San. However, just as Tang San was about to grasp them, a hand seized his outstretched right hand. Oscar, what are you doing? Your actions are tarnishing the Academy's reputation. I believe I've warned you more than once about selling sausages on campus. Tang San turned to find that the one holding his wrist was none other than Daimubai, followed by several others who had just passed the preliminary test, including Lu Yu, who strolled over leisurely. Tang San, you cannot buy these sausages. As Tang San stood in confusion, Lu Yu approached him and whispered a few words in his ear, causing Tang San's complexion to shift dramatically, even reflecting a hint of anger. His hand was swiftly withdrawn. What are you all doing? Third brother, weren't you here to buy sausages? Why have you changed your mind? Is it a matter of finances? At that moment, Xiaowu and several girls also arrived, observing Tang San retracting his hand with curiosity. Third brother, weren't you here to buy sausages? Why have you changed your mind? Meanwhile, Daimubai continued to reprimand Oscar. Oscar, prepare a fresh sausage immediately. Oscar's expression shifted at these words. Boss Dai, after all these years together, you wouldn't want me to lose face before our juniors, would you? Juniors? Tang San was taken aback by Oscar's reference. If that was the case, then this bearded man before him was indeed his senior. How many years had he been in school to have changed so much? Indeed, the rather eccentric gentleman before you is your senior, Oscar. Daimubai remarked with an odd expression. Correct. I am Oscar, a student of Shrek Academy, just like Boss Dai, your senior. But do not be deceived by my dashing appearance. I am truly only 14 years old. 14. Tang San and his companions were taken aback. At the tender age of 14, one could grow such dense hair. Indeed, Shrek Academy is renowned for admitting only extraordinary individuals. Its students are all remarkably unique. Xiaowu even speculated that the admissions officer of your must have been impressed by Oscar's abundant hair, which led to his acceptance. Dailauda, how about I treat you to a sausage? Please, spare me the embarrassment in front of my junior classmates. Oscar pleaded with a distressed expression, his eyes beseeching Daimubai. However, the latter remained unfazed, responding coldly, hurry up. Don't compel me to fix you on the spot. Upon hearing this, Oscar instantly wilted. After all, facing Dailauda left him with no capacity for resistance. With a resigned expression, he extended his right hand and, in a soft, feeble voice, exclaimed, I have a big sausage. Simultaneously, 2 yellow spirit rings flickered beneath his feet, gradually ascending. In the meantime, he produced a sausage identical to the one he had just offered to Tang San. Upon witnessing this, Tang San's face flushed with anger, his eyes narrowing as he glared at Oscar, particularly after hearing that ambiguous phrase. He couldn't help but recall how close he had come to purchasing a sausage to gift Xiaowu. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to swallow Oscar whole. Sensing Tang San's ire, Oscar hurriedly clarified, this junior, I am a food system support spirit master. To activate my spirit power, I need to recite a special incantation. Although my chant may sound peculiar, I assure you that the quality of this sausage is beyond reproach. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu was utterly bewildered, unable to grasp the conversation's context. Why did Tang San become angry upon hearing Oscar's incantation? It was well known that Tang San had a notably good temper. What could have transpired to provoke such a sudden outburst from him? Their brother, what's wrong? Why are you angry? Is there something wrong with the sausage? Tang San suppressed his fury, turning away from Oscar's lecherous visage and leaned closer to Xiao Wu, softly recounting what Lu Yu had previously said to him. Oh. Xiao Wu's face instantly flushed crimson after hearing Tang San's words. You boys are truly insufferable, always thinking of the most bizarre interpretations. Oscar. Dai Mubai shot a fierce glare at him, causing Oscar to immediately duck behind the counter, unable to meet Dai Mubai's fierce gaze. It was no joke. Daring to make eye contact with Dai Lauda was tantamount to courting death. At that moment, Liu suddenly approached. Hello, senior. Could you please hand me a sausage? You go. Tang San was momentarily stunned. Was Liu well aware of the sausage's dubious origins? Moreover, Oscar had just demonstrated its peculiarities. What could you possibly intend to do? Just as Dai Mubai was about to say something to intervene, Liu raised his hand to stop him. Meanwhile, Oscar cautiously peeked out from behind the counter. What did you just say? He could hardly believe his ears. Previously, when others discovered the origin of his sausages, regardless of age or gender, they would invariably retch, and even the village children, who were reluctant to eat, would be threatened by their parents with the notion that if they did not eat properly, they would be given sausages from the Shrek Academy. This had rendered Oscar's business untenable in the village. Yet, now someone was daring to defy the odds. Oscar slowly rose, casting a timid glance at Dai Mubai, who was still contemplating whether to dissuade Lu Yu. Did you truly intend to purchase Oscar's sausage? Liu waved his hand, signaling Oscar to hand him a sausage, while he presented a gold coin before him. In a flash, Oscar swiftly handed a prepared sausage to Lu Yu, saying, You need not worry about the payment. Consider it a gift. After speaking, Oscar hastily retreated beneath the counter, revealing only his beady eyes peering out at the world. Subsequently, under the gaze of the onlookers, Lu Yu gradually brought the sausage to his lips and took a gentle bite. Instantaneously, as his teeth met the sausage, juices erupted forth. How is it, brother Yu? Inquired Tang San cautiously. It's decent, better than the average sausage, Lu Yu replied, his words somewhat mumbled as he chewed. The moment the sausage touched his tongue, Lu Yu felt his soul power and physical strength surge, revitalizing him significantly. At that moment, a cold voice interjected, Could you please get me a sausage as well? Lu Yu turned to find the voice belonged to the black-haired girl, the Valkyrie of the martial spirit. After speaking, she cast a glance at Lu Yu. What on earth? When had he ever provoked her? This behavior left Lu Yu utterly perplexed. Since their first encounter, she had seemingly harbored considerable animosity towards him, not the kind of enmity that sought vengeance, but rather a competitive spirit. Noticing that Dai Mubai had averted his gaze, Oscar, emboldened, stood up and procured a sausage for the girl without requesting payment. He then stood openly, no longer hiding beneath the counter, though his peripheral vision remained fixed on Dai Mubai. After taking a bite, the girl discerned that there was nothing particularly unusual about the flavor, and finding the texture satisfactory, she relaxed and continued to eat. Oscar, seeing this, wore a somewhat smug expression as he glanced at Dai Mubai, as if flaunting his business acumen. At this moment, the group led by Dai Mubai regarded Lu Yu and the girl with expressions akin to those reserved for monsters, as if they were the true aberrations. Subsequently, Dai Mubai shot a fierce glare at Oscar, admonishing, If you wish to sell sausages, do so outside. Do not tarnish the school's reputation here. He then turned to the others and declared, Let us proceed to the next assessment location. Chapter 71, Shrek Academy Part 6, Come. I shall lead you to the next assessment site. Dai Mubai turned and guided the group in another direction. As they walked, he explained to the crowd that although Xiao Ao's martial soul was peculiar and rather unseemly, he was a decent individual. Perhaps it was due to his food-related martial soul. His hair was somewhat unruly, a result of neglecting grooming for a few days. Dai Mubai led everyone to a table where a crystal was displayed, which served the purpose of testing soul power. Naturally, it could only measure soul power below level 30. Exceeding that threshold would cause the crystal to shatter. This is the soul power crystal. Before advancing to the next stage, we must first measure your soul power. If your level exceeds 25, you can enroll directly. Otherwise, you will need to undergo additional tests. Who will go first? You need not participate, Dai Mubai remarked, glancing at Lu Yu. This device is only effective for soul masters below level 30. Exceeding that will result in destruction of the crystal. Oscar, overhearing this, appeared utterly astonished. What? What level are you? He gazed at Lu Yu in disbelief, noting that he looked about 11 or 12 years old. And yet his soul power could potentially surpass level 30. He's at level 41, Dai Mubai interjected, having had the privilege of experiencing Lu Yu's prowess firsthand. He certainly could not let Oscar know that he had been thoroughly defeated by Lu Yu and had left in embarrassment if such information were to leak. It would tarnish his reputation at the academy. 41. Oscar exclaimed, utterly flabbergasted. He had not anticipated such strength from this youth, and from Dai Mubai's tone. It seemed that Lu Yu had bested him. The prospect of someone who could handle Dai Mubai piqued Oscar's interest, his eyes gleaming with delight, further enhancing his already dubious appearance. I say, Junior, once you enter the academy, feel free to seek me out for anything you don't understand. And let's not forget, Senior Oscar's sausages are always plentiful, Oscar declared. Upon hearing Oscar's words, Dai Mubai's keen intuition warned him that this rascal was certainly up to no good. Noticing Dai Mubai's indifferent tone, Oscar puffed out his chest and positioned himself behind Lu Yu, adopting an air of superiority as he gazed at Dai Mubai. The latter, seeing Oscar's pompous demeanor, chose to ignore him and redirected his attention to those who were currently testing their soul power. Upon witnessing Oscar's antics, Lu Yu found himself somewhat amused. Had Oscar always been this whimsical? Ever since his arrival in this world, he had perceived a significant divergence from the Dolua continent he was familiar with, the enigmatic village elder, the ruins behind the village, and the mysterious cloaked figures. Had his presence altered this place? Lu Yu mused to himself. What are you rambling about, Junior? If you have any questions, feel free to ask your senior. Don't let Dai Mubai's usual authoritative demeanor fool you. The true decision-maker in this academy is me, Oscar's senior remarked. Unable to endure Oscar's demeanor any longer, Lu Yu interjected. Senior, the soul power testing is about to commence over there. Let us proceed and take a look. With that, he strode directly to where Tang San and his companions were gathered. Dai Mubai handed a crystal to Tang San, instructing him to infuse it with his soul power. Tang San nodded, accepting the crystal, and immediately channeled his inner strength into it. In an instant, the milky white crystal transformed into a dazzling gem, radiating light that nearly enveloped every facet. This was the manifestation of soul power nearing the 30th level. He then passed the crystal to Xiao Wu, harboring complete confidence in her abilities. Xiao Wu infused the crystal with her soul power, and once again, a brilliant light erupted, 29 level. Onlookers gasped, their mouths agape. At just 12 years old, achieving such an astonishing level of soul power was a testament to her incredible talent, far surpassing their own. Next, Xiao Wu handed the crystal to Ning Rongrong, who received it eagerly. The same luminous phenomenon occurred, albeit not as radiant as Tang San's or Xiao Wu's, indicating her soul power was approximately at the 26th level. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong felt the weight of the crystal lighten in her grasp. As a dark-clad figure materialized beside her, the strikingly voluptuous girl, the crystal had seemingly appeared in her possession. As she infused her soul power, a white light burst forth once more, not as intense as that of Tang San or Xiao Wu, yet brighter than Ning Rongrong's, suggesting her soul power was around the 27th level. The crowd was left speechless. Another prodigy had emerged. Where were these remarkable individuals coming from? Their talents eclipsed the ordinary, leaving the rest feeling utterly insignificant. Soon after, the crystal vanished again, only for another girl with long black hair clad in a silver gown to appear beside Zhu Qing. Ning Rongrong remarked, "This scene feels oddly familiar." The same procedure ensued, and with the infusion of soul power, the milky white crystal erupted in a brilliant white light, covering its entire surface, a clear indication that this young woman had reached the 30th level. The onlookers were nearing a state of numbness. Was Shrek Academy some sort of mystical place, uniquely attracting prodigious talents? Simultaneously, they felt a twinge of anxiety. If these individuals participated in the subsequent tests, particularly in competitive events, encountering them would spell disaster for the average contenders. There would be no solace to be found in their plight. All right, you all, come with me. Lu Yu beckoned. Dai Mubai led the way ahead. Suddenly, a voice of dissent emerged from the crowd. Those who had been verified to possess soul power exceeding level 25 were indeed eligible to participate in the subsequent tests, and we accepted that. But the individual in question pointed directly at Lu Yu, who stood beside Tang San. But what right does he have to proceed? Another voice chimed in. Exactly. He hasn't even measured his soul power. What if he is merely an impostor? Upon this utterance, a chorus of agreement and skepticism rippled through the gathering. Dai Mubai, upon hearing this, couldn't help but chuckle. Of all the people to challenge, you choose the strongest? Are you not merely inviting defeat? With a resigned smile and a shake of his head, he added, "Wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly." He swiftly made his way to a wooden cabin, and upon his return, he held a crystal in his hand. This crystal, similar in shape to the white ones previously used by Tang San and his companions, differed only in hue. The one in Dai Mubai's grasp was red, indicating a testing range of soul power below level 60. Should it exceed 60, it would shatter like the 30-level crystal. The instigator of the earlier challenge felt an unsettling premonition upon seeing the red crystal, as if he had just committed an incredibly foolish act. Chapter 72, Shrek Academy 7. Dai Mubai extended the red crystal towards Lu Yu, a hint of apology in his voice. "I regret the inconvenience, but could you kindly demonstrate your strength? Let us enlighten those who dwell in ignorance." As Lu Yu exchanged a glance with Dai Mubai and took hold of the crystal, he thought to himself how astute the young man was. Subsequently, he slightly activated the vortex of his soul power, gradually channeling it into the crystal. As the soul energy flowed in, the crystal suddenly radiated a crimson glow. Though not as dazzling as the brilliance produced by Tang San and his companions, it enveloped a significant portion of the crystal. Not a single person present dared to utter a laugh. Instead, their mouths fell agape. It was imperative to note that this was not merely a crystal with a maximum limit of 30 levels, but rather one with a ceiling of 60. The illumination covering much of the crystal signified that the silver-haired youth's soul power had reached at least level 40. The onlookers regarded Lu Yu with the same awe reserved for a monster. Was he not born with the ability to awaken his martial soul? It was utterly terrifying. Beside them, Dai Mubai observed the expressions of the crowd and felt a surge of amusement within him. He thought, what does this amount to? A group of sheltered frogs in a well, having never witnessed the world. Lu Yu's flamboyant soul rings had yet to be displayed. This was merely the beginning. He then pondered how Xiao Ao would react upon discovering that Lu Yu was an auxiliary battle soul master. Clearing his throat, he addressed the assembly. "You have all seen it. The soul power crystal does not lie. Who dares to question it now?" His gaze turned cold as he surveyed the crowd. Or is there anyone who doubts this gentleman's prowess and wishes to test him? Scanning the room, he especially noted the individual who had previously voiced skepticism, who now seemed eager to hide his head in shame. With silence reigning, Dai Mubai led Lu Yu and their group away without further ado. Oscar hastily followed suit, positioning himself beside Lu Yu. Lu Yu recalled that the assessments at Shrek Academy comprised 4 stages. The first stage involved an age test, which they had undoubtedly passed. The second stage was to evaluate the quality of one's martial soul. Only those with a martial soul possessing formidable potential for development and a clear path for cultivation could be selected. Alternatively, individuals like Oscar, whose martial soul was exceptionally peculiar, could also be considered. There existed a third scenario, in which individuals such as Lu Yu, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Qing, and the girl in the silver dress, all under the age of 13 and possessing soul power exceeding 25, could directly bypass the second and third stages to participate in the final assessment. This was a classic case of overwhelming strength prevailing over skill. The third stage tested the soul master's control over their martial soul, even if one had passed the first 2 assessments. Insufficient mastery of their martial soul would result in elimination, as this stage was designed to filter out those who were unstable and prone to erratic behavior. Lu Yu found the 4th stage particularly intriguing, for it gauged practical combat experience, aimed at weeding out those pampered nobles raised in gilded cages. Following this rigorous selection process, only true prodigies would gain admission. The selection criteria were exceedingly stringent. "May I inquire how many students are currently enrolled at Shrek Academy?" asked the girl in the silver dress, her voice imbued with both courage and gentleness. Dai Mubai, walking ahead, turned back with a smile and said, "I can assure you that Shrek Academy possesses an unparalleled advantage over other institutions. We have more teachers than students." At this revelation, a momentary silence enveloped the group. Was it truly a legitimate academy if the number of teachers surpassed that of the students? Was this even a benefit? Observing their reactions, Dai Mubai could not help but smile wryly. There's no helping it. The selection standards set by our esteemed dean are extraordinarily high, far beyond what ordinary individuals can meet. To put it bluntly, this year marks the highest intake of students since the academy's inception, without exception. Over the past 20 years, we have only admitted around 20 students in total, and for the 2 years preceding your arrival, we had not enrolled anyone. Accepting 6 of you this year is indeed unprecedented. He continued, currently, including myself, there are only 3 students enrolled. 3 students. Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong exclaimed in astonishment. Lu Yu also felt a hint of surprise. Despite the low enrollment, the academy's graduation requirements were notably high. How can the academy survive with so few students? Without funding, isn't it on the brink of collapse? Tang San questioned, marveling at how Shrek Academy had managed to endure with such limited enrollment. Dai Mubai sighed. Indeed, Tang San makes a valid point. This is also why Shrek Academy is situated in a village, to minimize expenses. One could say this is another defining characteristic of Shrek Academy, its financial constraints. I imagine you are all curious as to why we maintain such high admission standards despite the difficulty in attracting students. The crowd nodded in agreement. Dai Mubai continued. I previously inquired about this matter with the dean, who asserted that it is better to have no students at all than to admit mediocre individuals. He firmly believes that no subpar talent should tarnish the academy's reputation, even if it means some students may not graduate. The dean has maintained that he would rather see students not complete their studies than allow any inept individuals to bring disgrace upon the institution. Consequently, the graduates from our academy have consistently achieved remarkable success, with one even ascending to the position of elder at the Spirit Hall. This is primarily because those of mediocre ability do not graduate. What, then, are the graduation standards of the academy? Tang San inquired once more. Dai Mubai replied. A student must attain a soul power exceeding level 40 before the age of 20 and must possess at least the strength of a soul master, along with the capability to independently hunt soul rings. This explains why only a select few students have successfully graduated in the past 2 decades. Achieving level 40 soul power before the age of 20, along with the ability to independently hunt soul rings, astonished the audience. For reference, the standard graduation requirements of most prestigious Soul Master Academies on the continent merely necessitate reaching level 30 in soul power with 3 soul rings. However, Shrek Academy has raised this benchmark significantly. The latter requirement of independently hunting soul beasts to obtain soul rings is particularly daunting, considering the perilous nature of the task. A moment's inattention could lead to fatal consequences. Suddenly, the crowd collectively turned their gazes toward Lu Yu, realizing that one among them was an extraordinary prodigy. Shrek Academy's graduation standard stipulates that students must reach level 40 in soul power before the age of 20, yet Lu Yu, at the tender age of 12, had already accomplished this feat. What does this signify? At that moment, Liu also came to the realization that he had indeed met the graduation criteria of Shrek Academy. Chapter 73, Shrek Academy, Part 8. Intrigued, Liu pondered the peculiarity of his situation, graduating upon enrollment. Shortly thereafter, Dai Mubai led the group to the front of a wooden cabin, where a clearing lay before it. At that moment, a middle-aged man was luxuriating on a reclining chair. Deeply asleep. Teacher Zhao, I have brought the new students for their assessment. Dai Mubai respectfully addressed the man on the chair. The middle-aged man opened his eyes, a hint of surprise flickering across his face. This year, it seems we have candidates reaching the 4th stage of assessment, 6 of them, no less. This could break the academy's record. Dai Mubai interjected. Not only that, but these 6 have bypassed the 2nd and 3rd stages to directly enter the 4th. Zhao Wujia rose from his chair. Though his stature was not particularly tall, his robust physique exuded an aura akin to a mountain. Liu couldn't help but marvel. Were Zhao Wujia's physique transported to Blue Star, one could only imagine the weight of certain substances required to match it. Indeed, one of his arms surpassed the waist of Xiao Wu in girth. His formidable presence stood like a wall. He regarded the assembled students with a genial smile, a seemingly ordinary expression that nonetheless imparted an unspoken weight. To have bypassed the 2nd and 3rd stages to arrive here indicates a considerable number of formidable talents this year. Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Zhao, and I am Zhao Wujia, the instructor for the 4th stage assessment. The first 3 stages evaluate your martial soul aptitude and future potential, but the 4th is a test of genuine combat experience. I can assure you that many students have faltered at this stage in previous years. His warm gaze swept across Lu Yu and the others. Since you have come together, you shall face this challenge as a team. You now have the duration of a fragrant incense stick to familiarize yourselves with one another and strategize. While individual strength is undoubtedly vital, teamwork often proves even more crucial. It could very well be a matter of life and death in critical moments. Moreover, the assessment's requirements are quite straightforward. You must collectively endure my onslaught for the time it takes to burn an incense stick. Even if only one of you remains standing at the end, you will have passed. Of course, I advise against resorting to underhanded tactics in the face of absolute strength. Any scheme will prove futile. Rest assured, I shall exercise restraint and go easy on you. However, you are welcome to flee if you feel cowardly. Shrek does not accept the weak. Dai Mubai observed with a hint of confusion. Teacher Zhao, Isn't this a bit excessive? What is there to fear? The principal is absent. I am the highest authority here. Heeding my words is imperative. Zhao Wujie interrupted, not allowing Dai Mubai to continue. He then produced a stick of incense, ignited it, and casually inserted it into the ground. The assessment begins, Zhao Wujie declared with his deep voice, subsequently reclining back into his chair. Whoever devised this is truly ingenious. This is remarkably comfortable. At that moment, Dai Mubai approached the group with a resigned expression. Alas, you have drawn the short straw this time. What is it? Could it be that Teacher Zhao is like that old man at the village entrance, a soul emperor? Xiao gazed at the helpless expression of Dai Mubai, perplexed. Not at all. Dai Mubai shook his head. Then what is there to worry about? Upon hearing this, Xiao felt a slight sense of relief. Is Teacher Zhao a soul sage? Seeing Dai Mubai's still serious demeanor, Liu speculated. He could not recall the exact plot from the original text at this point, only vaguely remembering that Tang San had made Zhao Wujie suffer with a certain needle technique and later received a midnight visit from Tang Hao, who had given him a sound reprimand. Dai Mubai nodded solemnly. Originally, I was supposed to be your opponent in this trial, but today, for reasons unknown, Teacher Zhao has chosen to take the stage himself. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's response, the group felt a chill run down their spines. A level 70 soul sage? How were they supposed to contend with that? If it came to blows, they would undoubtedly be crushed from all sides. Elimination was merely a matter of time. Xiao Dai, I've noted your disparaging remarks about me, came the deep voice of Zhao Wujie from afar, causing Dai Mubai to feel a wave of frustration, choosing to ignore it. He continued, now, please introduce yourselves with your martial souls and strengths, so we may familiarize ourselves with one another. Tang San, you go first. Tang San nodded. I am Tang San. My martial soul is Blue Silvergrass, and I am a level 29 control system soul master. Next was Xiao Wu. I am Xiao Wu. My martial soul is the Softbone Enchantress Rabbit, and I am a level 29 attack system soul master. Following her was a girl in a blue dress. I am Ning Rongrong. My martial soul is the 7 Treasure Glazed Pagoda, and I am a level 26 support system soul master. Then came the aloof Zhu Shiqing. I am Zhu Shiqing. My martial soul is the Nethercat, and I am a level 27 agility attack system soul master. Next was a girl with black hair. I am Zhao Qiqi. My martial soul is the Valkyrie, a level 30 attack system soul master, possessing only 2 soul rings. Finally, it was Lu Yu's turn. I am Lu Yu. My martial soul is the Star Prayer Lotus Staff, and I am a level 41 support system soul master. As soon as Liu finished speaking, everyone except for Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Xiao Wu gazed at him with eyes of disbelief. What? Especially Oscar and Ning Rongrong, who momentarily doubted their own hearing. Could you repeat that? What did you say? Oscar asked incredulously. Lu Yu, Martial Soul Star Prayer Lotus Staff. Level 41 Support System Soul Master. What is the matter? Liu helplessly reiterated his previous statement. Oscar was left even more bewildered. They were both support system soul masters. Yet this individual was even younger than he was, and already possessed the strength of a soul zone. This was simply a monster among monsters. Ning Rongrong was equally stunned. Earlier, when Liu had revealed his martial soul at the village entrance, showcasing his 4-ring soul zone power, she had assumed he was at least a powerful attack system soul master. Now, however, Liu claimed to be a support system soul master. After all, her own martial soul, the 7 Treasure Glazed Pagoda, was one of the finest among support system martial souls. How had he cultivated to such a level? Beside them, Zhang Qiqi was taken aback upon hearing this revelation. He was indeed a support-type battle soul master. Ahem. Dai Mubai, noticing the distraction among the group, cleared his throat several times to draw their thoughts back to the present. Allow me to introduce you to the essential details regarding Teacher Zhao. I urge you to contemplate strategies. He paused momentarily to gather his thoughts before continuing. Teacher Zhao is a formidable rank 76 assault-type battle soul saint, possessing the beast martial soul known as the Mighty Diamond Bear. This particular martial soul is characterized by its formidable defensive capabilities, coupled with respectable offensive power, making it a challenging adversary. Even soul masters of the same rank find it exceedingly difficult to breach Teacher Zhao's defenses, owing to his remarkable resilience. He has earned the title of Immovable King. In Chapter 74, we face Zhao Wujing. With his robust defense, Teacher Zhao has indeed acquired the moniker of Immovable King. In the past, he had a conflict with the Pope of the Martial Soul Palace, resulting in a manhunt. He managed to escape solely due to his formidable defenses, eluding the relentless pursuit of numerous bishops. The group was struck with a sense of awe upon hearing about the Immovable King and the chase by the bishops of the Martial Soul Palace. If their opponent did not exert their full strength, perhaps they could endure. After all, as long as one person remained standing, the entire team could pass. However, if Zhao Wujing were to unleash his full fury, among them were Lu Yuning and Ning Rongrong, both support-type Soul Masters, Tang San, a control-type Soul Master, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, agile attack-type Soul Masters, and Zhang Qiqi, a formidable assault-type Battle Soul Master. My 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Martial Soul currently offers 2 boosts of 30%, yet I possess no offensive capabilities, Ning Rongrong stated. My first Soul Ring can provide a 50% enhancement and has offensive capabilities, Lu Yu added from the side. Tang San had no doubts regarding Lu Yu's combat prowess. He was capable of both defense and offense, and was adept at group healing. Given this, Ning Rongrong will focus on assisting us. Xiao Wu and Zhang Qiqi shall lead the assault, while Zhu Zhuqing, I ask you to utilize your speed advantage to flank and restrain the opponent. I will manage Teacher Zhao's attacks to disrupt his rhythm. You will support Ning Rongrong from the rear and act according to the situation. Upon hearing those words, Lu Yu nodded in acknowledgement. His unique abilities were comprehensive, allowing him to provide assistance to others at any moment from the rear. Given the limited time, no other viable alternatives could be conceived. Moreover, they were about to confront a bona fide soul saint of level 76 in the face of such overwhelming power. Any scheming would be futile. Yet, it was still preferable to take action rather than waiting idly for defeat. Have you all come to a consensus? Zhao Wujing's resonant voice echoed from behind. The group turned to see that the incense was nearly burned down. Dai Mubai nodded to Zhao Wujing, signaling that they were ready to commence. Observing this, Zhao Wujing rose from his reclined position, stretching his arms overhead in a languid manner. His robust physique exuded a violent aesthetic, seemingly brimming with boundless strength. This was an uneven battle. Their strengths were not on the same level. Even with the presence of the prodigious Lu Yu, the disparity remained unchanged. Subsequently, Zhao Wujing retrieved another stick of incense, pinched it between his fingers, and ignited it. Just as he was about to take further action, Ning Rongrong sprung into motion. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile, known for its prowess, began to manifest. Adorned in a flowing blue gown, Ning Rongrong twirled gracefully, radiating a resplendent spectrum of colors. Suddenly, a magnificent, multi-hued pagoda began to coalesce above her hands, slowly rotating. 2 yellow soul rings emerged from beneath her feet, gradually ascending. The first ring, representing power, immediately released its brilliance, enveloping the colorful pagoda. With a delicate gesture of her slender fingers, 5 beams of light cascaded upon Lu Yu and his companions. Instantly, Lu Yu felt a warm surge of energy coursing through his limbs and bones as his soul power surged like boiling water. Indeed, this was the pinnacle of auxiliary martial souls on the continent. This was merely a 30% enhancement from a 2-ring Soul Master. If it were a high-level Soul Master of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile, the amplification would be utterly astonishing. However, such knowledge was a closely guarded secret of their sect. If given the chance, a visit to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect might yield unexpected opportunities. Goodness, Zhao Wujing exclaimed in surprise, realizing that there was indeed a member of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect among this cohort of students. He then casually planted the incense into the ground. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile was renowned for its second attribute, speed. At that moment, Ning Rongrong parted her crimson lips, and the radiant colors burst forth once again, enveloping the group anew. Unlike the previous illumination, Lu Yu felt as though his body had become considerably lighter. Just then, Zhao Wujing made his move, bending his legs slightly and lowering his body, then striking the ground with his fists. Not good, Tang San exclaimed in surprise. The Soul Masters of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda are typically prioritized as targets for concentrated attacks. This is due to their exceptional support amplification capabilities, coupled with their nearly non-existent combat prowess. Zhao Wujie's strike was evidently not aimed solely at Ning Rongrong. His objective encompassed everyone, intending to disrupt Ning Rongrong's incantation. Unfortunately, a common flaw of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda Martial Soul is the necessity of chanting spells prior to casting. Should the incantation be interrupted, the spell would likewise be thwarted. In an instant, a black vine lashed out, coiling around Ning Rongrong's waist and lifting her into the air. Concurrently, Lu Yu summoned his martial soul, a resplendent staff appearing in his grasp as 4 soul rings ascended from beneath him. The third blue soul ring erupted with brilliant light. Utilizing wind magic, wind control, and gale steps in unison, the silver-haired figure swiftly soared into the air, hovering beside Ning Rongrong. Subsequently, Lu Yu waved his staff, casting another wind-based spell, Gale Force. A tempest suddenly roared to life, and the onlookers realized they had been enveloped by a cerulean ring. Their bodies lifted into the air by the howling winds. With a resounding thud, the earth trembled violently, and a wave of yellow energy surged outward. After delivering a punch, Zhao Wujie sensed something amiss. Why had the wind suddenly picked up? He looked up, only to be astounded to see all 6 freshmen had been propelled into the air. His gaze was drawn to the 4 peculiar soul rings surrounding Lu Yu. 4-ring Soul Master. This new batch of students harbors such an extraordinary talent. And what is the nature of his soul rings? As Zhao Wujie stood in bewilderment, Lu Yu's soul ring shimmered once more. The first soul ring ignited, and the azure petals of the Qixing lotus staff unfurled, enveloping the 6 individuals in a veil of starlight. The first soul skill of the Qixing lotus staff, Starry Benediction, enveloped them in warmth, causing their soul power to surge forth anew. Simultaneously, their mental acuity seemed to be nourished, rendering the environment in their minds more vivid and their awareness of their surroundings acutely heightened. Zhao Wujie, witnessing this spectacle, was again taken aback. The silver-haired boy was indeed a support-type soul master. A 12-year-old with 4 soul rings, this child has already met the Academy's graduation standard. Flander would surely be elated to have recruited such an anomaly this year. At this moment, Daimu Bai and Oscar, who were observing from a distance, were equally astonished by the unfolding scene. Is he a speed-type enhancer? Daimu Bai speculated inwardly. The airborne individuals, feeling the transformations within their bodies, were astonished to discover that Lu Yu's soul rings provided comprehensive enhancements. Whether it pertained to soul power, mental acuity, or physical capabilities, all had received a boost, estimated to be at least a 50% increase. Chapter 75, Confrontation. Zhao Wujie. With Ning Rongrong's 30% increase combined with Lu Yu's 50% boost, the morale of the group surged remarkably. Even if they could not withstand Zhao Wujie's initial strike, they could at least buy themselves some time through the aerial capabilities provided by Lu Yu, allowing them to evade for a brief moment. Once the group swiftly acclimated to their current circumstances, they promptly adjusted their positions. Xiao Wu, Tang San called out sharply. Upon hearing his voice, she quickly reoriented herself, finding her place. Thanks to the tacit understanding cultivated over many years, Xiao Wu landed her foot precisely on Tang San's hand. Then, with a powerful push from Tang San, Xiao Wu propelled herself forward like an arrow directed at Zhao Wujie below. At this moment, the group unhesitatingly chose to take the initiative. Allowing Zhao Wujie to seize the upper hand would put them in a more precarious position. Better to strike first and perhaps prolong their survival for a while longer. Upon witnessing this group of youngsters evade his attack, Zhao Wujie revealed a smile, acknowledging their commendable reaction speed, albeit just barely satisfactory. As Xiao Wu charged towards him, he calmly placed his hands behind his back, feigning surrender. Seeing this, Xiao Wu swiftly adjusted her posture, bending her legs and curling her body. As she rolled forward, she summoned her martial spirit just as she neared Zhao Wujie, landing both feet on his neck with a resounding thud. However, Zhao Wujie stood his ground, not even flinching, and instead grinned widely. Such an attack was merely a trivial nuisance to him, akin to a mere tickle. Little girl, have you forgotten to eat? You lack strength. Zhao Wujie taunted. Your opponents are not limited to just me, Xiao Wu retorted coldly. In an instant, her feet seemed to adhere to Zhao Wujie's body, her toes pressing against either side of his neck as she twisted her delicate form, spinning gracefully in the air. Alone, her strength would not have been enough to budge his robust physique, but she was not alone. Suddenly, numerous vines erupted from Zhao Wujie's body, each adorned with countless tiny barbs. He felt a sudden tightness enveloping him as the ghost vines, under Tang San's command, constricted to their utmost limits, releasing a flurry of venomous thorns. To his astonishment, these minute barbs pierced through his defenses. Zhao Wujie was taken aback, realizing this cohort of students possessed some remarkable capabilities. In the next instant, he felt his feet lighten, and upon regaining his senses, he was stunned to find himself airborne, ensnared tightly by the ghost vines. Resembling a human-shaped dumpling, under Xiao Wu's influence, his body began to spin in midair, just as Xiao Wu prepared to execute a backflip by supporting herself with her hands. She suddenly felt her body stiffen, immobilized. Little rabbit, you certainly enjoy spinning around, Zhao Wujie remarked. The voice of Zhao Wujie suddenly resonated, and in an instant, Xiao Wu felt her ankle ensnared by an iron grip, rendering her utterly immobile despite her desperate struggles. With a resounding crack, Zhao Wujie exerted a slight force, shattering the vines that bound her, and then swiftly seized the 2 feet planted upon his shoulder. Xiao Wu felt a wave of dizziness as Zhao Wujie spun her around with ease. Observing this precarious situation, Lu Yu summoned his soul power, brandishing his staff, and a tempest erupted, lifting a swirling storm of sand and stones that struck Zhao Wujia's face. Taken by surprise, Zhao Wujia was momentarily blinded by the gritty onslaught, allowing Xiao to muster her strength to escape his iron grip and, aided by the wind ring she wore, return to Tang San's side. Huh? You think you can play like this, do you? Zhao Wujia wiped the dust from his face, still flustered from the sand Liu had thrown at him. Appearing quite disheveled, Dai Mubai and Oscar, witnessing Zhao Wujia's disarray, struggled to suppress their laughter, their faces flushed red, unable to mock their teacher due to the fierce glare he cast upon them. So, you can fly, and you enjoy playing with sand, do you? Zhao Wujia's expression darkened instantly, his body swelling like a balloon, his muscles nearly doubling in size, and even his height increased by nearly a meter. Oh no! Dai Mubai and Oscar silently thought, realizing that teacher Zhao was about to unleash his martial spirit, putting Tang San and the others in peril. Oscar's playful demeanor vanished, replaced by a grave expression as he observed the unfolding scene. At that moment, 7 resplendent soul rings rose beneath Zhao Wujia's feet, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, surrounding him. The spectators in the air immediately sensed an overwhelming surge of soul power emanating from him. The oppressive force was formidable. Tang San crossed his arms over his chest, attempting in vain to resist the terrifying pressure. Come now, have you had enough of flying? Come down and engage me in a proper battle. Zhao Wujia declared with a low voice, and as the 3rd purple soul ring ignited, a thunderous roar erupted, reinforcing the gravity around them. Everyone felt as though they were burdened by an immense weight, crashing to the ground under the horrific gravitational force. Dai Mubai and Oscar, witnessing the chaos, swiftly retreated, eager to avoid the brunt of Zhao's soul technique, for the experience was not one that ordinary individuals could withstand. What? Is this all you've got? Already down on the ground? Zhao Wujia scoffed, crossing his arms and looking down at them with disdain. This is undeniably the effect brought about by his 3rd soul skill, gravity enhancement, allowing him to simultaneously exert pressure on multiple foes. However, in the next moment, his gaze was drawn to a figure with silver hair, none other than Liu Yu. At this moment, Liu had firmly planted his feet into the ground, his right hand gripping a staff tightly. The instant Zhao Wujia unleashed his soul skill, Liu activated the first 3 gates of the 8 gates of Duanjia with utmost speed. Inwardly, he could only curse in frustration. While it appeared that everyone was being suppressed by Zhao Wujia's soul skill, Liu Yu, as the strongest among the 6, was evidently receiving special treatment. The gravity enhancement affecting the others was approximately doubled, while he bore a weight that felt nearly 3 to 4 times greater. Liu Yu now felt as though his soul power had solidified, rendering the use of soul techniques nearly impossible. In the next moment, he mustered his strength to once again wield his staff, causing the purple soul ring beneath him to suddenly illuminate. Oh, this young lad has some merit. He still possesses the energy to harness soul power even under quadruple gravity, Zhao Wujia remarked, casting a glance of mild admiration at Liu Yu. From the outset, Liu Yu had made a profound impression on him, not only due to his striking silver hair but also because of the flamboyant soul rings that adorned him. Chapter 76, Confrontation, Zhao Wujia. Part 3. What? He can still utilize soul techniques? Dai Mubai and Oscar, positioned at the edge of the arena, were astonished to see Liu Yu once again swing his staff. They were well aware of the sheer difficulty of moving even a single step under Zhao Wujia's enhanced gravity, let alone executing a soul technique. Moreover, it was evident that Liu Yu had received special consideration from Zhao Wujia, as the air around him seemed to distort under the oppressive weight of the enhanced gravity. As Liu Yu swung his staff, the purple soul ring beneath him erupted with a torrent of soul power. First soul technique, Stellar Tribute. This time, Liu Yu maximized his amplification, achieving a full 100% increase. Instantly, the individuals lying on the ground felt a wave of relief as the flow of soul power became increasingly smooth. Ningrongrong, sensing the diminishing pressure upon her body and the unimpeded flow of soul power within, was taken aback. Liu Yu's physical prowess was far beyond that of a typical support soul master. A series of sharp sounds rang out behind Zhao Wujia. Just as Liu Yu helped the others to their feet, Zhu Xing, leveraging her speed advantage, swiftly approached Zhao Wujia. Before he could react, she launched her attack, executing the entire process with such stealth that no one even noticed her disappearance. At that moment, Zhu Xing had already entered the state of martial soul manifestation. Her lustrous black hair flowed down her back, and her eyes, one blue and one green, created a mesmerizing effect as she moved, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages that made it nearly impossible to pinpoint her exact location. Zhu Xing's attack was swift and fierce, aimed directly at Zhao Wujia's vital points. the angles so acute that her inherent speed rendered her almost undetectable. Yet, Zhao Wujie was already in the state of martial soul manifestation, and her claws, when they struck him, felt as though they were raking against steel, merely leaving a few scratches on his clothing. Beside her was a silver figure, wielding a spear that traced a perfect arc through the air, gathering strength before striking down heavily towards Zhao Wujie. Simultaneously, Lu Yu made his move. Surrounded by swirling green energy, with a slight bend in his knees, he propelled himself forward like an arrow released from a bow. In that instant, he left a visible crater in the ground beneath him. With his left hand clenched into a fist, Lu Yu exerted all his strength to strike towards Zhao Wujie's face. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Wujie instinctively raised his hand to form a fist. The moment their fists collided, a shockwave erupted, surging outward like a torrential flood. Nearby, Oscar and Ning Rongrong were momentarily stunned by the scene. They recalled Lu Yu's self-introduction as a support soul master, and not only they, but also the surrounding crowd indeed. Even Zhao Wujie, standing before Lu Yu, began to question whether such power truly belonged to a support soul master. Although he exerted his full strength, a punch from a level 40 soul master should have been sufficient. Yet this young man managed to withstand it. Meanwhile, Tang San exchanged a glance with Xiao Wu at the edge of the arena. Understanding immediately, Xiao Wu propelled herself onto Tang San's shoulders. Then, with a swift push off his shoulder, she leaped forward, this time leading with her feet, aiming a direct kick at Zhao Wujie's head. Simultaneously, Tang San summoned dozens of blue-silver grass vines that surged towards Zhao Wujie in an instant. Upon seeing this, Zhao Wujie exerted force with his right hand, forcing Lu Yu back, and then raised his massive palm to strike at Xiao Wu. However, just as he was about to make contact, Xiao Wu abruptly altered her stance, changing the trajectory of her attack, causing Zhao Wujie's palm to swipe through empty air. Yet, this time, Zhao Wujie indeed received a solid kick to the head. At this moment, Zhao Wujie noticed that a strand of blue-silver grass was tied around Xiao Wu's waist, which Tang San had used to control her movements. The principle was akin to that of a meteor hammer, merely substituting the hammer with Xiao Wu herself. The force of Xiao Wu's kick left Zhao Wujie momentarily dazed. Here he was, a teacher, being thoroughly embarrassed by a group of youngsters who had yet to fully mature. If this were to reach the ears of Flinder, that old night owl, he would surely be the subject of ridicule. Moreover, if he didn't establish authority over these young sprouts now, how could he possibly guide his students in the future? After being struck back by Zhao Wujie's powerful punch, Lu Yu tumbled twice before regaining his footing. He shook his numb left hand, acknowledging the formidable force of that blow. With no time to recuperate, the brown soul ring beneath his feet radiated a brilliant light. Third-tier earth magic, rock-piercing spear. In an instant, the surrounding debris seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, swiftly coalescing into dozens of sharp, elongated spears. They surged forth like a hail of arrows, propelled by an astonishing velocity towards Zhao Wujie's back. The spears sliced through the air, producing a whistling sound as if intent on penetrating any obstruction. Simultaneously, a cold gleam akin to lightning shot towards Zhao Wujie, belonging to the battle-ready Qi-Qi, now empowered by her martial spirit. At this moment, she was adorned in a form-fitting silver battle armor that accentuated her graceful curves. The armor shimmered with mysterious runes and radiance, seemingly infused with boundless power. In her right hand, she grasped a silver spear, its shaft gleaming and its tip sharp, emanating a chilling light that could instill dread. She exuded an aura of icy authority, resembling a goddess of war descended upon the mortal realm. A fierce roar erupted as Zhao Wujie's eyes flashed with a cold light. The first soul ring around him suddenly ignited with a blinding glow, and his fists clenched tightly. In that moment, a brilliant golden light erupted from his body, dazzling and overwhelming, rendering it difficult to gaze directly at him. This unexpected turn of events caught everyone off guard, with Zhu Zhuqing and Qi-Qi especially vulnerable. They felt an immense force crashing toward them, propelling their bodies backward involuntarily. Yet, at this critical juncture, Lu Yu demonstrated remarkable agility and decisiveness. He activated his Gale Step with full force, moving like lightning and appearing instantly behind Zhu Zhuqing and Qi-Qi. He extended his arms, catching them securely to prevent them from falling. Although Lu Yu successfully caught Zhu Zhuqing and Qi-Qi, the impact of the shockwave was too powerful, leaving both women shaken. Zhu Zhuqing, being relatively weaker, succumbed to the overwhelming force and fainted in Lu Yu's embrace, her eyes tightly shut and her complexion pale, indicating she had sustained significant harm. In contrast, Qi-Qi managed to withstand some of the damage thanks to the protective capabilities of her martial spirit. However, she could not suppress a muffled groan. Blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, revealing that she too had been severely affected. Chapter 77. Confrontation. Zhao Wuji. At this moment, Xiao Wu found herself in a dire predicament. She had just delivered a kick to Zhao Wuji's midsection, making her the closest person to him. Despite the blue-silver grass entwining her waist, Zhao Wuji's assault was too swift for anyone to react. The blue-silver grass, the manifestation of Tang San's spirit, was entirely shattered, and Xiao Wu was sent flying into Tang San's embrace. The blood seeping from her lips indicated that her injuries were grave. Present on the battlefield were only Lu Yu, Tang San, and Zhang Qiqi, though Zhang Qiqi was severely injured, merely conscious and not yet unconscious. The only ones capable of continuing the fight were Lu Yu and Tang San. The destruction of the blue-silver grass, a vital link between spirit and spirit master, left Tang San in a precarious situation, particularly upon witnessing Xiao Wu's severe injuries. His heart felt as though it was being scorched by fierce flames. Lu Yu had just observed that this was merely the first soul skill unleashed by his opponent. Though it was merely a century-old soul skill, it was executed by a genuine soul sage. Drawing upon his formidable strength and impeccable timing in the release of his soul skill, Zhao Wuji effortlessly shattered the encirclement of several assailants in an instant. Lu Yu cast a fleeting glance at the incense that was burning, observing that it had only burned halfway. Yet 2/3 of the participants had already been eliminated before the assessment was even at its midpoint. On the sidelines, Ning Rongrong grew anxious. As a support spirit master with no offensive capabilities, her contributions were limited to amplifying other strengths, lacking any healing abilities. In the next moment, a scattering of starlight suddenly appeared in the arena. The crowd looked around in awe, only to discover that Lu Yu stood at the heart of the most concentrated starlight. The first purple spirit ring beside him blazed to life, slowly rotating. This starlight was, in fact, Lu Yu's first spirit skill, Starry Sky Tribute. Subsequently, the celestial glow transformed into tiny meteors, each trailing a long tail as they darted into the bodies of the onlookers, perfectly evading the massive form of Zhao Wujie. As the starlight continuously surged into his body, Tang San felt a warm current flow through his limbs and bones, gradually converging towards his wounds, leading to a remarkable healing of his injuries. What? Zhao Wujie gaped in astonishment at the starlight enveloping everyone. He had initially perceived Lu Yu as merely an ordinary assault-type spirit master, but it became evident that his physical constitution was extraordinarily robust, capable of withstanding attacks without injury. Moreover, his first spirit skill not only healed wounds but also enhanced the strength of others. Such a multifaceted ability was truly astonishing. This young man possesses an almost excessive versatility. Zhao Wujie mused inwardly, realizing he had indeed stumbled upon a treasure this year. Even the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's inherited martial spirits excelled primarily in support and amplification. A spirit master like Lu Yu, who could both engage in battle and resist damage while simultaneously healing, was an unprecedented existence. Who exactly is this fellow? Zhao Wujie's interest in Lu Yu deepened. He resolved to observe this youth closely, eager to uncover any hidden abilities and potential. After all, such a prodigy is a rarity, and with proper cultivation, he would undoubtedly become a source of pride for the academy. Yet, no matter how impressive Lu Yu was, the assessment was far from over. Zhao Wujie glanced at the incense, now burned to the halfway mark, and a slight smile crept onto his lips. With a low growl, he unleashed the brilliance of his second spirit ring, and his massive form moved with an agility that belied his size. In the blink of an eye, a colossal hand appeared before Tang San, who was still cradling Xiao Wu. With ghost shadow misty steps, the force of that enormous hand struck. And with no time to evade, Tang San could only brace himself against the blow with his back, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Tang San's complexion turned pale as he struggled to remain upright. He glanced at Xiao Wu in his arms, relieved to see she was largely unscathed. Yet he realized he had lost the ability to continue fighting. Zhao Wujie turned to Lu Yu and Ning Rongrong, a smile still gracing his lips. Do you two still require my assistance? Ning Rongrong lowered her head, realizing that her 7 Treasure Glazed Tile could only provide enhancement and had virtually no combat capability, rendering her unable to withstand even a single strike from Zhao Wujie. Teacher Zhao, I wish to challenge you to a duel. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out, and Ning Rongrong looked at Lu Yu in disbelief. After Lu Yu's treatment, Zhang Qiqi was awakening, and Lu Yu handed Zhu Shuqing over to her. At this moment, she gazed at the silver-haired youth with astonishment. Subsequently, a figure approached Ning Rongrong. Could you please take care of her for a while? Tang San softly said as he handed the small Wu in his arms to Ning Rongrong. He then walked to Lu Yu's side, declaring, I will join as well. Zhao Wujie, witnessing this scene, felt a sense of incredulity. You two youngsters need to consider this carefully. Just moments ago, the six of you could not withstand a single strike from me. Now, relying solely on the two of you, do you truly believe you can endure for half a stick of incense? To be frank, even if these young children failed to last for that duration, he would still admit them into Shrek Academy, especially the exceptional Lu Yu. It would be utterly foolish not to embrace such remarkable talent. Furthermore, historically, few newcomers had managed to endure for even half a stick of incense under his prowess. The best performer in the past, Dai Mubai, barely lasted that long. And Oscar was even less noteworthy, having entered purely due to the uniqueness of his martial soul. Each of these six individuals was significantly more formidable than the three academies currently in attendance, particularly Lu Yu, who appeared almost inhuman. We forfeit this half stick of incense, Lu Yu stated, shaking his head. What? Are you declaring your withdrawal? Zhao Wujie replied, a hint of disappointment in his voice. He had initially thought he had encountered some promising talents, only to discover they were timid little mice, surrendering so quickly. No, please light another stick of incense. We wish to engage in battle for another half stick of incense, Lu Yu replied, shaking his head calmly, yet his tone was resolute, as if he possessed complete confidence in the forthcoming confrontation. Tang San nodded in agreement beside him. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujie's disappointment vanished, replaced by a look of astonishment. Are you certain? Young man, while your talent is indeed impressive, reaching the Soul Master level at merely 12 years of age, the gap between us cannot be bridged solely by innate ability. If any unforeseen circumstances arise during our battle and you sustain hidden injuries, it could significantly impact your future development. I am certain, but I have a condition. If we can endure for a stick of incense, it must be considered that all six of us have passed the assessment, Lu Yu stated, turning to glance at the four standing behind him, seemingly seeking their approval. Chapter 78, One-on-One. Zhao Wujie. Lu Yu turned to glance at the four individuals standing behind him, seemingly seeking their counsel. After all, he could represent Tang San and Xiao Wu, yet he was not familiar with these three. At this moment, Zhu Xing had already awakened under Lu Yu's treatment, though her complexion remained pale, relying on the support of Wang Qiqi. Subsequently, the four exchanged slight nods with Lu Yu. Zhao Wujie, observing the resolute expression in Lu Yu's eyes, nodded in agreement. Very well, I accept your terms. As long as you both can endure for the duration of an incense stick, you shall all gain entry to the academy. Until then, I shall grant you some time to recuperate. I will not show mercy later. With that, Lu Yu and Tang San sat cross-legged on the ground. Lu Yu unleashed his first soul skill, instantly illuminating the surroundings with starlight. Tang San closed his eyes, focusing his mind, as he circulated the Xiantian skill to regulate his internal energy and streamline his meridians. After a brief period, Tang San finally adjusted himself to his peak state. Taking a deep breath, he gradually stood up. At that moment, he suddenly noticed that Lu Yu had also risen, seemingly well prepared. Thus, Tang San stepped forward towards Lu Yu. They exchanged a smile, but the next instant, Tang San found himself enveloped in darkness, collapsing to the ground with a thud. This unexpected turn of events caught everyone off guard. Why did Lu Yu strike at Tang San? Dai Mubai appeared utterly bewildered, while Oscar directly inquired, what is happening? Aren't Tang San and Lu Yu from the same village? Do they have a grudge? How would I know? Dai Mubai replied, equally perplexed. In the midst of the onlookers' bewildered gazes, Lu Yu calmly withdrew his hand, unnoticed by anyone who failed to see the black short staff concealed beneath his sleeve. It was, in fact, the shortened black gold dragon pattern staff, which with a single strike could have rendered Tang San unconscious until the morrow. Just moments ago. A familiar and chilling electronic voice echoed in Lu Yu's mind. Detected character Zhao Wujie. Exclusive character task unlocked. Entrance assessment. Task completion criteria. Defeat Zhao Wujie in single combat and endure for the duration of a joss stick. Task reward. 2,000 points. Alchemist's Bulletin. It was stated that this would be a one-on-one confrontation, and I alone shall suffice, Lu Yu remarked flatly, gazing at Zhao Wujie. A bold lad, indeed. Zhao Wujie laughed heartily. Let me see just how strong you truly are. No sooner had his words left his lips than with a thunderous crash, he casually tossed down the third joss stick. The battle commenced in earnest. The black gold armor enveloped Lu Yu's form instantaneously, and at this juncture, he resolved to cease concealing his true capabilities. His arm, equipped with the broken song bow, was primed and ready. Zhao Wujie distinctly sensed a transformation in the aura of the silver-haired youth before him. Where Lu Yu had previously resembled a small, frenzied soul beast, he now embodied the essence of a hunter, retracting its fangs and poised to deliver a lethal strike to its prey. Zhao Wujie was baffled by the drastic shift in the demeanor of this young spirit. Activating his first spirit ring, Zhao Wujie unleashed his initial spirit skill. The unmoved king body, striding purposefully toward Lu Yu. Although his pace was unhurried, each step sent tremors through the ground beneath him. Suddenly, a glint of cold light, swift as lightning, sliced through the air, catching Zhao Wujie off guard, compelling him to instinctively retreat. Just as he regained his footing, a chill ran down his spine as a single strand of hair drifted slowly to the ground. Upon closer inspection, he realized that it was a lock of his own hair severed by that very flash of cold light. At that moment, Zhao Wujie discovered that Lu Yu had, unbeknownst to him, acquired a knife, its blade marred by a multitude of cracks, suggesting it would shatter at the slightest impact. What a swift blade, Zhao Wujie uttered instinctively. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Xing, standing at the sidelines, wore expressions of astonishment, their mouths slightly agape, their eyes brimming with disbelief. However, this astonishment was fleeting, as they soon regained their composure. After all, Lu Yu had presented them with an abundance of surprises throughout the day, allowing them to gradually acclimate to such unforeseen occurrences. Just moments prior, as the crowd's attention was fixated on Zhao Wujie's determined approach, a dazzling white light suddenly flashed, capturing the attention of all present. In the next instant, Zhao Wujie hastily retreated, creating distance between himself and Lu Yu. Simultaneously, Lu Yu brandished a uniquely shaped knife that had appeared in his hand. This weapon, distinct in form, gleamed ominously, its blade shimmering with a cold light, while mysterious runes adorned its hilt. Its emergence sparked curiosity. What kind of weapon could so effortlessly counter Zhao Wujie's assault, even forcing him to retreat? However, the attention of Dai Mubai and Oscar, who were also spectating, was entirely captivated by the crown of Zhao Wujie's head. Their gazes were fixated on the top of Zhao Wujie's head, their faces betraying an uncontrollable mirth. At that moment, while the outer edges of Zhao Wujie's head were adorned with normal hair, the center and front were completely barren, presenting a quintessential Mediterranean hairstyle, akin to a monk's tonsured head. This sight provoked an irrepressible urge to burst into laughter from Dai Mubai and Oscar, yet they refrained from being overly boisterous, stifling their laughter until their faces turned crimson. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujie was wholly engrossed in battle, oblivious to their peculiar reactions. It was only when he felt a slight chill atop his head that he began to sense something amiss. Instinctively, he reached up to touch his head and then abruptly raised it, locking eyes with the flushed faces of Dai Mubai and Oscar, who were struggling to contain their laughter. In an instant, understanding dawned upon him, and his expression transformed, revealing a blend of embarrassment and fury. Oscar, Dai Mubai, come to my place for extra training tomorrow night. I shall personally guide you. Zhao Wujie exclaimed angrily at the two. Upon hearing this, their smiles vanished instantaneously. Oscar, fortunate enough to have a thick beard to mask his expression, appeared relatively unscathed, while Dai Mubai's visage resembled one who had just consumed a particularly troublesome sausage. His face contorted in distress. The two found themselves in a predicament akin to a mute eating bittergall, with grievances unspoken. It was clearly Lu Yu who had administered the haircut, not them. Why were they the ones facing additional training? Yet, they dared not voice their discontent, well aware that if Zhao Wujie caught wind of their complaints, he might impose an even more rigorous training regimen upon them. Subsequently, Zhao Wujie cast a glance at the root of all this mischief, Lu Yu, who was also wearing a face straining to suppress laughter. You little rascal. So this is how you wish to play it? Don't blame me for being merciless in the future. As Lu Yu beheld Zhao Wujie's hairstyle, a smile threatened to escape his lips, yet he restrained himself. Just moments ago, he had aimed a strike towards Zhao Wujie's neck, expecting him to raise a hand in defense. Who could have anticipated that he would instead retreat? Chapter 79, One-on-One. Zhao Wujie. Part 2. With a low growl, Zhao Wujie bent his legs slightly and, summoning immense strength, leapt into the air. His fists, tightly clenched, descended upon Lu Yu with tremendous force. The impact resonated with a thunderous boom, creating a deep crater in the ground. Yet only Zhao Wujie's massive form occupied its depth. Lu Yu was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, 3 piercing sounds sliced through the air from behind Zhao Wujie, followed by the swift flight of 3 arrows aimed directly at him. Although agility was Zhao Wujie's weakest attribute among his skills, the formidable defensive prowess of his great strength Diamond Bear Spirit was unmatched. Such trivial tactics could not penetrate his defenses. With a fierce shout, Zhao Wujie fully activated his immovable king body, radiating golden light all around him. However, as he scanned his surroundings, Lu Yu's figure remained elusive. A subtle smile graced his lips as he clenched his fists and struck the ground powerfully, causing his second spirit ring to glow. The great strength diamond palm transformed his fist into a forceful weapon. The ground, unable to withstand the force of Zhao Wuji's punch, fractured in spiderweb-like patterns radiating from his position, causing violent tremors that destabilized the onlookers, leaving them swaying unsteadily. Suddenly, a tempest arose, and in its midst, Liu Yu's form materialized, his silver hair dancing in the wind. In his right hand, he wielded a staff, while his left grasped a long blade emanating a purple glow. The blade bore numerous fine cracks, as if a mere touch could shatter it. In the next instant, Liu began to wield a seemingly fragile blade in midair, bewildering the spectators. He was several paces away from Zhao Wuji, making such an action appear utterly pointless. Had Tang Xin been awake at that moment, he would have employed his purple extreme demon eye and noticed that with each swing of Liu Yu's blade, tiny shards were breaking off, swirling into the whirlwind alongside the dust. Then, Zhao Wuji suddenly let out a deep roar, channeling all his soul power to activate his immovable king body once more, his second spirit ring flaring to life. With his second spirit skill, the great strength diamond palm, Zhao Wuji bent his legs and propelled himself forward like a massive cannonball, charging straight at Liu Yu. As Liu Yu sensed the impending danger, an unsettling realization washed over him. Yet, his response was remarkably swift. He swiftly pivoted his body in an attempt to evade Zhao Wuji's assault. However, in that very moment, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. Zhao Wuji's seemingly clumsy, colossal form executed a deft spin in midair, while his right palm, akin to a tempest, hurtled towards Liu Yu. With no time to spare for further reaction, Liu Yu hastily raised his Qianren blade, positioning it defensively across his chest in an effort to shield himself from the impending blow. With a resounding crash, the formidable Qianren blade shattered into countless fragments beneath the weight of Zhao Wuji's overwhelming strike, while Liu was forcefully driven into the ground, creating a sizable crater. Zhao Wuji's massive frame landed with a thunderous thud, and as he observed the dust cloud rising from the impact, a smile crept across his lips. "Kid," he remarked, "that broken blade of yours can't withstand even a single strike from me. Is there really any point in continuing this battle? If you persist, it won't be just your feeble blade that shatters. Is that so, Teacher Zhao?" I hardly felt any pain. Liu Yu's voice emerged from the swirling dust, laced with a hint of confusion and mockery. His tone remained calm and composed, as if the preceding events were merely trivial interruptions. As the dust began to settle, the onlookers directed their astonished gazes towards the vast crater that Liu Yu had created. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they beheld Liu Yu standing there, utterly unscathed. Not a single mark marred his body, nor was he dusted with even a speck of debris. His expression was impassive, and his gaze exuded an ineffable authority. The surrounding students were left speechless, grappling with the incomprehensible reality of Liu Yu's effortless resistance against Teacher Zhao's onslaught. Even Zhao Wuji himself was momentarily taken aback, his eyes reflecting a mix of surprise and delight. He had not anticipated that Liu Yu could withstand his full-force strike without injury. This boy shows promise. Meanwhile, at the edge of the arena, Daimu Bai and Oscar stood frozen in disbelief upon hearing Liu Yu's audacious question. "Teacher Zhao, haven't you eaten?" Their eyes widened, incredulous at Liu Yu, as if they were gazing upon a creature from another realm. Throughout their time at the academy, they had intimately experienced the terror of Teacher Zhao. The memory of those grueling additional training sessions, where they felt as though they were living a nightmare, remained vivid in their minds. Now, this yet-to-be-enrolled youth had the audacity to mock Teacher Zhao so boldly. Such an event had never occurred in the annals of the Academy's history. They exchanged glances, a shared sense of admiration swelling within them. This Liu Yu was indeed remarkable. Not only was he immensely powerful, but he also possessed unparalleled courage, daring to challenge authority. Such audacious bravery was something they could scarcely aspire to emulate. "All right, young man, let me now showcase my true prowess." Zhao Wujin let out a low growl as the first soul ring suddenly illuminated, once again activating the immovable king body. Subsequently, the second soul ring flickered to life, and Zhao Wujin's massive form charged forward towards Liu Yu with great strides. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Liu Yu merely stepped forward, instantly invoking the ghost step, causing his figure to vanish in an instant. Was this invisibility? Daimu Bai's eyes widened as he attempted to trace Liu Yu's whereabouts. Yet he could discern no flaw. Meanwhile, Zhang Qiqi seemed to notice something. Her eyes glimmered with golden light, as a yellow 100-year soul ring slowly revolved beneath her feet. This was undoubtedly her second soul skill, insight, derived from a 600-year-old heavenly eye eagle. This soul beast typically inhabits perilous cliffs and possesses formidable perceptive abilities. exhibiting exceptional dynamic vision capable of pinpointing prey the size of a mung bean from great heights. Moreover, it is acutely sensitive to fluctuations in soul power, able to lock onto its quarry even when visibility is entirely obstructed. Its speed is also comparable to that of the swiftly agile purple-winged thunder eagle among avian soul beasts. In the state of heavenly eye insight, Zhang Qiqi's pupils transformed into yellow vertical slits. Gradually, she unraveled the mystery behind Lu Yu's vanishing figure. She realized that Lu Yu had not truly disappeared. Rather, he was continuously shifting his form at an astonishing speed, leaving the average soul master's dynamic vision utterly incapable of keeping pace. Even with Zhang Qiqi exerting her utmost effort to activate insight, she barely managed to discern Lu Yu's movements. Each of his landing points appeared utterly arbitrary, rendering any attempt to predict his next move during combat impossible. Suddenly, Zhang Qiqi experienced a revelation, exclaiming in surprise. Chapter 80, One-on-One. Zhao Wujin. Part 3. What? Zhang Qiqi exclaimed, as if she had stumbled upon something significant. She noticed a glimmering object beside Zhao Wujin. It appeared to be the blade that Zhao Wujin had shattered moments ago. However, instead of lying scattered on the ground, these fragments shifted positions with each of Lu Yu's transformations, suggesting that someone was deliberately manipulating these shards. Did he intend to breach Zhao Wujin's defense in this manner? Zhang Qiqi speculated, but quickly shook her head. Her second soul skill not only allowed her to perceive details but also to discern her opponent's weaknesses. Although Zhao Wujin's movements seemed grand and sweeping, the immovable king body enveloped him in a radiant golden light, rendering him impervious to even the prick of a needle. Coupled with the formidable defensive properties of his great power diamond bear martial soul, Lu Yu's optimal strategy was to exploit his speed advantage and evade until the time expired. Yet, the next moment, Lu Yu's actions took her by surprise. As Lu Yu maneuvered with agility, the hilt of his knife danced in his grasp, sending shards flying ever closer to Zhao Wuji. In that moment, a glint of cold brilliance flickered in Lu Yu's eyes. He tightened his grip on the hilt and swung it with fervor, causing the shattered blade to emit a dazzling icy light, shooting towards Zhao Wuji with the swiftness of a meteor. Zhao Wuji, upon witnessing this, curled his lips into a disdainful smirk, thinking the tiny fragments merely a trivial nuisance, incapable of inflicting any harm. However, as he observed the chilling gleam emanating from the multitude of shards, a flicker of unease crept into his heart. This sensation compelled him to once again summon the unmoving king's body, ensuring his own safety. After all, as a dignified soul sage, he could not allow himself to be cornered by a mere fledgling. It was indeed a reluctant measure. The swiftness of his opponent was overwhelming, and his own Achilles heel lay in his inadequate speed. Cursed be this frustrating battle. At that moment, Lu Yu beheld Zhao Wuji's increasingly grave expression and the intensifying golden glow radiating from him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Clearly, his mental infiltration was beginning to bear fruit. Given his current prowess, achieving such penetration into the mind of a level 70 soul sage without suffering backlash was, without a doubt, the most desirable outcome. However, had he allowed the specialist in mental fortitude, Mohalik, to cast a protective shield of psychic energy beforehand, the scenario would have been vastly different. Although mental infiltration lacked the formidable offensive power of mental piercing, it possessed the advantage of subtly disrupting the opponent's thoughts. At this juncture, Zhao Wuji remained oblivious to the predicament he had unwittingly fallen into. He merely felt an overwhelming agitation within. On one hand, Lu Yu flitted about like a nimble monkey, eluding capture. On the other, the incessant annoyance of the shard-like blades akin to bothersome flies further vexed him. In an instant, time seemed to freeze as Lu Yu abruptly halted, his figure materializing before Zhao Wuji like a specter, without forewarning or sound. In that moment, the world fell silent, leaving only the presence of Lu Yu and Zhao Wuji. They locked eyes, their gazes revealing a tapestry of complex emotions, surprise, vigilance, and confusion. The surrounding air thickened with tension, heralding the imminent clash of fierce combat. Startled by Lu Yu's sudden appearance, Zhao Wuji quickly regained his composure, a smile breaking across his face. Little imp, what? Do you not intend to continue hiding? No sooner had the words left his lips than he launched himself towards Lu Yu like a cannonball, offering the latter no time to react. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Yu swiftly brandished his staff, and in an instant, several stone walls erupted from the ground, forming a formidable barrier that obstructed Zhao Wuji's path. The fourth-tier earth magic, rock barrier. However, to Zhao Wuji, these were mere futile struggles. He let out a low growl, As a fierce radiance erupted from his palms, the solid rock walls before him shattered like glass with a thunderous crash. Yet, just as Zhao Wujie was about to unleash his powerful Vajra palm upon Lu Yu, a blinding light suddenly burst forth before him. This intense illumination instilled a profound sense of unease within him, but at that moment, it was too late to halt his advance. Lu Yu's staff now floated beside him, his hands placed before his chest, as a resplendent golden lotus began to rotate gracefully. As the speed of the lotus's rotation intensified, beams of golden light emanated from it, illuminating the entire space. These golden rays were as fervent as the sun, evoking the sensation of a tremendous force being nurtured within. At this moment, Lu Yu was enveloped in a radiant blend of golden and green light, intertwining to create a sight both extraordinary and beautiful. This marked his inaugural experience of channeling the soul power vortex with such intensity while in the state of the 8 gates of Duanjia. A torrent of soul energy surged through his meridians like a raging river, bringing forth unbearable agony, causing beads of sweat to form densely upon Lu Yu's forehead, cascading down his cheeks. Beneath him, the second purple soul ring erupted in dazzling brilliance. The second soul skill, Domain of Light. As the soul power was fully channeled, Lu Yu extended the golden lotus toward Zhao Wujie. Though this sequence appeared to unfold at a leisurely pace, in reality, every action transpired in the blink of an eye, as if time had been drastically slowed, rendering each motion and detail vividly clear. Yet, in the tangible world, these events occurred with such swiftness that the changes were nearly imperceptible. Zhao Wujie widened his eyes, acutely sensing the fluctuations of soul power within the lotus. His mind brimmed with confusion and astonishment, for he distinctly perceived that this seemingly ordinary lotus harbored an immense and pure reservoir of soul energy. How could this be possible? Zhao Wujie muttered, disbelief lacing his voice. By all accounts, a soul master of the 41st rank, while certainly formidable, should not possess such an overwhelming reserve of soul power. He furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Could it be that Lu Yu concealed some secret? Or perhaps his cultivation technique or martial spirit held a unique quality? These questions circled incessantly in Zhao Wujie's mind, leaving him in a state of perplexity. He recalled their previous encounter, although he had seemingly suffered a significant blow. He had rapidly employed soul skills to heal others immediately after the battle concluded, while the others were still recovering. It appeared that Lu Yu harbored many undisclosed secrets. Zhao Wujie mused to himself, a glimmer of curiosity and anticipation flickering in his eyes. Perhaps in the days to come, he will have more opportunities to understand this enigmatic youth. However, at this moment, Zhao Wujie could hardly afford to contemplate such matters. The shards of the demonic blade had just breached his defenses. As Chapter 81 unfolds on a moonless, blustery night, when Zhao Wujie attempted to evade the Golden Lotus, he suddenly felt an impact on his left foot, followed by a surge of numbness that coursed through him, rendering his leg as if pierced by 1,000 needles, leaving him devoid of sensation. In an instant, he lost his balance. Escaping was no longer a possibility given his speed. Thus, he summoned his first soul skill, the unmovable King's Body. Yet, at that moment, he sensed something amiss. He was shocked to discover several minute cracks appearing in his defenses. The culprit behind this calamity was an array of glimmering, cold blades. He cursed inwardly, realizing he had fallen into a trap. This was the sole thought racing through Zhao Wujie's mind. With a thunderous explosion, the golden lotus, having detached from Lu Yu's hands, erupted before Zhao Wujie. A tremendous shockwave surged through the arena, immediately alerting the spectators, who quickly reacted. Dai Bai swiftly unleashed the White Tiger barrier, pulling Oscar to safety, while Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Qi Qi swiftly summoned a massive shield to protect themselves. Accompanying the shockwave was an unbearable heat, instantly reducing the grass of the open field to charred earth. The most unfortunate of all was Zhao Wujie, who stood at the epicenter of the explosion, absorbing the brunt of the energy. His once healthy complexion was now scorched to a dark hue, and even the last remnants of hair on the sides of his head were swept away by the wind. The second most unfortunate was Tang San, who had been lulled to sleep by Lu Yu's gentle coaxing and had not awakened. Those around him were too engrossed in the battle to assist him, but fortunately, he lay a safe distance from the explosion's core and was merely lifted by the shockwave, landing on a nearby tree branch. "Their brother," Xiao Wu exclaimed, disregarding her still recovering body as she hurried to the tree beneath which Tang San hung. With bent knees, she exerted her strength, leaping to rescue him from the branch. Meanwhile, the architect of this chaos, Lu Yu, had executed the ghost step at the moment he released the golden lotus, swiftly moving to a safe zone. Although he was still affected by the explosion, he had donned the Black God armor beforehand, sustaining only minor injuries. though his internal organs felt as though they had been displaced. Standing in the center of the arena, Zhao Wujie was cloaked in darkness. What a clever attack. It suits my taste. However, if you think you can win so easily, you are sorely mistaken. As his words fell, Zhao Wujie's third soul ring ignited, illuminating the arena. The third soul ring. Gravity enhancement. The purple ring began to rotate slowly before suddenly plunging into the ground. Lu Yu suddenly found himself engulfed in a mire. As if he were trapped in a swamp, weighed down by an immense heaviness that rendered even breathing a laborious task. It felt as if his body had doubled in weight. At that moment, Zhao Wujie moved again, striding towards Lu Yu with an air of confidence. A smile playing at the corners of his mouth, taunting, "Watch me shatter your shell." Under the influence of gravity, Lu Yu's speed diminished significantly. He could no longer vanish in an instant as he had before. He could only manage to create fleeting afterimages behind him, which, however, were sufficient for Zhao Wujie to lock onto his position. The onlookers observed the distorted air around them. A stark contrast to the gravity enhancement Zhao Wujie had unleashed during the earlier six-man battle. He had been holding back, hardly taking them seriously. With a resounding bang, Zhao Wujie's punch produced an explosive sound in the air. Surprisingly, Lu Yu did not evade this time. Instead, he chose to meet Zhao Wujie's blow head-on. The moment their fists collided, shockwaves erupted, rippling outward like concentric circles on a tranquil pond. Lu Yu felt an overwhelming force emanating from Zhao Wujie's fist, as if a mountain were crashing down upon him. His arm trembled slightly, bones and muscles straining under the immense pressure. In contrast, Zhao Wujie's fist was as unyielding as a wall of steel. No matter how hard Lu Yu exerted himself, he could not breach this formidable barrier. A grave expression settled on Lu Yu's face, astonished by the remarkable strength of his opponent. After a brief stalemate, Lu Yu resolved to alter his strategy. He abruptly withdrew his fist and leaped backward, evading Zhao Wujie's striking range. Simultaneously, he formed hand seals and chanted incantations. Third-tier earth magic. Rock spikes. Thunderous echoes reverberated as numerous sharp rock spears erupted from the ground like lightning, hurtling towards Zhao Wujie with fierce momentum. These rock spears were incredibly sharp, glinting ominously as if they aimed to pierce through everything. They raced towards Zhao Wujie in the blink of an eye, leaving him no time to react. As the sharp rock spears approached Zhao Wujie, they produced a series of crisp collision sounds upon contact, akin to striking an impenetrable wall. The tips of the rock spears became lodged firmly, unable to advance even a fraction further. What had once been a fierce and menacing attack now appeared utterly powerless and frail, as if it had lost all its potency. Simultaneously, Zhao Wujie's body radiated a brilliant golden light, emanating from the immovable king. This mysterious glow acted as a formidable shield, enveloping him in a protective embrace. Although the rock spears struck with ferocity, they could inflict no tangible harm upon Zhao Wujie, thwarted by the barrier of golden light. The scene was nothing short of astonishing, as Zhao Wujie's formidable strength and defensive prowess were laid bare for all to witness. He stood unwavering like an immovable mountain, impervious to the enemy's relentless assaults, his defenses rendering him nearly invincible in battle. This overwhelming defensive capability afforded him an absolute advantage in the confrontation. Seeing such a scene, Lu Yu felt no surprise, for he was acutely aware that the assault of these rock spears could hardly penetrate Zhao Wujie's defenses. It was a mere figment of fantasy. Thus, this maneuver was not intended to slay Zhao Wujie, but rather to ensnare him, rendering him immobile for a brief period. This would afford Lu Yu ample time to execute his subsequent plan. With this thought, a subtle smile of triumph graced Lu Yu's lips. He clasped his hands together, channeling the immense energy of his soul as the azure lotus at the tip of his staff began to unfurl. From within, a resplendent golden lotus emerged, its petals seemingly imbued with tremendous soul power. Lu Yu then positioned his hands as if to elevate it. Zhao Wujie, upon witnessing this familiar spectacle, felt his eyes nearly bulge out of their sockets. Goodness, here we go again. He cursed inwardly, incredulous at the seemingly boundless reserves of this young prodigy's soul power. He had presumed that after manifesting one golden lotus, Lu Yu would be left with scant energy. Chapter 82. The Dark Moonlit Night, Part 2. Zhao Wujie could hardly believe his eyes, grappling with the revelation that this little anomaly still possessed an abundance of soul power. He could sense that the essence contained within this golden lotus far surpassed the previous one, at least doubling in potency. Just as he contemplated evasion, a familiar tingling sensation coursed through his legs, but this time, it was not confined to one leg. Both were now ensnared. Upon closer inspection, one would notice a black, dragon-patterned staff positioned between Zhao Wujie's legs. The culprit behind Zhao Wuji's paralysis was this obsidian staff. Although the dragon-patterned black gold staff could not directly incapacitate a target far superior in strength, infusing it with soul power and striking other areas could still induce a paralyzing effect. It was exceptionally effective at restricting Zhao Wuji's movements. Helplessly, Zhao Wuji could only watch as the Golden Lotus drew nearer. This battle was proving to be exceedingly vexing. Lu Yu's clever tactics were relentless, and here he was, a dignified soul saint, reduced to such a pitiable state by the antics of a mere 12-year-old child. If word of this spread, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Boom! The familiar blinding light and the deafening roar of an explosion erupted. Zhao Wuji, with practiced skill, once again summoned the immovable body of the King of Infinite Stability. In an instant, Lu Yu executed his ghostly step, swiftly retreating from the epicenter of the blast. He had no desire to be caught in the aftermath of his own attack. The thought of perishing at his own hand before achieving victory was utterly mortifying. In a heartbeat, the entire clearing was enveloped in the dazzling light and tumultuous sound of the explosion, followed by an intense heat that washed over the onlookers. Once the explosion subsided, silence reigned. The ground was left with a gaping crater, within which lay a figure clad in darkness, sprawled in a starfish position at the bottom. Lu Yu, stepping lightly with his ghostly step, arrived at the edge of the pit. "Teacher Zhao, shall we continue?" Lu Yu inquired, holding a burnt incense stick in his hand. At that moment, Zhao Wuji, hearing the taunting tone in Lu Yu's voice, felt a surge of frustration. Yet all he could muster was a profound sense of exhaustion. "Continue, you little brat." In a breathtaking moment, Zhao Wuji leapt from the depths of the pit. Resembling a carp springing forth, his immense form evoking in Lu Yu the illusion of confronting a wall, though it was merely a charred barrier scorched by flames. "This assessment can be considered passed," Zhao Wuji began, but abruptly paused, his expression turning grave. "Teacher Zhao, you wouldn't reconsider, would you? You promised that as long as I could endure for a single incense stick's duration, we would all be deemed successful. You wouldn't go back on your word, would you?" Lu Yu deliberately raised his voice on the final syllable. "What sort of talk is this? I, Zhao Wuji, have always honored my commitments. I am not one to play mind games with a mere child," Zhao Wuji replied, his face dark as thunder. Suddenly, he felt something trickle down his face. Extending his large, dark hand, he touched the source to find a sticky sensation. He was bleeding. A realization struck him. How could he, a seasoned warrior, have suffered a wound at the hands of a mere boy? Seeing Zhao Wuji's bloodied visage, Dai Mubai struggled to suppress his laughter and called out to Oscar, "Little Ao, hurry over. Teacher Zhao needs your sausages." "I'm coming." Oscar responded with a prolonged drawl, rolling his eyes at Dai Mubai. "I'm right behind you, you know." Oscar found himself quite exasperated by this elderly prankster. However, upon catching sight of Dai Mubai's frigid glare, he quickly donned a smile and scampered over to Zhao Wuji. "Teacher Zhao, I heard you needed me. Your most considerate student has come to bring you warmth." The softness of his voice coupled with Oscar's disheveled appearance sent shivers down the spines of onlookers. If Lu Yu's Golden Lotus attack had inflicted an 8 out of 10 in damage, Oscar's appearance was undoubtedly a 9 or even a 10 in terms of psychological impact. "Little Ao, quickly prepare 2 sausages. Can't you see Teacher Zhao is injured?" Dai Mubai urged. Upon hearing Dai Mubai mention his injury, Zhao Wuji felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, a soul sage of his caliber should not have been bested in combat by a soul sect member, especially not a child. Though he could easily defeat Lu Yu within the time it takes for a single incense stick to burn using his 5th spirit skill, a loss is a loss. And Zhao Wuji still possessed a measure of pride. Winning against someone of significantly lesser strength, particularly a child, would not be a source of glory. Yet being defeated was undeniably humiliating. "Excuse me, Master, which monastery do you hail from? You seem rather familiar." Oscar feigned ignorance, gazing at Zhao Wuji. "Oscar, are you seeking death?" Zhao Wuji glared, his face as dark as a pot's bottom, roaring, "If you dare continue this nonsense, believe that I will personally intensify your training." His eyes, akin to bronze bells, bore into Oscar as if he intended to consume him whole. Observing Zhao Wuji's furious demeanor, Oscar chuckled inwardly. Though he maintained a facade of innocence, forcing down the corners of his mouth as he said, "Oh, Teacher Zhao, I didn't realize you were here. I thought you had attained a state of tranquility, detached from worldly affairs." With that, he couldn't resist flashing a cunning smile. "Oscar!" Zhao Wuji suddenly bellowed, causing the students to halt their antics. The latter, fearing the prospect of added training from Zhao, ceased their foolishness. "Bring me 1 sausage and 1 salami," Zhao Wuji commanded, suppressing his anger. Damn it, to be beaten by my future student, and then have to rely on them for treatment is utterly humiliating. A large sausage appeared in Oscar's hand as he recited a rather nauseating incantation. "Teacher Zhao, 5 copper coins, don't forget to pay me," he remarked. Then turned his gaze towards Lu Yu, whom he perceived as a future ally. If he could forge a connection with Lu, he envisioned a future where he could roam the academy with confidence, making even Dai Mubai think twice before attempting to bully him. "Hey there. Would you like an Oscar brand specialty sausage? Exclusively crafted, no additives, and free of contamination. It's complimentary," Oscar said with a mischievous glint in his eye. "No, thank you," Lu Yu replied, immediately losing his appetite upon witnessing Oscar's lewd demeanor. Oscar's sausages, enhanced by his first soul skill, possessed remarkable restorative properties in setting aside Oscar's appearance. They were quite delectable. As Dai Mubai finished speaking, he noticed the peculiar gaze Oscar was directing towards him. This was the first time that the esteemed Dai had spoken on his behalf, leaving Oscar profoundly moved. However, as the others observed Zhao Wuji biting into a greasy sausage while watching Oscar's strange antics, they collectively shook their heads in disapproval. "No, thank you," Oscar reiterated. Chapter 83, A Dark and Windy Night, Part 3, "I have a small salami," Oscar declared, accompanied by an oddly inappropriate incantation. A small salami materialized in his hand, which he promptly offered to Zhao Wuji. "Teacher Zhao, I'll include this small salami with the large one for you. That'll be 10 copper soul coins in total. Don't forget to settle the bill," Oscar chuckled. With a resounding thud, Zhao Wuji's iron fist struck Oscar on the head, and without a backward glance, he walked away. Dai Mubai looked at the fresh, red bump forming on Oscar's head with a mix of pity and resignation. "Can't you see that Teacher Zhao is in a foul mood? Why provoke him? Are you seeking trouble?" Oscar's expression shifted to one of mild indignation. "Why did he hit me?" It was he who was bested by Lu Yu. But before he could finish his protest, Zhao Wuji's chilling gaze silenced him, forcing the unfinished words back down his throat. "Mubai, you are responsible for accommodating these new students and preparing for tomorrow's official opening. Ensure that Lu Yu fills in all the holes in the ground, and it must be restored to its original condition by morning," Zhao Wuji commanded as he walked away. Sighing, Oscar remarked, "Do you think Teacher Zhao has lost his mind today? Why is he always so hard on the new students?" "Lost his mind? I think it's you who is being foolish," Dai Mubai retorted. "Are you not afraid of being overheard by Teacher Zhao while you practice? Are you willing to jeopardize your well-being? Hurry and assist Tang San." Dai Mubai and Oscar glanced with concern at the girls leaning on each other, while Dai Mubai was supported by Lu Yu. "Why must I be the one to labor, especially to assist a male?" As night fell, Lu Yu sat cross-legged on the modest bed, which barely spanned a mere dozen square meters. Lying in a nearby bed was the unconscious Tang San, and opposite him sat the rather unsavory Uncle Oscar. When will this handsome lad awaken? Oscar finally could no longer contain himself, breaking the oppressive silence that enveloped the room. Lu Yu, the peculiar youth, had immediately taken to meditating upon his arrival, astonishing Oscar. "Isn't this a bit excessive? Have we begun training even before school starts?" "Well, it makes sense. He reached the Soul Master level at the tender age of 12, while I am still a mere 30-level Soul Master. Although we are both in the support class, why does his support feel so distinct from mine?" After a moment of silence, Oscar finally broke the tranquility of the room. "Let's wait until morning." Lu Yu responded with his eyes closed, his tone remarkably calm, devoid of any emotion. "Very well, let us not dwell on him for now. We shall be roommates from now on. Allow me to introduce myself first. I am Oscar, a level 29 support soul master with the martial soul of a sausage. Others affectionately refer to me as the sausage vendor, though you may call me simply Oscar." Upon hearing these words, Lu Yu opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Isn't that the peculiar sausage uncle? How has he transformed into a sausage vendor? What peculiar sausage uncle? It must surely be Dai Mubai who has been maligning my character behind my back. Just wait until tomorrow, once I shave my beard. I guarantee I will leave you utterly astonished." The moment Oscar heard the phrase peculiar sausage uncle, he sprang up from the bed. "Speaking of which, are you not worried about the handsome fellow on the bed holding a grudge against you for your actions today?" Lu Yu solemnly stated, "Do not fear. For Teacher Zhao's strength is formidable. If both of us engage, the casualties would be even more grievous. However, if I face him alone, Xiao San may evade unnecessary losses. Yet, given Xiao San's character, he will undoubtedly insist on participating. Thus, I must resort to somewhat extreme measures." Upon hearing this, Oscar immediately gave Lu Yu a thumbs up, realizing how much he cared for his classmate. Truly commendable. The underlying reason is quite straightforward. The mission assigned by the system requires a solitary battle against Zhao Wuji, which is why Lu Yu proactively suggested a duel. However, according to the original plot, Tang San would certainly wish to join the fray. Thus, Liu found himself in a predicament as Tang San obstructed his path to earning points. As for future matters, he would explain once Tang San awakens in the morning. Liu Yu believed that Tang San, being so understanding, would surely forgive him. Liu Yu turned his gaze towards the window, where a resplendent full moon hung in the night sky, surrounded by twinkling stars. After nightfall, Shrek Academy fell into complete silence, even though it resided within a village. The nights were remarkably tranquil. Zhao Wujie strolled along a path, returning to his dwelling. He poured himself a glass of wine, intending to indulge in solitary drinking. The events of the day left him both elated and troubled. As the Vice Dean of Shrek Academy, he was delighted to welcome new students after a 2-year hiatus. And this year brought 6 of them, including the exceptionally gifted Liu Yu, as well as prominent figures like Ning Rongrong and Zhua Qiqi from noble families. This year's harvest was indeed bountiful. Yet, his distress stemmed from the fact that he, a dignified soul sage, had nearly faltered against a mere 12-year-old child's soul master. Reflecting on how thoroughly he had been bested by Liu Yu today, Zhao Wujie wished he could find a crevice to hide in. What a disgrace, he thought. Feeling that he had lost face in front of both new and seasoned students. Despite this, he held a favorable view of Liu Yu and the other youngsters, particularly Liu Yu, whom he deemed an extraordinary prodigy. However, Tang San also stood out as an exceptional child, though his martial spirit was merely ordinary blue-silver grass. His ability to cultivate it to such profound levels was truly astonishing. With his current prowess and talent, he might one day become a top-tier soul master, potentially surpassing Oscar and Dai Mubai. Ah well, Zhao Wujie mused to himself, there will be ample time to guide these youngsters. For jade must be carved to become a gem, they still have much time to spend at the academy. A faint smile crept onto Zhao Wujie's lips. Yet in the flickering candlelight, that smile appeared somewhat unsettling. Immersed in his own world, Zhao Wujie was suddenly jolted by a voice outside calling his name. Though he was not particularly skilled at the delicate art of soul force detection, as a soul saint of level 76, he possessed a fundamental awareness of soul energy. Yet, at this moment, he could sense no fluctuations of soul power from the individual outside. Even their breath was elusive. This scenario could arise from 3 possibilities. Either the person was an ordinary individual with no cultivation, thus devoid of any soul energy, or they were equipped with a soul guiding device capable of perfectly concealing their soul power, or, thirdly, their strength far surpassed his own, allowing them to evade his perception, likely a formidable opponent of the Soul Dolua or even Title Dolua level. The voice outside called again, shouting, an incessant clamor. Without hesitation, Zhao Wujie sprang into action, agilely vaulting out of the window, casting aside the 3 possibilities he had just contemplated. Infuriated by the disturbance caused by a new recruit, he could not tolerate being harassed at such an hour. Upon exiting the window, he spotted a shadow in the darkness not far away. The moment the figure saw Zhao Wujie emerge, it turned and fled, denying him any chance to speak. What the hell? Disturbing someone's window at night, and then running away without a shred of conscience. Zhao Wujie cursed as he pursued, the figure deftly maintaining a distance that allowed Zhao to chase, yet kept him out of reach. This was nothing short of blatant provocation, but at that moment, Zhao Wujie felt utterly powerless against the individual. After all, speed was his greatest weakness. Frustrated to the core, Zhao Wujie was not one to be trifled with. As the formidable king of unmoving, he had dispatched countless foes in his past. Now, he found himself toyed with by someone merely knocking at his window. Fueled by the pent-up anger from earlier in the day, he followed the figure beyond the confines of Shrek Academy, eventually venturing into a nearby grove. It was here that the shadow abruptly vanished, leaving no trace of movement. The nighttime forest was eerily silent, the evening breeze whispering through the trees. Yet Zhao Wujie was oblivious to it all. Come out. I see you, he bellowed, simultaneously activating his martial soul. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings pulsated vibrantly in the inky darkness, a striking display. The soul force of a soul saint surged outward, enveloping the grove with an unmistakable aura of dominance. At that moment, a figure suddenly emerged before Zhao Wujie, cloaked in a black robe that obscured even their face, leaving only a tall, robust physique discernible. Who are you? What do you seek? Zhao Wujie cautiously inquired, sensing not a trace of soul power emanating from the other party. This very fact rendered him hesitant to act rashly, for the opponent's strength was likely far superior to his own. Who I am is of little consequence. The voice of the figure in the black robe was hoarse yet deep, imbued with a weighty power. Out for a stroll on a quiet night. He had not anticipated encountering the illustrious, indestructible king, harboring a desire to experience the prowess of such a formidable opponent. The tone of the black-robed man was nonchalant, suggesting a mere exchange of insights, yet his demeanor betrayed a complete disregard for Zhao Wuji. Just as Zhao Wuji was about to respond, the black-robed figure slowly raised his right hand, and a pitch-black weapon spirit materialized instantaneously. Following this, 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, manifested, with the 5th ring subtly glowing red, pulsating rhythmically around him. Accompanying this was the overwhelming pressure characteristic of a tidal Dolua. The potent aura seemingly suffocating the air within the forest, leaving Zhao Wuji gasping for breath. Tidal Dolua. Upon witnessing the 9 soul rings, Zhao Wuji's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. As he uttered these 4 words, his entire body trembled involuntarily. A tidal Dolua symbolized the pinnacle of combat prowess on this continent, a presence capable of inciting tremors across vast territories. He hastily bowed, his attitude undergoing a complete transformation from arrogance to deep respect. May I inquire as to which esteemed elder stands before me? Please, do not jest with a junior like myself. Jest? Were you not jesting with those children earlier today? The black-robed man scoffed coldly. Earlier? Those children? Zhao Wuji seemed to grasp a faint thread of connection, yet no matter how he racked his brain, he could not find any link between this elder and the tidal Dolua in question. I observed you enjoying yourself with those children earlier. Shall we indulge in a jest of our own, to play together? The black-robed man remarked icily, advancing towards Zhao Wuji while brandishing his colossal hammer. You may very well consider me to be exerting force over the weak, for you were doing much the same, were you not? Zhao Wuji fixed his gaze on the approaching black-robed figure, feeling his heart race as if it might leap from his throat. Each step the black-robed man took resonated like a note plucked from his very soul, intensifying his anxiety. As the figure drew closer, he could almost hear the wind generated by the hammer's swing, the sound echoing like distant thunder in his ears, tightening his nerves further. At this moment, Zhao Wuji's back was soaked with cold sweat, his clothes clinging to him, a damp chill enveloping him. Beads of perspiration began to form on his forehead, trickling down his cheeks and splattering onto the ground. His gaze remained fixated on the figure clad in black robes and the hammer he wielded, his heart brimming with dread and unease. Thoughts raced through his mind as he attempted to discern the identity of the ominous figure before him. Yet his mind was a blank slate, devoid of any recollection. Suddenly, the black-robed individual halted a few paces away from Zhao Wuji, sensing the cessation of movement. Zhao Wuji lifted his head in confusion, only to witness the colossal hammer being placed upon the ground, as if the figure had lost interest in attacking. As Zhao Wuji turned to observe the stranger's demeanor, he noticed 2 silhouettes approaching from a distance. Boss! Zhao Wuji exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing the newcomers, who were none other than the esteemed headmaster of the Shrek Academy. Even in the face of the black-robed man's overwhelming presence, Flanders could not withstand the pressure and, like Zhao Wuji, summoned his martial soul for enhancement. In an instant, a layer of feathers enveloped Flanders' form, with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings dancing around him. With the honor of the Haotian crown, Flanders respectfully bent at the waist beside Zhao Wuji, discreetly nudging the bewildered youth. Upon hearing the mention of the Haotian crown, Zhao Wuji immediately comprehended the identity of the black-robed figure. Only those from the exceedingly mysterious and powerful sect were worthy of such a title across the continent, and this individual had gained renown years prior. Celebrated as the mightiest soul master on the continent, he realized that he had unwittingly entangled himself with such an eminent being. Boss, what is going on? Why is the Haotian crown here? Zhao Wuji whispered urgently to Flanders. Who would have thought? You must save me, Zhao Wuji pleaded softly, his voice laced with desperation. To his dismay, Flanders slowly shook his head. I fear this time you may be disappointed. Are you not aware of the actions you took during the day? You cannot evade the jest of the Haotian crown. Observing Flanders' helpless expression, Zhao Wuji's heart sank. The Al-Martial Soul, one of the golden triangle of iron. If you are here to plead for this black egg, it is needless. I have come today seeking trouble. Zhao Wuji, is it? If you can withstand my presence for the duration of an incense stick, I shall depart immediately. If you cannot. The black-robed man's words trailed off, causing Zhao Wuji's heart to leap into his throat. If you fail to meet this condition, you must fulfill a task for me. It is as simple as that. The black-robed figure stated nonchalantly, his seemingly casual words piercing Zhao Wuji's heart like steel. It appeared that he could not escape this predicament today. Haotian crown. Might I inquire what offense I have committed to incur your wrath? At this moment, Zhao Wuji has relinquished all hope. He merely wishes to understand the cause of his demise. Flander, perceptive as ever, has discreetly stepped aside, granting space for His Excellency Hao Yin and Zhao Wuji. However, to the latter, this gesture appears to lack loyalty. The brother is being beaten, and as the elder sibling, your failure to intervene is one thing, but to willingly vacate the area is quite another. The familiar sound of rushing wind once again fills Zhao Wuji's ears, followed by a resounding thud. What ensues is the intimate collision of a hammer with human flesh, accompanied by the anguished wails that emanate from the depths of the soul when one endures immense suffering. In the face of such turmoil, Flander chooses to avert his gaze, muffling his ears to block out Zhao Wuji's cries. Adopting the philosophy that if he cannot see or hear it, then his brother is not being harmed. Bang, bang, bang. Although it is said to last for the duration of an incense stick, Zhao Wuji manages, within mere breaths, to compel His Excellency Hao Yin to cease his assault. The black robe billows in the wind, appearing impeccably smooth and devoid of wrinkles, while the black-robed figure's breathing remains steady. As if the preceding events were merely a routine post-prandial stroll, with the exertion of wielding the massive hammer having left no trace of fatigue upon him. In stark contrast, Zhao Wuji finds himself in a lamentable state, sprawled helplessly on the ground. His once darkened head, bombarded by Lu Yu's golden lotus, has now swollen grotesquely, resembling that of a pig, with blood continuously trickling from the corners of his mouth. Despite wielding such a colossal hammer, it has merely transformed Zhao Wuji's visage into a swollen caricature, while his body suffers only minor injuries, a testament to the flawless control of the martial spirit. Flander casts a glance at the prostrate Zhao Wuji, internally marveling at the prowess of His Excellency Hao Yin. Zhao Wuji, do you understand? Inquires Hao Yin, his tone measured. The fallen figure immediately scrambles to his feet upon hearing this. Thank you for your guidance, Your Excellency. The black-robed individual, satisfied with this response, remarks, I hope you will pay close attention to the matter I entrusted to you earlier. I shall take my leave now. With that, he turns to depart. We bid farewell to Your Excellency, Flander and Zhao Wuji say respectfully in unison, watching the black-robed figure as he exits. Your Excellency, the immutable king. Just as Zhao Wuji believes he can finally breathe a sigh of relief, an aged voice calls out from behind. Zhao Wuji is momentarily taken aback. Pondering the events of the evening, it seems relentless, one after another, as if he has stirred a hornet's nest. Upon hearing this venerable voice, both Zhao Wuji and Flander swiftly turn around, only to find another black-robed figure standing quietly at a distance, similar to His Excellency Hao Yin. This individual's face is obscured by their robe, with only vague features discernible. This person appears considerably frilier than the previous Hao Tian, almost fragile, yet at this moment, Zhao Wuji dares not categorize this newcomer among the weak. Today, he has learned to be cautious. At this moment, his mind was consumed by a singular thought. Regardless of the tactics that remained, he would face them all, for early death merely meant a swift rebirth. Even if he could not prevail now, he would still be a valiant man 80 years hence. Yet, in that moment, he lowered his voice to inquire of the elder by his side, Pray tell, who is that esteemed individual accompanying you? He had observed them coming together, and he hoped that this time, the elder might lend him a hand in his plea. Zhao Wuji cautiously posed his question, though the recent blow from the hammer had rendered his speech somewhat halting. To his surprise, Flander, maintaining his composure, shook his head in confusion, indicating that he too was unaware of the elder's true identity. This gesture nearly incited Zhao Wuji's ire. How can you stand by without interceding for me after witnessing my beating? You were right there with that cloaked figure. What does your refusal signify? Is this how a brother behaves? Zhao Wuji uttered, his words tinged with frustration. In truth, Zhao Wuji had unjustly accused Flander. The elder was indeed a stranger to him. Upon sensing a disturbance in the woods outside the village, he had hastened to investigate, only to find Zhao Wuji engaged in conversation with a robust figure clad in black. As for the companion who had accompanied him, Flander had not even registered their presence throughout the encounter. This was the most alarming aspect, for Flander was a genuine soul saint of level 70. Although not specialized in reconnaissance, his perceptive abilities surpassed those of Zhao Wuji, a brawny warrior primarily focused on strength. If the cloaked figure had intended to strike, Flander pondered, he might have already met his demise. Amused by the subtle exchanges between the two, the cloaked figure erupted into laughter. Though his mirth was gentle, it sent chills down the spines of Zhao Wuji and Flander. The sudden appearance of such an extraordinary being, who could effortlessly extinguish their lives, was a source of profound dread. Your Excellency, the unmoving king, the cloaked figure continued. His tone is benign as that of a kindly elder basking in the sun. There is no need to hold your companion, the director, in disdain. My apologies. My aged father's memory is not what it once was, and I hope you can overlook any indiscretions. Chapter 86, A Moonless. Windy Night, Part 6, My aged father's memory is not what it once was. The figure cloaked in black spoke with a gentle demeanor. Yet this only intensified Zhao Wujia's trepidation. The recent encounter with the esteemed Haotian was a stark reminder, though it appeared he was merely jesting. The reality was that his strikes were undeniably fierce. Flinder, standing nearby, shared a similar state of mind, with the only distinctions being his lack of concern over potential physical harm and the frantic activity of his mind, desperately attempting to extract any fragment of information regarding the venerable individual before him. Even the slightest insight into the senior's classification as a soul master or his methods of attack would suffice to gauge the extent of the potential damage Zhao Wujia might sustain. After all, Zhao Wujia was one of the few practical combat instructors at the academy. If he were to suffer serious injuries and become unable to instruct his students, the workload of the academy's head would undoubtedly increase significantly. It is not trivial to hire a combat instructor with extensive practical experience from outside. I am but an old man from decades past. You need not ponder my identity too deeply. I suspect that at that time, you were merely children in your early years, the cloaked figure remarked, stroking his beard thoughtfully. To be succinct, my primary purpose for today's visit is to seek a venue for my grandson. Lord Immovable, your earlier slap was indeed resounding. The elder's tone grew increasingly frigid, particularly with the final words, causing Zhao Wujia to shudder involuntarily. May I inquire which one of your grandsons it is that you speak of? Zhao Wujia finally inquired. Having received the news he had dreaded most, it had come to pass. Oh, to be obliterated, he silently lamented, filled with uncertainty about the night ahead. Which one, you ask? I shall need your assistance with a matter shortly, at which point you will indeed discover my grandson's identity. But for now, let us first discuss the venue. The cloaked figure stated, his tone devoid of any emotion after outlining his intentions. To Zhao Wujia, it felt as though a cold, indifferent harbinger of death was mercilessly pronouncing his sentence. As an elderly gentleman, I can no longer engage in combat as the younger generation does, relying on weapons without the use of soul power. Furthermore, with my frail limbs, I am incapable of wielding such a large hammer. The black-clad man paused momentarily, which only heightened Zhao Wujia's anxiety. Do not those of your esteemed rank, the titled Doluo, often enjoy speaking in half-truths? This manner of conversation is perilous, senior. Zhao Wujia urged. Come forth. The cloaked figure extended his right hand slowly, arcs of electricity flickering and entwining around it. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Wujia felt his eyelids twitch uncontrollably, while Flinder, displaying keen awareness, retreated to the side, leaving the arena solely for Zhao Wujia. Lord Immovable, given your reputation for defense, I trust you can endure these minor electric sparks for the duration of an incense stick's burn. Should that not prove too difficult? In a fleeting moment of jest, the figure cloaked in black materialized before Zhao Wujia. Raising his right hand, he effortlessly unleashed a palm strike. The sound of a thunderous impact echoed. And to the astonishment of all, what seemed like a mere casual gesture harbored an unfathomable force. Zhao Wujia's formidable frame was sent hurtling away. An innocent tree behind him meeting a tragic fate, snapped in two as if it were but a twig. Zhao Wujia was momentarily bewildered, and Flinder stood equally astonished. The angle of that palm strike was nothing short of perfection, showcasing an unparalleled mastery over force, just enough to send an opponent flying without inflicting injury. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain coursing through his body, Zhao Wujia struggled to rise from the ground, the agony tearing through him causing him to grimace. What on earth was happening? He could no longer ponder the intricacies of the situation. He simply wished to bring this torment to an end. It was an ordeal more excruciating than death itself. Suddenly, a flash of light intruded upon Zhao Wujia's vision, and an ominous sense of foreboding washed over him. He looked up to find the black-cloaked figure raising his right hand once more, with arcs of electricity crackling at his fingertips, the very source of the dazzling light. As that gnarled finger moved ever so slightly downward, a thunderous bolt descended from the heavens, unleashing a colossal surge of energy that engulfed the entire forest. Countless trees were reduced to mere powder, vanishing without a trace. Flinder stood paralyzed, utterly awestruck by the spectacle before him. To wield such a fearsome bolt of lightning with such ease, and without summoning a spirit, was nothing short of extraordinary. Zhao Wujia's fate appeared grim. The elder had earlier claimed to have attained the level of a titled Doluo decades prior, and had a 12-year-old grandson, an exceedingly rare combination of circumstances. The scope of his search had just been significantly narrowed. Decades passed. Flinder repeated those words in his mind, suddenly struck by a chilling realization. If the elder's claims were indeed true, the implications were staggering. Yet, he quickly shook his head. Recalling that the individual he had just thought of had been hunted down and slain by the Spirit Hall in concert with powerful factions from across the continent long ago. Their remains obliterated. It was inconceivable that such a being could reappear here, proclaiming a desire to avenge a grandson. Historical records had never indicated that this figure had descendants. How could there be a grandson? Boom, boom. As Flinder's thoughts swirled, Zhao Wujia was presently being struck by the relentless lightning. His skin, already darkened and scarred from previous encounters, had become even more resilient, reflecting light after enduring multiple strikes. Under the masterful control of the black-cloaked figure, the thunder's might was finely calibrated to deliver a lesson without causing real harm to Zhao Wujia. The sheer power was terrifying. Suddenly, a rumble of thunder echoed from outside, startling Oscar, who had been animatedly speaking. What on earth? Why is it suddenly thundering? He wondered, approaching the window. Outside, dark clouds loomed ominously, the oppressive air weighing heavily, making it difficult to breathe. Just as Oscar was about to close the window, a shadow suddenly appeared by the window. HM? Liu furrowed his brow as he gazed at the oppressive weather outside. Tonight, it was expected that Tang Hao would seek out Zhao Wujia for a late-night discussion on cultivation techniques. Moreover, Tang Hao possessed only the Haotian hammer as his martial spirit. The ominous dark clouds that loomed overhead were clearly not a natural occurrence. After all, such an extensive mass of clouds was confined to just a small area beyond the village's grove, which was utterly unreasonable. Certainly, it was impossible for Tang Hao to have conjured this phenomenon unless, at his age, he had suddenly awakened a second martial spirit with a lightning attribute. Liu gazed into the distant, ominous clouds, a subtle sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Chapter 87. A Dark and Windy Night, Part 7. Liu? Liu? Oscar, noticing Liu Yu's vacant stare out the window, could not suppress his curiosity and called out, "What troubles you? Are you lost in thought, or perhaps yearning for home?" "No," Liu replied, jolted back to reality by Oscar's voice. He turned and walked toward the bedside, adding, "You should rest early. Today has been exhausting." Oscar paused momentarily, then nodded in agreement. "Indeed, your duel with Teacher Zhao was nothing short of spectacular." As he reminisced about the day's battle, he approached the bed. Though merely a support soul master of the food category, what boy does not secretly long for a thrilling contest of strength? Lying in bed, Liu Yu tightly closed his eyes, yet sleep eluded him. He had arrived in Soto City a week early, tirelessly searching for Shrek Academy, yet despite his efforts, he had not caught even a glimpse of the item left behind by his grandfather. According to the letter from his grandfather, it was described as a pearl-like object, glimmering with the light of thunder. However, in his thorough exploration of Shrek and the surrounding village, he had yet to find anything that matched that description. "Hey, Liu Yu. Among the new girls who arrived today, who do you think is the most beautiful?" Oscar suddenly asked. Liu Yu hesitated for a moment before expressing his opinion. Thus, on this dark and windy night, a debate unique to the boys' dormitory commenced. Such debates often begin with seemingly casual inquiries, like the beauty of a girl encountered that day or a child's amusing mishap with a candied fruit skewer. Regardless of how peculiar the opening may be, the discussion inevitably meanders toward matters of state and historical disputes, concluding with a succinct phrase embodying national essence. Let us now shift our gaze to the grove outside the village. At this moment, Zhao Wujia, having endured a baptism of thunder for the duration of a stick of incense, had undergone a remarkable transformation, rendering him nearly unrecognizable. His skin had taken on a deep, charred hue, reminiscent of goods traded at sea during the 15th and 16th centuries, surpassing even those wares. Beneath the terrifying thunder, Zhao Wujia's garments had turned to ash, revealing his scorched flesh. His face was marred with wounds, his eyes tightly shut, as if he bore immense suffering. Despite this, Zhao Wujia remained resolute. Though his body had been severely damaged, his spirit grew ever more steadfast. He clenched his jaw, enduring the excruciating pain, striving to remain conscious. He understood that only by persevering could he witness the sun of tomorrow. Even Flanders, who had observed from the beginning to the end, was rendered speechless by the shocking transformation of Zhao Wuji, had he not been a witness to the entire ordeal. He might not have recognized the present Zhao Wuji even if he were standing right in front of him. The figure in the black robe slowly approached, while his other hand rummaged in his cloak, seemingly searching for something. Zhao Wuji lay powerless on the ground, helplessly watching as the cloaked figure drew nearer, unable to resist. At this moment, he felt utterly incapacitated. Suddenly, the black-robed man produced a vial of green elixir in a pitch-black box, which had mysteriously appeared in his gnarled hand. Drink this, and by tomorrow morning, your injury should be significantly healed. He then extended the dark box towards Zhao Wuji. This is the task I require of you. Zhao Wuji fixed his gaze on the box with unwavering attention, his heart brimming with curiosity and anticipation. The box, entirely ebony, exuded an aura of depth and mystery. It was evidently crafted from a type of wood, yet Zhao Wuji could not discern what kind it was. Intricate, enigmatic patterns adorned the surface of the box, intertwining in a unique design that seemed to harbor profound meaning, though Zhao Wuji was unable to grasp its secrets. They resembled ancient scripts or symbols, entirely beyond his comprehension. I must trouble you, esteemed Wang Ming, to deliver this box and its contents to my ungrateful grandson. However, do not let him know that it is I who has requested this of you. The old man's kind voice resonated once more, devoid of the earlier coldness. As his soul power receded, transforming the black-robed figure into that of an amiable village elder. Yet, Zhao Wuji and Flanders dared not let their guard down. Having just endured a beating while witnessing the formidable strength of the elder, they were acutely aware of his might. May I inquire, esteemed elder, who is your grandson? Zhao Wuji managed to rise with great effort, cautiously posing the question. Although he already harbored a rough suspicion, he felt compelled to ask. The old man leaned down, whispering a few words into Zhao Wuji's ear, which left him with a look of sudden realization. Of course, if you feel aggrieved by tonight's events, you are free to seek vengeance upon that wretched boy. Rest assured, I shall not intervene on his behalf, the black-robed figure stated before gradually walking away into the distance. Strangely enough, although the elder's pace was unhurried, resembling that of a man in his 70s or 80s, Zhao Wuji and Flanders barely blinked before the elder's figure vanished without a trace. After his departure, the dark clouds that hung in the sky dissipated as if erased by an unseen hand, revealing a clear night sky once more. Zhao Wuji uncorked the vial and consumed its contents in one go. Who exactly is this esteemed elder? How come I have never heard of a lightning element soul master of such age and prowess on the mainland? Lightning element soul masters can be considered a rather distinctive category among elemental soul masters. Being part of the elemental soul masters, they share all the inherent flaws of their kind, such as the necessity for specific environments to maximize their powers. For instance, the elder's manipulation of dark clouds while confronting Zhao Wuji illustrates this point. It is the reason why the clouds dissipated after his departure, as they were a domain crafted to better control the might of thunder. Simultaneously, lightning element soul masters possess a flaw that is unique among elemental soul masters. In Chapter 88, the school year begins. The destructive capacity of lightning attribute soul masters is unparalleled among elemental soul masters. However, this comes at the cost of a tremendous burden on the body, particularly for the aged lightning soul masters who have accumulated countless old wounds over the years. Thus, while formidable lightning soul masters are not uncommon on the continent, few manage to sustain their strength over such a long lifespan. Fran's heart brimmed with speculation regarding the elder's identity, though he dared not assert it. I have a bold conjecture. Do you recall the assassination order issued 50 years ago by the Spirit Hall in collaboration with various sects against the titled Doloa? An assassination order from 50 years ago. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji could not help but furrow his brow. He possessed some knowledge about this order, which was a tale filled with shock and legend. In those days, that formidable individual faced a multitude of powerful adversaries from across the continent. Undaunted as he engaged in a fierce battle, throughout this grueling conflict, he exhibited unparalleled strength and courage, fighting relentlessly for 3 days and nights. Ultimately, he succeeded in slaying 3 elders of the Spirit Hall, along with dozens of powerful figures from other sections. Despite confronting such formidable foes, this elder managed to escape unscathed, sustaining only minor injuries. Such accomplishments are indeed awe-inspiring, yet this event remains largely unknown across the continent, with few aware of the elder's remarkable feats. Could it be that you speak of the thundercloud Doloa from 50 years ago? A hint of astonishment flickered across Zhao Wuji's dark visage. For this was a long-hidden secret from decades past, one he had learned from Fran. Wasn't the thundercloud Doloa said to have remained unmarried throughout his life? How could he suddenly have a 12-year-old grandson? I merely speculate and do not possess absolute certainty, for prior rumors had stated that this elder had long since passed. However, it is exceedingly rare for lightning element soul masters to live such long lives. Fran shook his head. He extended his hand to receive the black box that the cloaked figure had given to Zhao Wuji. Gently opening the box, a fist-sized purple orb emerged before them. It lay quietly within the box, emanating a mysterious and alluring glow. Upon closer inspection, one could observe delicate arcs of electricity dancing across the surface of the orb. As if narrating its extraordinary and formidable nature, this orb appeared to harbor boundless energy, igniting an irresistible curiosity to uncover its secrets. What is this? Upon witnessing the orb, Zhao Wujie appeared as if he had encountered something utterly terrifying, his mouth agape in shock. Flander inhaled deeply, his expression grave, and slowly remarked, "My previous conjectures were indeed correct. It is worth noting that the formidable thundercloud Dolua once carried a mysterious purple orb, rumored to harbor immeasurable power. He has claimed the lives of numerous formidable opponents in battle using this very orb, instilling fear in the hearts of many skilled fighters. Faced with such a precious and potent treasure, it is only natural that greed would arise in the hearts of many who would seek to possess it for themselves. However, the fate of these individuals was invariably tragic. None escaped the clutches of the thundercloud Dolua, becoming mere souls under his command. Now, return and tidy yourself up. Tomorrow marks the beginning of the new semester. With your current appearance, you will surely be the subject of mockery among the students." Flander said as he took a deep breath and returned the box to Zhao Wujie. The latter glanced down at his disheveled state, cloaked in an unrefined darkness. Fortunately, it was nighttime, and there were few people around. Yet, the thought of facing the incoming group of new students filled Zhao Wujie with dread, particularly when he considered the faces of Lu Yu and Tang San, which sent chills down his spine. Do not be so despondent. To encounter two titled Dolua-level experts in a single night is a privilege that most can only dream of. How many would envy and resent such an experience? Flander remarked, unable to suppress a playful tease at Zhao Wujie's woeful demeanor. He found Zhao Wujie's current state exceedingly amusing, a far cry from his former imposing presence. Zhao Wujie, upon hearing this, felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. He would have preferred to forego the guidance of these two esteemed individuals, as the ordeal had nearly cost him his life. As the night deepened, the moon obscured by clouds and the wind howling, the newly arrived students at Shrek Academy held a flicker of anticipation for the morrow's commencement. None, except for Lu Yu, could fathom the extraordinary events that had transpired in the woods that night, and even Lu Yu himself could scarcely imagine the absurdity of the situation. As for Zhao Wujie's appearance, returning to a state of normalcy would be impossible in just a day or two. Morning arrived. Lu Yu opened his eyes, and after a night of uninterrupted slumber, he now felt a refreshing surge of vitality. When Lu Yu awoke, he discovered that Tang San had already risen. Indeed, in the original narrative, Tang San was accustomed to early morning training, so it was not surprising. However, at this moment, Tang San seemed disinclined to engage in his usual practice. Rather, he appeared to be waiting for Lu Yu. Could it be related to the incident from yesterday when he had knocked him unconscious? Lu Yu speculated subtly as he approached Tang San. "Xiao San, up so early?" Lu Yu casually greeted him. "Brother Yu," as anticipated, Tang San had indeed been waiting for him regarding the incident from the previous day. "Xiao San. Actually, Lu Yu began to explain but was interrupted by Tang San. "Brother Yu, I understand your concern for our safety and your desire to protect us. But I hope that next time you will allow us to stand shoulder to shoulder with you in battle. After all, we can be considered family." Tang San's clear eyes gazed earnestly at Lu Yu, revealing a steadfastness and sincerity. He slightly lifted his chin and straightened his posture, as if to convey his determination to Lu Yu. Tang San's words flowed through Lu Yu's heart like a warm current. He comprehended Tang San's intention and felt the trust and reliance he placed in him. Nonetheless, a deeper concern lingered in his heart. He did not wish to put them in danger, nor did he want to witness any harm befall them. Lu Yu took a deep breath and gazed at Tang San, saying, "Xiao San, I comprehend your sentiments. However, at times, combat is not the sole means of resolving conflicts. I shall exert every effort to safeguard you, yet simultaneously, I hope you will heed my guidance and refrain from taking unnecessary risks." Tang San nodded, acknowledging Lu Yu's concerns. He was acutely aware of Lu Yu's formidable strength and trusted in his ability to protect everyone. Nonetheless, he yearned for personal growth and wished to hone his skills through battle, firmly believing that only by experiencing genuine conflict could one become a worthy warrior. "Brother Yu, I appreciate your intentions, yet we cannot perpetually remain behind you. We must confront challenges and push our limits, for it is through such trials that we shall continue to advance." Tang San's voice resonated with unwavering determination. Lu Yu gazed at Tang San, a wave of emotion surging within him. He realized that these children had matured, possessing their own thoughts and aspirations. Perhaps it was time to grant them more opportunities to explore and grow. Very well, Xiao San, should we encounter danger again, I shall allow you to stand alongside me in battle. However, the condition is that you must ensure your own safety, Liu stated solemnly. Liu was nearly taken aback by Tang San's unexpected self-justification. He had anticipated that he would need to exert considerable effort to defend himself. Yet Tang San had absolved himself with ease. Chapter 89. New classmates, old acquaintances. Xiao San, your words resonate with wisdom. From now on, we shall share both burdens and joys, Liu Yu declared, his gaze resolute as he patted Tang San's shoulder. Liu Yu rose early with purpose, swiftly arriving at the desolate clearing where he had battled Zhao Wuji the previous day. Observing the devastation before him, he summoned his staff, and the brown soul ring flared to life. As he infused it with soul power, the earth trembled, and in an instant, the scarred ground was restored to its former glory. As he watched the landscape gradually rejuvenate, the events of yesterday's confrontation replayed in his mind. The technique of channeling soul power into the golden lotus before casting it was a serendipitous inspiration. The results were astonishing, rendering Zhao Wuji charred and blackened. However, the cost of such power was exorbitant, nearly exhausting an entire vortex of soul energy with each use. Given Liu Yu's current physical constitution, he could only manifest 4 soul power vortices, limiting him to 4 uses of this technique. Each vortex required half a day's recovery time before it could be replenished, not accounting for the utilization of any other soul skills. Meanwhile, Tang San observed Liu Yu at the center of the battlefield, his mind awash with thoughts. The clash between Liu Yu and Zhao Wuji had starkly illuminated the disparity in their strengths. He realized that the most effective way to assist Liu Yu was to enhance his own abilities. Now at level 29, he was but a step away from breaking through to level 30. He only needed a fortunate opportunity to surpass this threshold and hunt a soul beast to acquire his 3rd soul ring. Moreover, he relied on the Tang sect's hidden weapons. However, with the materials at hand, he could only craft rudimentary concealed projectiles like sleeve arrows. Additionally, the dragon whisker needle he had previously received from Liu Yu was a modest reserve. He needed to devise a way to procure some poison, as the combination of Tang sect's hidden weapons and toxins would yield their most formidable efficacy. Soon after, Liu finished tidying the battlefield and approached Tang San. Come along, Xiao San. I need you to accompany me on this trip, he said. I plan to stroll through the village and find a place for breakfast. Would you care to join me? Tang San nodded in agreement. Sure, and I'll bring something for Xiao Wu as well. Oscar should still be asleep. He likely knows where to find breakfast. Let us wake him up and have him lead the way. Though Liu found something amiss in Tang San's last remark, he acquiesced to the suggestion. As the sun ascended, casting its golden rays upon the earth, Liu Yu and Tang San soon returned to their dormitory. As anticipated, Oscar was still soundly asleep, even drooling slightly at the corner of his mouth. Xiaoyao, wake up, Tang San urged, nudging him. Yet, Oscar merely rolled over lazily, unwilling to even open his eyes. Tang San, stop bothering me. I want to sleep. I'm so tired, he mumbled, wiping away drool in a daze. Get up. Where in the village can we find breakfast? You should be exercising in the morning, not sleeping, Tang San persisted, shaking Oscar again. Bro, I'm not like you guys, the weapon soul masters, nor am I a freak of nature like Liu Yu. I'm just an ordinary food soul master. I don't need to train like my life depends on it. Just let me sleep a little longer. Oscar appeared almost lifeless, leaving Tang San momentarily speechless. It seemed that persuading Oscar to lead the way was out of the question. Could you inform us of the locations near the girls' dormitory in the village where breakfast is sold? We can find our way there on our own, he finally conceded. Oscar reluctantly surrendered, opening his dead fish-like eyes with a struggle. The girls' dormitory is to the left as you exit our dormitory. You will see it after walking a few dozen meters. Our academy has a strict rule prohibiting boys from entering the girls' dormitory, not even siblings. If you wish to relieve some tension, you might consider seeking out Dai Mubai or Ma Hongjun. They have their connections. For breakfast, you can head to the west side of the village, where there is a stall, though the food is rather mediocre. After sharing this information, Oscar seemed to run out of energy, collapsing onto the bed, and moments later, a large bubble of mucus emerged from his nose. The two had barely walked for a while before they arrived at the entrance of the girls' dormitory. Shrek Academy was indeed impoverished. It had only managed to rent half of the village, and the dormitories were merely a few rudimentary wooden houses. The dormitory where Liu Yu and the others resided had been refurbished thanks to a previous graduate sponsorship, yet it still bore the appearance of a dilapidated dwelling. However, this did have its advantages. The academy's small size meant that there was no concern about being late for class. A few steps would suffice to reach any destination, making it quite convenient. Soon, the two reunited with Xiao Wu and followed Oscar's directions to purchase breakfast, accompanied by another individual, the girl with the Valkyrie martial spirit, whom Liu recalled was named Zhang Qiqi. Originally, Xiao Wu shared a dormitory with Ning Rongrong, while Zhang Qiqi was with Zhu Xing. However, under the magical influence of female camaraderie, the four quickly grew close, and after the exhausting battle the previous day, they decided to squeeze into one dormitory for the night. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong were still resting, leaving Xiao Wu and Zhang Qiqi awake. Brother Yu, it seems that Oscar was referring to this area, Tang San remarked uncertainly. They had been wandering for a while without spotting a single breakfast vendor. There seems to be quite a crowd over there. Let us go inquire, Liu suggested, feeling a bit out of place in this unfamiliar territory. As they approached, it appeared that a dispute was taking place between a young couple. The young man was portly, resembling a ball of flesh, yet his small eyes sparkled with cleverness, making him unexpectedly endearing. The girl, dressed in simple clothing, could not hide her youthful vitality. Her graceful features and long, dark hair embodied the ideal of first love for many. As they drew closer, the content of their argument became clearer. Suehua, why do you want to break up with me? Have I not treated you well? The chubby boy exclaimed in a peculiar tone. A pair of small eyes blinked repeatedly, seemingly filled with indignation. However, the girl's subsequent response left Liu somewhat astonished. No, it's not that. I can no longer tolerate you. If you wish to seek companionship elsewhere, please do so. Your frequency is excessive. What? With such a youthful visage, a plump figure, and a quarrel that was decidedly unbefitting of her age, Liu swiftly deduced the identity of the chubby individual before him. Wasn't this the mischievous Ma Hongjun, the phoenix of evil fire? Chapter 90, New Classmate. Old Acquaintance, Part 2. Liu was quite familiar with this little rascal. In the original narrative, he held a particular admiration for this chubby fellow. A man capable of turning a casual encounter into a formidable battle. Very well, before you leave, let us have one more go at it. From this moment onward, we shall owe each other nothing, Ma Hongjun stated with an odd tone, reaching out to grasp the girl's wrist. No, please. At his words, the girl's face instantly reflected terror, causing her to involuntarily retreat a couple of steps. Hey, don't bully the girl, you little rogue. Just as Ma Hongjun was about to pull Suehua into his embrace, a sharp cry resonated, followed by a hand that swiftly interrupted his actions. Turning to look, Ma Hongjun found a small girl clad in pink glaring at him with fury, her charming appearance strikingly adorable. He released Suehua's wrist and, instead, remarked to Xiao Wu. What a beautiful girl. Once I've dispatched her, would you consider being my girlfriend? A lecherous grin spread across Ma Hongjun's chubby face. Resembling a wolf that had fallen into a vat of dye, a gluttonous wolf. Bah, you little rogue. Xiao Wu retorted angrily, launching a swift kick toward Ma Hongjun. Take that. Bang. To her astonishment, this seemingly unremarkable chubby boy effortlessly caught her kick, his reflexes entirely disproportionate to his girth. Is this little fatty a soul master? As a level 29 agile attack soul master, the force behind her kick was likely beyond the capability of an average person to withstand. Yet this chubby lad had casually absorbed it, undoubtedly a soul master. After her kick failed to land, Xiao Wu attempted to retract her foot, only to discover it was firmly grasped by a plump hand. Little girl, don't be so temperamental. Let us sit down and have a proper chat. You will surely be charmed by my charismatic personality. Xiao Wu looked at the rolls of fat on his face and felt a wave of disgust. Bah, gluttonous pig. You've clearly never learned your lesson. Today, I shall deliver justice on behalf of the heavens and put an end to your lewdness. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun's expression shifted. Damn it. If you're not here to be my girlfriend, then don't meddle in my affairs. This is my business. With a resounding crash, the stout form of Ma Hongjun was propelled backward, the entire event occurring in an instant, leaving Liu Yu momentarily bewildered. Suddenly, Tang San appeared before Xiao Wu like a specter, his right hand extended forward while his left was tucked behind him, his body slightly angled, exuding an air of elegance. Tang San's demeanor was one of cold severity. His handsome visage bore no expression, only an impenetrable indifference. His profound gaze was fixated on the sprawled Ma Hongjun, as if he sought to peer into his very soul. Repeat what you just said. Tang San's icy voice resonated, surprising Liu Yu, who had never witnessed such fury from him. He had always known Tang San to be amiable. In that moment, Tang San was seething with anger, unable to tolerate the insults hurled at him, especially those directed towards Xiao Wu by this rotund figure. Damn it, Why are there so many meddlesome fools today? Ma Hongjun, with a nimble flip, managed to rise from the ground, cursing incessantly. Who the hell are you to interfere in my affairs? Say it again. Who do you think you are? Tang San's expression darkened, and in an instant, he executed the ghost shadow phantom. His calves tensing as his left foot delivered a powerful kick. As anticipated, Ma Hongjun emitted a faint aura of soul power, swiftly crossing his arms before him. With a thunderous impact, he intercepted Tang San's kick, quickly seizing his ankle and yanking him backward while leaning forward, throwing a punch at Tang San. This sequence of actions flowed seamlessly, as if rehearsed countless times. Yet Tang San was equally resolute. He performed a somersault in midair, evading Ma Hongjun's strike, landing gracefully and regaining his stance. Their gazes locked in the air. A palpable tension enveloped them. Phoenix possession. Suddenly, Ma Hongjun bellowed, flames erupting around him, instantly raising the temperature and distorting the surrounding air with the heat. 2 yellow soul rings rose slowly from beneath his feet. Phoenix fire line. Without granting Tang San and Xiao Wu a moment's reprieve, Ma Hongjun unleashed his soul skill, the first soul ring igniting as he channeled his soul power, conjuring a 5-meter-long line of fire that surged toward the pair. Xiao Wu darted to evade, but Ma Hongjun resembled a flaming projectile, relentlessly blocking her escape routes with scorching flames. As Tang San utilized the ghost shadow phantom, he summoned blue silvergrass in an attempt to disrupt the fiery assault. Yet, despite the mutations in his blue silvergrass, it proved insufficient against the menacing flames of the evil fire phoenix. After a brief struggle, it was reduced to ash under the searing blaze. Suddenly, a series of stone pillars erupted from the ground, instantaneously obstructing the fiery onslaught and granting Tang San and Xiao Wu a moment to breathe. Before Ma Hongjun could react, several stone pillars blocking his path suddenly shattered. He hastily raised his hands to shield himself from the oncoming debris, causing the fiery stream that he had unleashed to be abruptly interrupted. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, an overwhelming force surged towards him from his chest, as if it sought to rend his very being asunder. His eyes widened in shock, and as he attempted to struggle, he realized he was utterly powerless. Almost instantaneously, his body was propelled backward like a kite severed from its string. This time, he soared higher and farther, as though an invisible hand had cast him into the air. His corpulent form traced a graceful arc against the sky, reminiscent of a shooting star streaking across the firmament. Yet, this celestial phenomenon brought neither hope nor beauty. Instead, it heralded anguish and despair. With a dull thud, Ma Hongjun crashed heavily to the ground. In that moment, he felt as though his bones might shatter, every muscle in his body convulsing, the pain threatening to plunge him into unconsciousness. Lying on the ground, he gasped for breath, struggling to regain some strength, yet his body remained unresponsive. At that instant, Liu appeared before Tang San and Xiao Wu like a phantom. His right palm extended forward in a poised manner. Standing sideways, his left hand rested against his back, while his silver hair was casually tied into a high ponytail, cascading down his back and fluttering in the wind. Chapter 91, Ma Hongjun, with a pleasant sensation. Liu stood with a casual grace, his silver hair dancing in the wind, embodying an air of nonchalance. Subsequently, he subtly raised his right palm, allowing a slender obsidian baton to glide back into his sleeve unnoticed by the onlookers, where it was discreetly returned to his system space. At that moment, Ma Hongjun felt an excruciating pain in his chest, akin to a tearing sensation that made each breath feel like a torment. Damn it! Do you lot only know how to ambush? Can't you engage in a fair fight? Ma Hongjun grumbled as he struggled to rise from the ground, his small hands incessantly rubbing his chest. Can't we fight like proper soul masters? Very well, you rotund little fellow. Liu remained poised, one hand behind him, still standing sideways. I shall indulge you in a fair contest. Very well, if you lose, you and your companions shall leave. Ma Hongjun pointed at the group behind Lu Yu. No problem. If I lose, I shall take them away, but should you falter, you must run around the village in the nude. Lu Yu replied with a smirk that was both teasing and enigmatic. Fine, let me demonstrate my true prowess. Ma Hongjun exclaimed, invoking the spirit of the phoenix. Flames ignited around him once more, transforming him into a comically fierce Mohican. Phoenix fire line. He swiftly unleashed a torrent of searing flames, which instantly ignited the ground behind Lu Yu. Attempting to cut off my retreat? A hint of scorn curled at the corners of Lu Yu's mouth as he observed the unfolding scene. He understood that his opponent sought to sever his escape route, yet he would not yield so easily. Lu Yu took a deep breath, and a surge of power began to flow within him. The 8 gates of Duanjiat. The fourth gate opened. In an instant, a formidable aura erupted from his being, enveloping him in a green mist akin to smoke. As his strength escalated, Liu Yu's speed experienced a remarkable enhancement. With the ghostly step, he moved with such swiftness that his figure vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. Liu Yu's speed reached an unparalleled zenith, akin to a lightning bolt slicing through the void. His figure left behind a series of fleeting afterimages in the air, rendering him elusive and inscrutable. At that moment, the colossal flame drew near, yet Liu Yu had vanished without a trace. The fire, having missed its target, surged ahead, leaving devastation in its wake. Liu Yu deftly harnessed the powers of the Ghost Step and the 8 gates of Duanjia, successfully evading the enemy's assault and swiftly departing from the battlefield. His figure moved like a specter, rendering him impossible to track. In this tense and exhilarating combat scene, Liu Yu demonstrated immense strength and sagacity. He skillfully employed his abilities to not only defuse the crisis but also to break through the fiery line of the enemy. Ma Hongjun. Had he vanished? Just as Ma Hongjun was momentarily stunned, a fist suddenly intruded into his line of sight. With a resounding thud, Ma Hongjun's plump cheek contorted under Liu Yu's iron fist, and his corpulent form was sent flying once more. However, this time he did not crash heavily to the ground as before. After delivering a powerful blow, Liu Yu executed the Ghost Step again, swiftly maneuvering behind Ma Hongjun and striking him forcefully on the sturdy back. The figure that had been sent reeling abruptly altered its trajectory under the impact of Liu Yu's heavy punch, propelling forward. Following this, Liu Yu continued to employ the Ghost Step, his right arm swinging in a wide arc before swiftly delivering another strike, creating a crisp sound as Ma Hongjun's hefty form changed direction once more, careening sideways. Hearing Liu Yu call for him, Tang San immediately understood the unspoken command. He knew precisely what was required next. He swiftly raised his hand and shouted, "Blue-silver entanglement." As he invoked the spell, robust tendrils of blue-silver grass erupted from the ground, akin to agile serpents, swiftly ensnaring Ma Hongjun. In the blink of an eye, the fallen Ma Hongjun was bound tightly, resembling a colossal Zongzi. Yet this was merely the beginning. To prevent Ma Hongjun from struggling, Tang San deftly released the paralyzing toxin of the blue-silver grass. As the toxin spread, Ma Hongjun felt an overwhelming wave of numbness wash over him, robbing him of any capacity to resist. At that moment, he was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend how this silver-haired individual could move with such astonishing speed. Though he appeared only slightly older, he had been rendered completely defenseless, having been launched away before he could even react. The sheer terror of such power and velocity was overwhelming, especially since it seemed Liu Yu had not even summoned his martial soul throughout. At this juncture, Liu Yu flexed his right hand, a glimmer of satisfaction crossing his face. He had not anticipated that Ma Hongjun's plump visage would feel so gratifying to strike. Unexpectedly, he found a certain endearment in the rotund figure, the recoil from the slap providing an exquisite tactile sensation. As Liu Yu gradually approached, wearing a somewhat ambiguous smile, Ma Hongjun's hefty body began to thrash in desperation. However, the blue-silver grass was not so easily broken, especially since Tang San had deliberately intensified the dosage of the paralyzing toxin. Additionally, 2 tendrils of blue-silver grass were employed to gag Ma Hongjun, leaving him only capable of muffled sounds of protest. "No, please stop hitting me. I beg you, do not strike again." At that moment, a delicate girl suddenly rushed forward, placing herself between Ma Hongjun and Liu Yu, arms outstretched to shield the man behind her. "Suehua, why are you doing this? He had just bullied you." Yet how is it that you, Xiaowu, seem perplexed by Suehua's actions? Just moments ago, this scoundrel was teasing a virtuous young lady, and here I was, standing up for her, only for her to side with that ruffian in the end? Moreover, she appears to be quite concerned for that rogue. At this moment, behind Suehua, Ma Hongjun, bound like a dumpling, was still struggling with all his might, his corpulent body writhing as if attempting to break free from his restraints. His small eyes, which were already diminutive, were now wide open, fixated on Tang San and Xiaowu, brimming with anger and indignation, as if pleading, "Release me, if you dare. Let us battle again for 300 rounds." This sight was indeed amusing. "Liu Yu, Tang San, show some mercy." Just then, a figure suddenly appeared from behind, prompting everyone to turn around, only to discover a figure in white hastily approaching. "Tang San, let him down quickly. He is a senior from our academy," Dai Mubai called out while running. "Senior? Even a senior shouldn't be released." Dai Mubai, seeing Xiao Wu's resolute and unyielding demeanor, was utterly bewildered. What is going on? Under broad daylight, He forcibly seized a maiden, and his words are disrespectful. He clearly is not a good person. No, you misunderstand. Ma Hongjun is truly not a bad person. I simply did not wish to continue the conversation, which led to our quarrel. Sui Hua interjected once more. Tang-san, please let him down, Dai Mubai urged. This chubby fellow is a student of our academy. Xiao Wu, you have truly misunderstood him. Suddenly, Dai Mubai seemed to recall something. A smirk creeping onto his face. Sui Hua nodded vigorously in agreement. However, Tang San and Xiao Wu were taken aback by Dai Mubai's subsequent remarks. After hearing Dai Mubai's explanation, Tang San and Xiao Wu were momentarily stunned, especially Chi Chi, whose expression turned quite peculiar, as she had not anticipated the existence of such an unusual martial spirit in the world. Tang San believed that after studying under the master for so long, he had a decent understanding of mutated martial spirits, yet he had never heard of anything as bizarre as Ma Hongjun's. At that moment, Ma Hongjun emitted a whimper, prompting Dai Mubai to glance at Tang San, who then directed his gaze towards Lu Yu. After listening to Dai Mubai's explanation, Lu Yu waved his hand, and the bound Ma Hongjun was finally liberated. With a heavy thud, he plopped onto the ground. As he rubbed his posterior, he scampered behind Dai Mubai, seemingly avoiding Lu Yu, perhaps out of fear from being struck. Dai Mubai, is there a place to eat in the academy? We have been busy all morning and haven't eaten a thing. Everyone is starving, Lu Yu inquired. Follow me, and I shall lead you to the cafeteria, Dai Mubai replied. The academy has a cafeteria? Tang San expressed his surprise, recalling that when they previously inquired with Oscar, he had not mentioned the existence of a dining hall at the academy. The initial impression Shrek Academy left on him was starkly impoverished, and upon seeing the school buildings again, his conviction was only reinforced, leading him to believe that the academy lacked a dining facility. As for the dining hall, Dai Mubai chuckled while leading the way, explaining that it was merely a few villagers who had been enlisted to prepare some simple meals. Although the fare was not lavish, it sufficed to satiate hunger, and the taste was not lacking, albeit rather rudimentary. Dailada, didn't a new batch of students arrive yesterday? Where are they? Ma Hongjun quietly inquired, following closely behind Dai Mubai. As he spoke, he covered his left cheek, seemingly still recalling the sting from the slap delivered by Lu Yu. That slap had indeed been fierce, leaving him with a lingering fiery pain. Furthermore, half of his face had swollen to at least twice its normal size, resembling a large bun hanging from his visage. At that moment, he presented the comical appearance of a pig's head with an additional half, eliciting suppressed laughter from onlookers. However, fearing further ire from Lu Yu, Ma Hongjun could only endure the pain and swelling, refraining from speaking too loudly. After all, no one wished to receive another slap. You've already seen them, haven't you? Dai Mubai said, resting his hands behind his head and gazing at Ma Hongjun with evident amusement, clearly enjoying the sight of his swollen face. You should have crossed paths with that formidable individual earlier, right? Dai Mubai continued, his curiosity piqued by the new contours of Ma Hongjun's face, internally marveling at the sight. It was common to sustain injuries in a brawl, and having a swollen face was nothing unusual, but he had never encountered someone whose face was so dramatically puffed up as Ma Hongjun's. The high, swollen cheek was remarkably striking, akin to a meticulously crafted piece of art, radiating a rosy hue. However, you're rather fortunate. You didn't suffer the same fate as Zhao Laoshi yesterday, Dai Mubai remarked. How could that be possible? Zhao Laoshi is a veritable soul sage of level 76. How could he possibly lose to a mere child? That child appears to be around my age. Merely enduring for a stick of incense under Zhao Laoshi's hand would be impressive, let alone causing him to suffer. Ma Hongjun's half-swollen face was a portrait of incredulity. As he spoke, Dai Mubai gestured toward Lu Yu behind him and continued, I know this sounds absurd, but it is the truth. That individual is indeed a genuine soul master of level 41, and his martial soul has a remarkably peculiar mutation, vastly different from ordinary souls. Notably, his soul rings are simply unbelievable, as if they belong to an entity beyond humanity. His voice carried a hint of astonishment and confusion, as if he found Lu Yu's existence utterly incredible. Level 41 Soul Master. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, Ma Hongjun's expression was one of disbelief. How could it be? Although our Shrek Academy is financially challenged, our standards for selecting students have never been low. While he may appear well-preserved, it would be quite difficult to evade the Academy's age assessment. Believe it or not, he is merely 12 years old. I was present when his bone age test was conducted, Dai Mubai stated nonchalantly. What? Ma Hongjun exclaimed. his eyes wide open in incredulity as he gazed at Dai Mubai. Are you telling the truth? How is that even possible? Even if he is a soul master of rank 41, he shouldn't, be able to overwhelm Teacher Zhao, who is a bona fide soul sage of 76 levels. The disparity in strength is simply too vast. As he spoke, Ma Hongjun shook his head in disbelief, as if attempting to rid his mind of such astonishing news. After all, the further one progresses in soul cultivation, the more arduous the journey becomes, particularly at the title Doluo level, where advancing a mere rank is akin to scaling the heavens. The difference in strength between a 76-level soul sage and a 41-level soul master is monumental. Moreover, Zhao Wujie had been a renowned soul sage for many years, while Liu appeared to be of a similar age to them. Even if he had been cultivating since birth, it was unimaginable that he could be Zhao Wujie's adversary. Ma Hongjun could accept his own crushing defeat at the hands of Lu Yu, but he utterly refused to believe that Lu Yu could make Zhao Wujie falter. Whether you believe it or not, both Oscar and I witnessed it. You weren't there yesterday. The scene was particularly shocking, especially when we saw Teacher Zhao in such a dire state, Dai Mubai remarked. Let me remind you, do not provoke the new girl in pink or her companion. Zhang Qiqi, their connection with Lu Yu is significant. The one who trapped you earlier, Tang San, is from the same village as Lu Yu. Dai Mubai concluded with a few kind reminders, leaving it to Ma Hongjun to heed his advice or not. Chapter 93, a minor shock for Shrek. Tang San, being Xiao Wu's brother and also from Lu Yu's village, is certainly not to be trifled with. Furthermore, regarding the girl named Zhang Qiqi, Dai Mubai had noticed her discerning gaze toward Lu Yu during the new student entrance assessment. He suspected that her relationship with Lu Yu was indeed complex, especially given the elder's reaction upon seeing her martial soul during the assessment. As they would all be living together moving forward, there was no need for excessive formality. Now, with the addition of the newcomers, our academy consists of only 9 individuals. Due to my age, you may refer to me as Dai Lada, as Xiao Ao and the Fatty do, or simply call me Mubai. Feeling the unfriendly gaze of Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai immediately changed his words. This rotund individual with the evil fire phoenix martial soul is Ma Hongjun. You may refer to him simply as Fatty. Among the senior students, there is also Oscar, whom you met yesterday, and you may call him Little Ao or Sausage Uncle. Shrek Academy resembles the youth class from Lu Yu's previous life, gathering exceptionally intelligent and talented youths from across the nation for cultivation. The achievements of these individuals upon maturation are indeed remarkable. However, in Lu Yu's past life, he had little opportunity to interact with such prodigies. Now, in his current situation, could he be considered a genius as well? Liu mused to himself. Shaking his head shortly after, he was clearly benefiting from fortuitous circumstances, far from the realm of true genius. He was well aware of his own capabilities. The thought of this brought a wave of loneliness to his heart. Rubbing his temples, he tried to cast aside these chaotic thoughts. Since he had come to this world, he resolved to adapt and live well, hoping to carve out his own extraordinary existence. All right, now let us have each of you introduce yourselves formally, suggested Dai Mubai, exuding an innate regal aura that made him particularly striking amidst the crowd. My name is Ning Rongrong. You may simply call me Rongrong, she chimed in, her sweet smile radiating warmth and approachability, accentuated by her charming dimples that made one feel as if they were embraced by the gentle breeze of spring. Under Lu Yu's influence, Tang San was naturally referred to as Little San. For Tang San, this was of little consequence, as he had grown accustomed to being called this for many years. Lu Yu was relieved that he had not assigned himself any peculiar nicknames. Despite presenting a serious demeanor, he often indulged in mischief privately. During his time at the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy, Lu Yu frequently experimented with new soul skills inspired by flashes of inspiration, resulting in some explosive techniques. The educational building for soul skill experimentation underwent countless renovations during his 2 years at the academy, leading the old principal to eventually relinquish control, allowing Lu Yu to have his way. The principal, having grown too old to endure the turmoil, was overjoyed when Lu Yu graduated with outstanding results. Even now, Tang San vividly recalls the principal's tears of joy at Lu Yu's farewell party. I am Zhang Qiqi. Just call me Qiqi. My family and friends do so. She spoke up after Tang San and Xiao Wu introduced themselves, her voice melodious and clear, akin to the song of a lark. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded freely over her shoulders like a waterfall, gently swaying and exuding a faint, pleasant fragrance. Her face was exquisitely beautiful, with elegantly arched brows and eyes that sparkled with intelligence and vivacity. Her straight nose and slightly upturned lips reflected a confident smile. Her complexion was as fair as snow, delicate as jade, radiating a healthy glow. Her figure was slender and proportionate, embodying captivating grace. She donned a pristine white blouse, exuding simplicity and elegance, adorned with a delicate black bow at the neckline, which added a touch of sophistication. Her lower half was complemented by a flowing blue skirt, its hem dancing in the breeze, revealing her long, graceful legs. Her legs were straight and elongated, their lines smooth and natural, resembling a flawless work of art. Though they may not rival Zhu Zhuqing's sultry figure, these long legs bestowed upon her an enchanting height and allure. Zhu Zhuqing. The girl uttered just 3 words before departing coldly. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Yu could not help but gain a more intuitive understanding of Zhu Zhuqing's aloof demeanor. Dai Mubai, observing this, wore a pained smile and chose to remain silent. Mubai, could you enlighten us about the Academy's curriculum? Lu Yu initiated. Breaking the tranquility that had enveloped the air, Dai Mubai swiftly organized his thoughts and replied, the Academy's regulations are quite straightforward. As long as one refrains from acts of violence and robbery, all is well. Furthermore, the Academy encourages combat, primarily because the principal believes that soul masters can only achieve rapid growth through continuous battles, accumulating practical experience therein. Of course, if one deems themselves sufficiently powerful, they may issue a challenge to a teacher. I should forewarn you that most of our instructors are soul masters between the 60th and 70th levels. For instance, the teacher responsible for your 4th assessment yesterday, Teacher Zhao Wujie, is a soul sage at level 79, while our principal is also a soul sage above level 70. But with so many instructors above the 60th level, how is it that our academy remains so impoverished? Surely their monthly subsidies from the Spirit Hall must be astronomical. Sufficient to sustain a small academy, Xiao inquired, her curiosity piqued by Dai Mubai's explanation. After all, Lu Yu, a soul master at level 40, received a stipend of 1,000 gold coins from the Spirit Hall each month. It stood to reason that those above level 60 would receive an even greater sum. Dai Mubai shook his head in response. If only it were as you suggest, the academy would not need to rely on tuition fees for support. The subsidies for soul masters are actually allocated by the various empires and dispersed by the Spirit Hall, with each individual receiving a stipend only up to the soul master level. In other words, once you reach level 40, the Spirit Hall ceases to provide additional support. Given the astronomical number of soul masters on the continent, if they all sought subsidies, the economies of the empires would have collapsed long ago. But brother Yu still receives 1,000 soul coins each month from the Spirit Hall, Xiao Wu countered, her curiosity reignited. She recalled that when Lu Yu reached level 40 and underwent his soul power test at the Spirit Hall, both she and Tang San had witnessed the city lord of Masu personally bestow 1,000 gold coins upon him. A moment marked by the city lord's somewhat obsequious demeanor towards Lu Yu. That is because brother Yu has joined the Spirit Hall, Tang San interjected. As if struck by a sudden realization, he recalled how Su Yuntao had persistently encouraged Lu Yu to join the Spirit Hall during the awakening of his martial soul. 6 years ago, when Masu and Su Yuntao brought that elder from the Spirit Hall, Tang San remembered it vividly, but since Lu Yu had never mentioned it afterwards, he had refrained from bringing it up. Lu Yu, have you indeed joined the Spirit Hall? Dai Mubai inquired, his tone tinged with curiosity. Yes. The Spirit Hall allocates a specific subsidy each month, entirely funded by them, unrelated to the various empires. Lu Yu nodded and remarked that, to be frank, since his induction into the Spirit Hall, he had scarcely visited the local branch, aside from the occasions when he needed to undergo soul power testing for metal exchanges. He rarely intersected with the Spirit Hall, which had not assigned him any tasks. It felt as though he had been forgotten by the Spirit Hall ever since the incident at Chrysanthemum Pass. The monthly stipend of 1,000 gold soul coins seemed to come to him effortlessly, evoking a sense of being pampered. After the meal, the group, led by Dai Mubai, gathered at the training ground. To call it a training ground was somewhat misleading. It was merely a slightly spacious plot of land. Though rudimentary, the area was devoid of weeds, clearly maintained with care. The design retained the distinctive rustic charm of Shrek Academy. Upon their arrival, Zhu Zhuqing and Oscar had already been waiting there. Honestly, Lu Yu nearly failed to recognize Oscar at first glance. The clean-shaven Oscar seemed like an entirely different individual. If yesterday's Oscar resembled a sly trickster, today's version could be likened to a graceful young man of remarkable elegance. The transformation was so drastic that it could rival the most renowned of the 4 great arts of makeup from Blue Star. Equally surprising to Lu Yu was the apparent lack of recognition between Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, as neither showed any inclination to acknowledge the other. While Liu could comprehend Zhu Zhuqing's reluctance to engage with Dai Mubai, it was curious that Dai Mubai did not seem as invested in Zhu Zhuqing as depicted in the original narrative. Suddenly, a sausage, still steaming, was thrust towards them. Oscar leaned closer to Ning Rongrong, striking what he believed to be his most charming pose, offering her a grilled sausage. In that moment, he seemed to forget that Ning Rongrong had witnessed him being coerced by Dai Mubai to demonstrate the sausage-making process just the day before. The ensuing moment unfolded exactly as Lu Yu had anticipated. He observed a slight smile gracing the girl's lips, revealing 2 delicate dimples. Before she sweetly uttered a single word, "Scram." Upon hearing that, Oscar appeared utterly deflated, as if all vitality had been drained from him. In a daze, he shuffled over to Lu Yu, handing him the sausage with a forlorn expression. "Here, you have it." Lu Yu casually took the sausage handed to him by Tang San, who hesitated to take a bite, intent on offering it to someone nearby but ultimately kept it in his hand under the watchful gaze of Xiao Wu. "Oscar, is this really how you pursue women?" Lu Yu inquired, stifling a laugh. Oscar's recent antics had truly astonished him, especially considering that Ning Rongrong was among those who had witnessed the sausage-making process. Today's display had indeed opened Lu Yu's eyes. "Indeed, this tactic has never failed me before. Why is it ineffective today?" Oscar replied, his tone tinged with confusion. In the past, no one in the village had ever rejected his delicious, piping hot sausages. This strategy had always worked well for charming the ladies. However, since the revelation of his secret, every villager who had tasted his sausages now looked at him with disdain. To his surprise, this was the first time his tried-and-true method had faltered. "Previously? Have you had girlfriends before?" Lu Yu asked curiously. 3 or 4, Oscar answered nonchalantly. "What is it to you? You don't think I'm some deceitful scoundrel, do you? Compared to Dai Mubai, who juggles 3 dates in a single day, I consider myself quite innocent." Innocent? Those words seemed utterly incongruous with Oscar's character. While Lee would not dispute Oscar's striking good looks, he was indeed a handsome young man. Only slightly less so than Lu Yu himself. The notion of innocence was certainly debatable. If Lu Yu recalled correctly, Oscar was merely 14 this year, already boasting 3 or 4 exes. Reflecting on this, Lu Yu, in his 2 lifetimes, realized that his closest interactions with the opposite sex had been limited to trivial exchanges. It was evident that Shrek Academy was truly a place for extraordinary individuals, not only in terms of talent, but also in their colorful romantic histories. To be honest, I feel that Dai Mubai has been acting strangely these past couple of days, Oscar suddenly remarked, as if struck by a thought. He used to approach pretty girls without hesitation, yet now, with so many beautiful women around, he seems utterly tongue-tied. While speaking, he absent-mindedly stroked his unshaven chin. At that moment, a chilling presence loomed behind him. Dai Mubai appeared, his unusual eyes fixed coldly on Oscar, causing the latter to shiver as if confronted with his impending doom. "Oscar, who were you calling tongue-tied?" Dai Mubai's voice, icy and commanding, sent a jolt of fear through Oscar, whose face instantly paled. Dai Mubai," Oscar stammered, his expression turning ashen, causing the playful group around them to freeze in place. Just then, 2 figures approached from a distance. The leading individual had pronounced cheekbones and wore black-rimmed glasses, appearing to be around 50 years old. Upon seeing the newcomers, Xiao Wu paused, instinctively exclaiming, "Isn't that the unscrupulous merchant from the grocery store?" "Unscrupulous merchant? Have you all fallen victim to his schemes as well?" Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't he already disclosed that Tang San was a disciple of the master? Although this revelation was initially made to secure those 2 coveted items from Mai Huli, the relationship between Flanders and the master, as members of the Golden Iron Triangle, should have been strong. There was no reason for him to act maliciously toward Tang San. Indeed, this old schemer had tricked them with those worthless stones, deceiving Tang San out of 500 gold soul coins. Xiao Wu was infuriated at the thought of Tang San being swindled. Taking advantage of Tang San was tantamount to taking advantage of her, especially when she recalled the gleam in the old merchant's eyes upon seeing the jade belt at Tang San's waist. She couldn't help but mentally label Flanders as a cunning rogue. Chapter 95. The Smoked Xiao Wujia, a rogue? Oscar's mouth fell slightly open upon hearing Xiao Wu's description of Flanders. After all, he was the esteemed dean of Shrek Academy, a genuine soul sage of level 78. The Four-Eyed Owl, a rare flying-type soul master, and the pudgy fellow was his direct disciple. Yet, Xiao Wu indignantly remarked, "No wonder that chubby kid is such a rascal at such a young age. He must have such a master. An old schemer and a rogue for a disciple. What a perfect match." Oscar, rendered speechless by her words, struggled to find a response. Are there no other soul masters of the Soul Doloa rank in our academy? He retorted. Are you joking? Do you think Soul Doluos are as common as cabbages on the street, available at a whim? Each Soul Doloa is a pivotal figure in the Empire, capable of influencing wars and international standing. They cannot simply be released at will, Oscar asserted. As the discussion unfolded, Flanders approached the group. He raised his right hand and gently cleared his throat, instantly silencing the chatter. With his owl-like, piercing gaze, he scanned the crowd. Lu Yu felt as though Flanders' gaze lingered a moment longer on him and Tang San. Then, his resonant yet gravelly voice broke the silence. It seems our Shrek Academy is fortunate this year, having accepted 5 little prodigies. Mubai. Please take the 5 newcomers to the finance office to each pay 100 gold soul coins as tuition and explain our academy's rules and regulations to them. Yes, Dean. Dai Mubai nodded respectfully, clearly holding a degree of reverence for the so-called cunning merchant. Ning Rongrong, Oscar, Lu Yu, you 3 come with me, Flanders concluded, turning to leave but suddenly adding a remark before deliberately slowing his pace as if waiting for the 3 to catch up. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu turned to Ning Rongrong with a look of confusion, only to find her equally bewildered. They then directed their gaze towards Oscar, a senior at Shrek Academy. But upon seeing his equally perplexed expression, they abandoned the idea of seeking clarification and hastily followed in the footsteps of Flanders, eager to discern the reason for his summoning of the 3 of them. After all, their only commonality lay in being support-type soul masters. Soon, Flanders' steps came to a halt in a clearing, where he turned to face them, scanning the trio with a keen gaze. Despite Oscar's usual carefree demeanor, he always maintained an obedient and studious appearance in front of the founder and dean of Shrek Academy. This was true not only for Oscar, but for all 3 of the senior students present, which piqued Lu Yu's curiosity regarding Flanders' capabilities. Flanders then spoke in a calm tone. On the continent, each individual possesses a unique martial soul, and everyone has their own method of cultivation. As support-type soul masters, you 3 are not solely limited to that role. What the Academy intends to teach you is how to effectively utilize your martial souls. For you, as support-type soul masters, it is crucial to learn how to protect your teammates and companions with your abilities. Although Oscar appeared serious, Liu could immediately discern that he was merely pretending. His expression reminiscent of a student caught dozing off during a meeting, forced to feign attentiveness. Flanders, noticing this but choosing to overlook it, continued, Oscar, you are a food-type support soul master, while Ning Rongrong specializes in attribute enhancement. Due to the unique nature of your martial souls, you possess little in the way of offensive or defensive capabilities. Your survival on the battlefield largely depends on the assistance provided by your teammates. He paused momentarily before continuing. Thus, the best strategy for you is to remain as far back as possible. When faced with threats, should your teammates lack the energy to protect you, you must be prepared to flee. Upon hearing this, Oscar suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Therefore, physical fitness is of paramount importance to you. Even a slight enhancement in your physical capabilities might allow you to escape a dangerous situation, possibly saving your life in critical moments. Hence, you must participate in the upcoming physical training sessions, for I will assign specific assessment criteria tailored for you. As Flanders' voice trailed off, Oscar appeared as though he were a half-buried corpse, utterly despondent. Then, Flanders' resonant voice resumed. As for Lu Yu, although the records classify you as a support-type soul master, your performance yesterday demonstrated combat prowess and speed that rival those of attack-type soul masters at the same level, indeed surpassing many of your peers. Moreover, your support abilities are exceptional, with comprehensive enhancement and nearly flawless healing capabilities. While there are numerous healing-type support soul masters on the continent, none possess the all-encompassing skills you exhibit. As he spoke, Flanders adjusted his glasses with a finger and continued, Therefore, I hope you will develop in all aspects. Develop in all aspects. Oscar and Ning Rongrong were momentarily taken aback upon hearing those words. After exchanging a glance, they both turned to the man standing beside them, Lu Yu. Comprehensive development. Oscar murmured, a flicker of confusion and perplexity crossing his eyes. Ning Rongrong furrowed her brow and inquired, What does comprehensive development mean? I don't quite understand. Her tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction and uncertainty. Flanders smiled gently and elucidated. What I refer to as comprehensive development signifies that you should not only focus on enhancing your martial soul abilities but also acquire knowledge and skills in various other domains, such as combat techniques, tactical strategies, and teamwork. It is only through such a holistic approach that one can truly become a formidable force. After listening to Flinder, both Oscar and Ning Rongrong fell into deep contemplation. They recognized the validity of Flinder's words. However, achieving comprehensive development was no simple feat after all. Each individual possesses areas of strength and weakness, and to attain well-rounded growth necessitates considerable effort and time. Nevertheless, Flinder did not afford them much time for reflection and continued. Of course, comprehensive development does not imply that you must forsake your specialties. On the contrary, you should strive to maintain your advantages while continuously learning and advancing. Only in this manner can you attain superior results in future battles. Liu nodded in agreement with Flander's remarks, acknowledging that his first martial spirit is essentially composed of two parts, the chaotic Blue Lotus and the Praying Star Lotus. The Blue Lotus, which he has developed, possesses amplification and healing capabilities, along with the explosive potential of the Golden Lotus. In Chapter 96, titled Comprehensive Development, the Praying Star Staff draws upon the magical knowledge Liu has acquired over time, offering control and damage, yet it remains insufficient. Consequently, Flander's voice resonated once more. Liu, your physical training regimen must be doubled, at the very least twice the intensity of Dai Mubai and his companions. Twice as much. Oscar was taken aback by Flander's assertion. The training regimen previously assigned to Dai Mubai by the Dean had already been daunting. During the first week alone, Dai Mubai was nearly incapacitated by the rigorous demands placed upon him, often training to the point of exhaustion. The notion that Liu's training volume should reach double that was simply unfathomable to Oscar. Subsequently, Flander's voice echoed again, "This is merely a portion of your regular training. Additionally, I require you to select a teacher from the school for practical combat sessions at intervals. I will instruct them to hold nothing back and exert their full strength. This may seem excessively stringent, so I have devised a method to alleviate some of the pressure. In each practical session, you must choose at least one student to serve as your ally. As for the role you assume on the battlefield, that will depend entirely on whom you select." Upon hearing this, Liu's expression shifted slightly, as he found the request rather peculiar. Was it not somewhat strange to ask him to face this challenge alone? If someone were to compel him to do so, he could easily rely on his own ghostly speed to prolong the encounter. However, the criteria for passing the assessment, as elucidated by Flander, indicated that he would not casually propose a task devoid of stipulations. The requirements for passing the assessment were clear. One must withstand the onslaught of the instructor alongside chosen teammates for the duration of a stick of incense. And as the focal point of this practical exercise, one must ensure the safety of their companions. Flander stated in a raspy yet magnetic tone. It appeared that he would have to assume the role of a healing support spirit master in this confrontation. I will inform the other students of this matter shortly, and they shall have no right to refuse. I will also instruct the participating instructors to go all out, Flander continued. This assessment would officially commence in 1 week, granting them a week's time for preparation. Now, your lesson for today is physical training. From this moment forth, Oscar and Ning Rongrong shall run 20 laps around the village. Upon hearing Flander's call of his name, Liu understood that he would undoubtedly be subjected to additional training. Sure enough, Flander pointed to a pile of weights behind him and addressed Liu. You shall carry these weights and run 40 laps around the village. It is imperative that these items remain undamaged upon completion of the 40 laps. If you have not finished before lunchtime, you shall go hungry. Naturally, you may utilize your soul skills for replenishment. With that final statement, Flander turned and departed, leaving the three to exchange bewildered glances. My heavens! The Dean seems intent on pushing us to our limits. Oscar exclaimed in despair, clutching his head as he gazed skyward. Liu, what say you? Running 40 laps like this will surely leave one utterly exhausted. Liu stepped forward to examine the pile of weights left behind by Flanders, discovering that they were coated in dust, seemingly unearthed from some forgotten storage room. The craftsmanship was remarkably crude, far inferior to the weights Liu had previously forged from iron blocks. However, as Liu devoted more time to mastering the 8 doors of Duanjia, the efficacy of those weights diminished significantly, even hindering the angles of his strikes. Furthermore, having yet to find suitable materials, Liu decided to remelt the weights into a dagger, carefully applying a poison meticulously concocted by Imo Holik, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. Liu casually weighed the pile of miscellaneous items and discovered, to his surprise, that it had some heft. He brushed away a layer of dust, revealing intricate and mysterious patterns beneath. Intrigued, Liu attempted to channel a fragment of his soul power into the object. In an instant, he felt a sudden weight in his hand. Indeed, this artifact was a soul guide, specifically an auxiliary training soul guide. Lu Yu, could you at least respond? Are you really going to run away? Oscar inquired, observing Lu Yu grinning foolishly at the heap of junk. He wondered if some bizarre mechanism left by the dean was stealing Lu Yu's wits. It's all right, let us go. Lu Yu replied, lifting his gaze. The structure of the weights was quite simple, starkly contrasting with the enigmatic patterns. He quickly donned the weights with ease. Let us get moving. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can eat. With that, he propelled himself into a run around the village. Before Oscar could fully process the situation, Ning Rongrong dashed out without hesitation. Witnessing their enthusiasm, Oscar felt disheartened. They were still so young and unaware of the village's dimensions. Although the village appeared small, a single lap around it was nearly 3 kilometers. Typically, he struggled to complete 10 laps, yet today they had increased to 20, an arduous double. Even a level 20 battle spirit master would find such a feat challenging, let alone a support-type spirit master like himself. Astonishingly, Liu aimed for 40 laps. What was the dean thinking, assigning such a daunting task right at the start of the term? Oscar found himself devoid of hope for the days to come. As Oscar pondered these thoughts, Lu Yu and Ning Rongrong had nearly vanished from sight. With a resigned sigh, he resigned himself to follow them, knowing that until they completed their run, they would not be allowed to eat. As the trio embarked on their lengthy run, Flender approached Tang San and summoned him to his office, along with Zhu Zhuqing. Inside the Shrek Academy's office, Tang San entered and presented a letter he had retrieved from the Night of the Moon over the 24 bridges. This is a letter from my teacher to be delivered to you, to be given after I report to Shrek Academy. Flender smiled and said, Your teacher must be the master, correct? Tang San nodded in agreement. Flender took the letter, placed it on his desk, and told Tang San, Please step outside and wait a moment. Tang San nodded and stepped out, closing the door behind him. Once he confirmed that Tang San had left, Flender turned to the ebony-haired girl before him and asked, May I inquire if you know someone with the surname Jean and the given name Shin? The girl nodded in acknowledgement. That would be my father. At this moment, Zhang Qiqi found herself engulfed in a peculiar confusion. She could not fathom why the esteemed principal of Shrek Academy had summoned her, nor how he was aware of her father's name. The Zhang family, a prominent lineage, had retreated from the public eye for centuries. Thus, it seemed improbable that anyone would be cognizant of their existence. Chapter 97. A circuit around the village. Zhang Qiqi felt a sense of bewilderment. Her family had chosen seclusion hundreds of years ago, and within the clan, there had always been a deep-seated aversion towards members venturing outside, except for those dispatched on official duties. Any other family member wishing to step out had to receive approval from the Elder Council. Hence, the existence of the Zhang family was known to very few across the continent. To her astonishment, Principal Flander appeared to be aware of their family's presence. Do your family members know you are here? Flander inquired suddenly. Zhang Qiqi nodded. That is good, Flander replied. You may return now and bring Tang San in. Meanwhile, on the other side of the village, 3 figures, a pair of boys and a girl, were jogging around the village. Oscar, how much longer until we finish? Ning Rongrong was beginning to breathe heavily. Initially, when Flander proposed running 20 laps around the village, she thought it was a trivial matter. After all, her father had echoed similar sentiments, and under the watchful eyes of her father and the elders of her sect, she had undergone considerable physical training. However, Flander's suggestion of 20 laps was proving to be quite taxing. We have quite a distance left. At our current pace, let alone lunch, it would be a feat to return before dinner. Oscar wiped the sweat from his forehead and remarked, But the principal said we could enhance ourselves using our martial souls and soul skills. Are you hungry? As he spoke, Oscar summoned his martial soul. With a burst of golden light, a steaming sausage appeared in his hand, which he offered to Ning Rongrong. If you're hungry, take a sausage to replenish your strength. At least you won't have to worry about running on an empty stomach. A steaming sausage was thrust before Ning Rongrong, and the wafting white steam caressed her face with a certain charm. However, as she recalled the process by which Oscar had prepared the sausage the previous day, a flicker of distaste crossed her eyes, and she turned her head, quickening her pace to catch up with the ahead figure of Lu Yu. At this moment, Lu Yu was faring considerably better than the 2 trailing behind him. As a level 41 soul master, and with years of practice in the 8 gates of Duanjia, his physical prowess far outstripped that of his companions. His strides were steady and powerful, each footfall leaving a deep imprint on the ground, and his arms swung naturally in rhythm with his movements. The heavy weights he bore seemed to impose little burden upon him. After running for a while, Lu Yu realized he had swiftly adapted to the added weight he was wearing. Although the load was substantial, it was not excessively daunting. He quickly found a balance and rhythm, allowing his steps to become both stable and vigorous. To his surprise, after infusing his soul power, the weight he had anticipated to be burdensome was, in reality, far less severe than expected. He began to ponder the underlying principles, speculating that the ingenious design of this weighted apparatus cleverly employed a mechanism that increased the burden by restricting the muscles and acupoints of the wearer, thereby achieving a beneficial exercise effect. This method imposed no excessive strain on the body while effectively enhancing physical fitness. As time progressed, Lu Yu gradually perceived his advancements. His breathing became increasingly steady, and his steps lighter, as though the weight had seamlessly integrated into his very being. He realized that this weighted gear not only aided in physical training but also cultivated his endurance and determination. Throughout this journey, Liu continually adjusted his breathing and stride, striving to discover the most suitable running posture and rhythm for himself, and over time, he had gradually acclimatized to the equipment. Just then, the sweet voice of Ning Rongrong wafted from behind, interspersed with intermittent gasps, her flushed cheeks evoking boundless imagination. As Lu Yu heard the footsteps behind him, he did not halt his pace but turned to look back. To his astonishment, he discovered that Ning Rongrong had remarkably accelerated to catch up with him. Beads of sweat adorned her forehead, while a few strands of hair clung tightly to her skin due to perspiration. Her cheeks were flushed, and her breathing was somewhat hurried, indicating a significant expenditure of energy. Are we truly going to run so many laps around the village? I was just joking earlier about it being at least 3 kilometers for 1 lap, and the dean wants you to complete 40 laps before noon, Ning Rongrong remarked, her breath slightly irregular from the brief acceleration. It was beyond her expectations that Lu Yu possessed such extraordinary stamina. Able to run at such speed even while bearing a burden, she quickened her pace, barely managing to keep up with Lu Yu's velocity. Perhaps we should find a place to rest, she suggested, swiftly adjusting her breathing rhythm. If you are tired, you can rest with Oscar. You need not concern yourself with me, Lu Yu replied calmly, his tone steady. For him, this level of exertion was hardly taxing, given that they had barely completed 1 lap. With that, Lu Yu surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, leaving only a fleeting shadow and a cloud of dust in his wake. Ning Rongrong stood there, momentarily dumbfounded, watching Lu Yu's retreating figure. A wave of indescribable shock and disappointment washing over her. Her eyes widened, her beautiful face etched with disbelief. As the little princess of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, she had been accustomed to being the center of attention, basking in endless affection and adoration since childhood. Both the elders of her sect and her senior peers had always treated her with utmost care. No one had ever dared to disregard her so. Now, this suddenly appearing young stranger had mercilessly left her behind, allowing her to experience, for the first time, the sting of neglect. With a haughty snort, Ning Rongrong summoned a radiant aura, and a 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda materialized in her hands. As the first spirit ring beneath her feet gradually ascended, enveloping the pagoda, she chanted, "Second, speed." In an instant, the colorful pagoda erupted in splendid light. With the enhancement of her speed spirit ability, Ning Rongrong's velocity surged, propelling her forward. Meanwhile, Oscar, who was lagging behind, wore a speechless expression as he watched Lu Yu and Ning Rongrong accelerate away from him. Could you at least bestow upon me a spirit ability? He lamented, but alas, the two had already run far ahead, oblivious to Uncle Sausage's pleas. In the meantime, outside the village where Shrek Academy was located, 2 figures, one robust and one slender, stood side by side in a small grove. 2 shadowy figures, cloaked in black, concealed their faces beneath low hoods. In Chapter 98, hidden in the shadows, a robust and a slender figure stood side by side, their dark garments billowing in the wind. The frail silhouette raised its aged eyes to observe a rapid figure in the distance, the murky gaze gradually igniting with life. Yet, in the next moment, the focus shifted to a petite figure closely trailing behind, murmuring, "The little princess of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. It seems necessary to pay another visit to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School." With that, he turned to depart, prompting the robust figure to question, "What purpose does my esteemed senior have in going to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School?" A soft chuckle escaped the frail figure, whose voice, though hoarse, carried a warm kindness. "It has been quite some time since I last saw that lad Ning Fengji. I wish to pay a visit and perhaps catch up with a couple of old friends." As he spoke, a profound sense of weariness seeped into his tone. With age comes the realization that some individuals, once parted from, may never be encountered again. Certain matters must be attended to while I still possess this aging form, lest I find myself restless in death. Here, Flander's little owl and Zhao Wuji's little black bear will ensure that Xiao San and Xiao Yu remain safe. The cloaked figure continued, seemingly addressing Tang Hao directly. Accompany me for a while. Our presence is not required here at the moment. Understood, esteemed senior. Tang Hao replied with reverence. If any moderately powerful soul master were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be left astounded. For the illustrious Hao Tiandolua of the Hao Yin sect exhibited such deference to a seemingly frail elder. However, Tang Hao remained unfazed in his heart. He regarded this elder as a figure worthy of profound respect, though the tales of his legendary exploits may have faded from the continent's memory. The image of the Thundercloud Dolua, who once stood alone bearing the hopes of many, lived on within him. In the next instant, a sudden clap of thunder resonated through the woods, and with a flash of lightning, the two figures in black vanished, leaving behind only a small charred mark scorched by the lightning. Boom! At that moment, Lu Yu, who was sprinting, was startled by the distant rumble of thunder. He glanced upwards at the clear blue sky, puzzled by the incongruity of thunder on such a sunny day. A strange sense of familiarity washed over him, reminiscent of a sensation experienced the previous night. But who could it be? Liu mused to himself. He then shook his head vigorously, casting away the chaotic thoughts that plagued his mind, and re-entered a state of focus. With renewed determination, he channeled his soul power into the burdens he bore, and immediately, Lu Yu felt an overwhelming increase in pressure. This was precisely the sensation he sought. Lu Yu accelerated once more, straining forward with an intensity that exceeded his previous speed. Simultaneously, a shadowy figure emerged from the small grove nearby. The dark silhouette cautiously approached the charred ground that had recently been struck by lightning, ensuring the surroundings were secure before turning to depart. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, the door to Flinder's office was rapped upon. At this moment, Flinder stood with a figure clad in blue, none other than Tang San, who had just been summoned by the fierce Chi Chi. Return for now and prepare thoroughly. Tonight's lesson will not be easy, Flinder stated, his demeanor suggesting a surge of agitation, as if he had just experienced something momentous. He held an open letter in his hand, which seemed to be the source of his heightened emotions. Understood, Dean. Tang San nodded and promptly turned to leave. After taking a deep breath to steady himself, Flinder called out, "Come in." With a creak, Tang San brushed past the shadowy figure, and suddenly, he felt an unsettling familiarity with the dark figure he had just seen, as if he had encountered him not long ago. Wait a moment. Upon exiting the office, Tang San abruptly lifted his head, realizing that the individual he had just seen was none other than Zhao Wujing. However, how had he transformed into this state? Tang San recalled that Zhao Wujing had appeared perfectly normal during their fourth assessment yesterday. What could have caused such a drastic change? Could it have been Lu Yu's doing? Tang San speculated, remembering that Lu Yu was the last person to battle Zhao Wujing. Lu Yu certainly does not hold back. Tang San muttered under his breath. At first glance, he nearly failed to recognize Zhao Wujing, whose visage had become almost coal-black. This appearance reminded Tang San of a type of slave from his past life, the Kunlun slave, typically owned by noble families, known for their great strength and obedience. Often subjected to castration. The only distinctions between Zhao Wujing's coal-like face and a Kunlun slave were his shorter stature and the absence of any such procedure. How much would Zhao Wujing fetch at a slave market if he underwent such a process? After all, he was a soul sage. He would surely command a handsome price. Suddenly, Tang San was startled by this errant thought. Even if there were a market, it would be difficult to subdue Zhao Wujing, given his soul sage prowess, let alone proceed with any further actions. He quickly shook his head, dispelling the impractical notions from his mind, and hastened to the open area to gather with Xiao Wu and the others. Flinder had imparted many strange words to him, yet they seemed inconsequential, after all. The task entrusted to him by the master had already been accomplished. Following yesterday's battle, he profoundly recognized the vast chasm that separated him from Lu Yu, as well as many of his own shortcomings. At this moment, the most crucial endeavor for him was to cultivate diligently, striving to enhance his physical prowess and reflexes. Thus, when faced with peril again, he would possess ample reaction time to evade Lu Yu's attempts to incapacitate him. As night descended and the air gradually turned cooler, Flanders stood upon the open ground, observing the gathered members of Shrek Academy. All 8 students were present, their spirits notably high, except for Lu Yu. Flander had completed the 40 laps he assigned in merely half a day. In the afternoon, he further challenged himself by running an additional 20 laps while bearing weights. By the end of the day, Lu Yu felt as though his limbs were no longer his own. And had it not been for a timely recovery through his soul skill, he might have found it difficult to stand there at all. What astonished Liu the most was that Ning Rongrong had managed to endure as well. He recalled that in the original narrative, she had conspired with Oscar to cheat. Chapter 99. The Unusual Ning Rongrong? To be frank, Liu was genuinely surprised by Ning Rongrong's performance today. He recalled how, in the original tale, she had persuaded Oscar to cheat alongside her. Yet today she had steadfastly followed Liu Yu, completing the entire course, even pulling Oscar along for a significant distance. It appeared this little princess was not as delicate as she seemed. At this moment, Flander cast a glance of admiration at Ning Rongrong, albeit a fleeting one. Truth be told, the performance of this princess from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had mildly astonished him, but that was all. Her ability to persevere merely indicated a measure of willpower, which was far from sufficient for true prodigies. A faint flush adorned Ning Rongrong's fair cheeks, and her cherry lips parted slightly, displaying a hint of allure despite her tender age of merely over 10 years. Completing a lap around Shrek Village amounted to at least 3 kilometers, and after 20 laps, Ning Rongrong had run for nearly an entire day. Yet, through her persistence, she realized just how formidable Liu Yu's strength was. While she gasped for breath after 20 laps, Liu maintained a remarkably steady breathing even after 40 laps. Despite his additional training. Excellent. You have all managed to endure this appetizer today. It has somewhat exceeded my expectations, Flander remarked in a calm tone, devoid of any overt praise. As the senior students, Dai Mubai and the others sensed an ominous shift when Flander's tone paused. Understanding that the upcoming evening would likely be arduous, I am pleased that some of you did not sneak out during the task period to wander the city only to return and have your partners take the blame for falsifying results. Whether intentional or not, Flander subtly emphasized the phrase "some of you," casting a scrutinizing gaze over the assembled students, as if attempting to peer into the depths of their souls. His gaze revealed a hint of sternness and caution, inducing a palpable sense of tension. However, a barely perceptible smile lingered on Flander's face, suggesting a degree of satisfaction with the performance of these trainees. He continued, "Yet, this situation did not arise, indicating that you comprehend the importance of obeying orders, which is a crucial point. In combat, the synergy and coordination of the team are of paramount importance. Should anyone act independently, it not only endangers themselves, but also jeopardizes the entire team. Therefore, I implore you all to constantly bear this in mind and refrain from making erroneous decisions driven by momentary impulses." Upon hearing these words, Liu Yu could not help but smile slightly at the corners of his mouth. It was evident that Flander's remarks were directed at Ning Rongrong, the young princess, who lifted her chin a fraction, seemingly to flaunt her exceptional achievements. However, one should not be misled into thinking that such accomplishments suffice. This is Shrek Academy, a prestigious institution that admits only monsters. What awaits you next will be rigorous training of a monstrous caliber. Flander spoke in his gravelly yet magnetic voice, informing them that they had 2 minutes to prepare for their evening training session. Unexpectedly, a rather inappropriate voice interjected, "No, why must we join them for evening training? We have already run over 60 kilometers today. We are utterly exhausted. Can we not take a moment to rest?" Ning Rongrong's sweet voice chimed in, as she waved her left hand to fan herself, displaying an attitude that suggested she regarded Flander with indifference. Upon hearing these words, Liu could not help but chuckle inwardly. Indeed, the temperament of this little princess from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was unlikely to change. Her true nature had only just begun to reveal itself. The expressions of the 3 senior students present instantly paled upon hearing her remark. Over the years, none had dared to speak to the esteemed dean in such a manner. All eyes turned to Flander, whose previously stern countenance grew even colder. "So, does this imply that you have no intention of participating in the subsequent activities?" Flander's tone turned somewhat frigid, rendering his emotions inscrutable at this moment. "Yes. We have circled the village 20 times today, and Liu Yu has run over 40. The training volume has already exceeded that of others, and for an auxiliary spirit master, today's training should suffice," Ning Rongrong declared with conviction. With her hands on her hips and a determined gaze, her voice radiated confidence and pride. As the little princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, she had always been cherished and enjoyed superior living conditions. However, this did not imply a lack of diligence and perseverance. In truth, Ning Rongrong dedicated considerable time each day to training and enhancing her abilities within the sect. Thus, upon witnessing the day's training load, she felt little pressure. Nevertheless, compared to other spirit masters, Ning Rongrong understood the uniqueness of her role as an auxiliary spirit master. She was acutely aware that her task was to provide support and enhancements to her teammates rather than engage directly in combat. Hence, she believed that, at this stage of her development, today's training volume was adequate, and there was no need to follow others for additional practice. In her view, excessive training could lead to physical fatigue, adversely affecting future performance. Furthermore, as an auxiliary spirit master, she required ample time to cultivate and master various skills to better serve her team. She also aspired to maintain her optimal condition, ready to respond to unforeseen circumstances. Do you believe yourself to be superior to everyone present? Flanders' gaze was filled with indifference, and he shook his head. You are mistaken. Every individual here surpasses you by far. Even Oscar, whom you have always looked down upon, is undoubtedly superior to you. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Tower spirit is renowned as the continent's foremost auxiliary spirit. How could we be inferior to them? Ning Rongrong passionately retorted, her bright eyes shimmering with resolve and confidence. As the little princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, she held immense pride and faith in her family spirit. Moreover, being the most gifted of her generation within the sect, she had been entrusted with great expectations by the elders since childhood. Yes, I do not doubt the status of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. But I implore you to reflect on whether your recent words and actions truly befit your sect's reputation on the continent, Flander replied coldly. Given that auxiliary spirit masters inherently lack offensive capabilities, the essence of battlefield success lies in the seamless cooperation with their teammates. Pray tell, if you cannot even train alongside your partners, how can they trust you to guard their backs? Ning Rongrong wished to retort but found herself at a loss for words. Chapter 100. What constitutes a true genius? As a support soul master, how could she not find companions she could trust with her back? One must question the value of her existence. Flander relentlessly pressed her, his words striking at her heart, rendering Ning Rongrong speechless. Your restlessness has brought shame upon the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Even your father, renowned throughout the land, would not dare to presume that his singular efforts could achieve all that you see today. After a brief pause, Flander continued, with such a temperament, do you truly believe you can find a partner worthy of mutual trust? He descended the steps and gestured toward Dai Mubai, the leader among them. Dai Mubai, 15 years of age, possessed the White Tiger martial spirit and was a formidable level 37 attack-type soul master, having reached the rank of soul respect at merely 13, making him the youngest to achieve such a status at the academy. Flander then pointed to Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun, of similar age, wields the exceptional mutated beast spirit, the evil fire phoenix. Despite some shortcomings in the mutation, he has overcome them and elevated his strength to the present level. How do you compare to him? Next were Tang San and Xiao Wu. Tang San, with his innate martial spirit of blue silvergrass, is only 12 years old. Blue silvergrass is widely regarded as a useless martial spirit, yet he has cultivated it to level 29 at such a tender age. Xiao Wu, too, possesses innate full soul power. How could their innate talents possibly be inferior to yours? Then there is Oscar. I am aware you have always looked down upon him, but I can unequivocally tell you that he possesses innate full soul power. Ning Rongrong shook her head in disbelief at this assertion. No, it cannot be. How could a support-type soul master possess such innate talent? Historically, support soul masters have had no connection to innate full soul power, even when she awakened her own abilities. Reaching level 9 was the pinnacle for a support master. Her father, Ning Fengji, the sect master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, also awakened at level 9. How could Oscar, a mere food-type support master, possess innate full soul power? If you doubt this, you may verify his records at the Spirit Hall. Every individual with innate full soul power is documented there, Flander remarked nonchalantly. Lastly, he pointed to Lu Yu and Zhang Qiqi. You have witnessed Lu Yu's prowess. He, too, is a support-type soul master, yet his combat ability rivals that of a powerful attack-type soul master, and his agility is on par with that of an agile attack-type master. As a support soul master, can you claim to achieve even one of the feats he accomplishes? Throughout the vast expanse of the continent, spanning a century, a millennium, and even 10 millennia, never has there been a martial soul as extraordinary as his. In the future, his accomplishments shall undoubtedly rival those of your Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The Valkyrie martial soul of Zhang Qiqi possesses both offensive and defensive capabilities, while simultaneously exhibiting the agility characteristic of an agility-oriented soul master. Even in the absence of summoning her martial soul, she can contend with ordinary soul masters. Lacking only healing and enhancement abilities, her versatility is second only to Lu Yu. Moreover, both of them share the innate talent of full soul power, which, it must be said without hesitation, holds little value at Shrek Academy, as Flanders remarked with a hint of indifference. Beside him, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun exchanged glances, sensing an underlying discord in Flanders' words. If innate full soul power is deemed insignificant here, what then could be said of their own abilities? What worth does Miss Ning's innate ninth-level soul power hold in this context? Surely, in her heart, she understands this quite well. Flanders' voice resonated with a deep, commanding tone. His owl-like, piercing gaze fixated on Ning Rongrong as though attempting to see through her very essence. Ning Rongrong felt a twinge of discomfort under Flanders' scrutinizing gaze. Yet she endeavored to maintain her composure, lifting her chin slightly as she met his gaze and replied, "Teacher, I am aware of what you are saying." However, before she could finish her thought, Flanders interrupted her, his demeanor turning grave as he asserted, "There is no however. Having chosen to study here, you must adhere to the Academy's rules and discipline. Do not presume that your talents place you above others. This is not a place where you can act with impunity." Ning Rongrong stood there, momentarily lost in thought. Having been recognized as a prodigy within her sect since childhood, her self-esteem had suffered a significant blow since her arrival at Shrek Academy. The moment she witnessed Lu Yu's formidable strength in his battle against Zhao Wujie, she was profoundly shaken, often subconsciously overlooking the fact that he, too, was an auxiliary soul master like herself. Flanders' words struck her like a sharp sword, ruthlessly piercing her innermost being and obliterating some of her most cherished beliefs. These words fell upon her heart like a heavy hammer, inflicting pain and despair with each blow. Unable to escape the anguish they wrought, her complexion gradually paled, and she suddenly burst into tears, fleeing to her dormitory without a backward glance. Lu Yu observed the unfolding events before him, and a flicker of compassion stirred within his heart. He was acutely aware that Ning Rongrong had been cherished since childhood, raised in an environment of indulgence, which had fostered her capricious and overbearing demeanor. However, in this moment, Dean Flinder was mercilessly pointing out her flaws and sternly criticizing her actions, unceremoniously trampling upon her long-cherished self-esteem. This situation filled Lu Yu with an overwhelming sense of sympathy. Flinder surveyed the scene with a slight smirk, a glimmer of satisfaction dancing in his eyes. As one of the esteemed members of the Golden Iron Triangle, he was confident in his ability to manage this young girl with ease. He understood that while Ning Rongrong could be somewhat willful, her essence was not malevolent. Rather, her privileged upbringing had shaped her character. He believed that if he did not assist her in dismantling her distorted sense of pride now, she might encounter harsh realities in the world, leading to even greater adversity in the future. Thus, he resolved to educate her with a firm hand, hoping to inspire a transformation within her. As he contemplated this, Flinder mused to himself, "This time, I am indeed doing Ning Fingji a tremendous favor. After all, it is the responsibility of parents to educate their daughters, and my actions undoubtedly contribute to Ning Fengji's endeavor to cultivate a better daughter. Perhaps he will owe me a debt of gratitude for this." Nevertheless, Flinder was not motivated by the prospect of reward. He genuinely wished for Ning Rongrong to grow and thrive. Chapter 101. This is what true genius looks like. Dean, is it truly all right for Ning Rongrong to remain in this state without any intervention? Dai Mubai inquired hesitantly, for he believed that the impact of the Dean's previous remarks was quite formidable, striking directly at Ning Rongrong's vulnerabilities. He doubted whether his own words could withstand the force of Flinder's verbal onslaught. In response, Flinder calmly waved his hand, suggesting that they allow her a moment of solitude to reflect. He then turned his attention to the others, stating, "All right, this matter concludes here. I do not wish to see a recurrence of such incidents in the future. From now on, focus on your training, adhere to the Academy's regulations, and complete each task diligently. Otherwise, you may not fare well." He concluded, "Now, follow me to your first class." As soon as the words left his lips, Flanders' figure floated away with the lightness of a feather. Observing this, the crowd promptly followed suit. Flanders, casting a casual glance backward, noticed that they were keeping pace and thus paid them no further mind, focusing instead on the journey ahead. At this moment, closely trailing Flanders was Lu Yu, who could clearly sense that Flanders had deliberately slowed his pace. His speed was evenly measured, neither too fast nor too slow, perfectly ensuring that the others would not fall behind while still allowing for the swiftest possible progress. Otherwise, with his formidable strength as a level 78 agility-based battle spirit master, it would have been a trivial matter for him to leave this group of youngsters far behind. Following Lu Yu was Dai Mubai, and surprisingly, behind him was not the agile combatants, Xiao Wu or Zhu Zhuqing, nor was it Ma Hongjun, but rather the elegantly dressed Qi Qi. Tang San's ghost shadow misty steps focused on entangling foes and manipulating them like kites, and in a direct speed comparison, he would not match the agility of those agility-based spirit masters. Soon, under Flander's guidance, a towering city gate loomed before the group. Illuminated by the brilliant moonlight and the lights from the city tower, where the words Soto City shone brightly. Ding! A new check-in task has been issued. Check-in location, Soto City, Great Soul Arena. Check-in reward, 500 points, Weapon Encyclopedia. Soto City, Great Soul Arena? Liu originally assumed that everyone would head to the school or other places to commence their studies. However, he was taken aback when their first lesson turned out to be a visit to the Grand Soul Arena. Upon entering Soto City, the group was immediately captivated by the splendor that lay before them, although it was merely a city within a principality. The lively atmosphere of the night market rivaled that of the grand cities in the empires. People bustled through the streets, merchants displayed an array of goods, creating a dazzling spectacle that was truly mesmerizing. This vibrant scene showcased Soto City as significant status and formidable economic strength within the nation. Xiao Wu, filled with enthusiasm, gazed at the exquisite items presented by the vendors. It is a universal desire to appreciate beauty, especially among young girls, upon encountering such an abundance of delightful trinkets. Her innate affinity for shopping surged to the forefront. Similarly, Zhu Zhuqing was profoundly captivated by the sights around her. As the daughter of a reclusive family, she had spent her life within the confines of her household, primarily learning various disciplines from her elders and honing her combat skills in the family training grounds. Particularly after awakening her Valkyrie martial spirit with innate full soul power, the resources of her family had been predominantly directed toward her. Even her typically stern father harbored great expectations for her. The one occasion she had ventured out secretly was to hunt soul beasts. Before long, under the guidance of Flender, the group arrived at a magnificent structure. This was the Grand Soul Arena, a venue for soul masters to spar, as well as an excellent place to enhance their abilities through practical combat. Since this arena was situated in Soto City, it was also referred to as the Soto Grand Soul Arena. Flender stood with his back to the arena, addressing the gathered individuals with a poised demeanor. This will be your classroom for the upcoming lesson. He then led them into the grand edifice. Grand Soul Arenas are exclusive to major cities on the continent, established with the support of the 7 great families. Once a Soul Master reaches the rank of Soul Master at level 40, they can no longer receive subsidies from the Spirit Hall. One of the advantages of these arenas is that if one can excel in competition and gain the favor of the great families, their future prospects can be exceptionally bright. Additionally, as these arenas are entirely established by the 7 great families, the Spirit Hall and the various empires have no influence over them, rendering them highly inclusive. Many individuals within are wanted criminals for various reasons. They come here either to evade capture or to elevate their status and strength through combat. The arena does not concern itself with the identities of its participants as long as they deliver thrilling matches. Of course, for those who have committed heinous crimes, the arena may take appropriate measures. Suddenly, Flender's tone shifted, and he spoke with an air of mystery. However, the arenas do not shy away from bloodshed. In other words, here, even if you were to kill someone, you need not fear retribution within the confines of the arena. But once you step outside, the situation may differ. Given the perilous nature of this place, why have you brought us here? Upon hearing Dean Flender's introduction, Xiao Wu instinctively tightened her grip on the arm of her companion. Zhang Qiqi, her eyes widening in confusion and concern as she gazed at the Dean. Zhang Qiqi sensed Xiao Wu's anxiety and gently patted her hand, though a hint of worry also crossed her face. The Great Soul Arena, which Zhang Qiqi had heard her elders mention, was described as a chaotic place filled with all sorts of individuals, leading her to harbor an inherent aversion to it. You need not fret, interjected Daimobai, who took it upon himself to clarify for everyone. The Great Soul Arena has a comprehensive ranking system based on strength. On the continent, the soul rings and soul power levels are the best indicators of a soul master's capability. However, the combat prowess of a strong attack-type soul master at the 4-ring level is not comparable to that of a support-type soul master at the same level. Thus, these arenas assess a soul master's strength according to their efforts, awarding them battle soul badges. Each victory in a match earns a certain number of points. The badges, ranked from lowest to highest, are iron, copper, silver, gold, purple gold, sapphire, ruby, and diamond. Matches are arranged based on the badges you possess. typically pitting you against opponents of similar strength. The group nodded in a semblance of understanding after Dai Mubai's explanation. Dean Flinder looked at the most senior student in attendance with satisfaction. This did not exclude the considerable financial contributions Dai Mubai had made to the academy since his enrollment. Chapter 102. This is what a true genius looks like. Are these battle soul badges of any use, or are they merely tokens for the arena? Xiao Wu inquired once more. They serve more than just as tokens, Dai Mubai patiently clarified, a smile gracing his face. These battle soul badges are recognized across all major cities on the continent, and the higher the badge's rank, the more benefits one can enjoy. After conveying this, he glanced at Flinder, indicating that he had finished speaking. The dean nodded and replied, "Well, Mubai has provided a comprehensive overview. To be succinct, your first assignment since enrolling, which is a long-term task, is to obtain a silver badge from the Great Soul Arena before graduation." A silver badge? Isn't that merely the third tier? How difficult can that be? Xiao Wu relaxed at the mention, recalling that the silver badge was classified as the third tier. She had initially expected Flinder to assign a daunting task, only to find it was this. However, Dai Mubai shook his head with a wry smile. Achieving a silver badge is not as simple as you might think. As mentioned earlier, badges are earned through points, and the sole way to gain points is by winning matches. Should you lose, a portion of your points will be deducted. If your points fall below the threshold of your current badge, you will automatically be downgraded to a lower-tier badge. Moreover, the amount of points one can earn is contingent upon the strength of one's opponent. Should your adversary possess a vastly superior prowess, a victory in such a match could potentially yield double points. Conversely, if your capabilities far exceed those of your opponent, your triumph will yield but a meager number of points. Such intricate rules indeed. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu promptly retracted her earlier thoughts. It seems that achieving the silver badge within a short span is no small feat, Mubai. You mentioned that defeating an opponent weaker than oneself results in minimal points. What if I were to simultaneously activate multiple identities and only engage in competitions against lesser foes? Would it be possible to consolidate all accumulated points into a single badge? Suddenly, Tang San interjected with a question. Upon hearing this, Liu immediately felt an uncanny familiarity with the operation. Was this not akin to what he frequently engaged in during his previous life? Utilizing alternate accounts to exploit weaker players in games? Although there were some distinctions, the underlying principles remained largely the same, utilizing the vulnerable to fulfill certain personal intentions and satisfy one's peculiar inclinations. Dai Mubai shook his head in response, asserting that this was fundamentally unattainable. The matching mechanism of the Soul Arena was entirely random. Not only was it improbable to consistently control matchups against opponents of inferior strength, but it was also impossible for an individual to concurrently activate multiple identities. The Grand Soul Arena had instituted stringent management protocols to maintain order, whereby each individual was permitted only a single soul badge, eliminating the possibility of one person possessing multiple badges and subsequently consolidating points into a single badge. Should such a situation be discovered, the offender would face expulsion from the Grand Soul Arena, and in more severe cases, might even find themselves pursued by the 7 great families behind the arena. What is your current rank? Tang San inquired once more. My current record is 29 wins and 27 losses, replied Dai Mubai. Liu Yu was taken aback to learn that even someone of Dai Mubai's caliber had such a record. However, he soon deemed it reasonable. The rules of the Grand Soul Arena dictated that upon ascending to the next rank and acquiring a new soul ring, one would be assigned to a higher group. Dai Mubai must have encountered opponents of level 39 while at level 31. Despite Dai Mubai's White Tiger martial spirit being considered a top-tier spirit among beast martial spirits, facing an opponent of a higher level posed significant challenges. It seemed there was still a modicum of operational leeway within this system. Mubai, please take them to register, Flander said, standing with his hands clasped behind his back before turning to leave. Dai Mubai nodded slightly and then addressed the group. Let us proceed to the registration. Along the way, Dai Mubai elaborated on other rules of the Soul Arena. The combat formats within the arena were exceedingly diverse, encompassing individual matches, duels, and team battles among various configurations. In team battles, the common specifications typically range from 7 to 10 participants. This not only tested each combatant's individual prowess, but also demanded exceptional teamwork capabilities. A thrilling team battle often required seamless cooperation among various factions to collectively counter the enemy's assaults and challenges. The registration process was quite straightforward. One merely needed to submit their name, soul power, and martial spirit, and soon everyone received their respective Iron Soul badges. When Lu Yu approached the front desk, the receptionist, maintaining a professional smile, initially regarded him with a welcoming demeanor. However, upon noticing the information displayed on the screen, her mouth fell agape in disbelief. She widened her eyes, staring incredulously at the screen, then glanced up at Lu Yu, her expression brimming with astonishment and confusion. "Child, are you certain you did not make an error in your selection?" The receptionist inquired cautiously, her voice tinged with apprehension. Lu Yu shook his head and replied with certainty. "Indeed, it is the Soul Sect." The front desk lady blinked her eyes, attempting to compose herself, and swiftly adjusted her expression to reveal a smile once more. She began to engage in animated conversation with Lu Yu, her tone warm and gentle. "Little one, what is your name?" The front desk lady inquired with curiosity. "My name is Lu Yu," he replied politely. "Wow, brother Lu Yu is truly adorable," she exclaimed, casting a flirtatious glance his way. After all, it was her first encounter with such a gifted youth at the age of 12, despite her years of experience working at the Soul Arena. Due to the newly registered Battle Soul badge being only an Iron badge, they were relegated to the Division Arena, with Lu Yu undoubtedly entering the Soul Sect group, while Tang San and his companions entered the Great Soul Master category. Subsequently, under the guidance of Dai Mu Bai, the group proceeded to the waiting area designated for their category. Upon arriving, Lu Yu noticed that a considerable number of competitors were already awaiting their turn. Fortunately, the waiting area was quite spacious, otherwise, many would have been left waiting outside. The moment Lu Yu stepped into the waiting area, he captivated the attention of everyone present. After all, this was the waiting zone for the Soul Sect, and the sudden appearance of such a young child, no older than 10, elicited expressions of astonishment in the eyes of all those gathered. Lu Yu cast a glance at the individuals around him, noting that the youngest among them, aside from himself, appeared to be in their 20s. A massive wooden sign hung on one wall of the waiting area, indicating the presence of gambling fights. Suddenly, a voice resonated in the air. Chapter 103, The Soul of Combat. This is for the gambling fights. A voice unexpectedly emerged from behind. Lu Yu turned to see a figure with an exaggerated green mohawk, approaching him with a broad grin. "Ah, young brother, you must be new here today." As Lu Yu was momentarily lost in thought, the man continued to advance, despite the considerable distance that still separated them. An unusual and pungent odor assaulted Lu Yu's nostrils, reminiscent of someone who had not bathed for days or even months, just emerging from a heap of salted fish. Fortunately, the waiting area was spacious and well ventilated. Otherwise, such an odor in a confined space could rival the potency of a gas bomb. Even so, the surrounding soul masters instinctively steered clear of the man, creating an unapproachable vacuum around him. "I haven't seen you before," the man remarked, entirely unconcerned about his peculiar scent. As he spoke, remnants of food from several days past were visible between his teeth. Perhaps feeling the discomfort, he extended 2 fingers, caked in filth, and, amidst the disdainful gazes of onlookers, extracted the remnants and shoved them back into his mouth, swallowing them along with the tiny bits of seasoning lodged beneath his fingernails. Unfazed by the surrounding disdain, he maintained his cheerful demeanor. "What, young brother, are you interested in the gambling fights?" "Gambling fights?" Lu Yu murmured softly. "Indeed, this is the most popular form of gambling in the Grand Soul Arena, and the only one officially sanctioned." The man replied, his voice sharp and grating, akin to nails scraping against a chalkboard, evoking an uncomfortable sensation. This distinctive tone made him particularly conspicuous in the crowd, though it left an unpleasant impression. The Grand Soul Arena allows gambling? Lu Yu's interest was piqued at the mention of gambling fights in his past life. His exposure to such concepts had been limited to films, television shows, and novels, making this his first real encounter. Hee. The man emitted a jarring laugh that seemed to penetrate the soul, sending chills down the spine. "Ah, young brother, you may not fully grasp this yet. While the Grand Soul Arena is managed by the 7 great families, it is a veritable melting pot of all sorts, teeming with countless gamblers. The gambling fights are a phenomenon they introduced into the Grand Soul Arena. In the beginning, the arena was rife with clandestine battles, resulting in utter chaos. The gamblers shouted wildly, enveloping the entire arena in a haze of chaos. The man shook his head repeatedly, his face betraying a profound sense of disdain. He continued, stating that eventually, the arena could no longer tolerate the pandemonium and began to regulate these gamblers, gradually herding them into a designated area, which restored a semblance of order. Nevertheless, despite this effort, the fervor for gambling persisted unabated. With a sigh, the man expressed his apparent resignation and dissatisfaction with the situation. Even so, The arena remained shrouded in turmoil, with clandestine betting continuing unabated. In a bid to eradicate this issue, the 7 prominent families decided to intervene and enacted a prohibition against private gambling, subsequently consolidating all such activities under their control. A hint of disdain crossed the man's features as he remarked that this was merely a fad to rectify the atmosphere of the arena, while in reality, it was an attempt to monopolize the lucrative business for themselves. The inherent corruption within the nobility was an indelible trait. Hearing the remark about the inherent corruption of the nobility piqued Lu Yu's interest in the scruffy man before him, who far surpassed a beggar in appearance. He scrutinized the man closely and observed that, despite his tattered clothing, there was a profound and unwavering resolve reflected in his eyes. Liu pondered silently, who is this person? Why does he seem so familiar with this place? Moreover, he possesses such profound knowledge about the nobility. Could it be that he was once a noble himself? Yet, why has he fallen to such a lowly state now? A multitude of questions surged within Lu Yu. Igniting a deep curiosity about this man, he resolved to test the waters, hoping to glean more information about this place from him. Thus, Lu Yu inquired, "You mentioned that the inherent flaws of the nobility are the same. What do you mean by that?" He awaited the man's response, eager to uncover some clues. However, to Lu Yu's surprise, the man's next words did not align with his expectations. Young brother, what is the point of discussing those nobles? Since we are here at the Grand Arena of Souls, why not step up and engage in a match? At the very least, we could indulge in an exhilarating gamble," he said, patting Lu Yu on the shoulder, his eyes gleaming with a mischievous light, as if he could already envision the sweet taste of victory. Lu Yu felt a heaviness in his heart, yet he maintained a facade of calmness. "Oh, a wager? What are the terms?" The man chuckled slyly, a glimmer of greed flickering in his eyes. "It is quite simple. We place our bets on the outcome, and the victor shall claim the loser's stake. What do you say? Shall we tempt fate?" Lu Yu secretly chuckled, recognizing the cunning nature of this fellow, who sought to deceive him in such a manner for his own financial gain. Yet, he was unwilling to let this opportunity slip away easily. Thus, he feigned hesitation and replied, "That does sound quite intriguing. However, I do not possess such ample funds." Upon hearing this, the man immediately responded, "No worries. My young friend, we can start with a modest wager. As long as you follow my lead, I assure you, profits will be yours. Furthermore, I have some insider information that guarantees your success." With that, he produced a slip of paper from his pocket and extended it towards Lu Yu. Lu Yu took the note, glanced at its contents, and could not help but smirk inwardly. This was evidently a ruse, devoid of any genuine insider information. However, his outward demeanor remained unchanged. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out, "Young man, do not believe a word from that disheveled fellow." Liu looked up to find a middle-aged man calling to him from a distance, seemingly trying to avoid the noxious odor emanating from the scruffy man. Reminiscent of biochemical weaponry, he has a gang. At first, they will have you place small bets to test the waters, and later, when their team is fully involved, they will lead you to wager large sums. They will take advantage of you until you are left destitute. Many have been swindled by them. Young man, do not fall for it. It's best to steer clear of that filthy rogue lest you invite calamity. Before the middle-aged man could finish his warning, he was abruptly interrupted and chased off by the scruffy man, who retorted, "Go away. This is none of your business. Mind your own affairs." The scruffy man then turned back to Lu Yu, his expression now one of feigned friendliness and concern. "Young man, do not let such a person deceive you. As I mentioned earlier, this grand arena is rife with all sorts of characters, especially those with ill intentions. They always seek to exploit others for their own gain, even resorting to deception and harm. You must remain vigilant and refrain from easily trusting strangers. Should you require any assistance or advice, do not hesitate to seek me out." With that, he patted Lu Yu on the shoulder. At that moment, a voice called from afar. Dai Mubai approached with Tang and Xiao Wu. "Mubai, Xiao-san?" Lu Yu was surprised to see them and greeted them with a smile. "What brings you here?" "Brother Yu, we finished our match. And the others are with Oscar and Ma Hongjun. So we thought we would check on your match," Tang San replied with a smile. Though he was not exceptionally handsome, his amiable smile made him quite approachable. "These are your friends? Well, perhaps we shall meet again by fate," the disheveled man remarked, his expression suddenly turning uneasy upon seeing Dai Mubai and the others. After hastily uttering a parting line, he scurried away as if pursued. Indeed, my opponent seemed formidable, but under my skill, he could not withstand even 2 moves. The points are incredibly easy to earn. Xiao Wu exclaimed excitedly. If all our future opponents are like this, we will complete the tasks assigned by the dean in no time. What are you thinking? Tang San gently flicked Xiao Wu's forehead with his right hand. Each Soul Master can only participate in one battle per day, and the points earned are limited. Furthermore, you may encounter opponents far superior to you in the future. As Lu Yu and Dai Mu Bai witnessed this scene, they simultaneously rolled their eyes and shook their heads in exasperation. These two lovebirds seemed utterly oblivious to the time and place, completely disregarding the feelings of those around them. Liu Yu then remarked, what Xiao San said holds merit. It would be wise to remain cautious, as we may encounter various adversaries in the future. By the way, Brother Yu, we just signed up for a 2v2 soul duel. Although each Soul Master can only compete in one match per day, we can participate in different types of arenas, Tang San exclaimed with enthusiasm. Indeed, this is commendable. It will allow us to amass more combat experience and enhance our strength, Brother Yu acknowledged with a nod of approval. At that moment, Xiao Wu produced a metal badge from her pocket, proudly displaying it to Brother Yu, with the characters San Wu inscribed upon it. Look, this is our San Wu combination, she declared triumphantly. Haha, the name is rather amusing, Brother Yu chuckled. Hee, of course. San Gu and I are the best partners, Xiao Wu replied, exuding the unique vitality of youth. Brother Yu, would you like to register as well? Engaging in an additional practical match would provide you with more combat experience than merely one match daily, Tang San suggested. In the 3rd district, on the 3rd Soul Duel stage, Lu Yu awaited in the entrance area. The announcement echoed through the waiting hall. Let us discuss this later. It's almost my turn, Li remarked, having already heard the broadcast calling his name from the arena. Yes. Let us head over to the spectator platform and look forward to Brother Yu's splendid performance, Xiao Wu said, waving with a radiant smile as she departed. As the three approached the spectator platform, Lu Yu made his way towards the arena. In the center of the stage stood a host clad in a tailcoat, who cleared his throat and proclaimed with a resonant voice, Now, we will commence the 3rd match of the Soul Sect group in the Grand Soul Duel. It must be said that the host was truly dedicated. Although the audience in the spectator seats outnumbered the Soul Masters competing, only a few were present. Yet he remained fervently enthusiastic. He passionately introduced the event, striving to elevate the atmosphere to its utmost potential. The participants will be 2 Soul Masters, the newcomer Lu Yu, an auxiliary Soul Master wielding the weapon Spirit, the Star Prayer Lotus Staff, and his opponent, the formidable Qing Ling, a strong attack-type Soul Master with a weapon Spirit. The Purple Thunder Bow, who has achieved 4 consecutive victories. Will the newcomer Lu Yu triumph? Or will Qing Ling extend her winning streak to 5 and secure 100 points? Let us await the outcome. Now, let us welcome both Soul Masters to the arena. The audience erupted in cheers, predominantly chanting Qing Ling's name, especially the male Soul Masters, who stood up, waving their flags and banners, fervently shouting, Qing Ling, I love you. Qing Ling is the best. These voices coalesced into a torrent, overwhelming the entire competition venue. The female Soul Masters, not to be outdone, also called out Qing Ling's name, their eyes shimmering with admiration and envy. In an instant, the entire arena was captivated by Qing Ling's charm, as if she were the very center of the universe. Mu Bai, do you know the origins of this Qing Ling? How could she possess such immense popularity? Tang San observed the male Soul Masters in the stands, each appearing as if invigorated by an elixir, with even a few female Soul Masters among them, and felt a surge of curiosity about this Qing Ling. She has only recently gained fame. It is said that she is a prodigy, replied Dai Mu Bai. Another individual chimed in, Indeed. It is rumored that she is merely 18 years old, yet her soul power has already reached level 43, truly astonishing. Moreover, her martial soul, the Purple Thunder Bow, ranks among the finest in weapon martial souls. With such capabilities at such a tender age, her future prospects are undoubtedly limitless. The admiration on his face was palpable. He was undoubtedly one of Qing Ling's ardent fans. At that moment, a striking figure gracefully approached the battle platform, her lithe form stepping lightly to the center. Sunlight cascaded upon her, illuminating her fair skin and exquisite features. Qing Ling's elegant silhouette, adorned in a flowing azure gown, perfectly accentuated her slender waist and shapely hips. Her long boots elongated her legs, creating an utterly flawless appearance. Her hair, cascading like a waterfall, swayed gently with her movements, exuding an ineffable beauty and grace reminiscent of willow branches swaying in a spring breeze. The hem of her gown danced lightly, akin to a babbling brook meandering through a secluded mountain, fresh and vibrant, highlighting her delicate waist and alluring curves. painting a captivating and serene tableau. Her elegant long boots, fitted and sleek, further enhanced her already elongated legs, making each step seem as if she were walking on clouds, light yet brimming with strength. The sheen of her lustrous hair shimmered in the sunlight, adding an air of mystery and allure, while the faint fragrance it emitted beckoned one closer, yearning to uncover its secrets. It appears this girl is a speed-oriented soul master, Dai Mubai remarked, fixating on the impressive legs displayed on the battle platform. Speed is Yu's forte. He should have no significant issues in this match. Tang San recalled Lu Yu's peculiar footwork during his battle with Zhao Wuji, as well as the remarkable speed Lu Yu demonstrated while bearing the weight of his unusual attire. It seemed likely that Lu Yu's current speed far surpassed that of any other speed-oriented soul master at the same rank, effortlessly so. Amidst the resounding cheers of "I love you, Qingling," Lu Yu strode onto the stage, his striking silver hair casually tied into a high ponytail that swayed behind him. Glinting with an enchanting luster, his face radiating the unique exuberance of youth. Radiating from his face is a unique blend of youthful confidence and vitality. His lips curving into a warm and enchanting smile that seems capable of instantly dispelling any gloom. His strides are steady and powerful when his gaze sweeps across the audience. The depths of his eyes appear to shimmer with the brilliance of stars, captivating all who behold him. In the stands, the fervent admirers of the girl named Qi could not help but voice their doubts upon seeing Lu Yu take the stage. Where did this inexperienced boy come from? He hardly seems to have matured. Could he truly be a soul master? Indeed, he looks so young. What did the host just say? That he is a support soul master? What a farce. How dare a support soul master come up here? Who gave him the audacity? What purpose does a support soul master serve on stage? To play the fool? Aha. Youngster, wise up and concede defeat. Perhaps our goddess Qi might show you mercy and spare you from humiliation. The laughter and skepticism from the audience echoed incessantly. The belief that support soul masters lack combat prowess was a widely accepted notion across the continent. In the eyes of the spectators, Lu Yu appeared to be an untried calf, blissfully unaware of the formidable opponent he was about to face. At that moment, the woman known as Qi parted her crimson lips and spoke softly, "Little brother, this is not a place for you to tread." Her voice, akin to the delicate chime of wind bells, resonated with a crispness that seemed to penetrate the very soul, each note resonating like pearls cascading onto a jade platter. A melody exquisite to the ears. Upon hearing these words, Lu Yu maintained a warm smile on his face. Sister Qingling, perhaps in your eyes, auxiliary spirit masters have always been perceived as those lacking combat strength, relying on others for support, existing in the shadows of the team. As he spoke, Lu Yu raised his hand, channeling his spirit power, and a staff intricately carved with profound runes materialized before him. Subsequently, spirit rings began to rise slowly from beneath his feet, 2 purple, 1 blue, and 1 brown, dancing rhythmically around him. What? Am I seeing things? What is that? A blue spirit ring? A brown spirit ring? The configuration of Lu Yu's spirit rings is astonishingly unique. The moment Lu Yu unveiled his spirit rings, the host was instantly captivated by their peculiarity. In his years of experience, he had never encountered such extraordinary spirit rings. It wasn't just the host, at that moment. Aside from Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Xiao Wu in the spectator seats, everyone else was taken aback upon witnessing Lu Yu's strange spirit rings. What a bizarre color scheme for those rings. Look, the first and second spirit rings of that lad. Suddenly, someone shouted, prompting the crowd to realize that both Lu Yu's first and second spirit rings were astonishingly purple millennium rings. What on earth is this boy's background? Is he even human? Everyone was astonished by this mysterious boy who had seemingly appeared from nowhere, the peculiar colors of his spirit rings, and the overwhelming nature of his first and second rings causing them to question whether he was truly human or perhaps a spirit beast that had emerged from the depths of a remote forest. See? I told you, Brother Yu's spirit rings are a remarkable sight no matter where they are displayed. Xiao Wu crossed her arms, playfully surveying the astonished crowd. A bunch of unworldly fellows. Oh, Tang San remarked, retracting his hand, disregarding Xiao Wu's head-holding antics. When we first witnessed Brother Yu's spirit rings, our situation was hardly any better than theirs. We should focus on the competition, we might learn something. Ah, Xiao Wu pouted, her expression one of feigned grievance. What an amusing little brother. Just then, Qingling's bell-like voice resonated as she summoned her spirit power, enveloped by purple lightning. A bow imbued with mysterious power materialized in her hands. The bow, crafted from an unknown metal, emitted a faint glow of thunder, while the bowstring was entirely composed of condensed lightning. Upon seeing Lu Yu's spirit rings, Qingling was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained her composure. Her prior combat experience reminding her that this was not the time for distraction, for spirit rings emerged beneath her feet. Slowly rising, one bright yellow and two purple, an ordinary spirit ring configuration indicative of a typical spirit master. Let me see your strength, dear brother. As soon as her words fell, Qingling's third spirit ring suddenly glimmered, the purple ring swirling upwards. As her spirit power surged into the purple thunderbow, bolts of lightning radiated from her. And as she drew the bowstring, a purple arrow gradually took shape. Third spirit skill, illusionary thunder arrow, the girl exclaimed. And the sharp arrow in her hand was launched forth with great speed. The purple arrow, upon release, transformed into a fleeting ray of light, hurtling rapidly towards Lu Yu. In an astonishing display, the single arrow split into 3 luminous projectiles mid-air, each darting towards its target. With a resounding bang, the 3 arrows erupted in a violent explosion. Brother Yu. At the moment the explosion resonated, Xiao instinctively gasped. For the arrow shot by Qingling was moving at such a speed that none could discern its form. They merely witnessed a glimmering light emanating from the bow crackling with purple lightning, followed by the deafening sound of the blast. Truly, my goddess Qingling is formidable. That boy is surely reduced to ashes. In the wake of the cataclysmic explosion, everyone believed that Lu Yu could not possibly withstand it, let alone evade it. The speed of the arrow was imperceptible to the naked eye. Even if he could discern its approach, he would have no time to react, much less escape. Just then, Tang San interjected, "Wait, something is amiss. Those 3 arrows did not harm Brother Yu." His eyes shimmered with a mysterious, faint purple light. How could that be? The arrows of my goddess Qingling are too swift for the naked eye to perceive. Your friend is merely a support spirit master. How could he possibly evade them? This match is over, one person remarked. No, it is not over, Tang San asserted, his tone calm and resolute. If one were to scrutinize his eyes, they would notice the enigmatic purple glow now residing within them. Indeed, the very next moment, as the smoke dissipated, an exclamation erupted from the crowd, "Look!" As they turned, they found that the spot where Lu Yu had once stood was now utterly vacant. Surely, hasn't he been reduced to ash? The speaker widened his eyes, seemingly searching for Lu Yu's figure. Behind you, Tang San suddenly pointed out. The individual paused for a moment before swiftly redirecting his gaze towards Qingling. And to his astonishment, a silver-haired figure had materialized behind her unbeknownst to them. In Tang San's vision, as the arrow transformed into 3, Lu Yu had indeed moved. However, contrary to Tang San's expectations, Lu Yu did not utilize his soul power to defend himself. Instead, he instinctively reached out to seize one arrow, crushing it effortlessly before employing that peculiar footwork to vanish from his original position. In the instant the explosion occurred, Lu Yu had already arrived behind Qingling. What the arrow struck and what the crowd witnessed was merely an afterimage left by Lu Yu's swift movement. Truly, Brother Yu's speed is terrifying. This recent spectacle provided Tang San with a newfound appreciation for Lu Yu's extraordinary velocity. As Lu Yu grasped the arrow, a sharp pain shot through his fingertips. Followed by a numbing sensation, he was unexpectedly jolted by the lightning coursing through the arrow. Internally, Lu Yu was taken aback. This was not good. As the smoke dissipated, the moment the explosion echoed, Qingling instinctively sensed that her shot had missed. She had not anticipated that her opponent, a support soul master, would possess such terrifying speed. By the time she comprehended the situation, it was already too late. At that moment, Lu Yu had already arrived at her side. And the 3rd azure soul ring suddenly illuminated, accompanied by a surge of soul power. In an instant, a whirlwind composed entirely of soul power formed in Lu Yu's left hand. With a resounding boom, he hurled the whirlwind towards her. Qingling attempted to activate her first soul skill, but everything transpired too swiftly. Lu Yu's speed in condensing the whirlwind was overwhelming. She could only rely on instinct and her own speed to leap aside, but she lacked Lu Yu's astonishing velocity. The whirlwind collided violently with her abdomen, sending the young girl crashing to the ground. This whirlwind was primarily composed of rapidly spinning gales, yet Lu Yu had not infused it with excessive soul power. It was merely the high-speed rotation of the wind that, upon contact, shredded the fabric around her abdomen into tatters. As Qingling rose to her feet, she suddenly felt a cool breeze against her bare skin, realizing that her clothing had been torn apart by Lu Yu's strike. Her smooth, flat, and pristine abdomen was laid bare, with a hint of whiteness visible above. At that moment, the male spectators in the audience were captivated. their eyes gleaming with fervor as if they had plunged into a vat of dye. Some who had come with their partners regretted not attending alone, wishing they could indulge in the spectacle without restraint. How dare you treat my goddess this way? Young man, you are doomed. Yet, some of Qing Ling's loyal admirers, witnessing her humiliation at Lu Yu's hands, could not contain their outrage, cursing him vehemently. They could only dream of such intimacy with their goddess. Yet this youth dared to act so brazenly upon their first encounter. Daimo Bai and Tang San were no exceptions. Though still young, they were typical, spirited adolescents. Particularly Tang San, who momentarily froze at the sight of such alluring beauty, only to feel his resolve wane under the piercing gaze of Xiao Wu, filled with murderous intent. As the purple glow in his eyes gradually dimmed, redirecting his focus towards Lu Yu. At this moment, Qing Ling, feeling the peculiar gazes surrounding her, felt her delicate cheeks flush crimson. She hurriedly shielded her modesty with her hands, her eyes radiating a palpable fury that seemed capable of stripping Lu Yu bare. She had never endured such humiliation, especially at the hands of a stranger. Bastard, I will kill you, the young girl shouted, her voice laced with rage. As the tempestuous thunder crackled around her, the third purple soul ring flared to life once more, but this time it was not a single arrow, but three. As her energy coalesced, 3 streaks of light shot forth at incredible speed, her third soul skill, Illusory Thunder Arrow. With that, the 3 arrows transformed into 9. In astonishment, Lu Yu couldn't help but exclaim. Before him, 9 beams of light surged forth like lightning, their velocity surpassing all conceivable limits. A stark contrast to Zhao Wuji's leisurely movements earlier. This astonishing speed left Lu Yu with no time to devise any effective countermeasures. In this critical moment, without a hint of hesitation, he swiftly summoned the power within him and unleashed his most adept technique, the Phantom Step. Instantly, his form became ghostly, darting with remarkable swiftness from side to side. Yet, even with such agility, the 9 beams of light relentlessly pursued him, as if they had locked onto Lu Yu. Offering no respite, clenching his teeth, Lu Yu exerted himself fully, employing the Phantom Step to continuously alter his direction and position in a desperate attempt to evade these lethal assaults. Each evasion was fraught with peril. A moment's carelessness could lead to a direct hit. With a resounding crash, empowered by the Phantom Step, Lu Yu managed to once again elude the Illusory Thunder Arrows. Qing Ling, after launching 3 arrows, rapidly mobilized her soul power. In an instant, the first soul ring erupted in a brilliant yellow light, ascending with the rotation of the ring. However, this time, it did not enhance the purple thunder bow she wielded, but instead hovered above, enveloping it in radiance. The first soul skill, Acceleration. This was Qing Ling's inaugural soul skill, a speed-enhancing ability that, as its name suggests, elevated not only the speed of the soul master, but also that of the arrows fired from the purple thunder bow. With her soul power surpassing level 40 and her acquisition of the 4th soul ring, the acceleration effect of her first soul skill also extended to her soul power manipulation. However, this technique merely expedited the speed at which she could unleash her soul skills, leaving the energy consumption unchanged. Thus, in battles, she typically favored swift resolutions to avoid prolonged engagements. Chapter 107. Soul Duel Qing 4. Yet now, fueled by her anger, Qing Ling was unconcerned with whether the confrontation was a drawn-out affair or a quick skirmish. Her singular desire was to eliminate the rogue before her with a single arrow. The 3rd soul ring suddenly flickered, and the slender arms of the young girl drew the bowstring taut into a perfect crescent. 3 arrows transformed into streaks of light, swiftly launching forth, followed by the sudden illumination of her 2nd soul ring beneath her feet, which spun rapidly above the purple thunder bow. With a swift infusion of soul power, Qing Ling drew back the bowstring once more, as 3 arrows quickly took shape. With a whoosh, as the 3 arrows transformed into 9 luminous streaks, an additional 3 streaks surged forward. Now, a total of 12 arrows hurtled towards Lu Yu. As Lu Yu beheld the scene before him, an involuntary shiver coursed through his heart, a chilling sensation surging up his spine. He had no time to ponder. Instinctively, he resorted to his tried-and-true methods, preparing to utilize his astonishing speed to shake off the relentless threat pursuing him. However, to his utter astonishment, no matter how fiercely he sprinted, those 3 deadly arrows clung to him like a malignant shadow, refusing to relent even the slightest. Could these arrows possess a tracking function? As Lu Yu dashed forward, he couldn't help but glance back, his face etched with disbelief. He prided himself on his speed, having previously evaded similar attacks with ease by fully unleashing his agility. Yet today, These seemingly ordinary arrows appeared to possess life and intelligence, accurately homing in on his position regardless of his attempts to evade, weaving through obstacles with uncanny precision, gradually closing the distance between them at a measured pace. Then, gritting his teeth, Lu Yu abruptly altered his course, executing a sharp drift. Futile effort. The 3 arrows launched by my second soul skill are imbued with tracking capabilities, capable of locking onto an enemy's direction in real time, making it impossible to shake them off, even from the most intricate angles. Observing Lu Yu's sudden maneuver, Qing Ling discerned his intent and wore a disdainful expression. Today, she was determined to see this rogue who had embarrassed her meet a gruesome end. Yet, contrary to everyone's expectations, after completing the astonishing drift, Liu did not accelerate as anticipated. Instead, he deliberately slowed his pace. This unexpected action allowed the arrows, which had been hot on his heels, to close in rapidly. From a distance, Qing Ling watched, a flicker of confusion crossing her beautiful face. She found it difficult to comprehend why Liu would make such a seemingly self-destructive choice. However, the very next moment, as she witnessed Lu Yu suddenly channeling power into his legs, propelling himself forward like a wild stallion breaking free from restraint, her confusion was swiftly supplanted by shock. Even more astonishing was the sight of those 3 arrows, which had been trailing closely behind him, now seemingly drawn by an invisible force, following in his wake with astonishing speed, hurtling towards her direction. Qing Ling inwardly cursed her misfortune as her 4th soul ring burst forth with radiant purple light. The purple thunderbow in her hand swiftly coalesced into a silver arrow, which shot forth with a sharp whoosh. Strangely enough, this arrow did not target Lu Yu but veered towards the edge of the arena. Just as Lu Yu was about to reach Qing Ling, he suddenly concentrated his strength in his legs and unleashed a tremendous force. Simultaneously, the overwhelming soul power within him surged like a torrential flood, violently impacting every acupoint within his body. In an instant, a mysterious and formidable energy erupted from Lu Yu, resembling a green whirlwind that swept through the vicinity. A verdant mist enveloped Lu Yu, transforming him into a formidable figure reminiscent of an ancient war deity. With the emergence of this green gas, Lu Yu's aura surged to unprecedented heights. The spectators were left in awe, their eyes wide with astonishment at the astonishing spectacle before them. Yet, even more unexpected developments lay ahead. Under the gaze of the astonished crowd, Lu Yu's form became almost ethereal, his speed accelerating once more. Particularly, Tang San, who possessed an exceptionally keen sense of observation and reflexes, found it nearly impossible to perceive Lu Yu's lightning-fast movements, despite activating his purple extreme demon eye. Witnessing such extraordinary prowess, Tang San felt a surge of alarm within. After all, during Lu Yu's previous battle with Zhao Wujia, his speed had already commanded attention. Yet now he had transcended further, revealing a terrifying enhancement in strength. In the next moment, just as Lu Yu was about to reach Qing Ling, she vanished without a trace before his very eyes. Indeed, she had completely disappeared, only to reappear at the spot where the previous arrow had fallen. This was her 4th soul skill, Arrow Shadow, originating from a 4,000-year-old jade shadow deer. A soul beast capable of short-distance teleportation, Qing Ling was endowed with a similar ability through her soul ring. The arrows conjured by her 4th soul ring enabled her to transfer to the target location within her range, though the consumption of soul power increased with distance. Fortunately, at that critical moment, the distance between Qing Ling and the edge of the battle platform remained manageable, allowing her to exert control over her positioning. Although this exertion drained a significant amount of her soul power, it remained within her limits. In such an intense combat environment, every fragment of soul power was crucial. Even a slight misstep could alter the tide of battle. At this moment, Qing Ling successfully maintained a safe distance from danger. With the enhancement of her 1st soul skill, the speed and soul power consumption of each technique she released were directly proportional, imposing a substantial burden on her body. As Qing Ling vanished from view, Liu momentarily hesitated, realizing his strategy had faltered. But wait, why had the tactics he had observed in countless anime, where enemies were obliterated by their own tracking missiles, failed him now? Subsequently, Lu Yu came to a halt. What did we witness? The contestant Lu Yu had indeed stopped. Was he about to concede? The host exclaimed urgently at this unexpected turn of events. Observing Lu Yu's stillness, Tang San could not help but furrow his brow, pondering what Lu Yu intended to do. He was utterly perplexed. Although Qing Ling's subsequent arrows possessed tracking capabilities, it should not have been difficult for Lu Yu to decipher them given his speed. Why had Brother Yu suddenly come to a halt? Had the competitor Liu Yu decided to concede? The host's voice resonated, drawing the attention of the entire audience towards Liu Yu. Initially, Liu Yu had left a profound impression on everyone by evading Qingling's arrows solely through his remarkable speed. Look, the competitor Liu Yu has moved, the host exclaimed again. What was he up to? Not only the host, but the crowd was also engulfed in confusion as they witnessed Liu Yu freeze in place, adopting an unusual stance. Even Dai Mubai wore a puzzled expression, wondering what Liu Yu was doing. Was it some special soul skill? He could not help but voice his curiosity. Wait a moment. Isn't this the technique Liu Yu used against me when we first met at the Rose Hotel? At that moment, Liu Yu stood his ground, his face devoid of any sign of panic. As the 3 sharp arrows approached him, Liu Yu slightly shifted his body to the side, gracefully waving his left hand. Simultaneously, a blue soul ring beneath his feet suddenly illuminated, conjuring a fierce whirlwind throughout the arena. In this seemingly nonchalant gesture, the incoming arrows abruptly altered their trajectories, reminiscent of the Tai Chi principle of using soft force to counteract hard. Then, to Qingling's astonishment, one of the arrows appeared to be ensnared by Liu Yu's palm, shifting positions in tandem with his movements, as if the 3 arrows were obedient pets dancing to his command. Just then, the second soul ring beneath Qingling's feet, emanating a faint blue glow, suddenly shone brightly. A thought crossed her mind as she attempted to remotely control the 3 arrows in midair to explode. However, to her utter shock, she felt an abrupt severance of the mental connection with the arrows. No, it was not merely a disconnection. It was violently obstructed by an immensely powerful and domineering soul force. How could this be possible? Qingling's eyes widened, disbelief etched across her face. Her heart surged with tumultuous waves of shock, overwhelming her senses. It was crucial to note that the youth before her, named Liu Yu, appeared to be merely in his teens, his features still youthful. Moreover, based on her prior knowledge, he was merely an auxiliary soul master. Yet, the intensity of the soul power he exhibited was astonishing, far beyond her imagination. Qingling began to question her initial assessment of Liu Yu. Had he been concealing his true strength all along? Or did he harbor some secret or fortuitous encounter that granted him such terrifying soul power? A myriad of questions flooded her mind, leaving her momentarily disoriented. However, in that moment of distraction, Liu Yu's assault had already reached her, and with a thunderous boom, an explosion jolted her thoughts back to reality. She suddenly regained her senses, only to find a fist firmly positioned before her. Not far from her, 2 craters remained as remnants of the recent explosions. Had her opponent directed the 3 arrows towards her moments ago, she pondered, "Sister, shall we continue fighting?" At that moment, Liu Yu's clear voice, tinged with a hint of confusion, gently resonated in her ear. Qingling was abruptly startled, as if awakening from a dream, finally returning to her senses from the fierce battle that had just ensued. However, before she could fully regain her composure, an unusual sensation emerged from her abdomen. A surprising coolness. Instinctively, she glanced down and saw her already torn clothing, fluttering in the whirlwind, revealing her fair skin like freshly fallen snow. The 2 pale patches above, subtly exposed, caused her cheeks to flush a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple, as a shy tint quickly blossomed, reminiscent of a brilliant sunset on the horizon. In a fit of embarrassment and anger, a sharp sound suddenly pierced the air. A resounding slap landed squarely on Liu Yu's handsome, yet slightly bewildered face, leaving behind a vivid red imprint. Without a moment's hesitation, she leapt off the combat stage and departed without looking back. On the combat stage, the wind howled fiercely, stirring up clouds of dust, leaving Liu standing there, isolated and disheveled. His eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the figure that had vanished from sight, his heart heavy with helplessness. Just moments before, an intense duel had unfolded on this very stage. What began as a mere sparring match had turned unexpectedly disastrous when Liu Yu, in a moment of carelessness, inadvertently tore the opponent's clothing. At that instant, he was left dumbfounded, eager to explain, yet before he could utter a single word, he was met with the furious gaze of the woman. Without hesitation, she unleashed a powerful whirlwind, instantly engulfing the area in swirling dust. Liu Yu found himself at a loss, caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. To his utter disbelief, amidst the chaos, the woman ruthlessly raised her hand and struck him across the face. The sharp sound echoed throughout the combat stage, resonating deeply within Liu Yu's heart. He felt a burning sting on his cheek and a buzzing in his head. What astonished him even more was that after delivering the blow, the woman did not spare him a single glance. She simply leapt off the stage and walked away, never looking back. Lu Yu stood dazed at the spot, allowing the wind and sand to batter his frame, his heart a tumult of emotions. He could scarcely fathom how events had escalated to this point. He had not acted with intent. So why was his counterpart unwilling to grant him even an opportunity for explanation? Gazing towards the direction in which the woman had departed, Lu Yu let out a deep sigh, contemplating how to salvage the situation. The host and the audience were momentarily bewildered, having not anticipated that the victor of this one-on-one duel would be Lu Yu, especially against an opponent who was merely a support-type Soul Master. This shattered their long-held stereotype regarding support-type Soul Masters being devoid of offensive capabilities. The winner of the third Soul Duel platform is Lu Yu. The host finally regained his composure and swiftly ascended the duel stage to announce loudly, "Record, 1 victory, 0 defeats. Qingling's record stands at 4 victories, 1 defeat. Lord Lu Yu, please proceed to the backstage for score registration." Just as Lu Yu was about to exit the stage, a voice suddenly rang out from the viewing area. "Young man, dare you to challenge me?" He looked up to see a woman in red standing, shouting with fervor. The red-clad lady then turned to the host and inquired, "Is it possible to arrange a duel here?" Certainly," the host replied, maintaining a professional smile. "But it requires our duel arena's badge and prior reservation of time and location." Tang San, puzzled, glanced at Dai Mubai beside him. "Does the duel arena really allow for challenges?" The latter chuckled. "In the Grand Duel Arena, there are generally 3 types of duels. One is for sparring, where Soul Masters engage in mutual practice, forbidden from using lethal force. The second is life and death combat, intended to resolve irreconcilable disputes between Soul Masters, where lethal force is permitted. In such cases, the duel arena provides certain protections to the victorious side, but once outside, the protection no longer applies as long as no disturbances occur outside the arena. The third type involves betting. Both parties establish a wager before the match, with the victor claiming all that was wagered. And the loser is also prohibited from causing trouble within the arena. Given the strength of the 7 great families behind the duel arena, these rules have never been violated, as conflicts typically arise outside the arena. Thus, challenges are permitted within the duel arena, provided one is legally registered and has made prior reservations. Beside her, a slight figure tugged at her arm. "Sister, remember our family head's instructions. We must not provoke trouble casually. Our purpose here is merely to gain experience. If Uncle San discovers we sneaked out, the consequences." Upon hearing this, the red-clad woman trembled slightly, momentarily stunned. Her elegantly arched eyebrows furrowed slightly, and her eyes, as clear as autumn waters, flickered with surprise and displeasure. At that moment, an inexplicable sense of frustration surged within her, as though a dark cloud had descended upon her. It was worth noting that she was well-traveled and knowledgeable, and few could capture her interest. At long last, the red-clad woman encountered a rival today who not only possessed an aesthetically pleasing appearance but also managed to pique her interest to a slight degree, which ought to have been a cause for celebration. However, as her mind involuntarily conjured the exasperating and intricate rules of her family, her recently relaxed brow furrowed once more, resembling 2 profound ravines etched across her fair forehead. "Sigh, very well," she conceded, although she typically disregarded the rigid traditions of her family. This time she was accompanying her third uncle on a significant mission. Moreover, she had surreptitiously brought little Xiango along, and should her uncle discover this, the consequences would be dire. For herself, it would merely entail a few more days of confinement in the family shrine, a place she was quite familiar with, almost like a second bedroom. However, it would be unacceptable if little Xiango were to suffer alongside her. "Kid, I've memorized your face. Await our next encounter, for I shall relish the opportunity to engage in a spirited duel," the red-clad woman called out to Lu Yu, before hastily grasping the slender figure and departing the arena with quickened steps. What on earth just transpired? Lu Yu stood there, utterly bewildered. Yet, having completed his match, he shook his head to dismiss the errant thoughts, making his way to the waiting area to rejoin Tang San and the others. At that moment, Oscar and the others had been waiting for quite some time. Although Lu Yu's match concluded rapidly, the peculiar events that had unfolded were too numerous to ignore. Moreover, the others had faced opponents of little substance, leading to their early victories, perfectly coinciding with Lu Yu's return. At present, only Tang San remained without a match. Notably, Lu Yu recalled that in the original narrative, Tang San's first opponent in the arena was supposed to be Zhu Zhuqing, yet this time, they had been assigned to different adversaries. Zhu Zhuqing's opponent was a level 23 agility type soul master wielding the Wind Deer martial spirit. Yet the opponent faltered against Zhu Zhuqing in less than 3 exchanges. What has happened to Lu Yu? Could it be that he lost? His countenance appeared rather off. Noticing Lu Yu's perplexed expression, Ma Hongjun could not help but inquire, "Are you jesting?" A formidable individual capable of exchanging blows with teacher Zhao would falter against soul masters of the same rank. I suspect he merely attempted to flirt with some enchanting female soul master and was rebuffed. Oscar wore a rather mischievous grin. What transpired? Was it a blunder? Daimu Bai pondered aloud, recalling the events on the battle platform and the red-clad woman who had stifled her laughter while whispering a few words into Oscar's ear. Upon hearing this, Oscar's eyes sparkled with admiration as he gave Lu Yu a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Impressive, my brother." However, Ma Hongjun and the others were left utterly perplexed, with the chubby one just about to voice his question. Seeing this scene, Lu Yu could only shake his head in resignation and then shifted the topic, remarking that only Tang San had yet to take the stage. His competition venue was assigned to the second division of the Great Spirit Master category. Under the guidance of Daimu Bai, the group quickly arrived at the second division. "Please, Tang San of the Great Spirit Master category, proceed to the waiting area for the 4th soul fighting stage in the second division," announced the loudspeaker as they arrived. Lu Yu, with a smile gracing his face, approached Tang San and gently patted his sturdy shoulder, his gaze brimming with trust and encouragement. "Little San, give it your all." With that, he cast a steadfast and warm glance towards Tang San. Beside them, Xiao Wu cheerfully chimed in, "Brother San, you can do it. Brother Lu Yu and I will be right here cheering for you." Her bright, expressive eyes sparkled with unwavering confidence in Tang San. Immediately, Xiao Wu gracefully took a step forward, like a butterfly dancing in the air, following closely behind Lu Yu towards the observation platform. The audience area for the Great Spirit Master category was noticeably less crowded than that of the Soul Master category, yet the host remained fervently enthusiastic. Introducing the contestants on stage, it was evident that the professional training at the Great Soul Arena was commendable, with each staff member exhibiting remarkable dedication. Dear audience, let us now welcome the contestants of the 4th match from the second division of the Great Spirit Master category. They include the newly minted Great Spirit Master, Tang San, whose spirit is the blue silvergrass. Upon hearing the words blue silvergrass, the spectators in the viewing area shook their heads, revealing expressions of disdain. What could possibly be interesting about a match involving a Great Spirit Master with blue silvergrass? The audience's interest waned significantly upon hearing those words, with some even rising to leave, although a few chose to remain. Also competing was the already victorious Great Spirit Master Zhao Zhongxian, whose spirit was a pair of pumpkin copper hammers. With a light leap powered by his calves, Tang San ascended to the stage, where a burly man in black had been waiting for some time. "Oi, kid, I don't want to bully you. You might as well jump down now and end this before you suffer," the black-clad giant said, scratching his head with a gruff voice. Tang San found this scene somewhat amusing. Both Hugo and Xiao Wu had encountered similar situations when they took the stage. Was this a rite of passage for newcomers at the Soul Arena? He mused quietly, then focused his thoughts as a blue-silver grass gradually formed in his palm, with 2 yellow soul rings slowly ascending from beneath his feet. "Though I have no idea what you're saying, it seems you're not going to jump down willingly. I'll have to take matters into my own hands and send you down myself." The imposing figure clad in black suddenly underwent a transformation, shedding his earlier guise of simplicity for one of fierce intimidation. Zhao Zhongxian uttered a low growl as 2 massive bronze hammers materialized in his hands, and 2 yellow spirit rings illuminated and began to rotate slowly around him. Tang San's gaze sharpened, and he called out, "Blue-silver, entwine." At that moment, the yellow spirit ring beneath his feet blazed to life, shining like a brilliant flame. With the eruption of this radiant light, numerous blue vines surged forth from the ground with astonishing speed, extending towards the front. These vines seemed to possess a life of their own, twisting and intertwining with remarkable agility. They slithered forward like serpents, exuding a fierce momentum and boundless strength, charging directly at Zhao Zhongxian. Confronted by the oncoming blue-silver vines, Zhao Zhongxian let out a low shout, swinging his massive hammer in preparation before bringing it down with tremendous force. Bang! The foremost blue-silver vine disintegrated into dust under the immense impact. Bang! Even the arena beneath his feet was marred by deep fissures from the hammer's strike. This was merely the result of a regular swing, devoid of any spirit abilities. From the stands, Lu Yu observed the cracks in the arena beneath Zhao Zhongxian with astonishment, clearly realizing that this opponent followed a similar path as Zhao Wujie, both being power-based spirit masters. The distinction lay in the fact that Zhao Wujia wielded a beast martial spirit, while Zhao Zhongxian possessed a weapon martial spirit. Unlike beast martial spirits, weapon martial spirits lack the enhancement of a beast, yet they inherently possess unique abilities. In the arena, Zhao Zhongxian's bronze hammer, in its ordinary state, carved out a vacuum in front of him, with the blue-silver vines disintegrating into dust upon nearing the hammer. Lu Yu speculated that the opponent's unique ability likely resembled that of a shockwave. Facing such a formidable adversary, Tang Xin fully unleashed his blue-silver vine skill. However, these resilient vines encountered an invisible wall, unable to approach Zhao Zhongxian's body even by the slightest margin. Not only was the critical entanglement action unattainable, but even inching closer felt like an unattainable dream. Yet, Tang Xin remained undeterred. Gritting his teeth and continuously channeling his spirit power to summon more blue-silver vines that surged relentlessly towards his foe. The shimmering blue vines cascaded like a tumultuous tide, launching relentless assaults against the enemy in wave after wave. Soon, through Tang Xin's unwavering efforts, the entire battle arena was enveloped by a dense mass of intertwining blue-silver grass. The once expansive arena appeared transformed into a vast ocean of blue, teeming with vitality and strength. However, amidst this near-total inundation of blue-silver grass, a small area of approximately 3 meters in radius around Zhao Zhongxian remained pristine. This small space resembled an isolated island, impervious to the frenzied growth and spread of the surrounding blue-silver grass, which could not breach this seemingly fragile, yet truly unassailable defense. What was Tang Xin attempting to achieve? Dai Mubai gazed at the azure expanse on the stage, his brow furrowed in confusion. He could not comprehend why Tang Xin, fully aware of his inability to breach his opponent's defenses, would squander his soul power in such a manner. The waves of blue-silver grass surged higher and higher, swiftly enveloping the towering figure of Zhao Zhongxian. Even the host could only rely on the mobile soul guide platform to ascend. Before long, the immense consumption of soul power took its toll on Tang Xin, forcing him to cease his actions. The blue-silver vines had reached a considerable scale, and Zhao Zhongxian's imposing form was now submerged within them. Seizing the moment, Tang Xin diligently circulated his Xiantian skill to replenish his soul power, while simultaneously brushing his hands against his waist. His eyes glimmered with a violet hue as the purple extreme demon eye quietly activated. He understood that this technique would only momentarily restrain his adversary. His intention was merely to buy some time. Zhao Zhongxian, akin to Zhao Wujia, was a power-type soul master, although his physical strength did not rival that of Zhao Wujia. The shockwaves generated by his twin copper hammers rendered Tang Xin utterly helpless. Neither hidden weapons nor blue-silver vines could traverse that vacuum zone. Tang Xin could only devise a strategy to entice his opponent into abandoning his defense and provoke him into launching an attack. At that moment, trapped beneath the blue ocean, Zhao Zhongxian continued to wield his colossal copper hammers amidst the darkness, his massive physique seemingly endowed with boundless strength. The hammers danced through the air like iron butterflies, agile and fierce. Suddenly, the yellow soul ring beneath his feet blazed to life, and with a low growl, he infused his soul power, causing his muscles to swell like inflated balloons. First soul skill, body forging. Zhao Zhongxian bellowed, raising both hammers high before bringing them crashing down. With a resounding boom, a terrifying shockwave erupted from the blue ocean, reducing countless blue-silver vines to mere dust. With a powerful stomp, his sturdy legs propelled him forward like a cannonball, hurtling towards Tang Xin. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Tang Xin inwardly lamented. The toxins he had concealed within the vines proved ineffective, and Zhao Zhongxian's speed was astonishingly swift. He could only evade using his ghost shadow perplexing track while frantically waving his hands at his waist, all the while hearing the incessant clanging sound emanating from Zhao Zhongxian. Tang Xin was utterly taken aback. The opponent's skin possessed an astonishing level of defense, and despite being a power-type soul master, Zhao Zhongxian exhibited remarkable speed. Chapter 111, Theoretical Master, Part 2, Transaction, Ghost Vine Parasitism. Under the sudden illumination of the second soul ring beneath Tang Xin's feet, a multitude of vines erupted around him. To his astonishment, however, Zhao Zhongxian exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Just moments ago, he had clearly sown the ghostly vine seeds amidst those azure silver vines. How could there be no response at all? Even with the rapid swinging of his dual hammers, there should have been some interval. Little did he know that this was the effect of Zhao Zhongxian's first soul skill, body forging. The so-called body forging possesses two layers of effect. Enhancing physical capabilities is merely one aspect, while the other is the elimination of certain negative effects inflicted upon oneself. Thus, the ghostly vine seeds sown by Tang San were conveniently eradicated. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Zhongxian charged towards Tang San with an astonishing swiftness. How could this be possible? Tang San was flabbergasted. Zhao Zhongxian's speed was extraordinary, seemingly surpassing that of a power-type soul master, even rivaling the agility of an agility-type soul master of the same rank. Now, Tang San found himself cornered at the edge of the arena, with no retreat left. However, in the next moment, he felt as if he had been struck by a rampaging bull, his body uncontrollably propelled backward. With a resounding thud, he crashed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, Tang San felt as though his internal organs had been violently displaced. Oh no, this is bad. My master warned me not to strike too heavily. On the stage, Zhao Zhongxian gripped his massive hammers, gazing at the bewildered Tang San, who had fallen from the arena. As the effect of his first soul skill faded, the once unstoppable aura dissipated, and he appeared to revert to the simple, earnest country boy he truly was. Third brother, Xiao Wu, watching from the stands, gasped as she saw Tang San tumble off the stage, instinctively leaping down from the spectator area. Dai Mubai and Lu Yu followed suit. Jumping down beside her, Lu Yu stepped forward to assess Tang San's condition, his brow furrowing slightly. What's wrong, brother Yu? Is Tang San going to be all right? Xiao Wu anxiously inquired, her voice tinged with a hint of sobbing as she gazed at Tang San's pallid face, devoid of any color. Lu Yu shook his head. The situation was dire. 3 ribs were fractured, his brain had suffered a severe concussion, and his hand bones were shattered. Lu Yu had perused numerous medical texts and, coupled with his own experiences of frequent injuries in the wilderness, could make a rough assessment of Tang San's condition, albeit only a tentative one. Is this young brother all right? At that moment, a deep voice suddenly resonated from behind. Xiao Wu turned to find the very culprit responsible for Tang San's injuries had approached without her noticing. What business is it of yours? She retorted angrily. Xiao Wu, please refrain from getting upset, Dai Mubai interjected, exchanging a glance with Zhuoqiqi, who promptly stepped in to pull Xiao Wu aside. Over the past few days, it was abundantly clear to everyone what kind of relationship existed between Tang San and Xiao Wu, and they understood the significant place Tang San held in her heart. Concurrently, Dai Mubai led Zhao Zhongxian away, given that it was he who had left Tang San in such a state. Who could predict what might unfold if he remained under Xiao Wu's watchful gaze? Here, this is a healing potion my master gave me. It works wonders for internal injuries. You all take it. I must accept the blame for my heavy-handedness this time. Consider it my apology, Zhao Zhongxian said, realizing that his presence was unwelcome. With a grand gesture, he produced a jade vial from seemingly nowhere and thrust it into Dai Mubai's hands, departing without waiting for a response, leaving only his imposing silhouette behind. Dai Mubai glanced at the retreating figure and then at the medicine in his hand before turning back to Lu Yu. Everyone, please step back. Lu Yu suddenly rose to his feet, his expression grave. He raised his left hand high, murmuring incantations as a radiant light flashed, revealing an exquisitely ornate star prayer staff in his grasp. Simultaneously, the soul ring beneath his feet, glowing with a violet hue, erupted with brilliance, as fiery and captivating as a blazing flame. Upon witnessing this, the crowd retreated, granting Lu Yu ample space to perform his art. Meanwhile, Tang San lay on the ground, his injuries profoundly alarming. Despite his diligent training in the Xintian skill and the solid foundation of strength he had cultivated through relentless effort, the severity of his wounds was nearly beyond his capacity to bear. Lu Yu was acutely aware of the dire situation and dared not hesitate for a moment. He immediately summoned the soul power within him, channeling it relentlessly into the Qixing Lotus staff. As the soul power continued to flow, the yellow soul rings that had encircled the staff began to rise slowly, ultimately enveloping the Qixing Lotus staff in a steady embrace. Subsequently, under the impetus of his formidable soul power, the lotus blossom at the staff's apex seemed to respond to an enigmatic force, gradually unfurling its petals and radiating a dazzling brilliance. This light enveloped Tang San, who lay on the ground, like a warm cocoon. In that instant, Tang San felt as though he were immersed in an expansive starry sky, surrounded by countless twinkling stars that emitted a gentle and healing energy. Bathed in the glow of these celestial lights, the warmth flowed into him from above, coursing through his meridians and spreading throughout his limbs and body. His previously pallid face, which had been ashen from his injuries, began to regain a hint of color, alleviating the concern etched on everyone's faces. "Let us hasten to carry Tang San back for proper recuperation," Liu urged, his gaze fixed on Tang San's gradually reviving visage. Feeling a slight easing of the tension in his heartstrings, he carefully stowed away the staff, which had just borne an immense weight of life-saving power and hope. The first soul skill of the Qixing Lotus staff possessed two modes. Typically, he employed the rudimentary healing method, but this was the first time he had activated the advanced mode. At that moment, the robust Ma Hongjun stepped forward without hesitation, his broad shoulders seeming capable of bearing the weight of the world. He bent down, cautiously extending his hands to lift Tang San's body. Meanwhile, the agile Oscar swiftly approached, their movements perfectly synchronized, one cradling Tang San's head while the other securely supported his legs, their actions gentle and meticulous, fearful of causing him even the slightest discomfort. As the group departed, the host, who had just remembered to announce the results of the match, found that the defeated had already been carried away by his companions, and the victor had mysteriously vanished without a trace. At this moment, the victor of the fourth match in the second division of the Great Soul Master category did not return home but rather meandered through the shadows. Arriving at a dimly lit alleyway, Zhao Zhongxian hurriedly exited the arena, first turning left, then abruptly veering right, repeating this pattern several times. With each few steps, he paused to glance back anxiously, as if a fearsome beast were pursuing him closely. Even more suspiciously, he produced a black cloak from somewhere, swiftly enveloping himself from head to toe. The black robe appeared somewhat worn, with several signs of wear, yet at this moment, it served as his finest disguise. He pulled the brim of the hood low, nearly obscuring his face entirely, revealing only a pair of flickering eyes. Coupled with his furtive demeanor, glancing about with unease, he resembled a thief who had just pilfered something, anxiously seeking to escape. At last, he halted before a dimly lit alleyway, gazing into the darkness of the passage, shivering involuntarily at the chill that pervaded the air. With a determined step, he ventured inside, his robust silhouette gradually fading into the shadows, ultimately consumed by the enveloping darkness. Within that profound and inky alley, it felt as if the very air had been stained by ink, devoid of any light that could penetrate its depths. Zhao Zhongxian stood quietly within, his figure barely distinguishable in the gloom. He subtly moved a finger, his motion as gentle as a breeze caressing the surface of a lake, eliciting only the faintest ripple. At that moment, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. A faint, nearly imperceptible glimmer flashed across his index finger. This glimmer resembled a shooting star streaking across the night sky, brief yet resplendent. Almost instantaneously, an ancient lantern materialized in his hand. The lantern emitted a warm, yellow glow, its flickering flame akin to a candle struggling against the wind, seemingly on the verge of extinguishment. Nevertheless, this slight illumination brought the only semblance of light to the somber space. Yet, the radiance was exceedingly meager, barely illuminating a few steps ahead of Zhao Zhongxian, rendering the surrounding darkness even more profound and terrifying. The sound of footsteps echoed from the opposite end of the alley. Tap, 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 growing ever closer. Zhao Zhongxian stood still, as if awaiting someone's arrival. Meanwhile, with the assistance of others, Tang San had finally been brought back to Shrek Academy. After receiving treatment from Lu Yu, Tang San was no longer in imminent danger, and with the aid of the potion bestowed by Zhao Zhongxian, his internal injuries had shown slight improvement. According to Lu Yu's experience, it was likely that if Tang San rested for a day or two, he would awaken. At that moment, Oscar quietly approached Tang San's bedside, meticulously rearranging the disheveled blankets. He carefully tucked in the corners, ensuring every inch was snug and impenetrable to the cold air. Then, Oscar stood silently beside him, gazing at Tang San's serene sleeping face, filled with concern and warmth. After a while, seeing Tang San's steady breaths as he slipped into a sweet slumber, Oscar finally felt at ease and turned to depart, heading towards his own bed. Upon reaching his own bedside, Oscar collapsed onto the mattress like a deflated balloon, sprawled out in a large, ungraceful shape, utterly devoid of any semblance of decorum. At this moment, he felt as though all the fatigue in his body had found an escape, swiftly dissipating, replaced by an unparalleled sense of comfort and relaxation. Alas, my friend, what do you suppose Lu Yu is venturing out for at this late hour? He claims to be in search of medicine, yet our village is not devoid of pharmacies. Why must he travel to the city for it? Oscar pondered, his brow furrowed in confusion. How could I possibly know? Perhaps he intends to procure some rare and precious medicinal herb, came the reply. After all, Tang San and Liu Yu hail from the same village, and their bond is exceptionally close. It is only natural for one to express concern for the other. At that moment, Ma Hongjun lay sprawled across the bed, much like Oscar, having exerted himself tirelessly to carry Tang San back. Oh, how infuriating. Just at this critical juncture, our esteemed Dean has seemingly vanished without a trace. After a long wait, when he finally appears, he bears the countenance of a miser, unwilling even to hire a modest carriage. It has left me utterly exhausted. Despite his eyes being tightly shut, Ma Hongjuan's mouth never ceased its complaints, in my opinion. Xiao Wu is entirely correct. Our Dean is nothing short of a shrewd merchant. Each year, he collects exorbitant tuition and registration fees, all of which vanish into his own pockets. He permits money to flow in his direction but forbids even a single coin from leaving, resembling a proverbial iron rooster. Stingy to the core. Just then, the wooden door of the room creaked open, revealing a figure standing silently in the doorway. Upon recognizing the familiar face, Oscar sprang from the bed, gesturing urgently to Ma Hongjun, who, with his eyes still closed, remained oblivious to the signal, continuing his tirade. Oscar, do you think our Dean spends all that money he earns each year? Could he be secretly indulging in debauchery? As he spoke, he animatedly gestured, entirely unaware that doom was approaching. Observing Flinder's expressionless face, which bore a tinge of gloom, Oscar ultimately relinquished his efforts and allowed Ma Hongjun to continue. Dean, what brings you here? Oscar finally could not suppress his conscience and spoke up. It's nothing. I merely came to check on Tang San's injuries. Flinder replied in a tone so flat that it betrayed no emotion whatsoever. Dean? At this moment, upon hearing Oscar's words and that familiar voice, Ma Hongjun instantly regained consciousness. Surprisingly, his corpulent body sprang up from the bed with an astonishing speed, and in the blink of an eye, he adeptly stood before Flander. The latter stepped forward, and both men, understanding each other's intentions, promptly turned aside to clear a path. Flander approached Tang San's bed, meticulously examined him, and upon finding no serious issues, turned to leave. As he passed by Ma Hongjun, Flander's husky, gravelly voice suddenly resonated without warning. Come to my office tomorrow. Without looking back, he exited the dormitory. Chapter 113, Theoretical Master, Part 4. Transaction. Oscar cast a sympathetic glance at Ma Hongjun, shook his head in resignation, and patted his shoulder with a sigh. He then walked to the bedside, climbed onto the bed, tucked himself under the covers, and closed his eyes. He had done all he could. If the hefty fellow insisted on courting disaster, it was no longer his concern. In a dim alley of Soto City, a flickering flame danced within an ancient lantern, casting shadows that illuminated the silhouettes of two figures. Did you bring the items? One of them inquired, his voice grating like fingernails scraping across a chalkboard, sharp and jarring, sending chills down one's spine. Where is the merchandise I requested? The burly man holding the lantern spoke slowly, his deep, resonant voice seemingly piercing through the night and reaching into the very soul. As he spoke, the atmosphere thickened, evoking a palpable chill that crept up one's spine. The other man presented a box to the burly figure, supporting it with one hand while deftly opening it with the other. Inside lay a spherical object swathed in black cloth. Just as the burly man reached out to unveil it, the other swiftly shut the box with a resounding clap. The burly man waved his hand, and a pouch of coins materialized as if by magic. He carelessly tossed the pouch aside, as though it contained mere trifles. The other man, seeing the pouch hurtling towards him like a shooting star, felt a surge of panic. He hastily threw the heavy box aside, and, with lightning speed, lunged for the pouch. In that critical moment, the seemingly motionless burly man erupted into action like a leopard that had lain in wait for too long. A shadow flashed by as he extended a powerful leg with unmatched speed. His toe, like a serpent emerging from its lair, delicately hooked the box, which was plummeting toward the ground. Instantly, it altered its trajectory, as if an invisible force guided it, gracefully flying into the burly man's broad embrace. The entire maneuver flowed seamlessly, leaving onlookers in awe. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderclap echoed through the sky. A shadow materialized in the alley, startling the two individuals within. At that moment, the enigmatic figure cloaked in black leisurely raised his right hand, as if performing an utterly mundane action. Yet, with a subtle wave of his arm, a deafening roar reverberated from the heavens. The sound was akin to a stampede of countless horses, shaking the earth and ringing in their ears. Immediately after, A dazzling bolt of lightning descended like a silver dragon, carrying an overwhelming pressure and energy. The brilliant flash illuminated the entire expanse, transforming the previously dim surroundings into a brightness akin to daylight. The burly man nearby, overwhelmed by the sudden brilliance, instinctively shielded his eyes with his hands. In an instant, the cacophony of thunder, wind, and gasps intertwined, creating a scene of utter chaos. After a considerable time, as tranquility gradually returned, the man cautiously lowered his hands from his eyes. His gaze wandered in a daze, still reeling from the breathtaking spectacle. "Master, Master," Zhao Zhongxian exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment as he recognized the identity of the figure before him, knowing only his master possessed the power to conjure such an event. Although the cloaked figure was not particularly tall, indeed, he may have even been shorter than Zhao Zhongxian, he stood resolute like an immovable mountain. He slowly lowered his hand, his movements deliberate and steady, as if each subtle action held profound significance. Accompanying this motion, he spoke in a voice that resonated like echoes from a deep valley, raspy and grave, reminiscent of an elder who had weathered the trials of time, imbued with an indescribable weight and authority. The voice lingered in the air, seemingly capable of penetrating the very souls of those who heard it, evoking a sense of reverence. "Ah," Zhao Zhongxian, taken aback by the elder's voice, trembled involuntarily. His lips parted slightly as he stammered, I see my junior nephew." As he spoke, he gradually removed his hood, revealing a youthful face marked by respect. It is worth noting that at merely 13 years of age, Zhao Zhongxian already stood an impressive height of 6 feet, making him remarkably conspicuous. In contrast, the cloaked elder appeared particularly frail beside his towering figure. However, despite the elder's slight stature, he emanated an aura of formidable authority that commanded respect, as if the very air around him would solidify with the slightest movement. The elder nodded with satisfaction and then slowly said, "Be more vigilant in the future. Do not blindly trust everything others say. You should go find Tang Hao now." His tone was tinged with a hint of helplessness. This disciple was indeed a gift he had unexpectedly received. Prior to discovering Lu Yu, he had encountered Zhao Zhongxian, whom he had kept in Mo family village. During a previous outing with Tang Hao, he had brought Zhao along as well. Zhao Zhongxian had awakened his martial soul through the elder's guidance. Although his martial soul, the giant pumpkin hammer, was relatively common among weapon souls, its associated shockwave ability was somewhat typical. He was unique in possessing a rare twin martial soul, with the quality of his second soul rivaling that of the inherited martial souls from the martial soul hall. However, the greatest concern for the elder was a significant flaw in his disciple's character. Zhao Zhongxian was excessively straightforward, with an exceptionally kind-hearted nature. During their recent excursions, the elder had permitted him to explore alone, but who could have anticipated that in such a brief span, he would fall victim to a scam, losing nearly everything, and even almost his undergarments. It was hard to determine whether to label him as innocent or foolish for so easily falling into another's trap. To make matters worse, this naive disciple was also exceedingly combative, which only added to the elder's distress. Chapter 114, Master of Theory, Part 5. The elder turned to face the figure in black sprawled on the ground. With his left hand, he subtly raised a finger, and an invisible force lifted the hood of the black-clad man's cloak. If Lu Yu were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this disheveled man with a mohawk hairstyle as the very individual he had encountered earlier in the Soul Arena. The elder reached out to retrieve the pouch of money that Zhao Zhongxian had given to the man, opened it, and a look of confusion crossed his face upon seeing its contents. "Master," Zhao Zhongxian suddenly spoke from behind, seemingly aware of the elder's puzzlement. With a slight movement of his fingers, a silver token appeared in his hand. "I have kept the token from Mo family village with me, but the one inside is a fake." "Ah," the elder replied with a smile, nodding in satisfaction. "It is commendable that you were able to deduce this. However, have you considered what you would do if they discovered the token was counterfeit and turned against you?" "Naturally, I would fight them," Zhao Zhongxian responded almost without hesitation, a glimmer of battle spirit shining in his eyes. The elder sighed, shaking his head in resignation or perhaps disbelief. "But what if their strength far surpasses yours? How would you engage them then?" "That cannot be," Zhao Zhongxian scratched his head. "I just use my martial soul to observe him. He has only 2 white soul rings and 2 yellow soul rings, all within my capacity to forcibly subdue." The elder, taken aback by this, revealed a mixture of helplessness and bitterness on his face. He slowly began, "My child, You must always remember that the affairs of this world are intricate and complex. Not all problems can be resolved with sheer brute strength. While fists are undoubtedly powerful, this world is vast. Sometimes, the gentle can conquer the strong. And leveraging one's strength may prove more effective than relying solely on brute force. In certain instances, setting aside prejudices and engaging in communication can become the key to resolving conflicts. Thus, it is imperative to cultivate adaptability and refrain from stubbornly believing that violence is the sole means to achieve one's objectives. After imparting this wisdom, the elder cast a profound gaze upon the youth before him, his eyes brimming with hope and concern. "I understand, Master," Zhao Zhongxian replied, his expression one of sudden enlightenment. "The world is vast, and matters resolvable by mere fists are few. Therefore, it is wise to seek out more allies, thereby increasing the number of issues that can be addressed through strength. This, I surmise, is the reason you urged me to seek my nephew. You should first find Tang Hao, have some dinner, and retire early." The elder gestured dismissively. "Yes, master, I shall take my leave," Zhao Zhongxian responded with utmost respect, bowing deeply in a formal gesture of a disciple. Inwardly, he mused, "How considerate of my master. Surely it is due to my words resonating with him. Henceforth, I must strive to forge numerous friendships, for unity is strength. When challenges arise, the more allies I have, the better we can collaborate." With this thought, a proud smile crept upon Zhao Zhongxian's face as he envisioned a future where he commanded the elements and exuded an imposing presence. He then straightened up, once more paying his respects to his master before turning to depart, his steps firm and resolute. After watching Zhao Zhongxian leave, the elder shifted his gaze back to the cloaked figure, idly toying with a silver talisman. "Are the 7 prominent families becoming impatient? It seems my long seclusion has rendered me forgotten," the elder remarked slowly, his tone devoid of warmth. Meanwhile, the inky night enveloped the earth in silence and mystery. Liu moved with ghostly swiftness, employing his unique technique, the ghostly step, weaving through the streets like a fleeting shadow. His keen eyes sparkled with vigilance as he observed the ebb and flow of passers-by. Every silhouette, every whisper of the wind, escaped his notice, as though he were in pursuit of a long-lost treasure or tracking a target of utmost significance. "Old Mo, are you certain that person is in this vicinity?" Liu Yu gracefully leaped onto a hotel window, balancing effortlessly on the ledge. From his vantage point, he surveyed the bustling crowd below, his heart heavy with uncertainty and anxiety. At that moment, Liu Yu closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, and gradually summoned forth the formidable mental energy within him. That invisible force surged through his vision like a tidal wave, significantly enhancing his sight. Meanwhile, he cautiously controlled the flow of his mental energy, striving to extend his range of detection to the utmost while ensuring precision. As his mental force spread, Liu Yu could distinctly perceive the breaths and emotional fluctuations of the people around him. However, the figure he had been desperately seeking remained elusive. "It must be here. The signal from the marker you placed on him was lost right in this very location." Suddenly, the silver eye of the Moholic pouch at his waist opened, flashing with a glimmer of light. He had found it. Just then, a familiar silhouette captured Liu Yu's attention, and he exclaimed in delight. Below on the street, a robust figure was striding confidently along, his face alight with joy, as if he had just encountered a stroke of good fortune. That figure was none other than Zhao Zhongxian, the one who had previously injured Tang San. Indeed, he had just received good news. His master had praised him, showing great concern for him, which was a tremendous blessing for Zhao Zhongxian. The reason Liu Yu was tracking Zhao Zhongxian traced back to their earlier encounter at the Great Soul Arena. At that time, Tang San lay gravely injured on the ground, and when Zhao Zhongxian approached to deliver medicine, a silver token at his waist caught Liu Yu's eye. Instantly, his attention was drawn to that token, which bore a striking resemblance to the one Grandfather Jack had entrusted to him. However, Liu Yu was preoccupied with healing Tang San and had to set this matter aside. Now that Tang San was out of danger, Liu Yu resolved to follow Zhao Zhongxian, intent on questioning him about the origins of that token. Just as Liu Yu took a deep breath, preparing to leap down, a powerful hand suddenly reached through the window behind him, covering his mouth while yanking him backward. He was swiftly pulled into a small inn. At that moment, Zhao Zhongxian, walking on the street, looked up in confusion, having heard a peculiar sound that had now vanished. Was it merely a figment of his imagination? He scratched the back of his head. In the dimly lit room, Liu Yu was flung into a chair by a strong arm, the force and speed so great that he barely had time to react. A towering figure stood by the window, the moonlight casting a long shadow through the glass. "How, Uncle Hao?" Liu exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he rubbed them vigorously. When he looked again at the familiar yet unfamiliar figure by the window, he was astonished, unable to utter a word. The figure was indeed the long-missing Tang Hao. This revelation was utterly beyond Lu Yu's expectations. Previously, he had speculated that Tang Hao might appear in Soto City. However, he never imagined they would reunite in such a startling and shocking manner. As Lu Yu remained engulfed in the astonishment of this unexpected reunion, a thought suddenly struck him like lightning. Since Tang Hao was present here, could he possibly know the whereabouts of his grandfather? As soon as the thought emerged, it spread like wildfire, consuming all of Lu Yu's thoughts. Uncle Hao was about to speak, but was interrupted by Tang Hao, who said calmly, "I know what you wish to ask, indeed. Village Chief Jack is currently in Soto City. Is that true?" Lu Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice trembling slightly with urgency. "What have you all been doing during this time? Why treat me and Xiao San this way? We have been waiting here for your return." He clenched his fists tightly, veins protruding from his forehead, filled with confusion and anger. In this unfamiliar world, it was Grandpa Jack who had painstakingly raised him, showering him with boundless love and care. Yet now, those once closest to him had suddenly vanished, leaving behind a myriad of enigmas for him to confront alone. "Since you have arrived, why do you hide in the shadows? Can't you appear before me openly and provide a reasonable explanation?" Lu Yu's agitation grew, and tears began to well in his eyes. "I cannot answer that question, my child," Tang Hao replied. "This matter involves too many intricate and perilous circumstances that you, with your current experience and capabilities, are unable to comprehend and face. In due course, as time passes and you gradually mature, acquiring sufficient strength and wisdom, opportunities will arise for you to engage with these matters. For now, your most vital task is to devote yourselves to enhancing your own abilities. Only by becoming formidable can you better confront the myriad challenges that may emerge in the future." At this point, Tang Hao's gaze unconsciously drifted into the distance, as if he could glimpse the far-off future through the present landscape. "And what of Xiao San? Are you truly willing to let him venture out alone?" Lu Yu raised his head to meet Tang Hao's eyes. However, when Xiao San was mentioned, Tang Hao's voice faltered. A flicker of guilt and helplessness crossed his expression, as he silently lamented. As a father, he had been woefully inadequate. Throughout Tang San's journey, he had failed to provide sufficient companionship and affection, often choosing absence during crucial moments. In hindsight, those moments lost had become an irreparable regret in his heart. Yet, with the situation as it was, no amount of remorse would suffice. He could only hope to compensate his son as best as possible in the future, protecting him from further harm. Moreover, he bore an even more critical mission that demanded completion. In the years past, each night as Tang Hao gently closed his eyes, preparing to drift into slumber, those harrowing scenes would resurface like phantoms in his mind. The scenes are vividly etched in his mind, as if they occurred just yesterday, persistently haunting him. No matter how fervently he attempts to banish them, it proves futile. They are like thorns deeply entrenched in the recesses of his memory, impossible to uproot entirely. Just as Lu Yu was about to open his mouth to pose a few inquiries to Tang Hao, a faint creaking sound suddenly emanated from the previously closed door. Accompanied by this sound, the door was slowly pushed open from the outside. A tall figure appeared at the threshold, holding two bulging packages in his right hand. Stepping assuredly into the room, "Tang Hao, I've brought back some late-night snacks for us to try," came a slightly simple-minded voice. Indeed, it belonged to Zhao Zhongxian. Upon hearing that familiar voice, akin to a jolt of electricity, Lu Yu sprang up from his chair, his eyes wide open, piercing through the air like arrows, fixated on the figure entering the room. As Zhao Zhongxian stepped in with a steady gait, he suddenly sensed an odd atmosphere in the room. Raising his head, he discovered an unfamiliar figure had appeared, and staring at Lu Yu's face, he couldn't help but express his surprise. "Nephew, what brings you here? Are you looking for your master?" The terms nephew and master bewildered Lu Yu, leaving him puzzled as he glanced toward Tang Hao, seemingly seeking clarification on the situation. However, Tang Hao merely shook his head slowly, eliciting a sense of disappointment in Lu Yu. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of white light flickered through the room, and as it dimmed, another figure materialized in the already cramped space. Lu Yu lowered his arm that had shielded his eyes and beheld a silhouette cloaked in black robes. The figure turned slightly, as if time itself had come to a halt with that slow motion. Finally, he fully faced Lu Yu. Slowly, he raised his hands, which resembled withered branches, thin and riddled with wrinkles. His movements were gentle yet imbued with an ineffable weight. As he delicately pulled, a face marked by the passage of time was unveiled. What a visage it was! Deep-set eyes, clouded with the weariness of life, emitted an aura of hardship. Wrinkles crisscrossed like an ancient map, narrating the storms and tribulations of existence. Parched lips trembled slightly, as if yearning to convey something yet faltering in speech. "Grandfather!" Lu Yu could no longer contain his overwhelming excitement and shouted joyfully. His voice reverberated in the air, laden with the joy and longing of a long-awaited reunion with family. Standing beside him, Zhao Zhangxian promptly bowed respectfully, uttering, "Master," his tone filled with reverence and respect. Indeed, this enigmatic figure in black robes was none other than Jack, Lu Yu's grandfather, who had been missing for a full 6 years. In this lengthy passage of time, Lu Yu has been perpetually preoccupied with thoughts of him, yearning for his presence. Now, unexpectedly, Grandpa Jack has appeared before him, rendering Lu Yu momentarily incredulous, even questioning whether he is ensnared in a dream. Chapter 116. A meeting is a reunion, Grandpa. Lu Yu's voice trembles slightly with overwhelming excitement. The beloved family member he has longed for night and day has suddenly manifested before him, making it impossible for him not to feel exhilarated. "Little Yu, these years have truly been arduous for you." Old Jack's weathered voice bore a slight rasp, as if the trials of time had settled within it. His murky yet still bright eyes gazed affectionately upon the child he had lovingly nurtured, Lu Yu. Within that gaze resided boundless love and tenderness, akin to the warm sunlight of spring gently cascading upon newly sprouted buds, reminiscent also of the roaring hearth in winter, dispelling all coldness and solitude. It was a sentiment exclusive to kin, the most sincere and profound emotion, devoid of any impurities or reservations. "Grandpa, where have you been all these years? Why did you leave me alone? What have you been doing?" The questions that had been suffocating Lu Yu for 6 years finally surged forth amidst a torrent of yearning. "Little Yu," Old Jack slowly extended his weathered and slightly roughened hand, gently resting it upon Lu Yu's quivering shoulder. It seemed he aimed to convey warmth and strength through this simple and tender gesture, alleviating the tumultuous and uncontrollable anxiety surging within Lu Yu's heart. "Grandpa understands your feelings at this moment. Shall we sit down and talk slowly?" Old Jack said kindly. The night was radiant, and the long-awaited reunion transformed into an intimate conversation between grandfather and grandson, while Tang Hao and Zhao Zhongxian discreetly allowed them their privacy. "Grandpa, what have you been busy with during this time? How could you vanish without a word for so many years?" Lu Yu's face was etched with urgency and confusion, his tone carrying a hint of reproach and inquiry. His bright and eager eyes were fixed intently upon his grandfather, as if wishing to penetrate the weathered visage to unveil the secrets hidden deep within. "Little Yu, I have witnessed your progress over the years, at 12 years old. Your spirit is unmatched across the continent." Old Jack's eyes shimmered with kindness and satisfaction. Grandpa slowly lifted his head, his gaze profound and grave, observing the bewildered Lu Yu before him. He spoke softly, "Child, the matters I am currently engaged in are still premature for you to comprehend. Do not be hasty. When the time comes for you to stand independently upon this vast continent, or even in the expansive world, you will naturally understand the reasons and truths behind it all. However, I can share a morsel of information with you today." At this juncture, Grandpa Jack paused momentarily, seemingly deliberating over his words. Before continuing, "The perpetrator who ruthlessly took the lives of your parents, or perhaps the sinister forces lurking in the shadows, have begun to stir once more. They are akin to venomous serpents concealed in the darkness, poised to strike again at any moment. Therefore, my child, you must hasten your growth and acquire the strength necessary to confront the unknown dangers that lie ahead." "The murderer of my parents? Grandpa, do you possess knowledge of the enigma surrounding my origins?" Lu Yu exclaimed, his face a mask of astonishment as he gazed at the elder Jack. His previously tranquil eyes widened in disbelief, as if he sought to uncover a hint of truth etched upon Jack's face. Clenching his fists tightly, his body trembled slightly, and his voice involuntarily rose in pitch. Old Jack's weathered visage betrayed a complex array of emotions, and a flicker of hesitation danced within his murky eyes. Yet, after a moment, he gradually nodded. This gesture resonated within Lu Yu like a thunderclap, plunging his heart into a chasm of despair. Lu Yu stood there, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. The mystery of his origins, which had long troubled him, seemed poised to be unveiled in that very instant. He took a deep breath, striving to calm the tumult of excitement and anxiety within him, and with a voice tinged with tremor, he implored, "Grandfather, please tell me the truth. For years, I have lived in confusion, unaware of who I truly am and why I lost my parents. Old Jack regarded Lu Yu's urgent demeanor, letting out a gentle sigh before speaking slowly. Child, this matter is rather extensive. Your lineage is entwined with a mysterious force that exists independently of the continent, a force whose origins can be traced back to the very dawn of the land itself. These events are far too distant for me to elaborate on now. However, you are destined to set foot on that land, for your parents hail from there, as do your roots and your martial soul. It is a place known as the Sacred Realm. As he spoke, Old Jack's gaze drifted towards the window, his eyes reflecting the weariness of years gone by. The Sacred Realm? Lu Yu murmured repeatedly, as if the term had stirred a long-sealed corner of his heart. Furrowing his brow, he fervently searched his mind for any memories associated with those two words. Yet the passage of time had rendered those recollections shrouded in a veil of obscurity. Could this token you left behind be connected to that place called the Sacred Realm? A sudden spark of realization flashed within Lu Yu, as if he had grasped a vital clue. He then swiftly reached into his spatial ring, rummaging about as if recalling something of great significance. After a brief moment, he carefully retrieved a silver token. At that moment, the luminous moonlight cascaded onto the ground, perfectly illuminating the token. Instantly, the surface of the token emanated a faint, silvery glow, reminiscent of twinkling stars in the night sky, exquisite and enigmatic. Indeed, this token was left by your parents and serves as the key to finding the Sacred Realm, Old Jack remarked. His murky eyes fixed on the token in Lu Yu's hand, his thoughts drifting back to the first time he encountered Lu Yu, who had been but an infant swaddled in blankets, and now, how he had grown. A key? Lu Yu inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. Yes, Old Jack replied, sensing Lu Yu's bewilderment, and continued to elucidate. The token you possess is forged from a rare mineral found solely in the Sacred Realm. And after undergoing the divine ritual of the realm, it acquired the ability to locate and access the Sacred Realm. However, there is a prerequisite. What prerequisite? Lu Yu asked, intrigued. The prerequisite is that the gateway from the continent to the Sacred Realm has not been closed. Old Jack spoke slowly. Yet, I recently learned that the passage to the Sacred Realm has been sealed from within. Chapter 117. An unexpected encounter with Ning Rongrong. Lu Yu couldn't help but ponder again. Indeed, based on my deductions, there seems to be some turmoil within the sacred domain. Otherwise, it would be impossible to abruptly close all passageways in such a short time. However, this is not a matter you should concern yourself with at present. Old Jack gently stroked his beard and said, that token can guide you to a village known as Mo Family Village, which serves as one of the gateways from the sacred domain to the mainland. Though now, with the passageways closed, it has temporarily become a rather secluded village. I hope you will visit there later. Perhaps your lineage from the sacred domain will yield some rewards for you. After Old Jack finished speaking, he slightly tilted his head back, directing his deep, somewhat weathered gaze toward the vast and enigmatic night sky. The stars twinkled in the night, resplendent like jewels embedded in black satin. Yet, at this moment, Old Jack had no desire to admire the beautiful scenery. His expression gradually grew solemn, as if he could pierce through the endless darkness and unveil the hidden secrets beyond the veil of night. He felt that in that distant and profound place, countless eyes filled with greed and desire were quietly watching this tranquil land. These eyes resembled hungry beasts, emanating a chilling gleam, fixated on this place, waiting for the opportune moment to pounce and consume the land entirely. Grandfather, is that Zhao Zhongxian also from the sacred domain? Why does he possess a token identical to mine? Lu Yu inquired, sensing that the only answer he could extract from Old Jack concerned the origins of Zhao Zhongxian. You are correct. Zhongxian indeed hails from the sacred domain, and he is your kin. In terms of generations, he should be your uncle. Old Jack gently stroked his beard again. Although you are of the same bloodline, his fate is even more tragic than yours. More tragic than mine? Lu Yu questioned, bewildered. He could not fathom Old Jack's meaning. Could it be that he too had lost his parents, with his entire clan annihilated? If he was indeed his uncle, did that not place Lu Yu within the bounds of his clan? You, like him, are an orphan from that battle long ago. Battle? Lu Yu murmured in confusion. Increasingly lost and perplexed, he felt a fog enveloping him, like an invisible barrier standing between him and the answers he sought. No matter how hard he tried to explore, he found it difficult to penetrate this obstruction. The moonlight, gentle as water, softly draped itself over the winding stone path outside the village, as if adorning it with a layer of silver gauze. Under the moonlight, the stone path appeared distinctly clear, each stone tightly connected, resembling a slumbering dragon stretching its body. The moonlight filtered through the branches and leaves of the trees lining the path, creating patches of mottled light and shadow, akin to a naturally formed ink painting. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, causing the moon's reflection to sway, adding an air of mystery to the quiet stone path. Lu Yu walked alone slowly along the cobbled stone path, paved with slabs of blue stone. The night had already passed its zenith, and gusts of cold wind howled as they swept in, mercilessly striking against his fair visage. This frigid evening breeze seemed to carry an icy chill, penetrating through his skin to the very marrow of his bones. Yet, Lu Yu appeared oblivious, continuing to tread forward with a steady and resolute gait. He slightly tilted his head back, allowing the biting wind to freely caress his face, closing his eyes as if savoring the tranquility and solitude of this moment. The wind tousled his hair, lifting it gently before letting it fall, resembling a poetic tapestry. As Lu Yu walked along the stone path, nearing the academy, he noticed Ning Rongrong seated upon a rock, idly swinging her legs in a state of ennui. "Isn't your good brother injured? Why are you not attending to him? What brings you back so late?" Ning Rongrong inquired upon noticing Lu Yu's approach. With an impassive expression, Lu Yu coldly addressed the other party. "Do I need to report to you about my every endeavor? This seems to be of no concern to you." His gaze betrayed a hint of frost, as if he were rather displeased with the inquiry posed by the individual before him. Subsequently, Lu Yu shifted his attention to the surrounding silence, slightly furrowing his brow before continuing. "But what about you? How is it that you sit here alone at this late hour? Do you not fear encountering any danger? For instance, those with nefarious intentions. It appears you have no intention of leaving." With that, he crossed his arms and quietly awaited a response. Observing Ning Rongrong's demeanor, Lu Yu surmised that she had indeed chosen to remain. Indeed, with such intrigue present, why would one wish to depart? Ning Rongrong languidly perched upon a stone, one delicate jade-like hand gently playing with her silken hair, while the other casually supported her chin. A trace of ennui flickered in her gaze. She slightly pouted, playfully chiding the individual across from her. "But look at you, that's your dear brother. He is injured, and instead of staying to tend to him, you have the audacity to return at such an hour. Just look at that sullen expression. Could it be that you have suffered a heartbreak?" With that, Ning Rongrong stifled a giggle, her melodious laughter resonating in the air, lifting the spirits of those around her. However, the recipient of her teasing maintained his cold demeanor, seemingly impervious to her mirth. "That is none of your concern," Lu Yu retorted icily. "Surely, you did not wait here just to exchange these few words?" Ning Rongrong nimbly leapt down from the stone and approached Lu Yu, an enchanting fragrance wafting toward him. "Of course not. I am here to ask you for a favor." With her hands clasped behind her back, she took deliberate steps closer to Lu Yu. "What is it that compels the illustrious princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School to seek assistance?" Lu Yu continued to regard her with crossed arms, his demeanor unyielding. "You must have heard about Zhao Wujia's encounter in the grove that night." Ning Rongrong tilted her head slightly, her liquid eyes fixed intently on Lu Yu, her alabaster fingers lightly tracing his solid chest, evoking an almost imperceptible allure. "I am not entirely certain what you are implying." Lu Yu furrowed his brow, his gaze evasively avoiding Ning Rongrong's. Noticing his reaction, Ning Rongrong chuckled softly. "Do not feign ignorance," setting aside the formidable presence that appeared earlier. "The mysterious figure who intervened later, I suspect they must be closely related to you." Though Ning Rongrong had not been present at the scene that night, and even if she had been, her current strength would have rendered her incapable of approaching the grove enveloped by overwhelming soul power. Yet, through her keen intuition and her observations of Lu Yu's behavior, she was convinced that this incident was indeed connected to him. Chapter 118. An Unexpected Encounter with Ning Rongrong, Part 2. Lu Yu felt a slight shock within him. Prior to the revelations imparted by Grandpa Jack that evening, he had merely speculated that the thunderous sounds of that night were the result of a collaborative effort between Grandpa Jack and Tang how to deal with Zhao Wuji. However, how did Ning Rongrong come to know this? She did not appear to be guessing, and given her formidable strength, approaching the matter undetected was no easy feat, let alone witnessing the events unfold. "How do you know?" Lu Yu inquired. "Do you wish to know?" A mischievous smile danced upon Ning Rongrong's lips. "Not interested." Lu Yu coldly averted his gaze. "Oh, come now. Why are you so serious?" "I will tell you." Ning Rongrong, sensing Lu Yu's indifference, felt a twinge of disinterest. "This was disclosed to me by my father, who remains the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. A mysterious powerhouse behind you sent my father a letter, and all I know comes from its contents." As she spoke, Her fingers playfully traced along Lu Yu's chest. What does this have to do with the conditions you wish to discuss? Lu Yu's expression darkened, his gaze piercing like icy stars as he fixed his stare upon her, his words dripping with frost. Meanwhile, a profound curiosity began to swell within him. Why had his grandfather suddenly sent a letter to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Could it conceal some unknown secret or significant event? Once this thought emerged, it proliferated within him like wild grass, making it difficult to restrain his racing mind. The information he had acquired that night was overwhelming and intricate, to the point that he felt his mind might burst from the weight of it all. A myriad of questions, conjectures, and possibilities intertwined like countless threads, leaving him utterly bewildered. At this moment, his mind was besieged by a tempest of confusion. A chaotic whirlwind of thoughts. If you have nothing else, I shall take my leave. I am quite fatigued and wish to rest, Liu stated. Oh, don't be in such a hurry. My request is rather simple. Have your powerful ally eliminate Flinder, and in return, all your cultivation resources will be provided by the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Moreover, I could arrange for you to become an elder of our school, ensuring that the latter half of your life is filled with inexhaustible wealth and glory. How does that sound? Quite simple, isn't it? Ning Rongrong retracted her fingers from Lu Yu's chest as she spoke. Impossible. Farewell. Liu coldly uttered those 5 words before turning away from Ning Rongrong. Lu Yu. Ning Rongrong suddenly called out loudly, do you realize the decision you are making? You truly intend to refuse? Countless soul masters across this continent yearn to enter the gates of our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. They dream day and night, longing to become one of us, to bask in the unparalleled glory and resources we offer. Yet, such a rare opportunity is laid before you, and without hesitation, you choose to decline. Do you not feel a sense of regret? Upon hearing those words, Liu turned and approached Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong, not everything in this world can be acquired through wealth and power. Did your father not teach you to respect your teachers and honor the way? Even though Dean Flander admonished you today, your recent actions were indeed excessive. If you find it difficult to adapt to the environment here, I advise you to leave sooner rather than later. With that, Liu departed without looking back. Ning Rongrong stood there, bewildered by his actions. Yet, in the next moment, a peculiar smile graced her lips. Lu Yu, you are quite intriguing. Just moments ago, the conditions she proposed were a coveted dream for countless soul masters across the continent, seemingly imbued with an inexhaustible allure that could entice anyone to step forth. However, unexpectedly, Liu had chosen to reject them without hesitation. As the young lady of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, she had lived a life of ease, where her desires had always been fulfilled. Those who encountered her typically sought every means to ingratiate themselves, yet this Lu Yu dared to refuse her. This was the first time she had developed an interest in a boy, but Lu Yu's resolute indifference only ignited a hidden side of her character. Lu Yu, you cannot escape my grasp. Ning Rongrong's right hand slowly clenched into a fist, her gaze fixed intently on the direction Lu Yu had departed. Achoo! At that moment, as Lu Yu walked along the path, he suddenly sneezed. He felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively turned to look back, but saw nothing. It seemed he had been too tense tonight. In the early morning, as the sun rose gently from the east, its soft rays filtered through the window, casting a warm glow within the room. Liu slowly opened his eyes and glanced at Oscar and Ma Hongjun, who were still sound asleep beside him. He carefully lifted the blanket and gingerly got out of bed, mindful not to disturb them. Liu donned his shoes and stealthily approached the door. As he gently turned the doorknob, a faint sound emerged, yet fortunately, it did not rouse the attention of the 2 individuals in bed. Upon successfully opening the door, he quietly closed it behind him and then departed the room with a light, graceful step. Once outside, the refreshing air enveloped him, instilling a profound sense of tranquility. However, just as he was about to stretch, he suddenly noticed a figure perched on the roof not far away. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Tang San, seated cross-legged, eyes closed, and expression focused, seemingly engaged in the practice of a certain martial art. Lu Yu was inwardly astonished, not anticipating that Tang San would rise so early to engage in his cultivation. He observed Tang San's eyes occasionally flickering with a purple glow, leading Lu Yu to speculate that he was practicing the enigmatic and formidable purple extreme magic eyes. After a night of ample and tranquil rest, Lu Yu gradually opened his eyes, feeling as though every pore of his body was gently caressed by the morning breeze, bringing him immense comfort. He inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air filling his lungs, and found himself immersed in an unprecedented sense of refreshment and joy. At that moment, Lu Yu harbored a singular, unwavering resolve to grow stronger. He He was determined to employ any means necessary to enhance his power. Whether it was to unveil the mysteries of his lineage shrouded in layers of fog, or to safeguard those he cherished dearly, individuals he wished to protect and nurture throughout his life. He was acutely aware that his current strength was woefully insufficient. In this world teeming with uncertainty and peril, especially following the anomalies that had transpired in the Doloa continent since his arrival, he understood that only by possessing formidable strength could he seize control of his destiny and genuinely protect those who were of paramount importance to him. Chapter 119, Theoretical Master, Part 6. Lu Yu stood firm, taking a deep breath before he began to engage his limbs in a series of warm-up exercises. His body gradually warmed, and his muscles became taut. Once he completed his warm-up, Lu Yu reached into his backpack and retrieved the weighted gear that Flander had intentionally left for him. The equipment appeared heavy, exuding the unique luster of metal. Lu Yu carefully donned each piece, adjusting their positions and tightness with precision. As the final component was secured, a wave of heavy pressure enveloped him. Yet Lu Yu exhibited no sign of retreat. He then focused his mind, channeling the soul power within him to gradually infuse it into the weights. With the continuous infusion of soul power, the already immense burden seemed to multiply in weight, the familiar sensation of oppression surging through his entire being like a tidal wave. Nevertheless, Lu Yu gritted his teeth, enduring this overwhelming pressure. With a light push of his foot, he moved with an ethereal grace, instantly executing his signature technique, the ghostly step. In an instant, Lu Yu's figure became indistinct, leaving behind a series of illusory afterimages. He surged forth at an astonishing speed, like a bolt of lightning slicing through the heavens. On the rooftop, Tang San, hearing the commotion below, slowly opened his eyes. He gazed in astonishment at the vanishing afterimages and remarked, "Brother Yu's speed has increased yet again." Lu Yu merely engaged in a brief exercise amidst the woods. After readjusting his burdens, he once again executed his ghostly steps, and after a few breaths, his figure astonishingly appeared before the cafeteria of Shrek Academy. Lu Yu slowly removed the burdensome gear that enveloped him, a set so extravagant in appearance that it could only be described as excessive. The heavy metallic material emitted a chilling sheen, adorned with intricate and enigmatic runes that rendered it remarkably eye-catching. Yet, it was not the ostentatious exterior that concerned Lu Yu the most. Rather, it was the cumbersome nature of this gear that troubled him, particularly when it came to the act of eating, which left him feeling constrained and restricted. Typically, Lu Yu donned only a few compact weight-bearing plates, meticulously crafted by the skilled hands of M.O. Holic. Though seemingly unremarkable, these plates bore exquisite patterns akin to those of the grand weight-bearing ensemble. It was through extensive research on gravity runes and the integration of this elaborate suit that M.O. Holic had painstakingly created these unique plates. While the constraining effect of these smaller plates was far from the formidable strength of the entire ensemble, their defensive capabilities and agility in combat were undeniably exceptional. When adorned with these plates, Lu Yu could adeptly navigate unforeseen circumstances without the encumbrance of excessive weight impeding his speed and nimbleness. Thus, even during mundane activities such as dining or resting, he never felt the need to part with his weight-bearing plates, coupled with his habitual inclination towards bearing weight. These plates posed no disruption to his daily life. With a creak, the moment Lu Yu settled onto the stool, it emitted a sound akin to a cry of anguish, as if it might shatter into pieces at any moment. The previously raucous atmosphere of the cafeteria fell into a hushed silence, all eyes drawn as if by an invisible force to the source of the commotion. What is happening? The patrons exchanged bewildered glances, their faces a tapestry of confusion. At that moment, the most striking figure was none other than Ma Hongjun. With half a steamed bun stuffed in his mouth, his cheeks bulged like a hamster's. His small eyes, already diminutive, now widened in a round stare, glimmering with curiosity and astonishment as he fixated on Lu Yu. Lu Yu, who would have thought? I truly did not anticipate that you were concealing such prowess. Ma Hongjun mumbled, his words muffled by the bun, as he wiped his greasy hands across his mouth and casually draped a robust arm over Lu Yu's shoulder. I never expected that you two are a heavyweight contender. Ma Hongjun grinned, revealing a set of large, white teeth, his expression somewhat comical. Memories of Duan Mu Bai and Oscar teasing him about his physique, labeling his perfectly rounded figure as a mere fatty, ignited a spark of indignation within him. What do they know? This is called prosperity. This is called good fortune. In contemporary times, upon witnessing Lu Yu's somewhat analogous experiences, Ma Hongjun felt an immediate kinship, a profound sense of mutual appreciation blossoming within him. However, upon hearing a melodious creak, Ma Hongjun, as if he had found a kindred spirit, exclaimed, "Lu Yu, do enlighten me on how you maintain such a slender physique." As he spoke, he gestured with both hands to depict a svelte figure, exclaiming with exuberance. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, a formidable and unyielding external force suddenly assailed him. This force surged like a tidal wave, rendering him utterly defenseless. In an instant, he was propelled away like an arrow released from its bow, his speed astonishing. Accompanied by a thunderous crash, Ma Hongjun collided forcefully against the unyielding wall of the cafeteria. The impact so severe that the entire establishment seemed to tremble slightly. At that moment, Dai Mubai slowly withdrew his recently kicked right foot, a smirk of disdain gracing his features as he mercilessly taunted, "Humph, you rotund fool. Do you presume everyone is as corpulent as yourself? Look at Lu Yu. His physique is nothing short of impeccable, a multitude of times superior to yours. Moreover, he trains daily while burdened with heavy equipment." Heavy equipment? The crowd regarded Dai Mubai with expressions akin to that of observing a peculiar creature. "Brother Yu, do you truly wear such weights even during your daily activities? Eating, drinking, sleeping, bathing?" Xiao Wu inquired, her curiosity piqued. Witnessing Lu Yu nod in affirmation, their astonishment intensified. Observing Lu Yu's apparent ease suggested he had long since acclimatized to the daily burden, explaining how he had attained the spirit master rank at such a tender age. Particularly, Oscar recalled Lu Yu's habitual early morning workouts. Possessing talent and yet persevering so diligently made it seem unfair, truly deserving of his accomplishments. Seated at the table, Zhang Qiqi's eyes reflected a complex amalgamation of emotions, shock intertwined with a fierce determination, even a burgeoning combativeness. Had he been exerting himself to such an extent all along? Zhang Qiqi found himself reflecting on his own efforts over the years, which now seemed trivial in comparison. A pale hand clenched into a fist beneath the table. Zhang Qiqi silently admonished himself, realizing he must strive harder. Otherwise, he would never keep pace with Lu Yu. Chapter 120. The arrival of the theoretical master at this moment. Lu Yu remained oblivious to the gazes of those around him, contentedly seated at the table, enjoying his breakfast. After all, once the commotion subsided, these individuals would disperse, and he deemed it more prudent to indulge in his meal rather than worry about the impending grueling training orchestrated by Flander. A lackadaisical attitude towards dining could indicate underlying issues. Suddenly, a chill coursed down Lu Yu's spine. Is there a murderous intent? Alarmed, Lu Yu's heart raced. Yet he maintained an exterior of calmness, his mental energy extending outward. Strangely, he sensed no imminent danger approaching. The discomfort emanating from his back was unsettling, even eerie. Lu Yu couldn't help but lift his head in perplexity, his eyes filled with caution. Wait, something was amiss. Before long, he adeptly discerned the source of that enigmatic gaze. Guided by his keen intuition and insight, as he focused his attention, he beheld a graceful figure slowly approaching from outside the door. It was none other than Ning Rongrong. Her charming visage was currently adorned with a subtle smile, reminiscent of a flower blooming in the early spring, vibrant and captivating. Akin to the first ray of sunlight on a crisp morning, warm and inviting. Most striking were the delicate dimples that danced at the corners of her mouth, twinkling like stars in the night sky, adding a playful and endearing quality to her already sweet and enchanting features. Upon the sight of that smile, it seemed to possess an intangible magic capable of instantly dispelling the shadows from one's heart, enveloping the beholder in an ineffable sense of comfort and delight, as if they were basking in the gentle breeze of early spring. As a waft of the girl's unique fragrance brushed against Lu Yu's face, he regained his composure, only to find Ning Rongrong seated right before him. "Good morning," she chimed sweetly. Lu Yu replied with a casual morning and resumed his breakfast. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but he had caught a glimpse of an unusual glimmer in Ning Rongrong's eyes, a gaze reminiscent of a shepherd looking at his little lamb, imbued with a possessive intensity that felt foreign to Lu Yu. A wave of bewilderment washed over him. What was amiss with this little sorceress today? That look evoked memories of a particular character from a whimsical anime he had seen in a past life, a seemingly innocent girl who concealed a dark, twisted nature. Surely, this young lady couldn't be akin to such a character. Lu Yu hesitated to delve further into that thought, realizing that being the object of a Yandra's affection was hardly a favorable position. Despite Lu Yu's aloof demeanor, Ning Rongrong displayed no sign of discomfort. Instead, she quietly began to enjoy her breakfast in front of him. This scene, however, was interpreted differently by onlookers. Ma Hongjun, utilizing his considerable weight, detached himself from the wall and ambled over, rubbing his ample waist. Thankfully, his robust physique rendered the damage from Dai Mubai's earlier kick negligible. Yet, upon witnessing the unfolding scene, he couldn't help but widen his eyes in astonishment. What is going on here? Do these two have something going on? He nudged Dai Mubai beside him, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. This morning's spectacle was indeed peculiar. A typically nonchalant man and woman were now seated together for breakfast. If they were in a more crowded setting, it might be understandable. But even though Shrek Academy's cafeteria wasn't vast, it was characterized by its sparsely populated ambience. Even with all the teachers and students present, it wouldn't feel cramped. Moreover, there were numerous empty seats at the tables occupied by Xiaowu, Zhu Qing, and Zhang Qiqi. Why, then, had Ning Rongrong chosen to sit directly in front of Lu Yu? How could I possibly know? Dai Mubai, carrying a tray, strolled to one side. As he passed by Lu Yu, he intentionally cast a fleeting yet encouraging glance at him, as if to say, "You can do it." He then pulled Ma Hongjun aside to a different table. Upon entering the cafeteria, Oscar was taken aback by this peculiar scene. Before he could react, Ma Hongjun swiftly dragged him away. Soon, the resounding sound of the bell echoed across the playground, prompting everyone to hastily finish their breakfast and line up in formation in the open space, ready for class. In no time, Flender arrived on the playground. Scanning the crowd as was his custom, his gaze lingered momentarily on Ning Rongrong before he nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. Today marks your second class at Shrek Academy, and you all appear quite spirited. It seems you rested well, especially you, Oscar. Unlike before, you did not sleep in your dormitory, leaving a poor impression on your juniors. Well done." Oscar felt a flush of embarrassment at this praise, particularly as Xiaowu struggled to suppress a grin. However, the next moment, Oscar, meeting Flender's gaze, spoke up. "Dean, I wish to inform you that my excellence extends far beyond this. Through my relentless perseverance, just last night, I broke through to level 30. A radiant joy illuminated Oscar's face, as if he had just sold 1,000 sausages. What? Not only Ma Hongjun, but everyone present, including Flender, was astonished, their eyes widening in disbelief as they turned to Oscar. Unlike Lu Yu, who achieved the status of an auxiliary soul master at the tender age of 12, Oscar's accomplishment fell within the realm of the ordinary. In the minds of the crowd, Lu Yu had transcended humanity. What rendered them even more astounded was the revelation that Oscar was a genuine, unequivocal food-type soul master. This was in stark contrast to Lu Yu. Lu Yu's martial spirit possessed formidable and comprehensive auxiliary abilities, providing critical support and enhancements to teammates in battle, coupled with impressive offensive capabilities to strike effectively at crucial moments. Conversely, Oscar's sausage martial spirit, in the eyes of most ordinary individuals, bore no distinction from those deemed entirely worthless. Had it not been for Flander's insistence on accepting him back then, Oscar would likely still be oblivious to his own potential. The rapidity with which Oscar has surpassed the 30th level has genuinely taken Flander by surprise. In Chapter 121, titled Theoretical Master, Flander had previously speculated about the timeline of Oscar's advancement beyond level 30. According to his reasoning, Oscar was expected to follow closely behind Ma Hongjun. However, he was utterly astonished to discover that Oscar's progress has outpaced even that of Ma Hongjun. It is crucial to note that Ma Hongjun's evil Fire Phoenix martial spirit is regarded as one of the pinnacle beast martial spirits on the continent, albeit with considerable side effects. Nevertheless, the unexpected delight Oscar presented today was indeed substantial. "Excellent, Oscar. Your progress has slightly exceeded my expectations, and fortuitously. Today's task revolves around you," Flander remarked, a rare smile gracing his features. Yet, to Lu Yu, that smile appeared rather lecherous and sinister. Director Oscar, with his enchanting peach blossom eyes, gazed at Flander, who felt increasingly uncomfortable under the scrutiny, clearing his throat awkwardly. "Today, you are to undergo what we call adaptive training, where each of you must consume 2 varieties of sausages crafted by Oscar, at least 2 pieces each." "What?" Flander's words landed like a heavy iron lump in a pot of hot oil, splattering everyone with an overwhelming sense of shock and dismay. A chorus of pained cries erupted, especially from several girls, their faces resembling that of bitter gourds, utterly bereft of tears. Oscar, standing to the side, had not anticipated that the director would bestow such significance upon him today. Could it be that the dawn of his spring as a food-type soul master was upon him? What constitutes adaptive training? Zhang Qiqi stepped forward, voicing her skepticism. In the heat of battle, when life and death hang in the balance, consuming something that ensures survival is vital. Will you prioritize your pride or your life? Flander narrowed his eyes, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. Although Oscar's incantations may have been somewhat lewd and unappetizing, he is a rare, innate food-type soul master endowed with full soul power, offering enhancements that others can scarcely experience. Flander continued, Oscar, commence. At Flander's command, Oscar promptly summoned his soul power, and 2 yellow soul rings appeared beneath his feet, rotating gracefully. I possess a large sausage. I possess a small sausage. Oscar's eyes sparkled with uncontainable delight as he held 1 sausage in each hand. Come on, who will be first? He stepped forward, presenting the steaming sausages to the group. Xiao Wu and Zhang Qiqi's faces turned pale, nearly retching their breakfast from earlier. I'll go, a gentle voice interjected. To the astonishment of everyone, Lu Yu stepped forward, accepting the sausage from Oscar's hands. With a few swift bites, he polished off the large sausage, followed by the small one. Quite delightful. Lu Yu mumbled, his mouth full of sausage, his words slightly muffled yet enthusiastic. He had chubby cheeks, reminiscent of a gluttonous hamster savoring its food, a sight that was truly comical. Beside him, Xiao Wu felt a tumultuous churn in her stomach, the urge to vomit intensifying uncontrollably. She clamped her mouth shut, fearful that a moment's lapse could result in her losing her composure. Meanwhile, the onlookers directed their admiration towards Lu Yu, their eyes brimming with respect. Observing Lu Yu indulge with such gusto, they secretly marveled at his remarkable appetite, as if nothing in the world could rival the taste of the sausages before him. Under the envious and admiring gazes of the crowd, Lu Yu, with a satisfied pat on his belly and a wipe of his mouth, turned to rejoin the group. His strides were brisk and vigorous, as if the delectable feast had bestowed upon him an abundance of strength and contentment. After consuming the 2 sausages, a warm sensation coursed through his body, his meridians feeling more unimpeded than before. While the effect paled in comparison to his stellar tribute, it was noteworthy for Oscar, who was merely at level 30 and a food-type soul master, to experience such enhancement. Ma Hongjun discreetly gave Lu Yu a thumbs up, internally astonished by the prowess of someone so young who had attained the rank of soul ancestor. His palate was indeed extraordinary. He thought to himself that he could hardly stomach even a glance at Oscar's sausages. Bring me 2. A soft voice suddenly resonated. Zhang Qiqi stepped forward, her demeanor noticeably unruffled. The earlier skepticism towards Flander entirely vanished, replaced by a resolute expression. Xiao Wu, taken aback by Zhang Qiqi's action, instinctively tugged at her sleeve, only to be gently brushed off. Miss, your large sausage and small sausage, she heard Oscar say as he presented them. The wafting steam seemed to play with Zhang Qiqi's hair, and although she maintained a calm facade, her mind was fervently constructing a fortitude within her. It's fine, Zhang Qiqi. If he can consume it without flinching, so can you. You are no less capable than he is. If you cannot even take this small step, you will never catch up to him. Subsequently, amidst the astonished gazes of Xiao Wu and the others, along with Oscar's exhilaration, Zhang Qiqi accepted 2 steaming sausages and proceeded to chew them. In the next moment, a wave of warmth enveloped her body, causing her eyes to sparkle with newfound vitality. Despite still feeling a sense of revulsion, the enhancement bestowed by Oscar's martial spirit left her profoundly shocked. She felt an immense surge of strength, albeit not quite matching the intensity of Lu Yu's amplification. On the sidelines, Flander regarded Lu Yu with an appreciative gaze. It must be said that this student increasingly satisfied him. Not only did he possess remarkable talent, but his temperament was also beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. The so-called adaptive training he assigned to the group today was primarily aimed at honing the children's resilience. The continent is rife with gifted and powerful soul masters. Yet there are equally numerous formidable evil soul masters. Flander would rather his students never graduate than allow a single evil soul master to emerge from the doors of Shrek Academy. Today's adaptive training was merely a prelude. The real arduous training lay ahead. Once his old friend arrived, the true nightmare for these children would commence. However, he pondered how long it had been since he sent the letter. Surely, his old friend should have received it by now. Why then, was there not a whisper of response? As Zhang Qiqi returned to the team, there was still no sign of the next participant stepping forward. Flander remained steadfastly at his post, offering no opportunity for them to cheat. Chapter 122, The Theoretical Master Has Yet to Arrive? Just then, as the remaining individuals grappled with their mental fortitude, a soft voice pierced the tension. A slender figure draped in black gracefully approached. Zhu Shiqing, with her indifferent demeanor, coolly accepted the sausage from Oscar's hands, consumed it expressionlessly, and swiftly returned to her place in the lineup. Li watched the extraordinary woman with great interest. Her innate air of aloofness seemed to create an impenetrable barrier. Is it truly the case that only one young man is dared to approach after all this time? Could it be that the others are so timid they pale in comparison to even the girls? Observing that only a handful of individuals had the courage to step forward. Much to Flandre's surprise, his habitual inclination to jest as a teacher prompted him to speak up. At last, under Flandre's verbal provocation, the remaining participants completed their psychological and gustatory trials. Now only one remained, the taciturn Ning Rongrong, whose countenance had darkened ever since Flandre announced the day's adaptive training content. Meanwhile, in the office of the principal at the Notting City Junior Spirit Master Academy, two figures sat facing each other. "Old friend, have you truly resolved to depart?" The academy's principal inquired, pouring a cup of tea for the figure before him. "Indeed, esteemed principal, I have come hastily to bid you farewell. My 2 years of residing here, enjoying your hospitality, have surely caused you considerable inconvenience," Yu Xiaojiang replied, raising the teacup with both hands, his face reflecting deep respect. To be frank, after receiving Flandre's letter confirming Tang San's safe arrival, the anxiety that had weighed upon him was finally alleviated. For Tang San was the sole individual with the potential to actualize the theories he had long studied. His initial plan had been to set off that very morning. But after much contemplation, he deemed it more appropriate to take his leave of the old principal, considering the years he had spent benefiting from the Academy's generosity. "Since you have found your own path, I shall refrain from saying more. I wish you a safe journey. Today, let tea replace wine, as a gesture of farewell," the principal declared, raising his teacup in salute. "Thank you, principal." After bidding farewell to the principal, Yu Xiaojiang gathered his belongings, which consisted of a modest bundle containing the fruits of his research, his entire life's work. He slung the bundle over his shoulder and exited the academy, renting a carriage at the city gate. As he set out towards the rising sun, the driver inquired, "Are you headed to Soto City to visit family?" "Yes. I'm going to stay with a friend," Yu Xiaojiang replied, quietly perusing a notebook from his pack while engaging in casual conversation with the driver. His gaze inadvertently fell upon the driver, who was clad in simple linen, his skin darkened and gleaming from years of exposure to the elements. A most ordinary-looking carriage driver. He discreetly loosened the other hand hidden beneath the bundle, yet his palm remained clasping a delicate metallic mechanism, an ambush weapon left behind by Tang San upon his departure. While it lacked the capacity to inflict significant harm, it was filled with chili powder, ensuring at least a moment's respite for escape. Strangely enough, it was not a day marked by any special occasion, nor were there any merchant caravans departing the city. Yet, the sight at the city gate was indeed perplexing. A solitary carriage stood waiting for hire. From the moment Yu Xiaojiang stepped onto the carriage, an indistinct sense of unease began to simmer within him, as if a pair of unseen eyes lurked in the shadows, scrutinizing his every move. This sensation clung to him like a shadow, proving inescapable, rendering him unable to relax throughout the journey, maintaining a heightened state of vigilance. However, who would take an interest in someone like him, a soul master who could barely surpass the 30th level? He did not appear to be a wealthy individual. Yu Xiaojiang shook his head slightly, allowing himself to lower his guard. Undoubtedly, he had been confined indoors for too long, his nerves taut. Yet, in the next moment, an overwhelming fatigue washed over him, and he collapsed within the carriage. Just before slipping into unconsciousness, Yu Xiaojiang noticed the carriage driver suddenly rising, producing an object that glinted in the sunlight, resembling a knife. As the driver approached, Yu Xiaojiang faintly overheard his mutterings. "What terrible luck! After waiting for days, I encounter this pitiful wretch. Damn it, did you not think to bring more money to ensure your grandfather can profit a bit?" The driver set down the short knife and seized Yu Xiaojiang's bundle, rummaging through it only to discover a collection of tattered books. Cursing under his breath, he remarked, "Yet he seems quite normal and possesses some soul power, enough to be a soul master. Perhaps I could present him to the esteemed master for alchemy, and in return, receive a generous reward." A greedy smile crept across the bandit's face. Today marked the 3rd day of his stakeout. All those in the lair capable of cultivating soul power had been dispatched by the master for alchemy, leaving only a handful of those without soul power to seek out elixirs. It was absurd to send an ordinary man to rob a soul master. Was that not courting death? Yet, with no other options, the bandit had resorted to utilizing his family's ancestral charm powder. While it proved ineffective against most soul masters, it could certainly ensnare a low-level soul master under 30. Just as the bandit was gleefully preparing to bind Yu Xiaojiang with rope, he suddenly felt a sharp pain at the back of his head, and in an instant, he lost consciousness, collapsing beside Yu Xiaojing. As he teetered on the brink of oblivion, he caught a glimpse of a figure in a black robe who had inexplicably appeared within the carriage. Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy, a gathering was taking place on the playground where Oscar held a sausage in his left hand and a dried sausage in his right. Flanders stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his sharp gaze occasionally flashing through the lenses of his black-framed glasses. At this moment, only one person remained who had not completed this so-called adaptive training. Ning Rongrong stood quietly in place, her face reflecting a struggle. Impossible. No matter what. I cannot eat this disgusting thing today, not in this lifetime. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong shouted, for despite any changes she might undergo, having witnessed Oscar's sausage-making process, she could never overcome her inner turmoil. Oscar, observing this scene, turned to Frand, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back, seemingly enjoying the spectacle. Chapter 123. The Theoretical Master is still on his way. Oscar, bewildered by Frand's composed demeanor, found himself pondering the director's thoughts. At that moment, Liu stepped forward, taking the sausage from Oscar's hand and walking directly to Ning Rongrong. Stepping closer to her, Liu said, "You know, in my eyes, you look exceptionally beautiful today." His star-like, profound gaze seemed to possess a captivating charm that ensnared Ning Rongrong's heart, leaving her momentarily blank. Ning Rongrong was taken aback by Liu Yu's nonsensical compliment. Staring at him in bewilderment, her mouth slightly agape. Before anyone could react, Liu suddenly raised the sausage in his hand and, with astonishing rapidity, thrust it into Ning Rongrong's mouth. Her small face turned crimson as she struggled to articulate her muffled sounds, coughing intermittently. The crowd stood in stunned silence. Jaws dropped at Liu Yu's audacious maneuver. Even Dai Mubai, who prided himself on his experience with women, had never encountered such boldness. Beside him, Ma Hongjuan's face transformed in astonishment, while Oscar's hands remained in the position of offering the sausage. Zhang Qiqi's eyes widened, thoroughly captivated by Liu Yu's astonishing feat, leaving her deeply shaken. After a while, she slowly regained her composure and turned her gaze towards Xiao Wu, her eyes filled with confusion and curiosity, as if silently asking her, was he always this impressive? It is worth noting that in Zhang Qiqi's memory, Liu Yu had always been a fiery, audacious youth, particularly recalling the time he had dared to confront the formidable earth-cleaving ape alone in the soul-hunting forest, a display of bravery that remained etched in her mind. However, Liu Yu's recent display had entirely shattered the image she held of him. Yet in the next moment, the young girl cast a glance at Liu Yu, her eyes sparkling with newfound curiosity for the boy she had encountered 6 years prior. Xiao Wu and Tang San, utterly speechless, covered their eyes, unable to bear the sight. What Liu had just done was reminiscent of his antics at the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy. They recalled the teaching building he had once blown up, the countless rounds of greenery that had been replanted, and the devastated playground. Sighing, Tang San exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Wu. Indeed, this was still the formidable Liu Yu they had come to know, unchanged over the years. Meanwhile, Zhu Qing, witnessing the scene, slightly covered her slightly parted, alluring lips. Liu Yu's recent antics had somewhat diminished the air of mystery he had cultivated over the past few days, and for the first time, she found the silver-haired boy somewhat intriguing. Suddenly, a tide of emotions, anger, disgust flooded Ning Rongrong's mind. Liu Yu, she nearly screamed in a frenzy. In her eyes, he had transformed into nothing less than a complete scoundrel, the most detestable of scoundrels. Completely oblivious to the fact that she had forgotten her own behavior from the previous night. How could this rogue take advantage of her momentary distraction to commit such an outrageous act? Ning Rongrong felt sullied, as if her dignity had been tarnished. No one had dared to treat her this way throughout her life. Even Flinder, upon witnessing this scene, momentarily found himself at a loss, shaking his head in disbelief. Kids these days certainly know how to have fun, he mused. Brother Yu, what you did this time is rather excessive, Tang San quietly remarked as Liu Yu returned to his place in the team. To this, Liu Yu merely smiled, seemingly unfazed. After all, he was certain that Ning Rongrong would eventually expel the contents from her mouth. However, in the next moment, the sound of chewing reached his ears, and Liu Yu turned in astonishment to see Ning Rongrong delicately savoring the sausage in her mouth, a look of unexpected enjoyment gracing her features. The peculiar food, upon entering her mouth, revealed an unexpectedly delightful flavor. As she chewed gently, each bite was filled with novelty and surprise. The unique taste seemed to dance on her tongue, exuding an enchanting allure. Setting aside the image of the eccentric sausage vendor, she had to admit that the deliciousness contained within this sausage was utterly irresistible. As her taste buds awakened, Ning Rongrong could distinctly feel a warm force gradually spreading within her body, akin to the gentle sunlight of spring enveloping her, allowing every cell to bask in comfort and joy. Moreover, astonishingly, this warmth did not merely linger on the surface. It appeared to delve deep into her being, intertwining with her soul power. The soul power that had once flowed through her meridians now seemed to gain a newfound vigor, moving with remarkable ease and fluidity. Oscar's martial spirit has transformed Ning Rongrong's previous stereotypes regarding food-type soul masters. However, suddenly recalling something, Ning Rongrong glared fiercely at Lu Yu with her expressive eyes, filled with indignation. This scoundrel had just committed a most outrageous act against her, and she vowed that he must pay for it. Despite feeling the intense, murderous aura emanating from Ning Rongrong's gaze, Lu Yu remained unfazed. After all, he was already under this young lady's scrutiny, and it hardly mattered. Moreover, the thrill he felt when he had forcefully stuffed the sausage into her was undeniably exhilarating. To be honest, Lu Yu was somewhat surprised that Ning Rongrong managed to consume the sausage entirely. It seemed this young lady was undergoing a subtle transformation. Excellent, Flander's voice resounded, drawing everyone's attention back together. Congratulations to you all for successfully completing today's adaptive training. Henceforth, Oscar will join you as your logistical support soul master. Today's lesson concludes here. Tomorrow, you will have a day of rest, and the day after, you will depart for the Stardew Forest to assist Oscar in obtaining his third spirit ring. Of course, for your safety. This mission will be led by teacher Zhao Wujie. This expedition serves not only to help Oscar acquire his third spirit ring, but also as your first experience in teamwork. For the sake of your training, teacher Zhao Wujie will not intervene with any soul beasts below the millennium level. You must rely solely on yourselves. Chapter 124. Let us proceed to the Stardew Forest. Director, where is teacher Zhao Wujie? I haven't seen him around these past few days. Isn't our academy rather limited in space? Flander's words had barely left his lips when Xiao Wu raised her hand in inquiry. Oscar, too, cast a curious glance at Flander. Truth be told, Zhao Wujie was the most leisurely teacher in the academy, often seen lounging in a chair at the village entrance, soaking up the sun, yet he had been notably absent recently. Dai Mubai furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. After a moment, he suddenly exclaimed, "Indeed. It seems we haven't seen teacher Zhao for quite some time. Didn't he mention wanting to give Fatty extra training?" Ma Hongjun nodded in agreement, a contemplative expression on his face. Yes, it does seem that we haven't spotted teacher Zhao's figure for quite a while. Previously, whenever we went to the Great Soul Arena or undertook any other missions, he was always the one leading the team. Yet this time, the director himself is stepping in. Could there be a special reason behind it? The two exchanged glances, a flicker of confusion evident in their eyes. Cough, cough. Flander suddenly displayed an awkward expression, feigning a cough. Well, teacher Zhao Wujie has been assigned to an external task these past few days and will return tomorrow, just in time to set off with you. With that, Flander hastily departed. Do you not find the director's behavior a bit peculiar just now? Ma Hongjun remarked, gazing after Flander's hurried retreat. Indeed. There was something odd about it, though they couldn't quite pinpoint what was strange. Oscar stood beside Ma Hongjun, stroking his beard while gazing in the direction where Flander had departed. Let us not dwell on these trivial matters. We ought to prepare thoroughly for the journey the day after tomorrow. The Stardew Forest is not akin to the enclosed environment of the soul-hunting forest. At that moment, Dai Mubai approached the group and addressed them. Mubai, you must have ventured into the Stardew Forest. Could you enlighten us about what lies within? Lu Yu interjected. Dai Mubai's reasoning was indeed sound. While the soul-hunting forest teemed with soul beasts, its controlled nature rendered it far less perilous than the untamed expanses of the Stardew Forest. Gaining knowledge and preparing adequately is preferable to facing the battlefield unarmed. The Stardew Forest sprawls across a vast expanse, rivaling the entirety of the Balak Kingdom. It stands as one of the most renowned gathering places for soul beasts on the Dolua continent. Furthermore, its geographical significance is remarkable, as it straddles the two great empires of Tiandou and Xinghua. After a brief pause, Dai Mubai continued, however, what truly elevates the Stardew Forest's notoriety is its formidable danger. Tales abound of soul beasts aged over 100,000 years roaming within this boundless wilderness. The terrain here is incredibly intricate, encompassing swamps, wetlands, and dense forests in abundance. Each year, countless soul masters meet their untimely demise while daring to venture into its depths. The seemingly tranquil marshlands conceal myriad lethal traps. The mire of the wetlands makes movement arduous, while in the forests, towering trees with sprawling canopies can easily lead one astray. Thus, to recklessly enter the Stardew forest without sufficient strength and experience is tantamount to courting death. Meanwhile, after leaving, Flander did not return directly to his office but instead made his way to the faculty dormitory. Upon entering, he found a mummy, entirely wrapped in bandages, reclining on a chaise longue. "Boss, are you certain this remedy you sought is effective?" Upon seeing Flander, the mummy surprisingly spoke, and it was easy to discern that its voice was strikingly similar to that of Zhao Wujing. "This remedy was provided by old Lu. It should be effective. Frankly, why should a burly man like you be so concerned about his appearance?" Flander thought he might chuckle at the sight of the bandaged figure, yet laughter eluded him. Indeed, the mummy was none other than Zhao Wujing, fortunate enough to have received guidance from two titled Delaw. Zhao Wujing now bore a despondent expression, though Flander could not perceive the nuances of his emotions due to the wrappings. Had there been merely a few bruises or scars, it would be acceptable. But who could have anticipated that the legendary elder, who had long been thought lost, would suddenly reappear? Particularly since Lu Yu is his grandson and the elder possesses control over lightning. "I cannot fathom what kind of lightning technique that elder has mastered," Zhao Wujing lamented. For days, he had tried various methods to cleanse the faintly darkened hue of his skin, which was not the result of sun exposure, but rather an authentic shade reminiscent of those of African descent. In a state of utter helplessness, Zhao Wujie was compelled to resort to unconventional methods. At this moment, he could only pray for a swift recovery by the following day. Otherwise, he would have to lead the team in the capacity of a new instructor. The day swiftly passed, and the group, having taken the time to recuperate, found their spirits restored to optimal condition. Once again, in the familiar clearing, Flandre stood before the assembled individuals, his hands clasped behind his back. At that moment, his gaze inadvertently drifted to the side, only to quickly return to the crowd before him. In that fleeting instant, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and the others' attention was drawn to the figure standing beside Flandre. A peculiar expression crossed Dai Mubai's face as he struggled to suppress an overwhelming urge to laugh. He pressed his lips tightly together, gritted his teeth, and even his jawline slightly bulged, as if the laughter threatening to burst forth was akin to a flood behind a broken dam. Nevertheless, he found it challenging to conceal the ridiculousness of his desire to laugh, causing his shoulders to tremble uncontrollably. At that moment, the onlooker's attention was captivated by the imposing figure beside Flandre. There stood a remarkably stout middle-aged man, towering like a majestic mountain. His face was as dark as if it had been scorched by fierce flames, radiating an astonishing brilliance. Despite the deep hue, the crowd could effortlessly discern Zhao Wujie's face, marred by numerous scars. His visage bore splotches of blue and purple, resembling a chaotic yet colorful painting. The scars crisscrossed and some were slightly swollen, clearly the remnants of a recent fierce struggle. Zhao Wujie's appearance bore little resemblance to that of a teacher. He looked more like a laborer who had just escaped from a grim brick kiln, only to be recaptured by a cruel master. Chapter 125. Departure. Stardew, damn it. If you want to laugh, then laugh. Stop looking like a bunch of liver sausages. I still have some pride left. Have you never seen someone wounded in battle before? Zhao Wujie exclaimed, his dark face contorted in an expression of fury. While Oscar had indeed seen battle wounds before, he had never encountered anyone with injuries as severe as Zhao Wujie's. He found it hard to believe Zhao Wujie's assertions, yet out of respect for his teacher, he dared not express his skepticism, although the smile on his face remained uncontainable. At this moment, Liu truly comprehended the meaning of a smile that was harder to suppress than an AK. Simultaneously, he felt a flicker of surprise. Grandpa Jack's mastery over the thunder technique was exquisite, producing a crisp exterior while remaining tender within. Zhao Wujie, with his dark and glistening form, made it evident that the practitioner had an impeccable command over the technique's power. Little did anyone know that beneath Zhao Wujie's deep complexion lay a secret, one that was difficult to articulate. A certain part of his body had transformed into a delicate shade of pink. Upon this realization, Zhao Wujie unconsciously reached behind him to touch his own posterior. Damn it, that scoundrel Flandre. If it weren't for that dubious remedy he procured from who knows where, I wouldn't have ended up in this ridiculous state. Not only is it utterly useless, but it has also added an extraordinary hue to my appearance. Thankfully, it's concealed by clothing, otherwise. Flandre sensed the mix of resentment and a desire for vengeance in Zhao Wujie's gaze, which carried a hint of desperation. To be honest, when Flandre removed the bandages from Zhao Wujie's rear that morning, he himself was taken aback by the rosy hue, nearly losing his breakfast in the process. Yet, Faced with Zhao Wuji's mournful eyes, Flandra instinctively cleared his throat, feeling a twinge of guilt, and then waved his hand. Everyone, let's set off. After a night of gentle rain, the road outside the city, already uneven, had become a quagmire, nearly impassable. As the carriage rolled slowly over it, it left behind a chaotic array of hoofprints on the surface, resembling the erratic lines of an abstract painting intertwined without order. The two deep ruts formed by the wheels appeared as gaping wounds torn into the earth, starkly laid across the pathway. Xiao was taken aback by this scene. As the miserly Dean Flandra, known for his stinginess, had surprisingly displayed an uncommon generosity. He had actually spent money to rent 2 entire carriages. Moreover, he had thoughtfully arranged for the boys to occupy one carriage and the girls the other. At this moment, in the rear carriage sat 4 vibrant young maidens. They either gazed quietly at the scenery outside or exchanged whispers about their secrets, occasionally bursting into peals of laughter that rang like silver bells. Sunlight streamed through the carriage windows, casting a warm glow upon their flower-like faces, enveloping the entire compartment in a cozy and cheerful atmosphere. The girls engaged in lively conversation, and even the typically aloof Zhu Zhuqing, under the enchanting influence of their camaraderie, would occasionally interject with a word or two, but that was the extent of her participation. In contrast to the situation among the girls, the atmosphere on the carriage occupied by the boys was far less agreeable. Zhao Wujie, with his muscular physique, accompanied by the self-proclaimed rotund figure of Ma Hongjun, rendered the already cramped compartment, which could barely accommodate 6 individuals, exceedingly congested. Upon boarding, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar immediately revealed their lecherous dispositions, engaging in boisterous conversations filled with ribald humor. Particularly Ma Hongjun, while recounting his encounter with a remarkably fine lady at a small brothel, animatedly gestured with his pudgy hands within the narrow confines of the carriage, his face alight with a blissful reminiscence, as if savoring an endless delight. Zhao Wujie, his countenance darkened, sat silently in one corner of the carriage, arms crossed, resembling a statue. He had even deliberately positioned Tang Sen between himself and Flinder, to which Flinder could only shake his head in exasperation, expressing his discontent. This arrangement proved rather uncomfortable for Tang San, as being sandwiched between 2 older men was not an experience anyone would wish to endure. However, mindful of their statuses, one being a dean and the other a teacher, he silently reassured himself that it would be bearable if he just endured it for a while. In a state of boredom, Tang San's gaze wandered around the carriage until it settled on Lu Yu, who was resting against the carriage wall in an unusual yet comfortable posture, quietly meditating as if oblivious to the surrounding clamor. The morning sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the handsome features of the young boy, creating an ephemeral illusion for Tang San that Lu Yu, like himself, seemed to exist apart from this world. Casually, Tang San's eyes drifted down to Lu Yu's legs, where a uniquely shaped book rested quietly. The cover of this book radiated an eerie and mysterious hue, as if concealing countless secrets yet to be uncovered. Deep within Tang San's memory, he distinctly recalled this peculiar book had been Lu Yu's constant companion for several years. Regardless of whether he traversed the bustling city streets or wandered through tranquil forest paths, Lu Yu would meticulously place it in his satchel, never allowing it to part from him. At this moment, Lu Yu's hands rested gently on either side of the book, as if cradling a rare treasure, signifying its extraordinary significance to him. Perhaps this tome was a legacy from village chief Jack, hence Lu Yu's deep reverence for it. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Yu remained entirely unaware of the happenings within the carriage. Since boarding, his consciousness had been immersed in his spiritual realm. Presently, 3 swirling vortices of soul power revolved around Lu Yu's consciousness, akin to mysterious and potent celestial bodies. Each vortex emanated a heart-stirring energy, seemingly harboring boundless power and enigmas awaiting exploration. Upon closer observation, one could discern that within these vortices, crystalline entities, shimmering with pure white light, occasionally burst forth. These crystals contained exceptionally pure soul power, akin to treasures birthed from the depths of the soul, radiating an enchanting brilliance. However, these precious soul power crystals, having only recently emerged, are mercilessly drawn into the vast vortex of soul energy. Once ensnared within the vortex, these crystals are instantly shattered by the ferocious force, transforming into fine threads of soul energy. Amidst this seemingly brutal process, a significant phenomenon unfolds, with each cycle of crystallization, absorption, and fragmentation. The impurities within the soul energy are gradually separated, akin to dross being filtered away, slowly floating to the periphery of the vortex. Thus, through the continuous repetition of crystallization, absorption, fragmentation, and impurity extraction, the soul energy contained within the three colossal vortices becomes increasingly pure at a discernible pace. What once appeared slightly murky has, after this series of refinement, become as pristine as crystal-clear spring water, emanating increasingly potent and stable energy fluctuations. Chapter 126. Entering the starry dusk. As the soul energy grows ever purer, Lu Yu begins to channel this energy through his limbs and meridians. With a relentless flow coursing through him, his entire being is now saturated with surging soul power. Subsequently, Lu Yu deftly redirects this torrent of energy back into his consciousness sea, forcefully propelling it towards the three enormous soul energy vortices. Under the immense force of this soul power, an abundance of refined energy surges forth, coinciding with Lu Yu's escalating soul power levels. Level 41, Level 42, Level 43, Level 45. Ultimately, his soul power stabilizes at Level 45. Gradually, his consciousness returns from the ethereal realm to the tangible world. In the quiet confines of the carriage, Lu Yu's tightly shut eyes finally flutter open. His gaze appears somewhat dim, and a barely perceptible flicker of profound regret passes through the depths of his eyes. Just moments ago, he exerted every ounce of his formidable soul power in an attempt to shatter the confines of his limitations, successfully endeavoring to forge a fourth soul power vortex. Yet, the harsh reality cruelly informs him that, given his current strength, this ambition remains an unattainable luxury. Though reluctant to accept this, Lu Yu swiftly regains his composure. After arduous efforts and attempts, the extracted soul energy ultimately fails to converge as initially envisioned, forming a new vortex. In resignation, he guides this precious energy to flow gently along his meridians, allowing it to be gradually absorbed by his body. During this process, Lu Yu unexpectedly discerns a remarkable phenomenon. The reserve of soul energy within him has reached an astonishing threefold that of an ordinary person. This should have been a matter of exuberant joy. However, simultaneously, another dilemma arose, due to his possession of such an immense reservoir of soul power. The quantity of soul energy required for him to achieve a breakthrough and ascend to a higher echelon would correspondingly become exponentially larger than that needed by an ordinary individual. The soul energy released from the three swirling vortices was more than sufficient to assist an average soul master in surpassing the 50th level. Yet it could only allow Lu Yu to barely reach the 45th level, with any further ascent proving elusive. This predicament left Lu Yu somewhat vexed. Suddenly, he felt the vehicle jolt, and to his astonishment, it came to a halt. After exchanging a glance with Tang San, Lu Yu promptly drew back the car curtain, revealing a desolate wilderness outside, though it was still a considerable distance from the Stardow forest. Just as Lu Yu was pondering this, the four girls from the rear of the vehicle had already alighted and approached. What is happening? We haven't arrived yet. Why have we stopped? Xiaowu and Xuqing inquired, looking perplexed beside the car window. Let us disembark. We shall proceed on foot from here. Came the sudden voice of Flinder from within the carriage. Having risen and stepped out, he prompted the others to follow suit, albeit with a hint of confusion. Huh? Why did our vehicle leave? We're not there yet, Xiaowu exclaimed, watching anxiously as the carriage turned and departed. Why? Because your esteemed dean only provided enough funds to bring you here, Zhao Wujin remarked coldly after stepping out. His understanding of Flinder's frugal nature sharpened by years of acquaintance. Cough, cough. Flinder once again clenched his left fist, feigning a cough to draw the group's attention. The Stardow forest is not far from here. Let us take a moment to adjust before we continue. Mubai, please organize the arrangements. We shall set off shortly, Flinder instructed, casting a measured gaze over the crowd. As for why the more powerful Lu Yu was not assigned to make the arrangements, the reason was straightforward. Despite Lu Yu's formidable strength, he was less familiar with the Stardow forest than Dai Mubai, who had ventured inside before. Dai Mubai nodded in agreement and stepped forward. The environment within the Stardow forest is complex, teeming with soul beasts that are highly aggressive and harbor little goodwill towards humanity. Therefore, it is imperative that everyone remains extraordinarily vigilant. Subsequently, Dai Mubai organized the formation based on prior experiences and the specific circumstances of the group. The control-type Tang San and Xuqing led the front of the formation, with Tang San's quick reflexes enabling him to adeptly handle any unforeseen situations. Xuqing, possessing a martial spirit that balanced offense and defense, was well suited for the forefront as well. Next came Ning Rongrong and Oscar, two support-type Soul Masters without offensive or defensive capabilities, positioned in the middle of the formation. Ma Hongjun and Xiao Wu flanked the sides, responsible for lateral support, while Dai Mubai himself occupied a central position. Finally, Lu Yu and Zhu Zhuqing took the rear, reserving the crucial position for the most powerful Lu Yu and Zhu Zhuqing, whose speed was only surpassed by Lu Yu and Tang San, Zhao Wujin and Flinder. The two instructors chose to observe from the sidelines. Flinder had no surprise at Dai Mubai's arrangement. Had it been him, he would have made the same decisions. Before Lu Yu, Dai Mubai was his most promising student. Although his talent was slightly inferior to the former, he excelled in experience. Before long, the group maintained their formation as they sprinted towards one of the continent's three major soul beast gathering grounds, the Stardow Forest. Along the journey, Oscar's sausages have made an indelible contribution to sustaining the group's energy and vitality. As they still had a considerable distance to traverse before reaching the Stardow Forest, the companions made it a point to consume a sausage provided by Oscar nearly every hour to replenish their stamina. Simultaneously, they were once again reminded of the terrifying extent of Lu Yu's soul power reserves. Throughout the trek, Lu Yu not only had to continuously supply Oscar with soul power to ensure the timely production of sufficient sausages, but he also had to augment Ning Rongrong, who possessed slightly inferior physical capabilities. In addition, he assisted Oscar in restoring the group's strength. Furthermore, he himself was burdened with cumbersome equipment. Despite the astonishing consumption of both physical and soul power, Lu Yu had only consumed Oscar's sausage once since their departure. Even more astonishing was the fact that Lu Yu was breathing as steadily as usual, while others would likely have succumbed to exhaustion and collapsed by now. Under the group's full-speed pursuit, they managed to reach the destination, the Stardow Forest, in just one day's time. However, they arrived in the evening. The perils of the Stardow Forest at night were no less formidable than during the day, perhaps even more so. Tonight we shall rest in that nearby town and venture into the forest tomorrow, Zhao Wujie declared, pointing to a brightly lit town not far off. In Zhao Wujie's words, this area was desolate, with the only town serving as their final opportunity for rest and resupply. Beyond this village, no further establishments awaited them. Flander had already retreated to the carriage, leaving Zhao Wujie as the sole instructor leading the group. Chapter 127. Old Turtle accompanied by Zhao Wujie. The group swiftly arrived at the town. Although night had fallen, the streets remained bustling with activity, filled with soul masters arriving to hunt soul beasts in the Stardow Forest. Most traveled in small groups, while a few ventured alone. The roadside was lined with vendors selling weapons and armor. After inquiring about prices, Liu realized that the cost varied greatly, but most of the quality was subpar. What lay before them were essentially scraps designed to deceive. Zhao Wujie, walking ahead with his arms crossed, remarked, "If you encounter a formidable soul beast, you'd wish your mother had given you 2 more legs, as these iron trinkets are of no use." In his eyes, the value of this armor paled in comparison to that of a chicken leg, which at least could satiate hunger. Dragging their weary bodies through the unfamiliar town, the group searched for a place to rest. Eventually, they stumbled upon a relatively decent inn. Situated at the town's center, it bustled with activity. Upon entering, they discovered that although the inn was modest in size, it was clean and tidy, exuding a warm and comfortable ambience. The proprietor greeted them with enthusiasm, and under Lu Yu's persuasion, they reserved 4 rooms. This town appeared to have been purposefully constructed as a rest stop, strategically located along a vital transport route, with a continuous flow of travelers passing through. Moreover, it is quite astonishing that even at such a late hour, the town has not yet imposed a curfew, and the inn continues to operate as usual. One must consider that if a similar circumstance were to occur in Notting City, patrols would have long since arrived to enforce a closure. Perhaps it is the town's unique geographical position and specific functions that allow for such lenient governance. Is Teacher Zhao not joining us for dinner? Just as everyone gathered downstairs for the meal, Tang San suddenly noticed that Zhao Wujing seemed to have remained in his room, not coming down with the others. Perhaps it was precisely this reason that fueled concerns about getting lost in the night. Lu Yu gently picked up the menu, casually glanced over it, and then handed it to Tang San beside him. As he observed the menu in his hand, he noted that while the dishes appeared to be plentiful and diverse at first glance, upon closer inspection, there were only a meager few variations. It is important to note that the culinary style of Doluo continent starkly contrasts with that of the Dragon Kingdom where Liu once resided, bearing more resemblance to the neighboring state S style. The dishes here are primarily either roasted or stewed, presenting a notably monotonous preparation method. As for the flavors, they are equally uninspiring, lacking any semblance of novelty. Thus, after years of continuous tasting, Lu Yu felt that his once keen sense of taste was gradually deteriorating, making him increasingly oblivious to the joys of gourmet cuisine. Upon hearing Lu Yu's words, the group simultaneously thought of Zhao Wujin's peculiar demeanor, nearly bursting into laughter. While Tang San, with a hand to his forehead, resignedly remarked that Yuji's wit remained as consistently sharp as ever. Tang San took the menu but did not immediately place an order. Instead, he inquired of Xiao Wu what she would like to eat. Everyone's gaze shifted to the two, and in that instant, their expressions underwent a noticeable transformation. Particularly Oscar, whose lively eyes sparkled with an unusual light, seemed ready to unleash a torrent of gossip. Xiao San, why did you not ask us what we wanted to eat but only inquired of Sister Xiao Wu? Oscar remarked with a teasing tone, his fingers playfully poised. Tang San was momentarily taken aback, while Xiao Wu quickly sensed the peculiar glances directed at her from the group, her cheeks flushing a delicate crimson. Oh, we are merely ordinary siblings, she exclaimed. Oh, Oscar replied, elongating the word, his eyes filled with disbelief. Based on his years of experience, their relationship was undoubtedly more complex than mere siblingship. Since you all are not inclined to order, I shall take the liberty of ordering for you, declared the rotund Ma Hongjun as he reached out with his chubby hand to snatch the menu away. Without a second thought, he called out to the owner, Boss, prepare the dishes according to this menu. Today, a wealthy patron is treating us. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Yu couldn't help but chuckle softly. Ma Hongjuan's appetite was indeed fitting for his substantial physique. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, a massive fist landed firmly on Ma Hongjuan's head, and as the fist slowly lifted, a large, pink bump began to rise, steaming. You glutton, can't you show a bit of restraint when you're out? The reason we get to stay in such a fine room today is entirely thanks to Lu Yu. You ought to express your gratitude. Dai Mubai remarked disdainfully as he observed Ma Hongjuan's foolish expression. He then turned to Lu Yu, saying apologetically, I'm sorry for the trouble. This glutton's mind is solely occupied with food and women. I was supposed to treat everyone today, but I truly appreciate your generosity. It's no trouble at all. We will all be classmates from now on, so it's all the same, Lu Yu replied with a warm smile. Given that he received a generous stipend from the Spirit Hall each month, he could easily afford this small expense. Although they were seated together, the atmosphere was rather subdued. Zhu Zhuqing wore a distant expression, engrossed in her own meal, while Zhuan Qiqi and Xiao Wu chatted merrily. Tang San was inquiring with Dai Mubai and Oscar about the details and precautions for entering the Stardow Forest, while Ma Hongjun transformed into a glutton, devouring the food on his plate with reckless abandon. In stark contrast, Ning Rongrong elegantly savored her meal, highlighting the disparity between her refined demeanor and Ma Hongjuan's appearance as though he hadn't eaten in a decade. Yet, Lu Yu couldn't shake the feeling that Ning Rongrong's gaze was subtly directed towards him, making him quite uncomfortable. He wondered if she held a grudge against him for forcefully feeding her sausages the other day. However, the Ning Rongrong he observed now was vastly different from the one depicted in the original narrative. Although she had undergone some changes, the direction of her transformation seemed somewhat off. Just as Lu Yu was lost in thought, the restaurant's door was suddenly pulled open from the outside, and a group of individuals entered. They appeared to be students from a particular academy, clad in identical uniforms. Leading them was a middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed in white spirit master attire, prompting Lu Yu to instinctively compare him to Zhao Wujing. Chapter 128, Old Tortoise, Part 2, in Lu Yu's mind. He involuntarily began to compare Zhao Wuji with the middle-aged man before him. The latter exuded an almost overwhelming aura of masculinity, a quality that this middle-aged gentleman simply could not rival. In contrast, the man before him seemed to possess a somewhat effeminate demeanor. Just then, a crisp electronic voice resonated in Lu Yu's mind. System? Lu Yu couldn't help but feel puzzled. He wondered if the system was up to its usual tricks again. Limited time mission, Songhui Academy. Mission requirements: defeat any Soul Master from Songhui Academy. Time limit: tonight. Mission reward: 500 points, no penalty for failure. Upon reading the mission details, Lu Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. When had the system become so generous? This was akin to receiving free points, although the amount was modest. Defeating those Soul Masters from Songhui Academy was within his capabilities. Moreover, with Zhao Wuji upstairs, Lu Yu was confident that if the commotion was sufficiently loud, Zhao Wuji would surely come down to investigate. Given Zhao Wuji's protective nature, he would not stand idly by while his students were being bullied. Besides, The system had not stipulated that only he could calculate the numbers. As Liu pondered these thoughts, the 8 individuals from Tsanghui Academy leisurely found a nearby table and settled down. At that moment, Ma Hongjun, who was thoroughly engrossed in his meal, suddenly had his gaze drawn away from his plate, as if magnetically attracted, the instant the students from Tsanghui Academy entered the room. From that moment on, his small, bead-like eyes remained fixated on the several young women from Tsanghui Academy as if they were nailed to the spot. Wherever those young women went, Ma Hongjun's gaze followed them with unwavering attention. Of course, he was mindful of his companions, such as Xiao Wu, and understood the need to maintain a respectful distance. Furthermore, the girls from Tsanghui Academy were evidently older and more physically developed than Xiao Wu and her friends, naturally drawing the attention of a youth like Ma Hongjun, who was in the throes of puberty and experiencing an abundance of hormones. At that moment, a tall and enraged youth from Tsanghui Academy became embroiled in a heated argument with a petite waitress. Suddenly, he raised his hand and struck her sharply across the face. The sound of the slap echoed sharply as it landed squarely on the young woman's delicate cheek. Being merely an ordinary human, how could she withstand such a fierce blow from a soul master? In an instant, she felt the world spin around her, her body losing balance as she toppled sideways like a small tree uprooted by a fierce wind. As she held the tray, it suddenly slipped from her grasp, propelled outward alongside her tumbling form. In that critical moment, a figure appeared behind the waitress like a bolt of lightning. This figure moved with such swiftness that it seemed to materialize from thin air, leaving onlookers unable to discern how he had traversed the distance. All they could see was the waitress, teetering on the brink of collapse, as if an invisible force had gently steadied her, allowing her to gradually regain her composure. "Do not waste food," Liu remarked, his demeanor as calm as still water. He swiftly extended one hand, tender yet resolute, to support the startled waitress, who was on the verge of falling. Simultaneously, his other hand shot out like lightning, deftly catching the tray that was about to plummet to the ground. What followed was a breathtaking spectacle. Lu Yu exerted a subtle force, seemingly effortless yet imbued with the profound essence of Tai Chi. This energy possessed an almost magical quality, anchoring the precariously tilting tray as if held by an invisible, powerful grip, and it gracefully glided toward a nearby table. Ultimately, the tray descended like a feather, landing softly upon the table without a sound, not even a drop of soup spilled. The entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye, leaving the youth from Tsanghui Academy bewildered, unable to comprehend Lu Yu's swift actions. "Kid, I advise you not to meddle," the adversary sneered. Noting Lu Yu's attire did not suggest wealth, nor did he appear to be a student from a prestigious Soul Master Academy, and his companions did not exude any influence. A chilling smile crept across his face. In Tsanghui Academy, one either faced bullying or engaged in it, and after spending so much time there, this youth had only honed his ability to judge others by appearances, proving to be of little worth. He grossly underestimated the silver-haired boy's capabilities. Suddenly, a fierce glint flashed across his previously scornful visage. In a split second, he raised his right foot and launched a swift kick at Lu Yu, the speed of which stirred a fierce gust of wind, as if to send Lu Yu flying. However, in the next instant, the triumphant smile on his face froze. As his foot made contact with Lu Yu, an overwhelming force of recoil surged back, making him feel as though his leg had collided with an impenetrable wall of steel. The sensation of hardness and coldness shot through his foot, causing him to involuntarily draw a sharp breath. With a thunderous bang, akin to a clap of thunder in a clear sky, the sound reverberated throughout the venue. Before anyone could grasp what had transpired, they witnessed the youth fly backward with the speed of a kite severed from its string, propelled away as if by an unseen hand. As that figure traced an arc through the air, a resounding crash reverberated, and he landed heavily on the ground. The impact was so tremendous that it left him dazed and disoriented, and even a nearby table bore the brunt of the force, shattering into countless splinters that scattered in all directions. The restaurant was immediately engulfed in chaos, with patrons hastily abandoning their meals to seek refuge, fearing the brawl would extend to them. The members of Tsanghui Academy could no longer tolerate this scene. Chapter 129, The Fall of the Turtle. Goodness, why all this shouting? Can't anyone find a moment's peace? At that moment, a languid yet robust voice echoed from the upper floor, followed by a figure descending slowly. Instinctively, everyone turned their gaze toward the staircase, their eyes fixed on the imposing silhouette making its way down. The individual was extraordinarily large and muscular, enveloped completely in layers of fabric as if to conceal his true identity from prying eyes. What drew particular attention was the black cloth tightly bound around his head, leaving no openings. Only 3 rough holes were fashioned for his eyes and nose, hastily cut, their edges jagged. Through these small apertures, one could faintly discern a hint of dark skin. Upon hearing that familiar voice and catching a glimpse of the sturdy, exposed ebony arms, Lu Yu couldn't help but call out, "Teacher Zhao?" However, the newcomer did not respond directly, but strode forward to stand before the crowd, facing the members of Songhui Academy. "Teacher Zhao, what kind of play are you putting on this time? Are you planning to thrash those brainless fools from Songhui Academy and make off with their spoils?" The moment the crowd recognized the familiar voice and Lu Yu's exclamation of "Teacher Zhao," Oscar eagerly approached Zhao Wujie, his eyes sparkling at the mention of robbery, even rubbing his hands together in anticipation. "Robbery, you say? What nonsense! Instead of applying yourselves to your studies, you waste your time on frivolities and create trouble for me." Zhao Wujie's hidden face beneath the black cloth twitched with annoyance, and in a fit of anger, he delivered a powerful punch to Oscar's head, leaving a bright, painful bump in its wake. "Robbery? Do you even remember the school rules? But it was them from Songhui Academy who started it," Oscar protested, attempting to cradle the painful bump on his head, only to wince in agony. "Didn't you see? That guy who was helped up kicked Liu first. And then he just fell to the ground, smashing the hotel table to bits. Look at how terrified Liu is, he has a heart condition. And you've turned his hair and face white with fright. One would think they were trying to stage a scam. Enough of this nonsense." Upon hearing Oscar's embellished description, the individuals from Songhui Academy nearly choked on their indignation. How absurd. While it was one thing for them to feel pale in comparison to the handsome male students of Songhui Academy, the outrageous claim regarding the frightful white hair was simply preposterous. It was evidently a result of the boy's own premature graying. Moreover, the assertion that someone with a heart condition could kick a person 5 meters away was utterly ludicrous. On the other side, the members of Shrek Academy, upon listening to Oscar's vivid and exaggerated yet not entirely inaccurate portrayal, were flushed with suppressed laughter, barely containing their mirth. The most noteworthy among them was the person in question, Lu Yu, who appeared outwardly composed but was discreetly pressing down the corners of his mouth that threatened to curl upwards. Inwardly, he mused, who would have thought that Oscar, usually lighthearted and frivolous, possessed such a talent for storytelling? The irate students of Songhui Academy could hardly restrain their tempers upon hearing Oscar's slander. Meanwhile, Oscar and Ma Hongjun were equally defiant, representing Shrek with fervor, exchanging barbs and directly addressing the ancestry of their opponents. "Enough. Silence." A thunderous voice suddenly resonated, bringing an abrupt stillness to the escalating chaos. A middle-aged man, seemingly refined and scholarly, rose from Songhui Academy, halting the verbal onslaught with a raised hand. He meticulously adjusted his attire, smoothing out the minor wrinkles of his white garment, before gracefully approaching the crowd, standing directly opposite Zhao Wujie. "Presumably, you are the supervising instructor for this group of students?" The middle-aged man inquired, leisurely extending a finger towards Lu Yu and his companions. His demeanor was calm, and his tone measured, as though each word had been meticulously chosen. However, the spectators found his tone and manner altogether distasteful, evoking an inexplicable sense of revulsion. If one were to encapsulate this feeling in a single term, it would undoubtedly be pretentious. His actions conveyed a deliberate air of affectation and insincerity, provoking a natural aversion among the onlookers. "Your academy students have acted with such brazen disregard, injuring one of our own from Songhui Academy. This is utterly intolerable. As an educator, will you simply stand by and allow such incidents to transpire without providing a reasonable explanation?" The middle-aged man raised his chin slightly, a semblance of a smile gracing his features while he continued in his self-assuredly graceful manner. Yet, the glint of cold fury in his eyes betrayed his inner turmoil. With his arms crossed and his body leaning slightly forward, he attempted to impose an air of authority through his posture. The air around them seemed to grow heavy with an unspoken tension, as if an invisible pressure was gradually enveloping the scene. Yu Zhiqiu, having secured the position of Foreign Affairs Director at Songhui Academy, possessed the discernment one would expect. However, judging by the attire of the group before him, they bore no resemblance to members of any prominent sect. Thus, he concluded that the Shrek crowd was merely a collection of soft targets, ripe for manipulation. Little did he realize that his actions rendered him a mere jester in the eyes of Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun. The greasy man was nearly in Zhao's face, yet there was no sign of response from the latter. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu observed the aggressive demeanor of the opposing group, Yet Zhao Wujia's complete lack of reaction puzzled her. Although their interactions had been brief, she had come to expect that a power-type battle soul master like Zhao Wujia would be more straightforward and less prone to idle chatter when confronted. Sir, since you seem unwilling to provide an explanation, and your students are so utterly oblivious, why not allow us to take care of these unruly little brats? Yushichio adjusted his glasses with a hint of arrogance. Zhao Wujia's inaction only solidified his earlier assumptions that this ragtag group and their peculiarly dressed teacher were nothing more than country bumpkins. Just then, Zhao Wujia let out a cold snort and uttered 3 words. What did you say? Yushichio found himself questioning his own hearing. The smile that had adorned his face faltered momentarily, disbelief etched across his features. I said, screw your mother, you are nothing but a big fool. Zhao Wujia leaned forward slightly, almost pressing his face against Yushichio's, who could feel the man's spittle land upon him. The thunderous timbre of Zhao Wujia's voice ringing in his ears, leaving him momentarily stunned. Suddenly, the atmosphere transformed into something profoundly eerie. The air felt as if it had been enchanted, solidified, preventing even the gentlest breeze from penetrating the oppressive weight that hung in the air. Zhao Wujia's seemingly mundane words struck like a stone cast into a tranquil pond, shattering the prior calm and plunging the surroundings into a profound silence. This ragged cloth speaks well, he remarked nonchalantly, almost with a hint of disdain. Yet, this casual remark, delivered with such indifference, was akin to a sharp blade, piercing directly into the heart of the elegant teacher standing before him. Her previously graceful features contorted in fury, and the fire ignited in her eyes. Visible behind the black frames of her glasses, threatened to incinerate Zhao Wujia into ashes. He clenched his teeth tightly, his hands instinctively forming fists, his body trembling slightly, clearly on the verge of losing his composure due to rage. At that moment, the group standing behind Zhao Wujia, including Lu Yu, found themselves unable to suppress their laughter at Zhao Wujia's antics, despite their efforts to maintain decorum. Their laughter erupted uncontrollably. Indeed, Zhao Wujia perfectly fit the impression of a brawny yet astute battle spirit master that Xiao Wu had envisioned, even when engaging in conversation. Each word was a calculated prelude to potential conflict. The effects of Zhao Wujia's actions were vividly observable in Yushichio, whose shoulders trembled in fury and whose cheeks flushed with indignation. A group of shameless rustic bumpkins, courting death. Yushichio nearly spat these words through clenched teeth. Xingwei, possess me, he intoned sharply. In that instant, dark ripples, as deep as ink, surged forth from within Yushichio's body, akin to tumultuous waves unleashed with astonishing speed. At this moment, Yushichio was ablaze with fury, having reached the zenith of his wrath. The gentlemanly, poised figure he once embodied was now cast aside. For Zhao Wujia's recent actions were an intolerable insult and provocation. It felt as if someone had mercilessly trampled upon the dignity of the Tsanghui Academy, along with his personal honor, grinding it underfoot in a blatant display of disrespect. This egregious affront was unbearable for Yushichio. His mind was consumed by a singular thought. Zhao Wujia must pay dearly for his transgressions. As he summoned his martial spirit, his limbs recoiled, and a massive, dark turtle shell protruded from his back. He was enveloped in a shroud of black light, and 5 soul rings began to rise beneath his feet, 1 white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. The leading instructor from Tsanghui Academy was, in fact, a soul king of level 50. Rustic bumpkins, I now grant you an opportunity to kneel and apologize. Otherwise, Yushichio scoffed, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. The words kneel and apologize do not exist in my lexicon. Zhao Wujia crossed his arms, his black attire concealing his disdainful gaze. Suddenly, he exclaimed sharply, and 7 soul rings flared to life beneath him. The overwhelming aura of a level 76 battle spirit sage crashing towards Yushichio like a tempest, instantly diminishing the latter's presence. A soul sage. The audience gasped in shock. To encounter a soul sage in this humble tavern was an unexpected marvel, for such beings were only surpassed by the tidal Dolua of level 90 and the spirit Dolua of level 80 on the continent. At this moment, Yushichio beheld the 7 rotating soul rings enveloping Zhao Wujia, and his mind momentarily emptied. He never anticipated that this enigmatic figure, shrouded in obscurity, would turn out to be a soul sage. In his understanding, those who attain the rank of soul sage typically align themselves with some faction as a guest elder. Could it be that this masked individual was reluctant to reveal his identity? Or perhaps this group hailed from a significant power capable of dispatching a soul sage as their companion. The force backing them must undoubtedly be formidable. May I inquire as to your origins? Yi Zhiqiu's thoughts began to stabilize, regaining a semblance of reason. Are you intimidated? Though Zhao Wujia's face was concealed, Yu Zhiqiu could surmise the smirk lurking beneath the black cloth. It's too late now, but rest assured, I shall not abuse my strength against you. To ensure fairness, I shall refrain from utilizing my martial soul and soul skills. Remarkably, Zhao Wujia truly retracted his soul rings. Yu Zhiqiu wished to speak further. Yet Zhao Wujia would not grant him the opportunity. Almost instantaneously after retracting his soul rings, he launched a powerful punch. Given their proximity, the force of Zhao Wujia's blow nearly reached Yi Zhiqiu in an instant. The latter could not react in time. There was a resounding crash as a dark figure, akin to a kite severed from its string, flew backward, shattering yet another table. Zhao Wujia rubbed his fist and could not help but exclaim, "Damn." The sensation of striking without relying on one's martial soul is truly exhilarating. Just then, a voice pierced the air as the hotel owner hurriedly approached the crowd, imploring, "I beseech all esteemed soul masters to temper your might. Our humble establishment cannot withstand such turmoil. If you must engage, I kindly ask you to do so outside." Chapter 131, The Fall of the Tortoise, Part 3, Hey. Suddenly, a voice rang out. It was the young provocateur who had been kicked away by Li Yu. He shrugged off the two students who had been assisting him and, with a defiant expression, pointed a finger at Zhao Wujia, declaring, "If you have the capability, let us duel outside." WOC. The crowd was instantly taken aback. Who was this foolhardy child daring to point a finger at Zhao Wujia's nose? Even if he had directed his ire toward Lu Yu, it would have been somewhat understandable. But this young man from Songhui Academy appeared to be little more than a child. Had he lost his senses? Especially, Zhao Wujia glanced incredulously at those surrounding him, then hesitantly pointed at himself. "Are you certain you are addressing me?" After years of traversing the world, facing numerous experts from the Spirit Hall without flinching, he now found himself being pointed at by a child barely out of his teens. It was hard not to find humor in the situation. Zhao Wujia was genuinely amused by this student from Songhui Academy, rendered speechless and unsure of how to respond. "Little one, do you comprehend the words you are uttering?" The youthful figure exhibited a pallid complexion, a mere soul master of barely 30 levels, who found himself trembling in the presence of a formidable soul sage at 76 levels. Yet, the earlier humiliation inflicted by Lu Yu had metaphorically ground his face into the dirt. Yu Zhe, known for avenging his grievances on the spot, drew courage from the presence of his grandfather, Yu Xianshi, also a soul sage on the brink of reaching the illustrious 80th level. Recent tidings from his father indicated that Yu Xianshi had indeed attained this milestone and was currently traversing the Star Doe forest in search of suitable soul rings. Having entered for several days with an anticipated return today, this prospect fortified Yu Zhe's resolve, instilling a newfound confidence that brightened his demeanor. He had just communicated with his grandfather through the family emblem and received a definitive response, affirming that Yu Xianshi was in proximity. His objective now was to stall for time, to ensnare this group until his grandfather arrived to exact revenge. Particularly, his gaze turned venomous as he glared at Lu Yu. As if wishing to flay him alive, tonight, he vowed, Lu Yu would not escape unscathed. "Yu Zhe, are you out of your mind? Do you even comprehend the madness of your words?" At that moment, the other members of Songhui Academy, upon hearing Yu Zhe's declarations, appeared as if struck by lightning, their expressions frozen in shock. The atmosphere erupted with voices of concern and disbelief. "Oh dear, Yu Zhe, what on earth are you thinking? Have you lost your senses, or what? How dare you utter such reckless words?" One member exclaimed anxiously. "Indeed, just look at the situation. Teacher Yi, such a formidable figure, couldn't withstand even a single move from that enigmatic masked soul sage. And he hasn't even unleashed his martial soul yet. For us mere mortals to step forward would be tantamount to courting death." Another chimed in. "Yu Zhe, please, don't be foolish. If you seek to meet your demise, don't drag us down with you. We have no desire to accompany you in your grave," shouted yet another, their voices laced with panic and confusion over Yu Zhe's reckless behavior. "Silence, you traitors, elevating others while diminishing your own might. My grandfather is near, and he shall arrive shortly. When he does, it will be your reckoning." Yu Zhe bellowed at Lu Yu and the others, his eyes ablaze with fury. In that critical moment, a sudden, heavy thud resonated from behind, as though a substantial object had crashed to the ground. Startled, everyone instinctively turned to see the source of the sound. From beneath a pile of shattered wooden planks emerged two pale, trembling hands, struggling to push aside the debris. Gradually, a figure began to laboriously ascend from the wreckage. As the crowd focused, they gasped in unison. It was none other than Yi Zhiqiu, who had recently been sent flying by Zhao Wuji's punch. At this moment, he appeared utterly disheveled and in disarray. Once a pristine Soul Master-esque garment, as white as snow, is now tattered beyond recognition, resembling a haphazard assemblage of worn fabric, thickly coated in dust and grime. The black-framed spectacles, once perched upon his nose and emblematic of scholarly elegance, have long since vanished from sight. His hair, once meticulously groomed, now lies in disarray, interspersed with tiny wood shavings that occasionally fall with his movements, in stark contrast to the poised and graceful demeanor he exhibited upon his entrance. Yi Zhiqiu now presents a woeful spectacle, almost unrecognizable. At that moment, he stood tall and dignified, each step measured and resolute. Now, however, he trembles, his steps faltering, as if he might collapse to the ground at any moment. This profound disparity leaves all present deeply affected, revealing the terrifying force contained within Zhao Wuji's recent strike. Yet, in his current state of disarray, Yi Zhiqiu pays little heed to his own plight as he stumbles towards Yu Zhe, exclaiming, "Yu Zhe, this is neither Tsanghui Academy nor a place for you to act recklessly as a member of the Yu family." This outburst is nearly a roar. The mention of the Yu family piques Lu Yu's curiosity. Could it be that Yu Zhe hails from a prominent clan? Mubai, do you know the origins of this Yu family? Liu Yu quietly inquires of Dai Mubai. If that is indeed the case, the situation could become quite intriguing. The Yu family? Dai Mubai muses for a moment before replying. I have heard mention of this family before. It was said to be a moderately powerful lineage several centuries ago, at the peak of its influence, boasting at least 2 titled Dolua among its ranks. However, as time has passed, the family's strength has significantly waned, with talent within the clan dwindling to nearly nothing. Now, the Yu family barely clings to its status by the grace of its ancestors. Are there any formidable figures remaining in the Yu family today? Who then? Is that individual's grandfather? It seems prudent to inquire directly with Dai Mubai, as it is likely that the elder of the Tsanghui Academy student named Yu Zhe is indeed a powerful being. Chapter 132. Master Yu Xian. As Lu Yu observed the expression of the other party when mentioning the so-called grandfather, a sense of curiosity welled up within him. He proceeded to inquire further. To be honest, my understanding is rather limited, replied Dai Mubai, a slight frown creasing his brow as he gently stroked his well-defined jawline. Contemplating thoughtfully before continuing, however, based on the scan information I have, the most formidable figure in the Yu family at present appears to be an elder named Yu Xian. This venerable gentleman has already reached the venerable age of 80, yet his prowess is not to be underestimated. It is said that his martial soul is the Rain Dragon Spear, a legacy martial soul passed down through generations of the Yu family. This is an exceedingly powerful and rare martial soul, ranking among the finest within the weapon category. Moreover, it is noteworthy that Yu Xian is a formidable rank 79 assault-type soul sage. Judging by his age, it seems quite plausible that he corresponds to the grandfather of that individual. Thus, in my estimation, it is highly likely that he is indeed the one. At this moment, the members of Shrek Academy were intently listening to Dai Mubai's detailed and vivid account. Every gaze was fixed upon him, their expressions focused and filled with curiosity, seemingly captivated by the tale he was weaving. In stark contrast, the scene at Tsanghui Academy was quite different. Yi Zhiqiu's face was flushed, veins bulging on his forehead, and his eyes wide as saucers, practically radiating fury. His anger had reached its zenith, resembling a volcano on the brink of eruption. The root cause of this turmoil was none other than the student named Yu Zhe standing before him. Yu Zhe was notorious within Tsanghui Academy, not for any commendable achievements, but rather for his exasperating personality and erratic behavior. Speaking of Yu Zhe's martial soul, it was indeed remarkable, being identical to that of his grandfather, the powerful Rain Dragon Spear, a heritage martial soul of the Yu family. With such a martial soul, Yu Zhe's innate talent was undeniably exceptional, placing him among the elite in the realm of ordinary individuals. Regrettably, it seemed that fate enjoyed playing cruel jokes. Despite possessing such extraordinary talent, Yu Zhe was endowed with a rather dim-witted intellect. His thought processes often left others bewildered, and his actions were absurdly unconventional, completely disregarding common sense. To label him as foolish might even be considered a generous characterization. At this moment, Yi Zhiqiu was enduring the torment inflicted by this peculiar student, his inner fury blazing intensely, yet feeling utterly powerless. When Zhao Wujie revealed his strength as a seven-ring soul sage, Yi Zhiqiu had already abandoned hope of reclaiming his dignity. Moreover, it was this very Yu Zhe who had instigated the trouble by bullying the waitress, and yet he was the one recklessly courting disaster. However, this peculiar individual is not someone one can easily offend. As the head of the Foreign Affairs Department, should any issues arise while accompanying students, the dean would certainly not take it lightly. Furthermore, there is the formidable Master Yu Xian, the grandfather of Yu Zhe, who is a genuine soul sage of the 79th rank. He is not one to cross lightly. Additionally, the imposing figure of Zhao Wujin, also a soul sage, looms before them. At this moment, Yu Zhiqiu deeply regrets his decision to assist Yu Zhe. This brainless Yu Zhe, despite being a scion of a prominent family, fails to realize that seeking vengeance openly is not the only option. Surely, he could resort to covert schemes and subtle tactics. At this instant, Yi Zhiqiu feels a sense of frustration akin to hating iron for not turning into steel. Even if Master Yu Xian were present, it is highly probable he would not antagonize Zhao Wujin. Although Yu Zhe is the sole heir of the Yu family, the revival of their family's former glory holds far greater significance in Master Yu Xian's eyes than the fate of his grandson. Out of sheer necessity, Yi Zhiqiu reluctantly prepared to speak once more, yet before he could finish his sentence, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from the sky. Boom! Immediately, the crowd heard the sound of a colossal object crashing to the ground. Bang! In the next moment, the door of the small hotel shattered, sending a cloud of dust into the air, creating a choking atmosphere. As the smoke dissipated, a gigantic beast's head unexpectedly appeared before the onlookers. The spectators widened their eyes, mouths agape, their faces etched with astonishment, as if they had witnessed an inconceivable spectacle. They stood speechless, their gazes fixated on the bizarre scene, instinctively retreating in fear of any impending calamity that might befall them. Just as the crowd was still in shock, a thunderous, gravelly roar pierced through the air. All of you, disperse. This bellow resonated like a clap of thunder, leaving everyone in attendance with ringing ears. Following this, a shadow leaped from above like a bolt of lightning, descending with an unmatched ferocity towards the ground below. With a resounding crash, the entire small hotel trembled violently. The figure landed heavily on the wooden floor, which could no longer withstand such immense force, splintering instantly and sending a cloud of dust into the air, scattering with shavings in all directions. The figure, however, stood firm amidst the chaos, resembling an immovable mountain. As the swirling dust gradually settled, all eyes widened in disbelief as they finally discerned the appearance of the newcomer. The arrival was a tall and imposing figure, akin to a majestic mountain standing resolutely. Clad in a black practice uniform of superior fabric and impeccable tailoring, it appeared to meld seamlessly with his physique. The black attire did not render him dull or oppressive. Rather, it bestowed an air of mystery and authority. In his hand, he wielded a 2-meter-long iron halberd, its surface as dark as ink, resembling a streak of lightning in the night, evoking a sense of dread. The halberd was adorned with intricate carvings, seemingly infused with ancient power. The silver blade glimmered with a chilling light, stained with the blood of an unknown yet formidable soul beast. The blood had already congealed, presenting a dark crimson hue. Yet it still emanated a pungent scent of iron that sent shivers down one's spine. Upon gazing at the visage of the man, one could discern that, despite his snow-white hair, he bore no semblance of age. A horrific scar marred his left eye, stretching from his forehead down to his chin. "Grandfather!" Yu Zhe exclaimed in delight upon recognizing the figure. The elderly man sheathed his long spear and turned his gaze toward his grandson. Indeed, the newcomer was none other than Yu Xian, the only formidable warrior of the Yu clan, as previously mentioned by the esteemed Dai Mubai. Chapter 133, Yu Xian, Part 3, Grandfather. Yu Zhe, brimming with anticipation, rushed toward Yu Xian. The elder retracted his iron spear and slowly raised his right hand. A crisp sound echoed through the air as he delivered a sharp slap to Yu Zhe's flushed cheek. Stunned, Yu Zhe covered his swollen face, disbelief etched across his features. "Grandfather, I am your grandson," he stammered, his voice quivering with incredulity. "Apologize," the elder uttered coldly. "What did you say, grandfather?" Yu Zhe repeated in disbelief, still clutching his burning cheek. "I instructed you to apologize to that server," Yu Xian reiterated with an icy demeanor before stepping before Zhao Wuji. "I apologize, esteemed sir. My inept grandson was quite offensive. Please forgive him." Zhao Wuji was taken aback, hastily waving his hands in protest, his face a mask of humility and respect. "Not at all, senior. Your words are too generous. How could I ever deserve such regard from you?" At that moment, The powerful aura radiating from the elder enveloped Zhao Wuji like a tumultuous wave, instilling a sense of trepidation within him, drawing upon years of experience and keen intuition. Zhao Wuji surmised that this enigmatic elder possessed an astounding level of strength, at least that of a Soul Dolua. The overwhelming pressure made it difficult for him to breathe, and beads of sweat began to form upon his forehead. Zhao Wuji had indeed heard of Yu Xian's exploits. He had awakened the Yu clan's inherited martial spirit, the Rain Dragon Spear, and had been attempting to breach the Soul Dolua threshold for 5 years. Rumors spoke of him as a combat fanatic, often seeking sparring partners. Having been entrenched at level 79 for years, his recent ascension to Soul Dolua left Zhao Wuji with little choice but to consider retreat in the face of conflict. However, he was taken aback by the humility displayed by this reputed warrior, who had lowered himself to offer an apology. Meanwhile, the group standing behind Zhao Wuji was equally perplexed, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Conventionally, one would expect Yu Xian to rally and bolster his grandson's confidence upon arrival. Yet the current situation greatly exceeded their expectations, as Master Yu Xian unexpectedly delivered a resounding slap to his own grandson without uttering a word. "Ah, I ask you all, is it possible that Yu Zhe is not, in fact, the biological son of Master Yu Xian?" Ma Hongjun mused aloud, stroking his rounded chin and blinking thoughtfully. Just then, a low and somewhat hoarse cough echoed through the air. Ma Hongjun shuddered, a chill creeping up his spine, as if an invisible hand were tightening around his throat. Instinctively, he turned his head and was instantly frozen in place. Not far away, Master Yu Xian stood silently, his presence imposing, though the distance was not great. Ma Hongjun could distinctly sense the terrifying aura emanating from him. It was an invisible pressure, as heavy as a mountain, making it nearly impossible to breathe. Oscar, witnessing this, turned pale with fear. Without hesitation, he grasped Ma Hongjun's shoulder firmly, lowering his voice to say, "Shut up, you fat fool." Ma Hongjun, as if awakening from a dream, slowly raised his head. However, the moment his gaze met Master Yu Xian's aged eyes, he felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Those eyes appeared unremarkable, yet within them lay a depth and pressure that made Ma Hongjun feel utterly exposed. Despite Master Yu Xian merely casting a casual glance in his direction, perhaps deliberate, perhaps not, that fleeting moment left Ma Hongjun with the sensation of being targeted by a ferocious and formidable soul beast. A bone-chilling terror coursed through him, causing his legs to tremble involuntarily. Fortunately, Master Yu Xian soon withdrew his gaze, casually redirecting it elsewhere. Only then did Ma Hongjun finally exhale deeply, the tension in his body easing. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, silently relieved that the master had not held him accountable. Subsequently, Master Yu Xian turned to Yu Zhiqiu and remarked, "My grandson has a naturally mischievous disposition and has caused quite a bit of trouble for the academy over the years." As soon as Master Yu Xian finished speaking, Yu Zhiqiu promptly responded with the same respect as Zhao Wuji had moments before, "Your words are too heavy, esteemed elder. Your grandson's talents are exceptional. He is among the finest scholars of our Tsanghui Academy. How can we consider him a troublemaker?" This action by the Soul Dolua left everyone present in a state of confusion, especially Yu Zhe, who wore a bewildered expression as he was led away. "What is happening? I've been bullied, and my grandfather not only failed to support me, but instead apologized to those who wronged me. Is this truly the grandfather I know? All right. Everyone disperse," he finally commanded. After the departure of the Rain Master and his grandson, the onlookers, seeing that the remaining 2 groups showed no intention of taking action, began to disperse. The once bustling tavern quickly fell silent, leaving only the proprietor and a few waitstaff exchanging bewildered glances at the chaos strewn about. The proprietor, gazing at the imposing beast's head at the entrance, wore a troubled expression and murmured, "Elder, your belongings have been left here." Time swiftly advanced to the following day. As the town was shrouded in morning mist, the dawn barely breaking, the townsfolk were roused by the resounding voice of Zhao Wuji, except for Lu Yu and Tang San, who rose before the crack of dawn for their morning exercises. The others were stirred from their slumber. It wasn't long after departing the town that they reached the Stardow Forest, and the group hastened forward in the formation established the previous day, their spirits high despite having skipped breakfast. Though they were mentally prepared, Liu was still profoundly awed by the sight that greeted him upon entering the vast, primordial forest. The moment he stepped inside, a fragrant aroma, unique to the ancient woods, enveloped him. Liu could even discern that the concentration of soul power in the air was significantly superior to that of the outside world. As his 3 soul power vortices encountered this pure essence, they instinctively began to circulate, and in the next moment, an invisible warmth coursed through his limbs, leaving Lu Yu feeling as though his soul power had thickened considerably. Chapter 134, Level 50. Ding! At that moment, a familiar electronic voice echoed in Lu Yu's mind. Check-in task location, Stardew Forest. Stardew Forest check-in task completed. Task completion reward, points 3,000. The task rewards have been issued. Please verify, host. Lu Yu's consciousness instantaneously entered the system space, where a familiar virtual panel materialized before him. In the column labeled Soul Power, it prominently displayed Soul Power, Level 46 Soul Sect. Indeed, the moment he set foot in the Stardew Forest, his soul power had ascended by a level. The Stardew Forest, known as one of the 3 major gathering places for soul beasts on the continent, was truly remarkable. The density of soul power here surpassed that of the outside world. If he were to cultivate here for a few months, reaching level 60 would be effortlessly attainable. Suddenly, Zhao Wujie halted in front, signaling for everyone to stop, and turned to face the group. The Stardew Forest is not merely a place where one might think of raising soul beasts. It is also home to soul beasts that could be 100,000 years old. Therefore, once we enter, we must proceed with caution. After assisting Oscar in finding a suitable soul ring, we will retreat immediately. Do you all understand? The group responded in unison, affirming their comprehension. Satisfied, Zhao Wujie nodded and then looked at Oscar and Ning Rongrong, instructing them to stay close to him and not to wander off. Oscar should prepare a few sausages to replenish his energy. As Oscar chanted an incantation, 2 yellow glows appeared beneath his feet. Thanks to the adaptive training course that Flinder had specially prepared, the group had grown accustomed to consuming Oscar's martial soul sausages without any burden. With the consumption of the 2 sausages, the exhaustion from their previous 100-mile march was instantly dispelled. As the saying goes, there were originally no paths in the world. It is the multitude of footsteps that create them. However, Lu Yu and his companions found their progress slowed as they entered the forest, clearing the way as they advanced. The 4 flying daggers spun rapidly at the front, continually slicing through the encroaching vines. These daggers were purchased during Lu Yu's brief stay in the town. And with the precise control of his spiritual power, they seemed to possess a consciousness of their own, effortlessly clearing the obstructive vegetation. The smallest obstacles they encountered were vines as thick as an adult's thigh, merely at the periphery of the Stardew Forest. Tang San, positioned ahead, fixated on the 4 daggers, a tumult of emotions surging within him. He was well aware that the ability to manipulate objects with spiritual power was one he had attempted many times himself. However, the effect Lu Yu was displaying far surpassed his own efforts. Remarkably, Lu Yu was situated at the rear of the group while executing this control, which meant he had to maintain a clear and accurate judgment of the situation ahead while overcoming the interference caused by distance. Yet, these challenges appeared to pose no problem for Lu Yu. As they continued onward, Tang Sen kept his purple extreme magic eye activated to capture every subtle movement of the 4 daggers. He was astounded to observe that every time the daggers danced, they sliced through the most vulnerable and easily severable parts of the vines. The precision of this control was truly awe-inspiring. Tang San instinctively turned to glance back at Lu Yu. At this moment, Lu Yu's complexion was flushed, his eyes gleaming with vitality, and he radiated an extraordinary energy, showing no signs of fatigue despite the prolonged exertion. Even more astonishing was his ability to maintain such remarkable precision amidst the intense operation. As if everything were firmly within his grasp, Tang San could not help but marvel inwardly at Lu Yu's formidable mental fortitude and stamina. Just then, Zhao Wujie had joined their ranks, with Zhu Zhiqing reassigned to the forefront, while Zhao Wujie personally took up the rear alongside Lu Yu. Observing Lu Yu's deft manipulation of the flying daggers, Zhao Wujie was secretly impressed, pondering just how many skills this young man possessed, further solidifying his belief that Lu Yu is indeed a promising talent. To conserve their precious stamina for the potential challenges ahead, the responsibility of clearing the path was entrusted to Lu Yu and Dai Mubai, who would alternate their efforts. Dai Mubai revealed his razor-sharp claws, each swing executed with lightning speed, rendering the dense foliage before him utterly defenseless. Undoubtedly, his formidable claws were exceptionally effective at this moment, effortlessly navigating the intricate plant obstacles. However, when it came to efficiency in clearing the way, Lu Yu's 4 flying blades surpassed even that. They spun rapidly through the air, severing robust trunks and resilient vines with ease, forging a wide and straight path. Though Dai Mubai's speed was slightly inferior to Lu Yu's, his performance ensured that the entire team maintained a steady and uniform pace. After all, the primary objective of this expedition was not merely to traverse the area quickly, but to assist Oscar in locating the most suitable soul ring to enhance his attributes and abilities. A hasty advance might lead to missed opportunities. After retracting his flying daggers, Liu remained vigilant, heightening his mental acuity to its maximum range, extending his detection radius to a full 500 meters, meticulously monitoring every rustle in the surroundings. Teacher Zhao, there is a gathering of soul beasts ahead, Lu Yu suddenly whispered to Zhao Wujia. All eyes turned towards him, and Zhao Wujia paused momentarily before signaling Dai Mubai to investigate further. A moment later, Dai Mubai returned to Zhao Wujia, nodding as he reported, "Indeed, there is a group of soul beasts ahead, but they are merely a swarm of golden mice, posing little threat." The group looked at Lu Yu in astonishment. As they had felt nothing amiss, even Zhao Wujie had been oblivious, yet Lu Yu had discerned the presence of the soul beasts, a testament to his terrifying perceptual abilities. Let us find a way to circumvent them. Individually, they are not particularly aggressive, but their teeth can pierce steel, and in numbers, they are formidable. Lu Yu, take the lead while Mubai rests. Let us move, Zhao Wujie concluded after a brief moment of contemplation. Lu Yu nodded and stepped to the forefront of the group. The vegetation in the Star Doe forest was exceedingly dense, the towering trunks and lush canopies obscured the sky, and as they ventured deeper, visibility became increasingly hindered. In such a place, the terrifying potency of Lu Yu's mental prowess became evident. Chapter 135, Level 50. Part 2. Why did we just circumvent that group of rodent golden mice? Their offensive capabilities are not insignificant, are they? Suddenly inquired Zhang Qiqi. Positioned in the center of the formation. However, do they truly pose a threat to us? Why must we resort to lethal measures? If every soul master were to annihilate every soul beast they encountered, in a few hundred or thousand years, there may be no soul beasts left to provide soul rings for the advancement of soul masters. Moreover, as Teacher Zhao mentioned earlier, the Star Doe forest is fraught with peril. If the sin of blood from our earlier skirmish were to attract other formidable soul beasts, it could spell disaster. Liu responded with a smile from the front of the group. The others paused momentarily upon hearing his words, but upon further reflection, they found Liu's argument to be quite compelling. Tang San wholeheartedly agreed, recalling similar counsel from his master. Zhao Wujing nodded in accord, expressing his admiration. Truly, the wisdom imparted by that esteemed predecessor is invaluable. Upon hearing these words, Lu Yu merely offered a faint smile, refraining from uttering a single word. Previously, he had visited the open level of the library in the Spirit Hall branch of Notting City, where he perused numerous records pertaining to spirit beasts that now exist solely in texts. The tragic disappearance of these spirit beasts was a direct consequence of humanity's relentless hunting. Each spirit beast possessed its own unique ecology and habits. However, greedy humans embarked on ceaseless hunts in pursuit of formidable power and valuable resources. As time progressed, the once plentiful and diverse spirit beasts dwindled in number, ultimately leaving only traces of their existence in ancient tomes. This is undeniably a heart-wrenching tragedy, a punishment from nature for humanity's ignorance and avarice. The group continued their journey for approximately half an hour, encountering several spirit beasts aged a century and even a millennium. Yet, their primary objective was to assist Oscar in locating a 1,000-year spirit ring, and these beasts evidently did not meet the criteria. Aside from the territorial spirit beasts that initiated aggressive confrontations, the century-old and decade-old spirit beasts were largely spared by the group, not only because they found Lu Yu's earlier remarks to be insightful, but also to avoid provoking the formidable spirit beasts. After nearly half an hour of travel, Zhao Wujie commanded a rest, emphasizing the importance of maintaining their optimal state in this paradise of spirit beasts. Uncertain whether it was merely his imagination, Lu Yu had sensed a pair of eyes lurking in the shadows ever since entering this forest. The unsettling feeling of being followed clung to him, keeping his nerves taut. Hopefully, it is just my imagination, Lu Yu silently reassured himself, attempting to soothe his anxious emotions. However, this inexplicable intuition only intensified. At that moment, Liu leaned against a sturdy tree and gradually settled into a meditative posture. His hands rested naturally on his knees, palms facing upward. Eyes gently closed as he focused on his breath, striving to calm his mind. Despite the surrounding tranquility, he could still perceive that elusive presence watching him. The wind whispered through the leaves as if confiding some secret. Taking a deep breath, Liu opened his eyes and scanned his surroundings warily. Yet, apart from the dense foliage and the occasional bird flying by, he found nothing amiss. Nonetheless, the sensation of being followed persisted, lingering in his thoughts. You go. What is it? Is something amiss? Tang San inquired, noticing Lu Yu's cautious demeanor, which heightened his own vigilance. Something is approaching rapidly, Liu whispered. His eyes vigilantly fixed ahead. Within his spiritual perception, he sensed a soul beast rapidly approaching their location. Although they had only been together for a few days, they swiftly took their positions. Lu Yu, Dai Mubai, and Tang San instinctively stood in front of the auxiliary soul masters, Oscar and Ning Rongrong, while Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Ma Hongjun took their places on the flanks. Zhao Wujie remained at the rear of the formation. Almost immediately, everyone unleashed their martial spirits, and a dazzling display of soul rings illuminated the surroundings. Soon, the rustling of leaves broke the silence in the thicket ahead. Lu Yu, with his staff in his right hand and the magic blade, Qianren in his left, stood resolutely as the target drew closer, becoming increasingly distinct in his perception. It's a snake, Lu Yu announced, his eyes shut tight as he described what he sensed with utmost clarity. A flying snake, hovering 3 meters off the ground, moving swiftly, adorned with a comb-like crest on its head and a fan-shaped tail. It's a phoenix-tail rooster-crowned snake. Lu Yu and Zhao Wujie exclaimed in unison. Recognizing the creature's appearance, Lu Yu immediately recalled its name. According to the records, the red crest on its head possessed unique properties, and this soul beast was non-venomous, relying solely on constriction to suffocate its prey, capable of unleashing astonishing speed in short bursts. Lu Yu, can you lock onto it? The red crest of the phoenix-tail rooster crown snake serves as a reservoir for nutrients and allows for instant acceleration. If you succeed in absorbing it, it might compensate for your speed shortcomings. Oscar, you've struck it lucky this time, Zhao Wujie remarked, his eyes gleaming. Lu Yu, can you ascertain its age? He inquired. Its length is approximately 7 to 8 meters, with wings of a dark red hue, indicating it is likely in the millennium range. Lu Yu calculated briefly before continuing. Wait. Something seems amiss. This snake bears wounds. It appears to be fleeing from a pursuer. In his perception, the phoenix-tail rooster crown snake swayed unsteadily, and traces of blood marred the leaves behind it. Goodness, what is it that you do not know? Zhao Wujie exclaimed, astonished by Lu Yu's explanation. The detailed insights into such a peculiar soul beast, often relegated to dull records, showcased Lu Yu's profound understanding of these creatures. Tang San privately reflected that even he could not make such a rapid and precise assessment of a soul beast's age. The only person he could think of who might achieve such accuracy would be his own teacher. Yet, Lu Yu had no teacher. His journey thus far was solely his own endeavor. Everyone heightened their vigilance. Lu Yu had pointed out that the snake was injured and being pursued, making it a prime opportunity to capture it while it was in a weakened state. Zhao Wujie's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 136, Level 53. If my memory serves me correctly, the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake is currently being pursued by the Dragon Lord and his consort. There remains a sufficient amount of time before they arrive, ample enough to hunt down this bloodied serpent. Lu Yu, since you are so familiar with this creature, I entrust the upcoming battle to your command, Zhao Wujie declared from the rear. A serpent approximately 1,000 years old is perfect for these young ones to hone their skills, especially with Lu Yu, a fourth-ring soul master, providing support. I shall merely observe their performance from behind. Upon hearing the words, Lu Yu remained silent, his mental focus intensifying as his gaze fixated on the direction of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Suddenly, it appeared, with a low shout from Lu Yu. Everyone instantly heightened their vigilance. Oscar's eyes sparkled with excitement, his left hand gripping a dagger tightly, as the thought of acquiring a 1,000-year third spirit ring exhilarated him. At the very moment Lu Yu spoke, Zhu Zhuqing swiftly leveraged the agility of her spirit, climbing up a tree, her body leaning forward, sharp claws glinting with a lethal sheen. In the next instant, a massive serpent burst forth from the dense foliage, its appearance closely matching Lu Yu's description, nearly 7 meters long, adorned with a vibrant red crest atop its head. As the colossal creature emerged, Zhu Zhuqing leaped down from the tree and immediately activated her soul skill, Netherworld Stab, aiming fiercely at the serpent's crest. However, even in its injured state, the creature's reflexes remained astute, just as the Netherworld Stab was about to strike. It twisted its massive body, altering its trajectory. Zhu Zhuqing was swiftly propelled away by the force of its bulk, and the giant serpent turned its head, opening its gaping maw to unleash a burst of colorful mist. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing found herself suspended in midair, utterly unable to evade. As the mist loomed nearer, the hearts of those around her raced, eyes wide with terror. Be careful. In this perilous instant, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly heard a loud, urgent shout echoing in her ears. The voice seemed to carry a potent force, instantly penetrating her frayed nerves. Almost immediately, she felt an extraordinarily strong arm reach out to her, gently resting on her slender waist. Before Zhu Xing could comprehend what was happening, she was swept away by an immense power, her body spinning gracefully like a leaf caught in the wind. In the next moment, as she regained her balance, a flawlessly sculpted profile unexpectedly entered her line of sight. "Are you all right?" Lu Yu's voice resonated, jolting her thoughts back to reality. I'm fine," Zhu Zhuqing replied, slightly embarrassed, turning her head away. At the center of the battlefield, Dai Mubai unhesitatingly unleashed his 1,000-year soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation, his body swelling dramatically as he charged to the forefront. Lu Yu seemed oblivious to the peculiar demeanor of his opponent, summoning his soul power to unleash the wind steps and return to the battlefield. The 7 treasures hailed, "Speed." At the sound of Ning Rongrong's delicate exclamation, a dazzling array of multicolored light erupted from her petite figure. This radiance resembled a magnificent rainbow, instantly casting the surrounding space into a dreamlike illusion. Just as the onlookers were captivated by this extraordinary spectacle, they suddenly felt as if their bodies had become weightless, imbued with an unprecedented lightness. In the next moment, the previously tranquil air was filled with countless shimmering starlights, cascading like meteors across the sky, gracefully descending towards the earth. Not far away, Lu Yu raised high his staff, which emanated a formidable aura. He stood tall and proud, akin to a majestic mountain. Beneath him, a purple soul ring shimmered with brilliant light, reminiscent of the brightest star in the night sky. As Lu Yu chanted incantations, he invoked his first soul skill, Starry Praise. The fallen starlights, as if guided by an unseen force, swiftly converged upon the crowd. Upon contact with their skin, a warm and potent energy surged throughout their bodies. The group felt their previously depleted soul power and stamina replenished in an instant, every cell brimming with vibrant vitality. Their eyes sparkled with newfound clarity, their mental acuity significantly enhanced. "Tang San, its wings are injured. Bind it with blue silver grass." As Lu Yu spoke, a green soul ring flashed brilliantly. And with the flow of his soul power, several blades of wind surged towards the phoenix-tailed chicken snake. The relentless onslaught of wind blades, combined with Dai Mubai's brute force, caused the massive creature to lose its balance. Blue-silver, entangle. With Tang San's deep and resolute command, a powerful wave of soul energy erupted from him. A fierce glint flashed in his sea-deep eyes as his first soul ring, radiating a faint golden light, shone brightly, resembling a brilliant star igniting in the night sky. At that moment, a breathtaking scene unfolded. Thick and robust blue-silver vines, akin to dragons emerging from the sea, shot forth from the ground with astonishing speed, roaring skyward towards the phoenix-tailed chicken snake. Each vine was as thick as an adult's arm, cloaked in a translucent blue luminescence, seemingly alive and extraordinarily agile. In the blink of an eye, these blue-silver vines formed a colossal web, tightly ensnaring the creature's wings, growing ever more entangled and constricted, like sturdy ropes rendering the phoenix-tailed chicken snake utterly unable to escape. Its bound wings trembled and struggled against the relentless grip of the blue-silver vines. "Ma Hongjun," Lu Yu shouted once more. At the rear, Ma Hongjun instantly comprehended the intent, and his soul ring shimmered. A searing line of fire erupted from his mouth, significantly enhanced in both range and power by Lu Yu's soul skill, as the intensely scorching flames, capable of igniting the very air, enveloped the blue-silver web. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake writhed as if it had been struck on its most sensitive spot, thrashing wildly. Its massive, elongated body twisted and rolled, each vigorous movement sending tremors through the ground. The giant serpent abruptly lifted its head, opening its cavernous mouth towards the sky and emitting an ear-piercing roar. The sound was thunderous, deafening, as if it sought to rend the very fabric of the world. Accompanying this roar, a formidable aura erupted from the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, creating a visible shockwave that swept outward. "This is bad. It intends to break free from its bindings." Chapter 137, Level 50. Part 4. This is dire. It seeks to escape its restraints. As Tang San's words fell, the blue-silver vines entwined around the massive serpent began to snap with a resounding crack. Unable to withstand the creature's thrashing, trying to flee would not be so simple. With one hand gripping his staff, Lu Yu's brown cane suddenly radiated a blinding light, accompanied by a thunderous roar as several stone pillars erupted from the ground. Third-tier earth magic, giant rock formation. as the pillars intersected. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake's immense form was once again ensnared. No matter how smooth its body, the barbs on the stone columns held it fast, leaving it bloodied in an instant as Tang Sen promptly unleashed the toxins within the blue-silver vines. In the next heartbeat, the firmly imprisoned phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake opened its fearsome maw once more, exhaling a pungent, acrid breath, accompanied by a shrill, deafening explosion, as if it aimed to tear apart everything in existence. Clearly, this serpent was unwilling to surrender easily. It still sought a final struggle, attempting to break free and regain its liberty. However, Liu would not grant it such an opportunity. The moment the colossal serpent opened its mouth, Liu Yu resolutely brandished his staff, which glowed with an enigmatic light. With his motion, a series of thunderous booms resounded, and the ground began to shake violently. Immediately, 3 colossal and robust stone pillars erupted from the ground like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, exuding an inexhaustible power and grandeur as they intertwined with one another. 2 of the pillars pressed down from above, while the third pierced directly into the foul, gaping maw, firmly bracing against the blood-soaked cavern. In the next instant, Liu executed a swift movement, his figure vanishing from sight. Before anyone could discern what had transpired, a muffled thud echoed in the air, and Liu Yu reappeared in his original position, all of this occurring in the blink of an eye. The onlookers could only observe that the enormous serpent, which had previously been hissing incessantly, now lay utterly still, as if it had succumbed to slumber. Unnoticed in a corner, Liu Yu discreetly retrieved a short stick into his spatial ring. He then turned to glance at Oscar, who was hiding in the rear, offering him a reassuring look. Oscar, wielding a short dagger, approached with measured steps, his heart undeniably racing with excitement. To avoid prolonged complications, strike from below its comb, Liu advised as Oscar passed by, to which he solemnly nodded, gripping the dagger with renewed determination. Just as Oscar was about to strike, a hoarse and furious shout echoed from a distance, "Stop!" Upon hearing the words, Liu Yu turned his gaze aside and beheld 2 figures emerging from the direction where the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake had previously fled. Recognizing the 2 individuals, an elderly woman and a young girl wielding serpent-headed staffs, Liu Yu instantly discerned their identities: the Serpent Lady and Chao Tianxiang. The girl beside her could only be Meng Yiran. If memory served, in the original narrative, one of Meng Yiran's destined soul rings was claimed by Oscar, while the other was taken by Tang San. "What brings you here?" Zhao Wujie inquired, his tone neither warm nor cold. The sight of the iconic serpent-headed staff conjured memories of a certain individual in his mind. The Serpent Lady, observing the masked figure before her, noted that he had not released his martial soul's soul rings, leaving her uncertain of his true capabilities. However, she had already revealed her 6-ring strength, and the other party showed no signs of retreat, suggesting that his power might surpass her own. It would be unwise to act rashly. Thus, she spoke with a relatively gentle tone, "I am Chao Tianxiang. We were the first to discover this phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake, and I have inflicted injuries upon it. Might we request its return?" Dai Mubai, upon hearing the name Chao Tianxiang, was taken aback. "What is it? Is this old woman formidable?" Tang San, noticing Dai Mubai's reaction, inquired with curiosity. Dai Mubai explained, "The Serpent Lady Chao Tianxiang and the Dragon Prince Meng Shu are collectively renowned as the Great Dragon and Serpent, formidable figures across the continent. Their martial souls complement each other, and with their potent martial soul fusion techniques, those beneath the title Dolua rank rarely gain the upper hand against them. Moreover, they are rarely apart. If the Serpent Lady is here, the Dragon Prince is undoubtedly nearby. So it is the Serpent Lady. I have long heard of your esteemed name. However, the soul beasts within this forest are unclaimed entities, and my students have exerted considerable effort in dealing with this snake. To assert it as yours based solely on words seems rather inappropriate," Zhao Wujie replied, resolutely unwilling to part with what he deemed rightfully his. "What is inappropriate about it? I see that you, sir, are merely being obstinate and covetous. Had we not injured this phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake beforehand, do you truly believe your students could easily handle it?" Meng Yiran interjected, unable to restrain herself. The absence of soul power fluctuations from the masked figure indicated he had not engaged in battle, and she found it hard to believe this group of seemingly 13 or 14-year-old students could best a millennium-old phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake. "Yiran, do not be rude," Chao Tianxiang interjected, halting Meng Yiran's words, though her gaze bore no reproach. She continued, "May I inquire your name, sir?" Observing the fully armed demeanor of the other party, and the fact that he had not released his martial soul, she could not ascertain his identity. For precautionary reasons, she posed the question. I am Zhao Wujie. He replied somewhat reluctantly, feeling that his current appearance was less than impressive. Yet, he hoped that the other party might afford him some respect. With the great dragon and serpent often inseparable, it would be best to resolve matters swiftly while the dragon prince was absent. Oh, it is the esteemed presence of the unmoving king. Your illustrious reputation precedes you indeed. Regrettably, your uniquely striking attire today has momentarily rendered me unable to recognize you. For which I sincerely apologize. I hope you will not hold it against me. Xiao Tianxiang spoke with a beaming smile, clasping her hands in a gesture of reverence towards her counterpart. Before her stood the formidable Zhao Wujing, a distinguished level 70 soul saint, a force she could never hope to contend with alone. At this moment, she was secretly calculating ways to stall for time until her husband could arrive to provide assistance. Once united, the two of them would undoubtedly compel even a formidable opponent like Zhao Wujing to yield. Such accolades are undeserved. I am merely a humble schoolteacher, here to guide my students in hunting soul beasts. This phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake aligns perfectly with my students' martial spirits. I beseech your mercy, Zhao Wujing remarked. Chapter 138, Level 50. 5. I sincerely hope you will show leniency. Zhao Wujing, slightly courteous, had no desire to engage in prolonged discourse. He wished for a swift resolution. The arrival of Long Gong would complicate matters considerably. Are you suggesting that among your students, some have already surpassed level 30? Xiao Tianxiang expressed disbelief, astonished that this group of seemingly 15 or 16-year-old children possessed greater potential than her own granddaughter. If the Snake Lady doubts this, then let all present reveal their soul rings. With Zhao Wujing's command, the members of Shrek Academy collectively summoned their martial spirits. They merely displayed their soul rings. The beast martial spirits and those in the process of manifestation, like the Valkyrie martial spirit of the Battle Maiden, were deliberately concealed. What? Xiao Tianxiang and Meng Yiran gasped in astonishment as they observed the soul rings of the Shrek students. The soul power emanating from them hovered around level 20, even approaching 30. Four-ring soul masters. Their astonishment deepened as they beheld the four vividly colored soul rings of Lu Yu. Xiao Tianxiang was utterly astounded. The silver-haired boy appeared to be merely 11 or 12 years of age, yet he possessed the prowess of a four-ringed soul master. Furthermore, both his first and second soul rings were of the Millennium grade, and the staff he wielded indicated that his martial spirit was also a weapon type. Meng Yiran gazed at Lu Yu with wide eyes, her heart racing with disbelief. Could this individual truly be human? What was the nature of the azure and brown soul rings beneath his feet? Was it a mutation of his martial spirit? Xiao Tianxiang pondered curiously about Lu Yu's unusual soul rings. In that instant, a bold and exhilarating thought surged within Xiao Tianxiang's mind. She contemplated how splendid it would be if this extraordinarily gifted and powerful young man could become her granddaughter's fiancé. After all, achieving the four-ringed soul master realm at the tender age of 11 or 12 was an extraordinary rarity. Indeed, the unparalleled talent he exhibited undoubtedly demonstrated to the world that he was far from ordinary. More importantly, both Lu Yu and his granddaughter possessed the exceptional and formidable weapon spirit, a rare type of martial soul. It is widely acknowledged that the compatibility of martial souls significantly influences the quality of the martial souls of future generations. Should these two young individuals unite in matrimony, it is highly probable that their offspring would inherit the superior martial soul genes from both sides, potentially giving rise to a top-tier weapon spirit. Contemplating this, Xiao Tianxiang gazed affectionately at her granddaughter, who remained striking in both appearance and stature. Although Lu Yu was somewhat younger, the adage that a woman 3 years older is worth a golden brick still holds true. After all, many young people today prefer partners who are slightly older. Grandma? Meng Yiran, noticing the peculiar look in Xiao Tianxiang's eyes, inquired with a hint of confusion. Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Tianxiang was suddenly brought back to reality. I wonder if my students will catch your eye, esteemed one. Zhao Wujie observed Xiao Tianxiang's demeanor, feeling a surge of satisfaction within. His otherwise concealed face breaking into a radiant smile, though no one could see it. Since you have no further comments, this phoenix-tail coxcomb snake shall belong to us, Zhao Wujie stated, noting the prolonged silence from the other party. Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Tianxiang tightened her grip on the serpent-headed staff, acknowledging the remarkable prowess of the students brought forth by the esteemed king of unmoving, especially the silver-haired youth, who had already attained the soul master realm at such a young age, truly an eye-opener for her. However, Xiao Tianxiang's tone shifted as she continued. Since we are all soul masters, let us determine the ownership of this phoenix tail coxcomb snake based on our respective strengths. Agreed, but my student cannot fight you. Zhao Wujie accepted the proposal put forth by the snake woman. Oh, and why is that? Xiao Tianxiang inquired, puzzled. Because my student is a food-type support soul master. Zhao Wujie pointed at Oscar. Very well. In that case, let us have someone else take the stage. Xiao Tianxiang narrowed her eyes slightly, her gaze falling upon Oscar. Upon learning that this young lad was a food-type support soul master, she felt a jolt of surprise. Yet, this astonishment lasted only a fleeting moment. She quickly regained her composure. After all, compared to Lu Yu, who stood nearby with his formidable four-ring soul master status, it was hardly astonishing that a mere teenager could reach level 30 as a food-type soul master. Teacher Zhao, allow me to take on the challenge. At that moment, Tang Xin stepped forward voluntarily. No, you are only at level 29. I will not fight you. Before Zhao Wujie could respond, Meng Yiran promptly rejected the idea. I want to fight him. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, Meng Yiran pointed decisively at Lu Yu, declaring that level 30 individual is a food-type auxiliary soul master. The rest of you have yet to reach level 30. I have no desire to bully you, hence I shall engage him in battle. With one hand gripping a serpent-headed staff, her form was accentuated by snug-fitting attire that elegantly showcased her well-developed physique, her bright eyes intently fixed upon Lu Yu. At this moment, Lu Yu stood bewildered, pondering whether this young woman had lost her mind or if her youth impaired her judgment. Did she not see Zhao Wujie's soul rings when he commanded their display? Surely she must recognize his glaringly visible 2,000-year-old purple soul rings. Yiran, you must consider this carefully. That lad is a four-ring soul master, and the disparity between you is not easily surmountable. Xiao Tianxiang, having heard her granddaughter's words, was equally taken aback, her eyes filled with concern. While she felt a sense of pride at Meng Yiran's initiative to challenge someone stronger, she knew that the opponent's strength far exceeded her granddaughter's, making it a contest of entirely mismatched levels. Grandmother, rest assured, I know my limits. Meng Yiran gently reassured Xiao Tianxiang with a pat on her hand. Are you certain you wish to fight me? Liu asked incredulously, gesturing between himself and Meng Yiran. Indeed, but there are rules, she replied calmly. Oh, pray tell, what rules? Liu inquired, intrigued. We shall not summon our soul spirits, nor utilize soul power or techniques. We will merely compete in fundamental physical strength. What say you? Do you dare? As she spoke, Meng Yiran retracted her serpent-headed staff and gazed at Lu Yu. Chapter 139, Level 50. 6. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Wujie and the others erupted in laughter, perceiving Meng Yiran as having handed Lu Yu an easy victory. The onlookers exchanged puzzled glances, questioning the young woman's sanity for choosing to challenge a monster like Lu Yu, especially in a contest of physical prowess, which seemed like a reckless endeavor. Young lady, are you truly intent on measuring your strength against mine? Lu Yu asked, skepticism lacing his tone. For the first time since arriving in this world, he felt a twinge of pity for a stranger. In truth, he had been the one to subdue the serpent earlier, merely assisting from the sidelines. At that moment, Liu harbored no desire to engage Meng Yiran in combat. Aside from his curiosity about the romantic scenes depicted in the original story, he simply lacked the enthusiasm to fight. I am certain. You are not frightened by a mere weak girl, are you? Meng Yiran embraced herself with both arms, causing her already ample bosom to be accentuated by the gesture, appearing even more alluring, to the extent that her fitted attire seemed to strain against her form, as if it might burst at any moment. Her martial spirit. The serpent head staff, as a formidable offensive weapon spirit, inherently demanded a certain level of physical prowess from its wielder. Thus, she had maintained a regimen of physical training since childhood. She noted that the martial spirit summoned by Lu Yu, while also a staff, was adorned with 7 gemstones, indicative of a long-range damage-dealing soul master, whose melee capabilities were notoriously lacking. Little Dance observed Lu Yu's hesitant expression and couldn't help but murmur to herself. What is going on? Usually, Brother Yu is the type to explode the teaching building without a second thought. Just days ago, he utterly shredded that female soul master's attire on the battle platform. Why has he suddenly turned tender-hearted? Lu Yu, go for it. Zhao Wujie subtly urged him with a glance, whispering, remember to go easy. After all, someone had graciously brought a soul ring. It was imperative to secure it. The serpent matriarch looked at Lu Yu, her heart filled with uncertainty, then cast a concerned glance at Meng Yiran. The boy's physique appeared no different from an ordinary person's. Even though he was a 4-ringed soul master, his youth suggested an unstable foundation. In their competition, they would be measuring fundamental physical qualities. While soul masters on the continent often focused on strength training, Lu Yu, in the eyes of the Serpent Matriarch, evidently did not fit this mold, especially since she had clearly seen that his martial spirit was a staff, indicating his melee abilities were likely weak. Moreover, her granddaughter possessed a secret skill involving flying daggers, putting the odds in their favor. To ensure fairness, the soul powers of both competitors were suppressed by the two most powerful individuals present, preventing any possibility of cheating. Soon, after Zhao Wujia had successfully restrained Meng Yiran's soul power, Lu Yu extended his hand. However, at the moment the Serpent Matriarch redirected her soul power to connect with Lu Yu's, she gazed at the young man before her in confusion. Something was amiss. The soul power coursing through Lu Yu is certainly not characteristic of a four-ring soul master. To the Serpent Matriarch's perception, Lu Yu's soul power flowed like a stream on the verge of drying up, even inferior to that of a 30-level soul venerable. And his mental strength seemed to hover around the same level. The Serpent Matriarch surmised that Lu Yu's four-ring status had been achieved in a hurried manner. Recognizing that a forced breakthrough could inflict significant harm on a soul master's body, such instability in his foundation would explain why his soul power reserves fell short of even a 30-level soul venerable. She was now convinced that victory in this contest was a foregone conclusion. However, she maintained a facade of calm, methodically suppressing Lu Yu's soul power. Lu Yu walked calmly towards the center of the arena, having observed the subtle expressions on the face of the Serpent Matriarch with keen clarity. She merely sensed the fragile soul power within him and believed victory was assured. However, Lu Yu could only assert that this was but an illusion. Initially, when he awakened his martial soul, Lu Yu's body was akin to that of an ordinary person, with soul power circulating through his limbs and within his dantian. Yet, upon absorbing his first soul ring and reshaping his physique, a transformation occurred. Indeed, it was a transformation. His soul power became concentrated in 3 vast whirlpools within his sea of consciousness, with only a negligible amount flowing through his meridians. Even more astonishingly, he possessed 2 distinct seas of consciousness, the whirlpools residing in the second, while the first contained only the spiritual power of a soul master at the 30th level. It was this first sea of consciousness that the Serpent Matriarch had encountered. Meng Yiran, wielding the martial soul of the Serpent Staff, was a 30-level, 2-ring battle soul master. Her short hair swayed gently in the breeze, complementing her graceful figure, which was enveloped in a fitted outfit. Lu Yu, with a weary expression, stretched his arms wide and then let out a languid yawn. He found it exceedingly difficult to summon any enthusiasm for the current battle, which posed no challenge and whose outcome was glaringly apparent. According to the original plot, it was supposed to be Tang San who faced Meng Yiran. Yet, inexplicably, this task had fallen to him. With a sigh, Lu Yu lamented inwardly, realizing that he would likely miss witnessing the iconic scene of Meng Yiran's bloom as described in the original work. The thought of that evocative moment slipping through his fingers left him feeling a tinge of regret and disappointment. Lu Yu, a level 45, 4-ring support soul master, wielded the spirit of the Prayer Star Lotus staff. Upon hearing the term support soul master, Snake Lady was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that this young boy, who had achieved the rank of 4-ring soul master at such a tender age, would belong to the support category. This implied that the silver-haired youth's talents far surpassed those of the 30-level food-type soul master. Alas, it was a pity that such a promising individual was too eager for success, ultimately squandering his considerable gifts. A look of regret crept across the wrinkled visage of Snake Lady. However, in the center of the arena, Meng Yiran's smile widened upon learning that Lu Yu was a support soul master. With this revelation, she thought it only fair to become more aggressive. In the next instant, her figure abruptly vanished from sight, and she launched an assault on Lu Yu, her hands shimmering with a chilling luminescence. In that fleeting moment, onlookers witnessed Meng Yiran's delicate hands sweep forward, seemingly unleashing an invisible force from her grasp. Following this, several icy rays, imbued with a fierce aura, sped towards Lu Yu's face like lightning. To everyone's astonishment, in the face of such a fierce onslaught, Lu Yu stood his ground like an unyielding statue, showing no inclination to evade the attack. His deep-set eyes remained tranquil as water, appearing utterly indifferent to the lethal streaks hurtling toward him. Furthermore, his body seemed as though it had been frozen in place, not even a slight quiver betraying his composure. Yet, in the very next moment, an astonishing event unfolded. 6 flying daggers, propelled by Meng Yiran's confident gaze, pierced through Lu Yu's form. Strikingly, not a single drop of blood emerged from his body. Moments later, a series of dull thuds echoed as three of Meng Iran's thrown daggers embedded themselves into the trees behind him, while Lu Yu's corporeal form dissipated into the air like dust. Meng Iran's eyes widened in surprise, yet before she could react, a flurry of swift sounds pierced the air. She barely had time to respond as her shoulder, legs, and arms were swiftly slashed by the oncoming projectiles, revealing faint traces of blood on her skin. In the next moment, a figure suddenly appeared before Meng Iran. Lu Yu, with a leaf held in one hand, lazily pointed it towards her throat and declared, "You have lost." With one hand resting in his pocket and silver hair fluttering in the breeze, he tossed the leaf aside without waiting for Meng Iran's response, stretched languidly, and turned to walk away. Meng Iran remained frozen in place, staring blankly at the tree before her, where several leaves were neatly arranged to form a rudimentary character resembling feather. The surrounding air felt as if it had solidified in silence, broken only by the faint sounds of a giant snake struggling against a stone pillar and the rustling of leaves stirred by the wind. Everyone was taken aback, especially Tang San. If he wasn't mistaken, the technique Lu Yu had just employed to fling the leaves was unmistakably a secret weapon technique unique to the Tang sect, albeit used with a certain clumsiness. Yet, the posture was undeniably correct. It was only then that Meng Iran came to her senses, watching Lu Yu's departing figure. She touched the bloodstain on her cheek left by the leaf and shouted furiously, "Soul Egg, I will kill you." In that moment, she instinctively attempted to summon her martial soul, but suddenly remembered that her soul power had been sealed. Consequently, she swiftly reached for her waist, drawing three throwing knives and hurling them with force. However, Lu Yu effortlessly evaded them without even turning his head. "Enough," the snake matriarch interjected, swiftly appearing before Meng Iran to block her path. "Matriarch, why are you stopping me?" Meng Iran exclaimed angrily. "Look at my face, it's ruined." Lu Yu had just flicked a leaf that perfectly sliced through her thigh, waist, and cheek. As a girl, a wound on her face would be utterly disastrous. Still, the snake matriarch hissed, her mind replaying the earlier display, or rather Lu Yu's one-sided performance. Her eyes fixed coldly upon Lu Yu. "This time, we have lost. The snake shall be yours." However, Meng Iran was momentarily taken aback by these words, eager to contest, yet was silenced by the snake matriarch. "Iran, let us not forget that those leaves could have effortlessly severed your throat. But tell me, did you truly perceive the speed of that individual's movements?" The snake matriarch's gaze was intensely fixed upon the character feather embedded in the tree. Upon hearing this, Meng Iran's face drained of color. In her earlier fury, she had overlooked the fact that at the onset of the match, her flying knife had merely pierced through his afterimage. More alarmingly, the individual's mastery over the hidden weapons was evidently superior to her own. The proof lay in the feather inscribed upon the tree. Had Lu Yu thrown those leaves in front of her instead of behind, Meng Iran's thoughts grew increasingly grim. Were it not for the opponent's mercy, she might well have become a lifeless corpse by now. Esteemed snake matriarch, might I trouble you to lift the binding of my soul energy, so that I may treat your granddaughter's wounds?" Lu Yu's voice resounded once more. Although reluctant to partake in this contest, he felt a sense of responsibility since the injury upon her face was of his own making, especially given that she was a girl. He ought to at least uphold some semblance of propriety. "Very well, thank you for your assistance," the snake matriarch replied after a brief moment of contemplation, releasing the binding of Lu Yu's soul energy. In truth, the scar on Meng Iran's face was quite superficial, merely oozing a trickle of blood. With some application of medicine, it would heal and fade over time as her body matured. At this moment, all other thoughts faded from Meng Iran's mind, and she obediently stood before Lu Yu, allowing him to employ his soul technique on her. After all, for a girl, her visage was of utmost importance. The next instant, as Lu Yu felt the fine strands of soul energy circulating smoothly within him, he summoned the star-invoking lotus staff. At the same time, for soul rings of varying colors began to slowly rotate and rise beneath his feet, with the first purple soul ring shining forth with brilliance. Meng Iran felt a warm sensation on her face, and as the light dissipated, Lu Yu casually retrieved a mirror from his spatial ring. Meng Iran leaned closer to inspect her face after the treatment. To her astonishment, not only had the bloodstains vanished, but her skin appeared significantly more hydrated and elastic than before. Coughing softly, the snake matriarch, witnessing her granddaughter's transformation, couldn't help but clear her throat. Casting a knowing glance her way, thank you," Meng Iran murmured in a voice barely above a whisper, a flush rising to her cheeks. Pardon? What did you say? Liu cast a perplexed glance at her, his head involuntarily tilting forward slightly. Her voice had been so faint that he could hardly discern her words, prompting him to instinctively inquire further. Yet, Meng Yiran, resembling a startled little rabbit, darted behind the snake woman, leaving Lu Yu even more bewildered. Had he not merely assisted her in treating a small scar? How could she suddenly seem like an entirely different person? Ahem, I sincerely thank the young brother for your assistance. This phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake shall be entrusted to you. The snake woman remarked, unable to suppress a chuckle at her granddaughter's demeanor. In that case, we shall not impose any further and will take our leave. Safe travels, Zhao Wuji said as he approached, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. Zhao Laosher, you have a remarkable student. Though the mountains may remain unchanged and the waters may flow eternally, may our paths cross again, the snake woman replied, casting a glance at Zhao Wuji before departing with Meng Yiran. However, as they left, Meng Yiran's gaze lingered on Lu Yu, whether intentionally or not, was uncertain. Zhao Wuji, having observed this moment, shot Lu Yu a peculiar look, but Lu Yu, shielded by a fabric barrier, remained oblivious. Wow, Lu Yu, what was that trick with the tree leaves you just performed? I want to learn it too. As soon as they departed, the tranquil atmosphere within the Shrek team was shattered, particularly by Oscar, who rushed to Lu Yu, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The speed exhibited by Lu Yu is beyond human capability, an ability that could not be replicated. However, the few leaves he casually tossed just moments ago were nothing short of spectacular, instantly igniting Oscar's long-held aspirations of becoming a master. Chapter 141, Level 50, Part 8. Ah. You wish to learn? Lu Yu remarked with a peculiar smile, casting a glance at Oscar, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. The latter eagerly nodded, expressing his desire to learn. Then lean in closer, and I shall teach you. The corners of Lu Yu's mouth curled upwards as he spoke mysteriously. In response, Oscar, like a puppy drawn to a delectable treat, eagerly pressed his ear closer, his face alight with anticipation. Meanwhile, Lu Yu adopted an air of secrecy, partially covering his mouth with his hand, and began to whisper softly into Oscar's ear. As Lu Yu's words flowed, Oscar's previously elevated smile, born of excitement and expectation, plummeted at an astonishing pace. His once radiant grin seemed to be frozen in place, as if under a spell. His lively, enchanting eyes, reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms, now reflected a state of shock and bewilderment. He subtly glanced at Tang San, his expression morphing into one of utter peculiarity. After Lu Yu departed, Oscar stood there like a statue, utterly dazed. Curiosity got the better of Tang San as he inquired, Brother Yu, what did you discuss with Oscar earlier? Why did he shush me? To this, Liu merely offered a faint smile and did not elaborate further. Instead, he strolled away with his hands clasped behind his back. However, observing the enigmatic upward curve of Lu Yu's lips and Oscar's reaction, Tang San speculated that there was undoubtedly more to the situation than met the eye. Hey, little Oscar, what did Lu Yu say to you just now? Was it some remarkable martial arts secret or something of the sort? Ma Hongjun interjected casually, placing a hand on Oscar's shoulder. I'm going to absorb the soul ring, Oscar replied, before picking up his short blade and approaching the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, leaving Ma Hongjun bewildered, scratching his head in confusion, wondering what had transpired. Zhao Wujie cast a knowing glance at Oscar, who displayed an excited expression, his hand gripping the short blade, trembling slightly. He had awaited this moment for far too long. Under the immense pressure of Lu Yu's rock formation, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was rendered immobile. The runes inscribed upon the stone pillars seemed to possess the ability to suppress soul power. Oscar tightened his grip on the short blade and, with a swift thrust, pierced the serpent's vital point, causing its life force to drain away, ultimately ceasing all signs of life. Sensing that the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake had entirely lost its vitality, Lu Yu waved his hand, and with a resounding rumble, the massive stone returned to its subterranean abode. Observing this, Oscar swiftly sat cross-legged, summoned his sausage martial soul, and released pink soul power, cautiously drawing closer to the purple glowing soul ring. At this moment, Lu Yu remained in a heightened state of vigilance, his mental energy extending outward to probe the surrounding area. He distinctly sensed the gaze of two individuals not far away. He glanced at Zhao Wujie, who was evidently aware of the scrutiny directed at them. Upon noticing Lu Yu's gaze, Zhao Wujie shook his head, signaling him not to be alarmed. Not far off, Chao Tianxiang observed Oscar as he absorbed the soul ring. Suddenly, she felt an invisible force watching them, which startled her. The mental energy had remarkably detected her presence. The murky eyes of the snake matriarch turned towards Lu Yu, who stood opposite Zhao Wujia, realizing that the source of that mental energy pointed unmistakably at the silver-haired youth. The snake matriarch recalled that when she had suppressed his soul power, the other party's mental strength had been feeble beyond measure. Now it was evident that he possessed some means of concealing his true abilities, having even deceived her. With that, the snake matriarch leaned on her tall serpent-headed staff and turned to depart. As Ming Yiran was pulled back to reality by the call of the snake matriarch, neither she nor the matriarch noticed the subtle change in Ming Yiran after her injuries were healed by Lu Yu. Zhao Wuji and Lu Yu both sighed in relief upon sensing the departure of the two women, grateful that the snake matriarch had not summoned any formidable soul beasts, which could have posed a significant challenge for Zhao Wuji. Moments later, Oscar slowly opened his eyes after absorbing the soul ring. In an instant, his soul power underwent a remarkable transformation, enveloping him in a radiant pink glow. As Oscar summoned his martial spirit, 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings gracefully ascended from beneath his feet, and his excitement was palpable. From this moment onward, he would be known as the 31st level food system Soul de Law, Oscar. However, as he joyfully turned to share his elation with those around him, he was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. Aside from Zhao Wuji, Lu Yu, and Tang San, who stood beside him, everyone else was gathered on the opposite side, craning their necks with their eyes fixed intently on the character feather that Lu Yu had inscribed on the tree trunk with a leaf, occasionally murmuring in awe. Remarkable! To penetrate so deeply without damaging the fragile leaf, not even a single crack. What astounding control over power this demonstrates, Dai Mubai praised, gazing at the leaf embedded in the trunk. Congratulations, Oscar, Lu Yu said, stepping forward to pat Oscar on the shoulder. At this moment, the others noticed that Oscar had completed the absorption of his soul ring and quickly surrounded him, forming a tight circle. So, little Oscar, do you feel any changes in your body? Dai Mubai was the first to inquire. Yes. Oscar, what is your third soul skill? Show us. Ma Hongjun urged eagerly, his eyes fixed on Oscar. Clearing his throat and feigning an air of profundity, Oscar declared, since you are all so eager, I shall indulge your curiosity. Open your eyes wide and behold. I, Oscar, present my third soul skill. I possess a mushroom sausage. With a flourish and a flash of light, a mushroom sausage appeared in Oscar's hand. In that moment, the air seemed to freeze, and then laughter erupted. Oscar, your martial spirit remains as reliable as ever. Ma Hongjun chuckled, instantly reminded of Oscar's familiar yet novel incantation. Yet, Oscar dismissed the mirth of Ma Hongjun and the others with indifference. Laugh all you want. From now on, aside from Lu Yu and Tang San, none of you shall partake in my mushroom sausage. Chapter 142, Level 50. Enough, no more laughter. Zhao Wuji suppressed the laughter of the crowd and said, Oscar, please share the effects of your third soul skill. A mischievous grin instantly appeared on Oscar's face as he replied, the effect of my third soul skill is flight. What? Upon hearing this revelation, the eyes of everyone widened in astonishment. Roar. However, before they could fully comprehend the shock, a sudden beastly roar echoed from afar, followed by a tremor that shook the ground beneath them. Look over there, Lu Yu exclaimed, pointing towards the depths of the forest. A cloud of dust was rising amid the trees, and as the tremors intensified, the dust drew nearer. Not good. Zhao Wuji was the first to react, shouting, Run. A foreboding sensation gripped him as he gazed at the approaching dust. It's a beast tide. An icy electronic voice resonated in Lu Yu's mind. Ding, detected a large-scale, unexplained uprising of soul beasts in the Stardow Forest, suspected to be a beast tide. A limited-time survival mission has been issued. Soul Beast Uprising. Mission requirement. Survive the beast tide. Optional task. Investigate the cause of the beast tide. Completion reward. Points 9,000. Random magic item 1. Optional task completion reward. Points 6,000. When the term beast tide reached Ning Rongrong's delicate ears, her once rosy and charming face drained of color, turning as pale as paper, devoid of any vitality. These two chilling words had only existed for her in the ancient tomes of the sect, as if they were remnants of a distant and terrifying legend. The reactions of the others mirrored hers. For them, the concept of a beast tide was merely theoretical, and this was their first real encounter, filling their hearts with fear and confusion. Oscar, how many mushroom sausages can you produce at most? And what is your maximum flying speed and duration? Zhao Wuji, as the teacher and the strongest among them, was the first to regain his composure. At most 10. Each can fly for a minute at the speed of a phoenix-tailed chicken snake, Oscar replied, his face pale and slightly trembling. Upon hearing Oscar's response, Zhao Wuji's previously dim eyes suddenly sparkled, as if a beacon had illuminated the darkness. At this moment, there was still a bit of time before the terrifying beast tide would arrive, which provided them a critical buffer. As their teacher, Zhao Wuji understood the immense responsibility he bore to ensure that each student could safely navigate this crisis. In this life-and-death moment, even the slightest oversight could lead to irreparable consequences. The mushroom sausages provided by Oscar were akin to a timely gift in this dire situation. It is well known that in the face of an oncoming beast tide, speed and agility often determine survival. With these extraordinary mushroom sausages, the students would gain a brief ability to fly, significantly enhancing their chances of evading attacks and escaping. Upon this realization, Zhao Wujia could not help but feel a surge of gratitude for the presence of Oscar, a student endowed with extraordinary abilities within the team. Quickly prepare several mushroom sausages, one for each of us. We must depart from this place with utmost urgency. Ning Rongrong, Lu Yu, be ready to unleash your amplification soul skills, Zhao Wujia instructed swiftly. I possess mushroom sausages. The 7 treasures are renowned. Second decree, speed. Starry blessing. As 3 beams of light flashed, everyone consumed Oscar's mushroom sausages, and wings sprouted from their backs. With the enhancement provided by Lu Yu and Ning Rongrong's soul skills, they swiftly soared towards the outskirts of the forest. In these critical times, there was no opportunity for them to gradually acclimatize to the act of flying. They could only adapt on the go. Fortunately, the group quickly adjusted to the capabilities bestowed by the flying mushroom sausages, maintaining a low altitude beneath the canopy. Most flying soul beasts possess an acute awareness of their territory, and given the current onslaught of beasts, it was uncertain when a formidable soul beast might emerge. Flying beneath the treetops effectively concealed their figures while minimizing the risk of ambush from ground-dwelling soul beasts. However, the dense foliage of the Star Doe forest posed a significant hazard, where a moment's inattention could result in a collision. In the next instant, the very ground where they had stood was suddenly engulfed by the relentless tide of the soul beast army, a force so overwhelming it was akin to a surging wave. The sheer number of these soul beasts was astonishing, their thunderous roars reverberating through the air as if they sought to rend the heavens asunder, accompanied by their frantic gallop. The powerful hooves of the beast pounded the earth, instantly stirring up clouds of dust that obscured the sky, rendering the surroundings nearly indistinguishable. More terrifying was the fact that this cacophonous wave of soul beasts showed no signs of abating. Rather, it surged forward with an unstoppable momentum, akin to a colossal war chariot barreling down the path, mercilessly crushing all obstacles in its path. Lu Yu, empowered by the flying mushroom intestines, gracefully weaves through the forest. And unlike the use of wind manipulation, the experience of the flying mushroom intestines is far more novel. Liu struggled to turn around, his gaze filled with terror as he beheld the surging tide of beasts, roaring relentlessly. His heart raced violently, as if it were about to leap from his throat. Although he had read countless descriptions of such beast tides in books, it was only at this moment, confronted with the overwhelming horror of the scene before him, that he truly grasped the intensity of the shock. Words could scarcely encapsulate its magnitude. Suddenly, Lu Yu's attention was drawn to a black soul beast amidst the churning horde. Below, within the tumultuous mass of creatures, a snow-white two-tailed fox was desperately fleeing. This was the dual nightmare fox, a soul beast Lu Yu recognized. Known to inhabit only the outskirts of the Star Doe forest, yet here it was, and he observed many mid-level soul beasts within the tide as well. Moreover, Lu Yu noted a common trait among these beasts. They bore expressions of fear, as if something malevolent was pursuing them. Teacher Zhao, something is amiss with these soul beasts. It seems they are being hunted, Lu Yu shouted. Zhao Wujia turned to look back. Indeed, the state of the soul beasts was quite abnormal. This wave of beasts not only included many that typically resided at mid-levels, but their expressions were decidedly unusual. Had something transpired deep within the forest? Yet, the causes of beast tides were manifold, making it difficult for him to ascertain the reason at that moment. Chapter 143, Level 50. 10. With the aid of the flying mushroom tubes, the group hastened toward the forest's edge. Along the way, Liu continuously employed his first soul skill to replenish the soul power of his companions. Each of Oscar's flying mushroom tubes had a duration of merely 1 minute. But with the enhancement of the starry praise, this time extended to nearly 2 minutes. Furthermore, With Lu Yu serving as a constant source of soul power, Oscar was able to replenish his energy almost every 2 minutes. The wind howled past their ears, while the dark tide of beasts lagged slightly behind them. At last, a bright light appeared ahead of the group. Just then, a shrill, piercing explosion erupted from behind. Not good. Quick, get out of the way. Zhao Wujia's expression changed abruptly as he turned to look back, shouting at the top of his lungs. However, just as his words fell, an unexpected occurrence transpired. A powerful whirlwind suddenly surged from the rear, sweeping toward them like a furious dragon, claws bared. In an instant, the gale roared, wielding a destructive force that caused the group to lose their balance, swept into the sky like brittle leaves. Suddenly, without warning, a dark shadow crashed into Lu Yu's field of vision. The object moved with astonishing speed, resembling a flash of lightning streaking across the sky, hurtling directly towards Lu Yu. Before he could even comprehend what was happening, he felt an immense force strike him squarely in the face. The strike was akin to Mount Tai pressing down on an egg, instantly causing Lu Yu to lose his balance. In the next moment, Lu Yu's body resembled a kite severed from its string, entirely at the mercy of a tempestuous and violent wind. The wind howled past, emitting a sharp and piercing sound, as if intent on tearing everything asunder. Amidst this tempest, Lu Yu found himself helplessly tumbling and drifting. Lu Yu instinctively grasped the shadow that was hurled towards him. In the next moment, a soft sensation coursed through his fingertips, yet he could not afford to dwell on such trivialities. At that moment, Lu Yu resembled a fragile leaf, helplessly dancing in the tempestuous winds. Suddenly, a piercing cry shattered the heavens once more, akin to a razor-sharp blade piercing the eardrums of those nearby. Simultaneously, the wind howled as if possessed, its ferocity escalating beyond previous levels. This formidable gust resembled an invisible giant hand, mercilessly flinging the crowd aside. They were akin to kites severed from their strings, abruptly cast into the air before crashing heavily to the ground. In the forest below, some individuals were even swept up by the raging winds, tumbling through the air, utterly devoid of control over their own bodies. The scene was a chaotic tableau of terror, as people screamed in panic and fled in all directions, yet found no sanctuary from the onslaught of the storm. Time seemed to stretch into eternity, and at long last, Lu Yu slowly opened his eyes. However, the sight that greeted him was entirely unfamiliar. He blinked in bewilderment, striving to regain his clarity. Lu Yu gradually supported himself and rose to his feet, sensing a hint of dampness and coolness in the ground beneath him. He surveyed his surroundings and discovered he was in a tranquil locale, enveloped in silence, devoid of any signs of human activity. Only the occasional melodious chirp of birds pierced the serene atmosphere, infusing this unfamiliar place with a touch of vitality. Lu Yu shook his slightly dazed head. The explosive sounds he had heard moments ago, as the fierce wind had swept him away, were undoubtedly a manifestation of a high-level spirit beast's mental assault, striking him with unexpected ferocity. He surveyed his surroundings, deducing that he still resided within the Star Dove forest, yet the exact location eluded him. Zhu Zhuqing? Suddenly, a dark figure in the distance captured Lu Yu's attention. As he approached, he discovered a strikingly beautiful woman lying on the ground. It was indeed Zhu Zhuqing. Wake up! Lu Yu gently shook her, softly calling out. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes fluttered open, and a blurred silhouette gradually became discernible. Lu Yu? She inquired, perplexed. Where are we? All she could recall was being swept up by the tempest and seemingly colliding with something before losing consciousness. Upon regaining awareness, she found herself in this unfamiliar grove. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort or injury? Lu Yu extended his hand, expressing genuine concern. No, Zhu Zhuqing replied, grasping Lu Yu's hand to rise. Shaking her head. What about the others? She asked, rubbing her wrist. I'm not sure. We must have been scattered by that fierce wind, Lu Yu responded slowly, shaking his head. Upon awakening, I only saw you. The others must have been blown to different locations. With that, Lu Yu retrieved a black cloak from his spatial ring. Zhu Zhuqing initially appeared puzzled, but in the next moment, a sudden chill enveloped her. Looking down, she realized her clothing had been torn, exposing her fair skin, particularly her two prominent peaks. A flush of crimson swiftly spread across her face as she awkwardly accepted the black cloak Lu Yu offered and draped it over herself. Lu Yu gazed upward at the sky, which remained shrouded in dense, dark clouds. In the small town on the outskirts of the Star Dove forest, Tang San sat at the entrance when a sound of footsteps approached from behind. Are you still worried about Lu Yu and Xiao Wu? Oscar inquired as he took a seat beside Tang San, offering him a box. Even amidst worry, one must eat. Nourishment is essential for strength and the ability to continue caring. Ultimately, dining is of utmost importance. Tang San sat quietly, allowing Oscar to carefully place the food box upon his lap. Yet, he remained as still as a statue, showing no sign of movement. Time passed swiftly, and it had been 2 full days since they had faced that harrowing beast tide. The terrifying scenes still lingered vividly in their minds, evoking a sense of dread. However, Tang San and his companions were undoubtedly among the fortunate few. When the violent storm surged forth, they were miraculously thrown to safety by its overwhelming force, landing near a small town at the periphery of the Stardow Forest. By chance, several kind-hearted local residents passed by, discovered their unconscious forms, and brought them back to the town. After a period of tender care and recuperation, they gradually emerged from the shadow of that disaster, regaining some vitality. This beast tide had only occurred within the depths of the Stardow Forest, leaving even the nearest town unscathed. Now, the Stardow Forest was entirely sealed off by various empires and the Spirit Hall, prohibiting Soul Masters below level 70 from entering and restricting the duration of any who did. The specific cause of the beast tide was still under investigation. In pursuit of the 3 missing individuals, Zhao Wujin opted to remain in the town, promptly notifying Flander, who was hastening to their aid. Chapter 144, Level 50, Part 11. For the past 2 days, Zhao Wujin had been searching the outskirts for Lu Yu and the others, yet he had found no leads. If he failed to locate them today, he would have to venture deeper. However, since the outbreak of the beast tide, the outer regions of the Stardow Forest were no longer as they had been. One could now encounter soul beasts aged thousands, even tens of thousands of years. This was the reason he remained in the periphery for 2 days, for approaching the central area was impossible. Boom. After vanquishing the last soul beast, Zhao Wujin casually discarded the carcass aside. The numerous bodies strewn about indicated he had encountered a horde of soul beasts. Breathing heavily, he collapsed onto the ground, his body marred with wounds and in a disheveled state. He had just faced a group of 10,000-year-old black demon scorpions, creatures that typically roamed the central area of the Stardow Forest, yet here he was in the periphery, having encountered such beasts, indeed, a whole group of them. Roar! At that moment, a tremendous roar echoed from a distance. Suddenly, a shadow lunged toward Zhao Wujin, still reeling from his recent battle. He barely had time to react as several energy blades shot forth from behind, striking the shadow and sending it hurtling away with a resounding thud. Then, a figure descended from the sky, landing beside Zhao Wujin. "Boss!" Zhao Wujia exclaimed in surprise. Flanders adjusted his black-framed glasses with a flourish, remarking on how the usually composed Duke Ming had appeared so disheveled after just a few days apart. Zhao Wujia's face flushed crimson, his lips quivered slightly, and he was overwhelmed with emotion, rendering him momentarily speechless, incapable of forming a coherent sentence. After a considerable pause, he managed to regain some composure, though his voice still trembled noticeably. "I am so delighted to see you again." His gaze was intense, filled with eagerness and joy. Yet, upon realizing that only Flanders had arrived, confusion creased his brow. "Is it just you? Where are the others?" He instinctively glanced over Flanders' shoulder. "Did I not ask you to bring more assistance? Where are they?" A faint smile graced Flanders' lips as he shook his head. "The 2 seniors have already proceeded to the central area. That young man, Lu Yu, possesses a soul guide left by the seniors, so he should be able to locate them. However, as for the other 2 young ladies, their fate remains uncertain." Zhao Wujia rose to his feet, stating, "This is all my fault. As the lead instructor, I failed to protect my students." His imposing frame, typically robust and formidable, now bore an almost comically pitiful demeanor, reminiscent of a wronged spouse. "It is not entirely your fault," Flanders reassured him. "The situation unfolded so unexpectedly. It is already a commendable feat that anyone survived the beast tide. I have gathered information en route. This beast tide does not appear to be a mere coincidence, but rather seems to have been orchestrated deliberately. Have you uncovered any leads in the past 2 days?" Zhao Wujia shook his head. The chaos at the time was overwhelming. I could only grasp a few individuals nearby, and the piercing cries that day carried a potent mental assault. In the end, I only saw Lu Yu flying in this direction. Flanders nodded thoughtfully. "Then let us proceed to investigate in this direction. Perhaps we might uncover some clues." Agreed. The 2 then set forth on their mission. Meanwhile, deep within the Stardow Forest, a group of pink soul beasts encircled 2 individuals ominously. Suddenly, the previously tranquil assembly of pink beasts erupted like a powder keg, unleashing a deafening, piercing cacophony. The sudden roar seemed capable of tearing apart the very fabric of space, sending a shiver down one's spine. Following this, the frenzied beasts surged forward like a relentless tide, their claws bared, intent on tearing their adversaries to shreds. Yet, in this critical moment, the elderly figure who had remained silent and appeared extraordinarily frail, calmly raised his gnarled arm, devoid of haste. His movements were gentle and deliberate, as though he were merely waving his sleeve. With a subtle yet decisive gesture, he pointed forward ever so slightly. Boom! A multitude of lightning bolts descended instantaneously, incinerating the pink beast horde before him into charred remains. Old Jack withdrew his withered hand, sensing something amiss with this group of soul beasts. Observing the tendrils of dark energy wafting from the corpses, he spoke softly, as if addressing a leisurely stroll. With the nonchalance of one who had just vanquished not a host of ancient soul beasts, but rather a mere swarm of inconsequential ants. It seemed these soul beasts were deliberately repelling soul masters from the central area. Were they planning something significant? Qinglong's eyelids twitched as he beheld the tragic fate of the soul beasts. Old Jack produced a silver token from his bosom, exclaiming, "I care not for their trivial machinations. Should they dare to harm Xiaoyu, I would level this forest to serve as his grave, even at the cost of my own ancient bones." At his words, Qinglong's eyelids flickered, and he shook his head, silently lamenting that the old man's temperament remained unchanged, as fiery as ever. The token belonging to the divine child had once drifted through the river of time, but its location could still be vaguely discerned. It should be nearby. Qinglong took out a nearly identical token, gazing at the flickering red dot upon it, and spoke. To be frank, following the divine child's disappearance, the Holy Domain issued a new command a few days ago. Everyone else was dispatched into the depths of the Star Doe Forest, leaving only myself to discreetly protect the divine child. However, on the very day the beast tide erupted, he encountered 3 20,000-year-old purple-winged thunder eagles. Their piercing cries were unmistakably theirs. These soul beasts also resided solely within the Star Doe Forest, possessing attributes of spirit, lightning, and wind, making them exceedingly troublesome. To ensure Liyu's safety, he managed to slay one, causing the other 2 to flee. Yet when he sought out Liyu, he discovered he had vanished, and all 11 others who had entered the depths of the Star Doe Forest had also lost contact. Fortunately, he still possessed the Holy Domain token, and Old Jack happened to be nearby, prompting the 2 to join forces in search of Liu and the others. Meanwhile, deep within the Star Doe Forest, a dreamlike pink figure darted swiftly through the trees. This figure resembled a nimble sprite, gracefully leaping and weaving between treetops with remarkable agility. Each landing was precise, as if she were one with her surroundings. Her form exuded elegance, her movements fluid and natural, with her pink garments billowing in the wind. Chapter 145, Level 50. 12. Little Dance flitted through the forest, yet her trajectory led deeper into the Star Doe Forest, her expression tinged with concern. As a 100,000-year-old soul beast, her extraordinary perceptive abilities allowed her to detect the underlying anomalies behind this beast tide's eruption almost immediately. Along her path, she had witnessed the grim fate of many ancient soul beasts lying lifeless across the ground. The lifeless soul beasts, having perished for millennia, appeared devoid of visible injuries. However, upon closer inspection, she discovered that their internal bodies were already in a state of grotesque decay. In merely a brief span, the nauseating stench of rot permeated the air, saturating the entire space. This bizarre phenomenon instilled a sense of caution within her, as her instincts warned her that this was far from a mere case of natural demise. What force could possibly inflict such dreadful consequences? She resolved to delve deeper, seeking to unveil the truth behind this enigma. What transpired at home during this time? Daming and Erming? Where are you now? An overwhelming anxiety surged within Xiaoyu's heart. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Star Doe Forest, a towering soul beast was fixated menacingly on a man and a woman before it, its bell-like eyes radiating a gluttonous malice. Its upper body leaned forward slightly, sharp claws etching deep gashes into the earth. The dark demon, evil god tiger. Zhu Qing's eyes widened in terror as she fixated on the colossal soul beast, exuding an aura of dread, a profound despair welling up inside her. The beast loomed like a mountain, its body cloaked in scales of ebony, shimmering with a chilling light. Its blood-red eyes burned like flames, revealing an insatiable thirst for blood and malevolence. Zhu Zhuqing was acutely aware that this dark demon, evil god tiger possessed formidable power, cultivated over millennia, and at that moment, only Liu stood by her side. Despite both being capable soul masters, they had little chance against such a ferocious soul beast. Over the past 2 days, Zhu Zhuqing and Lu Yu had endured countless harrowing skirmishes. The soul beasts they encountered, even the weakest among them, boasted at least a millennium of cultivation. To make matters worse, they often faced packs of these beasts. Once these creatures caught wind of their presence, they would launch relentless assaults with alarming speed. In such moments, Zhu Zhuqing and Lu Yu could only exert every ounce of their strength to flee, striving to evade these formidable foes. However, the prolonged flight and battles had left them physically and mentally drained, and now confronted with the ancient dark demon evil god tiger, Zhu Zhuqing found herself at a loss for how to navigate this life-and-death crisis. They had just narrowly escaped a terrifying ordeal, having barely evaded the razor-sharp claws of the merciless wind demon wolves. In that moment, Zhu Zhuqing's once elegant black robe had become tattered and riddled with deep, intersecting gashes, as if it had been sliced by countless blades. Through the torn fabric, one could glimpse her snow-white skin marred by gruesome bloodstains, some wounds continuously oozing blood that dyed the surrounding garments a vivid crimson. Were it not for Lu Yu's unwavering support and his relentless efforts to employ his soul techniques to heal her injuries, Zhu Zhuqing might have perished in this perilous forest long ago. After enduring such a protracted period of fierce combat and relentless flight, Zhu Zhuqing now found herself utterly exhausted, devoid of even the slightest vestige of strength. She could do little more than languidly rest upon Lu Yu's broad and resilient back, her eyes firmly shut, her complexion as pale as parchment, with her breaths barely perceptible. "Lu Yu, leave me here. You should escape on your own." Zhu Zhuqing's voice was faint, barely a whisper. Lu Yu fixed his gaze upon the colossal beast before him, gripping the enchanted blade Qianren firmly in his hand, while the star-invoking lotus staff floated nearby, emanating a warm glow. What foolish words! We are comrades who have faced life and death together. How could I, Lu Yu, abandon my companion and survive alone? Comrades, you say? A faint smile tugged at Zhu Zhuqing's lips upon hearing this, yet at that moment, Lu Yu was oblivious to her expression. After 2 days of intense combat, one of the 3 soul power whirlpools within Lu Yu's sea of consciousness had been nearly depleted. Fortunately, the remaining 2 whirlpools continued to supply him with soul power. Following a fierce battle the previous night, Lu Yu's soul power had ascended to the 49th level, merely a step away from the 50th. Yet, the dire circumstances did not permit him the luxury of a stable breakthrough, especially as he needed to tend to the wounded and poisoned Zhu Zhuqing. Lu Yu had come to realize that they were situated at the very outskirts of the core area of the Stardew Forest. Thankfully, aside from the ominous dark god evil tiger before them, they had not encountered any formidable soul beasts during these 2 days. Suddenly, without warning, the enormous beast, astonishing in its size, opened its gaping maw and unleashed a deafening roar, imbued with primal ferocity. The sound seemed capable of piercing the heavens, instilling a sense of dread in all who heard it. In the next instant, the dark god evil tiger, a behemoth akin to a moving mountain, charged towards them with astounding speed. Its massive and heavy form belied its lightning-fast velocity, creating a powerful gust of wind that surged forth. The ground trembled violently beneath its frantic dash, as if the very earth were on the verge of being torn asunder by its sheer force. Lu Yu silently uttered a phrase of discontent. Suddenly, the Qixing Lianzhan beside him erupted in a dazzling radiance, its azure soul ring shimmering at his feet. He simultaneously unleashed both the swift wind step and the wind control technique, narrowly brushing past the colossal beast. At this moment, he bore the gravely injured Zhu Zhuqing upon his back, thus recklessly employing the ghostly speed akin to instantaneous movement could potentially exacerbate her wounds. In the instant he evaded the charge of the dark divine evil tiger, Lu Yu swiftly summoned his soul power, causing the azure soul ring to blaze with intensity as multiple blades of wind coalesced around him, hurtling towards the beast's back. Thud, thud, thud. A series of heavy thuds resonated, and to Lu Yu's astonishment, the wind blades merely left shallow gashes upon the creature's hide. However, he displayed no hint of panic. Instead, he quickly channeled his soul power, the brown soul ring at his feet glowing as a second purple soul ring radiated a brilliant light. The 3rd-tier earth magic. The giant rock formation, manifested as numerous stone pillars erupted from the ground, bracing against the immense body of the dark divine evil tiger. The intricate patterns on the pillars activated, initiating the absorption of the beast's soul power. Yet, Although these tactics did not inflict significant harm upon the dark divine evil tiger, they had sufficiently provoked its ire. The beast twisted its massive form and let forth a thunderous roar, instantly shattering the interlaced stone pillars. Simultaneously, it gathered energy in its maw, unleashing a beam imbued with the essence of death. Nevertheless, Lu Yu, having capitalized on his speed advantage, quickly distanced himself. Beside him, a golden lotus flower hovered gently atop the Qixing Lianzhan, and as Lu Yu raised his enchanted blade, Qianren, the golden lotus gradually shifted to the blade's tip. He fervently infused his soul power into the blossom, and in a heartbeat, a vortex of soul energy was drawn forth. With a grave expression, Lu Yu concentrated all his strength into his left hand before he swung it forcefully. The magical blade, radiating a mysterious glow, shot forth like a bolt of lightning. Concurrently, thousands of shards that split from the blade cascaded like a meteor shower, propelled by fierce momentum and resplendent brilliance, racing towards the terrifying beam emanating from the dark divine evil tiger. In an instant, these two formidable forces collided with tremendous impact, producing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. The very fabric of space trembled, as though it were about to be torn asunder by the ferocity of this energy. As their fierce confrontation ensued, a colossal wave of energy rippled outward, overwhelming the surroundings. The intensity of this energy distortion was so profound that the light around seemed to warp and blur, as if being kneaded by an invisible hand. The once bright sky dimmed, cloaked by a heavy shroud of ominous clouds, instilling an unprecedented sense of oppression and dread. Meanwhile, two figures rapidly traversing the star-dove forest abruptly halted, turning in unison to gaze in this direction. What could that extraordinary power be? The azure dragon narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze intently fixed upon the distant, severely distorted light, his brow furrowed, as if he sought to penetrate the extraordinary phenomenon to unveil the secrets concealed behind it. Moments later, his eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "That direction is where the divine sun resides." Upon hearing this, old Jack, standing nearby, swiftly lowered his head to glance at the silver token in his hand, on which a flickering red dot was strikingly prominent. Almost simultaneously, brilliant arcs of lightning erupted around old Jack, intertwining like serpentine silver, crackling with sound. Following this, a deafening roar resounded as old Jack's figure transformed into a bolt of purple lightning, racing at astonishing speed toward the divine sun's location. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight, leaving behind only a lingering glow of electricity. At this moment, the azure dragon had no time for further contemplation. Instantly, scales akin to fish adorned his body, two antlers sprouted from his forehead, and a long dragon tail trailed behind him. With a surge of power in his legs, he stomped down, creating a sizable crater in the ground, and his figure shot toward the source of the energy explosion. At the epicenter of the energy surge, Lu Yu was enveloped in a swirl of green steam, having entered the state of the 8 gates of Duanjia. Simultaneously, the vortex of soul power within him churned, fervently expelling energy. He gripped the hilt of the demon blade, thousand edges, tightly, channeling an unceasing flow of soul power into the golden lotus through the extending shards of the blade. Meanwhile, the resplendent golden lotus inched closer to the dark god, evil tiger. As the distance diminished, the dark god, evil tiger keenly sensed the terrifying fluctuations of soul power contained within the golden lotus, which instilled an involuntary spark of fear within its heart. However, how could the dark god, evil tiger, easily yield to a seemingly insignificant human? In the next instant, it unleashed the vast reservoir of soul power within itself, continuously infusing the already formidable beam of energy. Instantly, the power of the beam surged dramatically, radiating blinding light as if it aimed to tear apart the very fabric of space. Faced with such a formidable offensive, the human powerhouse did not falter. He, too, summoned all his might to unleash his ultimate technique, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the enhanced beam. In that moment, two immensely powerful forces collided, intertwining and erupting into a cascade of brilliant sparks and ripples of energy. The entire battlefield trembled under the weight of this tremendous impact, the surrounding air becoming unbearably heated due to the violent friction. Thus, both sides found themselves once again locked in a stalemate, neither able to gain a decisive advantage in the short term. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, the ray collided with the golden lotus, resulting in a violent explosion at the epicenter. A tremendous shockwave instantaneously propelled both parties away. The dark demonic tiger bore the brunt of the blast, leaving half of its face a gruesome mess, with exposed bones stark against the chaos, despite the scaly armor that covered its exterior now rendered a bloody ruin. Concurrently, the situation where Liu found himself was equally grim. Although he had donned the indomitable black divine armor first, the force of the explosion inflicted severe injuries upon him. At that moment, Liu felt as though his internal organs were on a frenzied roller coaster ride, tumbling and spinning uncontrollably. In the split second of the explosion, Zhu Zhuqing was unprepared and was flung away by the overwhelming force. In a critical moment, Lu Yu reacted swiftly, unhesitatingly summoning the Silver Guardians. These ethereal sentinels shot forth like bolts of silver lightning, instantly transforming into an incredibly resilient layer of silver armor that enveloped Zhu Zhuqing's form. Thanks to this timely protective measure, although Zhu Zhuqing endured the shockwave's brutal impact, she ultimately sustained only minor injuries. However, the sheer ferocity of the shockwave was too overwhelming, and she unfortunately succumbed to unconsciousness. Roar! At that moment, a despairing growl echoed through the air as Lu Yu struggled to rise, his left hand slightly outstretched. And the demonic blade, Qianren, swiftly reformed into a complete weapon. The fourth gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia opened, and Lu Yu tasted a bittersweet tang as he coughed up blood mixed with fragments, forcefully redirecting his soul energy to activate the 8 gates shield once more. Roar! The dark demonic tiger emitted a furious roar, crouching slightly before lunging at Lu Yu with blinding speed, its sharp claws slicing through the air, aimed directly at Lu Yu's face. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Yu hastily raised his enchanted blade to parry, accompanied by a resounding clash of metal as the edge of his sword sparked against the beast's claws. Chapter 147, Level 50. 14. What a weight! The overwhelming force surged through his arm to his brain, causing Lu Yu to sense impending danger. Utilizing the momentum, he retreated and then executed a ghostly step, his figure appearing instantaneously behind the dark god Evil Tiger, unleashing a flurry of blades. Suddenly, the massive creature, exuding an aura of boundless darkness, let out a pained roar. Its powerful hind leg jerked as if struck by an invisible force. In the next instant, a glint of cold light flashed. It was a razor-sharp blade carving an arc through the air, landing precisely on the tiger's hind leg. In an instant, flesh was torn apart, revealing a deep gash, from which blood gushed forth like a fountain, cascading down its leg and dripping onto the ground, creating shocking splashes of crimson. The dark god, Evil Tiger, infuriated, opened its cavernous maw and howled at the heavens. The roar was deafening, echoing through the skies as if it sought to devour the very fabric of the universe. Meanwhile, its eyes, already imbued with malice and ferocity, now blazed with an overwhelming fury, akin to a raging inferno. The immense body of the dark, evil tiger lowered slightly, its robust tail raised high, plunging the surroundings into darkness. From behind its towering form, an even larger phantom coalesced, mirroring the dark, evil tiger in appearance. The apparition emitted a roar, and in an instant, a beam of darkness shot forth towards Lu Yu. A sudden tightening gripped Lu Yu's heart as he distinctly sensed the chilling aura of death emanating from the dark beam of light. A presence reminiscent of the most sinister depths of hell, sending shivers down his spine. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Yu resolutely summoned the full force of his potent soul energy. He grasped the Qixing Lian staff tightly, fervently channeling his soul power into it. As the energy surged in, the staff began to radiate a brilliant light, trembling slightly in his hands. Then, with a commanding shout, Lu Yu swung the staff down forcefully against the ground. In an instant, a deep and resounding roar echoed from the earth, as if the very ground had been shaken by a strike. Accompanied by this thunderous sound, numerous massive stone walls erupted from the ground like bamboo shoots after rain. Towering to great heights, each wall was unyielding, resembling forged steel. They connected seamlessly, forming an impregnable barrier that shielded Lu Yu from harm. This was the 4th-tier Earth-type defensive magic, the Wanyan Barrier. Boom! A terrifying beam of darkness, as black as ink and seemingly capable of devouring all light, surged toward the Wanyan Barrier with tremendous force. At the moment of impact, a deafening explosion reverberated, akin to the thunderous roar of a celestial storm erupting right beside him, overwhelming the senses. Yet, despite such a fearsome assault, the seemingly indestructible Wanyan Barrier did not shatter immediately. It stood resilient, a bastion of defiance against the initial onslaught of the dark beam. However, the beam was evidently no ordinary force. Its contained power was cataclysmic. After a brief stalemate, The dark beam unleashed a more astonishing might. With a heart-stopping surge of energy, it shattered the layers of the Wanyan barrier with relentless ferocity. In an instant, enormous rocks splintered and flew, dust swirling chaotically around. The once towering and sturdy Wanyan barrier was reduced to rubble, utterly defenseless against the onslaught. The dark beam continued its relentless advance, leaving devastation in its wake. Boom! Just as the dark god Evil Tiger believed Lu Yu to be doomed, the dark beam struck an impervious barrier, creating a profound sound that resonated throughout the space. Lu Yu, gripping the Qixing Lian staff tightly, felt a blue lotus at the tip, accompanied by a violet soul ring, slowly rotating and releasing a cerulean light that enveloped him and Zhu Zhuqing behind him, speckled with glimmering starlight. First soul skill, Starlight Tribute. Second form, Celestial Guardian. With a fierce determination, Lu Yu clenched his teeth, anchoring himself against the staff, unleashing a furious roar. The final vortex of soul power in his mind whirled wildly, an immense surge of energy flooding through his entire being as he opened the fifth gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia. With a resounding boom, Lu Yu seemed to erupt into a cloud of seething steam, his soul power amplified manifold under the activation of the fifth gate of the 8-door Duanjia. His body surged with a tempestuous energy as he roared, "Beast, perish!" The azure lotus at the end of his staff whirled rapidly, and a golden lotus suddenly materialized, accompanied by a violet soul ring that continuously infused it with ferocious soul energy. The golden lotus rotated gracefully as Lu Yu cupped his hands beneath it before casting it forth. In an astonishing display, the golden lotus defied the black beam of light, ascending against the current at the moment of their intersection. The black beam was momentarily neutralized by the golden lotus, though the lotus appeared to move languidly. The dark demon Evil Tiger dared not underestimate it. Behind it, a colossal shadow gathered strength, coalescing into another black beam ready to launch. Yet, just as it prepared to fire, the golden lotus seemed to traverse space, appearing before the dark demon Evil Tiger in an instant. Then came the thunderous explosion, a sound so profound it felt as though the very fabric of the world had been torn asunder. Following this, a cataclysmic eruption erupted forth, its terrifying shockwave surging like a relentless tsunami, wreaking havoc in all directions. Under the onslaught of this violent force, the once majestic trees were reduced to splintered remnants, disintegrating into a flurry of powder. These fragments ignited swiftly under the searing heat, transforming into a raging inferno. The chilling temperature spread with astonishing speed, igniting everything in its path. Even the air seemed to catch fire. The rolling heat waves surged like a ferocious beast, mercilessly devouring all that surrounded it. At this moment, the attention of the Soul Masters within the Stardow Forest was drawn to the violent explosion. Chapter 148, Level 50. 15. At that instant, two figures rushing toward the site halted abruptly. "Not good, we must flee," Old Jack exclaimed, glancing at the dark passageway before hastening his pace toward the epicenter of the explosion. In the blink of an eye, the two arrived at the heart of the blast, where the once lush forest lay in shambles. In the center, a massive crater was formed. On one side lay a soul beast that barely resembled a tiger, while on the other, two figures were intertwined. Old Jack hurried forward and discovered that the figure on top was, to his astonishment, Lu Yu. Beneath him lay a strikingly beautiful woman clad in silver armor, her appearance markedly better than Lu Yu's battered state, aside from her pale complexion. Xiao Yu, Xiao Yu." Old Jack called out anxiously, laying Lu Yu aside and attempting to revive him. Despite his fervent calls, Lu Yu remained unresponsive, his eyes tightly shut. Old Jack then extended his withered right hand to gently rest upon Lu Yu's wrist. In the next moment, his brow furrowed as he retrieved a fragrant pill from his spatial ring, placing it into Lu Yu's mouth, and began to guide his internal energy along Lu Yu's wrist. Meanwhile, the Azure Dragon was drawn to a faint sound of breathing nearby, discovering a black tiger-shaped soul beast lying on the ground, barely clinging to life. "Is this the dark demon Evil God Tiger?" The Azure Dragon recognized the species before him, astonished to find it was indeed a dark demon Evil God Tiger. He had anticipated that Lu Yu might encounter danger in the Stardow Forest, but never imagined he would face such a formidable foe. Although he seldom roamed the continent, he was aware of the basic knowledge regarding soul beasts. To his understanding, such soul beasts were rare, endowed with remarkable intelligence and immense strength, capable of challenging opponents a rank above themselves. Judging by the size of the dark demon Evil God Tiger before him, it must have at least 10,000 years of cultivation, implying that Lu Yu had just engaged in battle with a 10,000-year-old dark demon Evil God Tiger and had severely wounded it. This was simply unbelievable, and the Azure Dragon's eyes widened in astonishment. At that moment, Old Jack had completed the initial treatment for Lu Yu. Given Lu Yu's physical constitution, a few days of proper rest would suffice for his recovery. Old Jack wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, shifting his gaze towards Zhu Qing, who stood nearby. A hint of confusion flickered in his aged eyes. Senior, if my judgment is correct, the son must have just encountered this dark demon evil god tiger. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so gravely injured. The Azure Dragon approached Old Jack, sharing his observation. Dark demon evil god tiger. Old Jack exclaimed, startled. His sixth soul ring had been derived from a dark demon evil god tiger, and he was all too aware of the peril these soul beasts posed. He had nearly lost his life to one in the past. Looking at Lu Yu, his expression softened with pride. He never anticipated that the young man could now face a dark demon evil god tiger on his own. Senior, how's the son's condition? The Azure Dragon, unable to contain himself, interjected. His primary concern was to ensure the safety of the son, while the task of investigating the core region of the Stardow Forest had been delegated to other priests. Lacking medical knowledge, he could only rely on Old Jack's expertise. Old Jack slowly shook his head, speaking softly. Lu Yu was not in serious danger. He was merely too close to the explosion and sustained significant injuries. However, I have administered a powerful healing pill to him. As long as he is given a few days of proper care, he will be fine. It's this young lady's condition that is rather dire. Following Old Jack's gaze, the Azure Dragon looked at Zhu Qing, puzzled. Isn't she a classmate of the son at Shrek Academy? What has happened to her? She has been poisoned, and quite severely, Old Jack replied slowly. Doesn't the son's first soul skill possess excellent healing properties? Moreover, the two of them should have been together this whole time. So how? Qinglong, perplexed, inquired about Lu Yu's first soul skill, the healing ability of the Qixing Lian staff, which he had witnessed numerous times. The healing effect brought by a Millennium Soul Ring was almost comparable to that of a level 60 healing soul master. Old Jack slowly shook his head and remarked that while Lu Yu's first soul skill exhibited remarkable, even flawless healing capabilities for external injuries and certain internal wounds, it was nearly ineffective against such potent toxins, serving only to prolong the inevitable. Otherwise, the young girl would not have endured this long. Are you suggesting we take this young lady back with us? Qinglong asked. Indeed, though her family has many traditions, I suppose it is acceptable for her to become my granddaughter-in-law. In the next moment, Old Jack's words left Qinglong momentarily speechless. He had expended so much effort, only to find that this elder still had the leisure to consider a granddaughter-in-law. He was at a loss for words. Then, what should we do about that dark demon evil god tiger? It appears it hasn't perished completely, Qinglong inquired. Old Jack's aged eyes suddenly sparkled with a flicker of lightning. Soon, the sky visibly darkened, clouds thickened, and in the next instant, several pillars of lightning struck the fallen dark demon evil god tiger in rapid succession. At this moment, the nearly lifeless creature met the final moments of its soul beast existence. Moments later, the sky cleared, and the once massive form of the dark demon evil god tiger vanished, leaving only a patch of charred earth. Old Jack gradually stowed away the Thunder Spirit Pearl in his hand. Then, with a flick of his wrist, the two individuals lying on the ground began to levitate without any external assistance. Let us proceed. We must deliver these two little ones, and then venture into the core area, Old Jack stated leisurely. Meanwhile, in the town outside the Stardow Forest, the townsfolk were drawn to the violent explosion. Tang Sin leapt onto a rooftop, activating his purple extreme magic eyes to discern the distant happenings. Tang San. In the next moment, Oscar's voice called out from below. Teacher Zhao and Dean Flinder have returned. Without hesitation, Tang San leapt from the rooftop, urgently asking, "Where are they?" As he gripped Oscar's shoulders tightly. "They're at the hotel. They brought Liu back," Oscar began, but before he could finish, Tang San had already dashed off towards the hotel. "Xiao Wu, brother Yu." Upon entering, Tang San could hardly contain his urgency. Yet, silence greeted him. Everyone in the room stood together, and Flinder stepped forward, placing a hand on Tang San's shoulder, his face etched with remorse. "I am sorry. We could not find Xiao Wu. We only discovered Lu Yu and Zhu Qing, along with this." Flinder handed a metallic object to Tang San. It was a wrist crossbow. At the sight of the wrist crossbow, Tang San's heart momentarily skipped a beat. Chapter 149, Level 50. 16. Oscar, how many mushroom sausages do you have left? Outside the hotel, Tang San inquired of Oscar. "If you want, I can prepare some fresh ones for you. Are you hungry?" Oscar, feeling somewhat peculiar. Soon displayed a look of astonishment on his face. Tang San, you cannot possibly intend to venture into the Stardew Forest alone, can you? No, no. You have already experienced the beast tide from a few days ago, and you've seen the state of Lu Yu and Zhu Zhuqing. As he shook his head vigorously. Akin to a rattle, he added, moreover, we are utterly unaware of the current circumstances within. The prohibition for soul masters below level 70 indicates the imminent danger that lurks inside. I cannot permit you to take such a risk. However, with Xiaowu's fate uncertain within, she is my sister, my most cherished family. As an elder brother, to stand idly by, aware that my sister is in peril, is inconceivable. Oscar, Tang San implored, locking his gaze onto Oscar, his eyes slightly reddening with emotion. If it were your family in there, I believe you would not remain idle, would you? Noticing a hint of wavering in Oscar's demeanor, Tang San continued to persuade, I shall merely circle around the periphery. If I find nothing, I will return immediately. Very well, Oscar acquiesced, and the tension visibly eased on Tang San's face. Bring Xiaowu back safely. She is a part of our Shrek Academy. With that, Oscar looked at Tang San, and suddenly, 3 soul rings beneath him gleamed brilliantly. I possess a grand sausage. I possess a small sausage. I possess a mushroom sausage. As he recited the incantation, 3 soul weapons, sausages, were presented before Tang San. Watching Tang San's figure soar into the distance, Oscar let out a resigned sigh. The expression Tang San had just displayed had deeply touched his heart. Then, with a forceful punch, he struck the wall beside him. Oscar, why are you so soft-hearted? Knowing the dangers within, you still choose to grant him sausages. If Tang San were to perish in there, you would be guilty of murder. Suddenly, a thought struck Oscar, and he swiftly turned to rush back to the small hotel. Xiaoyou? Where is Tang San? Dai Mubai, descending the stairs, observed Oscar's frantic demeanor with curiosity. The dean is looking for him. Oscar, catching his breath, urged, Hurry, hurry, we must find the dean. Tang San has entered the forest alone. What? Dai Mubai's eyes widened in disbelief, and he immediately dashed back to his room to find Flender. Mubai, what is the urgency? Zhao Wujing inquired, noticing Dai Mubai's frantic state. Usually, Dai Mubai was composed, unfazed by any situation. Why was he in such a rush now? Dean. It's terrible. Tang San has ventured into the forest alone. What did you say? Zhao Wujia was taken aback, his voice rising in astonishment upon hearing Dai Mubai mention that Tang San had ventured alone into the forest. In that moment, he felt a surge of agitation, exclaiming in disbelief at the remarkable penchant for trouble displayed by this group of Shrek Academy's extraordinary students. Having lost 3 and returned with 2, now another, Tang San, had entered. Just moments ago, Dai Mubai reiterated his earlier statement. Flander exchanged a glance with Zhao Wujia, both silently acknowledging the gravity of the situation. What could he possibly be doing in the forest? Was he unaware of the peril that lurked within the Stardew Forest? Well, it's Tang San who has gone in. Why are you directing your ire at Mubai? Flander remarked, noticing Zhao Wujia's growing ire. When did Tang San enter? He then turned to Dai Mubai, inquiring. Just recently, he asked Oscar for 3 sausages, seemingly intending to find Xiaowu, came the reply. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujia felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Everyone stay here in the hotel. No one is permitted to leave without permission. He sensed that allowing these young prodigies to continue their reckless ways could lead to dire consequences, even life-threatening ones. At that moment, Tang San was already nearing the fringes of the Stardew Great Forest. Following the outbreak of the Beast Tide 2 days prior, the various empires and the Spirit Hall had jointly sealed off this area. Now, to enter, Soul Masters were required to present their spirit badges. However, aside from those investigating, very few dared to venture into such perilous territory. The previous dangers of the Stardew Great Forest were already well known, and with the recent Beast Tide, the situation was undoubtedly far more treacherous. Moreover, numerous Soul Masters had already gone missing within, and most were reluctant to gamble with their lives over a soul ring and a mere head. Before long, Tang San arrived at the designated temporary outpost with the swiftness of an arrow released from a bow. The area appeared rather desolate, with only a handful of Soul Masters standing about. These individuals had come in response to related investigation commissions, some conversing quietly in small groups, while others stood alone, their gazes frequently darting toward the outpost entrance, anxiously awaiting permission to enter. In addition to those engaged in investigations, there were also Soul Masters from the Spirit Hall and various major nations awaiting their turn. Dressed in uniform attire, they formed a discipline line, starkly contrasting with the scattered individuals around them. Though the numbers were few, the diverse backgrounds of the gathered soul masters lent an air of complexity to the scene. Tang San observed this tableau with a furrowed brow. The number of individuals passing through the outpost was alarmingly low, and lacking a level 70 spirit badge made it impossible for him to blend in unnoticed. If only you could be here, he mused. Perhaps he could forge a tunnel for me to enter. Tang San mused quietly to himself. Each checkpoint was guarded by at least one soul sage with a mental strength of level 70, tasked with probing the mental and soul power levels of every individual. They were even equipped with specialized soul power crystals, making it utterly impossible to deceive them by stealing a badge. He had to think of alternative methods. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a peculiar group approaching. Not far away, a team clad in uniform white attire was carrying something as they moved outward. They were the military doctors of the Star Luo Empire. Recognizing the unique insignia on their garments, Tang San discerned their identity. This group was the only one permitted to operate on both sides of the checkpoint without undergoing soul power inspections. Chapter 150, Level 50, 17. Upon seeing the medical personnel, a flicker of hope ignited within Tang San. Back in the Nuoding City Junior Soul Master Academy, a poorly reputed teacher had deliberately vexed Xiao Wu, leading them to target him. Despite the teacher's lack of talent and his role as a mere figurehead within the academy, he was a noble from the city, residing in a heavily guarded location. Thus, under Lu Yu's guidance, the three of them disguised themselves as newly recruited servants and brazenly infiltrated his residence, seizing the cover of night to shave the scoundrel bald. In his previous life, Tang San often required disguises to infiltrate enemy ranks during missions for the Tang sect, seizing opportunities to eliminate threats. Moreover, among the medical personnel, several bore a resemblance to his own stature, and with their faces masked, a slight alteration in form would suffice. With this thought in mind, he sprang into action. Tang San swiftly navigated to a secluded corner, where he discovered a medical worker in white attire momentarily distracted. Seizing the opportunity, he stealthily approached from behind and incapacitated the individual. Fortunately, their physiques were quite similar, and as long as he kept silent, others would perceive no difference. The lingering scent of the uniform was also faintly comforting. He then discreetly blended into their ranks, and indeed, as they passed through the checkpoint, the soldiers merely glanced at him before allowing passage. Tang San successfully entered the restricted zone and, taking advantage of the distraction, quickly darted to a secluded corner. He shed his uniform and tossed it aside, then retrieved the flying mushroom sausage given to him by Oscar from the moonlit night at 24 Bridges. He devoured it in a single bite, and instantly, wings resembling those of a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake sprouted from his back. Xiao Wu, wait for me. I will rescue you shortly. Tang San's figure soared swiftly into the depths of the forest. Shortly after Tang San had departed, two figures emerged at the site where he had discarded his clothing. Zhao Wujia bent down to pick up the abandoned attire, examining it closely. Confirming it belonged to a military medical soul master, he cursed under his breath. What's with these kids today? So cunning, even knowing how to disguise themselves. He tossed the uniform back to the ground. The fabric still radiated warmth, indicating that the wearer had not ventured far. Let us search this area thoroughly. If we don't find anything, we'll continue deeper. Flandre stepped forward, picked up a piece of clothing briefly, and then tossed it onto the ground. Adjusting his black-framed glasses, he soon emitted a radiant glow from his eyes, as his soul-level mental energy was unleashed, scanning the surroundings continuously. In this tranquil and serene little town, within an ordinary hotel room, Lu Yu lay quietly on a somewhat worn large bed. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting dappled patterns upon his face. After a considerable while, Lu Yu's tightly shut eyes began to flutter slightly, and then he slowly opened them. However, just as he attempted to discern his environment, a wave of excruciating pain surged through him, mercilessly assaulting his mind. This sudden agony rendered Lu Yu nearly incapable of thought. Instinctively, he yearned to raise his hand to massage his throbbing head. Yet, as he endeavored to move his arm, a heart-wrenching pain rapidly coursed through his body. Every muscle and nerve feeling as if it were being ruthlessly torn apart, leaving him in profound torment. The intensity of this pain was so overwhelming that even uttering a groan became a monumental challenge for Lu Yu. Gasping in pain, Lu Yu could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Nearby, Oscar, who had been leaning over the table, was immediately drawn to the sound, his demeanor instantly revitalized. Lu Yu, you're awake. Teacher Zhao, Lu Yu has awakened. Oscar exclaimed excitedly as he called out towards the door. Oscar? Here. Lu Yu managed to utter a couple of words, but his throat felt like it was being torn apart, and his voice had become exceedingly hoarse. "Wait, don't move. I'll go fetch you a glass of water," Oscar replied, rushing outside as he spoke. Lu Yu struggled in bed for a considerable time, enduring excruciating pain before he managed to sit up, leaning his back against the wall. Once his eyes adjusted to the surrounding light, he finally discerned his location, a relatively simple room with another bed beside him, upon which lay a figure entirely wrapped in bandages. "Xiao San." Lu Yu exclaimed in astonishment at the sight of the mummified form beside him. Could it be that Tang San had also been hurled into the depths of the Star Dove forest by the whirlwind, only to face a fierce battle like himself? However, a sense of unease washed over him as he looked down at his own condition, suddenly realizing that he was not in a much better state than Tang San. His body was likewise ensnared in bandages, albeit his face was still exposed. At that moment, Lu Yu heard a creaking sound as the door was pushed open from the outside, and two individuals entered. "Teacher Zhao, what is the situation? How could Tang San be injured too? And you as well?" Lu Yu's gaze fixated on Zhao Wujie. The man's face, once as dark as the bottom of a pot, had softened somewhat, losing its previously impenetrable black iron hue, yet remnants of dark traces lingered, as if stained by ink that had yet to be fully washed away. What was even more striking was Zhao Wujie's current physical state. His once pristine garment was now tattered, riddled with crisscrossing tears and scratches, resembling the aftermath of a savage assault by numerous ferocious beasts. Furthermore, one of his arms hung limply by his neck, seemingly bearing the burden of excruciating pain, rendering it incapable of normal movement. The white bandages tightly wound around his waist were particularly alarming, as they were permeated with streaks of blood. To understand the situation, we must revisit the moment we were scattered by the whirlwind. Zhao Wujie slowly approached the bedside, pulling up a chair to sit down before continuing. "At that time, we were directly thrown near a small town where passing residents brought us back. However, you, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao were cast to an unknown location. Shortly after the beast tide erupted, the Great Empire and the Spirit Hall jointly sealed off this area of the Star Dove forest. After 2 fruitless days searching for you with Dean Flender, we discovered that you and Zhu Zhuqing had been returned by your grandfather, both gravely injured and unconscious. We had no choice but to bring you here." "Wait, you said my grandfather came?" Lu Yu interrupted, unable to contain his surprise at the mention of his grandfather. "Indeed. That man claimed to be your grandfather, and he, along with another figure in black, brought you and Zhu Zhuqing back." Zhao Wujie continued after taking a sip of water handed to him by Oscar. Recalling the encounter with Old Jack and the Azure Dragon, he felt a surge of dread. That day, Lu Yu and Zhu Zhuqing were covered in blood, and had it been any later, they might not have survived. Another figure in black? Lu Yu pondered. Could it be Tang San's father? Zhao Wujie slightly shook his head in response. It was not the heavenly dough crown. Is it not Tang Hao? Lu Yu pondered, a sense of confusion creeping into his heart. If Tang Hao was not with Grandpa Jack, he should have been preparing to revive Tang San's mother, Yin, according to the storyline. But what about the others? What of Zhu Zhuqing? How could Tang San and you be in such a dire state? Lu Yu inquired. Observing the wounds on Zhao Wujie's body, Zhu Zhuqing is currently lying in the next room. She has been poisoned and remains unconscious, Zhao Wujie sighed. Fortunately, the Thundercloud Doluo left behind an antidote, so she is no longer in grave danger. Thundercloud Doluo? The unfamiliar title startled Lu Yu. Was this Grandpa Jack's title? If so, did that mean Grandpa Jack was of the rank of a title Doluo? Indeed, Thundercloud Doluo was a formidable figure who commanded great respect across the continent several decades ago. Are you not his grandson? Why such surprise? Zhao Wujie remarked, taking a sip of water. To be honest, I only just learned this. Lu Yu admitted with a wry smile. The revelation that Old Jack was a title Doluo, renowned across the continent decades ago, truly caught him off guard. However, recalling the grave expression on Jack's face when he had alluded to his own mysterious lineage, Lu Yu felt an ominous sense of foreboding regarding his future. Strangely enough, the presence of Grandpa Jack brought him an inexplicable sense of security. By the way, Teacher Zhao, did you not mention that Tang San and you were rescued by the residents? How could he be so severely injured? Lu Yu redirected the conversation, pulling his thoughts back to the earlier topic. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujie glanced at Tang San lying nearby, sighed, and shook his head helplessly. He placed the cup of water on his knee and began. This matter dates back to 3 days ago. At that time, only you and Zhu Zhuqing were rescued. Tang San secretly sought out Oscar for 2 flying mushroom sausages and ventured into the Star Dove forest to find Xiao Wu, only to stumble upon the edge of the core area where he encountered Yu Zhe, who left him in a rather unfortunate state. Yuze? Is he the same Yuze from Sangqiong Academy whom we encountered earlier? Upon hearing that the perpetrator who had so brutally assaulted Tang San was, in fact, Yuze, Lu Yu could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. Although Yuze was considered to possess a certain level of talent among ordinary individuals and Lu Yu had previously sparred with him, it was unfathomable how he could inflict such grievous injuries upon Tang San. Sighing deeply, Zhao Wujie lamented the situation. The scene shifts back 3 days to the depths of the Stardo forest. Tang San was resting against a large tree, drinking deeply from a stream. Oblivious to the dampness of his clothes, his thoughts consumed by Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, you must wait for me. As Tang San sat cross-legged, his breathing gradually steadied. Without Lu Yu's infusion of soul power, the consumption from the high-speed flight using the flying mushroom was too great. However, he dared not cultivate, uncertain of what dangers might arise in the next moment. Once his strength was sufficiently restored, Tang San sprang to his feet. Yet, in the very next instant, an odd sound reached his ears. Cautiously, he turned to peer into the thicket behind him, where the strange noise originated. Suddenly, a shadow, ghostly and swift, burst forth from the underbrush. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be an enormous, pitch-black spider. Its 8 legs, sharp and elongated like spears, plunged deep into the earth as if attempting to pierce through the very ground itself. The spider's exoskeleton shimmered with a profound and mysterious ebony hue, reflecting a chilling light in the dim surroundings. Its massive body moved slowly, brushing against the surrounding leaves, producing a rustling sound that confirmed it as the source of the earlier eerie noise. Tang San appeared to be the spider's preordained prey. In an instant, the sharp legs rose, slicing through the air directly towards his face. At that moment, Tang San caught sight of a peculiar human face pattern on the creature's abdomen. Human-faced demon spider. Rapidly, he recalled information about this soul beast, but there was no time for contemplation. The 2 sharp legs were already upon him. Tang San quickly leaped aside, narrowly avoiding the attack of the human-faced demon spider, inhaling sharply in surprise. He had not expected to encounter such a formidable soul beast in this place. The webs it produced were highly toxic. Even the slightest contact could be fatal. And its hard shell could withstand all of Tang San's current offensive capabilities, including hidden weapons. If only brother you were here, he thought. But there was no time for further deliberation. Xiao was waiting for him, and he absolutely could not fall here. Meanwhile, on another front, Fland and Zhao Wujie were darting about the dense forest like headless flies. They could only roughly ascertain Tang San's position, but after searching for a long time, they had yet to catch sight of him. Boss, venturing further inside will bring us closer to the core area. Just think about it. The Stardo forest has just experienced a ferocious beast tide. Let us linger here a moment longer, for each passing second amplifies the peril we face. One cannot help but wonder what unforeseen circumstances this young man may encounter. Zhao Wujie spoke, his brow furrowed in deep concern, his rugged visage now etched with a profound sorrow, as if a heavy stone were pressing upon his heart. His gaze was filled with trepidation and anxiety, seemingly foreseeing the myriad of unfortunate events that might unfold. Let us search a bit longer. Tang San is still below level 30 and should not have ventured far. He must be in the vicinity. Suddenly, Flanders' attention was captured by a blue fabric caught on a branch ahead, likely belonging to Tang San, indicating his proximity. Just then, Flanders' keen ears detected a sound, and his owl-like eyes swiftly honed in on the source of the disturbance. There's movement over there. Come, let us investigate. No sooner had he spoken than his figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, hastening towards the noise. Chapter 152. A reunion with Yuze with a resounding crash. Tang San was abruptly hurled against a tree, a searing pain radiating from his back, causing him to draw a sharp breath. Yet, his countenance betrayed no sign of defeat. Rather, he appeared exhilarated. In the recent skirmish, he had discerned the weakness of this human-faced demon spider. An injury marred its abdomen, a gruesome testament to its vulnerability. The faceless demon spider leaped high into the air, and at the moment of its descent, 2 long, spear-like legs lunged toward Tang San. However, he deftly rolled to the side, narrowly evading the attack, while the tree nearby was cleaved in 2. Seizing the opportunity, Tang San's hand transformed, shimmering like cold jade, and several beams of icy light shot forth. The faceless demon spider, valuing its vital points above all, prioritized evasion over attacking Tang San, swiftly darting aside as the beams approached. At that moment, Tang San produced a black device, manipulating it with rapid precision, accompanied by the rhythmic clicking of gears. He swiftly adjusted the concealed weapon to its activation state, gripping a pitch-black hammer in his left hand, which was, in fact, his second spirit, the Haotian hammer. He realized that to end this battle swiftly, he had no choice but to employ his second spirit. With only the faceless demon spider in his immediate vicinity, he understood the gravity of his singular opportunity. Suddenly, Tang San made his move, opting for a proactive assault rather than a passive defense, aware that enduring the onslaught would ultimately lead to his demise. With a powerful swing of his left hand, the Haotian hammer hurtled towards the most fortified part of the spider's carapace. The faceless demon spider, underestimating the threat, had no intention of defending itself, after all. It perceived Tang San as an utterly feeble human. Its chest plate, being its most resilient area, seemed impervious to a mere hammer. Thus, the spider forsook its defense, raising its sharp forelegs to strike at Tang San. Yet, in the next instant, Tang San deftly redirected the black hammer, sending it hurtling towards the spider's most vulnerable spot, its abdomen. A resounding thud echoed as the spider failed to react in time. Tang San swiftly lifted the device, unleashing 16 beams of white light that pierced directly at the spider's visage on its abdomen. With a final, thunderous crash, the massive body of the faceless demon spider collapsed, its abdomen utterly shattered, rendering it lifeless. Simultaneously, Tang San succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath, the black device carelessly discarded beside him. The inspiration to redirect the Haotian hammer had come from observing Lu Yu's manipulation of flying daggers. Although Tang San had previously sought guidance from Lu Yu, he soon realized that the method demanded a formidable mental fortitude beyond his current capabilities. Merely altering the direction had nearly drained him. But his foundational skills with hidden weapons combined with the technique had yielded the earlier result. Once he regained his composure, Tang San rose and approached the lifeless form of the faceless demon spider. A purple soul ring began to hover gently above its corpse. Absorbing this soul ring would likely restore him significantly. Xiao Wu, you must wait for me, Tang San thought silently before sitting cross-legged, channeling his soul power to draw the purple ring toward himself. Unbeknownst to Tang San, a pair of eyes lurked in the shadows, fixated upon him with the predatory gaze of a hunter eyeing its dying prey. Go on, absorb it. Once you have taken in the soul ring, you shall become my nourishment, it whispered ominously. Moments later, Tang San awoke, a glimmer of light igniting in his eyes. Rising, he gazed down at the 3 soul rings beneath him. He had ascended to the rank of soul sovereign. Whoosh! Bang! However, in the next moment, a dark shadow suddenly flew towards him. At this point, Tang San had nearly recovered and swiftly sidestepped to evade the attack. He observed a pitch-black spearhead embedded in the ground, the opposite end oscillating slightly in a particular direction. Who goes there? Tang San called out in a low voice, casting a vigilant glance around. I didn't expect you to possess some skill, managing to dodge so easily. Stop searching. I'm right here. A strange, eerie laughter echoed from nearby, followed by a figure leaping onto a tree, looking down at Tang San from above. Are you Yuzhe? Tang San questioned, his brow furrowing in confusion as he recognized the figure atop the tree, the very troublemaker from the previous incident at the Songqiang Academy. What brings you here? You actually remember me. Impressive, kid. I suppose it was worth my effort to spare your life a little longer, Yuzhe replied, a playful expression gracing his face. I care not for your intentions here. I have no time for you now. If you wish for a duel, let us find a moment after we exit. At the Grand Soul Arena, Tang San declared coldly, his primary focus being the search for Xiao Wu, disregarding all else. Little brat. Do you truly believe I'm merely toying with you? Today shall be your demise. Prepare to pay with your life. A chilling smile crept across Yuzhe's lips as he raised his voice. With that roar, he dashed forward, resembling a bolt of lightning as he leapt from the tall tree. At the moment of landing, he swung his right hand with grace and precision. The Buyu dragon halberd, which had been firmly planted in the ground and glimmering ominously, seemingly responded to a mysterious force, flying straight back into Yuzhe's grasp. Now wielding the dragon halberd, Yuzhe showed no hesitation, lifting it high and slashing towards Tang San's position with tremendous force. In that instant, the air seemed to tear apart, producing a piercing whistle. Tang San executed his ghostly shadow technique, narrowly evading Yuzhe's strike. Yet before he could regain his composure, a dark, alluring shadow lunged at him once more, forcing him to dodge again. With a resounding crash, Yuzhe altered his attacking style, shifting from thrusting to sweeping with the long halberd, which struck Tang San with tremendous force, sending him hurtling backward, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Tang Sen felt his insides churn violently, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could this be? Yuzhe was merely a three-ring soul master like himself. How could he possess such formidable strength and speed? Yet, at this moment, Yuzhe showed no signs of relenting in his assault. 3 soul rings gradually rose beneath him. The third purple ring suddenly flashing brilliantly. Third soul skill, Dragon King's breakthrough kill. The long, obsidian spear suddenly gleamed with a dark radiance. And Yuzhe leaped high once more, brandishing the spear above his head before bringing it crashing down towards Tang San. Chapter 153. Encounter with Yuzhe, Part 2. The power emanating from the spear in Yuzhe's hands caused Tang San to feel a pang of trepidation. With no time to ponder, Tang San swiftly evaded just as the spear was about to strike, and with a resounding thud. The previously flat ground was instantly transformed into a deep crater. Undeterred by his initial failure, Yuzhe swung the spear again, cutting through the air with a succession of sharp sounds, unleashing a fierce onslaught against Tang San. As a control-type soul master, Tang San's close combat abilities paled in comparison to the ferocious Yuzhe. Furthermore, the strength and speed displayed by his opponent were far beyond what one would expect from a newly ascended third-level assault-type soul master. Fully focused on the formidable adversary before him, Tang San contemplated how to navigate this seemingly insurmountable predicament. His form was agile as he continuously attempted to employ the extraordinary ghost shadow phantom steps to create distance between himself and Yuzhe, seeking an opportunity to counterattack. However, the spear in Yuzhe's grasp resembled a roaring dragon, its movements generating gusts of wind that enveloped him, making escape nearly impossible. Each time Tang San sought to sidestep, Yuzhe's spear followed with relentless precision, its sharp tip glinting ominously, as if it could rend Tang San asunder at any moment. Moreover, Yuzhe's assaults were not only rapid but also devastating, each strike imbued with tremendous force, akin to a torrential storm battering down upon Tang San. Faced with such a formidable offensive, Tang San dared not exhibit even the slightest negligence. He concentrated deeply, employing his mastery of the crane capture dragon technique in an attempt to disrupt Yuzhe's rhythm of attack. With deft movements of his hands, invisible force surged from his palms, transforming into ethereal ropes aimed at ensnaring Yuzhe's spear. Yet, Yuzhe, a seasoned warrior, was well prepared for Tang San's crane capture dragon technique. With a skillful twist of his spear, he effortlessly dispelled Tang San's restraining power. Moreover, each time the black spear was thrust and withdrawn, Tang San inevitably suffered wounds, and after just a few exchanges, his limbs and torso were marked with bloodstains. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Tang San's arm. No, not just his arm. His legs and entire body were engulfed in agonizing sensations that compelled a wretched scream to escape his lips. Ha ha ha. How does it feel? Yuzhe stood over Tang San, his foot planted on his head, grinning cruelly like a conqueror, his hands caressing the obsidian spear. To Tang San's astonishment, the blade of the spear shimmered with a cold light, seeping dark liquid. How does my bone-corroding poison taste? Ha 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 ha. At that moment, Tang San felt as though he were ensnared by an invisible, immense force, his body involuntarily curling up in agony. He trembled incessantly, reminiscent of a fallen leaf helplessly caught in a tempest. Sweat beads, akin to the size of mung beans, incessantly seeped from his forehead, densely covering the expanse of his brow like the crystalline dewdrops rolling upon the lotus leaves in the early morning. Yet, these droplets offered no respite from his agony. His once handsome visage was now contorted in a grotesque display of excruciating pain, his features seemingly dislocated. The veins around his tightly shut eyes throbbed prominently, and his lips, clenched tightly, had lost their color, appearing pale and ashen. From his throat emanated low, guttural roars, reminiscent of a wounded beast struggling and howling in despair. Ha ha! Yuzhe's arrogant laughter echoed around him. But in that fleeting moment, time appeared to freeze. Yuzhe's maniacal laughter was abruptly silenced, as if grasped by an invisible hand. Without warning, an overwhelming force struck his abdomen with the ferocity of a tidal wave. In that instant, he felt as though he had been violently rammed by a mountain, the excruciating pain surging forth like a deluge, drowning all consciousness. His body seemed to lose control, involuntarily contorting into a shape reminiscent of a terrified shrimp, warped and bizarre. With a resounding thud, he was propelled backward like a cannonball, hurtling away at an astonishing speed. As he flew through the air, the wind howled past his ears, and the scenery rushed by in a blur, rendering everything indistinct. He attempted to struggle to regain his composure, yet the immense force rendered him utterly powerless. Ultimately, he crashed heavily to the ground, stirring a cloud of dust, utterly disheveled. A burly man, shrouded in darkness, appeared seemingly out of nowhere, accompanied by a middle-aged man wearing black-rimmed glasses. Zhao Wuji immediately retracted the left punch he had thrown, the heat radiating from his fist causing him a twinge of pain. At that critical juncture, Flander darted forward like a flash of lightning, positioning himself before Tang San. However, upon closer inspection, his heart sank, for Tang San's condition was utterly dire. His once rosy lips had turned an ominous shade of dark purple, as if cloaked by a strange shadow, evoking a chilling discomfort at first glance. Furthermore, his entire body was marred with a labyrinth of scars. Although shallow and not penetrating the bone, each wound exuded a nauseating stench of decay, as if swarms of minuscule maggots were writhing and devouring within. Most terrifying of all, the unbearable pain had contorted Tang San's facial expression into a complete distortion. His eyes were tightly shut, and his brows furrowed deeply, creating two profound creases. His mouth gaped open as if yearning to vocalize the torment within, yet only faint, hoarse groans escaped his lips. His nose twitched slightly from pain, and his entire countenance appeared grotesque and fearsome, resembling a malevolent spirit from the abyss. Zhao Wujie cast a fleeting glance at Tang San, his heart clenching. After all, Tang San was his student. Witnessing his pupil in such a dire state stirred an unquenchable fury within him. At that moment, he cast aside any notions of his title as the immovable king. Meanwhile, the battered Yuza, clutching his abdomen with one hand and propping himself up with a long spear, struggled to rise, incredulous that the fabled immovable king would resort to attacking a junior, and even more so, through a sneak attack. What a farce. Consumed by rage, Zhao Wujie bellowed, "I will not tolerate such despicable scum harming the students of Shrek Academy. Today, you shall remain here." In the next instant, 7 soul rings abruptly manifested beneath his feet, and behind him, the spectral figure of a formidable golden bear let out a furious roar, unleashing an overwhelming sense of oppression. Chapter 154. Bone-corroding poison. Yuza felt an overpowering and suffocating pressure surging towards him like a relentless tide, while an immense wave of soul power bore down upon him with the force of a catastrophic flood. Faced with such terrifying oppression and the tumult of soul energy, Yuza's complexion turned as pale as parchment, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He understood clearly that any hesitation could cost him the opportunity to escape. Without a moment's thought, Yuza made a decisive choice. While Zhao Wujie had yet to unleash his soul skill, he swiftly retracted his martial soul. He then turned and, as if propelled by the wind, sprinted desperately into the distance. Yet, even in this life-threatening moment, Yuza did not forget to salvage a shred of dignity. As he ran, he glanced back and spat a venomous remark at Zhao Wujie. "Humph, just you wait. Tell that foul little brat with the white hair that this young master will come to collect his head sooner or later." With that declaration, Yuza turned his back and continued his flight, vanishing into the vast expanse of the forest in the blink of an eye. Just as Zhao Wujie prepared to pursue, he was halted by Flander's call from behind. "Wujie, come back. Forget about him for now. We must first escort Tang San back." Zhao Wujie watched the direction in which Yuza had fled. In just a brief moment, the figure had entirely vanished from his sight. "Teacher Zhao, are you saying that when you and the dean found Tang San, he was already gravely injured? Or was it Yuza who inflicted the wounds? How could this be possible?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yu expressed his disbelief. Although he had never engaged in combat with Yuze of the Yu family, he recalled the night he first arrived in the small town, when Yuze's kick had merely brushed against him without inflicting any pain. Even if Yuze had absorbed the 3rd soul ring to become a soul master, he should not pose a challenge to Tang San. Even if he were outmatched, surely he could manage to escape. Zhao Wujie, upon hearing this, shook his head with a hint of resignation. "I also clashed with him that day," he said. "The impression he left on me was entirely different from when I first arrived in this town. It was as if he were a completely different person." As he spoke, Zhao Wujie slowly lifted his arm, which had been wrapped in bandages, and began to unravel them. Just as Lu Yu was fully engrossed in the conversation, a black arm suddenly intruded into his line of sight without any warning. This arm was cloaked in a chilling shade of black, starkly contrasting with the dark hue that Zhao Wujie had exhibited after being struck by lightning. It resembled the purplish-black coloration that might result from exposure to a lethal toxin, a hue so deep it seemed capable of devouring all light. Lu Yu instinctively leaned closer, striving to discern the details more clearly. As he approached, a nauseating stench surged forth like a tidal wave, ruthlessly invading his nostrils. The odor was so potent that it induced a wave of nausea, as if the severed arm had long since succumbed to the abyss of death and decay. What could have caused this? Is it the doing of Yuzhe? Liu pinched his nose, speculating. Indeed, Zhao Wuji nodded, recounting, I merely struck him once, not noticing at the time, but upon my return. The entire arm had lost sensation. At this, Zhao Wuji glanced at Tang San, noting that Xiao San and Yuzhe had engaged in combat for an extended duration, bearing numerous wounds inflicted by his martial spirit. Although the cuts were shallow, the venom had already permeated the skin, even infiltrating the bones. I recall that the Yu family's inherited martial spirit lacks any toxic attributes. Could it be that his martial spirit has undergone a mutation? Liu pondered aloud. Zhao Wuji shook his head. Perhaps, but I am not well versed in such matters. Teacher Zhao, I wish to rest alone for a while, Liu suddenly declared. Very well. Take your time to recuperate. I shall step out for now, Zhao Wuji replied, nodding in acknowledgement before rising and departing with Oscar. As soon as they exited, Liu immediately opened his eyes, scanning the surroundings to confirm he was alone and awake in the room. He then closed his eyes once more, not genuinely resting, but rather allowing his consciousness to enter the system space. System, retrieve the scanning results from earlier, Liu commanded. With a crackling sound of electricity, a virtual panel manifested before him. Scanning results. Heavenly demon bone corrosion poison. Source unknown. Highly toxic. Capable of dissolving the bones of the victim. Symptoms include abnormal purple-black skin. Minimal exposure induces numbness, while significant exposure causes severe pain. This toxin will contaminate bone marrow after remaining in the body for a period, transforming it into heavenly demon bone corrosion poison. Manifestations vary depending on individual physique. Is there an antidote? Liu inquired, reasoning that if the system could provide such a detailed description of the toxin, there should be a means of resolution, or at the very least, some clues. Currently, there exists no antidote for this toxin on the continent. A cold, electronic voice shattered Liu Yu's hopes, indicating that no antidote was available. Did this mean that if he were to encounter Yuzhe in the future and inadvertently succumb to the poison, he would be left utterly defenseless? After all, Zhao Wuji had just mentioned that Yuzhe sought his life, and both Tang San and Zhao Wuji were currently afflicted by the toxin as well. This system was proving unexpectedly unhelpful. However, but what? Could you please finish your sentence? Liu was exasperated with the system, which seemed to take pleasure in its cryptic communications. Host, do not be upset. The system shop offers an antidote for the heavenly demon bone corrosion poison, and furthermore. And what else? Speak quickly. Liu spoke coldly. In light of the host's recent exemplary task completion, along with various other irresistible external factors, the previously owed points have been entirely waived. Current host points, 5,000. Is there truly such fortune? Liu gazed at the refreshed system points panel, momentarily taken aback. Could this absurd system actually possess such humane design? When did it become so considerate? Never mind, I shall not dwell on these matters for now. Liu gazed at the deposit of 5,000 points and promptly accessed the system's marketplace. After browsing extensively, he found no trace of the antidote for the demonic bone erosion poison that the system had just mentioned. Thus, he decisively spent 1,000 points to refresh the items. Finally, his investment was not in vain. The first item on the newly displayed page was boldly labeled as the antidote for the demonic bone erosion poison, costing merely 500 points each. Without hesitation, Liu chose to purchase, acquiring 4 doses in one go, 2 for Tang San and Zhao Wujia, and the remaining 2 for his own survival. He had witnessed even Zhao Wujia, a soul sage at level 70, falling victim to this affliction. So Liu knew he must exercise utmost caution to avoid a disastrous misstep. Just as Liu exited the system space, the door to his room was abruptly pushed open from the outside. Chapter 155, A Sudden Assault. At that moment, a figure clad in a blue dress swiftly darted to the bedside. Liu felt a gentle breeze wash over him, soon followed by an intoxicating fragrance that filled his nostrils. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he felt a pressure in his abdomen, as a delicate hand lifted his chin. Having been unconscious for several days, it appeared Ning Rongrong, with a thoughtful expression, remarked, "You've sustained quite serious injuries. Tell me, if I were to do something to you now, would you resist, or would you cry out like a girl? I am simply too curious." At that moment, Ning Rongrong's petite figure, particularly her curvaceous form, was perched atop Liu's abdomen, bringing their bodies almost flush against one another. She even leaned closer to his ear, deliberately exhaling softly, teasingly whispering into the air beside him. Just then, Liu felt a faint tickling sensation at his ear, akin to a mischievous kitten gently scratching with its soft paws. This unexpected sensation sent a slight tremor through Liu Yu's heart, yet swiftly, A glint of determination flashed in his eyes. In an instant, Lu Yu, who had been seated beneath the young girl, exerted his strength, causing her to lose her balance. Clearly taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events, the girl was momentarily flustered, unable to react in time. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Yu sprang to his feet with lightning speed. His movements were agile and resolute, as if everything had been meticulously planned. Without hesitation, he extended his hands, firmly grasping the still-dazed girl and swiftly reversing her position, pinning her down decisively. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly. "Little girl, you are playing with fire." Liu mimicked Ning Rongrong's earlier demeanor, leaning close to her ear and lowering his voice. "Release me at once," she exclaimed, her voice laced with urgency. Ning Rongrong's delicate face instantaneously flushed a deep crimson, yet an inexplicable sensation whispering in her ear stirred an uncharacteristic restlessness within her heart. "Let go, you rascal." Lu Yu chuckled mischievously. In the next moment, Ning Rongrong suddenly let out a startled cry. "Ah? Wretch, remove your hand." Initially, she had merely intended to seize the opportunity to tease him while he was injured, seeking retribution for the time he had playfully stuffed a sausage into her mouth. However, she never anticipated that Lu Yu, despite his injury, would still possess the strength to resist. She attempted to forcefully push him away, but alas, she found herself firmly pinned down, unable to budge him even a fraction, especially as Lu Yu was now audaciously exploring her body. "You scoundrel, quickly take your hand away." Not there. Lu Yu, that wretched scoundrel, dared to pinch her waist. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong felt an unusual sensation in her abdomen. Something was pressing against her, hot and unyielding. In that instant, as if witnessing something utterly shocking, she let out a sharp, stifled gasp. Yet before the sound could fully escape, Lu Yu moved with lightning speed, his hand swiftly covering her mouth. Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in alarm and disbelief, her muffled whimpers trapped behind his palm. At that moment, she resembled a startled bird, helpless and ensnared. Meanwhile, Liu cast a cautious glance toward Tang San, who lay resting nearby, his heart gripped by fear that her abrupt cry might have disturbed him. And now, Lu Yu too became acutely aware of the peculiar sensation in his lower body. His body had reacted. Yet he could hardly be blamed entirely, for he was but a young man brimming with vigor. Though Ning Rongrong was merely 12, her figure had already begun to blossom. While not as exaggerated as Zhu Zhuqing's, her small chest had begun to swell gently, her skin smooth and fragrant. And during their earlier tussle, her abdomen had brushed repeatedly against him. How could he not respond? Lu Yu also sensed that Ning Rongrong's expression beneath him was quite unusual. Realizing that he had indeed overstepped his bounds, he gazed into Ning Rongrong's eyes and said, "I will release you now, but you must promise not to cause any more trouble. Do you understand?" In her gem-like, crystalline eyes, a glimmer of misty tears began to surface, resembling faint stars twinkling in the night sky. She appeared like a helpless fawn, pitiful and endearing, evoking a sense of compassion. Her delicate face flushed a deep crimson, either from embarrassment or indignation, akin to a ripe apple or the vibrant blossoms of spring peach trees, so red that one might think they could weep if touched. Upon seeing Ning Rongrong nod slightly, Liu suppressed his inner turmoil and slowly withdrew his hand from her small mouth, sitting up. However, in the next moment, the once quiet Ning Rongrong suddenly sprang up from the bed, as if startled by a tremendous fright, her petite form leaping up with the agility of a frightened deer. Seizing the opportunity while Lu Yu was still in shock, Ning Rongrong lunged towards him with lightning speed, wrapping her arms tightly around him as if seeking refuge within his very being. Without hesitation, she opened her small mouth and bit down hard on Lu Yu's hand. This bite was filled with strength and determination, as though she intended to expel her inner fears and anxieties through this act. After biting him, Ning Rongrong, like a firecracker ignited, frantically broke free from Lu Yu's embrace and dashed towards the door without looking back. Her silhouette vanished in an instant, akin to a flash of lightning, leaving Lu Yu standing there in astonishment, his hand still stinging from the bite and lingering with a faint fragrance of Ning Rongrong. "Ouch!" Lu Yu instinctively exclaimed, feeling the sharp pain in his hand, but by then, Ning Rongrong had already fled the room, and he had no inclination to pursue her. "Is this girl part dog? Why does it hurt so much?" he thought, glancing at the fresh set of bite marks on his hand, unable to suppress a gasp as he wiped away the remnants of her saliva. Yet in the next moment, a look of reminiscence crossed his face. Ning Rongrong's grip felt rather pleasant. He silently mused, "Just wait, I shall return this bite in due time." Chapter 156. Discussion in the next instant. A wave of intense pain surged through Lu Yu's entire body. His earlier tussle with Ning Rongrong had been too vigorous, aggravating his wounds, causing some areas to ooze with a few drops of blood. Hiss! Lu Yu gasped, reclining back onto the bed, his consciousness drifting once again into the system's shop. He recalled that there were healing items akin to the Great Healing Pill available. Swiftly navigating the shop's pages, Lu Yu's attention was finally captured by a green pill. Imu Dan, a healing pill, specifically for internal injuries, also assists with external wounds. Price, 1,000 points. Lu Yu glanced at the description of the Imu Dan and promptly clicked on the purchase option. As long as he could resolve his internal injuries, his external wounds would heal on their own in due time. Compared to the other elixirs he had perused earlier, this Imu Dan proved to be the most cost-effective choice, especially considering that it was significantly more affordable than others that easily reached 3,000. Most importantly, he simply could not afford the latter. Lu Yu gazed at the pill in his hand, which emitted a faint green glow. The delicate fragrance of the young girl that lingered at the tip of his nose was now supplanted by the enchanting aroma of the medicinal concoction. Lu Yu opened his mouth without hesitation and swiftly inserted the pill that radiated a mysterious glow. The moment the pill entered his mouth, it melted instantly as if it had encountered intense heat. Immediately, a wondrous force began to spread throughout Lu Yu's body. He felt enveloped in a warm and comforting sensation, akin to basking in the gentle yet fervent sunlight on a summer beach. Every inch of his skin, every single cell seemed to revel in this nurturing warmth, intoxicating him to the point of blissful surrender. He could distinctly sense that each minuscule cell within him was jubilantly celebrating, dancing with exuberance. It felt as though a grand carnival was unfolding within him. At that instant, the agonizing pain and unbearable fatigue that had surged like a tidal wave were suddenly swept away by an unexpected tempest, vanishing without a trace, leaving no remnant behind. He now felt an unprecedented surge of strength and vitality coursing through his entire being. Subsequently, Lu Yu's consciousness entered the sea of his mind, where the environment had undergone a remarkable transformation. Most strikingly, beside the original 3 soul power vortices, a small vortex was gradually taking shape. This was the 4th soul power vortex. Lu Yu gazed at this nascent vortex with delight, realizing that the vortex he had struggled to condense for so long was forming while he had been unconscious. However, Lu Yu's body possessed only a scant amount of soul power, most of which had been absorbed by the first 3 vortices, leaving the 4th vortex with a pitifully small reserve. Nevertheless, this was more than sufficient for Lu Yu. The scale would gradually improve through diligent cultivation and the compression of soul power. What truly exhilarated him was that the emergence of the 4th vortex signified his ability to compress his soul power to 4 times its current capacity, thus enhancing his reserves significantly. With a heart brimming with joy, Lu Yu returned to the realm of reality. Upon seeing Tang San reclining on the bed nearby, he smacked his forehead, nearly forgetting the important matter at hand. Without delay, Lu Yu sprang from the bed. His body had nearly recovered, requiring only a few days of rest. Remarkably, he felt even better than he had before his injury. Lu Yu approached Tang San's bedside, gently parting his dark lips to insert a medicinal pill. As the pill descended into his system, Tang San's complexion visibly improved at an astonishing pace. His once darkened lips gradually transformed to a pallid hue, and the previously contorted expression on his face began to relax. It appeared that the antidote provided by the system was indeed effective. Next, he intended to deliver aid to Teacher Zhao and then check on Zhu Zhuqing next door, as Teacher Zhao had mentioned that she seemed to have been poisoned as well. With these thoughts in mind, Lu Yu retrieved a set of spare clothes from his spatial ring to change into, for he certainly could not venture out in public swathed entirely in bandages. Lu Yu leaped forward, voicing his complaints, expressing his bewilderment over the overly tight bandaging, seemingly the work of an overly clever yet incompetent doctor, which was excessively secure even in areas untouched by injury. The bindings around his chest were so constricting that they nearly deprived him of breath. At that moment, Zhang Qiqi sat quietly in her room, engrossed in meditation, when unexpectedly, she emitted a loud sneeze, shattering the tranquility that had enveloped the space. She felt a wave of confusion wash over her. How peculiar. I'm not ill. Why would I sneeze so suddenly? Could it be that I caught a chill by chance? As she pondered this, she instinctively touched her forehead, confirming the absence of any feverish signs. Her gaze then shifted to the bed, where Zhu Zhuqing lay still, ensconced in a state of unconsciousness, her complexion as pale as parchment. Witnessing this scene stirred a profound concern within Zhang Qiqi. After a moment's contemplation, she rose gracefully and glided towards the window. Upon reaching it, she discovered it ajar, allowing a brisk breeze to sweep into the room. Hastily, she extended her hand and firmly closed the window, thus sealing the chill outside. Meanwhile, Lu Yu approached the door opposite and knocked. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing Oscar, who, upon seeing Lu Yu standing outside, first displayed confusion, followed by delight. "Lu Yu, you can get out of bed? Have you recovered?" he exclaimed. Lu Yu smiled and nodded, saying, "It's nearly done. Is Teacher Zhao here?" "I have come to deliver the antidote." "The antidote? Oh, he is inside. Please, come in. Everyone is gathered here." As Oscar spoke, he stepped aside to allow Lu Yu to enter. "Lu Yu has arrived. Please take a seat. Given your injuries, standing is not advisable." Flanders remarked upon seeing Lu Yu enter. Lu Yu discerned that Dean Shrek's condition was not much better. His visage bore the marks of exhaustion. Initially, there had been the incident of students facing a beast tide during their training excursions, and now one of the students remained mysteriously absent in the forest. Flender had not enjoyed a good night's sleep for several days, particularly after Tang San recklessly ventured alone into the Stardow forest. Zhao Wujin noted that his leader seemed to have aged considerably, with more strands of silver gracing his temples. Just then, a creaking sound echoed from behind as a door swung open. Lu Yu turned to see two figures entering, the ever-determined Zhang Qiqi and the graceful Ning Rongrong. Lu Yu observed that at this moment, a faint blush still adorned Ning Rongrong's petite face, though it had improved significantly since their earlier encounter in the room. Chapter 157. Return. Ning Rongrong also noticed Lu Yu seated on the sofa, but upon recalling the incident that had just transpired, she swiftly turned her flushed face away and quickly distanced herself from him, rushing to the left side of Zhang Qiqi. Lu Yu could sense the animosity emanating from the other party, an intensity that suggested a desire to end his life. However, he merely smiled faintly, not allowing it to trouble him. Conversely, Ning Rongrong, witnessing Lu Yu's nonchalance, felt her fury intensify. If mere glances could be lethal, Lu Yu would have perished countless times by now. Ahem, Flender cleared his throat, gathering everyone's attention. After scanning the room to ensure that all those in good health and those who had just regained their strength were present, he continued, "As you are all aware, the situation in the Stardow forest has become dire, yet Xiao Wu remains missing. Therefore, I have decided that Dai Mubai should lead a group back to the academy." Before Flender could finish his statement, a dissenting voice echoed from the entrance. Everyone turned in unison to find a pale figure, wrapped in bandages, struggling to support himself against the doorframe. "Tang San? Little San, you've awakened." As Lu Yu observed Tang San's pallid complexion, he noted it was considerably improved from the previous ashen and purplish hue, yet he still appeared exceedingly weak. "Tang San, your injuries." Oscar stepped forward, intending to assist Tang San, only to be brusquely pushed away. Staggering, Tang San made his way to Flander, his reddened eyes resolutely fixed upon him. "Dean, Xiao Wu is my sister. I must stay." "Calm down, Xiao San." Lu Yu interjected, unable to remain silent in the face of Tang San's rising agitation. He swiftly approached, extending his hands to firmly support Tang San's faltering frame, carefully guiding him to a nearby sofa where he could sit down slowly. At that moment, Tang San seemed enveloped by an invisible and immense pressure. His chest heaved violently, resembling a bellows, emitting a sound of distress. It was evident that his emotions were on the brink of eruption. Furthermore, his physical condition was dire due to unresolved injuries from the previous battle. As he intermittently succumbed to bouts of suppressed, painful coughing, each sound striking the hearts of those around him like a heavy hammer. Everyone present was acutely aware of Tang San's profound concern for Xiao Wu. The tenderness and care reflected in his gaze towards her seemed capable of melting away all that surrounded them. Their unspoken understanding and tacit communication were palpable, easily discernible to onlookers. Although all were fully aware of the extraordinary bond between them, an unspoken agreement prevailed to remain silent, avoiding any attempts to shatter that delicate veil. However, at that moment, the sudden news of Xiao Wu's disappearance struck like a bolt from the blue, instantly piercing Tang San's heart. Undoubtedly, he was the most anxious and worried among them. "Brother Yu," he implored with a pleading look towards Lu Yu, as if beseeching him to utter a few words of comfort. Lu Yu, moved by Tang San's distress, felt a pang of compassion. Yet he knew that he could not gamble with lives. Without absolute certainty, he could not permit Tang San to remain, not just for his sake. "Xiao San, please remain calm and allow the dean to finish speaking. Even if you are permitted to stay, you are gravely injured. When Xiao returns and sees you in this state, it would surely sadden her," Lu Yu consoled, resting a hand on Tang San's shoulder. Tang Sen opened his mouth, as if to speak, but ultimately said nothing. Once Tang Sen settled into silence, Flander continued, Dai Mubai will take the others back. Teacher Zhao Wujie and I will stay behind. The major empires have issued bounty notices, summoning soul masters of level 70 and above to enter the forest. Teacher Zhao Wujie and I have accepted the bounty. We shall seize this opportunity to enter the forest and search for Xiao Wu. Zhao Wujie nodded in agreement. Rest assured, Tang San, Xiao Wu is one of us in Shrek. As her teachers, we will exert our utmost efforts to ensure her safety. Mubai, take them back to prepare. We depart tomorrow. Flander addressed Dai Mubai, to which he responded affirmatively, promptly turning to assist Tang San and following the others out. However, just as they reached the threshold, Lu Yu seemed to recall something suddenly and turned back into the room. Lu Yu, do you have something on your mind? Zhao Wujie inquired upon noticing Lu Yu's return. Lu Yu reached into his spatial ring and retrieved a pill, presenting it to Zhao Wujie. Teacher Zhao, this is the antidote for the poison in your arm. Where did you acquire this? Zhao Wujie inquired, eyeing the pill in Lu Yu's hand. He could even catch a whiff of the peculiar fragrance it exuded. Though skepticism lingered, he accepted it nonetheless. Rest assured, the efficacy of this pill is beyond question. You witnessed Tang San's condition earlier. Without this antidote, he would still be confined to his bed. Lu Yu reassured Zhao Wujie, recognizing his doubt. Zhao Wujie recalled the state in which he had found Tang San, deeply affected by the poison, and it had been uncertain if he would awaken. Yet, he had indeed seen Tang San approach them on his own. Ultimately, he chose to trust Lu Yu. After all, this was his student, and he could not wish him harm. The moment Zhao Wujie swallowed the pill, his eyes widened in astonishment. The pill dissolved instantly, slipping down his throat without him even noticing. Almost immediately, a warm current surged through his body. And in the next moment, he marveled as the visible purplish-black discoloration on his arm faded away entirely. The effect on Zhao Wujie was markedly more pronounced than that on Tang San, indicating that the poison afflicting him was somewhat milder. Lu Yu observed Zhao Wujie's arm slowly returning to normal, contemplating the implications. Flinder, standing nearby, was equally astonished by the efficacy of Lu Yu's antidote. Although he was not well versed in matters of poison, he could discern that the toxins affecting Zhao Wujie and Tang San were certainly formidable. Lu Yu, Flinder suddenly spoke. Where did you procure this antidote, and how many do you have left? This was left to me by my grandfather before he passed. Currently, my stock is limited. Lu Yu anticipated this line of questioning and opted to mention his grandfather rather than divulge the existence of the SB system. Flinder merely nodded in acknowledgement, finding this to be a reasonable explanation. It's good to have some on hand. Previously, Yuza made a grave threat, suggesting he might target you. Although he may not match your strength, even a soul sage of level 70 has fallen victim to his poison, so exercise caution. Understood, Dean, Lu Yu replied. Then inquired further, speaking of my grandfather, do you know where he is now? Flinder shook his head. The actions of the Thundercloud Dolua are always shrouded in mystery. If even his grandson is unaware of his whereabouts, we are even less likely to know. However, I suspect he is most likely in the Stardew Forest. Lu Yu nodded in acknowledgement, saying, Understood, Dean, before rising and departing from the room. Chapter 158, The Journey Back to Shrek Boss. Didn't the Thundercloud Dolua explicitly forbid disclosing his whereabouts? How could you let that slip? Zhao Wujie inquired, perplexed by Flander's earlier actions. He could not fathom why Flander had acted in such a manner. Lu Yu's knowledge of Thundercloud Dolua's location could lead him to rush into the Stardew Forest like Tang San, and should any misfortune befall him in the forest, it could spell the end of his life. In his view, the safest course of action was to ensure that Lu Yu returned with Dai Mubai and the others. However, Flander merely smiled and shook his head, saying, even if I hadn't mentioned it, he would inevitably venture into the forest himself. What? Why do you say that? Zhao Wujie asked, bewildered, unable to grasp Flander's certainty. Though Lu Yu did not voice it outwardly, both Xiao Wu and Tang San held significant places in his heart. He regarded them as his younger siblings. Flander paused before continuing. Lu Yu has already stepped into the realm of level 50. Even if Xiao Wu had not gone missing, he would still seek out soul rings in the forest. What? Are you saying Lu Yu has reached level 50? Zhao Wujie exclaimed, leaping from his seat in astonishment. How old is he this year? 12. These two seemingly unrelated terms now stood before him. The graduation criterion for Shrek was a mere level 40 soul master. Yet Lu Yu was already at level 50. Suddenly, Zhao Wujie recalled that Lu Yu had met the graduation standard upon his entrance into the academy. Flander chuckled. shaking his head in disbelief. I was initially incredulous as well, but that was what Thundercloud Doloa himself stated. Moreover, he has already pledged to protect Lu Yu from the shadows. Our task is simply to convey a message on his behalf, and now that Lu Yu is informed, the rest is beyond our concern. Flander then approached and patted Zhao Wujia's shoulder. Make sure to rest well, time waits for no one. Absorb the effects of the medicinal herbs, and prepare to search for Xiao Wu in the forest tomorrow. Get some early rest tonight. With that, Flander exited the room, leaving Zhao Wujia alone on the sofa, bemused by the absurdity of the situation. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was the following morning. Everyone had gathered their belongings and stood before the carriage, awaiting departure. An official decree had been issued to clear the town of visitors, and in just a few days, this once bustling town had become desolate, with many residents fearing the impending beast tide, choosing to temporarily abandon their homes to seek refuge elsewhere. As the sun began to rise, several carriages filled with luggage lined the streets. Lu Yu cradled the unconscious Zhu Zhuqing and, after placing her gently onto the carriage, turned to the coachman with a solemn request. There is an injured person in this carriage. Please proceed slowly. Just then, a package was unexpectedly thrust into Lu Yu's hands. Before he could comprehend the situation, Ning Rongrong had already jumped onto the carriage, supporting herself on his shoulder, and swiftly snatched the package from him, pulling the curtain closed. Lu Yu stood momentarily in a daze, somewhat speechless, before shaking his head and boarding the carriage at the rear. Zhao Wujia and Flinder observed the gradually departing convoy, their expressions filled with curiosity. Zhao inquired, "Strange, boss, didn't you say Lu Yu chose to enter the Stardew Forest? Why did he not stay behind? Why ask me? Who am I to question?" Flinder lightly nudged Zhao Wujia and remarked, "Instead of pondering this, we should better plan the scope of our exploration later to avoid running around like headless chickens." Mu Bai, Lu Yu gently shook Dai Mu Bai's shoulder, rousing him from a deep slumber. "What happened?" Dai Mu Bai exclaimed, startled. "Nothing much, just a reminder that we've arrived. It's time for us to disembark." Oscar, observing Dai Mu Bai's peculiar behavior, couldn't help but voice his concern. "Boss Dai, what's wrong with you these past few days? You seem quite distracted. Have you been frightened by the beast horde?" "It's nothing. I'm fine," Dai Mu Bai replied, shaking off the drowsiness. "Right, I should help with the luggage." Yet, just as he prepared to disembark, Oscar hesitated and said, "Boss Dai, have you forgotten? We are traveling light this time. We didn't bring any luggage." Dai Mu Bai, who had already bent down to exit, froze momentarily, his balance faltering, nearly causing him to tumble from the carriage. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, extending his feet to regain stability, and declared, "I'll assist Tang San in getting down." He promptly made his way to the rear carriage. "Hey Lu Yu, have you noticed something amiss with Boss Dai these days?" Oscar leaned in closer to Lu Yu and whispered, "What seems off?" Lu Yu replied, puzzled, "Perhaps he hasn't rested well. Let us get down now. We haven't settled the fare yet." With that, he leaped from the carriage. Oscar, bewildered, responded, "We haven't paid the fare? Wasn't it the dean who called for the carriage?" He exclaimed, "Wow, it seems Xiao was right. The dean is rather stingy." Both trips by carriage were entirely funded by their own pockets, while Flanders steadfastly adhered to the principle of seeking transport without parting with a single coin. Meanwhile, in the starry forest, by the shores of a natural lake, a figure clad in pink sat motionless, gazing intently at the reflections in the water. Xiao Wu had lingered around this lake for nearly 10 days without venturing out, not due to a lack of desire to leave, but because a towering silhouette in the distance continually obstructed her path, forbidding her from stepping beyond the confines of the lake. At last, unable to bear it any longer, Xiao Wu rose to her feet. However, just as she turned to take her first step, the ground suddenly trembled ominously, and a colossal wall materialized before her. "Erming, I implore you, please move aside," Xiao Wu shouted at the wall. Abruptly, the wall shifted, revealing a massive figure that slowly approached her, declaring, "No. Daming has decreed that you cannot leave until everything outside is fully stabilized. It is far too perilous." The Titan giant ape, Erming, continued, and Xiao Wu felt a surge of indignation. "Why? You must provide me with a reason." Days prior, after being scattered by a tempest, she had encountered Erming in the forest, who brought her here and said not a word, merely insisting she remain in place without explanation. Each time she inquired about Daming's whereabouts, he would only gaze silently at the lake. Observing Xiao Wu's anger, Erming patiently sat down and explained, "There exists an evil presence outside that does not belong here. Daming was injured in battle, and it is perilous for you to venture out. Daming is injured? Xiao exclaimed, astonished. Daming, the formidable blue bull, was arguably the strongest soul beast in this forest, and the thought of him being harmed was unfathomable. What about the beast hide? She inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Erming. Once more, he turned his gaze to the tranquil surface of the water. Since Daming was wounded, I have remained here to protect it. This beast hide was also instigated by that entity. What exactly is this entity capable of wounding Daming and causing such a commotion? Xiao Wu asked. Erming shook his head, replying, I do not know. It seems to have appeared suddenly, but Daming had severely injured it at the time. The beast hide appears to be an attempt to conceal something. In any case, it is unsafe outside. It would be best for you to remain here and not wander. I must go out to find Yugo and Sangu, Xiao Wu declared, rising once more. No. Erming's massive form blocked her path again. In the next moment, she felt herself seized by an enormous hand. I promised Daming to protect you. So I must keep a vigilant watch over you and ensure you remain under my watchful eye. Erming uttered a low growl, as Xiao Wu found herself helplessly grasped in its clutches, puffing her cheeks in indignation. Meanwhile, within the confines of Shrek Academy, in the infirmary, Zhu Zhuqing lay upon the bed. Though referred to as an infirmary, it was merely a somewhat larger wooden cabin. Ever since old Jack had rescued her and Lu Yu from the forest, Zhu Zhuqing had remained in a deep, unbroken slumber. Lu Yu, with his eyes closed, rested one hand on Zhu Zhuqing's wrist, while Zhang Qiqi stood quietly beside them, anxious not to disturb Lu Yu with even the slightest sound. At that moment, the wooden door was abruptly pushed open, and two figures rushed in, clumsily carrying a large bundle of items. Shu, be quiet. Ning Rongrong shot a stern glance at Oscar and Ma Hongjun, gesturing towards Lu Yu, who was checking Zhu Zhuqing's pulse, indicating that they should keep silent. Oh, my apologies, Oscar said, upon noticing the two in the center of the room. He immediately lowered his voice and slowed his pace, gently approaching the bedside to set down his belongings. He then joined Ma Hongjun at Zhang Qiqi's side. Just then, Lu Yu, seated at the edge of the bed, opened his eyes, and Ning Rongrong stepped forward to inquire. How is she? Is Zhuqing feeling any better? Lu Yu nodded and remarked that there were no significant issues remaining. He had administered an antidote to her, and she was no longer in life-threatening danger. He then turned his gaze towards Oscar and inquired about the items he sought. Oscar, appearing weary yet with a glimmer of excitement and pride in his eyes, unceremoniously shoved Ma Hongjun, who was dozing off, causing him to stumble and nearly fall. Swiftly, Oscar bent down, grasping a disordered heap of items and laboriously dragging them towards Lu Yu. Here they are, Oscar exclaimed breathlessly, his voice brimming with pride. This pair of us, Ma Hongjun and I, have been working tirelessly all night. We've scoured every nook and cranny, and after a whole night of searching, we finally managed to gather these necessary items. Come on, brother Lu Yu, take a look and see if they meet your needs. Upon standing upright, Oscar wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and looked eagerly at Lu Yu, seemingly impatient for the latter's approval. Yes, this is quite good. Though this barrel is a tad small, Lu Yu commented, extracting an old wooden tub from the chaotic assortment of items. It appeared to be a makeshift bathtub, reinforced with numerous wooden planks nailed onto it. Lu Yu, weren't you supposed to treat Zhu Zhuqing? What do you need a bathtub for? Ning Rongrong questioned, her brow furrowing in confusion at the sight of the tub in Lu Yu's hands. Of course, it is for healing. What else could it be for? Lu Yu replied, examining the barrel to ensure it would not leak, while explaining, the poison afflicting Zhu Zhuqing is not ordinary, and the delay has allowed it to permeate her entire body. While the antidote can expel most of the toxins, some have penetrated deep into the marrow and can only be drawn out with external assistance. Drawn out with external assistance? How does that work? Ning Rongrong inquired, perplexed, as she had never heard of such a novel treatment method. Oscar, where's the hot water I requested? Lu Yu redirected his attention without elaborating further. It's being heated outside by Daida. It should be ready soon, Oscar responded. Bring it in. And clear out everything else in the room while you're at it. What? Oscar exclaimed, his mouth agape at the request. What do you mean? I'll help you. Let's move everything together. Lu Yu replied nonchalantly. The infirmary was rather rudimentary, and thus there were not many items to move. In just 2 trips, they had emptied the room, leaving only a bed and the unconscious Zhu Zhuqing upon it. Lu Yu, the hot water is ready. What are you planning to do? At that moment, Dai Mubai rushed in, looking disheveled, his face covered in soot from the smoke produced while boiling the water. Mubai, you're just in time. Bring the hot water and pot into the room. Oscar, could you and Ma Hongjun please take the trouble to fetch some firewood? Lu Yu said, extending his finger thoughtfully. With the hot water, the medicinal catalyst, and the medium for absorbing the toxins nearly gathered, only the final step of the process remained, putting it all together. Wait, what did you just say? Upon overhearing Lu Yu's murmurs, Ning Rongrong unconsciously drew closer, and upon catching the final words, she was momentarily taken aback. The mention of firewood and moving the large pot into the infirmary instantly alarmed Zhang Qiqi, who exclaimed in fear. She rushed to confront Lu Yu, accusing him. You can't possibly want to harm Zhu Xuqing. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai and the others, witnessing this scene, paused their actions and collectively turned their gazes toward Lu Yu. Sighing at the unfolding situation, Lu Yu resolved to speak candidly since the truth could no longer be concealed. Cough, cough, cough. Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions, nor do I wish to harm Zhu Xuqing. These items are merely to aid in expelling the last remnants of poison from her body. He clarified, directing his explanation toward Zhang Qiqi. What sort of treatment method is this? Zhang Qiqi questioned skeptically. If you doubt my words, take a look at this. Lu Yu replied, producing a note from his pocket filled with dense handwriting. Ning Rongrong accepted it and examined it closely. Indeed, it bore Flandra's distinctive script. However, as she read, her expression shifted to one of unease. She then handed the note to Oscar, who, after perusing it, wore a similarly contemplative expression. Dai Mubai, noticing their reactions, took the note with a bewildered look, and after reading, a flicker of unusual insight crossed his eyes. Yet, he said nothing further, returning the note to Lu Yu before proceeding to tidy up. Now, you must believe me, Lu Yu observed as Ning Rongrong tucked the note away. In truth, he possessed two identical notes. One had appeared in his pocket upon awakening, unmistakably from Grandpa Jack. The other, the one recently shown to the group, had been personally given to him by Flandra the day before his return. Initially perplexed by why both Jack and Flandra would provide him with notes containing identical content, he was beginning to understand. Chapter 160, A Pot Stew for Two. The remaining tasks were not numerous. After the group moved the large pot into the infirmary, they exited, leaving behind an empty room occupied only by Lu Yu, Ning Rongrong, and the unconscious Zhu Xuqing on the bed. Are you really so distrustful of me? Concerned I might take advantage of the situation while treating Zhu Xuqing? Lu Yu inquired, gazing at Ning Rongrong. No, I merely intend to assist you while keeping a close watch, Ning Rongrong retorted, casting a glare at Lu Yu. In response, Lu Yu merely smiled faintly before saying, Then please help me lift Zhu Xuqing into the pot. Thank you. Despite her evident reluctance, Ning Rongrong complied and assisted in placing Zhu Xuqing into the large pot, which Lu Yu had specially commissioned from a blacksmith, ample in size to accommodate a bathtub, with even some extra space remaining. Lu Yu removed several patches from the bathtub to ensure a seamless flow of hot water between the pot and the tub. He then retrieved several herbs from his spatial ring, processed them with minimal effort, and cast them directly into the pot. Ning Rongrong observed Lu Yu's actions, perceiving them as quite rudimentary, while Zhu Xuqing epitomized the essence of simplicity. Once everything was prepared, Lu Yu shed his outer garment and leaped into the bathtub, sitting cross-legged opposite Zhu Xuqing. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and add firewood, Lu Yu directed at the dazed Ning Rongrong. Incensed, she pointed an accusatory finger at him. Yet upon seeing Zhu Xuqing's pallid visage, she huffed disdainfully and begrudgingly moved aside to fetch a stick, beginning to stoke the flames beneath the pot. This time, I shall grant you leniency for Zhu Qing's sake, but rest assured, next time I will ensure you regret it for making this lady tend to the fire. The flush on Ning Rongrong's face was ambiguous, whether from indignation or the intense heat remained unclear. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Yu was entirely oblivious to her peculiar demeanor. At that moment, as the flames beneath the pot blazed more fiercely, the water temperature steadily rose. The water, already boiling, surged into a vigorous boil, bubbling and churning incessantly. An unending stream of steam ascended from the pot, enveloping the entire space in a hazy mist. Through this veil, Lu Yu discerned, albeit faintly, the transformation of Zhu Xuqing's porcelain-like skin. It began to darken incrementally, shifting from black to a deep purple, presenting a sight both eerie and alarming. Witnessing this, Lu Yu could not suppress his astonishment. To be honest, he had initially harbored doubts regarding the remedy left by Grandpa Jack. But now it appeared to be his only recourse. The detoxification pills he had exchanged from the system marketplace could only marginally eliminate some of the toxins within Zhu Xuqing, leaving him utterly helpless against those that had seeped into her very marrow. The only solution lay in the unique Mandarin duck bath to expel the toxins. This method involved using any one of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, or earth, as a medium to establish a connection between the two, and then utilizing herbs such as tianqing grass and qingyu grass to extract the toxins from the patient's body, transferring them into the user, namely Lu Yu himself. Upon his initial encounter with this method, Lu Yu was taken aback. Among the 5 mediums, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, only water, specifically boiling water, proved effective. The other 4 mediums were either molten metal solutions or magma. Rather than a means of salvation, they were clearly instruments of destruction, leaving no room for survival. Given Lu Yu's current prowess, water remained the sole viable medium, while the other 4 might yet find application in the future. As the temperature of the water gradually rose, Lu Yu began to channel his soul energy, catalyzing the medicinal properties of the herbs in the large cauldron. Over time, the water in the tub transformed into a vibrant emerald hue, exuding a refreshing herbal fragrance. At that moment, Ning Rongrong, seated below, detected a delightful aroma wafting into her nostrils, dispelling the searing sensation of the flames, leaving her with an indescribable lightness. In stark contrast, Zhu Zhuqing, who was undergoing treatment, appeared to be in a dire predicament. Her once fair skin had turned an ominous black, even tinged with purple, and her sensuous, full lips had darkened to an inky hue. This was a clear manifestation of the toxins that had seeped deeply into her very marrow. Witnessing this, Lu Yu activated the whirlpool of soul energy within his spiritual sea, continuously channeling his refined and compressed soul energy. This energy flowed gently through the medicinal liquid towards Zhu Zhuqing, skillfully guided by Lu Yu, as a substantial amount of soul energy tenderly entered her body. Slowly approaching the lingering toxins, Lu Yu took a deep breath, focusing his mind and gently beginning to draw forth the toxins that lay hidden within Zhu Zhuqing's body. His hands seemed to possess a magical prowess, touching her skin with a tender precision. Each movement was executed with utmost care and meticulous detail. Lu Yu was wholly absorbed in regulating the strength and rhythm of his hands, not daring to exhibit the slightest negligence. He was acutely aware that even a moment's inattention or excessive force could inflict irreparable secondary harm upon the already injured Zhu Zhuqing. Thus, he maintained an unwavering vigilance and meticulousness, treating the woman before him as if she were an exquisite treasure. As time elapsed, beads of fine perspiration gradually formed on Lu Yu's forehead. The source uncertain, whether from the tension of his exertion or the condensation of vapor, but his gaze never wavered from Zhu Zhuqing. At long last, after an interminable, intense wait, the stubborn poison began to be drawn out of Zhu Zhuqing's body, bit by bit. In that fleeting moment when the toxin detached from her, the formerly clear water in the bathtub underwent a startling transformation, rapidly becoming as dark as ink. The instant the poison emerged, Lu Yu immediately directed it into his own body. The essence of this healing technique hinged upon 2 crucial elements. First, the extraction of the toxin, and second, the complete absorption of it into a vessel, with Lu Yu himself serving as the most suitable container. Zhu Zhuqing's skin visibly returned to its normal hue, and a faint blush began to grace her cheeks. As the toxin was expelled, her consciousness gradually started to awaken. Slowly, she opened her eyes, feeling as though she had just emerged from a long, profound dream. In this dream, she encountered Lu Yu, and they faced a formidable spirit beast together. Lu Yu fought valiantly to protect her, but ultimately succumbed. Just as her consciousness slipped into darkness, a wave of warmth enveloped her. How warm? Am I dead? Is this what the world after death looks like? Lu Yu? Have you also perished? It makes sense. You fought the spirit beast for my sake and fell before me. So it is only natural for you to be here. Zhu Zhuqing's voice was weak and intermittent. Chapter 161. Ice and Fire Fool, what nonsense are you uttering? We are not dead. We are alive and well. Do not move. Allow me to guide the poison out of your body, and you shall be healed. Lu Yu gazed at Zhu Zhuqing, observing her swaying figure. He extended a hand to steady her, and she consequently collapsed into his embrace. At that moment, their garments were already drenched, clinging tightly to their forms, accentuating Zhu Zhuqing's voluptuous figure and flawless curves. Lu Yu could distinctly feel the softness resting against him, as the air was infused with the fragrance of medicinal herbs and the unique scent of a woman. Yet, he could not afford to dwell on such thoughts. The toxins within Zhu Zhuqing had been entirely purged, leaving the water in the bathtub a deep, inky black. Lu Yu needed to concentrate on absorbing these toxins into his own body to prevent them from returning to Zhu Zhuqing. If that were to occur, all his efforts would have been in vain. He then took a deep breath, focusing his mind and guiding his soul energy to draw the medicinal liquid towards Zhu Zhuqing, forming a protective barrier upon the surface of her body. The toxins, now bereft of their intended target, visibly bubbled with agitation, shifting their focus to Lu Yu, launching a fierce assault upon him. Yet, he exhibited not a trace of panic. This was precisely the outcome he desired. A subtle smile graced Lu Yu's lips, as he not only refrained from resisting the potent toxins, but instead opened himself to their intrusion. At the very moment the venom entered his body, Lu Yu let out a muffled groan, for the toxins surged within him as though they had discovered a new realm. How could he remain passive in such a situation? He focused his energy on his dantian. With concentrated intent, Liu guided his soul power through his meridians in a peculiar manner, devouring the toxins in its wake. In no time, the toxins were entirely consumed, and the water in the pot returned to its original emerald green hue, filling the room once again with a refreshing aroma of herbs. Just as Liu prepared to lift Zhu Shiqing from the tub, he suddenly felt enveloped by a wave of warmth. In the next instant, the medicinal liquid in the bathtub began to bubble violently, surging into Lu Yu's body like a tidal wave. Lu Yu suddenly felt his dantian brimming with energy, instantly filled by the potency of the medicine. At that moment, Zhu Shiqing, who lay nestled in Lu Yu's embrace, experienced a similar sensation. A flush of color rapidly spread across her face, and the long-lost warmth enveloping her entire being prompted an involuntary, soothing sigh to escape her lips. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, who was squatting on the ground, fully engrossed in tending to the fire, suddenly sensed something amiss. Her drooping ears perked up as if alerted by an unseen force. An indescribable feeling surged within her, as though a mysterious and unfamiliar voice whispered through the air. Curiosity and confusion welled up in her heart, prompting her to exclaim, "Hey, Lu Yu, you wouldn't be up to something strange, would you?" With that, she swiftly rose to her feet, eager to discern the happenings within the bathtub. However, the entire room was shrouded in thick steam, a dense white veil that obscured her vision. Undeterred, Ning Rongrong strained her eyes, attempting to penetrate the hazy mist to discern the situation within. In the next moment, two figures embraced appeared before her, two individuals tightly entwined. Strangely, Lu Yu's lips were tinged with purple, his body trembling as if he were enduring the harshest of winters, while Zhu Shiqing's complexion was flushed, her hands instinctively tugging at her collar, revealing a significant portion of her bosom, seemingly scorched by an intense heat. As Lu Yu heard Ning Rongrong's voice, the overwhelming potency of the medicine granted him no opportunity to speak. The warmth that had enveloped him transformed into an icy chill the moment the liquid entered his body. He sensed that what coursed through his meridians was not soul power, but a frigid essence, akin to the chilling air from the farthest northern reaches, capable of freezing all. Desperately, Liu endeavored to summon the swirling vortex of soul power within his sea of consciousness, attempting to suppress the bone-chilling cold with an abundance of soul energy. Outside the infirmary, Oscar leaned against the railing, casting a glance at the meditative figure of Zhang Qiqi at the entrance. His gaze then shifted to the somewhat desolate white silhouette in the distance. He nudged Ma Hongjun beside him and remarked, "Hey, fatty. Don't you think Boss Dai has been acting a bit odd these past few days?" Ma Hongjun wiped the grease from his mouth and, while gnawing on a chicken leg from Oscar's food box, mumbled indistinctly, "Odd? There is indeed something off. Since returning, he has only had one meal. That is certainly unusual." With a swift motion, Oscar delivered a light punch to Ma Hongjun's head, exclaiming, "You glutton. That is not what I meant. Have you not noticed the different glances Boss Dai casts at Zhu Shiqing? Why are you hitting me?" It's perfectly normal for Boss Dai to be mesmerized by a beauty. Who wouldn't he want to gaze upon Zhu Shiqing a bit longer? Besides, with her figure, can you honestly say you haven't harbored any improper thoughts as a man? Ma Hongjun protested, rubbing his head while continuing to indulge in the chicken leg. Sighing, Oscar regarded Ma Hongjun, who was savoring his meal with unabashed delight. Clearly, Boss Dai has something going on with Zhu Shiqing. Can't you see that? Moreover, it's obvious Zhu Shiqing has little interest in him, especially after Lu Yu's arrival. Are you suggesting that Boss Dai pursued Zhu Shiqing in the past? She rebuffed him, and now he seeks to rekindle old flames, while Zhu Shiqing has developed feelings for Lu Yu. Is that the gist of it? Ma Hongjun speculated, chewing on the chicken. Indeed, that is more or less the case, Oscar affirmed. Alas, fatty, who do you think will ultimately triumph in this romantic contest? Will it be Boss Dai or Lu Yu? Oscar squatted down, his expression brimming with curiosity as he looked at Ma Hongjun. I believe you've overlooked someone. Ma Hongjun unexpectedly interjected. Who? Oscar inquired with a puzzled expression. Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong? Oscar wore a perplexed expression. Just as the two were indulging in their secretive conversation in the corner, The wooden door of the infirmary creaked open from within. The moment the sound of the door echoed, everyone promptly rose to their feet and gathered at the entrance. A waft of white smoke billowed forth from inside. And at that moment, Ning Rongrong emerged, supporting Zhu Zhuqing, who was clad in a voluminous black robe that concealed her ample figure entirely. Witnessing this, Zhang Qiqi immediately stepped forward to assist, helping Zhu Zhuqing make her way to the girls' dormitory. This was a relief, Oscar thought, as he gazed in astonishment at the now ambulatory Zhu Zhuqing. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai cast a glance at Zhu Zhuqing, a fleeting glimmer of an unusual emotion flashing across his eyes before it was swiftly masked. "Where's Lu Yu?" he inquired. "I am here." A silver-haired figure emerged from the misty interior of the room, and upon stepping out, Liu instinctively tightened the blanket around himself. Achoo! Goodness! What sort of medicine did Grandpa Jack leave behind? It's freezing, Liu murmured to himself. Chapter 162. Liu could not sleep. Achoo! As night fell, Liu sat cross-legged by the bridge, endeavoring to dissipate the medicinal energy within his dantian. Indeed, he had not fully absorbed the potency from the bath earlier that day. Rather, he had remained completely still, allowing the energy to autonomously infiltrate his dantian, regardless of his fervent attempts to channel his soul power to guide it. Thus far, the only side effect of this energy appeared to be an overwhelming chill, despite his persistent efforts to manipulate his soul power. The medicinal force in his dantian remained obstinately unresponsive, indifferent to his attempts. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed in the stillness. Lu Yu raised his head and saw a figure gradually approaching. "Mubai? What brings you here?" Lu Yu was somewhat surprised. He had not expected Dai Mubai to visit at such an hour. "Lu Yu, can't you sleep either?" Dai Mubai inquired, taken aback at encountering Lu Yu while out for a solitary stroll. Should he confide in him about the recent matters? "Well, I've been lying in bed a bit too much these days and decided to get up and stretch my legs," Lu Yu replied with a smile. He observed Dai Mubai's hesitant demeanor and suspected something was amiss with him lately. "Would you care to hear a story?" Dai Mubai proposed. "A story?" Lu Yu responded, puzzled. There was undoubtedly something troubling Dai Mubai. The words seemed unusually out of character, especially when paired with his current solemn expression. "In this land, there exist two ancient families," Dai Mubai began slowly. "Hey, could you not just ramble on while others are lost in thought? At least show some respect for their opinions," Liu muttered inwardly. A boy and a girl hailed from these two-storied families. Due to the peculiarities of their martial souls, there had been a tradition of intermarriage, resulting in a betrothal arranged for them even at birth. As he listened, Liu gradually discerned the unsettling truth. This was the tale of the royal family of the Xing Luo Empire and the Zhu family. Wait, wasn't Dai Mubai the third prince of the Xing Luo Empire? However, these two families adhered to a brutally harsh survival code. It was not merely a matter of one generation, as all descendants were compelled to endure this merciless internecine strife, with only the victors entitled to survive. As he concluded this part, Dai Mubai turned his gaze toward Lu Yu. The boy, seeking to escape this fate, had fled. Yet he soon realized that no matter how he tried to evade the family's curse, it was an ever-present shadow he could not elude. Dai Mubai suddenly paused, leaving his sentence unfinished. Lu Yu, engrossed in the story, was momentarily startled by the abrupt silence. Why had he stopped? Although he was aware of the tale, hearing it from the protagonist himself added a unique flavor to the narrative. "Lu Yu, what do you think of Zhu Zhuqing?" Dai Mubai asked unexpectedly, with no lead-up. "She's quite admirable, a strong-willed girl," Liu pondered for a moment before responding. "Indeed, you are correct. She is a remarkably determined individual," Dai Mubai agreed. Dai Mubai echoed Lu Yu's words, affirming with a thoughtful nod. "No, I believe that within the hearts of those who strive, there exists an indelible softness. For some, their tenacity may be a product of their environment, an inevitable response to their circumstances. Deep down, they yearn for someone upon whom they can depend." Liu rose, his hands resting on the railing of the wooden bridge, gazing at the shimmering surface of the water as he spoke. Unbeknownst to them, during their conversation, a graceful figure in the shadows nearby seemed to have overheard something, turning to depart. After absorbing Lu Yu's words, Dai Mubai fell into a prolonged silence, his gaze fixed vacantly upon the water. "Well, it's getting late. We should return and rest. Be cautious not to catch a chill outside," Liu said, patting Dai Mubai's shoulder with a smile before turning toward the dormitory. After a brief moment of hesitation, Dai Mubai followed in Lu Yu's footsteps. The night swiftly passed. As was his customary practice, Lu Yu rose early to engage in his morning exercises. Donning his weighted armor, he activated the runes inscribed upon it, channeling his soul power to its utmost limit. A familiar sensation of pressure enveloped his entire being. After traversing the Stardow Forest, Liu experienced a slight enhancement in his physical prowess, albeit only marginally. Upon concluding his morning training and returning, he unexpectedly encountered a figure standing ahead, waiting for him. Zhu Zhuqing? A sense of puzzlement washed over Lu Yu as he recognized her presence. What was she doing here? Zhu Zhuqing, what brings you here? Have you recovered from your injuries? He inquired. I am waiting for you, Zhu Zhuqing replied, her tone remaining cool and indifferent. Waiting for me? For what purpose? Lu Yu asked, as he began to remove his weighted gear. Are you planning to return to the Stardow Forest? I wish to accompany you, she stated. Taken aback by her words, Lu Yu straightened and gazed at her. How did you know I intended to go back? I guessed. In any case, just agree, will you? Surely, you must provide me with a reason, Lu Yu insisted. With her hands clasped behind her back, Zhu Zhuqing replied. You need to reach level 50 and hunt soul beasts to acquire soul rings. I must do the same. Furthermore, I owe you and your esteemed mentor my gratitude. Without your assistance in bringing me back from the Stardow Forest, I would not have survived and would not have been able to reach level 30. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback, then composedly explained, there are no predecessors behind me. I am merely an ordinary boy from the countryside. Before Lu Yu could finish his sentence, Zhu Zhuqing interjected, that day in the forest when you vanquished the dark demonic tiger. There were two men in black, an elderly gentleman and a middle-aged man. They brought us to the tavern. And I overheard the conversation between that old man and Dean Flandra. Did you not succumb to poison and lose consciousness? Lu Yu inquired, perplexed. He recalled that Zhu Zhuqing had been unconscious from the encounter with the dark demonic tiger until yesterday. How could she have heard the dialogue between Grandfather Jack and Flandra so clearly? I was occasionally conscious, but unable to awaken, Zhu Zhuqing clarified. Thus, I must accompany you to the Stardow Forest. She looked steadfastly into Lu Yu's eyes as she spoke. No, it is far too perilous there now. And did I not mention that I intended to return? Lu Yu firmly declined, then turned to leave. However, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly stepped in front of him, stating, if you refuse, that individual will continue to follow you until you acquiesce. Lu Yu found himself at a loss for words in the presence of Zhu Zhuqing and reluctantly agreed. All right, if you wish to go, then you may proceed. However, I shall not be responsible should any problems arise. Not a problem. Thank you. Upon receiving his affirmative response, Zhu Zhuqing rarely smiled, expressed her gratitude to Lu Yu, and then turned to depart. Chapter 163. Treasure Hunt. Lu Yu observed the departing figure of Zhu Zhuqing and shook his head. Once again, he set forth on the path to the Stardow Forest, and this time the two chose to travel part of the distance by carriage, as both Zhu Zhuqing and Lu Yu had only recently recovered from their severe injuries. However, along the way, Lu Yu noticed a peculiar phenomenon. The number of travelers on the road had significantly increased compared to before. This path was the most direct route from Soto City to the Stardow Forest, so it was highly likely that these individuals were headed to the Stardow Forest. Yet, considering the recent outbreak of the Beast Tide and the subsequent lockdown of the Stardow Forest, why were there still so many people hastening towards that destination? Lu Yu and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged a glance, both evidently aware of the peculiar phenomenon surrounding them. Mister, why have so many people suddenly appeared on this road? Has something occurred? Lu Yu inquired of the coachman. It's all about the treasures emerging from the Stardow Forest, isn't it? Just recently. There was a beast tide. Why else would so many people be here but for those treasures? The coachman replied, puffing on his pipe and speaking in a fluent dialect. Treasures? Lu Yu murmured. Indeed. I've heard that many have ventured inside, and some are even offering bounties for clues about the treasures, with rewards ranging from hundreds to even thousands of gold coins. If I weren't so old, I'd be tempted to go myself. Perhaps I could earn some money for my grandson's school fees, which would surely be more lucrative than driving this cart, the old man said, exhaling a puff of smoke. Such a crowd. Lu Yu was taken aback by the scene before him. Was this truly the Stardow Forest? Just days ago, it had been nearly deserted, and now it could only be described as a sea of people. The sight was reminiscent of his first expedition into the soul-hunting forest, where the clearing had been bustling with vendors selling their wares. Come take a look. Confidential information on the Stardow treasures. Prices are negotiable. No obligation to pay if you're not interested. Two esteemed guests. Genuine treasure clues here for your perusal. Hey, don't listen to his nonsense. Everything he has is fake. Come check out my offer. Tenfold refund on any counterfeits. A bearded merchant suddenly interjected. Damn it. You've already sold 100 sets this morning. Haven't you? How dare you come here and compete with me? Let me show you just how tough my fists are. Come on then, let us see who is afraid. The two began to brawl as Lu Yu and Zhu Zhuqing turned away and made their way into the forest. Stepping into the woods, the familiar fragrance of the plants enveloped them once more. Two figures darted swiftly between the trees. Lu Yu, don't you feel that something is off? Zhu Zhuqing suddenly remarked. Hearing this, Lu Yu halted, surveying his surroundings before responding. Indeed, it feels rather strange. It is far too quiet here. As they traversed the path in search of suitable soul beasts, they maintained a slow pace, with Liu consistently extending his spiritual sense to probe the area. Yet, throughout their journey, they hadn't encountered a single soul beast, only spotting a few teams of soul masters entering in search of treasures. We haven't seen a single soul beast along the way, and despite the throngs outside, they seemed to vanish upon entering the forest, Zhu Zhuqing noted, her tone revealing her unease. Since there are no soul beasts on the outskirts, perhaps we'll find some deeper within. Teacher Zhao and Dean Flanders should still be in the forest. Perhaps we'll be fortunate enough to encounter them, Liu suggested. Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement. Since there are no soul beasts here that she desires, she shall venture deeper. The system has detected that the host is within the task parameters and has automatically activated task localization. Please proceed to the following location for investigation. Suddenly, the cold electronic voice of the system echoed in Lu Yu's mind, inquiring about the task's location. He silently recited a phrase in his heart. In the next moment, a three-dimensional map abruptly materialized in Lu Yu's consciousness, intricately illustrating the complex terrain and vegetation of the forest. Moreover, it clearly marked the presence of both people and animals within a radius of 500 meters. The two green dots in the center represented Lu Yu and Zhu Zhuqing, while three blue dots on the periphery were swiftly moving, presumably other individuals who had entered the Stardow Forest. Please proceed to the marked location for investigation, host. A small red dot on the edge of the map blinked incessantly, indicating the task point that the system required him to explore. There seemed to be some activity in that direction. Let's investigate, Lu Yu said, turning to Zhu Zhuqing. All right, she nodded in agreement, trusting Lu Yu's superior perception of their surroundings. Soon, the two arrived near the red dot. Suddenly, Lu Yu shouted, "Get down!" Before Zhu Zhuqing could comprehend what was happening, Lu Yu had already pulled her aside. In the next instant, a violent explosion erupted at the very spot where they had just stood, sending dirt flying like powder towards them. It was a fire lian beast. Not far away, a soul beast clad in crimson scales was glaring menacingly at the duo. A fire lian beast? Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, a hint of confusion in her voice, as she had never heard of such a soul beast before. It's a fire attribute soul beast, known for its volatile temperament and extreme territoriality. Do you see the golden patterns on its tail? One pattern signifies 10 years. Two patterns signify 100 years, and with three patterns, it indicates that it has reached the millennium level, Lu Yu explained thoughtfully. Unfortunately, the fire lian beast is a fire attribute, which does not complement your martial spirit well. Lu Yu gazed upon the formidable fire lizard before him. Judging by the patterns on its tail, this creature appeared to be of suitable age. However, its singular fire attribute offered little advantage to Zhu Zhuqing, and for himself. It was insufficiently mature. Lu Yu, I sense it seems to have fixated on us, Zhu Zhuqing remarked, perceiving the malevolent gaze of the fire flame beast. While her knowledge of soul beasts did not rival that of Lu Yu, she could distinctly feel the intense murderous intent emanating from the creature. Stardow Forest Beast-Tide Investigation Task, Anomalous Soul Beasts. Please eliminate all anomalous soul beasts at the designated location. Current target, Fire Flame Beast. Anomalous soul beasts? Lu Yu smirked. Since we've caught its attention, let us vanquish it. No sooner had he spoken, when a blazing fireball suddenly hurtled toward them. With a resounding bang, Zhu Zhuqing gradually opened her eyes, only to discover a figure standing directly before her. Lu Yu, with a single hand crushing the fireball, calmly stated, "As long as I am here, there is no need for concern." In the next instant, his body transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting towards the blazing giant lizard. Chapter 164. The mysterious soul beast. The fiery-eyed flame fiend beast reflected the silhouette of a human, unleashing a furious roar. A searing line of fire shot towards Lu Yu. Observing this, Lu Yu merely smiled faintly, swiftly altering his trajectory. He vanished once more, only to reappear beside the flame fiend beast. delivering a powerful kick that sent its massive form crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Roar. The Flame Fiend beast, now airborne, instantly entered a state of frenzy, emitting a deafening roar as the scales on its body ignited in a fierce blaze. Gathering its soul power, a blazing fireball began to take shape in its maw. 8 gates of Duanjia, 4th gate, open. Lu Yu would not grant it another opportunity to attack. The 8 gates of Duanjia activated instantaneously. With a decisive step, he unleashed another kick towards the beast's chin. Boom. The half-formed fireball was detonated by Lu Yu's kick, resulting in a violent explosion. Immediately, Lu Yu closed the distance again, drawing forth his magical blade, Qianren, executing a seamless and swift strike. Before the Flame Fiend beast could react, it was already lifeless. However, just as Lu Yu prepared to sheath his blade, he noticed Zhu Qing tremblingly raising her hand, pointing behind him and uttering, "Behind you, Lu Yu." The moment Lu Yu turned, an immense and ominous shadow lunged at him like a ferocious beast, enveloping him in an instant. A bone-chilling cold surged forth as if emanating from the depths of the abyss, piercing through Lu Yu's very being, like an ice shard thrusting towards the crown of his head. The chilling aura arrived with such swiftness and ferocity that Lu Yu had scarcely the time to think or react. Instinctively, he executed his most proficient ghostly steps. In a flash, he grasped Zhu Qing's hand, retreating like a specter, swiftly distancing themselves from the mysterious shadow. "What on earth is this?" Both uttered instinctively in unison. As they focused their gaze, they could not help but gasp in astonishment. The Flame Fiend beast, whose head Lu Yu had just severed, was still writhing. Its body struggled as if fueled by an inexhaustible vitality. From the severed neck, dark green blood gushed forth like a fountain, splattering onto the ground, hissing as it released acrid smoke. This bizarre spectacle sent chills down the spines of both individuals, prompting them to ponder in silent dread. What peculiar trait does this beast possess to remain so resilient even after being decapitated? Lu Yu pondered silently. Is this the mutated soul beast mentioned by the system? Even decapitated, it refuses to perish. This is somewhat revolting. Nonetheless, it is a relief that without its head, it can no longer spew fire, making it less troublesome. Lu Yu remarked casually as he calmly approached with his demon blade, 1,000 edges. Since decapitation fails to kill you, I shall cleave you into 10 segments, 100, 1,000, a myriad, until you can no longer rise. As if responding to Lu Yu's summons, the demon blade emitted a sharp, chilling light. In a swift motion, Lu Yu closed the distance with his ghostly steps, drawing the blade from its sheath. The headless Blaze Fiend beast writhed grotesquely, yet in the next instant, several beams of cold light flashed by, slicing the writhing carcass into countless fragments, extinguishing its life completely. However, just as Lu Yu prepared to sheath his blade, the 1,000 edges abruptly flew uncontrollably above the remnants of the corpse, where wisps of black smoke began to emanate from the remains of the Blaze Fiend beast, only to be devoured entirely by the demon blade in the next moment. Lu Yu gazed at the enchanted blade now returned to his possession, a sense of bewilderment washing over him. Side quest: Hunt the mutated Fireblaze beast completed. Task reward: 300 points granted. Current points: 300. Is this truly deemed complete? Lu Yu pondered, glancing at the magical sword in his grasp with perplexity. Please proceed to the next location promptly. Are you all right? Just as Lu Yu stood there lost in thought, Zhu Qing approached him with a brisk gait, inquiring. There is little exploratory value here. Let us seek another place where we might encounter a suitable spirit beast for you. Lu Yu secured the blade at his waist and spoke. Indeed, Zhu Qing had no objections. Generally, spirit beasts possess a strong territorial instinct. Given that this was the domain of that Fireblaze beast, it stood to reason that the surrounding area would yield little in terms of exploration. Moreover, the bizarre scene of the beast's resurrection had left an unsettling impression on her, causing Zhu Qing to feel an eerie chill in this place, making her quite uncomfortable. Lu Yu opened the map in his mind. Although the map's scope was limited, it at least updated in real time to reflect Lu Yu's position. The red dot that had previously lingered at the edge was now firmly situated within the confines of the map. The nearest exploration task lay directly ahead, to the south. With a swift motion, Lu Yu unsheathed his magical blade and deftly cleaved a millennium-old armored scorpion in two. As he gazed upon the purple soul ring hovering above the corpse, a wave of disappointment washed over him. This was merely a standard soul beast, unaltered by mutation. Suddenly, Lu Yu lifted his gaze toward a specific direction. A purple dot on the map was moving rapidly toward them. On the map, aside from 10,000-year soul beasts and their mutated counterparts, other soul beasts were represented by the color of the soul rings corresponding to their age. This indicated that a 1,000-year soul beast was swiftly approaching them. At its current speed, it was already drawing near. As anticipated, the surrounding underbrush rustled, and in the next instant, a shadow sprang forth from within. A fierce roar echoed in the ears of the two. Before them stood a jet-black, tiger-like soul beast adorned with dark purple markings. This was the Shadow Demon Tiger. Liu instantly recalled the information about the soul beast. He estimated that the Shadow Demon Tiger measured at least 5 meters in length, signifying that it was indeed a 1,000-year level creature, its attributes aligned with those of Zhu Zhuqing. Lu Yu raised his gaze towards Zhu Zhuqing, meeting her eyes, from which he discerned her intent. He could only hope she was not mutated, otherwise, their efforts would be in vain. Lu Yu sheathed his magic blade and summoned the Qixing Lotus Staff. Through their earlier exchange of glances, he understood that Zhu Zhuqing wished to claim her third soul ring herself, making her the protagonist of this battle. His role was merely to ensure her safety and incapacitate the Shadow Demon Tiger. Chapter 165, The Hunt for the Third Soul Ring, a tribute to the stars. As starlight cascaded down, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly felt an exhilarating surge of strength, as if every cell in her body rejoiced. The yellow soul ring shimmered as she executed the spectral thrust. Empowered by Lu Yu's comprehensive support, Zhu Zhuqing transformed into a shadow, darting towards the Shadow Demon Tiger. With a swift motion, she tore open a gash in the creature's abdomen, blood gushing forth, eliciting a furious roar from the beast. It raised its formidable claws to strike at Zhu Zhuqing, but Lu Yu was not about to grant it that opportunity. The second purple soul ring beneath his feet began to rotate, emanating a brilliant light. Second soul skill, Light of the Holy Domain. The azure lotus atop the Qixing Lotus Staff began to turn slowly, giving birth to a golden lotus as the purple soul ring ascended and enveloped the golden flower. Suddenly, the golden lotus burst forth, resembling a resplendent bloom radiating dazzling brilliance in the darkness. Following this, a blinding golden beam shot forth at an astonishing speed towards the Shadow Demon Tiger, accompanied by a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the space, making it tremble. At that moment, the once mighty Shadow Demon Tiger, suspended in midair, was rendered unable to react or evade. It could only watch helplessly as the golden beam, akin to a falling star, collided with its form. In an instant, an overwhelming force erupted upon contact with the Shadow Demon Tiger, sending its massive body hurtling backward like a cannonball, tracing a long arc in the air before crashing down to the ground. Mountain Rock Barrier. As the Shadow Demon Tiger landed, Lu Yu's brown soul ring glimmered, and numerous stone pillars surged from the earth like mushrooms after rain, intertwining to ensnare the beleaguered creature firmly. Zhu Zhuqing, Lu Yu called out, to which she immediately responded. The yellow soul ring gleamed brightly as she activated her first soul skill, Spectral Thrust, advancing rapidly. Just as she prepared to deliver the final blow to the soul beast before her, a glint of cold light shot towards her. Zhu Zhuqing swiftly adjusted her stance, executing several flips to evade the attack. As she regained her footing and looked up, she saw an arrow deeply embedded in the ground, its fletching still quivering. "Get out of my way." A furious shout suddenly drew their attention. Suddenly, 3 figures emerged swiftly from the thicket. Among them, a brawny man brandishing a gigantic axe cast a menacing glance at Lu Yu and his companion. An unsettling premonition gripped Lu Yu as he observed the hostile demeanor of the trio. Could it be yet another encounter aimed at seizing the soul ring? "Hey, brat. This Shadow Demon Tiger was discovered by us first," declared the imposing leader, slamming his axe onto the ground with a resounding thud. Alas, it seemed that the mindless antics of these ruffians were all too predictable. Lu Yu pursed his lips and weakly remarked, "Hey, are you both deaf? Didn't you hear my boss speaking to you? This Shadow Magic Tiger belongs to us. If you know what's good for you, scram quickly. Do you even know who our boss is?" At that moment, a small green-haired fellow beside the burly man spoke up. "Oh, may I inquire about your illustrious names?" Li replied with a smile, stepping forward and clasping his hands together in salute. Sensing the situation, Zhu Zhuqing discreetly stepped back to observe Lu Yu's performance. "Humph. Kid, you dare to snatch our soul beast without knowing the names of the 3 brothers? You certainly have some nerve. However, considering this is your first offense, I shall enlighten you. Listen closely. We are the renowned Tian Di Rin trio, feared throughout Soto City." The small green-haired fellow declared proudly. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Go Rin." He thumped his chest with enthusiasm. "And this is Dao Yi." He gestured to a short-haired youth behind him. Then he rushed to the burly man's side and grandly introduced, "And this esteemed individual is our leader, the legendary axe of the mountain, Wei Zhentian." Wei Zhentian. Liu turned back in confusion to glance at Zhu Qing, who shook her head in bewilderment, clearly unfamiliar with the so-called three brothers of heaven and earth. Kid, since you are aware of our illustrious names, it would be wise for you to step aside promptly. Otherwise, our leader Wei Zhentian's mountain-cleaving axe shows no favoritism. Gorin said with a smug expression. The two youngsters before him appeared rather youthful, and their strength was undoubtedly limited. Particularly, his gaze lingered on Zhu Qing, admiring her figure, and thought to himself that not only might he acquire a soul ring today, but he could also potentially win over such a beautiful girl, which would surely lead to delightful dreams in the future. Upon hearing this, Liu narrowed his eyes slightly. His arms, which had been casually resting at his sides, slowly rose and crossed over his chest. Simultaneously, his long and dexterous fingers began to gently caress his well-defined chin, as if he were pondering something of great significance. After a considerable pause, Liu finally spoke again, his tone noticeably slower. Everything within the Stardow forest is unclaimed. You merely speak with your mouths, claiming this soul beast belongs to you. What concrete evidence do you possess to substantiate such a claim? At this point, Liu paused briefly, casting a scrutinizing gaze over the individuals before him. Kid, what are you implying? Tired of living, are you? Let me tell you, today, this soul beast will be yielded, whether you like it or not. Otherwise, you shall see my wrath. The green-haired one suddenly pointed at Zhu Qing behind Liu, his eyes glinting with malice. Oh, you wish to make me suffer? I find myself quite handsome, don't you think, Zhu Qing? A hint of disdain curled at the corners of Liu's lips as he turned to glance at Zhu Qing, who was momentarily amused by his audacity, struggling to suppress her laughter as she looked away. Damn it, kid, you're asking for trouble. Next year on this day, you'll be commemorating your demise. The green-haired one, clearly incensed by Liu's words, shouted to his companions, Boss, let me take care of this little brat. The burly man tightened his grip on the axe handle, letting out a fierce shout as 3 yellow soul rings and 1 purple soul ring began to rotate beneath him. Ah, Liu smiled subtly, realizing that they were soul masters. Now it makes sense. Humph, kid, it's too late to feel fear now. Offending the 3 of us means you should prepare for hell. The burly man bellowed, and as the purple soul ring suddenly glowed, his muscular arms bulged as he raised the massive axe high above his head, preparing to deliver a crushing blow to Liu. Die, kid. The burly man's face twisted into a malevolent grin, but as the axe descended, he felt no sensation of cleaving through flesh. Suddenly, he felt as though the colossal axe in his grasp had become ensnared. No matter how much strength he exerted, it would not budge an inch. Beside him, the green-haired companion, known as the Blade Master, was utterly astonished by the scene before him. Beneath the massive axe, Liu calmly extended a hand, gripping the razor-sharp blade, rendering the formidable force of his opponent powerless to shift the weapon even slightly. Is this truly a human being? The green-haired one murmured to himself. Liu slowly lifted his gaze towards Wei Zhentian and remarked, Did you just imply that I should descend into hell? He then relaxed his grip on the axe blade slightly. Before Wei Zhentian could react, a searing pain surged through his abdomen, and in the next instant, his body curled up like a cooked shrimp, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, toppling several trees in his wake. Not far away, Greenhair watched in astonishment at this scene, when suddenly, a figure appeared before him. Do you wish to see me in distress? Liu's lips curled into a slight smirk, which, at that moment, appeared to Guoran as a smile from the abyssal demon. Bang! He too felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, his body flying backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily onto the ground. No, no, no. Don't come any closer. Watching the impending fate that awaited him, Knife Master was so frightened that his legs turned to jelly, collapsing onto the ground, trembling slightly. In response, Liu did not strike with lethal intent. Instead, he delivered a powerful punch that rendered him unconscious, then retrieved a rope to bind the 3 of them to a tree. After completing this task, Liu approached Zhu Qing. All right, the troubles have been dealt with. Quickly absorb the soul ring. I shall provide you with protection. Thank you, Zhu Qing replied softly before turning to the trapped shadow demon tiger. The yellow soul ring shimmered, and with her second soul skill, the ethereal 100 Claws, she swiftly understood its life force, followed by the gradual manifestation of a purple soul ring. Observing this, Zhu Qing sat cross-legged, releasing her soul power to gently approach the purple soul ring, guiding it above her. A torrent of soul power surged into her body, and Zhu Qing dared not relax for a moment. Gritting her teeth, she withstood the pressure, continuously directing the flow of soul power. Moments later, Zhu Zhuqing slowly opened her eyes and stood, 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, rising beneath her feet. Congratulations, you have officially become a soul master. Lu Yu said with concern as he approached. How do you feel? Any unusual sensations? None at all. I feel my soul power has become more substantial, Zhu Zhuqing replied, shaking her head gently. Quickly, try your new soul skill. This Shadow Demon Tiger should have a high compatibility with your martial spirit, resulting in a significant enhancement. Lu Yu speculated. All right. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, channeling her soul power to summon her martial spirit, completing the martial spirit embodiment. The third purple soul ring rotated slowly, suddenly radiating a brilliant purple light. Third soul skill, Ethereal 100 Slashes. Her slender fingers transformed into blade-like shadows, and as Zhu Zhuqing swung her arms, the stone pillar imprisoning the Shadow Demon Tiger was swiftly sliced into numerous fragments. What sharp claws! Lu Yu exclaimed in admiration as he gazed at the scattered stones. After retracting her martial spirit, Zhu Zhuqing approached him directly, standing before Lu Yu with a gentle smile, softly uttering 3 words, "Thank you." Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback by the sudden smile that graced Zhu Zhuqing's face. It was the first time he had witnessed such an authentic expression from her after all this time. That sweet smile, emerging from someone typically aloof like Zhu Zhuqing, imbued her with an enchanting charm. No need to thank me. Let us go. Since you have found your third soul ring, we should head outside and get you settled, Lu Yu suggested. However, my third soul ring was located with your assistance. Although my strength is not particularly formidable, I wish to remain by your side. At the very least, I can help you remain vigilant of our surroundings and lend a hand. Moreover, I require practical experience in honing my soul skills, Zhu Zhuqing countered, her voice resolute and unyielding. Well, all right then, Lu Yu acquiesced without further contemplation. He then activated the task map in his mind and set off towards the nearest investigation site, taking the liberty to untie the ropes binding the 3 brothers as they departed. Unbeknownst to them, shortly after their exit, a shadow materialized before the unconscious trio. The eldest, who bore the least severe injuries, was the first to regain consciousness. Shaking her head, she looked up to see a young man standing before them, gazing down with an air of superiority. Ah! A piercing scream shattered the silence, and her complexion turned as pale as a sheet. Her eyes wide in disbelief as she beheld the scene before her. You, she stammered, her voice caught in her throat, as if an invisible hand had clenched around it, resulting in only fragmented, indistinct whimpers escaping her lips. At that moment, the mysterious figure moved with lightning speed, leaving no opportunity for her to react. He suddenly raised his arm, his slender fingers curling slightly, as if commanding a terrifying force. In an instant, a dense, inky black light erupted from his fingertips, resembling a ferocious black dragon that lunged menacingly towards her. The darkness surged forward with astonishing velocity, closing in on her in the blink of an eye. She stood paralyzed, helplessly witnessing the unfolding events, her heart brimming with despair. Her legs grew weak, as if all vigor had been siphoned from her body. The thought of fleeing was a distant luxury, and even moving a single step felt utterly unattainable. The newcomer observed as the black dragon began to merge with her body. Leaning down, he spoke slowly. Go after the couple we encountered earlier. Remember, do not raise any alarms, simply follow them. Upon finishing his words, the man turned and departed. Moments later, Dao Yi abruptly lifted her head, revealing that her eyes were largely consumed by a crimson hue. She gradually rose, summoning her martial spirit 2 short blades, which she raised towards the remaining 2 individuals. At that instant, the green-haired Gorin suddenly regained consciousness and, observing Dao Yi's actions, exclaimed, "Little blade, what are you doing? Put down the knife." However, before he could complete his sentence, the sharp blade swiftly descended, slicing across his throat and leaving behind a faint crimson mark. Gorin slowly collapsed to the ground, confusion evident in his gaze. Subsequently, Dao Yi adeptly dispatched another individual, and in the next moment, the 2 short blades in her grasp emitted several strands of black silk, intertwining and enveloping the 2 lifeless bodies. In an instant, the corpses were consumed by the dark threads. From a distance, Yuze watched this scene with satisfaction, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Truly, Lord Shadow is formidable. With just a slight maneuver, he can ascertain Lu Yu's whereabouts. Ah, Lu Yu this time. I shall ensure your demise. Unbeknownst to Dao Yi, who had just devoured the 2, a hidden figure lurked behind a tree, releasing a surge of black soul power, propelling herself towards the direction Lu Yu had previously fled. Chapter 167. An Unexpected Calamity? With a sharp clang, the blade sang as it gleamed coldly. And Lu Yu slowly sheathed his sword. The black-armored scorpion behind him was instantaneously cleaved into 6 segments, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. A plume of black smoke began to rise from the remains of the creature, revealing it to be a mutated soul beast. The 10th one. Lu Yu silently counted in his mind, before directing his gaze southward. According to the system map, that was the location of the final investigation point. Lu Yu slowly regained his composure, suddenly sensing a searing gaze firmly fixed upon him. When he focused his attention, he discovered that Zhu Zhuqing was intently scrutinizing him, her eyes roving up and down as if she sought to uncover some hidden truth within him. "What is it? Is there something on my face?" Lu Yu inquired, feeling a twinge of discomfort. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing's gaze burned with an extraordinary intensity, akin to a blazing torch, seemingly intent on dissecting his very essence. This fierce and unwavering stare sent a wave of unease through Lu Yu, stirring a chill deep within his heart. Lu Yu instinctively reached out to gently touch his cheek, attempting to ascertain whether there was indeed something peculiar or striking about his visage, as Zhu Zhuqing had suggested. However, he found nothing unusual. Yet the sensation of being scrutinized so closely and unabashedly lingered, rendering him increasingly restless. "No, it merely seems you are somewhat unhinged," Zhu Zhuqing remarked nonchalantly. "What do you mean by that?" Lu Yu was left somewhat bewildered by her words. "I did not intend to insult you. I meant it in the most literal sense," Zhu Zhuqing elucidated. "Throughout our journey, you have consistently demonstrated an uncanny ability to discern which soul beasts are mutated and which are not. Thus, I am quite curious if there resides within you an ancient sage who has lived for countless years. Indeed, during their travels, Lu Yu had always been able to promptly identify the mutated soul beasts, and after vanquishing each one, he could unfailingly locate the next mutated creature. What perplexed Zhu Zhuqing further was Lu Yu's assertion that their primary objective in entering the forest was to seek an appropriate 5th soul ring. While his every action had been directed toward the mutated soul beasts, it was noteworthy that every mutated soul beast they encountered dissipated into black smoke upon death, yielding no soul rings. Coupled with the fact that Lu Yu had attained level 50 at the tender age of 12, Zhu Zhuqing now speculated that an elderly sage resided within him, guiding him from the shadows. Lu Yu found himself utterly dazed by Zhu Zhuqing's musings. Initially, he almost believed that the existence of the system had been revealed, but he was astonished by the richness of Zhu Zhuqing's imagination. It appeared she had indulged in her fair share of novels. "Think as you wish. Let us assume there is indeed an elderly sage within me," Lu Yu chuckled, sheathing his magical blade as he set forth towards the final investigative location. "By the way, the old man instructed me to remind you to curtail your reading of novels, for it hinders your development," Zhu Zhuqing muttered under her breath, rolling her eyes, before hastily catching up to Lu Yu's stride. Lu Yu and Zhu Zhuqing leaped through the forest, the distance between the 2 green dots and the red dot on the map diminishing steadily. This indicated that they were drawing nearer to the final investigation site. However, Lu Yu keenly observed that the red dot representing the last task was significantly larger than the previous ones and bore a deeper hue. As they approached the red dot, Lu Yu was astonished to realize that his mental perception range was increasingly contracting and becoming more indistinct. With a furrowed brow and a hint of concern in his eyes, he murmured to himself, "It seems that this final location may herald a fierce battle. Perhaps a formidable boss will emerge." For reasons unknown, an ominous premonition began to stir within him. This sensation was reminiscent of his past life experiences in gaming, where he had braved numerous challenges, only to be confronted at the brink of success by a powerful boss whose level far exceeded his own. That adversary, with a single, thunderous sweep of its hand, could effortlessly overwhelm him, sending him back to the novice village. Suddenly, as thoughts surged through Lu Yu's mind like a torrent, a sharp, piercing sound sliced through the air, resembling an arrow soaring through the skies. The abruptness of the noise left Lu Yu momentarily stunned. "Be careful." Almost simultaneously, Zhu Zhuqing's urgent and melodious voice rang out, echoing like thunder in Lu Yu's ears. Yet, at that moment, Lu Yu was still reeling from shock. His body instinctively yearned to react, but everything felt sluggish. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Zhuqing darted toward him like a wraith, her movements swift and decisive, devoid of hesitation. In an instant, she reached Lu Yu's side and forcefully pushed him aside. Lu Yu felt an overwhelming force surge towards him, causing his body to involuntarily tilt to one side. In the next moment, a glimmering cold light almost brushed past his eyelids. At this moment, Liu finally discerned that the glimmer he had witnessed earlier was, in fact, a dagger, its point deeply embedded within the trunk of a tree. In the next instant, the blade of the dagger began to tremble violently, astonishingly propelling itself directly out from the tree's bark. Lu Yu followed the trajectory of the flying dagger and soon noticed a petite figure perched on the treetop, gazing intently in his direction, or more specifically, at him. Who could that be? Liu immediately rose, his senses heightened as he scrutinized the familiar silhouette. He felt an unsettling recognition, as if he had encountered her before. Are you all right? At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing approached with concern, clearly having noticed the figure in the tree as well, standing alongside Lu Yu. Who is she? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, her voice laced with curiosity. Lu Yu gently shook his head, observing that the other party had sheathed their dagger yet continued to gaze in this direction, seemingly devoid of any intention to strike. However, before Liu could articulate his thoughts, an audacious laughter erupted, reverberating through the air. Ha. Chapter 168, The Uncharted Realm. Warning. You have entered an uncharted realm. Warning. You have entered an uncharted realm. Warning. You have entered an uncharted realm. Suddenly, 3 consecutive electronic beeps resonated within Lu Yu's mind, as the map in his consciousness was instantly engulfed in a crimson hue, resembling flowing blood. In the next moment, Lu Yu's figure abruptly vanished from the spot. Suddenly, a shroud of darkness enveloped Lu Yu, as if an immense curtain had swiftly descended, completely obscuring his vision. In that fleeting moment, he found himself immersed in an endless void of blackness, where the silence was so profound it sent shivers down his spine. This darkness resembled an unfathomable abyss, seemingly intent on consuming him entirely. At that instant, Liu felt an irresistible force violently tugging at his body, compelling him to plummet downward. His heart raced with alarming intensity, a wave of unprecedented terror surging through him. He attempted to resist, yet the strength of that force rendered him powerless. As he continued to descend, the air around him grew oppressively heavy, making it nearly impossible to breathe. Intermittent howls echoed through the darkness, as if countless unseen phantoms were shrieking in his ears. Then, without warning, a blinding light erupted like a razor-sharp sword, slicing through the previously impenetrable darkness and tearing open a narrow, profound fissure. This abrupt turn of events caught Lu Yu off guard, and almost instinctively, he raised his right hand. The brilliant light surged towards him like a tumultuous tide. However, upon reaching his outstretched palm, it was met by an imperceptible barrier, forcing it to struggle through the narrow gaps between his fingers. These fragmented beams of light intertwined like golden threads, cascading over Lu Yu's face and body, painting a bizarre and enigmatic tableau of illumination. What manner of place is this? Lu Yu furrowed his brow, murmuring in bewilderment. Just then, the surrounding light began to warp strangely, as if being kneaded by an invisible hand. Subsequently, he felt a tangible sensation beneath his feet, as though a mysterious force had gently placed him upon solid ground. Hesitantly, he opened his eyes, cautiously surveying his surroundings. What he beheld made him gasp in astonishment. He was standing within a vast and boundless forest. The woods were extraordinarily dense, with towering ancient trees whose branches intertwined to form a canopy that nearly obscured the sky. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the foliage, casting dappled patterns of light and shadow. A damp mist lingered in the air, imparting an eerie yet alluring atmosphere. Where's Zhu Zhuqing? Lu Yu looked around, only to realize he was utterly alone. Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed from afar. Lu Yu looked up to see dark clouds gathering above the forest, accompanied by flashes of lightning and booming thunder, as streaks of lightning crashed down. It appeared as though a battle was unfolding above. Lu Yu gazed at the distant lightning, each strike seemingly orchestrated by unseen hands. The map of his mind still lingered, and the final investigation point appeared to lie ahead. He must swiftly devise a means to reunite with Zhu Zhuqing, Lu Yu mused. With a ghostly step, his body transformed into a fleeting shadow, as he hastened toward the eye of the storm. Meanwhile, within the Stardow forest, Lu Yu and Zhu Zhuqing surveyed their surroundings with vigilance, calling out Lu Yu's name. At the moment she heard that eerie laughter, a sharp pain pierced her mind as if countless steel needles had violently penetrated her skull, rendering her consciousness hazy. Gripping her head in agony, she trembled slightly, striving to maintain her awareness. Yet, the excruciating pain surged like relentless waves, threatening to engulf her entirely. After what seemed an eternity, as Zhu Zhuqing finally emerged from the depths of her torment, she realized that Lu Yu had vanished without a trace. The surroundings fell silent, leaving her isolated in desolation. A wave of inexplicable fear and helplessness washed over her, causing a shiver to run down her spine. Suddenly, a glint of cold light flashed, and Zhu Zhuqing instinctively sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a blade that grazed past her. She scanned her surroundings with heightened caution. Stop searching. That boy has already fallen into the domain of the Shadow Lord and has no chance of survival. A figure materialized before her. Zhu Zhuqing regarded the man before her. A vague recollection of having seen him somewhere tugging at her memory, yet she could not grasp it. Who are you? Who am I? That question is of little consequence to you now. After all, you are merely a fleeting soul, he replied, a cold gaze reflecting the inevitability of death. Kill her. He commanded the girl beside him, who then transformed into a wisp of black smoke. The girl wielding the dagger moved with an unsettling stiffness, nodding in acknowledgement. Yet her eyes bore no vitality, as if her soul had been extinguished. Like a puppet under external control, she advanced toward Zhu Zhuqing. Simultaneously, the yellow soul ring beneath her feet blazed with brilliant light, and the girl surged forward with astonishing speed, resembling an arrow loosed from its bow. Her velocity was such that she left behind a blurred afterimage, nearly impossible to track. At that critical moment, Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes fixated on the approaching girl. And in an instant, her first yellow soul ring erupted in radiant brilliance, akin to a blazing sun. With a flicker, Zhu Zhuqing moved with the swiftness of lightning. Unleashing her first soul skill, the ethereal thrust. Like a wraith, she advanced rather than retreating, closing the distance between herself and the girl in an instant. Meanwhile, the second yellow soul ring began to radiate, its resplendent light illuminating the surrounding space. Accompanied by this brilliance, Zhu Zhuqing's hands underwent a rapid transformation, morphing into razor-sharp claws. In the next instant, without hesitation, Zhu Zhuqing unleashed her second soul skill, the ethereal claw of shadows. Her hand shimmered with an eerie cold light as she lunged towards the girl. However, in a heartbeat, the girl's figure vanished before her eyes, leaving Zhu Zhuqing to stabilize her stance upon landing. Astonishingly, the girl reappeared at the spot where the previous dagger had fallen. Chapter 169. The Mysterious Soul Ring. As the girl touched down, another dagger was swiftly hurled, producing a sharp metallic clang. Zhu Zhuqing's hands, akin to flying blades, glimmered with a pitch-black sheen. The third soul skill, Ethereal Slash. The sound of clashing metal rang out incessantly as the two figures engaged in a fierce exchange, sparks flying in their wake. With each encounter, a look of astonishment gradually crept across Zhu Zhuqing's face. It seemed as though the girl possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of strength. After several exchanges, Zhu Zhuqing felt her hands growing numb, while her opponent appeared as a relentless machine of slaughter. Although initially somewhat rigid, the girl's speed and precision sharpened with each clash, becoming increasingly elusive. Suddenly, just as Zhu Zhuqing was about to seize her opponent, a dagger struck from an exceptionally cunning angle. She hastily withdrew her hands, narrowly evading the lethal blow. Yet, her adversary showed no sign of granting her respite. A third purple soul ring manifested beneath the girl's feet. The dark purple soul ring. Upon witnessing the smoky aura emanating from the ring, Zhu Zhuqing felt a wave of astonishment wash over her. She could sense the malevolent essence radiating from it, reminiscent of the mutated soul beasts that Lu Yu had previously slain. In that fleeting moment, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. The girl's third soul ring erupted with dazzling brilliance. And astonishingly, her figure split into three identical specters, each moving with incredible speed towards Zhu Zhuqing. Each phantom wielded a pair of razor-sharp blades, glinting with a chilling light. In an instant, 6 blades surged towards Zhu Zhuqing like a tempest, their velocity rendering the scene almost incomprehensible. Faced with such a rapid onslaught, Zhu Zhuqing had no choice but to retreat swiftly, her form agilely dodging left and right. However, the 6 blades seemed to possess a sentient will, relentlessly pursuing her and closing in, leaving her with no chance to catch her breath, while already several wounds marred her skin. Suddenly, the 6 blades struck again as all 3 phantoms advanced in unison. Zhu Zhuqing's yellow soul ring blazed to life beneath her feet. Rather than remaining on the defensive, she resolved to take the initiative. First soul skill, Ethereal Thrust. In an instant, Zhu Zhuqing's figure vanished, only to reappear behind the girl. The purplish soul ring shimmered as Zhu Zhuqing unhesitatingly unleashed the phantom slash towards the figure in the center. A sickening sound echoed as blood gushed forth. A surge of joy welled up within Zhu Zhuqing. Although the 3 phantoms appeared identical to the naked eye, their movements were markedly more rigid compared to the real body as the assault intensified. and the phantom's eyes bore only black pupils. After enduring a heavy blow from Zhu Zhuqing, the phantom displayed a noticeable pause, a flaw. Seizing this opportunity, Zhu Zhuqing lunged forward once more. As her true form suffered injury, the two phantoms were evidently affected as well. In that fleeting moment, Zhu Zhuqing swiftly employed the phantom claw, eliminating the two phantoms. As they dissipated, she immediately directed her attack towards the real body. Phantom slash! With this thunderous cry, the girl had just turned around, yet before she could react, a chilling glimmer sliced through the air like lightning. In an instant, a fine line of crimson appeared upon the girl's fair neck. Following this, a dull thud resonated as her body, bereft of support, toppled forward and crashed heavily onto the unforgiving ground. Her vacant eyes briefly sparkled with life before surrendering to an expression of relief. As the essence of her life swiftly ebbed away, experiencing this firsthand, Zhu Zhuqing was suddenly overtaken by an indescribable wave of nausea. It felt as though an invisible hand had gripped her stomach tightly, churning violently within. The tumultuous sensation became unbearable. With a gasp, she opened her mouth and expelled the food she had previously consumed. This marked Zhu Zhuqing's first act of taking a life, though she understood that her actions were driven by the instinct for survival. Confronting such a brutal and bloody scene elicited a profound sense of fear and discomfort deep within her. Meanwhile, in the realm of the unknown, Lu Yu employed the ghostly steps, arriving at the heart of the battle in mere moments. The closer he drew to the epicenter, the more overwhelming the shock of the descending thunder became. As Lu Yu approached, he beheld at least 10 figures engaged in a fierce battle with a soul beast. These figures stood majestically in the air, akin to celestial deities. Each was enveloped in a unique and resplendent radiance. Some glowed with the intense heat of blazing flames. Others shone with the serene clarity of moonlight, while some emanated a profound, deep blue reminiscent of the boundless ocean. Yet, what captivated attention even more was that these 10 formidable beings were uniformly surrounded by 9 soul rings. These rings exuded a powerful and mysterious aura, as if they contained limitless strength. They varied in color, displaying brilliant gold, vivid crimson, and deep, somber black, among others. Dozens of soul rings intertwined, shimmering across the sky, creating a vibrant tapestry of colors. The dazzling light illuminated the heavens, transforming the previously dim world into a realm of brilliance. Who were these extraordinary individuals? And what brought them to this place? Lu Yu was particularly intrigued by the soul beast that was locked in combat with the 10-titled Delaw, which, despite the odds, did not seem to falter. Lu Yu held his breath, enveloping himself in an air of eerie stealth as he moved with the grace of a phantom. Each step he took was as light as a feather, wary of producing even the slightest sound that might attract unwanted attention. His agile form seemed to meld seamlessly with the surrounding environment, skillfully utilizing trees, rocks, and other natural cover to obscure his presence. At this moment, Lu Yu concentrated every ounce of his mental fortitude, daring not to let a single trace of it escape. After all, above him hovered a formidable assembly of 10 titled Doluos. Even more chilling was the presence of an enigmatic soul beast soaring through the skies, its overwhelming aura suggesting it possessed at least a century's worth of power. In such a perilous situation, should Lu Yu inadvertently reveal himself, the consequences would be unimaginably dire, akin to courting death. Thus, he had to maintain absolute vigilance and caution, ensuring he would not become the target of scrutiny. Lu Yu held his breath, remaining ever alert while fully concentrating on the ongoing battle. Suddenly, a realization struck him as he noticed a dark smoke. In Chapter 170, The Descent of the Sacred Realm, Lu Yu was astonished to discover that the soul beast emanated the same dark smoke he had encountered outside, similar to those mutated soul beasts, but with an even greater density that obscured its form, far surpassing the beasts outside. Could it be that the higher the age of the soul beast, the denser the black mist? Or was it that these mutated soul beasts and the black mist were the result of this particular soul beast's influence? Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a brilliant pillar of lightning struck down, causing the earth to tremble as if shaken by the thunder. The colossal entity enveloped in lightning let out a furious roar, and the surrounding black mist surged violently, rising toward the heavens like a boiling cauldron. Its form became discernible. In the sky, a figure cloaked in black spoke, "Quickly. The black mist that the residual soul can manipulate is limited. Seize this opportunity to detach it from that great serpent." Feng Guanshan spoke swiftly, as the soul rings floating beside him exploded with dazzling brilliance. In the next moment, he transformed into a resplendent phoenix engulfed in flames, unleashing a searing line of fire from his mouth. In the sky, witnessing the powerful being manifesting their martial soul's true form, the onlookers did not dare to hesitate, urging their soul power to summon their own martial souls in response to the impending crisis. In an instant, a magnificent array of light intertwined, dazzling to the eyes. At that moment, 3 young men with green hair simultaneously shouted, their bodies undergoing a tremendous transformation, swiftly morphing into 3 spiraling azure dragons. These dragons were immense, shimmering with a radiant blue light, exuding an overwhelming aura. Upon closer inspection, one of the dragons bore a vertical eye that had unexpectedly sprouted in its forehead. This eye was blood red, resembling a blazing inferno, and emanated a chilling aura of terror. The moment it opened, it seemed as if the entire world trembled in response. On the other side, 3 youthful women transformed into 3 white tigers with wings sprouting from their backs, radiating a sacred essence. In the next heartbeat, the 3 white tigers became increasingly ethereal, gradually overlapping and merging into a single, larger white tiger. This magnificent beast flapped its 4 limbs and wings, golden patterns adorning its body, exuding a divine aura. It was the Trinity martial soul fusion skill. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Yu was immediately taken aback. The 3 titled Duoyuos had unleashed a soul fusion technique, utilizing the formidable white tiger, a pinnacle beast spirit. He could scarcely fathom the strength of such a move. Beside the colossal white tiger, 3 robust men let out a low roar, their forms suddenly morphing into 3 gigantic tortoises. Yet, they were distinct. One bore a bull's head in place of a turtle's, another sported a horned rhinoceros head, and the last resembled an alligator. Their tails, however, were all replaced by a serpent, coiling majestically upon the grand tortoise's back. Among the remaining 2, one transformed into a creature with the head of an eagle and the body of a lion, adorned with wings, while the other astonishingly morphed into a pitch-black crow, its chest sprouting a 3rd leg. Above this 3rd leg, a plume of golden feathers emanated a gentle radiance, the golden crow radiating an aura of scorching sanctity. At that moment, the space seemed to contort as 12 titled Duoyuos simultaneously manifested their true soul forms. The soul fusion technique. 12 figures in the sky spoke in unison, causing the space to twist once more, this time visibly so. The sacred domain descends. Purification and detachment. As the final words echoed, the entire space began to tremble violently, as if an invisible force was forcibly tearing apart the very fabric of reality. Then, with a resounding crack, the once tranquil sky was abruptly torn asunder, revealing a profound and dark fissure before the astonished onlookers. This rift expanded relentlessly, as if seeking to consume the entire sky. In that instant, a breathtaking spectacle unfolded. From within the black void, magnificent pavilions and towers slowly emerged. These structures resembled celestial palaces, radiating a dazzling brilliance that was almost blinding. They were arranged in a harmonious manner, some soared into the clouds, while others were intricately designed. Each edifice was exquisitely crafted, showcasing flying eaves and painted beams, exemplifying both unparalleled craftsmanship and a grand, luxurious aesthetic. At this moment, the majestic architectural ensemble descended gradually towards the earth and upon the highest structure. An ancient bronze bell began to sway gently. Boom! Suddenly, a deep, resonant toll echoed like thunder, reverberating throughout the entire space. This bell sounded as if imbued with boundless power and authority, causing the surrounding air to stir, resulting in visible ripples that spread outward in concentric circles. Just moments later, the heavy, solemn chime resounded again, louder and more profoundly stirring than before. Simultaneously, a colossal and imposing soul beast charged forth from the distance, exuding an aura that sent shivers down the spine, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly beneath its weight. The soul beast tilted its head towards the heavens and unleashed a final, earth-shattering roar, a sound that seemed poised to pierce the very clouds and shake the world to its core. At that moment, the ancient bronze bell, which had stood in silent vigil, resonated once more with a deep and melodious chime. With this sound, the magnificent architectural ensemble was suddenly ignited, erupting in a brilliance that was utterly blinding. These rays of light flowed through the air like golden torrents, intertwining and illuminating the entire area as if it were daylight. The luminous waves surged forth with a force capable of obliteration, hurtling towards the soul beast, which responded by unleashing a beam of annihilating energy from its maw. A clash poised to occur in that instant. Liu felt as though the world before him had lost all color and sound, leaving only silence and whiteness. In the next moment, a thunderous roar erupted in his ears, as if his very bones were about to shatter. The epicenter of the clash unleashed a colossal shockwave that swept outward in an instant. Caught off guard, Liu instinctively raised his hands to shield himself, only to be hurled away. In the next blink, he sensed a powerful force behind him, a strong hand steadying him from behind. After what felt like an eternity, Liu Yu noticed that the world around him had fallen silent, and that steadying hand had quietly withdrawn. Lowering his arms, he looked ahead, only to find the scene before him in utter disarray. His gaze was first drawn to the ravaged forest, while the magnificent structures in the sky slowly faded away. The 12 manifestations of martial spirits had reverted to their human forms. At this moment, at the center of the explosion, a massive figure lay prostrate on the ground, its surrounding dark aura having long since vanished. Liu was taken aback upon witnessing the true form of that soul beast. "Let us depart. This space is on the brink of collapse," an aged voice echoed from behind. Chapter 171. Retreat, let us depart. This space is on the brink of collapse. The familiar aged voice resonated once more. "Grandfather," Liu Yu exclaimed in surprise upon turning around to see that familiar figure. "First, follow me away from here. We can discuss everything else once we are outside," Jack urged, not waiting for Liu Yu to respond. He placed a hand on Liu Yu's shoulder, while the other produced a string of silver beads, which, in the next moment, burst forth with a dazzling white light. In an instant, Liu Yu felt a weakness beneath his feet, involuntarily closing his eyes. When he opened them again, they had already departed from that realm and returned to the starry great forest. Just as Liu Yu was about to speak, a rustling sound suddenly emanated from the nearby thicket, and then a figure staggered into view, faltering a few steps before collapsing to the ground with a thud. Zhu Zhuqing? As Liu Yu approached to discern the face of the individual, he was taken aback to find her body marred with injuries. Zhu Zhuqing's complexion was pale, her form riddled with wounds that appeared to have been inflicted by sharp objects. The injuries had already turned black, with traces of dark energy lingering in some areas. The dark energy has not yet penetrated her body. If we act swiftly, this young woman may still be saved, old Jack remarked after casting a glance at her. Extract it? Of course, the 1,000 blades, Liu Yu thought, observing the dark energy surrounding Zhu Zhuqing. He promptly drew the magical blade, 1,000 blades, with a swift motion. The blade was unsheathed, its tip aimed at Zhu Zhuqing's wounds. In the next moment, the inscriptions on the blade radiated a violet glow, and within moments, the dark energy enveloping her dissipated entirely. Just as Liu Yu prepared to sheath the blade, old Jack suddenly interjected, "Little Yu, may I take a look at the sword in your hand?" He gestured toward Liu Yu's magical blade. Liu Yu handed the knife to old Jack without a moment's hesitation. What a peculiar blade it was. Old Jack took hold of the enigmatic weapon, cradling it as if it were a rare treasure. His eyes widened in astonishment as he began to scrutinize it closely. The shattered edge of the blade shimmered under the brilliant sunlight, resembling fragments of a torn star, emanating a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. The hilt was even more captivating, adorned with intricate and elaborate engravings that seemed to harbor some ancient and formidable power. As sunlight cascaded upon the hilt, the patterns emitted a faint violet glow, akin to wisps of purple smoke slowly ascending and swirling around. Yet, after only a few glances, old Jack returned the knife to Liu Yu, instructing him to secure it before stepping outside. He spoke casually, showing little curiosity about the knife's origins. Soon, the three returned to the small town adjacent to the starry forest, which had once again transformed into a bustling hub, teeming with life since Liu Yu's departure a few days prior. Numerous street vendors were still hawking tales of treasures from the starry forest, along with maps and various trinkets. Old Jack sat by the window, sipping tea while gazing serenely at the throngs of people below. At that moment, Liu Yu approached him. The little girl isn't severely affected by the dark energy. She should awaken soon, old Jack remarked, casting a glance at Liu Yu before shifting his focus back to the window. "Grandfather, is it true that the treasures of the starry forest exist?" Liu Yu inquired, taking a seat opposite old Jack. "Didn't you already deduce that? Surely you didn't risk entering the forest merely for trivial matters." Old Jack replied with a knowing smile. "Grandfather, is the beast tied in the starry forest connected to that dark energy? And is that so-called treasure merely a ruse to lure people into the forest to meet their demise?" Liu Yu blurted out all his accumulated questions in one breath. "You're quite perceptive. The treasure is indeed a mere bait to ensnare them into their doom," old Jack confirmed. "Then who orchestrates all this, and what is their purpose?" Liu Yu pressed further. Hold on, asking so many questions at once. Are you not concerned about confusing this old man? Old Jack chuckled, taking a sip of his tea. Let us begin with the mastermind behind the scenes. I can assure you that the architect of this incident is not from this continent. Indeed, they are not even human. Not from our continent. Lu Yu queried, bewildered. Correct. The space you inadvertently stumbled into was created to separate it from that azure sky serpent, trapping it within a temporary realm. As for that entity, in a certain sense, you have already encountered it. When you were a child, your parents perished because of those otherworldly fiends. My parents were killed by otherworldly fiends? Lu Yu murmured in disbelief. Indeed, when those fiends invaded your homeland, your parents risked their lives to escape with you. By the time I discovered the situation, it was already too late. Today, what was vanquished was merely a fragment of that beast. Its true form remains shrouded in mystery. The treasure serves merely as a ruse to lure soul masters into the forest to furnish it with sustenance. Old Jack spoke slowly. However, it is now certain that there are allies aiding this creature, for it could not disseminate information so swiftly or grow so rapidly without assistance. The blue sky bull python? Lu Yu was taken aback upon hearing those words. As far as he knew, the two dominant forces in the Stardow Forest were the Titan giant ape and the blue sky bull python. The fact that the enigmatic dark energy could manipulate the blue sky bull python, and this was merely a fragment of its power, was indeed alarming. Do you know who is aiding it from behind? Old Jack shook his head slowly. You need not concern yourself with that. What you must focus on now is diligently honing your skills while I, this old relic, still have some time left to guide you. However, grandfather, Lu Yu wished to say more but was interrupted by Old Jack's raised hand. If you wish to learn more, seek it out for yourself. The token your parents left behind is the finest clue. It will lead you back to the sacred domain, where you shall uncover all the answers you seek. Your classmate is about to awaken. Shortly, I shall take you into the forest to seek your fifth soul ring. Old Jack rose slowly and stepped outside, leaving Lu Yu alone by the window, gazing vacantly at the bustling crowd below. The sacred domain? Lu Yu's heart stirred with curiosity regarding his origins. This was a place he had never heard of before. It seemed that the path ahead would be long indeed. He could not help but sigh. What is this? When did you become so melancholic? A voice interrupted him. From beside him, a tome with a singular I floated toward him. Emoholic, observing Lu Yu's days, could not resist teasing him. Are you worried about that stunning beauty in bed? Or perhaps about your own prowess? You're the one lacking. A man's worst fear is to be deemed inadequate. Lu Yu retorted. Old Mo, do you possess any exceptional healing magic? Lu Yu inquired. Healing magic? Emoholic pondered briefly before responding. There are quite a few. Why do you ask? Your first soul skill possesses healing properties, does it not? What is the purpose of this inquiry? Oh, just curious. Does the cultivation of healing magic require any special conditions, such as specific elemental attributes? Lu Yu pressed on. There are indeed many restrictions. Your first soul skill is already comparable to most healing magics. After all, most healing spells, aside from those mastered exclusively, only address symptoms without resolving the underlying issues. Given your current circumstances, I would recommend you explore alchemy, Emoholic suggested. Alchemy? Lu Yu felt perplexed. What connection could there possibly be between alchemy and healing magic? Indeed, in the realm of Austin, many of the formulas for magical potions originate from the hands of alchemists. Among these are numerous healing potions. In their laboratories, they often stumble upon concoctions that deviate from the intended experiments. Consequently, the subsequent professions of potion makers and apothecaries largely necessitate knowledge of alchemy. As Metaholic rested upon the table, he gazed at Lu Yu with a singular eye and remarked, the path you choose ultimately lies in your hands. However, to speak candidly, the extent of your journey will depend on your own resolve. Although you possess considerable talent, I have witnessed far too many gifted individuals falter midway. Should you lack the tenacity for this pursuit, I advise you to content yourself with being an elemental mage. That can be quite commendable as well. Then I shall pursue alchemy, Lu Yu replied nonchalantly. Are you certain? You did hear my earlier words? The difficulty and cost of mastering alchemy are not something the average person can endure. I am certain, Lu Yu asserted with unwavering conviction. Very well. I shall teach you once you acquire the fifth soul ring. After all, that endeavor demands substantial mental acuity and physical prowess. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed through the forest. Old Jack observed Lu Yu's silhouette in the distance, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Although he was ostensibly aiding Lu Yu in obtaining the fifth soul ring, Old Jack had mostly remained a spectator throughout the journey. The soul beasts encountered were primarily dealt with by Lu Yu himself, and for those he could not confront, Old Jack was quick to whisk Zhu Zhuqing away, requiring no intervention on his part. Lu Yu, be cautious behind you, Zhu Zhuqing shouted. And scarcely had her voice faded when Lu Yu pivoted instantly, twisting his waist to wield his enchanted blade, thousand slices, in a swift motion. The demonic scorpion was cleaved in two, crashing to the ground and spilling forth a torrent of green blood, which filled the air with a foul stench. A purple soul ring gradually ascended. Li did not intend to absorb anything. Rather, he sought a soul beast composed of a singular element. This would enable him to maximize the efficacy of the Prayer Star Lotus staff. Ideally, he desired a beast that was approximately 12,000 years old. Though he would not object to absorbing one of an even greater age, Liu speculated that with his current physical condition, he should be able to endure a soul ring of approximately 15,000 years. Hence, he intended to venture deeper. What do you think? Should we proceed further? At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward to inquire. After a day of rest and Lu Yu's treatment, her injuries had completely healed, and she distinctly felt that the medicinal power within her dantian had been partially absorbed, elevating her soul power to level 32. Well, this area is inhabited by soul beasts around 1,000 years old. What I require is a 10,000-year soul ring. Perhaps you should return to the inn and wait for us? The soul beasts deeper within are significantly stronger. What if something goes awry? Liu suggested. No. Dean Flander has mentioned that 1 + 1 is greater than 2. Sometimes, weaker soul masters can defeat powerful ones through cooperation. I can stay and assist you. Zhu Zhuqing replied, gazing steadfastly into Lu Yu's eyes, her resolve unwavering. All right then, let us set off, Liu said with a wry smile. Reassured that with old Jack accompanying them, they should encounter no trouble. He thought to himself. As they journeyed, the trio encountered several soul beasts. Following the restoration of normalcy in the Star Doe Forest, the distribution of soul beasts gradually returned to its original state. Although the number of soul beasts had noticeably decreased after the recent beast tide. Additionally, Lu Yu harbored another purpose for entering the forest, to locate Xiao Wu, a request entrusted to him by Tang San before their departure. According to the original story, Xiao Wu should currently be deep within the Star Doe Forest, under the protection of De Ming and Air Ming. However, after witnessing the controlled sky blue bull python in the secret realm, Lu Yu was uncertain about Xiao Wu's current whereabouts. Nevertheless, the absence of the Titan giant ape suggested that it must be hiding with Xiao Wu. Suddenly, a beastly roar echoed from afar, startling the three as they lifted their heads towards the source of the sound, which came from the core area. That roar is quite distinct, even from such a distance. Could something have happened to Xiao Wu? Lu Yu pondered anxiously. Abruptly, a figure shot forward behind Lu Yu. Stay here and don't wander off. I will investigate, old Jack declared before his form transformed into a streak of lightning, instantly racing towards the core area. I'll follow and see, Lu Yu responded, summoning the Qixing Lianju, the azure soul ring shining brilliantly. Zhu Zhuqing felt a gust of wind surge. And in the next moment, Lu Yu surged forward at incredible speed, leaving only a fleeting shadow behind and Zhu Zhuqing standing still. Indeed, no man is without flaw. In his line of sight, the towering trees, reaching into the clouds and piercing the heavens, seemed to retreat at an astonishing pace, as if playing a fast-forward slideshow. At that moment, Lu Yu had pushed his speed to its limit, racing like a bolt of lightning, accompanied by a howling wind. Nevertheless, he was still unable to catch even the faintest glimpse of old Jack. Suddenly, a shadow darted towards Lu Yu with such speed that he could not react in time. With a thunderous crash, Lu Yu was unceremoniously hurled against a nearby tree. Gasping for breath, he quickly rose to his feet, only to behold a colossal black serpent looming before him. Its massive form resembled a small mountain, and its lantern-like eyes fixed intently on Lu Yu, while its scarlet tongue flicked in and out, filling the air with a foul stench. The black-shinned serpent. Lu Yu instantly recognized the soul beast before him. Typically residing on the outskirts of the core area of the Star Doe Forest, the black-shinned serpent possessed formidable physical prowess, although its venom was not particularly potent. As a singular lightning attribute soul beast, it was especially adept at wielding powerful lightning-based soul techniques. Lu Yu estimated that the length of this black mysterious serpent exceeded 100 meters, possessing at least 20,000 years of cultivation. The gaze of the serpent directed towards him was unmistakably that of a predator regarding Lu Yu as its quarry. Chapter 173, The Black Mysterious Serpent. Lu Yu gazed intently at the imposing black serpent before him, a flicker of joy igniting within his heart. This creature perfectly met the requirements for his fifth soul ring, and it possessed the formidable attribute of lightning. Just as he contemplated a moment of respite, fortune smiled upon him, presenting an opportunity. He focused his gaze on the massive serpent, urging Mo to awaken and prepare for action. With a swift motion, Liu unfastened the satchel at his waist and summoned the Qixing Lian staff. In an instant, the ebony serpent, radiating an aura of chilling menace, opened its cavernous maw and unleashed a deafening roar. The sound penetrated the very essence of one's being, evoking a visceral chill. Subsequently, its colossal form surged forward with the speed of a lightning strike, creating a tempest that toppled the surrounding flora. Yet, in the face of this sudden assault, Liu remained remarkably composed. He firmly planted his feet, his gaze unwavering as he confronted the oncoming black serpent. Simultaneously, the third soul ring beneath him, previously dim, erupted into a brilliant luminescence. With the swift execution of the Gale Step and wind manipulation techniques, Liu deftly evaded the serpent's charge. The serpent, recognizing its missed opportunity, opened its gaping maw once again, forming a dark lightning sphere within. In the blink of an eye, that sphere hurtled toward Liu. A thunderous explosion erupted, obliterating the sturdy trunk behind him into mere fragments, yet Liu was nowhere to be found. In that fleeting moment, the black serpent sensed an icy dread. As a predator that had thrived in the Stardow forest for 2 millennia, it instinctively twisted its formidable body to evade Liu's lethal strike. With the slash missing its mark, Liu swiftly adjusted his stance, activating his second-generation purple soul ring. The second soul skill, Radiance of the Holy Domain, was unleashed. As all eyes turned toward him, the tip of his staff erupted in a dazzling golden lotus, which bloomed magnificently. In that instant, the lotus emitted an overwhelming brilliance, blindingly radiant as if it were the sun itself. Soon after, a torrential, searing beam of light surged forth from the center of the golden lotus, slicing through the air like a bolt of lightning, aimed directly at the serpent's massive head. With a resounding crash, the entire space quaked in response. However, the black serpent was not without its defenses. In a moment of desperation, it conjured a formidable barrier to withstand the onslaught of the powerful beam. When the two forces collided, the resulting shockwave sent both Liu and the serpent careening through the air. With a thud, Liu landed heavily on the ground, momentarily dazed by the unexpected explosion. Shaking off the disorientation, he raised his staff, and the first soul ring beneath him flared to life. The first soul skill, Ode to the Stars, was invoked. The 8th gate of Duanjia, the 5th gate, was opened. With a low growl, Liu swiftly drew the 1,000 blades from his waist, his figure vanishing in an instant as he executed a ghostly step. In stark contrast, the black serpent seemed incensed by Liu's audacity. Wounded by the two-legged beast it regarded as prey, its massive head reared high, unleashing a thunderous roar, and in the next moment, countless black arcs of electricity crackled across its formidable form. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the already gigantic and menacing black serpent began to coalesce a far more colossal shadow behind it in an astonishing instant. This shadow emerged slowly from the unfathomable abyss of darkness, exuding a chilling pressure and a terrifying aura. Upon closer inspection, this apparition was entirely composed of intertwining black lightning. These dark bolts danced like agile dragons, weaving through the void and shimmering with blinding radiance. Most astonishingly, the shape of this shadow bore an uncanny resemblance to the black serpent in front, a perfect replica in every regard. From its grotesquely contorted body to its sharp, menacing fangs, and those eyes gleaming with an icy light, it was as if it had been meticulously copied. From a distance, it appeared as though two black serpents coexisted in this space, one tangible and real, the other ethereal and enigmatic, their presence enhancing each other's majesty and dominance. In a flash, the shadow opened its mouth, unleashing a bolt of lightning aimed directly at Liu. Yet, at that very moment, an unexpected sound emanated from another direction. With a swift motion, a razor-sharp beam of light surged forth, as Liu wielded the demonic blade 1,000 blades against the colossal creature. The shadow above the serpent stirred, its gaping maw reminiscent of a black hole, exhaling a jet-black pillar of lightning. With a resounding boom, Liu swiftly executed the ghostly step, evading the shadow's assault. He flicked his wrist, and the ethereal blade shattered instantly. Holding the hilt before his chest, his eyes suddenly ignited with brilliance, as the hilt released a soaring purple radiance, and countless fragments reassembled into a long blade extending skyward. With a commanding shout, Liu swung the 40-meter-long blade in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the purple blade sliced through the black serpent and its enormous shadow as if cleaving through mere vegetables. Liu took a deep breath and slowly retracted the magic blade in his hand. With his movement, the enormous phantom that had previously exuded an aura of boundless might and terror began to blur, as if losing its support, gradually dissipating into the air. Just as this colossal apparition vanished completely, a minute fissure appeared at the 7-inch mark of the once mighty and imperious black serpent, the Xian snake. Though seemingly insignificant, this crack acted as a fuse, triggering a series of astonishing transformations. A crisp crack echoed as the fissure swiftly widened, and the entire massive body of the black serpent split apart with the precision of an invisible axe, cleaving it neatly in two from the 7-inch point. In an instant, a nauseating stench assaulted the senses, as the crimson blood that had been concealed within the black serpent surged forth like a torrential flood, spraying everywhere and creating a scene of blood rain and foul winds. At this moment, Liu gradually approached himself, and in the next moment, his approaching figure began to dissolve, transforming into a floating book. "Kid, you owe me a good meal when we return. I just took that serpent's full strike for you." Miho Lick, the one-eyed entity, remarked as he gazed at Lu Yu. "All right, the hotel in Soto City is your choice," Lu Yu replied with a slight smile. Upon seeing a black soul ring materialize, he quickly stepped forward, seated himself cross-legged before the colossal corpse of the black serpent, and released his soul power to slowly envelop the black soul ring, drawing it above his head. Chapter 174. An unexpected encounter with Xiao Wu. Sensing the abundant soul power contained within the soul ring, Liu dared not display the slightest negligence. Although absorbing a 20,000 soul ring was not a significant issue, given his current physical prowess, he could distinctly feel a brutal aura lurking within it. "Still not giving up?" Lu Yu murmured, realizing that this brutal essence was a remnant soul of the black serpent, which had been unable to overcome him in its complete form, let alone this fragment. At that moment, the soul ring, radiating a mysterious glow, began to descend slowly, eventually settling steadily above Lu Yu's head. Subsequently, the formidable soul power within the ring surged forth like a long-restrained beast, breaking free from its binds and rushing towards Lu Yu's body with the force of a torrential flood. This powerful soul energy surged recklessly into Lu Yu, causing his meridians and bones to emit subtle vibrations, as if struggling to endure such immense energy. However, this degree of impact was trivial for Lu Yu, whose focus was entirely on the remnant soul. Simultaneously, a faintly visible remnant soul stealthily merged into this torrent. This remnant soul flickered with a dim light, appearing somewhat ethereal and fragile, yet it moved with remarkable speed, swiftly plunging into Lu Yu's sea of consciousness along with the soul power. Confronted by the uninvited remnants of a restless spirit, Lu Yu felt a flicker of surprise within his heart. However, he chose not to bar its entry. Instead, he opened the gates of his consciousness, allowing the entity to intrude. Indeed, the moment the shadowy serpent's essence penetrated his mind, it immediately revealed its true nature, launching a fierce assault upon Lu Yu's awareness. Lu Yu had long been prepared for this. Otherwise, he would not have allowed his opponent to so easily infiltrate his sea of consciousness. Just as the remnant soul of the black serpent surged towards the consciousness of the carp, it abruptly halted. It sensed an overwhelming force of suction emanating from behind. Turning its head, the black serpent was startled to discover that, unbeknownst to it, for colossal whirlpools had suddenly appeared within this sea of consciousness. The terrifying pull was indeed originating from these vortices. Although the black serpent was not particularly adept at mental prowess, it believed that after 2 millennia of cultivation, its mental strength should surpass that of this bipedal creature. Yet, the current predicament far exceeded its expectations. The presence of such peculiar phenomena within the young one's sea of consciousness, combined with its own status as merely a remnant soul, rendered it utterly incapable of resistance. Without a trace of hesitation, Liu fervently summoned forth 4 swirling vortices of soul power, instantly ensnaring the remnants of the black mysterious serpent soul, transforming it into an integral part of his own strength. Moments later, Liu opened his eyes and gradually rose, invoking his martial soul to channel his soul power. Beneath his feet, 5 soul rings, 2 purple, 1 green, 1 brown, and 1 black, suddenly materialized, their contrasting colors intermingling to create a dazzling display. Why has the color of the 5th soul ring returned to normal? Lu Yu pondered, glancing at the soul ring in astonishment. Could it be influenced by the black mysterious serpent? He vaguely recalled that during their previous battle, the serpent's lightning had appeared to be black. Regardless, let me first explore the capabilities of this new soul ring. In the next moment, Lu Yu slowly raised the staff in his hand, and the 5th soul ring erupted in a brilliant radiance. 5th soul skill, Calamity of the Rampaging Python. Lu Yu let out a low exclamation, and instantly, several dark lightning serpents coalesced around him, resembling the earlier black serpent. In the next moment, the serpents shot forth with a resounding boom, shattering several trees that could barely be embraced by 3 people. Indeed, the destruction of the trees did not reveal the true power of the soul skill. Observing the wreckage of the trees, Liu murmured to himself, realizing that it was still prudent to reunite with his grandfather. He had completely forgotten about Zhu Zhiqing, who was still lost in the forest. It suddenly dawned on him that while he had been preoccupied with locating Grandpa Jack, he had neglected to remember Zhu Zhiqing's presence in the woods. Old Imo, come over and assist me once more. At the edge of the core area of the Star Doe forest, a silver-haired figure was weaving through the trees. In the next moment, a pink silhouette caught his attention. Lu Yu swiftly leaped onto a tree, recognizing that it was Xiao Wu. At that moment, Xiao Wu also spotted Lu Yu perched above and exclaimed joyfully, "Brother Yu." Yet, an expression of urgency soon clouded her features. "There's no time for explanations. We must hurry." Xiao Wu grasped Lu Yu's wrist, eagerly pulling him to flee. "Wait, Xiao Wu. Don't rush. What on earth has happened?" Lu Yu was bewildered by her anxious demeanor. Shouldn't she have completed her 3rd soul ring and been on her way back to Shrek by now? Why was she here in the core area of the Star Doe forest? If Xiao Wu was present, did that imply that Deming and Erming were also nearby? Yet, Lu Yu had seen only Xiao Wu. Suddenly, a disconcerting thought struck him, reminiscent of the black mist-controlled blue sky bull python he had encountered in the secret realm. Could it be that something had happened with the Titan giant ape? However, Xiao Wu seemed oblivious to Lu Yu's musings, persistently dragging him forward. "Xiao Wu, please stop for a moment." In an instant, Xiao Wu felt 2 powerful arms encircle her back and beneath her knees, lifting her into a princess carry. "Guide me," Lu Yu said calmly. With that, a blue soul ring illuminated, and with the application of the Gale Step and wind control technique, Lu Yu swiftly navigated through the woods, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. After what felt like an eternity, they arrived at a lake. Following the path Xiao Wu had indicated, Liu gently set her down and noticed that, apart from himself, there were several others present, including Grandpa Jack. "Grandpa?" Lu Yu inquired, confusion evident in his voice. "What has transpired here? Why are you present, and who are these individuals?" He surveyed the surroundings. Noting the 12 figures shrouded in black robes, their faces obscured. "Xiao Yu, you have arrived," Grandpa Jack spoke slowly. "It was I who sent this young lady to find you." "Find me?" Lu Yu expressed his confusion. Indeed, old Jack gazed upon the natural lake before him, revealing that within the starry forest resided 2 dominant beings. The one you encountered previously was the Azure Sky Bull Python, while the one here is another, namely the Titan Great Ape. The mere mention of the Titan Great Ape sent a shiver through Lu Yu's heart, as he harbored an unsettling suspicion that his summons might be connected to this formidable creature. In the next moment, old Jack slowly began to speak. Chapter 175, The Transformed Titan Great Ape. He continued, "The reason I summoned you is indeed related to the Titan Great Ape." As expected, Lu Yu thought to himself and replied, "Grandfather, please be direct." Observing the urgency, old Jack ceased his preamble and stated plainly, "The Titan Great Ape has also succumbed to the corruption of the Black Mist, and we require your assistance." Was he the source of the Black Mist eradicated? How could it still resurface? Lu Yu inquired, puzzled. Old Jack shook his head slowly. "This time, we were complacent. We did not anticipate that it had a contingency plan. The Titan Great Ape and the Azure Sky Bull Python serve as the 2 principal overlords of the Starry Forest, exerting a significant suppressive influence over other soul beasts. If we were to lose them, the consequences would be unimaginable." He then turned to Lu Yu and added, regrettably, "The Holy Domain can only be purified once every 7 days, and by that time, it may be too late. Therefore, Xiao Yu, your role is now of utmost importance." Lu Yu solemnly nodded. "I understand, Grandpa. I will give it my all." Old Jack also nodded. "Soon, we will release the Titan Giant Ape. So you all should retreat to the back for now." Suddenly, Lu Yu felt someone tugging at his sleeve. He turned around to see Xiao Wu, her eyes brimming with tears, gazing at him. "Brother Yu, I beg you, please save Deming and Erming. They're my family." Lu Yu gently patted Xiao Wu's head, offering reassurance. "Do not worry. Since you call me brother, we are family, and I have no reason to turn a blind eye to your troubles. As a family member, I wish to share a small secret with you." Upon hearing Lu Yu's words, a look of curiosity appeared on Xiao Wu's face. Upon witnessing this, Lu Yu smiled lightly and remarked, "In truth, I have long been aware of your true identity. You are, indeed, a little rabbit, are you not? Brother Yu, you?" Xiao Wu exclaimed in astonishment as she gazed at Lu Yu. There is no need for such surprise. It is quite easy to deduce. You are alone in the perilous Star Doe forest, and having spent such an extended period in the core area without a single injury is telling. Your familiarity with this forest during our journey was far from trivial. Moreover, your performance in the hunt for soul beasts adds to my deductions, Liu stated, gazing toward the natural lake ahead. Even if we were to attribute your last attribute to a strong sense of empathy and a distaste for taking lives, the first 2 points suggest that your fortune has been rather extraordinary. If my assumptions hold true, you have already completed your third soul ring, have you not? Xiao Wu was momentarily rendered speechless by Lu Yu's assertions. Indeed, she was a soul beast. Any soul beast that achieves 100,000 years of cultivation can choose to take on a human form, albeit requiring a process of recultivation akin to that of a human. She had not anticipated that Lu Yu could discern her true identity based solely on these observations. Observing Xiao Wu's reaction, Liu smiled gently. His knowledge of her identity as a soul beast was, of course, aided by an external advantage from another realm. As for his earlier statements, was it not apparent that knowing the answers would reveal the entire process of deduction? Lu Yu gently placed his hand on Xiao Wu's shoulder. Xiao Wu had once expressed that they were family, and that regardless of whether one was human or spirit beast, this truth would remain unaltered. As she absorbed Lu Yu's words, Xiao Wu fell into deep contemplation once more. Eventually, she lifted her gaze to meet Lu Yu's and said, "Brother Yu, could you please refrain from sharing this matter with anyone else, including Tang San?" Lu Yu nodded in agreement, assuring, "Rest assured, I shall keep your secret." This was entirely within his expectations. In the next moment, their attention was drawn to a commotion not far away. Standing beneath a tree, Lu Yu gazed towards the natural lake. Before him appeared the 12 shadowy figures in black robes from the secret realm, along with 13 individuals, including Old Jack, all facing the lake, their hands forming a series of intricate gestures. Suddenly, the previously tranquil surface of the water began to roil violently. Ding! Congratulations. The host has completed the side quest of the Starry Forest, and the rewards have been issued. Unlocking Side Quest 2 of the Starry Forest, the Transmuted Titan Gorilla. Task requirements. Purify the Titan Gorilla tainted by dark energy and uncover the mastermind behind the scheme against it. Task reward, 3,000 points. Long-term task. A chilling electronic voice resonated in Lu Yu's mind, yet at that moment, he was too preoccupied to pay it any heed. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The sky above the lake darkened ominously, and the once tranquil surface of the water began to boil violently, revealing a colossal shadow lurking beneath. As the 13th titled Delaw completed his incantation, a massive magical array gradually took shape upon the water's surface, causing the lake to erupt in a tumultuous frenzy. With a thunderous roar, a gigantic shadow materialized above the array, revealing the Titan giant ape, its limbs ensnared by 4 robust chains, each anchored to towering pillars that reached skyward. The moment the enormous shadow re-emerged, Xiao Wu could not suppress her anxiety and called out, "Xiao Yu!" Old Jack, maintaining his posture of incantation, turned to Lu Yu and urged, "Hurry." Lu Yu bestowed upon Xiao Wu a reassuring glance, and in an instant, he executed a ghostly step. Enveloping himself in the dark divine armor, the Qixing Lian staff was summoned, and the first soul ring shimmered brightly. The first soul skill, Starlit Tribute, was unleashed. In the next moment, the demon blade of 1,000 edges materialized in his grasp. Lu Yu, draped in a cloak of stars, transformed into a fleeting shadow, rushing towards the colossal dark figure within the array. Little Yu, the Titan great ape, now besieged by dark energy and rendered delirious, needed to act swiftly, to absorb the dark energy and retreat immediately. Old Jack watched with concern as the slender figure stood within the array. With a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the realm, Lu Yu cautiously stepped onto the mysterious and ancient array, only to be met by an overwhelming force that surged forth like a tidal wave. It was the Titan great ape, its form as massive as a mountain, its eyes ablaze with fury, muscles taut, as it swung its fist, enormous as a hill, down upon Lu Yu with the might of a thunderstorm. Yet, despite the terrifying power of that blow, the Titan great ape's robust limbs were tightly bound by heavy and unyielding chains. Just as its fist was about to collide with Lu Yu, the chains seemed to possess a life of their own, retracting swiftly and emitting a grating metallic sound. In an instant, the Titan great ape, as if caught by an invisible hand, came to an abrupt halt, its once unstoppable momentum forcibly interrupted, nearly causing it to topple. However, the Titan great ape was not deterred. It struggled fiercely to free itself from the chains, intent on continuing its assault against Lu Yu. Lu Yu gazed at the immense fist suspended before him, exhaling a sigh of relief. The moment he entered the formation, he felt his soul power being suppressed. Just a fleeting moment of distraction had nearly cost him his life. Fortunately, his opponent was firmly restrained. What a close call, Lu Yu thought, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Chapter 176. The infiltration of dark energy come forth. Lu Yu gripped the enchanted blade, Qian. Although the Titan giant ape was currently subdued by the formation, the overwhelming aura of its 10,000 years of power still bore down upon him, making it difficult to breathe. With a swift motion, the magic blade was unsheathed with a sharp hiss. Lu Yu executed the ghost step and transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting towards the Titan giant ape. He believed that as long as he could bring Qianren close enough, he could bring this encounter to a close. A deafening roar erupted, shaking the very fabric of the world. The Titan giant ape's eyes widened in fury, flames of rage igniting within them, as another earth-shattering bellow erupted from its maw. Its colossal body trembled slightly as its powerful arms rose high, and those gigantic fists, akin to meteors, descended with alarming speed. The thunderous strikes against its broad chest resonated with a deep, soul-stirring roar, as though it sought to release the boundless fury and strength dwelling within. At that moment, the Titan giant ape abruptly ceased its chest thumping, its copper bell-like eyes fixated on the front, glinting with a chilling light that sent shivers down the spine. Subsequently, its already massive fists clenched tightly, the muscles taut and unyielding, as hard as steel. In the blink of an eye, these iron fists, imbued with the force of a thunderous storm, slammed violently into the ground. Instantly, Lu Yu felt a formidable shockwave surge towards him, compelling him to reveal his form. He braced himself against the overwhelming force, gritting his teeth to endure. The fifth gate of 8 doors is now open. With a low growl, Lu Yu's lips curled into a slight grimace, a trickle of crimson seeping forth. Quickly, subdue the Titan giant ape and create an opportunity for Xiaoyu. Old Jack urged with urgency. The 13 individuals swiftly altered their hand seals, channeling immense soul power into the formation. In the next moment, the Titan giant ape's colossal form was ensnared by a multitude of chains that materialized from thin air, binding it tightly. Lu Yu seized the opportunity, and with a swift motion, the blade of his enchanted dagger elongated abruptly, piercing the skin of the Titan giant ape with a resounding thud. The inscriptions on the dagger instantaneously radiated a dazzling purple light, and in the next moment, countless tendrils of dark energy surged from the Titan giant ape towards the dagger like a relentless tide. What is happening? My mental energy. Lu Yu suddenly realized that his mental strength was depleting at an alarming rate, as the dark energy was entirely absorbed by the dagger. Both the Titan giant ape and Lu Yu collapsed, plunging into the lake with a resounding splash. Lu Yu felt as if he had swallowed a mouthful of water. Quick! Save him! A figure cloaked in black shouted. No sooner had the words left their lips than a pink silhouette dove into the water with a splash. Coughing and sputtering, Lu Yu expelled the water from his lungs and gradually regained consciousness. The 12 figures had vanished, leaving only Lu Yu, Xiao Wu, Old Jack, and the Titan giant ape sprawled in the water of the natural lake. Lu Yu opened his eyes to see 2 blurry faces before he fainted once more. He was unharmed. It was merely an exhaustion of his mental energy that caused him to lose consciousness, and with a period of rest, he would recover. Upon realizing that Lu Yu was all right, Old Jack and Xiao Wu both breathed a sigh of relief. Old Jack extended his hand into the air, and Lu Yu's body began to float upwards. He turned to Xiao Wu and said, "Little girl, those 2 tall fellows are safe now. Let us proceed together. At least we can look out for one another." Xiao Wu hesitated, glancing towards Ming, who had just regained consciousness but remained still and silent. "Your friend is not in serious trouble. He will awaken shortly." Old Jack seemed to see through Xiao Wu's concerns as he spoke. "Thank you, Senior." Xiao Wu replied to Old Jack, then hurried to the lake's edge, calling out to the empty water's surface, "Deming, Ming, I am leaving. Please take care of yourselves during this time." After that, she turned and quickly followed in Old Jack's footsteps. In a flash of purple lightning, the 3 vanished from the spot. Once they departed, the Titan giant ape by the shore turned over and sat up, while the lake began to churn, revealing a pair of enormous horns above the water. Their gaze was fixed intently on the direction Xiao Wu had taken. Meanwhile, outside a hotel at the edge of the Stardow Forest, a graceful figure sat quietly by the window. Zhu Zhiqing was seated in a meditative pose, a book floating in the air beside her. Suddenly, a strange noise came from outside, prompting her to swiftly rise and look out the window. Mo Holic also floated to the window. 3 figures approached the hotel entrance, and Zhu Zhiqing watched as they hurriedly descended the stairs. She rushed downstairs and was met with the sight of the unconscious Lu Yu, worry evident in her eyes. Xiao Wu, what has happened to Lu Yu? What transpired? She asked anxiously. Brother Yu only overexerted himself mentally. He just needs a little rest, Xiao Wu explained, standing nearby. Zhu Qing, let the senior help Brother Yu upstairs to rest. Oh, right. I will lead the way, Zhu Qing said, coming back to her senses. The group entered the room, and with a swift motion, Old Jack gently guided Lu Yu to rest on the bed, while Zhu Qing meticulously arranged the blankets. In the next moment, the door to the room was abruptly pushed open, and two figures entered. Xiao Wu. The voices exclaimed in unison. Principal Flander, Teacher Zhao. I apologize for worrying you during this time, Xiao Wu said. The surprise felt by Flander and Zhao Wujia upon seeing Xiao Wu was immense. After searching the forest for so long, to suddenly encounter a living person before them was astonishing. Xiao Wu, how did you manage to get out? Where have you been all this time? And what has happened to Lu Yu? Zhao Wujia inquired anxiously. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu promptly elucidated. Lu Yu and I owe our safe passage from the Star Doe forest to this esteemed elder. She then acknowledged the elder standing behind her with respect. There is no need for formalities. It has been a trying time for both of you. Old Jack waved his hand dismissively. The group then settled down to engage in casual conversation. Approximately 10 minutes later, Xiao Wu recounted the events that transpired, omitting any mention of her identity as a soul beast, while Old Jack quietly sipped his tea beside them. After listening to Xiao Wu's narrative, Zhao Wujia immediately rose and solemnly bowed to Old Jack, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, esteemed elder, for rescuing my fellow Shrek students. Old Jack set his teacup down and replied, there is no need for such formalities. It is merely a matter of doing good deeds. He continued, furthermore, there are some matters I will need your assistance with shortly. Please, esteemed elder, speak freely. Whatever you require. Even if it means traversing a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, I, Zhao Wujia, would not hesitate to endure any hardship. Zhao Wuji respectfully spoke. Chapter 177, The Eerie Dreamscape. In the starlit forest, sunlight filtered through the trees, casting a patchwork of shadows. Beneath the surface, an intricate labyrinth of countless interconnected caverns sprawled, forming an immense underground maze. Within the dimly lit passage, a solitary figure advanced slowly, clutching a torch that flickered, casting a faint glow in the oppressive darkness. This individual bore a large backpack upon their back. Yuzo wielded a long spear, effortlessly severing the delicate vines that obstructed his path, before continuing onward. It seemed as though he could perceive the obscurity of the cave, navigating through the myriad of winding passages with ease. Soon, he arrived at a stone door. Placing his backpack on the ground, he rummaged through it and produced an object. In the dim firelight, it became evident that he held a human heart, bright red and seemingly freshly excavated. He then retrieved 2 more hearts from his pack and placed them into a recess on the stone door. In the next moment, the entire cavern trembled violently, accompanied by a resounding rumble, as the heavy stone door began to creak open on its own. Yuza shouldered his backpack once more and lifted the torch, stepping into the vast darkness ahead. He appeared to possess an intimate knowledge of the chamber beyond the door, directing his steps toward a grotesque statue with greenish skin and fearsome fangs. Crouching down, he summoned all his strength to rotate the statue's base. A thunderous sound erupted from beneath the statue, and suddenly, flames ignited in the recessed walls of the chamber, illuminating the previously pitch-black space. In the next instant, the floor in the center of the chamber descended, revealing an altar that gradually rose. Yuzo approached the altar and emptied the contents of his backpack. A cascade of red and white objects spilling forth, a collection of flesh and organs, including several human hands. These were the remains of those soul masters lured by the allure of treasure. A sardonic smile crept across Yuzo's lips, as if mocking their greed and folly. As the mass of flesh hit the ground, the intricate patterns on the altar glowed to life, and a black-red magical array began to form in midair. Suddenly, several tendrils emerged from the array, reaching toward the heap of flesh. A closer inspection would reveal that these tendrils were adorned with mouths full of sharp fangs. And in an instant, the flesh was devoured completely. Though it was a modest collection, gathering such flesh in such a brief time was commendable. Speak. What reward do you desire? Suddenly, a dark throne appeared atop the altar, and a vague shadowy figure sat upon it. Your subordinate greets you, Lord Shadow. Upon sighting the enigmatic and imposing figure, Yuza swiftly knelt, pressing his forehead against the cold ground, his voice filled with reverence and submission. It is the greatest joy of my life to witness your awakening from slumber. His body trembled slightly, overwhelmed with excitement. He lifted his head, his gaze devoutly fixed upon the shadow, his eyes shimmering with astonishment and fervor. The shadow emitted a cacophonous laughter in response to Yuzei's reply, a sound as jarring as nails scraping against a chalkboard. "This is what you deserve," the shadow declared, waving its hand as a dark, robust tentacle lunged into Yuzei's body, lifting him high. A visceral pain surged throughout him, eliciting a piercing scream as his visage contorted in agony, dark tendrils slowly manifesting upon his twisted face. The tentacle withdrew, and with a thud, he collapsed onto the ground, a black soul ring abruptly materializing around him. "This is what you deserve," the shadow reiterated, its fragmented speech indicating a considerable exertion from its prior actions. "I require more flesh and blood." Yuzei hastily crawled before the shadow, pledging, "I shall seek more flesh and blood for you at once." "Wait," the shadow's voice echoed again. "Kill Luyu." The shadow's crimson eyes flared wide. "Yes, I shall take care of it immediately," Yuzei affirmed eagerly. "You may leave for now. I need to recuperate." Yuzei bowed and swiftly exited the chamber. Suddenly, in the desolate chamber, the shadow upon the stone pedestal opened its crimson eyes, proclaiming, "The remnants of time must perish." "Ah!" Liu suddenly cried out, springing upright from the bed. Bewildered, he scanned his surroundings, realizing he was lying on a soft bed. The arrangement of the items in the room appeared strangely familiar. Was this the Shrek dormitory? He abruptly recalled fainting in the Stardow forest. How did he end up here? What was that entity he just encountered? As Lu Yu murmured to himself, he gradually opened his eyes, beads of perspiration dotting his forehead. He endeavored to recollect the bizarre dream he had just experienced, an inexplicable fear and confusion swelling within him. Could it truly have been merely an ordinary dream? Yet, why did those eyes seem so vividly real? It felt as if they could penetrate his very soul. The more he pondered, the more he felt a chill run down his spine. The dark figure appeared to linger before him, and the crimson eyes burned like flames, indelibly etched in his mind. "Lu Yu, you're awake." Suddenly, the wooden door creaked open as Oscar entered, his surprise evident upon seeing Lu Yu sitting on the bed. "What are you dawdling at the door for?" Oscar was abruptly shoved aside, stumbling into the room, nearly collapsing. Without needing to turn around, he knew the intruder was none other than the rotund Ma Hongjun. "You trying to kill me, you fatso?" "Ah, Lu Yu, you're awake," Ma Hongjun exclaimed upon entering, his joy evident as he disregarded Oscar's presence. "Lu Yu, why are you sweating so much? Is your wound hurting?" Oscar suddenly noticed the beads of sweat densely dotting Lu Yu's forehead and remarked, "Oh, it's nothing, just had a nightmare." Lu Yu wiped the perspiration from his brow and inquired, "Oscar, how long have I been unconscious?" "Well, not long, since the dean brought you all back yesterday afternoon." "It has been less than a day and a night," Oscar replied, pouring a glass of water and handing it to Lu Yu. "By the way, there is something on the table from the dean. He said it was sent by your grandfather and that you should open it yourself. Don't worry, we haven't touched it." Oscar gestured towards a box on the table. "Oh ho ho, Lu Yu. I never expected you would keep this from the brothers for so long." A chubby round face suddenly intruded into Lu Yu's line of sight. It was Ma Hongjun. Grinning broadly. "Fatty, Lu Yu has just woken up. Be careful not to frighten him," Oscar admonished as he pulled Ma Hongjun aside. "Get away from me, you fatso. Your big, chubby face is too close. Are you trying to disgust Lu Yu?" Oscar tugged Ma Hongjun further away. "The dean has given us a break these past couple of days, so you need not worry about classes. Let us step outside while you rest," Oscar assured Lu Yu before leading Ma Hongjun out of the room. Has it truly been a day of unconsciousness? Lu Yu wiped the sweat from his hands, donned his clothing, and approached the table to retrieve the box before him. Lu Yu picked up the box and weighed it in his hands, producing a sound of clashing objects. It had some weight to it and sounded quite substantial. However, there appeared to be no discernible opening. Lu Yu examined the box thoroughly from top to bottom, yet he could not find any place that could be opened. Lu Yu perused the contents, and suddenly, he felt as though he had pressed some sort of button, perhaps a hidden mechanism. A small square at the bottom of the box gradually retracted, followed by the sound of gears whirring within the wooden box. With a sharp click, a fissure appeared in the lid above. As he pried it open along the crack, Lu Yu finally beheld the treasures contained within: a slip of paper, a leather-bound tome, and a smaller wooden box. Lu Yu picked up the note inscribed with a message, which he surmised must have been left by his grandfather. The content of the note read, "Dear Yu, by the time you discover this note, I will have departed. The items I entrusted to you have already been delivered through Flandra. The contents of that small box possess considerable power. Use them with caution, I implore you. Additionally, your book has been borrowed by me for a few days. In exchange, your friend has left you a book. Old Jack. My book? Upon finishing the note, Lu Yu could not help but feel a sense of confusion. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Old Mo? Old Mo. Lu Yu was abruptly awakened, realizing that Mo Holik was gone. Could it be that his grandfather was referring to old Mo? Alas, who would teach him alchemy now? Just as despair enveloped Lu Yu, his gaze was suddenly drawn to a leather-bound book below. Alchemy? A Discourse? Upon glimpsing the title, Lu Yu found himself less despondent. Farewell, old Mo silently. He held a farewell gathering in his heart, then picked up a smaller box. Upon opening it, a purple orb materialized before him. As Lu Yu carefully examined the orb in his hand, he could faintly see electric arcs dancing within. When he placed his fingertip upon it, a delightful tingling sensation coursed through him. System, do you know what this is? Lu Yu inquired, realizing that he could only ask the system for answers. Wait. It seemed that even old Mo was unfamiliar with this object. Item, Thunder Spirit Pearl. Item. Lu Yu noted the system's terminology with curiosity. It appeared that the word item had always been used to describe things provided by the system. Could it be that others possessed systems too, left by the previous host? Indeed, it seemed that I was not the only traveler with a system. Lu Yu felt a flicker of excitement upon hearing the system's confirmation, though he wondered if the previous host was from Blue Star as well. Wait, system, what do you mean by left by the previous host? How many hosts have there been? Did he perish? Lu Yu asked, perplexed. To date, there have only been 2 hosts. You're the second. The previous host traversed to the wrong time and place and is currently in a state between life and death due to various uncontrollable factors. Due to the previous host's missteps, certain system items have been lost. The consequences of these items falling into enemy hands are unimaginable. It is hoped that the host can assist in their recovery, for which the host will gain full usage rights of the items or system exchange points. Detected the system's lost item, Thunder Spirit Pearl. Would you like to recover it? Suddenly, a choice panel appeared before Lu Yu, with yes on the right and no on the left. Without hesitation, Lu Yu opted for no. It was ludicrous, since it was a system item. Its potency could not be underestimated. Moreover, Grandpa Jack had personally left a message asserting its formidable power, making it a wise decision to regard it as a hidden lifeline. This, however, piqued Lu Yu's curiosity about the identity of the previous host. System, what level of strength did your last host achieve? How far removed is their era from mine? Half a step to divinity. 500 years. Theoretically, your epochs are not vastly different. And one could even assert that you existed in the same era. The same era? Lu Yu fell into deep contemplation upon hearing this. What did the system mean by its words? It had mentioned a difference of 500 years. It also stated that he and the previous host had once been in the same epoch. Could it possibly refer to the same era on Blue Star? Regardless, no matter how persistently Lu Yu inquired thereafter, the system seemed to have gone silent, offering no further response. Lu Yu could only feel exasperated. It seemed the system had drawn the short straw once again. He decided to stow the Thunder Spirit Pearl in his spatial ring for later examination. As for the treatise on alchemy, he would delve into it later that evening. Having lain in bed for such an extended period, he felt as though his back was on the verge of degeneration. Lu Yu languidly sat up from his bed, first indulging in a grand yawn before stretching his arms above his head, relishing the opportunity to ease his somewhat stiff body. Upon completing this series of actions, he slowly rose to his feet and, with a light step, made his way to the door, gently pushing it open. At the moment the door swung ajar, a refreshing and warm breeze enveloped him, as if nature itself were extending a heartfelt greeting. Sunlight streamed through the crack, cascading onto his face like golden grains of sand, imparting a soft and intoxicating warmth. This sensation felt akin to a mother's gentle caress, allowing Lu Yu to relax completely, while a wave of indescribable comfort and contentment surged within him. Brother Yu, why are you out? Tang San's voice called from nearby. Though his complexion was somewhat pale, he appeared significantly improved compared to a few days prior. Xiao San, how are you feeling? Is your injury healing well? Lu Yu inquired with genuine concern. It's nothing serious anymore, Tang San replied. Brother Yu, thank you. Suddenly, he bowed deeply to Lu Yu, a gesture that startled Lu Yu, prompting him to quickly support Tang San's shoulder. What are you doing, Xiao San? Brother Yu, Xiao Wu has told me about the events in the Stardow Forest. Her return this time is thanks to you and Grandpa Jack. I was reckless before and ended up harming myself, almost implicating everyone else. This is a debt I can never repay. From now on, whatever you need, I, Tang San, will face any danger without hesitation. What are you saying? Did we not agree that you, I, and Xiao were like family? Xiao is my sister. Isn't it natural to save my own sister? Remember, don't pull this kind of thing in front of me again, or I might unleash my iron fist on you. Tang San straightened up, chuckling. Right. We are all family. Brother, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Everyone is in the cafeteria now, and today a guest has arrived at the academy. Let us go and take a look together, Tang San said with a smile. A guest? Then let us go. Chapter 179, The Arrival of the Master Liu Yu. Accompanied by Tang San, arrived at the dining hall, their presence immediately capturing the attention of the crowd. Liu Yu casually chose a seat, only to realize that the morning meal was exceptionally lavish today, with each person's dish meticulously arranged. What could this mean? Perplexed, Liu Yu glanced at Tang San, who responded with an enigmatic smile. Brother Yu, please enjoy your meal. You will soon understand. After Liu Yu finished his breakfast, a chime resonated through the air. What is happening? Didn't the dean say we were granted a holiday? Why are we gathering again? The precious vacation comes to an end, Oscar lamented. Though it was merely a brief complaint in the presence of Tang San and others, he obediently joined the others as they hurried to the playground. Upon arriving at the empty rooftop, they discovered only Zhao Wujie was present. He surveyed the group, nodded, and remarked, Good, no one has fallen behind. Teacher Zhao, what are we to do today? Dai Mubai inquired eagerly. Wait for others, Zhao Wujie replied. Wait for others? The group echoed in unison. Yet, after Zhao Wujie's words, he fell silent. Rewinding to when everyone was having breakfast in Flinder's office, Flinder looked at the man before him in astonishment. Xiaogang. How have you come to look this way? Seated across from Flinder was Master Yu Xiaogang, Tang San's teacher. His clothes were dust-laden, showing signs of wear and tear. And his lips were cracked, his voice raspy. Let us not discuss my matters just yet. I heard you encountered a beast tide in the Stardow Forest. Tell me what happened, he quickly urged, his eyes filled with urgency. Flinder briefly recounted their experiences in the Stardow Forest. As he listened, Yu Xiaojiang's expression grew increasingly grave, and he nodded. I've heard rumors about this beast tide as well. Don't you find this occurrence rather peculiar? He took a sip of water to soothe his throat. A beast tide that could be halted by a mere simple blockade, and yet, despite the major empires and the Spirit Hall collaborating in a lengthy search, they could not provide a satisfactory explanation. This was inconsistent with their usual conduct. Flinder nodded in agreement. Just then, a knock echoed, and Zhao Wujie entered without hesitation. Boss, what did you summon me for? Seeing this, Flinder introduced Zhao Wujie. Wujie, let me present to you Yu Xiaojiang, whom others refer to as Master. You may address him as such. He is also Tang San's teacher. So, you are the Master. It is an honor to meet you, Zhao Wujie expressed warmly, having long heard of the Master's reputation. A sole master capable of dedicating himself to theoretical research is indeed a rarity across the continent. Moreover, he had witnessed Tang San's exceptional abilities firsthand. To produce such a remarkable student is no small feat, Your Excellency the Unmoved King. You flatter me. I am but an ordinary person, Yu Xiaojiang replied modestly. Then turned to Flinder. Flinder, the students should be present by now, right? Hearing Flinder's account of their ordeal, particularly the part about Tang San entering the forest alone, filled him with concern. He simply wished to see them. Flinder nodded in response. Of course, Wujie, the holiday is cancelled. Please gather the children. All right. Zhao Wujie consented before turning and departing. Time returned to the present. In the open space, Zhao Wujie was meditating with his eyes closed. Flinder had entrusted him with the task of gathering students, and now that his duty was fulfilled, he merely awaited the next developments. Soon, two figures approached. Under the gaze of the crowd, Flinder ascended the platform and began his introduction. He gestured towards the side where Yu Xiaojiang stood, stating, This is Yu Xiaojiang, whom you may also refer to as Master. He is, notably, the teacher of Tang San, and it is essential to highlight that he will become your instructor in the future. He continued, Furthermore, I would like to mention that this morning's breakfast was prepared according to the recipes provided by the Master. Upon hearing Flinder's words, an unusual expression flickered across the faces of the crowd. Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun, as seasoned students of Shrek, were somewhat acquainted with Flinder's style. His discerning eye for talent was notorious, evident in his choice of Ma Hongjun as a disciple. It was clear that this master possessed considerable prowess. Ma Hongjun and Oscar exchanged knowing glances and erupted into laughter simultaneously, with Ma Hongjun exuberantly exclaiming, Director, do you mean to say we will be able to enjoy such exquisite meals every day from now on? Lu Yu gazed at Yu Xiaojiang on the stage and contemplated that, according to the unfolding narrative, Yu Xiaojiang would soon organize team training for everyone. Although his training methods were not fundamentally flawed, the issue lay in the fact that these exercises would be exceedingly elementary for him at present. He pondered how Yu Xiaojiang would approach this. Previously, Dean Flander had mentioned the necessity of challenging the Academy's instructors periodically, with the master now part of the Academy. Did this imply that he could issue a challenge? Lu Yu quickly dismissed the thought, setting aside whether the master could withstand his attack. He had sought the master's guidance on theoretical knowledge at the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy, making it inappropriate to launch an immediate assault. The master stepped forward and addressed the assembly. At that moment, he had exchanged his tattered attire for a more presentable outfit, having tidied up his disheveled appearance. Greetings, everyone. I am your new instructor. You may address me as teacher or refer to me as master like the others. To respond to the question posed by this student earlier, I will be responsible for your meals henceforth, ensuring that every dish is both delectable and nutritionally balanced. However, before the crowd could revel in this news, he continued. But all of this hinges on your ability to endure the forthcoming grueling training. Grueling training. Upon hearing these words, Ma Hongjun was instantly gripped by a sense of foreboding. Previously, Zhao Wujia's additional training had already been quite taxing, and he had anticipated that the master's arrival would herald a season of ease, only to find it compounded with further difficulties. Of course, the master added, given that you have just experienced your first beast tide, we will forego the grueling training today. Starting tomorrow, however, I expect you to arrive at the dining hall at least an hour earlier than today. Engaging in strenuous activities immediately after a meal can hinder digestion and adversely affect your training. I will prepare breakfast at dawn, and if you cannot finish within 3 hours, you shall train on an empty stomach. With that, the master departed, and Dean Flanders said nothing further, simply following the master out. Why are you all still standing there? Dismissed. Zhao Wujia interjected. Remember what I just said, and prepare well for tomorrow's training. He then followed the two men out. At that moment, Oscar and Ma Hongjun rushed over to Tang San and inquired, Master is your instructor, so does that mean we shall be considered fellow disciples from now on? Hey, Tang San, could you perhaps ask the master if the dining schedule could be adjusted? After all, who can rise at dawn? Ma Hongjun interjected before Tang San could respond. Go away, you glutton. You are the only one who sleeps until the sun is high, while Tang San and Lu Yu rise before dawn to cultivate. Not everyone is as lazy as you. Oscar retorted. I cannot question the arrangements made by the master, especially since they are for our benefit. Tang San replied with a smile. As Lu Yu beheld Tang San's heartfelt smile, he mused that the master's arrival at Shrek Academy as an instructor undoubtedly brought the greatest joy to Tang San. Soon, dawn broke, and as the two most diligent individuals, Lu Yu and Tang San, they naturally arrived first. Upon reaching the entrance of the dining hall, they were greeted by a waft of delectable aromas. Exchanging a glance, they stepped inside, only to discover that the master had already been there, busily preparing congee. As he noticed their entrance, the master smiled and greeted, Lu Yu, it has been a long time. Master, it has indeed been a while. Lu Yu replied with a warm smile. Little San, please take a seat. It will be ready shortly, the master added cheerfully. Once the congee was prepared, the remaining students began to arrive at the dining hall, and to Lu Yu's surprise, the third to arrive after him, and Tang San was none other than the ever-lazy Ma Hongjun. At that moment, the tantalizing aroma ignited Ma Hongjun's appetite, as he dove headfirst into his meal. In contrast, the girls, including Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and others, were more mindful of their appearances, savoring their breakfast delicately. Taking small bites and chewing slowly, Lu Yu took a sip from the bowl of meat soup handed to him by the master, and his eyes immediately sparkled with delight. He had not anticipated such culinary prowess from the master, although it could not compare to the exquisite delicacies he had savored in his past life. It was undoubtedly a first-rate offering when measured against the relatively humble culinary standards of the Dolua continent. Before long, the assembly bell rang, signaling the end of breakfast, and everyone gathered in the open space. The master, with his hands clasped behind his back, addressed the group. You all performed admirably this morning. Each of you overcame your laziness to rise early for breakfast, which is crucial for the training that lies ahead. I hope you will maintain this diligence. I have familiarized myself with each of your martial souls and abilities, and today, our special training officially commences. Lu Yu, step forward. Lu Yu stepped forward, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, curious about the task the master would assign him. I have a task for you, the master said, glancing at Lu Yu. From now on, you are to refrain from using your martial soul or any weapons. Your objective is to subdue them without causing any harm. Then, she turned to the others and added, likewise, I expect you to endure for the duration of a stick of incense under Lu Yu's hands. Of course, it would be even better if you managed to bring him down. What? The crowd gasped at the master's instructions, their mouths agape. This hardly seemed like specialized training. Even without his martial soul, they had witnessed Lu Yu's physical strength. Without it, he would undoubtedly overpower them with ease. What is this? If today's training is not completed, none of you will have a meal, she added coldly. By the way, you are permitted to use your martial souls. The methods of combat are entirely up to you. Whether it be a rotation or a team battle, it is your choice. Now, begin. You have 10 minutes to devise your strategy. A smile crept onto Ma Hongjun's face upon hearing the master's final words. Hey, Lu Yu, don't worry. We'll try to go easy on you. With that, he hurried off to join the others in their tactical discussions. Tang Sen offered Lu Yu a faint smile before also moving aside, while Zhu Zhuqing cast a glance at Lu Yu, recalling his performance in the forest. Her eyes ignited with fierce determination. As the group strategized, Lu Yu observed them quietly. After approximately 10 minutes, the group, led by Dai Mubai, approached him. Noticing their formation, it was evident they intended to attack together. He stretched languidly to loosen his muscles and, with a calm smile, said, "Come forth." He then retrieved a stick of incense from his spatial ring, ignited it, and casually planted it firmly in the ground. Dai Mubai bellowed, "White Tiger possession." His voice thundered like a clap of lightning, resounding loudly. Immediately, a brilliant radiance enveloped him, and an overwhelming aura erupted forth. In the blink of an eye, he completed the martial soul possession with astonishing speed. Simultaneously, the soul rings beneath him sparkled, casting a dazzling light that illuminated the entire space, brimming with boundless soul power as if it were ready to erupt at any moment. At that moment, Dai Mubai roared again, "White Tiger Radiant Wave." With this fierce shout, a blinding white wave of light shot forth from his mouth, racing towards Lu Yu like a bolt of lightning, tearing through the air with a piercing shriek. Yet, in the face of such a formidable attack, Lu Yu remained utterly unfazed. Just as the White Tiger Radiant Wave was about to strike him, he suddenly sprang into action. His figure moved with an ethereal grace, evading detection and making it nearly impossible to predict his trajectory. The 7 treasures turned into glazed light. Standing at the rear of the formation, Ning Rongrong radiated a resplendent array of colors, with 2 soul rings slowly ascending and emanating a dazzling brilliance. However, before she could complete her incantation, an unexpected object flew into her mouth, prompting her to bend over and expel a mouthful of dirt. In the next moment, a voice rang out from beside her, "Be careful." Instantly, a figure materialized before her. It was Lu Yu, who had appeared at the back of the team in a heartbeat, launching a surprise attack on the defenseless Ning Rongrong. Yet, Tang San had long anticipated this, positioning Zhu Zhuqing beside Ning Rongrong for protection. At the first sign of danger, he produced an oddly shaped device, and with the sound of mechanisms whirring into action, several beams of cold light shot toward Lu Yu. Simultaneously, a shadow darted toward him. Zhu Zhuqing had unleashed her first soul skill, the Dark Phantom Strike, aimed directly at Lu Yu. Perfect timing. A faint smile crept across Lu Yu's lips as he executed a ghostly step, causing his figure to vanish in an instant. The next moment, he reappeared behind Zhu Zhuqing, swiftly locking her shoulders with both hands, uttering an apology before using her as a human shield. "Get back!" Tang San shouted urgently, but it was too late. Zhu Zhuqing, caught off guard, was used by Lu Yu to absorb the full brunt of the assault. The toxins from the flying needles took effect, clouding her consciousness. And in the next instant, she collapsed, utterly drained, into Lu Yu's embrace. Chapter 181. Special training. Lu Yu gently set Zhu Zhuqing aside, and in an instant, his figure vanished from sight. "Little San, your strike is rather ruthless," Lu Yu's voice suddenly echoed in Tang San's ear, the speed astonishing. Tang San was taken aback when suddenly, a searing pain struck his abdomen, causing his body to soar backward like a kite with its strings severed. "Sengu!" Xiaowu exclaimed in concern as she witnessed Tang San being flung away. In the very next moment, numerous blue-silver vines sprouted beneath Lu Yu's feet, ghost vine parasitism. The blue-silver entangled. Tang San had cunningly left behind ghost vine seeds at that very spot. Lu Yu found himself momentarily immobilized. And it was at this precise moment that Tang San, having taken flight, executed a graceful somersault and landed deftly. He immediately called out to Ma Hongjun, Phoenix Fireline. As soon as his words echoed, Ma Hongjun's voice resonated, and a searing line of fire surged towards Lu Yu. The explosion that followed was deafening. Did it succeed? The onlookers anxiously turned their gazes toward the epicenter of the blast. When the smoke began to dissipate, they were met with nothing but the ashes of charred blue-silver vines. Lu Yu was nowhere to be seen. Not good. Tang San suddenly realized something and shouted at Oscar. Get out of the way. Huh? What did you say? Oscar appeared bewildered. He said to move. A voice suddenly rang out in Oscar's ear. Just as he was about to respond, he recognized that voice, so familiar. No need to thank me. Lu Yu's lips curled into a faint smile, one that exuded an unsettling, devilish charm, and he directed that gaze, filled with icy mockery, straight at Oscar. In a flash, Lu Yu lifted his right fist and struck towards Oscar with the swiftness of lightning. The sheer speed and force of the blow left no time for reaction. In that instant, Oscar felt as if his abdomen had been struck by a speeding freight truck, a searing pain coursing through his entire being. He let out a muffled groan, his body instinctively curling up like a boiled shrimp. Then, with a resounding thud, Oscar's body soared backward like a kite severed from its string, hurtling through the air before crashing heavily onto the ground several meters away, sending dust swirling into the air. Suddenly, Lu Yu's vision was met with a pair of pink eyes. Before anyone could react, a delicate voice rang out. Second soul skill, Bewitch. The sound was crisp and melodious, akin to celestial music. Following the direction of the voice, they beheld a graceful and enchanting young girl who had quietly appeared beside Lu Yu. This girl was Xiao Wu, her exquisite features radiating an alluring charm at that moment. Particularly striking were her large, jewel-like eyes, which now sparkled with a vibrant pink glow. This mesmerizing light seemed to possess boundless magic. A mere glance was enough to ensnare one's senses, drawing them into a state of irresistible enchantment. Seizing the opportunity while Lu Yu was momentarily entranced, Xiao Wu swiftly placed her hands on his shoulders and kicked off from his waist. With a brilliant flash, her yellow soul ring illuminated the air, and she unleashed her first soul skill, Waist Bow. In that fleeting moment, Lu Yu's previously vacant gaze suddenly brightened, clarity returning as if a spark of inspiration had ignited within him. In a flash, he swiftly extended his right hand, seizing the delicate ankle of Xiao Wu with uncanny precision. No sooner had he acted than a surge of immense power transmitted instantly to her, causing her body to feel weightless as the ground beneath her vanished, leaving her utterly unbalanced. Before Xiao Wu could grasp the reality of the situation, a startling spectacle unfolded. Lu Yu swung her like a heavy club. Her body whirled through the air, accompanied by a gusting wind that howled around her. Just at that critical moment, a silver light raced in like a bolt of lightning. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Zhang Qiqi, empowered by her martial spirit. She was enveloped in resplendent silver armor that shimmered with a chilling luminescence, resembling a goddess of war descending from the heavens, strikingly graceful and commanding. Her beautiful eyes glimmered with a relentless silver tide, exuding an aura of formidable strength that sent shivers down the spine. Her second soul skill remained perpetually activated, causing the very air around her to quiver in response to her overwhelming power. In an instant, as Lu Yu swung Xiao Wu, revealing a fleeting vulnerability, Zhang Qiqi seized the opportunity to launch a swift attack. Her form flickered like a specter, and in the blink of an eye, she closed in on Lu Yu, brandishing a razor-sharp silver spear that sliced through the air with a fierce gale, thrusting directly toward him. Yet, Lu Yu exhibited not a trace of alarm. Instead, he used Xiao Wu as a weapon, hurling her toward Zhang Qiqi. Before her spear could reach him, Xiao Wu soared toward Zhang Qiqi, who was suspended in midair. Given her inertia, evasion was impossible. She attempted to switch her spear for a shield with her first soul skill, but fearing for Xiao Wu's safety, she resolved to take the brunt of Lu Yu's powerful strike. With a resounding crash, both were sent tumbling to the ground. Blue-silver bind. Tang San's clear and steady voice reverberated like thunder, prompting Lu Yu to instinctively react by pushing off the ground and retreating swiftly. However, to his astonishment, he found the ground before him utterly barren, not a blade of grass stirred. What a blunder! I've been deceived. Lu Yu lamented inwardly, his expression betraying his chagrin. At that moment, a chilling sensation crept up his back, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Before he could turn to confront the source of the threat, Tang San, like a phantom, surged forward with remarkable speed, and astonishingly, as he advanced, 8 long, razor-sharp spider legs erupted from his back, gleaming with an icy radiance. The spider legs seemed to possess a life of their own, moving with agility and creating gusts of wind, contrasting vividly with Tang San's figure, forming a bizarre yet formidable tableau. However, at this moment, it was evident that he was not employing them with great proficiency, as the 8 spear-like spider legs clumsily jabbed toward Lu Yu. Chapter 182, Special Training Part 2. Although Tang San was not yet adept at wielding the 8 spider lances, his inherent speed, combat skills, and the deadly poison they possessed compelled Lu Yu to remain on guard. Lu Yu feared that Tang San might inadvertently harm himself. White Tiger Light Wave. Suddenly, a low shout erupted from behind, as Dai Mubai launched an attack from the rear. With a mere extension of his hand, he effortlessly seized Tang San's robust wrist. "Do you all enjoy playing these deceptive games?" Lu Yu coldly inquired, turning to face Dai Mubai, who was enveloped in a radiant white light, his muscles visibly swollen, indicating he was in the state of his third soul skill. He had not anticipated that his surprise attack would be so easily countered. In the next instant, a glistening, razor-sharp spear pierced the air like a bolt of lightning, hurtling towards Lu Yu's face at a breathtaking speed. Faced with this sudden onslaught, Lu Yu reacted with remarkable swiftness, propelling himself backward as if released from a bowstring. However, his opponent was evidently unwilling to let him escape easily. Almost simultaneously, Tang San's hand swiftly swept across his waist, unleashing a flurry of glimmering dragon whisker needles aimed directly at Lu Yu. These needles flew with incredible velocity and at cunning angles, seemingly intent on completely ensnaring him. Yet, Lu Yu exhibited no signs of panic in response to this unfolding situation. He had anticipated Tang San's move. Without hesitation, he grasped Dai Mubai beside him and, as though wielding a nimble weapon, swung him around with tremendous force. In that moment, Dai Mubai became akin to a colossal hammer, hurtling through the air with a fierce wind, striking against the incoming dragon whisker needles. Dai Mubai felt a wave of dizziness. He attempted to break free, yet it felt as though he was caught in a vice, his struggles proving futile. Suddenly, he sensed a release on his wrist, and in an instant, Dai Mubai was launched towards Tang San, while Lu Yu followed up with a powerful kick, sending both Dai Mubai and Tang San careening like kites with severed strings, crashing into Ma Hongjun nearby with a resounding thud. Now, aside from the watching master, Lu Yu was the only one still standing, and the incense had barely burned halfway. The master observed the scene with an impassive expression and addressed the group. "Are you satisfied with your performances just now?" He first turned his gaze towards Tang San, stating, "A control-type soul master can be deemed the strongest in one-on-one combat when not confronted by a restraining opponent. In team battles, your role is to dictate the rhythm of the battlefield and create opportunities for your comrades. A truly formidable control master can even manipulate the enemy. And you? You allowed your adversary to dismantle your teammates one by one, placing the least combat-capable support soul master directly under their nose. If this were a battlefield, you would be the architect of their demise." The master's piercing gaze once again fixed upon Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Zikai. The offensive spirit masters possess a combat prowess that eclipses their peers of the same rank, adept at seizing opportunities to deliver fatal blows to their adversaries. Yet, what have you achieved? None of you have demonstrated such capability. As agility-based spirit masters, you recklessly charged ahead, disregarding your teammates, even leading to instances of friendly fire. From your earlier performance, I observed nothing but a band of brutes, mindless spirit masters. Yu Xiaojiang's words struck with equal intensity at each individual, leaving their pride utterly shattered. That is merely because Lu Yu is exceptionally strong. His spirit power and physical capabilities far exceed ours. This is not a fair fight. Zhu Zikai promptly retorted. Her assertion held merit. Even without his martial spirit, Lu Yu's physical strength could rival that of a level 50 spirit master. Fair, huh? If this were a battlefield and you encountered an opponent of superior strength, would you say to him, "Your power surpasses mine, thus this battle is unjust"? Should such a battle even exist? Yu Xiaojiang countered with a hint of derision. Zhu Zikai found herself momentarily silenced by his retort. "Just yesterday, your esteemed Dean Flander personally conversed with me, solemnly informing me that you vibrant and promising youths are poised to become the last cohort of students in the illustrious history of Shrek Academy. Undoubtedly, this signifies that you shall become the cherished disciples of Dean Flander, inheriting his years of dedication and hope. However, witnessing your recent conduct, a wave of worry and disappointment surged within me. Observe your lackadaisical attitude, your dearth of fighting spirit, in your half-hearted approach to your studies. Can such a state truly honor Dean Flanders' earnest expectations for you? Yu Xiaojing's cold words struck like a dagger into the hearts of all present. Shrek Academy is renowned for nurturing exceptional talents. Yet this final group of students appears to be a collection of wastrels. Perhaps your innate gifts are remarkable enough to earn the title of monsters, but that is where it ends. Your performance does not warrant such a designation, Yu Xiaojing admonished. Heads hung low, faces flushed with shame, the feeling of humiliation threatened to overflow, with each individual wishing to bury their heads deep into the earth to escape the gaze of others. When they heard that they were indeed the last cohort of Shrek Academy, the tide of shame surged anew, inundating each heart. Each person felt utterly disgraced. Every spirit master possesses their flaws. There exists no worthless martial spirit, only inept spirit masters. Similarly, perfection in individuals is a myth, yet a flawless team can emerge. An individual may have shortcomings, yet through teamwork, they can complement one another. With the synergy of diverse abilities, you are well equipped to confront adversaries of varying attributes. Always remember, with perfect collaboration, 1 + 1 can indeed exceed 2. Yu Xiaojing immediately continued, urging them to always remember that they are a team, partners in whom they can trust with their backs. After a brief pause, he added that the special training would persist, and their next task was to understand each individual's abilities and combat habits through battle. Lu Yu, tend to their injuries. Yes, Lu Yu responded, summoning the Starwish staff. As the yellow soul ring beneath his feet suddenly shimmered, the starlit homage cast a sprinkle of starlight, and everyone felt an unprecedented lightness in their bodies, as their wounds vanished without a trace. At that moment, Tang Xin stepped forward, presenting a pill to Zhu Zhuqing, saying, "This is the antidote for the poison within you." "Thank you," Zhu Zhuqing replied gratefully, accepting the pill and consuming it in one swift motion. "Lu Yu, you and Ning Rongrong will form a pair. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun shall be their opponents," the master instructed after everyone had organized themselves. Chapter 183, Special Training, Part 3, the special training continued. The master directed, "Ning Rongrong, you are paired with Lu Yu, while Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun will face them. Moreover, Lu Yu, you are still prohibited from utilizing your martial soul and soul power. Begin. Let us collaborate harmoniously," Ning Rongrong said with a smile. Seemingly forgetting the earlier incident where Lu Yu had dirt in his mouth, Lu Yu returned her smile and extended his hand, which she readily grasped in a handshake. "This time, I shall be serious," Dai Mubai declared, and with a fierce shout, his white tiger martial soul manifested, his muscles swelling as his purple soul ring glowed intensely. With his eyes wide open, Dai Mubai unleashed a thunderous roar, white tiger transformation. As he uttered this, his already formidable physique trembled, muscles expanding to the brink, as if they would tear through his garments. He then bent his legs slightly, resembling a spring compressed to its utmost limit, before erupting forth with astonishing force. With a resounding thud, he left a deep imprint in the ground, propelling himself like a bolt of lightning towards Ning Rongrong. Simultaneously, his hands underwent a rapid transformation. Fingers outstretched, glistening with a sharp, cold light, they morphed into a pair of colossal tiger claws. These claws sliced through the air, accompanied by a piercing howl, as they charged with tremendous momentum towards Ning Rongrong. Suddenly, a hand materialized from thin air, firmly gripping Dai Mubai's tiger claws. "I anticipated you would act this way. But our target is not you," Lu Yu stated, a smile adorning his face as he restrained Dai Mubai. "Phoenix Fire Line." Suddenly, the voice of Ma Hongjun reverberated from behind Lu Yu, as a scorching line of fire surged towards Ning Rongrong, employing a strategy of diversion. With Dai Mubai as bait to distract Lu Yu, Ma Hongjun concealed himself in the shadows, striking unexpectedly. From the outset, Dai Mubai had no intention of annihilating the seemingly formidable Lu Yu. Even a one-for-one exchange would not be a loss for them. "Is that so?" A subtle smile graced Lu Yu's lips. Observing Lu Yu's expression, Dai Mubai felt a flicker of doubt in his heart. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Ning Rongrong faced the onslaught of flames without an ounce of intent to evade. With a thunderous roar, the fire struck Ning Rongrong, resulting in a violent explosion that raised the hearts of the onlookers to their throats. "Rongrong!" Wang Qiqi exclaimed in deep concern. The 7 treasures glazed tile shone, and suddenly, Ning Rongrong's voice emerged from the smoke, followed by a dazzling display of vibrant colors. As the smoke dissipated, a figure adorned in a black and gold armor stood resolutely. Enveloped in the radiance emitted by the seven treasures' glazed tower, it was undoubtedly Ning Rongrong. What is this? Ma Hongjun gaped in astonishment at Ning Rongrong, who stood unscathed. That his brother used battle armor. Tang San was the first to recognize the exquisite black and gold armor that Ning Rongrong wore, which Lu Yu had donned during his previous battle with Zhao Wujia. Time rewound to the moment just before the battle commenced. System. Modify the usage rights of the Black God armor, adding a new user, Ning Rongrong. Lu Yu communicated with the system through his consciousness. Modification complete. Ning Rongrong has been added as a user of the Black God armor, with the highest authority belonging to Lu Yu and the second authority to Ning Rongrong. Please have the host make contact with the individual to complete the armor transfer. Detection of second usage authority for the Black God armor, commencing transfer. Transfer complete. Ning Rongrong cautiously extended her hand, gently clasping Lu Yu's palm. The instant her fingertips brushed against his skin, a cool sensation, like a gentle stream, swiftly coursed down his arm and enveloped her. This chill sent a shiver down Ning Rongrong's spine, yet simultaneously, a peculiar sense of comfort blossomed within her. Meanwhile, not far away, Ma Hongjun unleashed his searing flames, the surging inferno resembling a ferocious beast, claws bared as it lunged toward Ning Rongrong. Just as the roaring flames threatened to engulf her, the previous cool sensation seemed to respond to his summons, spreading with astonishing speed throughout Ning Rongrong's body. In an instant, she felt as though she had been transported to a realm of refreshing coolness. Following this, a radiant light flashed, and a magnificent suit of armor, shimmering with mysterious brilliance, materialized around her. The suit of armor clung tightly to her form, each plate glimmering with a cold, icy sheen, resembling an indomitable fortress that enveloped her completely. When the searing flames of Ma Hongjun finally collided with Ning Rongrong, a soft hissing sound echoed, revealing that the flames could not penetrate the armor's defenses but were instead forcefully repelled. The surface of the armor rippled faintly, effortlessly dissipating the impact of the flames, leaving Ning Rongrong unscathed as she stood firm. Quickly regaining her composure, Ning Rongrong summoned her martial spirit, channeling her soul power. As the yellow soul ring beneath her feet gradually ascended, ultimately settling atop the seven treasure glazed tile. Her first soul skill, power enhancement, unleashed two radiant beams of light from the colorful tower, illuminating both Ning Rongrong and Lu Yu. The seven treasures glimmered with brilliance, and the second skill, speed, enveloped their figures once more in a resplendent glow. A subtle smile graced the corners of Lu Yu's mouth as he summoned his strength. Observing the almost imperceptible smile on Lu Yu's lips, Dai Mubai felt a sudden jolt in his heart, a foreboding sense of unease washing over him. Before he could react, he felt an inexplicable loss of weight, as if he were soaring through the clouds. In the next moment, the familiar, chilling sensation of weightlessness returned with a vengeance. Dai Mubai's eyes widened in terror as he watched his own imposing, robust figure effortlessly captured in Lu Yu's grasp, akin to holding a mere feather. With a swift motion of his arm, Lu Yu sent Dai Mubai spinning uncontrollably through the air. In that instant, Dai Mubai felt transformed into a mere puppet, entirely devoid of control over his own movements. Lu Yu, on the other hand, resembled a masterful dancer, wielding Dai Mubai like a mighty mallet, creating a whirlwind of chaos. Hang in there, Boss Dai, I will come to your rescue. On the other side, Ma Hongjun's second yellow soul ring suddenly flared to life. Chapter 184, Special Training, Part 4. Ma Hongjun shouted as the brilliance of his second soul ring illuminated the space. With a flourish, he activated his second soul skill, Blazing Phoenix. Instantly, a pair of wings made entirely of flames materialized behind him. However, due to his current strength, he could not achieve the necessary altitude for flight. Thus, the effect of his second soul skill augmented his attack power by approximately 30%. Phoenix Fire Line, Ma Hongjun declared, unleashing a torrent of searing flames. Fueled by determination, I refuse to believe I can't melt through your shell. You shameless glutton. How dare you insult me? Calling me a turtle? You are the true turtle, the most grotesque and foolish one at that. I reckon your entire family shares your unfortunate traits. Ning Rongrong's face flushed crimson with indignation, her beautiful eyes blazing with fury as she hurled insults back at Ma Hongjun. In an instant, her black god armor enveloped her completely, shimmering with an enigmatic and profound black light, resembling an impenetrable shield. Then, unexpectedly, Ning Rongrong took a bold step forward. launching herself like a cannonball at the blazing fire line with astonishing speed. One must understand that this fire line contained terrifyingly high temperatures and energy. A careless misstep could have dire consequences. Yet, in that moment, Ning Rongrong was oblivious to the dangers, for Ma Hongjuan's earlier taunt had crossed a line. How dare he compare her magnificent black god armor to a turtle shell? Such an insult was an unbearable affront to her proud spirit. An indignity she simply could not tolerate. Meanwhile, Liu stood in stunned silence, taken aback by Ning Rongrong's audacity. Aren't you supposed to be a support soul master? Although the Black God armor boasts astonishing defensive capabilities, its offensive power remains unenhanced. Charging recklessly into the fray is akin to merely tickling the opponent. Onlookers were left bewildered by Ning Rongrong's audacious actions, including Ma Hongjun, who was equally taken aback. WOC, sister, do you still remember that you are a support spirit master? Or have you lost your fiery spirit? One must ponder the profound psychological impact of a support spirit master recklessly advancing into the line of fire on those with fragile hearts. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Yu exerted force with his hands, firmly grasping Dai Mubai, who then propelled himself with the vigor of a windmill, spinning rapidly. With a sudden release, Lu Yu exclaimed, "Go!" In that fleeting moment, Dai Mubai's body surged forth like a cannonball ignited by a fuse, propelled by astonishing speed and strength. His silhouette carved a sharp arc through the air, advancing towards Ma Hongjun with an unstoppable momentum. A resounding crash echoed, as if the very fabric of space trembled in response. Before Ma Hongjun could react, he was struck squarely by the meteoric charge of Dai Mubai. The force of the blow was so immense that Ma Hongjun found himself utterly unable to withstand it, losing balance and careening backwards like a kite severed from its string. Immediately following, a dull thud resonated as both individuals crashed heavily onto the unforgiving ground. Dust billowed upwards, enveloping them in a thick cloud of smoke. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, momentarily rendered speechless by the unexpected turn of events. Just as Ning Rongrong dashed towards her target, like an arrow released from its bow, she abruptly halted midway, her previously eager expression morphing into one of profound disappointment. Slowly, she turned her gaze towards Lu Yu, her eyes betraying a hint of lingering resentment. It was as if she silently lamented the disruption of her meticulously crafted plan, feeling as though Lu Yu had unwittingly thwarted her intentions. After all, even if one were to concede 1,000 steps, Ma Hongjuan's remarks merely suggested that the armor resembled a turtle's shell. Yet, her intentions had been pure, aimed at supporting Lu Yu, and now, her efforts had been abruptly interrupted, leaving her spirits in disarray. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojing observed the unfolding events with a slow nod, signaling the end of the battle. Lu Yu proceeded to heal their wounds in preparation for the next encounter, wherein Tang San and Xiao Wu would face off against Zhu Qing and Lu Yu. I still have to go up?" Lu Yu exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief, as though he had heard the most incredulous news. Yu Xiaojing, however, remained unperturbed, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Lu Yu inwardly lamented his predicament. Suddenly, he recalled that Flander had previously mentioned the necessity of selecting a student each week to initiate a challenge. He had not anticipated that he would now bear the additional responsibility of serving as a sparring partner for others, and this obligation would be a recurring one. Starting today, he would be tasked with the role of their training partner at regular intervals, aimed at enhancing their resilience under pressure. As for the specific intensity of the pressure to be applied and the methods to be employed for training, if I do not provide explicit instructions and arrangements, then you are entrusted with the autonomy to determine all these aspects based on the circumstances. Yu Xiaojing spoke calmly, yet his words conveyed an undeniable authority. Lu Yu let out a helpless sigh, recognizing that he could not shirk this responsibility. Although he felt a twinge of reluctance, he understood the significant importance it held for the enhancement of the team's overall strength. Thus, gritting his teeth, he steeled himself and acquiesced, saying, "Very well. Since you have such confidence in me, I shall do my utmost to fulfill this role as a sparring partner." Lu Yu did not refuse this. He had already established a clear objective regarding the challenge assigned by Flander. Although it may seem somewhat inappropriate, his actions would undoubtedly adhere to the school's regulations and principles, and could even be deemed reasonable. Upon further reflection on the master's decision, it is evident that appointing Lu Yu as the sparring partner for these individuals is indeed the most prudent choice. This arrangement not only allows Lu Yu to comprehend each person's combat style, but also to familiarize himself with the characteristics of various types of soul masters, which aligns with Flanders' previous emphasis on holistic development. Well then, it's settled. Lu Yu, you shall first tend to Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjuan's injuries, and prepare for the next battle, urged Yu Xiaojiang with an air of indifference. Tang San, standing nearby, seemed unfazed by the master's decision. A moment's contemplation would reveal the advantages inherent in this arrangement. However, he did not experience any unusual feelings about it. On the contrary, in his heart, he regarded Lu Yu as the most suitable candidate for the role of sparring partner, not solely due to Lu Yu's formidable strength, but also because the master's level of seriousness towards Lu Yu mirrored his own. Although Lu Yu had not formally apprenticed under the master, Tang San had always treated him as an elder brother. Lu Yu summoned his martial spirit, and the first purple soul ring beneath his feet suddenly shimmered. At that moment, Dai Mubai, who had been momentarily incapacitated, felt as if he was enveloped by a cascade of starlight. All discomfort from being flung away vanished. He raised his head and expressed his gratitude to Lu Yu before making his way to the spectator stands. After providing a brief treatment to Ma Hongjun and confirming that Ning Rongrong was unharmed, Lu Yu approached Zhang Qiqi, where Tang San and Xiao Wu were already waiting. The battle was about to commence. Chapter 185, Special Training Part 5. As the master declared the commencement of the battle, Zhang Qiqi summoned her soul power, and a majestic female warrior's apparition materialized behind her. In the next instant, she was enveloped in a radiant silver glow. As the light dissipated, it revealed silver armor that adorned her figure, accentuating her exquisite silhouette. The armor glimmered with dazzling brilliance, inscribed with mysterious and arcane runes that seemed to embody boundless power and secrets, exuding a breathtaking aura as the light danced around her. In that moment, she resembled a true Valkyrie descending from the heavens, exuding an air of solemnity and sanctity. At that juncture, a brilliant yellow soul ring erupted into brilliance, shining as brightly as the stars in the night sky. This was the formidable energy surge unleashed by her Valkyrie martial spirit. With the emergence of the soul ring, Zhang Qiqi activated her first soul skill, a ray of the Valkyrie. In an instant, a tremendous flow of soul power converged and swiftly took the form of various awe-inspiring weapons. A razor-sharp longsword radiating cold light, a heavy, solid battle axe exuding dominance, and a swift, agile spear, fierce and unstoppable. With her profound abilities, Zhang Qiqi adeptly wielded at least 4 such weapons, each capable of unleashing its maximum potential. In that fleeting moment, Zhang Qiqi gripped a long spear that sparkled with resplendent silver light, standing as steadfast as a statue. She slightly turned her body, locking eyes with Lu Yu in the distance. This brief exchange ignited an invisible spark, creating a palpable atmosphere of tension and excitement. Without hesitation, Zhang Qiqi forcefully stomped her foot, as if propelled by a powerful spring, unleashing an immense surge of energy. She surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. Simultaneously, the long spear in her grasp danced in harmony with her movements, tracing a graceful arc through the air, reminiscent of a dragon soaring from the depths of the water. Imbued with unparalleled might and agility, the tip of the spear glimmered with a chilling light, tearing through the air and emitting a sharp whistling sound wherever it passed. The long spear sliced through the atmosphere with a fierce momentum, thrusting, piercing, prodding, and slashing. These seemingly simple movements, in the hands of Zhang Qiqi, coalesced into a series of formidable techniques, akin to a dragon emerging from water, clawing and striking towards Xiao Wu. Confronted with the relentless assault of the long spear wielded by Zhang Qiqi, Xiao Wu could only rely on her remarkable flexibility and the agility bestowed upon her by her martial spirit to barely evade the onslaught. Yet, Zhang Qiqi appeared to possess inexhaustible stamina. Despite the prolonged engagement, her offensive showed no signs of waning. The spear's cold glimmer fell like torrential raindrops, leaving no respite for the opponent, forcing Xiao Wu to retreat repeatedly, soon finding herself at a disadvantage. Xiao Wu, Tang San, witnessing her perilous situation, felt a surge of anxiety swell within him. Unable to contain himself, he shouted, his voice filled with urgency and concern. Subsequently, he hesitated not for a moment, channeling all his soul power. In an instant, the yellow soul rings surrounding him erupted with a dazzling radiance, akin to a brilliant sun, accompanied by Tang San's fierce declaration. Blue-silver bind. A cacophony of crackling sounds erupted as countless strands of blue-silver grass surged forth from the earth like a pack of awakened beasts. emerging with astonishing speed. They grew and spread rapidly, akin to bamboo shoots after a spring rain, soon enveloping the entire battlefield. These blue-silver grass were extraordinarily agile, weaving through the air as if each blade possessed its own life, accurately sweeping towards Zhang Qiqi. They resembled fierce, venomous serpents, locking onto their prey with unyielding determination, launching a ferocious attack on Zhang Qiqi. In that fleeting moment, the previously tranquil arena was suddenly swept by a tempest, a wind roaring like a colossal dragon, wildly swirling everything in its path, lifting clouds of dust and grit. Amidst the swirling dust and sand, a phantom-like figure emerged at an astonishing speed, darting across the battlefield like lightning. In the blink of an eye, this figure positioned itself between Zhang Qiqi and the blue-silver grass. As the onlookers focused their gaze, they beheld the newcomer, Lu Yu. His stature was tall and robust, his right fist clenched tightly and raised high above his head, as if gathering all his strength. Without hesitation, Lu Yu brought his fist crashing down onto the ground. The resounding impact echoed like a thunderclap, deafening and powerful. As his fist struck the earth, the ground trembled violently, a formidable shockwave radiating outward from Lu Yu's position. Visible ripples of disturbance manifested in the air, reminiscent of a tranquil lake disturbed by a massive stone, creating layers of concentric waves. Under the assault of this terrifying force, the dense, lush blue-silver grass was utterly powerless to withstand it. They crumbled like fragile paper engulfed by a raging fire, disintegrating into fine powder that floated gracefully into the air. Xiao San, your opponent is me. As the smoke dissipated, Lu Yu's figure emerged before Tang San. He rose slowly, retracting his fist, and spoke in a calm tone. Realizing it was futile to assist Xiao Wu, Tang San's eyes ignited with fierce determination. If that is your intent, come forth, brother Yu, and allow me to experience your prowess. Very well, I'll indulge you. Lu Yu replied with a cold smirk. In an instant, he unleashed a powerful thrust of his legs, propelling his body like a cannonball, and aimed a fierce kick directly at Tang San's face. Yet, Tang San, agile as lightning, swiftly arched his upper body backward, akin to a willow branch swayed by the wind, narrowly evading the impending strike. Meanwhile, standing beside them, Ma Hongjun gazed with wide eyes, filled with envy. In a heartbeat, Tang San contorted his body with remarkable flexibility, resembling an exquisitely crafted arch bridge. His movements flowed seamlessly, devoid of any hesitation. At that moment, Lu Yu's ferocious kick, accompanied by a sharp gust of wind, roared toward him. However, Tang San's reaction was astonishingly swift. His nose nearly brushed against Lu Yu's rear as he deftly sidestepped the formidable blow by a mere fraction. The scene was utterly breathtaking, compelling onlookers to break into a cold sweat. With a resounding thud, Lu Yu's kick missed Tang San, crashing into a tree behind him, which splintered instantly. Seizing the opportunity, Tang San regained his footing, his yellow soul ring shining brilliantly as he slammed his hands onto the ground, exclaiming, "Blue-silver binding." In that instant, a rustling sound erupted as countless blue-silver grasses seemed to respond to an enigmatic force, surging forth from the earth like a verdant tide. Their growth was astonishing, reminiscent of bamboo shoots bursting forth after a long drought, ascending to towering heights in the blink of an eye. These blue-silver grasses intertwined, weaving into enormous and resilient blue webs. Each net was composed of thousands of delicate, flexible stems, appearing as impenetrable as a celestial trap. They enveloped Lu Yu from all directions, emanating an overwhelming force and pressure, as if intent on consuming him entirely. Yet Lu Yu remained unfazed amidst the swirling mass of blue-silver grasses. A faint smile graced his lips as he remarked, "Little San, do you underestimate me by employing such childish tactics? That seems a tad excessive." No sooner had he spoken than he raised his right fist once more, crashing it down, reducing countless blue-silver grasses to mere powder. In response, Tang San's lips curled into a subtle smile as he brought his fingers together, channeling his soul power. The second soul ring beneath him shimmered brightly, and he declared, "Ghost Vine Parasite." In an instant, countless vines sprouted from Lu Yu's head, hands, feet, and even his entire body, intertwining and wrapping around him, transforming him into a human-shaped Zongzi. However, the next moment, a visible tremor rippled through the air as Lu Yu harnessed his strength once more, invoking the 8th gate of Duanjia. Second gate, open. The ghostly vines were instantly reduced to powder. As the dust settled, Lu Yu shook his shoulders, and in the blink of an eye, his figure darted forward again, charging at Tang San. Upon witnessing this sudden onslaught, Tang San's heart sank, and he swiftly retreated like a wraith, creating a safe distance between them. Simultaneously, he thrust his hands forward, unleashing a bone-chilling cold that erupted from his palms. "Mystic Jade Hand," Tang San exclaimed, as his once fair and smooth hand shimmered with a faint icy glow, as if clad in an impenetrable armor of frost. In rapid succession, Tang San's hands moved with dazzling speed towards his waist, akin to two agile serpents twisting and soaring through the air. As he orchestrated this dance of motion, a barrage of fine yet razor-sharp icy beams shot forth like meteors, sweeping towards Lu Yu in a relentless storm. These icy rays, thin as hair, harbored astonishing chill and penetrating power. Hidden weapons? Quite intriguing, but still insufficient to satisfy me. Lu Yu scoffed, halting in place and allowing his hands to flutter above and below. Look, Lu Yu's movements mirror Tang San's techniques. Oscar, who was observing, gasped in astonishment. Humph. Tang San's hidden weapons are not so easily countered, Tang San thought, smirking at Lu Yu's actions. These poison-flying needles, while not instantly lethal, were not something an ordinary person could withstand. Yet, what unfolded next nearly made his eyes bulge in disbelief. In that fleeting moment, everyone beheld Lu Yu's hands flitting about like two agile butterflies. Concurrently, he concentrated his formidable mental power, letting it flow like a clear spring over his eyes. At that moment, the enigmatic meditation of all phenomena was pushed to its utmost limit. Under the influence of such immense power, Tang San's lightning-fast movements and the flurry of flying needles appeared to Lu Yu as if they were captured in slow motion, every detail crystal clear and unmistakable. Moreover, bolstered by the terrifying enhancement of the second gate of Duanjia, Lu Yu's reaction speed reached a jaw-dropping level, allowing him to effortlessly keep pace with the unfolding events. In a flash, Lu Yu extended his hands with astonishing swiftness, precisely catching the oncoming flying needles. Without hesitation, he imitated Tang San's earlier motion, casting the needles back with force. The flying needles resembled streaks of glimmering meteors, piercing through the air and hurtling straight toward Tang San. The moment the poison on the needles came into contact, Lu Yu sensed it, initially intending to leverage his speed to close in on Tang San for a decisive strike. However, at that instant, a sudden chill emanated from his dantian, which inexplicably absorbed all the toxins from the needles. Thus, Lu Yu promptly altered his course of action, deciding to engage in a playful contest with Tang San instead. As for Tang San, he was momentarily startled by the barrage of flying needles. After all, as a disciple of the Tang sect, he not only excelled in using hidden weapons, but also possessed a comprehensive strategy for countering them. He halted his throwing motion and instead executed a peculiar maneuver, controlling the crane and capturing the dragon. In an instant, the storm of needles was neutralized. Grasping one steel needle, Tang San felt a wave of confusion wash over him. The toxin on this needle should have been injected into Lu Yu. Yet Lu Yu appeared to be in vibrant health. However, there was no time for contemplation, as Lu Yu's iron fist was already barreling towards him. With a resounding thud, Tang San hastily raised his arms to defend himself. The tremendous force reverberated throughout his internal organs, causing him to emit a muffled groan of pain, with a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth as his body was sent flying backward. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he swiftly reached for a black mechanism at his waist. Was that the Zhuge crossbow? The sight of the metallic contraption instantly brought its name to Lu Yu's mind. He had seen its design schematics in Tang San's room and was astonished that Tang San had managed to construct it so quickly. He pondered what kind of extraordinary results would arise when combined with alchemy. In the next moment, the internal gears of the mechanism clashed, the sound reaching Lu Yu's ears just as a sharp arrow sliced through the air toward him. Lu Yu's body deftly maneuvered through the air at an exquisite angle to evade the incoming projectile. Yet, in the following instant, Tang San's third purple soul ring suddenly shimmered, activating his third soul skill, Web of Spiders. Lu Yu was suddenly ensnared by an unexpected web, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Tang San landed gracefully, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. The previous crossbow shot was merely a tactic to force Lu Yu to alter his course. The webbing that followed was his true offensive maneuver. Chapter 187, Special Training 7. Alas, I was careless. Lu Yu shook his head in disbelief. He had never taken Tang San seriously due to the latter's significantly inferior strength. He had completely forgotten that within the youthful body of a mere teenager resided a man in his 30s. However, to think that such a flimsy web could ensnare me. Oh, little San, you were still too naive. With a powerful motion, Liu broke free from the web binding him with a loud crack. In the next instant, he unleashed a sudden burst of energy, executing a swift step that left Tang San momentarily blinded. In a heartbeat, Lu Yu's smiling visage appeared before him. Bang! A sharp pain surged through Tang San's abdomen, as if his very organs had been struck with immense force. In the following moment, his body was propelled backward, and just as he was lost in a daze, he felt a strong hand catch him from behind. Turning his head, he was met with Lu Yu's familiar face. Liu swiftly extended his hands, steadying the faltering Tang San. Once Tang San regained his footing, Lu Yu's ethereal figure vanished in an instant, returning to the tumultuous battlefield. Tang San widened his eyes, fixating on the direction of Lu Yu's disappearance, a profound sense of defeat and helplessness welling up within him. He was acutely aware that he had succumbed in this contest. Had Lu Yu exerted just a fraction more force during their encounter, he would likely have met a grim fate, his organs shattered and life extinguished. Reflecting on the brief yet harrowing clash with Lu Yu, Tang San still felt a shiver of trepidation. The opponent's unfathomable power was truly beyond his reach. Meanwhile, the battle between Zhang Qiqi and Xiao Wu had escalated to a fever pitch, both combatants engaged in an intense struggle, neither willing to yield. The silver spear in Zhang Qiqi's grasp danced through the air with the ferocity of a raging wind, resembling a nimble silver serpent that dazzled the onlookers. The spear seemed imbued with life, adapting to Zhang Qiqi's movements, thrusting and piercing with a fierce momentum that deterred any who dared approach. Xiao Wu, drawing upon the unique abilities conferred by her martial soul and her acute perception, consistently evaded Zhang Qiqi's relentless assaults. Yet, despite her agility, she found herself retreating under the relentless pressure of her opponent, gradually being forced back until a sturdy tree obstructed her escape. At that moment, Xiao Wu was ensnared in a dire predicament, with no avenue of retreat remaining. In this critical juncture, a glint of cold light flashed as Zhang Qiqi's spear, sharp as lightning, hurtled towards Xiao Wu with a piercing sound, threatening to strike the unprepared girl. Just as the spear was about to reach her, Xiao Wu suddenly shifted. Evading like a specter, she propelled herself off the tree trunk, using the rebound to twist her body with remarkable speed, her delicate hands darting out with lightning precision to grasp the spear's shaft. In the next instant, her yellow soul ring blazed to life, activating her first soul skill, bowstring. Xiao Wu traced a perfect arc in midair. However, at that precise moment, a silver glimmer flickered in Zhang Qiqi's eyes as her soul power surged, illuminating her second soul ring and activating her second soul skill, Insight. Zhang Qiqi abruptly released her hold on the spear, causing it to vanish, leaving Xiao Wu without a point of leverage and losing her balance. Just as the onlookers gasped in concern, Xiao Wu's third soul ring flared brightly. Invoking her third soul skill, teleportation, her form vanished from midair. In the next heartbeat, a pink silhouette reappeared behind Zhang Qiqi, her yellow soul ring glowing anew as she unleashed her first soul skill, bowstring. An instant later, Zhang Qiqi felt an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness as she was forcefully thrown to the ground. The sudden onset of pain elicited a soft groan from her. Just as Xiao Wu propelled herself into the air once more, a shadowy figure materialized behind her, sending a chill down her spine. Instinctively, she summoned the power of her third soul skill, causing her figure to vanish in an instant, leaving Lu Yu momentarily startled as he struck at nothing but air. In that fleeting moment, Xiao Wu reappeared on the ground, swiftly raising her right hand, and 3 icy darts shot towards Lu Yu's face. He immediately tilted his head to evade, the 3 iron needles narrowly grazing past him. Meanwhile, Lu Yu, with a firm grip on his left hand, swiftly launched 3 small stones at Xiao Wu. At this juncture, Xiao Wu's remaining soul power was insufficient to unleash her third soul skill, and within the blink of an eye, the 3 stones approached her. With a resounding thud, all 3 stones struck their target. 2 collided with her knees, causing her to emit a muffled cry of pain. Concurrently, the recently thrown down Zhang Qiqi sprang to her feet, her eyes flashing with a silvery gleam. A silver spear materialized in her hand, and with a swift motion, Xiao Wu regained her senses only to find the gleaming tip of the spear poised before her. Enough. The battle is concluded, Yu Xiaojiang declared coldly, refraining from announcing a victor, merely stating that Lu Yu should tend to their injuries and prepare for the next round. Oscar. Zhu Zhiqing, you two will face Lu Yu as a team. Ah? Oscar exclaimed, hastily chewing a few bites of sausage before swallowing, startled that his turn had come so swiftly. Master, may I forego the fight and simply surrender? Absolutely not, the master replied sternly. On the battlefield, your adversary will not spare you simply because you utter the word surrender. Moreover, your capitulation would only serve to cast doubt on the judgment of our Dean, Flanders, proving you to be an ordinary bunch. Feeling the weight of Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai's gazes, Oscar instinctively lowered his head. All right, I will go, he conceded, resignedly making his way to the center of the arena, nonchalantly passing by Zhu Zhuqing and slipping a few items into her hands. The battle commences, the master commanded directly. Lu Yu, considering we've shared so much time together, could you go easy on me? Oscar chuckled at Lu Yu. Though his newly grown beard elicited a wave of nausea, Lu Yu was momentarily speechless, a dark line forming on his forehead. Who said anything about sleeping together? We merely share a dormitory. Please clarify your words next time. Such implications could tarnish my reputation, you know. Oscar replied, Oh, how fierce. Despite Lu Yu's typically good-natured temperament, Oscar's nauseating remarks prompted him to utter a phrase from the essence of their culture. However, in the next instant, a shadow suddenly lunged at Lu Yu, its sharp claws slicing through the air like blades aimed directly at his face. Chapter 188, Special Training 8. As the shadow approached, a battle was imminent. Lu Yu quickly pushed off the ground to retreat just in time to evade Zhu Zhuqing's disfiguring strike. That was close, he thought, still feeling a lingering fear. In the next moment, Zhu Zhuqing's first soul ring glowed once more. With a swift motion, her hands transformed into razor-sharp claws, aimed at Lu Yu. Just as her claws were a mere step away from his cheek, Lu Yu's figure suddenly vanished before her eyes. What? Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily stunned. Yet for some inexplicable reason, she felt relieved that she had avoided the attack. In the blink of an eye, a smiling face appeared before Oscar. Senior Oscar, what did you just say? I didn't catch that. To Oscar, Lu Yu's smile resembled that of a demon, causing cold sweat to break out on his forehead, leaving him stammering. Suddenly, like the others before him, Oscar experienced a sharp pain in his abdomen. In the next moment, his body flew backward like a kite with a severed string. Distinctively, just before hitting the ground, wings sprouted from his back. Without hesitation, Oscar chose to ascend, attempting to escape Lu Yu's attack range. However, in the next instant, his plans were thwarted as a shadow enveloped him. Startled, he looked up only to see a foot looming larger and larger before him. With a resounding thud, Lu Yu's foot landed squarely on Oscar's face, sending him crashing to the ground. How satisfying, Lu Yu thought, his feet firmly planted on the ground. That kick had brought him immense relief. He had not realized Oscar's face could serve such a purpose. He silently vowed to repeat the experience whenever possible. In the very next moment, Lu Yu felt a chill run down his back, as if a cold wind had swept by. Instinctively, he turned slightly and reached back to ascertain the situation. When his palm made contact with the object, he was astonished to find himself grasping a slender, pristine hand. This hand resembled jade carved from mutton fat, exuding an incredible smoothness. However, what terrified Lu Yu even more were the sharp, blade-like claws that extended from the tips of those delicate fingers. These claws glimmered with a chilling light, emanating a terrifying aura. They were mere centimeters from Lu Yu's eyes. Any closer, and they might pierce directly into his eyeballs. At this moment, Lu Yu's heartbeat surged to an unprecedented pace, and a fine layer of sweat broke out on his forehead. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing exerted herself to break free from Lu Yu's grasp, and suddenly, a pair of wings sprouted from her back. In the next instant, she retreated sharply, swiftly distancing herself from Lu Yu. It was, astonishingly, the flying mushroom sausage that Oscar had given her before entering, just moments ago. While Oscar was pinned down and struck by Lu Yu, she had quickly consumed the flying mushroom sausage. And with a combination of her own speed and the enhancement of the sausage, she had approached Lu Yu with haste. However, having missed her opportunity to strike, Zhu Zhuqing decisively chose to withdraw. Before Lu Yu could react, her first spirit ring glowed anew, and with her first spirit ability, Phantom Thrust, Zhu Zhuqing transformed into a shadow. This time, she did not charge directly at Lu Yu. Instead, her movements were erratic and mesmerizing. Lu Yu remained rooted in place, seemingly resigned to his fate. Suddenly, he moved, swiftly extending his hand toward the empty space on his left. In the next moment, Zhu Zhuqing's figure appeared on that very side, her hand ensnared firmly in Lu Yu's grasp. Shall we continue? Lu Yu inquired with a smile directed at Zhu Zhuqing. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Zhuqing provided her answer. Her purple spirit ring shimmered brilliantly as she unleashed her third spirit ability, Phantom Slash. Instantly, her right hand transformed into a jet-black blade, lunging swiftly toward Lu Yu. He immediately released her left hand and retreated abruptly, evading the attack and creating distance between them. Observing Zhu Zhuqing, who was brimming with combat zeal, Lu Yu could only shake his head in exasperation, pondering why this girl was so obstinate. In that fleeting moment, Zhu Zhuqing executed the ghost step, her figure vanishing like a specter without a trace. Suspended in midair, she anxiously scanned her surroundings, desperately seeking any sign of Lu Yu. Just then, she felt a faint breeze behind her. Almost instinctively, she lashed out with her razor-sharp claws toward the unseen threat. To her astonishment, her strike met nothing but air. How could this be? Quickly, Zhu Zhuqing spun around, her face etched with disbelief as she gazed at the empty space behind her. A wave of intense unease washing over her. Something was undoubtedly amiss. Furrowing her delicate brows, she wondered where he could possibly be. Suddenly, a hand reached out and grasped her shoulder. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing instinctively sidestepped. However, her evasive maneuver caused Lu Yu's hand, which had been aimed at her shoulder, to veer slightly off course, landing instead on another part of her body. In the next instant, Lu Yu's form became apparent, and a soft sensation traveled through his fingertips, leading him to incredulously gaze at Zhu Zhuqing's proud bosom. Oscar and Ma Hongjun below gaped in disbelief at the two, with Oscar enviously remarking that the touch must surely be delightful. In that fleeting moment, the onlookers beheld Zhu Zhuqing's porcelain-like visage, which seemed to have been kissed by the evening glow, taking on a delicate blush that swiftly spread, adding a hint of shyness and allure to her previously aloof countenance. Without hesitation, Zhu Zhuqing raised her slender yet powerful right hand, tracing a sharp arc through the air. With a resounding clap, a distinct palm print suddenly appeared on Lu Yu's cheek. Nevertheless, Zhu Zhuqing did not linger for a moment, nor did she glance back at Lu Yu. Like a graceful butterfly, she fluttered her beautiful wings and elegantly alighted beside Xiao Wu. In that instant, she resembled a blossoming ice lotus, maintaining her cool beauty, yet evoking an irresistible urge to draw closer and explore. Lu Yu stood there, dumbfounded. Ahem, Master cleared his throat several times, declaring the battle concluded. The group quickly arranged themselves in formation before the Master. At 10 o'clock tonight, I expect everyone to gather here for additional training. The Master suddenly intoned coldly. What? Ma Hongjun exclaimed in astonishment. Why? The Master smirked disdainfully. The previous battle was designed for you to better understand each other's abilities and cultivate your teamwork. Yet your performance resembled that of children playing house. Dinner will be prepared as usual, but should you arrive late, do not expect to eat. With that, the Master turned on his heel and departed, offering no opportunity for anyone to respond. Oscar immediately began lamenting his fate. Chapter 189, Special Training. Night training. As the gentle night breeze flowed, the villagers, having toiled throughout the day, had already slipped into slumber, leaving the village enveloped in tranquility, punctuated only by the occasional chirp of insects. Suddenly, a wail erupted from the boys' dormitory of Shrek Academy. Oscar, cradling his head in his hands and gazing at the ceiling, cried out in despair, "Why must there be such a thing as night training? It is utterly torturous. The new teacher is even more relentless than Zhao Wujing." Ma Hongjun yawned widely, vigorously rubbing his still drowsy eyes, which seemed glued shut, as if bound by glue. He nodded drowsily, indicating his profound resonance with Oscar's words. Reflecting on the past, although Zhao Wujing frequently subjected them to additional training sessions, those drills typically concluded around 9 in the evening. Furthermore, no matter how arduous the training was, it had never been as grueling as today. The fact that they were required to commence their training at 10 was utterly absurd, especially since they had just been compelled to run a staggering 20 laps around the village. With this thought, Ma Hongjun could not help but let out a heavy sigh. Alas, as the sound escaped his lips, he slumped backward like a deflated balloon. A creaking sound echoed as the poor bed emitted a pained groan, for his corpulent body, akin to a small hill, pressed down on the bed frame with a cacophony of creaks. Subsequently, Ma Hongjun sprawled in a standard shape, limbs splayed wide as he reclined back onto the bed. At that moment, he felt as if his legs no longer belonged to him, weak and utterly devoid of strength. He mumbled incessantly, "What on earth is that Master thinking? Night training? Oh, I truly cannot bear this any longer. Indeed, I really cannot fathom how Tang San endured such an extreme training regimen." Oscar chimed in agreement. "You two have said enough. Regardless, the Master was invited here by Dean Flandra. Let us show some respect. Besides, he is Tang San's mentor, so it would be wise to refrain from such remarks in front of him." Daimu Bai interjected as he approached. "Lu Yu and Tang San have already left." We should hurry as well. Despite his words, the day's training had left even Dai Mubai feeling somewhat overwhelmed. With no soul power to summon his martial spirit and bearing a heavy load of stones while running those 20 laps, he truly found it taxing. I really admire how Tang San has managed to endure all these years, Ma Hongjun grumbled as he struggled to rise from the bed. That's precisely why Tang San and Lu Yu are so formidable, Oscar remarked, laboriously getting up and dragging his nearly exhausted body toward the training ground. At that moment, the open area had already welcomed some early arrivals. Lu Yu, having stowed away his weighted armor, walked over only to discover that others had already arrived. This afternoon, Master had just allowed them to run around the village without using their soul powers for 20 laps, and yet someone had arrived before him. Could it be Little San? Lu Yu speculated, but as he drew closer, he realized it was someone else. Standing in the center of the training ground was a striking figure clad in black, Zhu Zhuqing. Her proud chest rose and fell rhythmically, her breath coming in heavy gasps, and beads of sweat glistened on her forehead, indicating that she had just engaged in an intense workout. Zhuqing, you're here so early, Liu greeted her warmly as he approached. Yes, you arrived quite early as well, Zhu Zhuqing replied, her cool and melodious voice flowing gently, her tone as calm and unruffled as a serene lake in late autumn, making it difficult to discern the emotional currents beneath. She slightly lifted her head, her gaze sweeping over him like a cold star, only to quickly retract, as if any prolonged glance would be superfluous. Zhu Zhuqing took a gentle, deep breath. As the air filled her lungs, her previously erratic breath began to stabilize. Her slender form swayed gently in the breeze. I'm sorry, Liu suddenly spoke up. Sorry for what? Zhu Zhuqing replied, still maintaining her icy demeanor. During the match today, I truly did not mean it, Liu said hesitantly. This sentiment had been bottled up inside him, as he felt it was essential to apologize since they would be classmates moving forward. Upon hearing his words, Zhu Zhuqing's cold expression underwent a subtle shift as she recalled the unpleasant incident of the day. It's fine. I slapped you as well, so we're even. Although she said this, an unusual feeling lingered within her, especially since she had felt no aversion when Lu Yu's hand had rested upon her chest. Not even a hint of distaste. To prevent herself from overthinking, she had gone for a few laps after her brief rest, attempting to shake off the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind and regain her composure, deliberately adopting a distant demeanor to minimize interaction with Lu Yu. As Lu Yu was about to speak, he noticed Zhu Zhuqing's disinterest and wisely closed his mouth. Yugu suddenly called out Xiao Wu from a distance. Lu Yu turned to see Ning Rongrong and Zhang Qiqi trailing behind her as they approached the playground. Judging by their appearances, it seemed the 20 laps arranged by the master had exhausted them considerably this afternoon. It appeared that even a soul beast that had existed for 100,000 years could scarcely endure the master's grueling training. Lu Yu mused silently. Upon seeing Lu Yu, Xiao Wu greeted him, yet still bore an expression of fatigue. Yugu, Zhuqing, why did you arrive so early? Aren't you tired? Where's Sangu? You two are usually inseparable. Why isn't he with you? Lu Yu did not respond directly to Xiao Wu's inquiries, but instead smiled and asked, noting that he hadn't seen Tang San since the afternoon training concluded. He had assumed Tang San had gone to find Xiao Wu. To Lu Yu's surprise, Xiao Wu shook her head and replied wearily, I don't know. After training, I returned to the dormitory with Qiqi and the others, and I haven't seen Sangu. She speculated that he might have gone to find the dean or the master. Lu Yu deduced that it was only natural for Tang San, being the master's student, to catch up with his mentor after a long separation. As he pondered, the rest of the group gradually arrived at the playground, all appearing equally drained and devoid of energy, evidently suffering from the rigors of the master's specialized training. Of course, Lu Yu was the exception. Despite the master's rigorous demands, his burden being 3 times that of others while clad in weighted armor, Lu Yu's formidable physique and robust recovery capabilities allowed him to bounce back with relative ease after a brief respite. Hello, everyone. You all arrived quite early, Oscar greeted with his half-closed, weary eyes. Chapter 190. Night training begins. Oscar's greeting was met with the approach of 3 figures from afar. Leading them was none other than the mastermind behind the collective suffering of the group, Master Yu Xiaojiang, followed closely by Flinder and Tang San. Flinder yawned widely, his slightly dazed eyes indicating that he had just been roused from slumber. Meanwhile, Tang San appeared visibly troubled, having just learned a shocking piece of news from the master and Flinder. It seems you all arrived on time. That is commendable, Flinder began, his voice resonating with approval. As he spoke, Tang San returned to the ranks and stood beside Lu Yu. It might have been Lu Yu's imagination, but it felt as though Tang San had cast him a peculiar glance, though he seemed reluctant to articulate anything. "Sangu, where did you go just now? We hadn't seen you for quite a while," Ma Hongjun suddenly inquired, peeking over Lu Yu to address Tang San. "Oh, it's nothing much. Just catching up with the teacher," Tang San replied. As Tang San was lost in thought, he was suddenly startled by Ma Hongjun's words. Attempting to feign calmness, he replied. Though he masked his emotions well, Lu Yu could discern some clues. However, he chose not to inquire further. "Let us all quiet down. It appears you are all quite fatigued," said Flinder, whose voice abruptly halted before he uttered the one statement everyone wished to avoid. Yet, the night training must continue. He raised his right hand, showcasing a stack of envelopes before the gathering. "Dean, did you not say you would cultivate our spirit of teamwork? Why then? Are we to act independently this time?" Oscar was the first to voice his query. With a cold chuckle, Flinder continued. "If we were to compare a team to a wooden bucket capable of holding water, then the members of that team are akin to the planks that comprise the bucket. The maximum capacity of the bucket is determined by the shortest plank. Similarly, each of your individual strengths will influence the overall potential of the team. Indeed, to illustrate with a simple example, Lu Yu is the strongest among you. However, within the Grand Soul Arena, it is impossible for you to be placed on the same battle platform. Given your current strengths, you cannot even team up with him." At this moment, the master interjected, continuing Flinder's discourse. "Thus, future training will primarily focus on enhancing your teamwork while simultaneously developing each individual's capabilities. Your names are inscribed on the envelopes. Now, each of you shall come forth to collect your respective tasks. This assignment can be considered a minor long-term endeavor. Before the sun rises the day after tomorrow, each of you must procure the items specified in your envelope. Should even one person fail to meet their objective, we shall adhere to the established rules. If one falls short, all shall face punishment." Flinder stated blandly as he held aloft the envelope. One by one, the group approached to receive the envelopes bearing their names. Lu Yu was the last to complete the task and returned to the assembly, casually opening his envelope. "What is this?" he wondered, momentarily taken aback by the contents within. The cool night breeze caressed his face, providing a refreshing sensation. At this moment, a figure raced along a small path in the wilderness. After a brief while, the figure halted before a tree, extracting a map from a spatial ring. Using the bright moonlight to search for landmarks while continually cross-referencing the map's details. "This should be the right place. Why does it not align?" Lu Yu murmured, glancing around before ultimately realizing he had held the map upside down. Lu Yu was momentarily rendered speechless by his own actions. Fortunately, he was alone in the vicinity. Had old Mo been present, he would have surely mocked him. How embarrassing. After swiftly aligning the map, Lu Yu confirmed that he had not strayed from his path. This was indeed the right place. Under the moonlight, he roughly memorized the route ahead. Once he folded the map away, he moved with a ghostly grace, his figure vanishing abruptly from sight. A gentle breeze swept through the desolate path, stirring up dust and scattered leaves. Shortly after Lu Yu's departure, a robust silhouette appeared on the lonely road. Zhao Wuji wiped the sweat from his brow, cursing under his breath. "Damn, this little rascal runs so fast." He then set off again, quickly matching Lu Yu's pace while maintaining a respectful distance, merely following from afar. Meanwhile, moonlight bathed a small path outside a forest, where Zhu Zhuqing held a herbal compendium, searching intently. She gently opened an aged envelope, discovering within it a mysterious and daunting quest. This task required her to seek out a rare herb known as the Nightshade Fairy. As she cautiously extracted the contents, the first item to catch her eye was an exquisitely detailed illustration of the herb. It seemed to possess a peculiar allure, captivating her gaze. Every line and intricate detail was vividly apparent. Moreover, the envelope contained a comprehensive description of the herb. The slightly yellowed paper was densely filled with information about the Nightshade Fairy, its growing environment, morphological characteristics, medicinal value, and more. The text resembled an ancient cipher, perplexing her. If only Li were here, he would surely comprehend it with ease. A thought unexpectedly crossed her mind. At that moment, a cool breeze quietly approached, gently caressing her figure. The chill penetrated her thin garment, causing her to instinctively huddle closer and wrap her clothing more tightly around herself. Yet, this simple motion caused her already ample bosom to quiver slightly, reminiscent of two lively rabbits eager to leap free from their constraints. For reasons unknown, her thoughts drifted back to the events of the day when she had fought alongside Lu Yu. Zhu Zhuqing quickly shook her head, wondering why he occupied her mind again. She dismissed the chaotic thoughts and forcibly redirected her focus back to the search for herbs. Meanwhile, outside Soto City, Tang San and Oscar walked along the road, fortunate enough to be assigned to the same task location. Although the specific details differed, their general vicinity was quite similar. Xiao San, you seem off today. What is the matter? Oscar broke the silence first. At the recent assembly, Oscar noticed something unusual about Tang San. Even when Xiao Wu and Lu Yu engaged him in conversation, he appeared utterly distracted, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Huh? Tang San was taken aback by Oscar's remark. What did you say? I inquired about what occupies your thoughts, as you seem quite preoccupied. Oscar replied with a hint of exasperation, reiterating his earlier observation. Are you hungry? I have sausages. Would you care for some? My treat. No, thank you. Let's focus on completing our task and return as soon as possible, Tang San replied, extracting an envelope from his pocket. Chapter 191, Night Training. No, thank you. Tang San politely declined Oscar's offer and began to follow the instructions inscribed on the envelope. Ugh. Oscar took a bite of the sausage, leaving grease smudged around his mouth. Fine, if you won't eat, I will. A gust of cold wind caused Oscar to shrink his neck, lamenting the necessity of conducting night training in such frigid weather. What a waste of time, he muttered under his breath while quickening his pace to catch up with Tang San, whose route was similar. Hey, Tang San, slow down. We have at least a day. We can take our time and still finish the task. Though Tang San walked ahead, appearing to diligently search for clues. His mind was already a whirlwind of thoughts. Tang San, wait a moment. The streets are quite deserted at night, with hardly any souls around except for the patrolling guards. Before Oscar could finish his sentence, a hand suddenly covered his mouth. Tang San promptly pulled Oscar into a nearby alley, still bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Oscar found himself in the shadows as a group of patrolling soldiers passed by, engaged in conversation. Taking advantage of the darkness cast by the buildings, the two remained perfectly concealed. Tang San carefully crouched against the wall, straining to hear the soldiers' words. Oscar, sensing the gravity of the situation, lowered his voice. Did you catch what they said? Shoo. Tang San pressed his ear against the wall, gesturing for silence without turning his head. Patrol Soldier A, did you hear? Another child has gone missing today. Patrol Soldier B, of course. I heard. And among the missing is the grandson of the old Feng family patriarch. It seems the eldest son hurried back last night. Patrol Soldier A, yes, I heard that too. Young Master Feng has been a soul sage for 4 years and holds a significant position in the Empire. It appears he has come back with an imperial decree. Those thieves are in for a rough time. Patrol Soldier B, but didn't the city lord also dispatch many men to search last time, only to find nothing? Moreover, I've heard that young Master Feng's reputation is rather dubious. He reportedly ascended to Soul Sage through secret methods and is rumored to have connections with several high-ranking officials. Will they even be able to find anything? The Night Watchman A, upon hearing this, nudged Night Watchman B with his elbow. Lower your voice. This area is under the jurisdiction of the Feng family. Do you want to get us both killed? Night Watchman B, however, dismissed his concern, saying, It's pitch dark here. Who besides us lowly folk would be wandering the streets at this hour? Let us hurry up and finish our rounds so we can get back to sleep. I'm utterly exhausted. As the two night watchmen moved away, two figures emerged from the shadows. Tang San, did you hear that? They just mentioned the missing children and the Feng family. Tang San promptly retrieved the task envelope given by his master. The aged paper prominently displayed a bounty notice alongside a map of Soto City, with a conspicuous red circle marking the location of the Feng family's estate. Oscar, at that moment, also produced his envelope, revealing a map identical to Tang San's. But instead of a bounty notice, it contained 4 sheets of paper. The names of various shops on these sheets appeared to belong to the Chen family. Oscar then pulled out another sheet, revealing a list of the Feng family members, including Feng Mingwei, the patriarch of the Feng clan. Suddenly, Oscar turned to Tang San, asking, Where did your master acquire this information? Tang San, a bit skeptical, took the thin sheets from Oscar and examined them closely. As he read, his brows furrowed in confusion. Shaking his head slightly to indicate his own bewilderment, he scrutinized the seemingly ordinary papers and realized they were anything but trivial. They meticulously detailed the names of the Feng family's key members, their martial spirits, and corresponding rank levels. However, what was even more shocking was the subsequent listing of heinous acts committed by each individual. Every misdeed was described in vivid detail. as if laying bare the vile faces and wicked actions of these people before their eyes. Some of the acts were brutally cruel, others despicably shameless, inciting righteous indignation. The more Tang San read, the more alarmed he became, pondering, what kind of family is the Feng family to commit such egregious acts? Meanwhile, Oscar stood beside him, his expression equally grave as he examined the text, and both fell into a moment of silence. It was no exaggeration to say that if the contents of these 3 sheets were made public, the Feng family would suffer instantaneous disgrace and fall from grace. Particularly shocking were the sordid deeds of the eldest son, Feng Tianlin, which were simply jaw-dropping. The so-called act of trading favors was merely the tip of the iceberg compared to other misdeeds. Goodness! Oscar suddenly exclaimed, Tang San. Do you think the master intends for us to investigate the missing children in Soto City and then bring down the Feng family? As soon as he spoke, he was startled by his own thoughts. The Feng family, after all, was an upper-middle-class family in Soto City, with a rich heritage that was easily discernible. To challenge them with nothing more than 2 flimsy sheets of paper was nothing short of fanciful. The teacher surely did not mean it this way. It would be prudent to first assess the situation at the Feng residence. After neatly folding the papers and tucking them away, Tang San remarked. He then produced a map and set off towards the Feng family, following the indicated route. Oscar momentarily paused before hastening to catch up with Tang San. After all, as a support soul master, his only recourse in danger was to flee, and he still had the papers with Tang San. If he did not follow, he would not be able to retrieve them. Meanwhile, on a secluded path in the wilderness, Liu suddenly halted, swiftly concealing himself behind a nearby rock. He noticed 4 or 5 figures approaching, accompanied by a horse-drawn cart. As they drew nearer, Liu discreetly pulled out the papers and carefully compared the faces of the individuals with those depicted on the wanted notices. It matched. In his hand were 3 wanted posters, and the 3 individuals at the forefront bore an uncanny resemblance to those on the notices. The peculiarity lay in the details. Chapter 192. The deceased criminals, however. What was truly strange was that the 3 wanted posters were prominently marked with a massive red cross. The crimson hue was as vivid as blood, sending shivers down one's spine. In the lower right corner of the wanted notices, a somber stamp was affixed. It was known that such a mark only appeared when the bounty issued by Soto City had been successfully apprehended and legally dealt with. Even more astonishing to Liu Yu was the clear indication that these 3 individuals had been executed 3 years prior. This meant that, as far back as 3 years ago, these wanted individuals had already received their due punishment. Liu tightly grasped the wanted notice in his hand, his brow furrowed, and his heart brimming with confusion and doubt. He simply could not fathom why the master, who had always been solely interested in the study of martial souls, would take the trouble to collect the wanted notices of criminals who had been executed 3 years prior. What hidden secrets or profound meanings could possibly lie beneath this? Liu pondered deeply, yet he could not arrive at a reasonable conclusion. Furthermore, he had arrived at this location solely by following the address in the envelope. And by sheer coincidence, he encountered 3 wanted criminals who were supposed to be deceased. All of this seemed rather too coincidental. With his brow still knitted, Liu found the series of coincidences to be unreasonably improbable. Could it be that the master had foreseen that these 3 individuals would pass through this place tonight? Liu's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, yet he remained ever vigilant to the movements of the 3 individuals. If these 3 were indeed the ones listed on the warrant in his possession, then even the weakest among them possessed a formidable strength of at least level 40, a mere reflection of their prowess from 3 years prior. Liu recalled that the one who initially captured them was a man named Feng Tianlin, a soul sage of level 70. As the sound of the carriage faded into the distance, the figures of those individuals had already disappeared. It was only then that Liu emerged from behind the stone, gazing in the direction from which they had departed. Indeed, Liu pondered silently. Judging by their trajectory and various indications, it seemed that their destination mirrored his own. Such a coincidence was indeed perplexing. Could there be some hidden agenda at play? Liu could not help but furrow his brow, murmuring to himself softly. However, this was not the time for deep contemplation. He swiftly reined in his presence, moving stealthily like a nimble leopard, silently trailing the footsteps of the group ahead. Each step was taken with utmost caution, wary of producing even the slightest sound that might arouse their suspicion. Soon, he observed the group directing their carriage onto a narrow path, and Liu quietly followed suit. He could now ascertain that these individuals were likely headed for the same destination as himself, the bandit hideout concealed within this desolate wilderness. Liu cautiously followed the group of enigmatic individuals, treading softly and making not a sound. As he advanced, the crowd abruptly halted before a dilapidated and precarious pavilion, striking fear in Lu Yu's heart. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, he swiftly concealed himself behind a dense thicket, holding his breath and remaining utterly silent. From his hiding place amid the foliage, Lu Yu anxiously observed the group through the gaps in the branches. The individuals scanned their surroundings with heightened vigilance, their expressions sharp and alert, as though anticipating imminent danger. After a thorough examination confirmed the absence of others, they relaxed slightly, yet maintained a state of acute alertness. Communication was conducted through gestures, and with caution, they proceeded towards a nearby carriage. As they slowly lifted the heavy curtain, a faint beam of light streamed in. Upon closer inspection, Liu discerned several figures busily unloading enormous wicker baskets from within. Each basket stood nearly half a person's height and appeared quite heavy, its top securely covered with a lid, which was further shrouded in a layer of black fabric, effectively concealing its contents, leaving only the slightest hint visible at the bottom. This elusive glimpse sparked curiosity, igniting a desire to uncover the treasures so meticulously protected. After a flurry of activity, they had transported 5 baskets, arranging them neatly beneath the crumbling pavilion before departing with the carriage. Once the group had vanished from sight, Lu Yu cautiously approached the pavilion to investigate. The weathered wicker basket was enveloped in a thick, inky black cloth, as if guarding some unfathomable secret. Apart from a small section at the bottom that remained exposed, the rest of the basket was shrouded in impenetrable darkness. With a heart full of curiosity, Liu leaned closer to the basket, cautiously pressing his ear gently against the piece of black cloth. At that moment, a faint and almost imperceptible sound reached his ears. It resembled the breath of a human, yet it was remarkably frail and delicate. Had he not been intent on listening, he might have overlooked it entirely. Could it be that a living creature was concealed within? Li pondered silently, his mind involuntarily conjuring various possibilities. Suddenly, his heart raced, as if it might leap from his throat. His hands trembled slightly as they extended toward the mysterious black cloth. Upon contact with the fabric, a chill surged from his fingertips throughout his body. Nevertheless, he took a deep breath, summoning his courage, and cautiously pinched a corner of the cloth, gently lifting it. As the black cloth was gradually raised, Lu Yu's gaze became increasingly focused on the interior of the basket. In that instant, he stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. His eyes wide with disbelief at the sight before him. Within the basket lay 2 small figures. The 2 figures were tightly curled together, appearing exceedingly fragile and helpless. They were clad in tattered garments, their hair disheveled, and their little faces smeared with dirt, evoking a profound sense of compassion. Upon closer inspection, Lu Yu discerned that they were indeed 2 children, likely around 4 or 5 years of age. Suddenly, a peculiar fragrance wafted into Lu Yu's nostrils. He brought the black cloth to his nose for a closer sniff. Was this an enchanting aroma? Promptly, Lu Yu hurried to the other 4 baskets, checking the black cloth covering them. Undoubtedly, these baskets contained more children, all seemingly around 4 or 5 years old. Some were dressed in splendid attire, unmistakably the offspring of affluent families, while many others appeared to be from ordinary households. Chapter 193. The Bandit Den. There was no need to ponder. This group of outlaws had certainly captured these children with nefarious intentions. For heaven's sake, move faster. A sudden roar echoed through the tranquil woods, starkly jarring Lu Yu's keen ears. You all are dawdling like a bunch of women. Lu Yu's heart sank, instantly realizing the dire situation. He dared not delay for even a moment, swiftly covering the black cloth once more, and, with a speed that defied perception, leapt nimbly up the sturdy trunk of a nearby tree. Like a sprightly monkey, he ascended to a relatively concealed spot within the lush canopy in just a few nimble movements. Cautiously, he peered through the dense foliage to observe what lay below. At that moment, his attention was captured by the sight of 2 brawny men, broad-shouldered and imposing, striding forward with a fierce demeanor, accompanied by a throng of followers. The countenances of these hulking figures were adorned with thick, menacing features that inspired trepidation. Particularly striking was one man, whose left cheek bore a long, jagged scar that stretched from the corner of his eye to his chin, rendering him exceptionally fearsome. This scarred giant abruptly halted, spinning around with a sudden ferocity, and bellowed at the group behind him. Hurry up, you lot. What are you dawdling for? His ferocious gaze and brusque tone seemed to threaten to devour those in his presence. At the sound of his roar, the others involuntarily trembled, hastening their actions. In a flurry, they hurriedly lifted the baskets laden with goods from the ground, and under the relentless urging and scolding of the two giants, they hastily vacated the scene. Liu crouched upon a lofty branch, cautiously observing the movements of a group of enigmatic figures below. His gaze meticulously followed their receding silhouettes until they vanished completely from his sight. Once assured of his safety, Liu gracefully leapt from the tree. Akin to an agile leopard, stealthily pursuing the direction of the mysterious individuals, the group glided through the dense forest like phantoms, seemingly well acquainted with the paths that wound through the underbrush. Utilizing his exceptional tracking skills and keen intuition, Liu deftly circumvented the crackling twigs and hidden traps that might betray his presence. At that moment, a thin veil of mist began to envelop the previously clear forest. The fog's arrival was peculiar. It started as delicate wisps but quickly thickened, shrouding the entire woodland in obscurity. Liu felt a tightening in his chest, compelling him to exercise greater caution. Despite the diminished visibility, he resolutely continued his pursuit. As time passed, the group navigated through the fog-laden woods, ultimately halting in a relatively open area. There, before them stood a towering wooden door, adorned with an array of strange patterns and symbols. Just as the scar-faced man slowly raised his hand, poised to grasp the cold pull ring of the massive door, the silent one-eyed dragon suddenly struck like lightning, seizing the man's hand before it could make contact. The unexpected turn of events caught the scar-faced man off guard, causing his heart to skip a beat, and he nearly gasped in shock. "Wait!" The one-eyed dragon growled, his voice low yet commanding, as he cautiously glanced back. The scar-faced man stared at him in astonishment. Confusion etched across his face, stammering, "What is it, brother? What do you mean?" The one-eyed dragon's remaining eye, sharp as an eagle's, swiftly scanned the surroundings. However, after thorough observation, he discerned nothing amiss. He furrowed his brow slightly, then gradually closed his eyes. In an instant, a formidable wave of mental energy surged forth from him, rapidly spreading like a tide, encompassing an area of several dozen meters. Yet, even as this mental force expanded to its limits, it failed to detect any suspicious signs or presences. After a considerable pause, the one-eyed dragon gently shook his head and spoke. "It's nothing. Proceed with opening the door." Although his tone appeared calm, a subtle hint of uncertainty lingered beneath the surface. "Rest assured, brother, our stronghold is enveloped by a maze crafted by that distinguished individual. As long as a title de loi does not arrive, no one shall uncover our whereabouts." Standing nearby, the scar-faced man could not help but feel a twinge of doubt upon hearing those words. After all, the tense and serious demeanor of the cyclopean figure moments ago hardly suggested that he had come away empty-handed. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that the one-eyed dragon was the most proficient in psychic abilities within the entire enclave, possessing a heightened sense of danger far beyond that of ordinary individuals. Since the one-eyed dragon had now confidently declared that all was well, it was reasonable to trust his judgment. Thus, the scar-faced man merely pressed his lips together and ultimately chose to remain silent. Following the one-eyed dragon's instruction to open the grand door, that ancient and hefty wooden door stood before him like an impenetrable fortress, exuding an aura of mystery and oppression. The scar-faced man positioned himself before the door, his robust hands gripping the handles tightly, as if he intended to channel all his strength into this endeavor. Drawing in a deep breath, he exerted himself with a sudden force, his arm muscles tensed, hard as steel. As he strained against the door, grotesque veins began to surface on his forehead, twisting and writhing like creeping worms. These veins bulged ominously, threatening to burst at any moment. With a sudden eruption, the scar-faced man let out a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the space, akin to the might of a tempest. Simultaneously, the once immovable towering door emitted a deep, resonant sound, reminiscent of a long-slumbering beast awakening with a growl. Under the brute strength of the scar-faced man, the door began to creak open slowly, the gap widening gradually. Eventually, when the door came to a halt, a fissure large enough for 3 people to pass side by side had formed. "What are you all staring at? Hurry up!" the one-eyed dragon called out to the group, striding in behind them, with the scar-faced man closely following into the enclave. The grand door then turned slowly, slamming shut with a resounding thud. Hidden behind a tree, Liu cautiously peered out. He had been startled by the sudden release of psychic energy from the one-eyed dragon, but fortunately, the individual was merely a level 50 Soul King, possessing limited psychic prowess. In that fleeting moment of discovery, Liu had swiftly leaped beyond the range of detection. Now, employing his ghostly steps once more, Liu approached the wooden door, carefully concealing his presence behind the tree trunk. until the fade of the Enclave became vividly apparent before him. Chapter 194. Stealthy approach beneath the night amidst the fog-laden woods under the cover of night. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. The sudden appearance of this enclave seemed jarringly out of place, particularly as it was shrouded by towering walls on all sides. Not a glimmer of light could be seen from within, even from a distance. After confirming that the area was devoid of any onlookers, Lu Yu emerged from behind the tree. The earlier probing action of the one-eyed dragon had startled him. He had nearly believed himself to be exposed. However, upon the release of the psychic energy, Lu Yu had swiftly leaped out of the detection range. Fortunately, the one-eyed dragon was merely a level 50 Soul King, with a limited psychic reach, which allowed him to escape unscathed. Lu Yu slowly raised his head, the towering wall before him standing like an impenetrable barrier, isolating the world within from the outside. He inhaled deeply, then cautiously retreated step by step, each footfall light as a feather, as if to avoid drawing any unnecessary attention. After withdrawing a dozen paces, Lu Yu suddenly accelerated into a run, his feet quickening like an arrow loosed from its bow, charging toward the formidable wall. Just as he neared the structure, he propelled himself off the ground, soaring like a cannonball. In that instant, his toes grazed the wall, utilizing the recoil to leap skyward once more. He then executed a unique and enigmatic maneuver known as the Ghost Step, his figure becoming elusive in the air, like a wraith dancing in the shadows. Time and again, Lu Yu deftly tapped the wall, leveraging each bounce to propel himself upward with remarkable precision, maintaining both speed and height while producing not a sound. It wasn't long before he successfully reached the pinnacle of the wall. Standing atop it, Lu Yu gazed down at the landscape below, a surge of accomplishment swelling within him. The entire escapade had unfolded with such ease, remaining undetected throughout. Though the wall was somewhat wide, it was cluttered with various items, barely accommodating 2 or 3 individuals. At that moment, only 2 guards were stationed above. Lu Yu swiftly drew his sleeve arrow, incapacitating them before they could react. With the Ghost Step, he caught the 2 falling bodies, laying them gently on the ground to muffle any noise, and then he struck one with a silencing club, ensuring they would remain unconscious until the following evening. Having completed these actions, Lu Yu carefully lowered himself, nearly pressing against the top of the wall, and stealthily peered down. To his astonishment, he discovered that the number of inhabitants within the encampment was remarkably sparse, almost negligible. He focused his gaze on a few individuals who had just entered with a full basket of goods, now bustling about in the corner of the wall. Among them stood a burly man with a grotesque scar across his face, arms crossed, his hawkish eyes scrutinizing their every movement. Suddenly, a furious shout erupted. "Move it, you lot. It's the dead of night, and you're all acting like you've never eaten. Hurry up with those things." The voice belonged to the menacing one-eyed scar-faced man, who shouted while delivering a sharp kick to one of the workers. The struck individual stumbled, nearly losing his balance, but dared not utter a word of complaint, gritting his teeth to hasten his efforts. Just then, 2 figures emerged from the main hall of the encampment. One was a middle-aged man sporting a handlebar mustache, followed closely by the one-eyed man, who trailed behind him. "Why is the shipment so scant this time?" The middle-aged man expressed his dissatisfaction. "Why have you come out in person, esteemed envoy?" Upon hearing this voice, the scar-faced man promptly turned around and bowed, ingratiatingly responding, his demeanor shifting with remarkable swiftness. "You may not be aware, but there have been numerous cases of children going missing in the nearby towns recently, which has raised alarms among the higher authorities. My brothers and I have been struggling to find a suitable opportunity," he remarked, casting a furtive glance at the one-eyed dragon beside him, seemingly seeking assistance in his defense. "Indeed, esteemed envoy, I have heard that the lords of several neighboring towns have begun to collaborate on investigating this matter. And I have also been informed that an official from the Barak royal family has personally come to Soto City to look into the situation. It has indeed become quite troublesome," the one-eyed dragon chimed in, supporting the scar-faced man's claims. "Humph, I care not for any royal officials. If you jeopardize my plans, I shall ensure that your 3 brothers outside return to you just as they came, and you 2 shall not think to escape." With that, the middle-aged man waved his sleeve and departed without a backward glance. The one-eyed dragon and the scar-faced man could only murmur their acquiescence, their previous arrogance evaporating in the face of his authority. Once the sound of the man's footsteps had faded, the scar-faced man cautiously raised his head to check, and upon confirming his departure, straightened his posture. "Brother, what shall we do now?" If we fail to complete the invoice task, he lamented to the one-eyed dragon. The one-eyed dragon patted his shoulder, saying, "What can I do? We cannot confront him, especially since our third, fourth, and fifth brother's lives are still in his grasp. If things become dire, we might need to retreat and find other towns to lie low in. All right, let us first see how that batch of goods is faring. We must avoid any further complications," he concluded, striding towards the area where the baskets were arranged. In the next moment, his figure vanished into the shadows. On the surrounding wall, Lu Yu rubbed his eyes, thinking he must be imagining things. Yet, the next moment, the scar-faced man also approached, and similarly, his form disappeared into the shadows. Lu Yu rose and glanced at the village, confirming that the courtyard was devoid of any presence. He then retrieved a piece of parchment from the ring he had been silently contemplating. This was a magical artifact he had procured from Old Mo, capable of concealing one's form. By infusing it with soul energy, one could remain invisible for an hour, usable 3 times, with a cooldown period of 30 minutes after each use. Originally, Lu Yu had sought the invisibility cloak from Harry Potter, but Mo Holic had declined his request, citing a lack of materials. Lu Yu affixed the parchment to his chest, channeling his soul energy. In an instant, the magical runes inscribed upon the parchment ignited with brilliance. Subsequently, Lu Yu's form, along with his garments, gradually became translucent, and in the next heartbeat, he vanished into the embrace of the night. However, this artifact bore a significant flaw. Once activated, the use of soul energy was prohibited, lest it become ineffective. Thus, Lu Yu approached the edge of the wall, carefully gauging his position before leaping gracefully from its summit. As he descended, he deftly tapped the wall with the tips of his toes to gain momentum, ultimately landing securely upon the ground. Lu Yu cautiously approached the corner where the two had vanished moments ago, only to discover it was merely cluttered with a heap of miscellaneous items, alongside several half-height baskets wrapped in black cloth, now devoid of contents. With the faint silhouette of a child lingering nearby, Lu Yu began to search the vicinity, murmuring to himself that perhaps there were secret mechanisms or hidden passages in this area. Chapter 195. The Dungeon at Long Last. After a prolonged and arduous search, Lu Yu finally discerned something unusual in an inconspicuous corner. He cautiously approached, his gaze ultimately fixating on a door that appeared to be concealed within the shadows. This hidden door was meticulously crafted from robust metal, its surface smooth and cold to the touch, reminiscent of ancient ice. In the inky darkness of the night, where visibility was utterly obscured, it seemed to blend seamlessly with its surroundings, an almost invisible presence that Lu Yu nearly overlooked. Lu Yu gently extended his hand, slightly lifting a corner of the hidden door. In an instant, a faint yet brilliant beam of light poured forth from the crack, akin to the first rays of dawn breaking through the horizon, illuminating a small area before Lu Yu. He anxiously peered through the narrow gap, his heart racing with trepidation at the thought of an unforeseen danger or being detected in his actions. After confirming that no one else was around, Lu Yu took a deep breath, then, with determination, cautiously pried open the door just enough to allow himself passage. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized the opportunity and leaped forward, akin to a nimble cheetah, swiftly entering the darkened entrance. As he descended, an overwhelming wave of nauseating dampness surged toward him, mingled with a foul stench reminiscent of decaying refuse and excrement. Instinctively, Lu Yu covered his mouth and nose with his hand. Yet the repugnant odor stubbornly penetrated through the gaps between his fingers, invading his nostrils. He endured the discomfort, gingerly navigating through the pitch-black tunnel. The ground beneath his feet was clammy, occasionally stepping on something slimy that sent shivers down his spine. The air around him was thick and murky, saturated with the acrid scent of waste that churned his stomach violently. The length of the tunnel far exceeded Lu Yu's expectations. He had anticipated reaching the end swiftly. However, he had trudged through this dark and lengthy passage for nearly 5 minutes without encountering a single soul. Surrounding him was only endless darkness and suffocating silence, a sensation akin to being forsaken by the world in this filthy, odorous corner. Just as Lu Yu contemplated retreating along the path he had come, a faint cacophony reached his ears. The sound was elusive, as if it emanated from a distant realm, yet seemed to be incredibly close. Lu Yu instinctively halted, holding his breath, and listened intently. The noise occasionally resembled whispers of conversation, at other times akin to objects colliding and scraping against one another. Upon hearing the voices ahead, Lu Yu quickened his pace, and soon a spacious room came into view. As he stepped into this chamber, The sight before him elicited an involuntary gasp. Scattered across the dimly lit floor lay rows of children, most no older than 4 or 5, their innocent faces marked by confusion and fear. The attire of these children varied. Some donned simple, coarse garments, indicative of humble origins, while others were clad in luxurious silks and satins, unmistakably of noble lineage. Yet, regardless of their wealth or poverty, they were all ensnared in this horrifying tableau. Amidst the children, figures moved restlessly to and fro. Periodically, these enigmatic figures would crouch down and forcefully shove pills into the helpless mouths of the children. The youngsters either wept and struggled in terror or had become so numbed by torment that they simply surrendered. In one corner of the room, another group busily traversed back and forth, laboriously lifting the unfortunate children and transferring them to another chamber, oblivious to the fate that awaited them. As he surveyed his surroundings, Lu Yu discovered that the walls of this room were constructed from rough, uneven stones, imparting a chilling and oppressive atmosphere. Moreover, these stones seemed not to be artificially assembled, but rather excavated directly from the earth, exuding a damp, decayed odor. Above the walls, a circle of torches flickered, casting an eerie light that rendered the entire room even more sinister. Meanwhile, the one-eyed leader and the scar-faced man, who had previously escorted Lu Yu down, now sat leisurely atop a black stone pedestal in the center of the room, coldly observing the scene. To Lu Yu's astonishment, it became clear that the inhabitants of this village were all concealed within these confines. His eyes widened in disbelief as he murmured to himself, filled with shock, anger, and concern for the safety of these innocent children. Yet, in the next moment, his gaze was drawn to a wooden box atop the black pedestal, intricately adorned with crimson patterns, as though stained by blood. Lu Yu hastily retrieved a piece of letter paper from his pocket, holding it before his eyes as he meticulously compared it to the box depicted on it. After careful examination, he confirmed that the painting indeed illustrated the very box he sought. It was a stroke of fortune, he mused inwardly. The task assigned to him by the master was to retrieve the black box from the painting, along with 3 wanted notices. However, the current situation was not conducive for action. Surveying the room, Lu Yu noted at least 20 individuals present, aside from the one-eyed dragon, a level 50 Soul King. The strength of the others remained uncertain. Undoubtedly, acquiring the box quietly would yield the most favorable outcome for Lu Yu. But with both the one-eyed dragon and the scarred face seated above, there were no signs of their imminent departure. From what he had overheard regarding the conversation between the man with the handlebar mustache and these two, it was clear that their connection to the 3 individuals on the wanted posters was anything but ordinary. Just as Lu Yu prepared to stealthily seize the box, a figure unexpectedly emerged at the tunnel entrance, provoking his astonishment. What a jolly gathering, drinking here at this late hour, utterly disregarding the stench. A voice resonated from the tunnel. Shortly thereafter, a familiar silhouette stepped into view. Yuza? Lu Yu was taken aback at the sight of the well-known figure, pondering what business he had in this place. The one-eyed dragon, sensing the tension, echoed Lu Yu's thoughts, questioning why Master Yuza had come here at such an hour. He poured himself a large bowl of liquor, raising it to his lips without a hint of respect for the man he referred to. To Lu Yu's surprise, Yuza displayed no sign of displeasure, instead responding with a smile. We all serve that esteemed individual. Of course I must come to monitor your progress. Otherwise, Yuza's demeanor darkened suddenly. It would be detrimental to delay the revival of our master. In an instant, without any forewarning, Yuza struck. The onlookers barely perceived the movement. A flash of cold light flickered, and then a severed arm soared through the air, tracing an elegant arc before crashing to the ground. In that moment, the stench of blood filled the air, inducing nausea. Meanwhile, the one-eyed dragon's right shoulder was drenched in blood, the cut precise and clean. With a sudden surge of pain, the one-eyed dragon could no longer suppress his agony, unleashing a piercing scream that echoed through the space. A wail reminiscent of a night owl's lament or a demon's roar, sending shivers down spines. Simultaneously, his features contorted in excruciating pain, rendering his already fearsome visage even more grotesque and terrifying. His eyes bulged as though they might pop from their sockets. His mouth gaped wide, revealing a set of jagged, blood-soaked teeth. His nose crinkled in disgust, as if he could smell the overwhelming scent of blood in the air. Brother, do you wish to perish, you insolent fool? The scar-faced man bellowed, momentarily taken aback. Unfazed, Yuza leisurely retracted his long spear, wiping away the blood with his finger before placing it in his mouth to taste. Your recent performance has been woefully inadequate. Lord Shadow is quite displeased with you. Oh, by the way, he continued, a smirk playing on his lips, from this very moment, this territory is under my dominion. You too, along with those three outside, shall all heed my command. As for that lofty envoy you speak of, I regret to inform you that he has become a sacrificial offering to Lord Shadow. With his arms crossed and a mocking smile adorning his face, Yuzei observed the stunned expressions of the one-eyed dragon and the scar-faced man, who, struck dumb by disbelief, could not utter a single word. They found it utterly inconceivable that this mere child, appearing no older than a teenager, could have bested an envoy of such formidable power. After all, the envoy possessed an astounding soul power of level 70. In contrast, Yuzei resembled nothing more than a Na'vi youth. After a prolonged silence, the one-eyed dragon finally regained his composure, his voice laced with incredulity. Impossible. This cannot be. How could such a mighty envoy be defeated by a mere child? You must be lying. However, Yuzei paid no heed to the one-eyed dragon's accusations, maintaining his enigmatic smile. At that moment, the scar-faced man erupted with fury, shouting, "You wretched brat! Cease your nonsensical prattle. Today is your day of reckoning." Before he could finish his sentence, he brandished a gleaming mountain-splitting knife, which materialized in his hand. In a flash, he lunged at Yuzei like a bolt of lightning, shouting, "Prepare to die." 3 yellow and 1 purple soul rings appeared around him, revealing that the scar-faced man was indeed a soul master of level 40. Lu Yu watched from the corner, quietly anticipating the unfolding drama, while the previously bustling minions huddled in the shadows, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. The scar-faced man unleashed a torrent of soul power, his purple soul ring shimmering ominously as he activated his third soul skill, Mountain Splitter. With a 1,000-year soul skill at his disposal, the viciously scarred man clearly harbored murderous intent, leaving no room for mercy. Yet, as this deadly strike descended like a tempest, Yuzei remained as composed as ever, displaying not a hint of panic. His handsome visage retained an inscrutable smile, captivating yet disconcerting. Just when the onlookers anticipated Yuzei's imminent demise, an unexpected transformation occurred. A ferocious black aura erupted from his being, akin to a volcano in full eruption. The scar-faced man had no time to react. Darkness enveloped his vision, and he was violently hurled backward as though severed from his tether, struck by the overwhelming force of the black mist, accompanied by a resounding crash. His robust form crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Second brother, the one-eyed dragon, witnessing the scene, felt an agonizing surge of pain and cried out in anguish. The torment from his severed arm distorted his already fearsome visage into a grotesque mask, beads of sweat streaming down his cheeks. At that moment, a steady, powerful footfall echoed in his ears. He raised his head in terror, discovering Yuzei advancing towards him step by step. At that instant, Yuzei was enveloped in a thick, ominous black mist, his figure only vaguely discernible, resembling a terrifying demon that had just emerged from the depths of hell. "What do you intend to do?" The one-eyed dragon, gritting his teeth against the agony radiating from his severed arm, clutched his wound tightly, his voice trembling as he shouted at Yuzei. A chilling smile crept across Yuzei's lips as he slowly raised his elongated right arm, as if this simple gesture contained boundless power and mystery. Suddenly, a dense, ink-like black vapor surged forth from his palm, swirling and roiling in the air. This dark mist, akin to a tumultuous tide, surged towards the one-eyed dragon with astonishing speed. The one-eyed dragon, eyes wide with fear, gazed at the approaching darkness, but it was already too late. In the blink of an eye, the black mist enveloped him like a massive net, leaving him with no escape. Just as he was about to emit a piercing scream, the terrifying black vapor slithered into his body like agile serpents, invading through his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. At the moment the black mist entered his body, an unprecedented agony surged through him. This pain felt as if countless sharp daggers were simultaneously stirring within his organs, akin to being seared by raging flames on every inch of skin and bone. The excruciating torment spread through his entire nervous system like lightning, instantly occupying his mind, rendering him nearly incapable of thought. In an instant, the thick, ominous black mist surged towards the one-eyed dragon like a torrent breaching a dam, visibly disappearing into his form. In a heartbeat, the already terrifying one-eyed dragon underwent a shocking transformation. The arm that had been severed began to regenerate in a bizarre manner, growing back as if endowed with miraculous abilities. The newly formed limb was not only pale as snow, but also emanated a chilling aura. Meanwhile, his remaining eye was completely consumed by darkness, the pupil transformed into an unfathomable abyss, as if capable of devouring one's very soul. What is even more terrifying is that his once relatively normal visage is now marred by a network of black stripes, crisscrossing across his face. These lines, reminiscent of sinister demonic runes, crawl over his cheeks, forehead, and chin, rendering him akin to a malevolent specter emerging from the abyss of hell, evoking an unsettling dread. "Brother, what have you done to my elder brother?" Scarface exclaimed in shock at the sight of the Cyclops. His voice was filled with indignation. Yuze's lips curled slightly, revealing a faint smile, as if nothing in this world could stir the slightest ripple within his heart. He gently clapped his hands and, with a leisurely gait, ascended the stone platform. Once atop the pedestal, he settled comfortably, his gaze as tranquil as a still lake, and spoke softly. "In truth, it is nothing of great consequence. Merely a small opportunity granted to your elder brother. Upon reflection, he ought to express his gratitude towards me." At this declaration, Scarface was instantly consumed by a fiery rage. His eyes widening in disbelief, his face contorted into a mask of fury. He bellowed, "You wretch!" and, with a sudden surge of strength, lifted the gleaming blade in his hand, bringing it down with all his might towards Yuze. As the razor-sharp edge was poised to strike, the onlookers felt their hearts leap to their throats. Yet, in that critical moment, a robust and powerful hand surged from the side, firmly grasping Scarface's shoulder. Scarface felt an overwhelming force, rendering his arm motionless. "Calm yourself, brother," came a low and authoritative voice, prompting Scarface to turn in shock and discover that it was his elder brother, the Cyclops, who held him back. The Cyclops' face was dark and foreboding, his remaining eye glimmering with a myriad of complex emotions. "Elder brother?" Scarface queried, bewildered and perplexed, completely at a loss as to why his brother would impede him. The Cyclops inhaled deeply, suppressing his fury and resentment, and, bowing deeply to Yuze, spoke with utmost reverence. "I am grateful, young master, for your mercy in sparing my life. Today's events stem from our ignorance and audacity in offending you. I implore you to show leniency and not to hold our transgressions against us." He maintained his bow, not daring to exhibit any sign of impatience. "Brother, you?" Scarface's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of incredulity. The ghastly scar that marred his visage twisted in shock as he stared fixedly at the Cyclops, as if the man standing before him was not his comrade of many battles, but a complete stranger. "Elder brother, what are you saying?" Scarface shouted, his voice resonating with agitation, causing the surrounding air to quiver. He had just mercilessly severed an arm, and now, his brother was so readily willing to let it pass. However, in the face of Scarface's inquiries and wrath, the Cyclops remained unfazed. A stern glimmer flickered in his eye as he admonished sharply, "Impudent! How dare you display such disrespect towards the young master? Apologize at once." His tone was frigid and unequivocal, instilling a sense of dread in those who heard it. Yuze gazed at the two with a satisfied smile. Synopsis: a new work has emerged. I warmly invite everyone to visit Tomato Novel to read my creation. I hope you will enjoy it, as your support serves as my inspiration to narrate each story with diligence.